As the top enforcer of the Netherworld Hall, you are also a passionate son of China. In a border battle, you personally led 8,000 death warriors, charging in and out 7 times, annihilating 200,000 troops of the beautiful country, earning fame in a single battle. When the little sons arrogantly called the East Asians the sick men of East Asia at the border, you didn't hesitate. You personally led your shadow assassins to slaughter their high-ranking officials. Not long ago, a massive gold mine worth trillions was discovered at China's border. Upon hearing the news, powerful nations sent their elites to invade. It wasn't until you repelled them that these people finally backed down. The world reveres you as the great guardian Yama king of the nation. At this moment, you were teaching your subordinates the terrifying skill of killing 3 with 1 strike. Just then, your phone rang. You casually answered. Hello, who is this? A cocky voice replied from the other end. Finally, you picked up. I'm from Qingzhou Lining Financial Company. Your wife owes us $1 million. You'd better pay up today, or don't blame us for making her do that kind of work to settle the debt. With that, the caller hung up. Shortly after, a video was sent to your phone. The moment you opened it, an overwhelming fury erupted within you. In the video, a woman in tattered clothes, covered in bruises, was tied to a chair, her swollen eyes filled with despair as she sobbed quietly. Around her, a group of burly men leered, greedily eyeing her exposed fair skin and laughing with lust. Your hands trembled uncontrollably. You recognized her instantly. It was your wife, Qin Shuiwei, whom you hadn't seen in 5 years. At this moment, you roar with fury. Where are the armies of Yama? This enraged bellow echoes from the Nether Palace, spreading across thousands of miles. On the vast Gobi Desert, tens of thousands of Yama's soldiers hear your summons simultaneously and rush to your side at breakneck speed. At the same time, your eyes gleam with bloodthirsty killing intent as you shout, "Where are Yama's personal guards?" The moment the words leave your lips, 12 figures materialize with a faint rustle, radiating overwhelming murderous aura. The onlookers tremble in terror. The mobilization of the 13 ghostly executioners, Yama's elite guards, signals rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. What earth-shattering event could have provoked such wrath from the king of the underworld? Glaring at your subordinates, you thunder, "Track the location of this call immediately and get to Qingzhou at maximum speed. Now, now, now." The triple urgency in your command sends shockwaves through their hearts. Without hesitation, a cam of attack helicopter roars to life, slicing through the sky like a divine blade. Aboard the aircraft, you stare fixedly ahead with bloodshot eyes, drowning in self-reproach. 5 years ago, you married Qin Shuiwei, the eldest daughter of Qingzhou's prestigious Qin family. Back then, you were powerless and destitute, yet this noble heiress secretly pledged her heart to you. The day after your wedding, you marched straight into the war-torn borderlands, seeking fortune. These 5 years of military life, you've trampled over millions of corpses, your hands stained with blood, striking fear into the hearts of invading enemies from all nations. Yet in the end, you couldn't even protect your own wife. How can you call yourself a man? You dare not imagine what kind of suffering the woman you love most might have endured every single minute and second of this time. Soon, the armed helicopter landed, and you boarded a modified off-road vehicle. Inside, a stern-faced man respectfully reported, "My Lord Yama, we've located the address. It's in Shaojiang village on the southern outskirts of Qingzhou." You merely uttered 2 icy words, "Move out." With a roar, the accelerator was floored, and the off-road vehicle sped away like a raging beast. Deep into the night, greedy laughter echoed from a dilapidated farmhouse in the village. A burly, scar-faced bald man gripped Qin Shuiwei's delicate chin, his hands sliding downward as she wept in despair. Truly the young mistress of a noble family, such tender skin. "Please no, just give me more time. I'll repay the money, I beg you. Let me go." Qin Shuiwei's helpless sobs only fueled the bald man's animalistic desire. His eyes glinted with greed as he swallowed hard and leered. "I'll give you time, but tonight, this lord will collect some interest first." With that, he lunged at her. Just as Qin Shuiwei closed her eyes in despair, a massive off-road vehicle smashed through the gate and skidded to a halt in the courtyard. With a sharp click, the door opened, and a figure descended amid overwhelming fury. A clap of thunder roared at that moment, lightning illuminating your face twisted with rage. Staring at your sudden appearance, Qin Shuiwei widened her eyes and whispered disbelievingly, "Husband, is it really you?" That fragile call shattered your heart. Trembling, you took step after step toward her. I'm sorry I'm late." Qin Shuiwei froze for a moment before bursting into heart-wrenching sobs in the darkness, as if pouring out all the grievances of the past 5 years. At this moment, your eyes also reddened, and you wished you could slap yourself hard. How much suffering has your beloved endured these 5 years? You slowly walked to Qin Shuiwei's side, saying nothing, and gently embraced her. Perhaps sensing the long-lost warmth, Qin Shuiwei's cries gradually subsided until she finally fell asleep in your arms. "Hey, kid, had enough hugging?" Just then, an unpleasant voice rang out. Hearing this, a sharp glint flashed in your eyes. You gently kissed Qin Chuyue's forehead before slowly raising your head, the tenderness in your eyes instantly vanishing. Was it you who hurt my wife? Your tone was filled with endless chill. Seeing your icy demeanor, the group of burly men sneered mockingly. The bald leader smirked disdainfully. What are you trying to prove here? Paying debts is only natural. If you can't pay, then hand over the person. How much does my wife owe you? Your voice now betrayed no emotion. The bald man arrogantly held up one finger. 1 million. Hearing this, you coldly said to someone behind you, Sha-e, bring the money. A man exuding a fierce aura walked over with a briefcase and tossed it beside the burly man, revealing stacks of red banknotes spilling out. The bald man narrowed his eyes, picked up the briefcase, and counted exactly 1 million. Kid, why didn't you just pay up earlier? Alright, boys, let's go. Wait, you growled. The bald man frowned slightly and stopped. What? You got something else to say? I've repaid what I owed you. Now, shouldn't we settle what you owe me? The burly man sized you up with a disdainful snort, crossing his arms arrogantly. How do you want to settle it? Simple, you replied, a bloodthirsty smirk curling at the corner of your lips. Leave your lives here. In the dilapidated room, you gently laid Qin Chuyue on the bed and tenderly covered her with a blanket. Soon after, faint footsteps accompanied by a thick scent of blood filled the space. Sha-e, one of the 12 ghost envoys, knelt on one knee. My lord Yama, the group has been dealt with. How shall we dispose of the bodies? Chop them up and feed them to the dogs, you replied indifferently, as if discussing a trivial matter. As you command, my lord. You sat by the bed, gazing quietly at Qin Chuyue, murmuring to yourself, rest assured, Yuer, I will make them pay for every humiliation you've suffered. After an unknown amount of time, you finally rose slowly, gently closed the door behind you, and stepped out. With your hands clasped behind your back, you stood like an emperor of the night, your eyes icy cold. What have you uncovered? You asked. Sha-e replied respectfully, my lord Yama, we've confirmed the details. They belong to Qingzhou Lining Financial Company, backed by the Shin family, the foremost clan in Qingzhou. The Shins have always been arrogant and ruthless in their dealings. 2 months ago, Madame borrowed money from them, not only accumulating a debt of 1 million but also, your eyes turned frosty. Also what? Speak. Sha felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly said, Madame also signed a contract of servitude. If the debt isn't repaid on time, she is willing to become the concubine of the eldest young master of the Shin family. Money, it's always about money. At this moment, you were like a beast on the verge of eruption, your eyes bloodshot. You knew Qin Chuyue all too well, a woman of innate pride and purity. If not for an earth-shattering crisis, how could she have stooped so low? The eldest young master of the Shin family has quite the audacity, daring to make the woman of Yama king his concubine. How many lives does he have to spare? You laughed in extreme fury. Good, very good. As you spoke, an overwhelming aura of killing intent surged from your body. Order all divisions of the Nether Palace to gather in Qingzhou tonight. A top-secret directive was swiftly relayed to all high-ranking officials of the Nether Palace. The message was simple, containing just 8 words. When Yama is angry, there are thousands of floating corpses. The land of chaos, this great land that was perennially filled with blood and killing, after a short period of silence, an invisible fury rose to the heavens. In the northern part of the battlefield, a black and a white figure, ignoring the hundreds of corpses in front of them that were still warm, glanced at each other, one on the left and one on the right, and hurriedly ran. On the other hand, thousands of miles away from the British royal family, a slim man, under the fearful gaze of many royal family members, slowly put away the knife in his hand and leapt out of the window, disappearing into the vastness of the night. The same scene is playing out all over the world. Countless killing gods wandering in the darkness, one by one, gave up the original task in hand, without any reason, can use all the transportation that can be used, all towards a place to rush to Qingzhou. That's where their king is. All the great powers in the world that could be ranked were awakened from their dreams, incredulously looking at the trajectory that this group of underworld hall powerhouses were running. What the hell happened? What do these executioners want? Don't know. We can only detect that all of the strongest people recorded by the underworld hall are frantically rushing towards China. Huaxia? What happened there? How could it make the gang guys so crazy? Can't find out any reason at the moment. But for now, we can be sure of one thing. Where they went, something heavenly must have happened. Because we can only feel one emotion from their trip. What emotions? At all costs. Chapter 4: The Most Powerful Force. And at the moment, the Chinese officials. Numerous high-ranking officials gathered in the council chamber, and there was a steady stream of phone calls. One looked dead on at the faint figure that could be captured in the surveillance. Somebody tell me. What the hell is going on? Why are all the powerful men of the underworld hall gathered in my China? An old man, clad only in a jacket, growled lowly with red eyes. Countless people in high positions of power, but none of them dared to speak. There was no other reason. This was a big deal involving the underworld palace. This power that had been fought out in the land of chaos, completely with countless skeletons and blood, was the most powerful power in that land. Chief. I can't find out why. But according to the running track we searched, the place they went to seems to be Qingzhou. Qingzhou? Isn't that a second-tier city in Dongshan province? What happened there? No. Don't know, still checking. The person who spoke stuttered, and at the moment, was already covered in sweat. Chief. At this time, a man with a grave face stepped forward and spoke. The priority now is not to explore the cause. The experts of the underworld hall have gathered. Do we need to intercept them? Intercept? Are you crazy? The old man immediately roared lowly. That's the number one force in the land of chaos. Each of you beat your chests and ask yourselves who has the skill to bear the consequences of offending them? Like a great bell, it vibrated in the ears of the crowd. The people present were all generals of the major military regions, and each one of them held a great deal of power. However, in the face of these bloodthirsty killing gods, not a single person dared to speak half a word. The chaotic land size of 81 forces, the underworld palace, is deservedly the first awe. The old man snorted coldly, turned his head and said immediately, "Command down. All the barriers, release them along the road. No interceptions allowed. All departments, no moves allowed, no matter what the people from the underworld palace are going to do, even if they poke a hole in the sky of Qingzhou, everyone has to suppress it for me." Chief. Isn't this a bit too risky? Although Yama of the underworld palace is a member of my Chinese family, the land of chaos is a zone of 3 unregulated areas. The people who hang out there are masters who will do anything for money. Of course the old man understood the meaning of his words, and at that moment coldly glanced at him. A chaotic land, 8 countries are competing with each other. If there is no underworld palace guarding our country's northern gate, do you think that the people of the 3 provinces in the northern part of the desert will be able to survive this peacefully? If they had even the slightest idea of misbehavior towards Manhwa, then the 3 provinces in the north of the desert would have been at war long ago by now. The man fell silent. Because what the old man said was not wrong. Although the underworld palace was a personal force, he was also silently guarding the northern gateway for Huaxia. Because of their existence, no matter how much the other 7 countries are eyeing, they will not dare to take half a step beyond my Chinese territory. It is precisely because of their existence that the people of the 3 provinces in the desert north have not been tragically trampled by war and are able to live in peace and contentment. Although the pantheon is not a soldier's body, it is performing the duties of a soldier. All the official senior, although not explicitly said, but in the heart no other reason, just because the master of the underworld palace, Yanjun Xiaochen, is a Chinese, that's all. Inform the garrison around Qingzhou that they are all standing by. I believe that Yin Xiaochen is not a messy person. No matter what he needs, all the garrison troops, all of them will cooperate unconditionally. After he finished speaking, he took a long breath, his gaze looking far to the north, and spoke faintly. He guarded the country's gate for Manhwa, so what's the harm in the old man abusing his power for him once? Can't, chill the heroes. Chapter 5, Killing Only Those Who Deserve to be Killed. Qingzhou, at this moment, the night is even colder. What had been a starry moon was quietly covered with a dark cloud. The dark sky, depressing and a bit suffocating, a low of a storm that wants to come to the mountain, wants to come. Taijinan, the general of the Qingzhou garrison, was even more oblivious to his image, and came directly to the barracks with a large loudspeaker shouting, "All soldiers, fully armed, guns loaded. In half an hour, I want to see you all on standby at all times." At his level, he naturally understood what the 3 words, Underworld Hall, stood for. Countless experts from the Underworld Palace were rushing towards Qingzhou, so it was highly likely that their king, the man they called Yan Jun, was in this city. With that in mind, he took out his phone and dialed a number. After connecting, Taijinan asked in an anxious voice, "Elder brother Wang, I know that you are someone who used to be from the Underworld Palace, so tell me the truth, Yan Jun, is he in Qingzhou?" In every city, there is black and there is white. The person that Taijinan had called was one of the temple congregations that had once retired from the Underworld Palace and was now the underground king of Qingzhou, Wang Hushi. "Iron General. I'm on my way now." Taijinan's heart trembled steeply. Wang Hushi's words were tantamount to telling him that Yan Jun was really in Qingzhou. "Elder brother Wang. What the hell happened?" "Yama, what is he?" because of what has aroused this monstrous anger. The head of the phone paused, and then a gloomy voice rang out, General Iron, Yen Jun's hairwife, persecuted. If Yen Jun comes one step later today, even will suffer insults. Now that Yama has returned, he has summoned all the powerful men of the underworld palace to gather together, only for his wife, to seek justice. Hearing this, Taijinan's hands and feet instantly went cold, followed by a monstrous rage that flourished. Who is it? Who really committed this 9 deadly sins? Yen Jun's hairy wife, being able to live in Qingzhou, should have been an honor for their Qingzhou. But it was close. Just a little bit. Because some guy who doesn't know any better will live to turn this land into purgatory. Taijinan did not doubt at all that if tonight, Qin Shuiwe suffered the slightest damage, then tomorrow in Qingzhou, there would definitely be 100 households hanging corpses and 1,000 doors hanging mourning. By the way, General Tai, for the sake of being a member of the same Qingzhou clan, I have to remind you of one thing. Suddenly, Wang Hushi's words were gloomy. Tonight, the underworld palace only comes for revenge, or any person who has injured the lady, we will definitely not let go. We only kill those who should be killed, and we will never hurt the innocent, if the Iron General wants to stop it. Then we wouldn't mind if the blood flowed tonight. After saying that, he directly hung up the phone. Taijinan froze in place. With his status as the head of an army, he was actually threatened by an underground king? But he didn't dare to refute half of it, because behind Wang Hushi stood, but the underworld palace that made the world tremble with fear. I don't even want to tear these ungrateful bastards apart myself, let alone stop them. At this time, the army finished dressing up, and a soldier said aloud, reporting to the general, everyone has finished dressing up, please give your instructions. Split up into major traffic intersections in Qingzhou according to shifts, take control of all major traffic routes, and make an immediate announcement in the name of the crown. Starting immediately, all the common people of Qingzhou enforce a curfew, all are not allowed to go out. Taijinan slowly turned around, looked into the distance, and said in a stern voice, I'm going to use this army of soldiers to open the way and escort your underworld palace, for you. Chapter 6. I'll give it to you, don't you dare take it? Qingzhou Limin Financial Corporation. What they do under the signboard of benefiting the people are all bad things that are detrimental to others and to themselves. The company's boss, Huang Tao, is very uncomfortable at this moment, and his right eyelid is jumping all the time. He looked at the clock above his head. The fat man had gone to collect a debt, he should be back soon, right? Thinking of Qin Shuyue's enchanting and charming body, in Huang Tao's eyes, a flash of greedy fire flashed. Of course, he knew that Qin Shuyue couldn't afford to pay back the money, but he still didn't have any hesitation in lending her the money in the first place. Because, this was all the idea of the Shin family's eldest son, Shin Yunlong. Shin Yunlong had been salivating over this once #1 beauty of Qingzhou for a long time. Hey! I wonder if Mr. Shin can reward me with a few days of fun as well after he gets tired of playing with me? Think about this former first goddess of Qingzhou, if she could be pressed under her body, it would taste so beautiful. I'm afraid, you don't have that chance. Just then, an icy voice rang out. The door to the room was suddenly pushed open, and a gloomy figure walked in. Huang Tao frowned slightly and spoke nonchalantly, who are you? Who let you in here? Get the hell out of here. Yen Xiaochen ignored him and looked at him as if he were a dead man. My name is Yen Xiaochen, Qin Chuyu's husband. Huang Tao froze. Yen Xiaochen? That loser who married the Qin family's first lady and disappeared for 5 years? Oh. You know me? The corner of Yen Xiaochen's mouth slightly hooked up an arc. I thought you were some kind of marvelous character. Upon hearing Yen Xiaochen's name, a large, sarcastic smile flashed across Huang Tao's face. Who in the entire Qingzhou doesn't know your great name, Yen Xiaochen? At one time it was once called by everyone the most successful example of a toad eating swan meat. A poor boy without power and influence, married to the Qin family, who knows that your boy does not hold the beauty every day, does not get out of bed, but instead married a few days, disappeared without a trace. If it wasn't for your disappearance, the Qin family wouldn't have expelled Qin Shuiwe from their home because of the competition for the family fortune, and she wouldn't have come to Lao Zi to borrow money, and then Lao Zi wouldn't have had this chance to kiss her. Speaking of which, I have you to thank for that. Hearing his open-mouthed tone, Yen Xiaochen's eyes suddenly chilled. No wonder Qin Shuiwe had fallen to such a state, so it turned out that she was actually expelled from the Qin family by those guys from the Qin family. When he thought of this, the coldness in his eyes became 3 times more intense. Hey! You punk, what are you doing here? Did you come to pay back the money for your wife? Yen Xiaochen's gaze, slightly converged, faintly spoke, I'll give it to you, do you dare to take it? Ouch. Huang Tao was directly happy and looked at him with a condescending face. In this world, there is no money that I dare not ask for. But I'll be honest with you. I want the money, Xin Shuiwe, and so does I. In Yan Xiaochen's eyes, a flash of killing intent flashed steeply. Looking for death in such a hurry? Looking for death? Ha ha. Huang Tao directly laughed out loud as he stood up, pointing at Yan Xiaochen's head in the air and arrogantly said, "Do you have any idea who I am?" Yan Xiaochen's brows lowered, his eyes dripping with endless contempt. "Oh? I'd like to get to know you. Who are you?" "My oldest brother is the king of the underground of this Qingzhou. Laozi's company, backed by the #1 family in Qingzhou, the Shen family. Here, if you offend me, I'll remove one of your legs in minutes." "Just you?" "Just me." Huang Tao grabbed Yan Xiaochen's collar and said in a wild manner, "You're a useless waste of space. What qualifications do you have to speak in front of my old man? Just in these 5 years, how many green hats has your charming daughter-in-law put on you don't even know, I'm afraid." "Ha ha. To tell you the truth, your wife has been spotted by the Shen family's young master. Then you've been blessed for several lifetimes. Now, get on your knees and lick your shoes clean. Or else." Huang Tao's gaze snapped cold. "I don't mind letting you watch with your own eyes how your wife got into someone else's bed." Chapter 7. You deserve to die. A flash of coldness flashed steeply under Yan Xiaochen's eyes, and his voice was sanguine. "You deserve to die." Huang Tao let out a wild laugh as if he had heard some heavenly joke. He then walked over to Yan Xiaochen, towering over him with a cocky demeanor. "A waste of space, and worthy to speak out here? Good. Since you don't want to live properly, I'll let you know how you're going to die." After saying that, he took out his cell phone, dialed a number, gabbled for a while, and then smiled grimly towards Yan Xiaochen. "Rubbish, you can't leave even if you want to now. After 12 o'clock in Qingzhou, my word, Huang Tao, is heaven." "Oh? If your word is heaven, what is mine?" Another cold voice came from the doorway. When he heard the voice and looked, he only saw a big, burly man appearing in front of him. "Brother Shi, why are you here in person?" Huang Tao was first surprised, and then smiled with joy. Dog-leggedly ran to the side of Wang Hushi, and condescendingly said, "Do you know who this is in front of you?" "The underground king of Qingzhou, and my big brother, Brother Shi." Wang Hushi gave him a cold look and ignored him, but walked straight to Yan Xiaochen. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, he bowed and said respectfully, "Yan Jun, I'm sorry, it's because of my poor management, my subordinates are willing to take all the responsibility." "Hey! Hey brother, you this is..." Seeing this scene, Huang Tao stuttered in his speech, and a hint of bad anticipation surfaced in his heart. What he relies on to be so rampant is the underground king of this Qingzhou, Wang Hushi. But before your eyes, the boss you hold in such high regard is groveling to a loser? The huge reversal made him forget to think for a moment. "Wang Hushi, leaving my underworld palace, have you even forgotten the rules?" Yan Xiaochen's words came out faintly, like a born king, not angry and authoritative. With a swish, cold sweat ran down Wang Hushi's face. He lowered his head deeply, a flash of determination in his eyes, and pulled a knife from his pocket. With a swish sound, a blood arrow went out, a little finger, and fell to the ground. Wang Hushi couldn't care less about shouting out in pain, and even more so about his falling fingers. His voice remained respectful. "My subordinate is at fault, and should be punished." Yan Xiaochen slowly nodded without saying anything, and walked straight towards Huang Tao, who was shivering non-stop at the moment, and opened his mouth. "Did you just say that you wanted me to kneel down and lick my shoes?" Poof! Huang Tao fell to his knees at once. At this time he couldn't see the situation clearly, just a little cutie. So he called out desperately, "Yan Xiaochen, oh no, Mr. Yan, I was wrong. I didn't recognize him to tie with my eyes. You are generous, let me off the hook. I'll lick your shoes, lick your shoes." After saying that, he really didn't hesitate to start licking up Yan Xiaochen's shoes, which instantly disgusted Yan Xiaochen and kicked him out. Yan Xiaochen gently shook his head. "I'm waiting for you to teach me, myself, how to die." Huang Tao's intestines were all green with remorse at the moment. He didn't know what Yan Xiaochen's origin was, but the person who could let the underground king of the hallowed Qingzhou break his finger to compensate for his sins without saying a single word could not be someone he could provoke. "Mr. Yan, I was wrong. You forgive me this time. Don't worry, I won't take your life." "Thank you, Mr. Yan, But..." Yan Xiaochen's words suddenly turned to his crotch, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. "This thing of yours, it's a scourge to keep it." Wang Hushi instantly understood and nodded. "My subordinate knows what to do." Also, transfer all his assets, all of them legally, don't let him die, and send someone to watch. I'll make him in Qingzhou, a eunuch beggar that everyone spits on. Yes. No. No. Huang Tao immediately panicked, loudly begging for mercy. You can't do this to me, I am working for Mr. Shen, if you dare to. Ah. Before the words were finished, a tragic and mournful cry suddenly rang out. Huang Tao's face was filled with despair as he looked at the blood-red patch between his legs, having lost the only symbol of his manhood. Afterward, he suddenly jerked his head up and with a deep sinister look, he looked at Yan Xiaochen. Qin Shuiwei is the woman young Master Shen has his eye on. Even if you get me killed, you won't be able to escape the fate of being a cuckold. Ha ha. Young Master Shen? Yan Xiaochen smiled gently, his brows and eyes chilling. Don't worry, next, it's him. Chapter 8, My name is Yan Xiaochen. The wind, today, is getting colder. In an incomparably luxurious mountain villa, Shen Yulong drank the last mouthful of medicinal wine from his cup, his restless body, and a deep fire flashed in his eyes. Thinking of that incomparably innocent face, an uncontrollable desire stirred. He looked at the time and walked around annoyed. That punk Huang Tao, why is he so slow? What a success! Come on people, go to Li Ming Company and see what that Huang Tao guy is doing. Shouted, but no one answered the door. Shen Yulong frowned deeply and shouted again, are they all ing deaf? This young man shouted that you didn't hear him. Ha! Young Master Shen, what a fire! Suddenly, the door was opened, and an unfamiliar silhouette, ghostly, walked in. Looking at Shen Yulong, the eyes with a smile flashed with 7 points of coldness. But those people outside the door, I'm afraid, won't be able to hear you. Shen Yulong froze and looked at him, who are you? Introduce yourself, my name is Yan Xiaochen. Shen Yulong frowned for a moment, then said in shock, Yan Xiaochen? You're Qin Chuyue's husband? Oh. Young Master Shen knows me? Learning about Yan Xiaochen's identity, Shen Yulong immediately looked at him with a look of contempt, a worthless piece of trash. If it wasn't for the fact that he got lucky and married the #1 beauty of Qingzhou, Qin Shuiwei, in the future, what qualifications do you have for this young man to get to know you? Yan Xiaochen, I heard that you went to the land of chaos to seek opportunities. Why, didn't you die there and sneak back? Could it be that you came back specifically to see how this young man slept with your wife? Ha ha. Shen Yulong, this seat is not going to talk nonsense with you. Bring out the contract you signed with Moon. You mean the deed of sale. Shen Yulong suddenly came to a realization and laughed, that won't do. Your wife has sold herself to me, so, as of now, she is my personal property. Looking at Shen Yulong's mouth full of obscenities, Yan Xiaochen's gaze abruptly chilled. Shen Yulong, you're looking for death. Ha ha. Shen Yulong covered his stomach as he laughed, a loser, how dare you say that this young man is looking for death? This young man told you. Qin Shuiwei, I'll take it. If she dares to back out, I'll make tens of thousands of copies of the deed of sale she signed in her own handwriting and spread it throughout the entire Qingzhou, so that everyone can see what a shameless, stinking whore the one-time goddess of Qingzhou is. Swish. Ice-cold gaze, shot straight at Shen Yulong's body, as if looking at a dead person. Shen Yulong was immediately startled by this gaze, but seeing that he, Yan Xiaochen, was only one person, he was somewhat annoyed. Rubbish, you two eyeballs, do you not want them anymore? As he spoke, he clapped his hands, and countless people poured in from within the room. Shen Yulong looked at Yan Xiaochen with a lofty arrogance and a scornful face. Yan Xiaochen, since you're here, there's no need to leave. This young man loves to play with someone's wife himself in front of his husband. Come on, man. Tie him up for me. Boom. A baleful intent that was enough to pierce through the sky roared up. Yan Xiaochen's gaze was like a torch, and his figure was like a ghost, moving suddenly. Bang! 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 However, in the blink of an eye, several miserable screams rang out, and the bodyguards in the room were all beaten to the ground by him, moaning in pain. Shen Yulong's eyes glazed over in disbelief. When he saw Yan Xiaochen walking towards him step by step, he was scared and shivered, his tone was thick with fear. You don't come over, ah. My father is the head of the first family in Qingzhou, if you dare to touch me, my father won't let you go. What happened just now? It's me who didn't think it through, that amount owed, I don't want it, this is the deed of sale, I'll give it to you too. Shen Yulong panicked and pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it over, while Yan Xiaochen, without even looking at it, spoke icily, this is the hand you signed with, right? What? Ah ha ha ha. Shin Yunlong hadn't reacted to what it meant, when suddenly, a bloody arrow bared up, and an arm lifted up to the sky and landed heavily in front of him. Chapter 9, I Must Be the One to Die Today? Miserable screams echoed through the villa. Shin Yunlong covered the bloody mouth of his broken arm, his face was hideous, like madness. Yan Xiaochen. You punk, how dare you break my arm? I'm going to let you die. I'm going to make my dad kill your whole family. And this Qin Shuiwe, I'm going to sell all of her to the kiln, to live and die, to receive customers until she dies. I will make you pay dearly. Yan Xiaochen put his hands behind his back and looked at him condescendingly, in his eyes, with a deep profundity, this seat, I'll give you this chance. Half an hour later, the Shin family mansion, which was the #1 family in Qinzhou, instantly boiled over. Shinzong pinched the phone deathly, and his angry roar resounded through the sky. No matter who hurt my son, I'm going to break you into pieces. Immediately, many people in the entire Qinzhou discovered that countless Shin clan minions, one by one, were furious and surging towards the direction of the mountain villa. Who is it? It's ruffled the Shin family's feathers? Is it too long to live? The sky, which was already close to the early morning, but the entire Serenity Villa, was illuminated by searchlights. A black pressurized crowd surrounded the entire villa. Xinjiang looked at Shin Yunlong, who had miserably broken his arm, and his eyes spewed out thick anger. Release my son! Yan Xiaochen stood in place, one person facing 1,000 people, but without the slightest bit of timidity. You're the Shin family head, aren't you? Do you know what the offense is for not teaching your son properly? He didn't look for Yan Xiaochen's trouble, he instead asked about his own sins first. Shinzong directly laughed loudly and exited. What kind of thing do you count as, also worthy of questioning me, Shinzong? Even if my son pokes a hole in Qinzhou, then I, Shinzong, will cover for him. Seeing how arrogant and domineering you are, then this seat will not feel guilty if I kill you all today. Kill me? Ha ha. Shinzong suddenly laughed maniacally. Kid, you haven't woken up yet, have you? Open your dog's eyes and see, there are thousands of people in my Shin family and only one of you, the one who dies today, can only be you. Men, give it to me. Whoever can take off his head will be rewarded with $1 million. With a heavy reward, there will be a brave man. All the Shin clan's juniors' eyes lit up, and one by one, they immediately rushed up as if they had been beaten with chicken blood. Yan Xiaochen didn't move, and just in the nick of time, a figure fell through the air, directly kicking all the several figures approaching Yan Xiaochen, roaring out, I'll see who dares? Seeing the person's appearance, Shinzong was suddenly startled. Wang Hushi? Why are you here? Wang Hushi coldly glanced at him, and then, directly bowed down in front of Yan Xiaochen, retired old pawn of the underworld palace. Wang Hushi, pay my respects to Lord Yan. Shinzong was shocked. Wang Hushi's power in Qinzhou is comparable to the Shin family. But how could he kneel so respectfully in front of this young man? However, before he could think about it, behind him, there was a mournful scream. Looking back, countless Shin clan juniors, blood and flesh flew everywhere. A black and a white figure, just like the god of death, mercilessly harvesting lives. The black shadow holds the scythe and hooks the soul. White shadow palm lock, life taker. Under the seat of the underworld palace, the black and white irregulars pay respects to Yama. In the east, the swords are fiery. Under the seat of the underworld palace, Chu Tianmian, master of the soul recruitment division, with 1,000 elites, pays homage to Lord Yan. To the south, the blood churns. Under the seat of the underworld palace, master of the blood killing division, Ling Tianzheng, with 1,000 elites, pay respects to Lord Yan. In the west, a cold light flashed. Under the seat of the underworld palace, master of the department of punishing evil, Song Qing, with 1,000 elites, pays homage to Lord Yan. In the north, the fury surges. Under the seat of the underworld palace, master Ouyang Shui of the department of the spectral souls, with 1,000 elites, pays homage to Lord Yan. Under the seat of the underworld palace, the 7 divisions and 10 halls, totaling 20,000 people, surrounded the entire Shin family. Gulp. Swallowing deeply, Shinzong's face, dripping with sweat. At this moment, just the other party scattered out of the heavenly fury, let their own more than 1,000 people, instantly legs soft more than half. Quickly call the Qinzhou garrison for help. Tell them General Taijinan, there are private arms at the Serenity Villa. Before he could finish his words, he only heard a loud rumbling sound, which suddenly resounded in his ears. Not far away, a dozen armored tanks slowly turned their gun holes and aimed at them. In the sky, whirring warplanes, one by one, extended their icy gun barrels. In all directions, countless heavily armed soldiers spread throughout the mountains. Xingzhou Guard General Taishannan walked over with an icy face, and towards Yen Xiaochen, he respectfully said, reporting to Lord Yen, receiving the order to cooperate with your actions throughout. Here, even if blood is shed, I, the Qingzhou garrison, will take full responsibility for your aftermath. Everyone, their faces were shocked again. This is equivalent to, the entire Huaxia senior management, granted Yen Xiaochen a gold medal to avoid death. Shenzong poofed and could no longer support himself, directly paralyzing on the ground. Ha! Yen Xiaochen let out a light laugh and slowly stepped out. At this moment, all the temple congregation of the underworld palace, facing Yen Xiaochen, uniformly knelt on one knee and said in unison, "Please order Yen." The sound of roaring was like a thunderbolt that exploded in the clear sky. 1 step, 2 steps. Walked to the front of the Shenzong has been scared silly, Yen Xiaochen condescending, the corner of his mouth raised a touch of playful arc, today's death. Must be me? Chapter 10 You. Who the hell are you? At this moment, Shenzong's muscles were trembling all over his body. He raised his head somewhat dementedly, looked at Yen Xiaochen, and asked tremblingly, "Who? Are you in the end?" Yen Xiaochen smiled gently, "Have you not heard them address this seat? This seat, the underworld palace, the 10 halls of Yen Xiaochen." Click. It was like a thunderbolt had struck Shenzong's head. The temple of the underworld. The Pantheon Palace, the #1 power in the land of chaos. It is his master who can be honored as Yen. At this moment, looking toward Shen Yunlong, who had also been scared silly not far away, Shenzong couldn't wait to slap him to death here. Who the are you offending? The hall master of the underworld hall, that was a heavenly figure that one could never reach even if one's life was exhausted. Shenzong lifted his head with difficulty and hardened a smile, Yen. Yanjun Lord. Mistake. Mistake, it's all a mistake. Misunderstanding? This seat has transferred half of the underworld hall's powerhouses all over to play with you, and you're telling me about a misunderstanding? Shenzong, you're really very foolish and naive. Enjoy the last period of your life. This seat is still very merciful. Before a person dies, it always leaves him some time to say his last words. After saying that, he turned his head and lowered his gaze slightly to look at Shen Yunlong. No. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. At this moment, not caring about the pain of his broken arm, Shen Yunlong cowed out vigorously to make amends. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Lord Yen, I shouldn't have coveted your woman. Please, give me a chance, just let me go like a fart. Yen Xiaochen's gaze was icy cold. Shen Yunlong, if it's just this time, perhaps, this seat will give you a pain in the ass. However, in these 5 years that this seat is no longer here, you harassed my wife a total of 132 times, and twice of those times, you almost caused Yuer to be forced to kill herself. Do you think that this seat really knows nothing? At this moment, Shen Yunlong could only cry bitterly and kowtow to beg for forgiveness, and could not say a single foul word. Where's the paladin? Subordinate. In Yen Xiaochen's eyes, with a thick killing intent, 132 knives, will Shen Yunlong lynched and cut alive? Yes, sir. Miserable screams, making countless Shen family members scalp numb, thick smell of urine, instantly spread throughout the scene. Such a tragic picture directly put a lot of people on the spot scared urine. Looking at his son's tragic situation, Shenzong was in tears, but he didn't dare to say half a word. Looking at the murderer who killed his son in front of him, Shenzong deeply kowtowed towards him. Lord Yen, the rebellious son deserved to die, and the fact that he was punished in such a way is all his own fault. This matter has nothing to do with us. Please be magnanimous, Lord Yen, and spare my dog's life. Yen Xiaochen was expressionless, a touch of sarcasm on his face. No relationship? Shen family, are there any good people? Kill. One word, for the Shen family, a death sentence. Half an hour later, a bloodied Taishannan came to Yen Xiaochen's side and respectfully said, Lord Yen, the Shen family's total of 1,300 people were all put to death. After investigation, the people of the Shen family, in the Qingzhou rampage, evil for many years, more than 1,300 people, none of the innocent, Lord Yan's action, but also counted to return the people of the Qingzhou a piece of lang lang green sky. There's no need to kiss this seat's ass. If there's anything, just say it. Iron Jinnan old face suddenly a red, snappy opening, just received the above instructions. The underworld palace mobilized a large number of people to leave. The border has been a number of forces stupid, so the above hope that you can be able to return to the aid as soon as possible. After saying this, Taishannan felt bashful on his face. This protects the country and guards the borders, not people's underworld palace's original job. But then again, that chaotic land, only the underworld palace, can deter all forces. The corner of Yan Xiaochen's mouth, gently hooked, the senior management of Huaxia gave him face, he naturally also knew how to return the favor. At that moment, he opened his mouth and ordered, "The 7 divisions and 10 halls are at your service. Subordinate. You can return to the land of chaos at the rate of your own men and suppress the curfew." "Yes, sir." After ordering all of this, looking at the sky that is quietly whitened, Yan Xiaochen gently spoke, "A new day begins." Chapter 11, I'll never leave you again. Yan Xiaochen. Don't go. Qin Shuiyue, who was sleeping, suddenly shrieked in alarm. A warm, soft embrace followed, instantly embracing her. A gentle voice, ringing in his ears, "You don't be afraid. I'm here, all the time." Qin Shuiyue opened her eyes and saw this face that she had been longing for and hadn't seen for 5 whole years. With a trance in her eyes, she trembled and stretched out her hand. "Yan Xiaochen, it's you? Is it really you?" "It's me. I'm back." Snap. There was no imagined warmth, a loud slap sounded and slapped on Yan Xiaochen's face. Qin Shuiyue looked at him, her eyes instantly turning red. 5 years. This time you've been gone, it's been 5 whole years. Yan Xiaochen. I've long since considered myself without you as my husband, what are you still coming back for? Yan Xiaochen didn't say anything, he knew that at this moment, Qin Shuiyue, seeing her sudden appearance, and thinking of these 5 years of hardship, the emotions that had been suppressed for a long time, finally exploded. Qin Shuiyue madly pounded his chest and cried out in pain, "What are you still coming back for? You go away. Go." Gradually, the pounding became less and less, and eventually, lying in his arms, he cried out in pain. Yan Xiaochen's nose was also sore, and he embraced her into his arms, gently stroking a head of her hair as he spoke. "I'm sorry. From now on, I'll always be by your side, and I'll never leave you halfway again." Hearing Yan Xiaochen's solemn promise, Qin Shuiyue burst into tears. 5 years has been so much for this girl. When she was 10 years old, her parents left her without saying goodbye, and although the Qin family still raised her as a golden girl, they only coveted her beauty, thinking that in the future they could let her get a golden son-in-law, and then help the Qin family's career to the next level. However, she fell in love with Yan Xiaochen, a powerless and poor boy, and resolutely married him. He then left behind a vain promise and never returned, and this time, he was gone for 5 years. With no more value to utilize, Qin's family completely tore off their disguise, using various excuses, annexed the property that belonged to her, and expelled her from the family. Once there was a Qingzhou business goddess, she had to put down her noble stature in order to make ends meet, to sit in the most humble job and barely make ends meet. And in these 5 years, she was even subjected to too much harassment, this strong girl, in order to keep her body for Yan Xiaochen, even more than once to use her life as a threat. Once suffered too much aggression, at this moment, as if a flash flood leaking embankment general, can no longer stop, all catharsis out. Tired of crying, Qin Shuiyue just plopped down in Yan Xiaochen's arms, and after a long time, whispered, "You really won't leave again?" In Yan Xiaochen's eyes, a flash of thick heartache, softly said, "It won't be. From now on, I will always be by your side, accompanying you." Aha! Qin Shuiyue gave a light embracing Yan Xiaochen's hand, tightened it again. "Yan Xiaochen, I don't want to be rich and famous, nor do I seek for anything to soar. As long as the two of us are able to live together properly, I'll be very satisfied." "Okay, everything, as you wish." The tenderness of this bloodthirsty monarch was, at the moment, only for one person. "By the way, don't I remember, yesterday, as if there were debt collectors coming, they didn't do anything to you, did they?" Yan Xiaochen smiled. "No, when I arrived yesterday, I called the police, and when the inspector came, he ruled that they had violated the law to collect and that the interest rate was too high, so the inspector arrested them all." Yan Xiaochen spoke lightly, but what Qin Shuiyue didn't know was that last night in Qingzhou, it was a great change in the wind and clouds. Chapter 12, Everything, it's going to be okay. Countless people, quietly, were dragged away directly. There is no shortage of these who are all ruffians and dandies. They, all of them, have one thing going for them. At one time, both had caused harm to Qin Shuiyue. Calls to the answering center went straight through, but no one paid any attention. Some people went straight to the door and were directly suppressed by the army in a forceful manner. Everything that has to do with the Pantheon has been classified as a top-secret program. By the time it was light, everything, again, was calm. Countless people were talking about last night's inexplicable curfew, but no one knew how many people, that night, had paid a heavy price for what they had been. "By the way, did something happen to you when you borrowed that high-interest loan shark?" Suddenly, Yan Xiaochen asked with some curiosity. Hearing this, a flash of gloom flashed across Qin Shuyue's face. Only after a long time did she murmur, "Jade, sick, very sick." Yan Xiaochen was slightly stunned. Qin Shuyu was Qin Shuyue's own sister, the two, 6 years apart. "I had no choice but to borrow $50,000 of loan sharks from the Luminous Financial Corporation, and I finally got enough money for the operation." Hearing this, Yan Xiaochen's gaze steeply chilled. Unsurprisingly, all of this should have been arranged by Shen Yunlong. The purpose was to make Qin Shuyue desperate. No wonder she was willing to put aside her dignity, which she regarded as her life, to sign a contract of sale. So, she was trying to trade herself for her sister's life. Seeing Yan Xiaochen's gloomy face, Qin Shuyu stroked the broken hair at her temples and said again in a hurry, "Xiaochen, you don't have to worry either. I've already scraped together Xiaoyu's surgical fee. The surgery is today. It's just as well that you're back, so come with me to the hospital. I haven't seen you for such a long time, Jade misses you too." The two didn't stop and made their way to the Green State Hospital. In the hospital room, Yan Xiaochen saw Qin Shuyu, who he hadn't seen for a long time. The face that bore a 7-point resemblance to her sister's, at this moment, turned incomparably pale. The thin body, the slightly closed eyes, the infusion bottles sticking out of her body, all spoke of the girl's misery. Looking at her sister's appearance, Qin Shuyue's eyes flashed with a great deal of heartache. "Yan Xiaochen, during these 5 years of your absence, Xiaoyu also suffered a lot after me. But she was an understanding child, and kept urging me to understand you, and she always believed that you would, one day, return like a hero and give me a whole family." Hearing this, a flash of bitterness flashed across Yan Xiaochen's eyes. He can afford to be loyal to his men, he can afford to be loyal to the country that raised him, but the only thing he's sorry for is his family who always misses him. I'm sorry for you, and I'm sorry for Xiaoyu. I promise, everything will be fine." Qin Shuyue sniffled, looked at his determined face, and nodded, "Well, I believe you." Just then, she suddenly saw something in general and hurriedly walked up quickly, grabbing a man in a white lab coat, then revealed a fawning smile, "Director Fan. I have found you. When do you think you can give my sister's surgery?" Chapter 13, Why Should I Give It Up to Someone Else? Fan Xingde gave her a look, then removed his mask to reveal a mean face. Only to see his somewhat greedy gaze tracing over Qin Shuyue's petite body, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked as he arrogantly said, "Miss Qin, it's not that I won't do the surgery for you guys, as you know, I'm the attending doctor, and I'm also very busy. Besides, we doctors are human beings and we need to rest too. We can't sacrifice our time off and work overtime to operate on you, can we?" Listening to this are not as good as words. Yan Xiaochen eyes bottom, steeply flashed a flash of coldness. He was just about to get up when he saw Qin Shuyue take out a red packet from her bag with a smile on her face and shoved it over. "Director Fan, please also help. My sister's illness cannot be delayed any longer." Fan Xingde took it unapologetically, felt the thickness, and put it into his pocket with satisfaction. Then she looked at Qin Shuyue with odd eyes. Miss Qin was in arrears with her medical bills some time ago, and she has money so soon? TSK, to not say this woman to make money, is to be much easier than we men know. Ms. Qin, if you're short of money again in the future, you can consider thinking about me. The price will definitely make you satisfied. How could Qin Shuyue not understand the meaning of Fan Xingde's words? It was an insult she had suffered far too much. But what could she do now that she was begging for help? Suddenly, a voice that was cold to the core suddenly rang out. "Are you looking for death?" Fan Xingde turned around and Yan Xiaochen's pair of untainted eyes, with a strong fury, were looking at himself. He felt a little uncomfortable at once and withdrew his steps slightly, frowning. "Who are you?" "Director Fan, he's my lover, he's a bit bad-tempered, so please bear with me." Qin Shuyue hurriedly opened her mouth with a pleasing face. Fan Xingde just wanted to open his mouth, but when he noticed Yan Xiaochen's eyes, his heart steeply trembled, and what he had to say was swallowed down again. With strong dislike in his eyes, he flicked his sleeve. "Forget it, I don't see eye to eye with bottom feeders like you. Attention all medical personnel, prepare for surgery." Watching Qin Shuyu being pushed into the operating room with the red light on, Qin Shuyue also let out a slight sigh of relief before glaring at Yan Xiaochen. "Yan Xiaochen, can you be a little more restrained? Do you know how many times I had to beg to get Director Van to do the job himself?" Yan Xiaochen's face hung a touch of frost. In public, the grand acceptance of red packets, full of obscenities, with no medical ethics, how can you rest assured that he will operate on? Seeing this scene, Yan Xiaochen on the side immediately pulled her aside and said sternly, "What are you doing? Can't you see that the red light is on and there's an operation going on inside?" Who knew that the little nurse shook his arm away and gave him a blank look. "Who are you to take a turn meddling here? How do you talk, you little nurse? The little nurse pinched her waist. That's how I talk. Look at you, you're dressed like a pauper. What a big tale you're pretending to be here. Just as the argument was going on, the door to the operating room suddenly opened, and Fan Qingde had already changed into a surgical gown with an impatient face. What's all the noise about? Don't you know that this is an operating room? Seeing Fan Qingde appear, the little nurse didn't care about arguing with Yen Xiaochen and hurriedly walked up. Director Fan, the big miss of the Jade Sea Collective suddenly committed appendicitis, naming you to do the surgery. Fan Qingde frowned. In which operating room? Our other operating rooms, they're all undergoing surgeries and we can't make room anytime soon. Fan Qingde instantly understood the nurse's words, and after a slight thought, he spoke. You guys, push the patient inside back to the ward and operate on Miss Wang first. How can this be? Qin Shuiwe, who was on the side, burst out. Obviously my sister booked the surgery first, why should she give it up to someone else? Who knew that? Fan Qingde coldly glanced at Qin Shuiwe and spoke. On what grounds? Just by virtue of the fact that the Jade Sea Collective is the largest shareholder of our hospital. Just by virtue of everything here, I call the shots. Chapter 14, is this your reasoning? Fan Qingde pushed Qin Shuiwe out of the way as soon as he could and said in a cold voice, get out of the way, don't get in the way here. And Yen Xiaochen's figure suddenly flashed, blocking in front of him, coldly speaking. Director Fan, I'm afraid this is a bit excessive. As far as illnesses go, my sister's is much more serious than that. What's her name's appendicitis? On the rules of the hospital, why should we be allowed to make room when we are in the first ward? Don't tell me that much. Fan Qingde pulled off the mask on his face, stretched out his finger, and pointed it at Yen Xiaochen's face. In the whole of Qingzhou, except for me, no one can do your sister's surgery. I told you to wait. You have to wait even if you don't. Yen Xiaochen's gaze steeply chilled as he grabbed his fingers and wrenched them with such force that Fan Qingde immediately screamed. Yen Xiaochen looked at him with an icy gaze. When talking to me, it's best not to point your finger at me. Otherwise, it's easy to fold. Seeing Yen Xiaochen's sudden move, Qin Shuyu hurriedly pulled Yen Xiaochen back and anxiously chided. Yen Xiaochen. What are you doing? Quickly let go of Director Fan. Right. You get off me. At this moment, Fan Qingde, still not forgetting to scream, you don't want your sister's life anymore? I'm telling you, I could have let her die a perfectly reasonable death on the operating table if I wanted to. A doctor, in public, blatantly these remarks, the rest of the nurses and doctors, but all pretended not to hear. The general lowered their heads, can be seen on weekdays. Fan Qingde in this hospital, how arrogant and domineering. Relating to Qin Shuyu's life, Qin Shuiwe instantly panicked and hurriedly pleaded, Director Fan, it's our fault, you mustn't treat Xiao Shui like this. Yen Xiaochen. Let go. Let go. Yen Xiaochen loosened his finger, and the smugness on Fan Qingde's face became even more rampant as he pointed at him again and shouted, so what if I even point at you? A lowly pariah who doesn't see what he is. Now, get on your knees or your sister will absolutely. Click. Ah. A crunch accompanied the scream and everyone froze. Only Yen Xiaochen looked at the sound of screaming on the ground with an icy face and said in a cold voice, quack. How dare you break my fingers? Fan Qingde's face was unbelievable. The pain in his hands was far less than the shock in his heart. Director Fan. Security. Get security. Then thumping and noisy footsteps, 4 or 5 big and thick security guards suddenly surged over and surrounded Yen Xiaochen. One of the leaders, with a hostile face, Director Fan, what happened? Fan Qingde trembled and pointed at Yen Xiaochen, beat me. Beat it to death. I'll be responsible for anything that happens. The head of security was also a tough guy, and after hearing this, he raised his stick and hit his head. That force, if it materialized, there would be less than a bloody head. Bang! Yen Xiaochen made an empty-handed attempt to grab the white blade, gripping the stick with coldness in his eyes. Is this the way you treat your patients? Hitting them without any reasoning? Cut the ing crap. The head of security was arrogant. Here, what Director Fan says is the truth. Yen Xiaochen's eyes glazed over. Good, then let me see how hard your reasoning is. Then in the crowd's shocked gazes, screams followed one after another, and Yen Xiaochen looked at the security guards rolling around on the ground and said to Fan Qingde contemptuously, is this your reasoning? Who knew that Fan Qingde's face was full of grimace as he struggled to stand up? So what? You still dare to touch me? I will make you pay dearly. The matching bone marrow is in place, and if we don't do the surgery within 3 hours, the bone marrow will fail. And in the whole of Qingzhou, I'm the only one who can do this level of surgery. I'm going to be here to watch, with my own eyes, as you give death to the people inside. Chapter 15, Evil Doctors Have Their Own Evil Karma. Fan Qingda's laughter was open and wild, wantonly insane. Qin Shuyue's head buzzed and she immediately fainted. Yan Xiaochen was quick on his feet and immediately held her up. Jade! Jade! Snap! Qin Shuyue backhanded a slap, her face full of hatred. Yan Xiaochen! What the hell do you want? If anything happens to my sister, I will never let you go. Fan Qingda smiled openly. It's not too late to order a coffin while the funeral parlor is still open. I'm afraid, I'm going to have to disappoint you. A figure rang out from the end of the hallway. This was followed by a series of noisy footsteps. When Yan Xiaochen got a good look at the leader of the group, his heart slowed down slightly. Now that he's here, things are, well, okay. Shang Jojo gave a slight nod to Yan Xiaochen, then looked at an old man in a white coat beside him and asked, elderly, I'll leave it to you next, nothing wrong with that? The old man laughed brightly. I've been dealing with bone marrow transplants all my life, and as long as the bone marrow matches, it's absolutely foolproof. After saying that, the old man waved his hand and led a group of doctors in large white coats into the operating room. Looking at the somewhat familiar back, Fan Qingda froze. Then he glimpsed that next to Shang Jojo, it was his own Dean who was standing there. Not caring about the pain in his fingers, he rushed forward. Dean, who is that old man? How can he just casually enter the operating room? Who's responsible if there's medical malpractice? The dean gave him a cold look. A medical malpractice? Who are you talking about? Then a finger pointed to the operating room. Could it be that you're talking about the nation's chief bone marrow transplant expert, elderly Guofeng Li? Gulp. Fan Qingda swallowed deeply, his eyes full of shock. He knew too well what kind of character Li Guofeng was. In the field of bone marrow transplantation, that's a well-deserved authority. How could such a national treasure appear in such a tiny place as Qingzhou? And how is it possible, personally, to perform surgery on a down-and-out lady of the world? At this moment, he was filled with shock and disbelief. Even forgetting the pain from the broken finger on his hand. Shang Jojo looked at Fan Qingda and gave a disdainful light hum, then slowly opened his mouth. President Wang, this kind of person who has no medical ethics in the slightest can serve as an attending physician in your hospital, which makes me a little worried about your hospital's qualifications for practicing medicine. Shang Jojo's glib words immediately caused Wang Duo to break out in a cold sweat. Facing this young man who was about the same age as his grandson, Wang Duo didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent and bowed and humbled himself. President Shang, please. Please give our hospital another chance. I promise that I will completely straighten out the hospital's morale. After saying that, he turned to look at Fan Qingda and said sternly, Fan Qingda, I'm officially informing you that you're fired from the hospital. And, I'll be taking an industry-wide notice of what you've done. In the future in Qingzhou, you won't want to eat the bowl of a doctor anymore. Fan Qingda was completely flustered now, rolling and crawling to the side of the dean, pleading, no. Dean. You can't do this to me. I've done my share of work for the hospital, too, and I was wrong this time. Please, give me another chance, don't fire me. My whole family is still counting on me to live. At this time, Yan Xiaochen, who was on the side, looked at him coldly. Dr. Lin, your family is counting on you to live, then have you ever thought about who those patients you tend to reject are counting on to live? Who is responsible for the lives of those patients who come to you with infinite hope, only to have the door to survival closed by you? The voice was not loud, the words were clear. Shang Jojo could see a touch of hidden chill under Yan Xiaochen's eyes and spoke in a cold voice, Dean Wang, why don't you clear this person out? Fan Qingda plopped down and sat on the ground, his face full of death. In response to Shang Jojo's order, President Wang did not hesitate at all and instantly commanded a few security guards, you guys, hurry up and throw this industry assholes out of the hospital for me. What's going on? Where is Fan Qingda? Why hasn't the person I'm looking for come over yet? Right at this moment, an arrogant voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 16, Can you do whatever you want with money? Seeing the appearance of the first person, Lin Zishan was instantly delighted. Not caring about the mess all over his body, he struggled to stand up and ran to the man's side with a fawning face, Vice Director Zhang, I'm here. I'm here. Zhang Lei frowned slightly as Lin Zishan was in a clean white coat that was smeared. He stood toward the side in disgust and asked, what made you look like that? Seemingly feeling that there was support coming, Lin Zishang immediately had a bottom, and immediately opened his mouth and said, Vice Director Zhang, I was anxious when I learned of the news of Missy's illness. I can't wait to fly to Missy's side at the first opportunity, and solve her illness with my own hands. But it's them. Lin Zixuan pointed at Yin Xiaochen and the others. They're hogging the operating room and are dead set on not letting them. I fought hard and they beat me and said. A chill flashed in Zhang Lei's eyes as he said in a deep voice, say what? Said Missy is nothing, a small appendix can't kill anyone, just let her hurt on the side for now. You're bolting me. Listening to Lin Zixuan's words that inverted black and white, Qin Shuiwa looked at Lin Zixuan incredulously. We didn't say anything like that at all. Director Lin, how can you? You take things at face value? Yen Xiaochen eyes a touch of coldness, more and more cold, staring at Lin Zixuan. Tone is like a waxing moon cold winter. Lin Zixuan, talk, but to be responsible. Lin Zixuan was startled by his gaze, then thinking of the backer beside him, he suddenly gained strength and said smugly, am I not right? Aren't you the ones hogging the operating room? Director Lin, my sister she. Enough. Zhang Lei's voice rang out with a hint of condescending arrogance as he looked at Qin Shuiwa. I don't care who you are, right now. Get the people in there out of the operating room right now. Lin Zixuan, go prepare for the operation. Yes. Lin Zixuan was overjoyed. I'll prepare for the operation right away. At this time, the small nurse who began to ventilate the message immediately went forward and asked with concern, Director Lin, the injury on your finger. Lin Zixuan immediately made a look of righteousness. What's the point of breaking a finger? How can this pain be more important than Missy's condition? Prepare for surgery immediately. And clear the inside out. Knock. Yen Xiaochen took a step out, like a gatekeeper god, standing in front of the door of the operating room, coldly scanning the circle. Before the surgery inside is completed, no one can think of stepping in for half a step. A bone-chilling coldness, from his body, slowly overflowed. Ha! Zhang Lei smiled grimly. It's really unexpected that in Qingzhou, there's still someone who dares to call the shots with our Jade Sea gathering. Yen Xiaochen wasn't the least bit afraid, and coldly responded, everything has to be a matter of first come, first served. Besides, my sister is having a bone marrow transplant, and your Missy is just an appendicitis, a minor surgery that any hospital, any doctor with clinical experience, can do, so why fight with us? Compete with you? You deserve it? Zhang Lei looked at Yen Xiaochen, whose clothes were poor, and the disdain in his eyes intensified as he stretched out his hand, pointing vaguely in the air. I'm telling you, in Qingzhou, the words of the Jade Sea Collective are heaven. Even if my niece coughs twice and wants to be served by doctors from all over Qingzhou, they'll all have to serve obediently. As for the deaths of the others? Oh, a bunch of lowly paupers, a life that is not as valuable as a single strand of my niece's hair. The argument here had attracted a number of patients early on. Hearing Zhang Lei's words, many people showed anger on their faces, but none of them dared to say anything. Not even a single person even took a picture with a cell phone. Because Zhang Lei was right in one sentence, the Jade Sea Gathering group was indeed infamous in Qingzhou, and no one dared to mess with them. You guys? Zhang Lei waved his hand, and 4 or 5 big men in black surged over. Throw the people inside out. Whoever stops me, fight. This is a hospital, maimed, sent to the orthopedic department, killed, pulled directly to the morgue. On Zhang Lei's face, a bloodthirsty smile flashed. I'll tell you poor bastards one more thing, being rich means you can do whatever you want. A few big men were just about to make a move when a laugh with a chilling sound suddenly rang out from behind. Oh, after all this nonsense, there's only one thing that's right. Shang Jojo slowly walked forward, his gold-rimmed glasses reflecting a demonic luster as he lifted his head, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. With money, you can indeed do whatever you want. Chapter 17, this is what it means to do whatever you want. Zhang Lei frowned as he looked at the scholar-like young man in front of him, a flash of disdain in his eyes. And what are you? I would advise you that it is not so easy to meddle in idle matters. Oh, that's kinda embarrassing. I'm a person who has a problem with, like, minding my own business. After saying that, a step was just about to be taken when a person beside him, however, was one step faster than him. Yen Xiaochen lowered his head and spoke softly to Qin Shuyu beside him. Xiaoyu is doing the surgery alone inside, it's inevitable that she's a bit scared, will you go in and keep her company? After saying that, he implicitly glanced at Dean Wang. This Dean Wang is also an old man, although he doesn't know what kind of relationship this plainly dressed young man has with Shang Jojo beside him. But his intuition told him that this young man, more than Shang Jojo, could not be easily offended. So, he made the best decision of his life and hurriedly walked over to Qin Shuiwei and said, this gentleman is right. Bone marrow transplants, they require a lot of psychological tolerance from the patient. It's a time when having a loved one who can be there for her can go a long way toward easing the patient's psychological stress. When Qin Shuiwei heard this, she was a bit anxious and quickly said, "Really? Then I'll go accompany Xiaoyu." Good. This way please." Qin Shuiwei was just about to leave with the dean when she suddenly stopped in her tracks and glanced at Yin Xiaochun, a trace of complexity showing on her face as she whispered, "Just now, I'm sorry, be careful." Yin Xiaochun turned back and smiled softly, "Don't worry." Perhaps it was because the couple hadn't had this kind of warm conversation for a long time. Qin Shuiwei's cheeks reddened, then she turned around and left. Looking at her back, Yin Xiaochun's eyes were filled with tenderness. The soft light, however, grew colder as the body slowly turned its head. When the body turned back completely, the people around couldn't help but shiver. The September day was not cold, but the space at the moment was vaguely chilling. Shang Jojo took half a step back, bowing slightly, and under his lowered eyes, a hot flame flickered. This was their king, the Yama who had made countless bloodsuckers throughout the land of chaos all worshipped as taboo. Yin Xiaochun stretched his back, letting out a crunching sound of crackling bones, a lazy voice, accompanied by a fury that rang out, 12 Ghost Fury. Zhang Lei snorted disdainfully, playing God. "Get me." The last word had not yet been shouted, only to see a few shadows like ghosts crossing over. The crowd's eyes suddenly flashed, followed by a miserable cry ringing in their ears. But in the blink of an eye, the dozen or so big men who had been strutting their stuff just now all fell to the ground at this moment, miserable and incomparable. "You! How dare you touch the people of the Jade Sea Collective?" Zhang Lei looked incredulously at the sudden appearance of a few more baleful figures and trembled. "Jade Sea Gathering?" Yin Xiaochun frowned slightly. "Xingzhou, is there such a group?" On the side, Shang Jojo instantly understood, took out his phone, and dialed a number. 5 minutes, I'm going to make the Jade Sea Gathering completely disappear in Xingzhou." After hearing his words, Zhang Lei's mouth almost went askew with anger. Make the Jade Sea Gathering disappear? Do you think you can turn the world upside down with a few more people? So what if you can fight? I'll tell you, we have plenty of money in the Jade Sea Gathering. 5 is not enough for you to fight, 50, 500 is enough. I don't know when the Jade Sea Gathering will disappear, but you guys, starting today, can disappear. Then he dialed a phone. "Old wine, immediately find me 50 brothers and bring their guys to the hospital. There are 2 ungrateful brats who dare to look for trouble from our Jade Sea Collective." "Good. Hurry up." Hanging up the phone, Zhang Lei smiled grimly. "If you guys kneel down and beg for forgiveness now, maybe I can still be kind and leave you 2 with a dog's life." Yin Xiaochun ignored him, lifted his wrist to look at the watch that had all but worn out its bright light, and spoke faintly, "There are still 3 minutes left." Fan Chengda snorted out a laugh. "Zhang Deputy Director, look at this, but also make it look like the real thing. Ha, laugh me to death." "Humph. Once my men arrive, there'll be time to make him cry." Time passed bit by bit, and the moment the pointer returned to 0, a flash of essence flashed across the bottom of Yin Xiaochun's eyes. Time. Jingle bells. Zhang Lei's phone rang at just the right time. His spirit shook as he glanced at Yin Xiaochun, arrogant. "Kid, my men are here, it's over even if you want to beg for mercy now." "Hello? Old one, where have you gotten to? Ergo, it's not good. All of our brothers were beaten up by a group of unknown people. Brothers were injured and crippled, they didn't even make it to the hospital, and then a bunch of cops came and handcuffed all the brothers." "What?" Zhang Lei's eyes bulged out. "How could this happen? Second brother. Do something, we..." Before the words were finished, a loud noise was heard coming from inside the phone. With the sound of "Don't move and cuff yourself," the phone turned busy. Zhang Lei hurriedly hung up the phone with a gloomy face and raised his head just in time to meet Yin Xiaochun's bemused gaze. "Vice Director Zhang, where are our people? Do you want me to pick them up at the door?" Fan Qingda's face was full of excitement. He couldn't wait to see Yin Xiaochun's kneeling and begging for mercy at his feet. "Pick up your mom, get thee out of my way." Zhang Lei chopped his head and gave a scolding. At that moment, the phone came back to life, and when I picked it up, it was a call from my lover. At the moment, he couldn't be bothered to sweet-talk him, so he just hung up. Who knows, the phone rang again, hung up 3 times in a row, and finally relented and picked it up. "Go buy whatever you want directly. I'm too busy to bull with you." On the other end of the phone, there was no imagined soft and delicate pampering, but there was a cry, "You heartless, what else to buy?" "Nothing. Nothing." Zhang Lei was shocked. "It's gone? What's gone?" "House. Cars. Money. And the stock antiques you secretly kept in the bank safe, all of that's been seized. All gone. Poof. Zhang Lei couldn't hold on any longer and sat on his butt on the ground, his face full of disorientation. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something, raised his head and looked up at Yan Xiaochen, his voice trembling. Is it you? Zhang Lei. Suddenly, a growl resounded through the hallway. Then a group of people came barreling along. The leader of the group, although dressed in a suit, was surging with fury. Without waiting for Zhang Lei to react, he grabbed him by the collar and lifted him from the ground. What the did you do? Big brother, you what you? 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Jade Sea Gathering. It's gone. All of it. I watched him lose it all. And the other guy left a message that it's all because of you. Who have you offended, you ungrateful bastard? Zhang Qing threw Zhang Lei out with one hand. If not for the fact that the person in front of him was his own brother, he could have cut him alive on the spot. Zhang Lei fell heavily to the ground. That's when a pair of shiny leather shoes came into view. He subconsciously looked up, and Shang Jojo was slightly bent over, looking at him with a smile on his face. Now, do you know what it means to do whatever you want? Chapter 18, Cold-Blooded Family. President Shang. Shang? Zhang Qing's voice with a trembling tone rang out, and then he walked over quickly. The old boss of the Jade Sea Collective, which was rampaging across the entire Qingzhou, was fawning like a lapdog at the moment. President Shang, is it really you? I used to see you on TV all the time, but I didn't expect that I would have the honor of seeing a real person today. I've admired you for a long time. Look, could you do me the honor of having dinner together today? Zhang Cheng is worthy of being a businessman. The Jade Sea Collective does not know which god has been offended, and the destruction has become a foregone conclusion. But he simply couldn't be clearer about how much weight the Shang Kyushu in front of him had. As long as they could tie up to his big ship, even if the Jade Sea Collective was left with nothing today, tomorrow, they would be able to rise again. A sarcastic smile hung at the corner of Shang Jojo's mouth. Dinner? Of course I'm free. Only, until your brother performs how to make the two of us disappear, this meal will have to wait later. A sentence that was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. Zhang Qing instantly froze on the spot. Got it. Got it all. He had never been able to figure out who in the entire Qingzhou had the ability to make the Jade Sea Gathering collapse in a wide range of buildings in a matter of moments. If you switch to the immediate Shang Jojo, then everything can be explained. As the nation's second-ranked wealth group, the highest executives of the Kyushu trade, not to mention a small Jade Sea group, even those groups with assets of more than $100 million, offending the business Kyushu, there is only one end. Getting hit with money to the point of bankruptcy. At this time, Yan Xiaochen looked at the entrance to the operating room and frowned slightly. It's too noisy. The 12 ghost fiends instantly understood, and with a single movement of their bodies, they directly cleared everyone out, leaving only one person behind. Shang Jojo said respectfully, "What about him?" Looking at the shivering Fan Xingda, a flash of coldness flashed across the bottom of Yan Xiaochen's eyes. Without medical ethics there is still an inch left, but without a conscience, to live is a waste of air. Fan Tan Duk, in the end, paid the worst price for what he did. The entire doorway to the operating room was restored to clear and empty. Shang Jojo's face straightened and he knelt down on one knee. Master of the urban temple, Shang Jojo, see Lord Yan. The underworld palace is under the seat of Yama, with 3 judges, 7 divisions, and 10 halls. The 3 judges rule all the halls, the 7 divisions control the 8 directions, and the 10 temples suppress the land. One of the 10 temples, the Metropolitan Temple, collects the wealth of the 8 directions and gathers the wealth of the 9 states. As the Underworld Temple conquered the world, the Metropolitan Temple was their strongest backup guarantee. Yan Xiaochen glanced at him lightly and spoke slowly. Shang Jojo, you're not slow in coming. Shang Jojo immediately bowed his head respectfully. Upon receiving Judge Zhang's order, my subordinate has full authority to serve Yan. Zhang Yu, judge of Tianji, one of the 3 great judges. Responsible for the intelligence and coordination of the entire underworld. Time passed bit by bit until the red light in the operating room turned green. Yan Xiaochen rushed forward and opened his mouth to ask, how did the surgery go? Li Guofeng's face showed a touch of fatigue. The surgery was a success. Next, as long as you rest and recuperate, in 2 months at the most, you'll be able to recover as good as new. Thank you, elderly. Yan Xiaochen rushed at him and thanked him softly, and the dean, who was also very understanding, immediately arranged for Qin Shuyu to be placed in the best independent ward in the entire hospital, and sent the most experienced nurses to take care of it. When everything had settled, Qin Shuiwa then walked over to Yan Xiaochen's side, pulled his sleeve, and spoke, "That young man who appeared just now, why does he look so much like the president of the Kyushu Tongtong trade?" For this famous red-top businessman in China, Qin Shuyu had naturally seen him countless times on TV. Yan Xiaochen did not show his color and said, "You read it right, he is the president of the Kyushu Tongtong." Lady Luck, finally on my side. Looking at her joyful appearance like a child, the corner of Yan Xiaochen's mouth also raised a happy smile. Yan Xiaochen looked at her with a gentle face, and in his eyes, he was filled with heartache. The girl in her arms never had high demands, she just hoped that she could live in peace and stability. Returning to Qin Shuyu's hospital room, Qin Shuyue looked towards the future and was full of confidence at the moment. Just as the two of them were whispering and longing for a bright future, all of a sudden, the door to the room was opened, and a conspiratorial voice, all of a sudden, rang out, "Egu! I didn't come to the wrong place, did I? Such a high-class ward is also affordable for a poor man?" Seeing the appearance of the visitors, Qin Shuyue frowned and her tone became a bit icy. "It's you guys? Chapter 19. What are you?" Qin Shuyue. One of the young men, with a condescending face, shouted, "Is this how you treat your elders?" It seems that after leaving the Qin family, even the most basic upbringing is gone. Qin Shuyue bit her lip deeply and looked at that smug face with a face like cold frost. "If you just wanted to come and taunt me, you've served your purpose. Now, please get out and don't disturb my sister's rest." "You. Hosier, all right." Beside the man, a middle-aged man laughed. "It's always a family, what's there to quarrel about? I heard that Xiaoyu is sick. I, as the eldest uncle, am also too busy, and it was hard to find some time today, so I came over to take a look. How is Jade doing and do you need any help yet? We're family, if there's anything you need, don't be polite, just ask." Looking at his hypocritical face, Qin Shuyue sneered in her heart. When she had no money for treatment, she visited the Qin family several times, but was turned away. Now that the dust has settled, it is disgusting to see such hypocritical behavior. And Yan Xiaochen, who was on the side, looked at the father and son duo, snorted coldly, and the corner of his mouth lifted up a touch of flirtatious laughter, empty-handed, without even a single gift. "Your way of looking at people is really something else." Qin Hei's looked at Yan Xiaochen, first stunned, then as if ringing something, his face suddenly revealed a thick irony. "Who did I think it was? It turns out to be you, the punk. After disappearing for 5 years, I didn't expect that you'd come back alive." Yan Xiaochen spoke coldly. "Does this have anything to do with you?" "Of course it matters." Qin Hei's arrogantly pointed at him. "Back then, if it wasn't for you, this punk, giving Qin Shuyue some kind of bewitching soup, she would have married into a rich family and enjoyed her happiness by now. Why would she need to suffer here? Enjoy the blessing? Humph. I think it's become a tool for your Qin family to make profits." Qin Hei's gaze suddenly glared. "If Qin Shuyue's surname is Qin, she deserves to work for the benefit of our Qin family. And who are you to have the right to speak here? Get the hell out of here. Qin Hausa." Qin Shuyue looked at him with anger on her face. "This is my husband, speak with respect. You are not welcome here, please get out." Hearing these words, Yan Xiaochen was slightly surprised, and in his heart, a touch of warmth slowly slipped through. "Humph. You think this young master wants to stay in this Thai place? I heard you secretly negotiated a big order some time ago? Hand over the order and this young master will leave immediately." Although Qin Shuyue was now down and out, but before that, she was after all a famous business goddess in Qingzhou, and with her outstanding business talent, she had made a lot of profits for the Qin family at that time. And after being expelled from the Qin family, she hadn't given up, using her free time at work to contact major companies for sales, and finally, not long ago, she negotiated a large single worth $5 million. The buyer is a famous large pharmaceutical company in Qingzhou, Starfish. The seller, on the other hand, is a small, recently established company, Hayes Pharmaceuticals. This contract, buyer and seller, are she as a middleman in the run, so, once the cooperation is reached, only her own commission will be able to raise 200,000. So you're here for the order. Qin Shuyue's gaze narrowed slightly. "I'm sorry, this order, someone else has already made it." "You're talking about Hayes Pharmaceuticals, right?" Qin Hai smiled gently. "It seems that you're not well informed. Manhwa Pharmaceuticals has gone bankrupt." "What?" Qin Shuyue froze, then, her eyes looked at Qin Hai. "Did you guys pull this off?" "Hee Xiaoyu, you can't talk nonsense about this without evidence." "Nonsense slander, but you'll be subject to a lawsuit." The Qin family started out in the pharmaceutical industry, and with decades of development, they had accumulated quite a reputation in Qingzhou. However, since she was expelled from the Qin family 5 years ago, the Qin family's business, the power fell into the hands of Qin Hai's father and son. The two were so profit-minded that they did not care about the quality of the herbs in order to make money, and even, as a result, many people lost their lives. But the lack of evidence doesn't help them at all. This is a large order of $5 million if it falls into the hands of the Qin family father and son, so that they will let those bad medicinal herbs into the market, how many people will suffer? Thinking of this, Qin Shuiwei righteously refused, impossible. This order, there's no way I'm giving it to you. Upon hearing this, Qin Hai's gaze sank, and his words, too, went cold. Xiaoya, you have to think about it, the whole of Qingzhou, there are not many companies that can eat such a large amount of orders. And anyway, we're on our own. As long as you're responsible for taking the lead and handing over this contract from Starfish to us, Uncle will make the call and give you $500,000 in commission from it. With this money, at the very least, the rest of your life, you'll have no worries. In the face of the temptation of money, Qin Shuiwei still insisted on the bottom line. Starfish believes in me, so they let me find a supplier for them. I must be able to stand up to this trust. Stinky girl, don't you toast me. Don't forget, without the supplier, if Starfish is held accountable, you'll be held responsible too. Besides us, who else in the whole of Qingzhou can eat this order? Chapter 20 Sun, Moon and Stars, all splendid for your smile. Oh? Yeah? At this time, Yan Xiaoqian's voice came slowly. Since no one can eat it, can't we keep it for ourselves? Qin Haoshi froze, then looked at Yan Xiaoqian and laughed. Yan Xiaoqian, you're really naive. Don't you know that in order to make any business order, at the very least, you need to have a legally registered company first? It's just a company, simple. Moon, let's just start a company of our own. The name, let's call it Shuiwei Company. What do you say? Okay. There was a slight silence in space, followed by bursts of laughter that resounded throughout the room. Ha ha! Yan Xiaoqian, after not seeing you for 5 years, I realized that you really learned something outside. At the very least, just this blowing awesome kung fu was learned by you. Setting up a company? You think it's as simple as you sweeping the floor and cooking? Do you have a registration? Even if you register a small, crappy company with no power and no capital, what are you going to market with? In the face of Qin Hai's sneer, Yan Xiaoqian spoke faintly, it's not for you to worry about this matter. The first business of the new company is this $5 million order from Starfish. Qin Hai's gaze chilled, are you trying to steal business from me? Yan Xiaoqian spoke in a sunny manner, in the business world, the best will win and the worst will lose, each according to their own means, waste, deserve to be stepped on. Who the are you calling a loser? Qin Haoshi roared and swung his fist towards Yan Xiaoqian's cheek. A flash of coldness flashed steeply under Yan Xiaoqian's eyes, and his feet snapped. Bang! Qin Haoshi's body suddenly flew out, hitting the wall heavily with a muffled sound. Hose! Hauser! Qin Hai hurriedly helped Qin Haoshi up, and then looked at Yan Xiaoqian, his face full of fury. Yan Xiaoqian! You punk, how dare you hit my son, do you not want to live? Yan Xiaoqian's gaze narrowed slightly. Oh? Man, I hit it. But you, what can you do? You! Feeling Yan Xiaoqian's body slowly overflowing with fury, Qin Hai swallowed the vicious words in his mouth, and couldn't help consoling himself in his heart. They were nobles, Yan Xiaoqian was just a lowly bottom. With their noble status, how could they rough up with such a person? Thinking of this, he nodded deeply. Good. Yan Xiaoqian. All of this, you brought this on yourself. Originally, I wanted to leave you guys alive for the sake of bloodline relationship, but today, I see that there is no need for that. I'll put my words here, as long as I, Qin Hai, say one word, I'll make it difficult for you to move an inch in the entire pharmaceutical industry of Qingzhou. After saying that, he took Qin Hai's and turned around to leave. After the father and son duo left, the strength on Qin Shuiwei's face instantly turned into softness, a touch of crystal that moistened her eyes. What to do? What to do? If I really can't find a company that supplies Starfish, I really do need to pay out a huge amount of liquidated damages. Just when she was anxious, a pair of big hands held her slender wrist, a touch of gentleness rang in her ears. Don't worry, everything, there's me. Qin Shuiwei froze, and the hand that she wanted to pull out also slowed slightly and stopped, allowing Yan Xiaoqian to hold it like this. If we had our own company, could you find a supply channel? She looked at Yan Xiaoqian's gentle eyes, lightly biting her lips. Supply channels, I still have a few old customers in my hands that I was once familiar with, but... Qin Haoshi is right, signing a commercial order, it is necessary for the company. Even if we set up a company now, we need registered capital, but we don't have any money at all. Moon, do you trust me? Yan Xiaochen replied, suddenly speaking. I. Xin Shuyue looked at him in this manner, and a feeling that she had never felt before roamed her heart. 5 years have gone by, and how much has the once powerless, poor boy changed? Looking at his sincere gaze, Xin Shuyue subconsciously nodded her head. Yan Xiaochen laughed, smiling brightly, a kingly dominance that seemed to be natural, reviving from him. From this day forward, I am your strongest harbor. All the humiliation I have ever suffered, all the things I have ever lost, I will get them back for you one by one. I will make you and Xiaoyu the most honorable women in this world. The sun, the moon, and the stars all shine brightly and eternally for your smile. Chapter 21, The Evil Servant Stops the Road. Walking out of the hospital room, Yan Xiaochen took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Yan. On the other end of the phone, Shang Jojo's respectful voice came. Jojo Tong Trade, do you have any industries in Qingzhou? Shang Jojo was also stunned by his question, and then thought about it, and snapped and opened his mouth. There are too many branches, and those with total assets less than over $100 million don't have an impression. Yan Xiaochen's face immediately flashed 3 black lines. It seems that in the past, he was too busy fighting, so much so that he was rich to such a point that he did not even know. Yan Jun, wait a moment, I'll ask right away. After not a minute, the call came again. Yan, there's a branch of ours in Qingzhou that just moved in 3 months ago. Because of the backing of the same trade in the 9 states, the financial strength, its power, enough to be able to compete with the old family plutocrats in Qingzhou. That is to say, there is no shortage of money in the company? Shang Jojo froze, then laughed. Yan is joking, as the second largest economy in the country, how could we possibly lack money? More than that, I dare not say, hundreds of billions of dollars that you can mobilize at will. If it's still not enough, we can still sell those properties. Yan Xiaochen hurriedly interrupted him. What do I need that much money for? Where are you now? I'm inspecting the work here at the branch. Okay, I'll head over there. Yan Jun, are you still in the hospital? I'll immediately send a car over to pick you up. No need. Just wait for me at the office. Hanging up the phone, Yan Xiaochen took a deep breath and walked out the door. The sun was high in the sky. It should have been time to get off work early, but the newly emerged landmark building in Qingzhou, the building of the branch of the Kyushu Tongtong trade, was still brightly lit. Stepping on the clock at 12 o'clock, Yan Xiaochen stepped into the company's front door, and just after taking not more than 2 steps, a disgusted voice rang out from behind him. Hey, hey, hey! What kind of place dares to break into a? If you want to eat, go outside and ask for food. You can't even afford to pay for the carpet if it's dirty. Looking back, a beautiful woman in a professional outfit was looking at him with a look of disgust. Xiaoli, today in a very bad mood, had long been about to go to the movies with his long-gone boyfriend, but did not expect to receive a temporary notice. Said there is a big shot to come to the company. The entire company, all employees, are not allowed to leave the post. This wait, on the wait for 2 hours, the heart of the annoyance is nowhere to vent when, on the contrary, Yan Xiaochen barged in, just so that she found a vent. You stinking beggar, what are you looking at? Look again and gouge your eyes out. Yan Xiaochen slightly frowned. Although Xiaoli looks not bad, the body is also relatively sexy, but this temper. Mad dog meat eat too much? Fortunately, Yan Xiaochen, who had endured for 10 years, his heart had long been sharpened beyond tenacity, and patiently opened his mouth. I'm not asking for food, I'm here to look for Shang Jojo. I shucks. Jolly didn't even listen to what he said. Do you know where this is? The 9 states Tong Trade. The second largest wealth group in the country. You don't even look at how poor you are, you can't even reach our sweeper here. Get out of here and get out of my way. Yan Xiaochen was now completely annoyed. A watchdog is just a watchdog. How can he be worthy of barking in front of his master? This is really outrageous. I repeat, have Shang Kyushu come see me. At this time, a rough voice rang out. What's happening? Why is it so noisy? Seeing what the visitor looked like, Xiaoli immediately changed her face and softly stuck it on. Brother Tiger, look at this, there's a stinking beggar, he has to enter our company, scaring people, his little heart is pounding. As the manager of the security department of a listed company, Wang, whose value is not even lower than that of a general corporate gold collar. Facing the close-over Jolie, he nonchalantly wrapped his arms around her slender waist, a pair of large hands, unapologetically roaming around her waist. Then, with a disgusted face, he waved his hand towards Yan Xiaochen. Get lost. Don't get in my way. Yan Xiaochen coldly looked at the nameplate on his chest. This is the security manager of the Kyushu Tongtong trade? If you didn't know, you'd think it was a bandit leader. Are you still standing here? Do you want me to throw you out myself? I'll say it again. I'm not a beggar, I'm here to find someone. You tell Shang Jojo that my name is Yen Xiaochun. Who are you here to see? Wang Hu's eyes widened at once, then he snorted, you came to see our president Shan? That's right. Wang Hu snorted a laugh, a disdainful look up and down. Yen Xiaochun sneered, you are dressed in this poor look, but still dare to see our president by name? Even if the richest man in Qingzhou wants to meet, he has to make an appointment in advance. What are you? After saying this, the hand holding Xiaoli tightened. Xiaoli, don't care about this stinky. Tiger recently bought 2 small goldfish. Take you to the room to see ah? With that, he turned around and was about to leave. Just then, a discordant voice rang out. Shang Jojo, I'll give you just 1 minute. If you don't show up in a minute, I'll leave. The sound was so loud that it stung in the silence of the night. Here's to the toast. Wang Hu face immediately grim up, the chairman of the thousands of instructions, the president of the most like quiet, if you disturbed his old man rest, their own this security department manager, is considered to be dry to the end. A hand grabbed Yen Xiaochen's collar and lifted him up as if he was lifting a chicken cub. Stinking beggar, I think you don't want to live. Fearless of his threat, Yen Xiaochen's eyebrows lightly lowered, in less than a minute, I'll make you bow your head and apologize to me. Apologize to you? I'll let you know why the flowers are so red first. After saying that, he raised his sandbag-sized fist and smashed it down towards Yen Xiaochen's head. Stop! Just in the split second when it was about to land on Yen Xiaochen, a voice with anger rang out from behind. Looking back, Wang Hu immediately released Yen Xiaochen and respectfully lowered his head. President, this person slipped into the company when I wasn't looking and disturbed your rest, I'll kick him out immediately. Seeing Shang Jojo appear, Xiaoli also immediately changed her fawning face and came forward. President, it was me who stopped him all the way here regardless of my personal safety. Look at his sneaky look, he's not a good thing at first glance. With that, he pushed towards Yen Xiaochen in front of Shang Jojo. Why don't you go now? If you don't leave, I'll let the security guards take you to the police station. Yen Xiaochen was pushed by her and stumbled, but he didn't resist in the slightest. Instead, the corner of his mouth raised an odd smile. Shang Jojo took a deep breath and slowly walked to Yen Xiaochen at a distance of 3 steps, slightly bending his waist in front of everyone's astonished gazes. Lord Yen, my subordinates relax in their supervision and made you suffer, please punish me. Everyone, directly confused. Chapter 22, Despised. Jolie was more than ready to take the brunt of it and her mind went blank. Yama? What Yama? Isn't this just a stinking beggar? Why are you apologizing to him, President? You're not awake and confused, are you? Jolie. Behind Shang Jojo, the chairman of the Qingzhou branch of the Jojo Tong trade, with a face of anger, fiercely reprimanded a sentence. Only then did Xiaoli come to her senses, her little face suddenly turned white, and her 2 straight black silk legs couldn't stop shivering. Chief. President, I was just talking nonsense, don't forget your heart. The corner of Shang Jojo's mouth was slightly hooked. Snap. There was a loud slap, and Jolie's right cheek quickly swelled up. An ice-cold voice, with a morose killing intent, resounded through the entire room, you shouldn't apologize to me. After saying these words, Tiger on the side reacted quickly and knelt in front of Yen Xiaochen as soon as he could. Yen Jun, it's my dog's eyes, it's my fault, please forgive me this time. Anyone who can get into the position of manager is no cutie pie. Who is Shang Jojo? The president of the nation's second largest plutocrat, someone who even the president of a country has to give face to. Although he didn't understand what the word Yen Jun stood for, the young man who could make him defer to him, even if he used his heels to think about it, he would know that it was a character that he absolutely couldn't afford to mess with. I. Xiaoli was even more pale, shaking like a sieve, and couldn't even speak properly. Yen Xiaochen didn't look at them and walked straight over. A touch of ruthlessness flashed in Shang Jojo's eyes, you'd better pray that you haven't disturbed Yen Jun's mood, or else, death is the best ending for you. Ignoring the 2 people who were already paralyzed with fear, Shang Jojo followed closely. Inside the office. Yen Xiaochen took the coffee poured by Shang Jojo himself, took a light sip, and spoke faintly, I'm here to ask for money. Shang Jojo respectfully handed over a pile of checks, the exclusive checks under the banner of Jojo Tongtao. How much do you need? Directly fill in the amount on it, the major banks will give priority to you. Yen Xiaochen casually took the check and raised an eyebrow, how much cash can I withdraw? Shang Jojo froze, then nodded, under 10 million cash, feel free to take as much as you want. Qingzhou Bank, the largest local bank in Qingzhou City. Yan Xiaochen walked in silently, took the number, and sat quietly in the waiting area. At that moment, a woman in a bank uniform approached. "This sir, I'm Gao Jing, the lobby manager of Qingzhou Bank. May I ask what kind of business you want to handle?" Gao Jing squeezed out a professional smile, and although she was quite pretty, there was a hint of snarkiness between her eyebrows. "That's why this smile looks, how it looks, fake. I want to withdraw the money," Yan Xiaochen said indifferently. "Sir, due to the busy business today, why don't you go to the self-service ATM to withdraw money and make room for the customers in the back, so that you can save time and efficiency, please understand, sir," Gao Jing said. "The self-service ATM is limited, I'm going to get it at the counter," Yan Xiaochen replied unhurriedly. "Why should I give up my number to another customer when I take it normally?" "Sir, the counter is really busy, there's a lot of business to be done, please help yourself to the cash." Gao Jing has a tendency to kick people out. If you are withdrawing a lot of money, you really have to go to the counter. Only. Gao Jing stared at Yan Xiaochen and swept his body all over. Ordinary clothes, at first glance, is the kind of cheap stall goods, mixed up and down, not even a jewelry, really cannot let Gao Jing and rich people associated with him. Then why can they withdraw money at the counter? Yan Xiaochen pointed at the people in front of the window. Because of the large amounts they withdrew, all of which were in excess of $100,000. At this point, Gao Jing clasped her hands on her arms and toed the line. Yan Xiaochen blinked in some confusion. Is $100,000 considered a lot of money these days? Forget it then, I'm not checking in at the counter. Yan Xiaochen felt that if in the eyes of these employees, 100,000 are busy for a while, then work efficiency is questionable. After all, the amount of money he needs, not a small number, is very worried that these ordinary employees have not seen the world, in case the head is hot, the operation error what to do? At this time, Gao Jing, however, thought that she had poked Yan Xiaochen, her red lips curled slightly as she indifferently said, "Waste of time." "Yeah, what a waste of time really, I'll see your governor straight away." Yan Xiaochen directly spoke faintly. While the words fell, Gao Jing arched an eyebrow. Thin, willowy eyebrows were raised by her. "What did you say? You want to see our governor? What you can't solve, naturally, you'll have to find someone in a higher position to solve it," Yan Xiaochen said in a bland tone. Upon hearing this, Gao Jing's face was immediately gloomy and cold as frost. "Security! Security! This man is disrupting the bank, get him out of here." Chapter 23, I'll get the money, can't I? Two security guards, heard the sound, quickly rushed to, powerful coaxing to Yan Xiaochen in front of a station. "It looks really like a thing." Yan Xiaochen coldly swept a glance over these two security guards, a fierce intent overflowing from his body. I don't know how many so-called experts in this world wouldn't dare to look squarely at the aura on Yan Xiaochen's body, let alone these tiny security guards. Sure enough, the two security guards only felt a chill on their bodies, as if they were like vipers staring at them, not daring to move. "What are you waiting for? Get him out of here right now." Gao Jing gritted her teeth and stomped her feet, her chest heaving with her. "I'll see who dares." A faint trace of arrogance surfaced at the corner of Yan Xiaochen's mouth, one step forward, and it's a bottomless abyss. The guard dared not move forward, his body seemed to freeze. Gao Jing was so angry that her face held a red color and her willow eyebrows went up. "Bunch of losers." Gao Jing angrily pointed at the security guards. "Don't make things difficult for the security guards either, I didn't come here today to argue, take me to the bank president's office," Yan Xiaochen said in a cold voice. Gao Jing suddenly remembered that just now when she passed by the governor's office, she heard her own governor, Song Hang, talking to someone on the phone very respectfully. It seems to say that he will not dare to be slow, seems to be receiving an honored guest, could it be this young man? On second thought, Gao Jing quickly dismissed it. If it was a VIP guest received by Governor Song, how could it be such an ordinary young man? And she works in the banking system, naturally contacted a lot of rich people in the upper class, but never heard of it, there is such a character ah. Just then, a middle-aged man wearing a name brand, walked into the bank lobby. When Gao Jing saw this person, she immediately greeted him with a smiling face. "Mr. Zhang, you're here, if you have something important to do, you can go directly to the VIP channel to conduct your business." Gao Jing was particularly enthusiastic about this boss Zhang, almost fawningly coming up to him, and also slightly suggestively sticking out her chest. Boss Zhang stared at Gao Jing's plump figure for a few moments, his eyes flaming as he laughed. "Manager Gao, I'm looking for Governor Song for something." Gao Jing instantly understood. She had been dealing with Boss Zhang for 3 years and knew that he was a billionaire boss. Could it be that the distinguished guest the governor had just mentioned was him? Mr. Zhang, this way please, Governor Song has been waiting for you for a long time. Gao Jing held out her chest and was about to lead Boss Zhang towards the governor's office. Suddenly, Gao Jing remembered Yan Xiaochen again and worried that Yan Xiaochen would still make trouble after leaving. So, she stepped on her high heels, snapped and trotted to Yan Xiaochen, pointing at him and warning, "If you continue to be unreasonable, I'll call the police." After saying this, Gao Jing twisted her head and flung her rounded buttocks, coming up to Boss Zhang's side, almost about to stick her body on it. "I'm sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Zhang." Boss Zhang was also unintentionally curious and asked, "Manager Gao, what does this kid do?" "Don't mind him, just an unreasonable little Alright, I'll come back tomorrow." Boss Zhang left a little angry. However, Governor Song didn't feel bad about it. "This is for Yan Xiaochen specially brewed Mingqian Longjing, tea is good tea, water is Yuntai Mountain Sweet Spring. You know, just now the chairman of the board of directors of the Qingzhou branch of the Kyushu Trade, Han Zhenyu, personally called. Later there will be a customer holding a VIP card of the Kyushu Trade door to get money, must be well entertained." Once he heard this, how could Song Heng dare to slack off? To know, for the bank, 9 states with trade this kind of wealth big group, is the god of wealth general character Ah. "Governor Song, isn't Boss Jing the VIP you're going to receive today?" Gao Jing asked in a very confused manner. "You know. How can Zheng de Guang be compared to Mr. Yan? Please have some eyesight in the future." At this moment, Yan Xiaochen was also alone and leisurely found his way to the governor's office. Gao Jing was disgusted when she saw Yan Xiaochen. Having just been reprimanded by the governor, Gao Jing instantly took out her anger on him. "Why haven't you left yet? Hurry up and get out of the way. The governor's office is not something you can just enter." Yan Xiaochen leaned on the doorframe, the corner of his mouth raising a faint arc. Between his 2 fingers, holding a black card, he leisurely said, "What? I came to get money, can't I?" Chapter 24, What Love Looks Like. Song Heng was like an electric shock and hurriedly came forward. Looking at the card in Yan Xiaochen's hand, he swallowed deeply and tried to ask, "This gentleman, may I ask your name?" Yan Xiaochen spoke faintly, "Yan Xiaochen." Upon hearing this, Song Heng was immediately certain that it couldn't be wrong. Holding the supreme VIP card of the Kyushu Tongtao trade and surnamed Yen, he must be the one Han Zhen you talked about. "Have a seat, Mr. Yen, I've made tea especially for you, enjoy." After Song Heng was certain in his heart, he became even more enthusiastic and fawning. Gao Jing, on the other hand, was at the moment confused and hard to understand. Is this the guest of honor the governor is waiting for? Where does this look deserve a high opinion? Before Gao Jing could figure it out, Song Heng slapped him with a slap. Snap. A loud slap that blew away Gao Jing's foundation and blush. "Stupid. You don't have to come to work tomorrow." Song Heng didn't care about that much and directly threw the car to save his life. From the phone call just now, he could clearly hear Han Zhenyu's respect for Yan Xiaochen. What kind of person can make the boss of the Kyushu Tongtong trade branch have such respect? I don't even have to think about it. It must be a big shot from headquarters. Offending Yan Xiaochen was tantamount to offending one's god of fortune. If Yan Xiaochen was the least bit displeased because of this matter, one word, and he, the high and mighty bank president, would instantly be left with nothing. Gao Jing was completely awakened by this slap, and she finally understood that the person in front of her who didn't add up to more than $200 all over his body was categorically not someone she absolutely couldn't move at this level. Inaccessible, untouchable. "Mr. Yen, I've made you laugh. Mr. Han has already given me an explanation. I wonder how much cash you need?" $10 million. Yan Xiaochen spoke faintly. Song Heng hurriedly opened his mouth. "No problem, however, it will take some time to prepare the 10 million in cash. I wonder if Mr. Yen is in a hurry to need it?" Yan Xiaochen looked at the time. It should still be some time before the registered company managers were off duty, right? 3 hours, is that enough? Enough is enough. Song Heng promised in a loud voice, "Once I get it all together on my side, I'll immediately send it to you in the fastest time possible." Yan Xiaochen nodded with a smile, "Then I'll trouble Governor Song." "No trouble, no trouble." Song Heng's face showed an expression like he was flattered and bowed his head. "It's my honor to serve Mr. Yan." After saying that, he sent Yan Xiaochen all the way outside the door with a respectful face. And outside the door, holding his breath, he hadn't left, wanting to see what kind of big shot could be worthy of Song Heng treating him like that. Zheng Guguang. In the midst of dumbfoundedness, looking at Yen Xiaochen all the way out of the bank entrance, and then skillfully scanning the code to get on the car, riding a shared bicycle, wobbling away. Looking at Yen Xiaochen, who had already walked out a long way away, and Song Heng still had a fawning look on his face, Zheng Daguang rubbed his eyes. Governor Song, the distinguished guest you mentioned, it can't be him, right? That kid, he doesn't look like he's rich, does he? Song Heng's gaze retracted and gave him a big meaningful look. Mr. Zhang, you're right, he's not a rich man, and even in his name, he has no house, no car, and no savings. Zheng Daguang was even more surprised. Then why are you still? Ha! Song Heng suddenly smiled mysteriously and patted his shoulder, leaving behind a meaningful remark. Mr. Zhang, do you think you're rich because your assets are over $100 million? Seeing as we've worked together for so many years, I kindly remind you, that person, don't mess with him. Because, you can't afford to mess with it. Song Heng had been mixing in shopping malls for a long time, and he clearly heard the incomparable touch of respectful reverence from Han Jinyu's phone call. Yen Xiaochen's name is nothing. But if he wanted to, the world's untold wealth and power could be at his disposal. Business Administration Registry, Qin Shuiwei hurriedly came, some gasping for breath, looked at Yen Xiaochen, dissatisfied. What is so urgent, have to come now. Yen Xiaochen pointed at the long line up in front of him. If we come back later, I'm afraid that today, we won't be able to register our company. Qin Shuiwei immediately looked at him somewhat blankly. What did you say? Registering a company? You weren't kidding when you said that before? Yen Xiaochen smiled softly at her. Of course I'm not kidding. As I said, I'll be the one to guard your and Jade's happiness from now on. Today is just the beginning. Feeling this never-before-seen gentleness and dominance, Qin Shuiwei's eyes were instantly a bit mesmerized. 5 years of waiting. Isn't this exactly what you dreamed of and longed for? Someone to spoil, someone to love, someone to cover for. But when all this really comes to oneself, why, again, feel that kind of dream? Yen Xiaochen, can I really trust you? So the registration capital thing. Don't worry. I've got it all covered. Looking at Yen Xiaochen's confident appearance, on Qin Shuiwei's face, she couldn't help but reveal a heartfelt smile. The love of her life, though he had not allowed her to live a human life, had never changed his feelings for her, as he had 5 years ago. To register a company, you need a minimum of $100,000 of registered capital, although not much, but this should also be Yen Xiaochen with all his efforts to raise it. No matter how great I am always willing to give my all for you. Isn't this what love should look like? Qin Shuiwei thought silently in her heart, then raised her head and looked at Yen Xiaochen. Yen Xiaochen, thank you. Yen Xiaochen was stunned, then laughed nervously. Silly girl, what are you thanking me for? We're family. A family? The softness in Qin Shuiwei's heart was violently touched. Yes, the family, in addition to Xiaoyu, Yen Xiaochen, is also the closest person to her. It must be said that the number of people handling the business was really large, from the blazing sun until the sunset. Finally, it was Yen Xiaochen's turn for them. Collecting all her thoughts, Qin Shuiwei, with a warm smile on her face, smiled at a woman who was about 30 years old and said, "Hello, I want to register a company. Here are all my documents and registration information. Please take a look." Who knows, the woman had a cold face and casually surveyed what the two were wearing. Then a touch of mean disdain flashed in the bottom of his eyes, disgustedly flipped through the information Qin Shuiwei handed over, waved his hand, and impatiently said, "We're off duty, you can come back tomorrow." Chapter 25. Do you have money? Off duty? Qin Shuiwei froze. They stood in line for nearly 3 hours in the sun, and it was not easy for them to take their turn, so how come they were off duty? Thinking of this, Qin Shuiwei was a bit anxious, and hurriedly said, "You see, we've been waiting in line for so long, can you please help us out and work a little harder? After all, it won't take much of your time." Who knows that after hearing this, the woman suddenly screamed, "What do you mean, you can't delay much time? Do you realize how valuable my time is? And who the hell are you to take a turn teaching me how to work here?" A flash of jealous meanness flashed through the woman's eyes. By what right did Qin Shuiwei wear a cheap piece of ground goods, yet she had such a beautiful face? A pair of my socks is worth more than her entire body, so why am I not as pretty as her? The woman's jealousy burned madly as she looked at her coldly. Why don't you leave now? Do you still want me to drive you out myself? You! A large hand slapped on Qin Shuiwei's shoulder as Yen Xiaochen looked at the woman with a cold expression. Is this your service attitude? Aren't you afraid I'll file a complaint against you? On the woman's face, a look of disdain flashed. Complain? Fine. You can go ahead and complain. Do you need me to tell you what the complaint number is? I'm telling you, when I'm off duty, and even if the King of Heaven comes, I'm still playing by the rules. No business will be conducted during non-working hours. If you want to do it, then be a good boy and come back to the line tomorrow. In Yin Xiaochen's eyes, a flash of deep anger flashed as he looked at the woman and took a deep breath before looking at Qin Shuyu with an apologetic face. I'm sorry, Moon, for making you come all the way here for nothing. I think the time should be in time. Qin Shuyu stroked the hair on her temples and shook her head. I don't blame you, then let's come back tomorrow. Okay, then let's go first. After all, Jade is still in the hospital. Just then, the door to the room suddenly opened and a smile came. Ms. Lee, I'm really sorry, I'm a bit late. I didn't delay you from work, right? Seeing the appearance of the visitor, the meanness on the woman's face instantly turned into a fawning smile. Yo! If it isn't young Master Qin. Look at what you're saying, other people don't have time to come, but if you come, I have to have time even if I have to work overtime. What kind of business are you taking care of? He is not a big business, it is for a small company under our Qin family. Change the legal person information. A small matter, young Master Qin, wait a moment, I'll handle it for you right away. Snap. A heavy slap on the table. Yen Xiaochen looked at the woman with a ghostly cold face, his voice slightly cold. Didn't you say that you were already off duty? Miss Lee was instantly startled by him, then reacted and looked at him with an angry expression. Who are you to question me here? Seeing as you guys look like paupers, what kind of company are you registering? Do you have any money? Why don't you go to the construction site and move a brick? What's the point of pretending to be a wolf here? Qin Shuyui's exasperated voice rang out. How can you? You do this? The same guests are here to conduct business, how can you treat them so differently? Is this the rule of your management office? A flash of strong disdain flashed through Ms. Lee's eyes. A city dweller is worthy of talking to me about regulations here? What a laugh. Rules? Here, I am the rules. And seeing the person who spoke, Qin Haosha smiled. It was really a narrow road. He didn't expect that here, he could run into the two Qin Shuiwe families. Egu. I wonder who this is, so it's you two losers. Qin Hei's had a thick sneer on his face. What are you doing here? It can't be that you really want to register your company, right? Ha ha. Qin Shuiwe, Yen Xiaochen is a waste of space full of blowing greatness, even you follow without knowing what's good for you? Incorporation? Is it a business that poor people like you can afford? Yen Xiaochen glanced at him lightly. How do you know that we wouldn't be able to afford to register a company? Just you? Qin Haosha looked him up and down and suddenly burst into a sneering laugh. Yen Xiaochen. You haven't been daydreaming these past 2 days because you've been sleeping too much, have you? Do you know how much registered capital it takes to register a company? Do you, have any money? Chapter 26 $10 million, is that enough? As he spoke, Qin Haosha's gaze suddenly turned to Qin Shuiwe on the side. Qin Shuiwe, you're not going to sell it to make money, are you? Tisk, no matter what, you at least have my Qin family's blood flowing through you. It doesn't matter if you're willing to commit a crime and sell your body, but don't damage my Qin family's reputation by association. Qin Haosa. Qin Shuiwe screamed, keep your mouth clean. I, Qin Shuiwe, am not as nasty as you think. Yeah? Then that's for the best. The corner of Qin Haosha's mouth raised in a sneer. Ms. Lee, don't they want to register their company? Then let's get it done for them first. This young man is curious as to what qualifications you have and dare to appear here. Ms. Lee naturally heard the bad blood between the two of them and smiled coldly at that moment. For the sake of young Qin's face, this lady will be merciful and open a back door for you. $500,000 in registered capital, pay up. What? Qin Shuiwe exclaimed in shock, $500,000? Isn't the minimum registered capital $100,000? Ms. Lee raised her eyebrows. I say $500,000 is $500,000. If you have money, I'll give you the registration information right away. If you don't have money, then get the hell out. $500,000? Yen Xiaochen's faint tone came out, then looked at the clock on the wall. Wait for me for 5 minutes. Ha ha. Yen Xiaochen, your play is really quite full set. Good. I'll give you 5 minutes, let's see where you can conjure up $500,000. What if I can get it? Qin Hei said with a haughty face, if you can take it out, I'll kneel down and apologize to you in front of everyone. Admit that I, Qin Hei, am blind. Qin Shuyu looked at Yen Xiaochen with a worried expression, but Yen Xiaochen cast a reassuring look at her. Little by little, 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Yan Xiaochen. 5 minutes are up, where's the money? Qin Hei's nonchalantly sneered, are you going to say that 5 minutes is not enough time and give you another 5 minutes? Even if I gave you 5 hours, you'd still be a pauper, a good-for-nothing loser. And Miss Li's eyes are undisguised great contempt. What a waste of time, poor on honestly admit, have to pretend to be rich, what a thing. And in Qin Shuyue's eyes, a touch of disappointment also flowed out, and without saying a word, she turned around and headed out. Moon, what are you doing? Yan Xiaochen subconsciously pulled her back, who knew that Qin Shuyue shook off his hand as her accumulated anger instantly erupted. Yan Xiaochen. Have you made enough of a scene? We can be broke and poor, but we have to be ambitious. Her gaze showed deep disappointment. I thought that you had come back and were able to get down to earth, but I didn't realize that you were living even more of a vanity life than before. We're just commoners, don't be dreaming of great wealth. Yan Xiaochen, you disappoint me too much. Bang! At that moment, the door was suddenly slammed open heavily. Song Hang ran in out of breath. Breathing heavily, he wiped the sweat from his face and gave a respectful smile. Mr. Yen. Yen, sorry for keeping you waiting. Governor Song? Seeing the appearance of the visitor, Qin Haoshe was surprised and greeted him. What brings you here? Who knows, Song Hang didn't even look at him and walked straight towards Yan Xiaochen, bowing slightly humbly. Mr. Yen, there's no delay, is there? Yan Xiaochen responded indifferently, time, just right. That's good, that's good. Song Hang breathed a sigh of relief, then with a wave of his hand, 4 or 5 bank staff, carrying a single password box, walked in. In the crowd's astonished gaze, the combination box opened, a pile of bright red bills, so dazzling and incomparable. Mr. Yen, all the money you asked for is here. Gulp. A deep spitting sound rang out. Looking at the red-colored banknotes in front of them, all of them froze. The corner of Yan Xiaochen's mouth slowly hooked up an arc, then said, Banker Song, pour out all the money and scatter it on the ground. Song Hang was stunned, but there was no hesitation in the face of Yan Xiaochen's words. You guys, didn't you hear what Mr. Yen said? Unseal all the money and dump it all on the floor. A couple of human bank workers immediately complied, scattering the bills one by one and piling them all on the floor. In no time at all, it was piled up to the height of a small hill. Yan Xiaochen looked at the face of changed Miss Li, leisurely opening, my registered capital, is this money? You can check it out. If you undercount one, it's your private embezzlement, and you don't need me to tell you the consequences of that, do you? Miss Li shivered and stood up, her face was about to look like she was about to cry out, so much money, if she counted it one by one, how long would it take? This. Gentlemen, I am wrong, I should not be dog-eyed, I will immediately give you the company registration procedures. Yan Xiaochen's gaze was steeply cold, check for me. And Song Hang, who was on the side, also spoke smoothly, Miss Li, all this money, our bank can be counted. Find out more, and you'll add to the excess. If you check less, then you don't need this iron rice bowl. Ms. Li slumped heavily in her chair, her eyes lifeless. With so much money checking out, she's a handful, and she's considered completely unneeded. Yan Xiaochen then pulled over a stool and pulled Qin Shuyu, who was still in a wooden state, over to sit on the chair. Gazing slyly at the white-faced Qin Hei's, he spoke quietly, Young Master Qin, now, start fulfilling your promise. Chapter 27, Your Own Company. Qin Haoshe's face immediately turned into a pig liver color, as ugly as it could be. This is full of red banknotes, densely packed, how can there be a few million? Damn! Where did this loser get so much money? Young Master Qin, what are you waiting for? Could it be that what you just said yourself personally was a fart? Yan Xiaochen, you. Listening to Yan Xiaochen's humiliation, Qin Haoshe subconsciously wanted to retort, but when he opened his mouth, he didn't know where to start. How? Because those words just now were indeed from his own mouth. However, beating him to death, he could not have imagined that Yan Xiaochen could get so much money. Yan Xiaochen. You have guts. You wait. Qin Haoshe put down a harsh word and turned around to leave. Suddenly, a large hand probed his shoulder, as if it had taken root, keeping him on his feet and unable to move an inch. Yan Xiaochen. Let go of me. What do you want, you punk? Qin Haoshe was shocked and angry. Get on your knees and apologize. Want me to kneel? What is she, Qin Shuiwe, worth making me kneel? ask her if she dares me to kneel. Qin Haosha's words were arrogant and domineering. And Qin Shuiwe, who was sitting on the chair, bit her lips deeply, her face full of anger. But in the end, she sighed helplessly. Now she can't fight the Qin family, more all can't Qin Hei's. She would have to endure it for the sake of her sister. Yan Xiaochen, forget it, let him go. Waste. Hear me. Qin Hei's words flared, why don't you let go of me? Yan Xiaochen's hand, slowly leaving Qin Haosha's shoulder. Qin Haosha gave a cold snort of disdain, moving his somewhat aching shoulder with a face full of disdain. Wastes are wastes, lousy borrowed your 3 guts, you don't even dare. Ah! Before the words were finished, Qin Haosha let out a miserable scream. Yan Xiaochen pressed down on Qin Haosha's head and violently pressed down. 2 knees, straight and heavy on the marble floor. The force of the force, only to hear a crunching sound, knee bone, I do not know how many cracks appeared. Yan Xiaochen towered over him, his gaze lowered, his voice as chilling as the 9 hells. Seeing as you're so uneducated, I might as well suffer to teach you what, in fact, is the most basic truth of being a human being. That is, honesty. Apologize for yourself, or choose. Yan Xiaochen's gaze steeply chilled, let me help you. Feeling the fiery pain coming from his knees, Qin Haosha opened his mouth. However, when he saw Yan Xiaochen's gaze that was filled with fury, he trembled, and a fear that seemed to come from the depths of his soul instantly spread all over his body. With a sudden jolt, under Yan Xiaochen's gaze, he rushed forward to Qin Shuiwei and opened his mouth dolefully. Yes. I'm sorry, I'm wrong, it's me who's blind, no. I shouldn't have dogged my eyes. Humph. Yan Xiaochen lightly grunted and let go of his hand, never looking at him again as he said to Qin Shuyu, let's go, at this time of the day, Xiaoyu should be hungry as well. It was only after the 2 of them left that the aura that enveloped Qin Hei slowly disappeared. The pain that came from his knees instantly surged through his body, and he slumped to the ground on his butt, his face filled with a thick murderous intent. You wait for me. If I don't get you killed, I won't be surnamed Qin. Young Master Qin. At this time, a cold voice came, and Song Heng looked at him with an expressionless face. That loan the Qin family took out with our bank is nearing its return date, isn't it? Qin Haosha froze, temporarily forgetting the pain, and looked at Song Heng. Governor Song, what do you mean by that? Isn't it enough to just return the interest on that money every month? G, and I'm really sorry. Song Heng said with a leathery smile, that was in the past, but now, the banks are not doing well, and we also need to return our capital. Just please bother young Master Qin to inform your Qin family that next month, with interest and principal, please make sure to return it to us. Otherwise, those shares of the Qin family that were pledged as collateral for the loan in the first place would have gone to our bank. After saying that, without giving Qin Hei's any chance to speak, he directly left. Yan Xiaochen. It's all this asshole. If it wasn't for him, how could I be so unlucky? The muscles on Qin Haosha's face were trembling with anger. And Qin Shuiwei that, you guys wait for me. I will definitely make you all look good. It was only when they returned to the hospital that Qin Shuiwei slightly recovered from the shock she had just experienced. As she pulled Yan Xiaochen, she asked, that money, what's going on? Yan Xiaochen smiled slightly, that's not my money. Not your money? What do you mean? Qin Shuiwei was a bit confused. Those are bankrolls. And the so-called registered capital, which is also equivalent to providing a certain amount of guarantee money for the company, ultimately flows, or the bank. And I merely borrowed money from the bank for a slight turnaround. That way, the money from the banks, in the end, goes to the banks. We, on the other hand, incorporated the company, period. But? No buts. Yan Xiaochen smiled and said to her, now that we have our own company, what you should be thinking about now is how to run the company properly. After all, Jade and I, were counting on you to eat. Qin Shuiwei instantly blanked him, and her mood inexplicably improved as she let out a pout. Bah! Shame on you, I won't be able to support you when the time comes. Looking at her little girl-like shy appearance, Yan Xiaochen directly froze, his eyes looking straight at her. After a long time, he slowly spoke, you're so beautiful. Qin Shuiwei's pretty face flushed red as she shyly glanced at him and left in a panic, leaving Yan Xiaochen alone, remaining in place and giggling. This night, Qin Shuiwei slept soundly and peacefully. In the darkness, Yan Xiaochen gently covered her up. Looking at the arc of her mouth that slowly hooked up in her sleep, as playful and cute as a little girl, in her heart, she was also slightly warm. When you smile, it's so beautiful, just like the first time I saw you 5 years ago. Instantly, it entered my heart. Early the next morning, when Qin Shuiwe looked at the one in her hand in a daze and wrote Shuiwe Company's registration certificate, her eyes widened and she stayed on the spot. What? Still not awake? Still don't believe it's true? Yan Xiaochen's snickering voice reached his ears, and only then did Qin Shuyu wake up as if from a dream. She stroked the certificate in her hand with some trembling, her eyes filled with excitement. Is this really a company that belongs to you? A company that is completely your own? Suddenly, she jumped onto Yan Xiaochen and wrapped her arms around him, her voice choking a bit as she said, Yan Xiaochen, thank you. Yan Xiaochen was stunned, then smiled warmly, gently patted her back, and softly said, all right, family, what's there to be thankful for? Since we now have our own company, it's time to go ahead and sign the contract for that order from Starfish. Chapter 28 Yama's Might. As for the Qin family, looking at Qin Haoze, who had just finished bandaging his knee, Qin Hai's face flashed with a touch of heartfelt anger. Qin Shuiwe, this, how dare you hurt my son like this, really unforgivable. A deep hostility also flashed across Qin Hai's face. Dad, you must avenge me, I'm going to make the two of them worse than death. Son. Don't worry, Dad will definitely give you this bad anger. But right now, there are more important things to do. Qin Hai's face flashed a touch of gravity. Songheng that old, do not know with Yan Xiaochen this waste is what relationship, even inexplicably call for money, let us a little caught off guard. Right now the Qin family account simply does not have so much cash money, this matter, some tricky Dad, we could have gotten Starfish to sign that order ourselves. Qin Haoze suddenly reminded. Right. That contract is worth $5 million, when the time comes, pack up all those aged herbs in the warehouse and dispose of them, in this way, for an order of $5 million, the cost of $1 million won't even be used, and once it's dumped, it'll net you more than $4 million. Qin Haoze also smiled grimly, not caring in the slightest, these can be medicinal herbs once they flow into the market and eat into the stomach of the people, what serious consequences will be caused. Father and son, all blinded by profit. Dad, you're right. There's no time to lose, I'll go to Starfish to sign the contract now. But Hosier, your leg. This little injury is nothing, Manhwa Pharmaceutical was screwed over by us, Starfish is in desperate need of a supplier. Our Qin family has been operating the Chinese medicine business in Qingzhou for many years, there is no more suitable candidate than us. Together with my taking on the battlefield with injuries, with such great sincerity, even if Qin Shuiwe has set up a company but has no power, what can she take from us? That's right. Qin Hai patted his shoulder, a flash of ruthlessness in his eyes. My Qin family has been in the medicinal herb business for many years, how can it be compared to a little girl? Back then, I could drive her sisters out of the Qin family, now, I can make them in Qingzhou, with nowhere to live. Starfish Company's gate, Qin Haoze is really on crutches, limping to the door. Walking over to the front desk, he looked at the receptionist lady with a condescending face and said in an arrogant voice, tell your Mr. Zhang Chunlai Zhang, I'm Qin Haoze, the general manager of Qin's Pharmaceuticals, and I came over this time to sign a contract with you. The receptionist frowned lightly, sir, may I ask if you have an appointment? Snap. Qin Haoze slapped his hand heavily on the table. What appointment or not? If you're told to go find Mr. Zhang, go find him. This is a $5 million deal, can you afford to delay it? She can't afford the responsibility, I can. And what kind of dong are you? Qin Hai's opened his mouth to curse, but when he saw the person who was speaking, he swallowed his words hard before cursing and piled a smile on his face, so it's General Manager Zhang. What a disrespectful. In order to show my sincerity, I personally brought the contract here, Mr. Zhang you see. Zhang Chunlai, the chairman of Starfish, frowned, contract? What contract? Have I ever had any business dealings with your Qin family? Mr. Zhang is really an expensive man, a while ago, wasn't your company going to sign a $5 million order for Chinese herbs? Zhang Chunlai nodded, it's true that there was this matter, but I was talking to Miss Qin Shuiwe about cooperation, and you, who are you? Qin Haoze almost choked on his breath. Who is he? He was the eldest grandson of the Qin family, the future heir of the Qin family. What is she, Qin Shuiwe? How can an abandoned daughter of the Qin family be compared to herself? However, thinking of the contract in his hand, he forced out a smile, Mr. Zhang, the Manhwa pharmaceutical that Qin Shuiwe was looking for, has already gone bankrupt, and currently in the whole of Qingzhou, the only one that can provide you with such a large amount of supply is our Qin's pharmaceutical. Zhang Chunlai directly interrupted him. I don't care how powerful you are, this contract, I only recognize Miss Qin Shuiwe. Even if Qin Hai is here, he's not qualified. But Mr. Zhang, Zhang Chunlai's face instantly turned cold. Enough. I don't have time to waste time with you here. Remember, the one I'm willing to cooperate with is only Miss Qin Shuiwe. It has nothing to do with your Qin family. After a pause, the voice came again from over there. Remember, a word from Yama is able to make you soar, and the same word can make you evaporate. Zhang Chunlai, you're a smart man, and hopefully, will stay smart. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Chunlai breathed heavily. For that man, it was even more moot. In his heart, he couldn't help but sigh for the Qin family. What was supposed to be a dependency that had brought the entire Qin family to the top of the heap had been hardened and turned into an enemy by them. Yan Xiaochen, however, smiled confidently. Don't be so presumptuous. Before you left the Qin family, you were a famous business goddess in Qingzhou. Now that we've formed our own company, perhaps, we can take advantage of this and hit the ground running? After hearing his words, a flash of hesitation flashed in Qin Chuyue's eyes. Yan Xiaochen has a saying that is right, a grand opening ceremony is indeed the best way to make the fastest popularity. But, Chuyue Company, do they have the capital? Do you have any good ideas? Yan Xiaochen laughed softly. I've thought it all out. 3 days later, it's the auspicious day of the zodiac, most suitable for an opening ceremony. Qin Chuyue lightly minced her lips and looked at Yan Xiaochen. This matter, there were both advantages and disadvantages. Admittedly, if it was really a hit, as Yan Xiaochen said, naturally everything would be fine. But if the result was the opposite, it would undoubtedly make Chuyue Company the laughingstock of the entire Qingzhou city. A startup company, once the reputation is gone, it's all over. However, looking at Yan Xiaochen with this confident smile, Qin Chuyue's eyes steeply flashed with a touch of determination. Yan Xiaochen, you have already brought me so many miracles, and this time, I choose to believe in you one more time. Good. Then do as you say. 3 days later, hold an opening ceremony. At this moment, the Qin family. What? Is the news accurate? Qin Chuyue is going to hold its opening ceremony 3 days later? Qin Heihai smiled and took out an invitation. Of course it's ready. Any business in Qingzhou that has some reputation has already received an invitation. Oh. What a good Qin Chuyue, a small company, who gave her the confidence to dare to go to the opening ceremony. On Qin Hai's face, a scornful smile filled his face. Who says otherwise? Qin Haozi casually threw the invitation with a scoff on his face. Still really think that registering a company makes you a character? In Qingzhou, there are 8 companies registered on this day without 10. Not everyone has this qualification and dares to hold the opening ceremony. What was the reaction of those companies that were invited? What other reaction could there be? Disdain. Qin Haozi smiled cheerfully. This invitation was picked up in the trash can in a friend's office of mine. Qin Chuyue personally sent the invitation, one foot just sent it over, and the next foot was directly thrown into the trash by that friend of mine. Ha ha. Qin Chuyue really thinks of herself as a character. Has their company's new location been chosen yet? Qin Heihai spoke. This is not very clear, but I heard that Yan Xiaochen, that punk, has been coming and going to Qinglong Mansion in the past few days. Could it be that they want to choose Qinglong Mansion as the company's new location? What? That newly established Qinglong Mansion that is claimed to be a Qingzhou landmark and the most expensive in the entire Qingzhou? Is Qin Chuyue crazy? How much money can she have? Dare to rent a place like that? A flash of disdain flashed in Qin Heihai's eyes. Who knows, it's probably also a swollen face. At least it's a company. If it only has an office of a few dozen square feet, that's ridiculous. But think about it, that Chuyue Company, in addition to a wasted woman who was kicked out of her home, in addition to a waste, it seems that there is no one else, dozens of square feet, also enough to use, huh? Qin Hai also laughed, then, as if he remembered something, he suddenly spoke. By the way, I remember that the address chosen for the Yuan family's newly opened branch seems to be the Harmony Mansion directly across from Qinglong Mansion, right? Qin Heihai didn't know why Qin Hai suddenly asked this question. He nodded and responded, that's right, the Yuan family and our Qin family are family friends. They are rich and powerful, although the rent of Harmony Mansion is not as good as 1/5 of the rent of Qinglong Mansion, but the Yuan family's new company has rented the whole 2 floors of the office building. Hearing this, Qin Hai suddenly smiled grimly. Since Qin Chuyue wants to make a fool of herself, let's help her and make her a joke to the entire Qingzhou. Afterwards, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Mr. Yuan, your company has expanded its business and opened a new branch. This old friend of mine, I haven't had the chance to say congratulations. Ha ha. By the way, the date of the opening ceremony, have you chosen it yet? Not yet? Some time ago, I asked a senior person to do a fortune-telling, 3 days later, but within the last 2 months, the best auspicious day. Perfect for a housewarming opening. Ha ha. Is there any need to say thank you for the relationship between the two of us? Don't worry, 3 days later, I will definitely prepare enough congratulatory gifts and attend on time. Hanging up the phone, Shinhai's face raised a gloomy arc. Hey eyes, 3 days later, prepare to see how this waste of a daughter without the support of the Qin family becomes a joke in the entire Qingzhou city, huh? Chapter 30, Unparalleled Honors. 3 days rolled by. Early in the morning, Qin Chuyue's mood was filled with endless apprehension. In her eyes, there was a slight flash of hope. Today, could everything really go well? Under Yan Xiaochen's leadership, when it came to Qinglong Mansion, a flash of deep consternation flashed across her eyes. Yan Xiaochen, the new location you chose for your company, is here? Yan Xiaochen smiled confidently. This is the best commercial building in Qingzhou and the most suitable place for the company to open. Don't worry, I've arranged everything. Qin Chuyue opened her mouth, and before she could speak, suddenly the deafening sound of firecrackers rang out. Then, in the Harmony Mansion across the street, a bunch of people sprang out, each with a smiling face. Seeing the visitor, countless squatting journalists who had been waiting for a long time suddenly surged up, and a burst of white light flashed from the long guns and short cannons, making a lively scene. And Qin Chuyue, who was just one road away, naturally took in this scene. Looking at the opposite side of the water, and then look at their own side of the empty, stark contrast, so that Qin Chuyue's face, instantly ugly. Yo! Who's this? Qin Chuyue, what are you doing here with this little broken stage? At this moment, a teasing sound rang out. Directly Qin Hai and Qin Haoshe walked over with mocking smiles on their faces. Qin Hai even had a sneer on his face that he didn't hide in the slightest. Xiaoyue, I heard that you registered your company, and this battle today, it can't be that you're going to hold an opening ceremony, right? Ha ha. Then you really chose the wrong time. Don't you know that today is also the time for the opening of Yuan Group's branch? Qin Chuyue's face at the moment was as ugly as it could be. The Yuan family, it's a quasi-first-class family. The opening of the new company, with its prestige, enough to be able to make half of the rich and powerful circle of Qingzhou to come to congratulate, but also attracted a large number of media reporters. In such a contrast, if it were to be rendered a bit more, the so-called opening ceremony of Chuyue's company would be a downright joke of a companion. Looking at Qin Chuyue's unsightly face, Qin Hei's even laughed out loud without any concealment. Tisk, Qin Chuyue, you're really unlucky ah. To go and crash the date with the Yuan family on the side, and so close to each other. Don't you think about it, what kind of thing is this Chuyue company of yours? Can it be compared to the Yuan family? How humiliating it would be if none of these came to congratulate us. Luckily, the entire Qingzhou knows that you, Qin Chuyue, have long since stopped being a member of our Qin family, or else even we would have to follow and lose face. Hose. What's with the talking? Qin Hai's face flushed. Xiaoyu is at least your cousin. Her opening ceremony, our Qin family should come to congratulate her. It's just that Qin Yana, as you know, the Yuan family and us, are family friends. So, we can only go to his opening ceremony. Really can't, Uncle Pei, hire you a few folk over to add to the scene? Ha ha. Just as the two of them were laughing uncontrollably, another teasing voice rang out. Brother Qin Hai, this girl child of your Qin family, since she dares to open her business in a place like Qinglong Mansion, she naturally has her backbone, so how could there be no one to come and congratulate her? At some point, another group of people came over from the opposite side, and the person who spoke at the head was none other than the head of the Yuan family, Yuan Success. Yuan Chengcheng looked at the empty concierge desk, a flash of disdain flashed across his face, and his tone was tinged with sarcasm. I have to say, Mr. Qin is really good at being generous. How dare you open your company's new location in Qinglong Mansion? This kind of place, but even my Yuan family, is something that I wouldn't dare to think about yo. Qin Haoshe's conspiratorial voice rang out. Uncle Yuan, renting an office of a few dozen square feet doesn't cost much, but haven't you noticed? The plaques on the outside wall of Qinglong Mansion, are they all covered with red cloth? In my opinion, I'm afraid it's also too embarrassing. Ha ha. There was a burst of laughter, and everyone was looking at Qin Chuyue with a mocking expression. And those reporters who followed, even more so, did not give up the slightest opportunity, one camera after another, framing Qin Chuyue's most embarrassing scene. In the face of a loud mockery, Qin Chuyue's eyes were red, and in her eyes, she was filled with despair. And she knew that today, there would be no one within the rich and powerful circle of Qingzhou to congratulate her. What should have been the most important moment of one's life was to be reduced to a joke for the whole of Qingzhou, and it was already a foregone conclusion. Yan Xiaochen, let's go. She didn't bother to blame Yan Xiaochen, her heart was already dead and there was no need to rebuke anything. Perhaps one is, by nature, this useless. Right at this moment, a pair of large hands suddenly encircled Qin Chuyue's shoulders, and looking up, she met Yan Xiaochen's pair of gentle eyes. You err, trust me, today, I will give you an unparalleled honor. Honorable? Qin Hei's sneer came out. This empty opening ceremony is what you call honorable? Is it honorable for a building to be disgraced, even to the extent of covering its own plaque? Even the fireworks prepared for this opening can't go off for more than a few minutes, and this is what you call honorable? Yan Xiaochen, you're still ridiculous. Yuan Shengcheng, on the other hand, had a condescending look on his face, and with a condescending tone, he spoke, "Oh virtuous nephew, this useless son-in-law of your Qin family seems to have some kind of misunderstanding of the word honorable. How about, just let me teach him? The auspicious time has arrived. Fire the flowers and set off the cannons." The Yuan family members, who had long been prepared, pulled in 3 whole carts of fireworks, instantly paving the entire road. With Yuan Success's command, they were lit at the same time, and brilliant fireworks dotted the sky above the 2 buildings. For a while, it drew countless people to stop and look up. Looking at the countless pairs of astonished and envious gazes, Yuan Chenggong had a smug smile on his face, and then spoke, "Tell the people below to set off the fireworks this way, for Mr. Qin's opening ceremony. Since he can't afford to set off the fireworks, then our Yuan family will be generous enough to give them some charity." Faced with such humiliation, Qin Chuyue could no longer hold back and twisted her head to leave. At this time, Yan Xiaochen pulled her back with another hand. Qin Chuyue instantly became agitated. "Yan Xiaochen, what else are you going to do? Hasn't the humiliation we've suffered been enough?" "Shoo!" Yan Xiaochen suddenly put his finger up on her mouth, the corner of his mouth, slightly raised a smirk. "The auspicious time of the good time has arrived, Chiyu Company, the opening ceremony, officially begin." Chapter 31, One Man's Dignity, the Nation's Congratulation. The words landed on the ground, and a cannon roar loud enough to penetrate the entire sky over Qingzhou resounded through the clouds. Directly Yuan Success, all the sound of firecrackers and fireworks, instantly masked. What's going on? What's happening? What's with the gunfire? A crowd of people's faces were suddenly filled with a look of stunned disbelief. However, the first sound was just the beginning. Every 3 seconds, there was a cannon sound, the whole 99 times, attracting everyone in the real Qingzhou city. When everyone's eyes in the entire Qingzhou were gathered in the sky, an oversized firework rose into the air. It exploded amidst the horrified gazes of the crowd. The fireworks bloomed, forming 4 large, brilliant letters. Chuyue Company. What? Everyone's eyes widened at once. Even the Qin family's father and son couldn't help but rub their eyes, suspecting a hallucination. Could it be that all the previous gunfire was meant to make the entire Qingzhou see the 4 words Chuyue Corporation? Hiss. Cannon. That's a cannon. Daring to use a cannon as a salute, or firing it in the middle of the city, what kind of person should have this kind of heavenly ability? However, this is only the beginning. Subsequently, all the commercial loudspeakers, mainly the Qingzhou radio and television station, sounded at the same time, and an impassioned voice spread to every inch of the entire Qingzhou land. Congratulations to Chuyue Corporation on their grand opening. Swish. Accompanied by this earth-shattering announcement, the red cloth that had originally been covering Qinglong Mansion abruptly fell. The crowd looked up and their breath caught steeply. The original 4 people in Qinglong Mansion, at this moment, unexpectedly turned into Chuyue Mansion. What does this mean? Chuyue Corporation? Chuyue Mansion? It was hard to believe that the address of Chuyue's company was not a tiny office, but an entire building? How is this possible? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Qin Haosh's face was pale at the moment, looking incredulously at what was in front of him. As for Yuan Success's face, it was also hard to see. What kind of place was Qinglong Mansion? The most expensive building in the whole of Qingzhou. In front of him, his own little 2-story building was nothing. Not long after, slightly silent radio and television speakers, suddenly came a voice. East Mountain Province's richest, Willow Group congratulates the opening of the auspicious occasion, offer congratulatory gifts, 2 boxes of gold. Afterwards, a luxurious Rolls-Royce drove over, and a person came down from the car, with a dignified appearance. It was really the richest man in Dongshan Province, Wang Wei. One word, instantly, and the crows were silent. After a long time, everyone's gazes were instantly fixed on Yuan Shengcheng. Subsequently, countless fawning voices rang out, "Mr. Yuan, you really are a real person." The opening of a new company has surprised even the richest man in Dongshan province. "Mr. Yuan, when will you take my brother to be the richest man in Dongshan? You eat meat, I'll follow the soup, too." A stream of compliments confused Yuan Shengcheng as well. He was only a quasi-first-class family in a small Qingzhou city, while the Weilong Group was the richest in the entire Dongshan province. Between the two, there is a world of difference. He, himself, is not qualified to know Wang Wei at all. But how could he come to congratulate himself? But in the face of so many people fawning over him, Yuan Shengcheng certainly couldn't say that he didn't recognize him. Wouldn't that be hitting his own face? At that moment, he had to be tough, walked up and extended his hand with a respectful face. "Mr. Wang, the opening of this small matter has also alarmed you. It really makes Yuan's house glow. You quickly inside, please." Seeing this scene, a flash of envy flashed in Qin Hei's eyes, and with another glance at Qin Chuiwei and Yen Xiaochen, he said disdainfully, "See? Now that's what I call honorable. The richest man in a province has come to congratulate us, and with you two losers, I'm afraid that in this lifetime, you won't have the qualifications to do so." Yen Xiaochen suddenly raised a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. "Oh? Is that so? But why do I feel that they have come to give us congratulations?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Wei frowned slightly, glanced at Yuan Chengcheng, and said indifferently, "Do I know you?" The faces of everyone, including Yuan's success, instantly stiffened. Subsequently, the radio station rang out one after another. Hope Group, the richest group in Zhejiang Hangzhou province, came to congratulate the grand opening, offering a congratulatory gift of 3 West Lake Row villas. Goodyear Group, the richest in southern Jiangsu province, comes to congratulate. A voice, accompanied by a silhouette. Everyone who saw the scene was all silent at this moment. 34 provinces of heaven, 34 figures, 34 richest men, 34 generous gifts. At this moment, 34 people with smiles on their faces simultaneously rushed in Qin Chuyue's direction and droned in unison, "We have personally arrived to congratulate Chuyue Company on its grand opening." The voice echoed for a long time, and everyone's face, "Wonderful. What do you mean by honor? When one man is honored with a nation's congratulations. Endless glory, as it should be." Chapter 32, If you don't want to, no one can force you. This day is enough to be written into the history of Qingzhou. Qin Shuiwa didn't know how much media she had faced, only that for 2 full hours, her eyes were blinded by flashing lights and she couldn't see a thing. The Qingzhou tycoons who had originally congratulated the Yuan family on their opening also caught wind of the situation and all flocked into Chuyu's company. On this day, Qin Shuiwa became the center of attention in the entire Qingzhou. The Chuyue Company, moreover, was a hit, not only resounding in Qingzhou, but also known throughout the country. The next day, the headlines of the major newspapers, competing for coverage, "A brand new company," instantly resonated throughout the country. Snap! Qin Hai ruthlessly slapped the newspaper on the table and said in a gloomy voice, "What the hell is going on? How could a tiny Qin Shuiwa possess so much energy? The opening of the company has attracted a gathering of the richest people from every province in the country. How on earth did she do it? Dad! Check it out." At this time, Qin Hei's pushed the door in and opened his mouth. "I entrusted a great relation to find out, some time ago, the richest people in each province jointly engaged in some kind of program to support emerging entrepreneurs, and Qin Chuyue's Chuyue Company is the lucky one that." Qin Jingxiong had a cold face and ignored him, walking straight up and sitting on a chair, glancing at the two of them. "Where is that girl Qin Chuyue?" Qin Jingxiong has always favored sons over daughters, and he puts the family's interests above all else. Ever since the disappearance of the Qin Chuyue sisters' father, Qin Jingxiong had been treating the sisters more and more poorly as well. It could be said that the two sisters had to take a share of the credit for him, their grandfather, being kicked out of the house. And for so many years, Qin Jingxiong has always been indifferent to the sisters, which suddenly, how to mention it? "Dad, why are you bringing her up all of a sudden?" The cooperation of Infong Group has been almost negotiated, only, there is still one last condition missing. The chairman of the Infong Group wants to marry Qin Chuyue to be his wife. What? Both father and son were shocked. The chairman of this Infong Group, Chang Sai, was an old man close to over 50. At this age, it's a few years older than Qin Hai. But, Dad, although this Cheng Dong has been divorced no less, Qin Chuyue's husband, that punk Yen Xiaochen, is back. What? Qin Jingxiong frowned slightly. That punk, hasn't he disappeared for 5 years? Yes, I heard that I went to the land of chaos 5 years ago to seek opportunities, but what kind of place is that? Every day there is a war, every day there are dead people. I'm afraid, it is greedy and afraid of death, and fled back again. Speaking of Yan Xiaochen, Qin Haoshe was filled with sarcasm. He's back just in time, so incidentally, let him and Qin Shuiyue divorce. Qin Jingxiang opened his mouth indifferently, as if he was talking about an insignificant matter. But Dad, did you hear about Qin Shuiyue opening a company yesterday? She is, now, a celebrity. Celebrities? Qin Jingxiang coldly snorted in disdain. No matter how famous she is, she's still the daughter of my Qin family. She has to follow my orders, and she has to have the consciousness of sacrificing everything for my Qin family. This is a big business of over $100 million. As long as we can negotiate this, my Qin family, from being a second-rate family now, will be able to move up to the next level. It can even reach the level of the most honorable first-class families in Qinzhou. So, this business, no matter what, you have to take it. Tomorrow, the Qin clan will hold a gathering of the entire clan, notify Qin Shuiyue and have her attend as well. When this news reached Qin Shuyue's ears, she froze for half a day. After a long time, she suddenly looked at Yan Xiaochen. Yan Xiaochen, what do you say, should I go back? Yan Xiaochen smiled gently at her. That's a question you have to ask yourself. If you don't want to, no one can force you. Qin Shuiyue lowered her head. At the time, in my most difficult, most in need of loved ones, the entire family, all cold-eyed spectators, originally should be blood thicker than water affection, but brought me the most painful humiliation and shame. My grandfather, my great-uncle, the people closest to me, are less to me than a stranger, and I should go on hating them, but there, after all, is my home too. Dad said that where there are roots, there is home. Looking at Qin Shuyue's gradually red and swollen eyes, Yan Xiaochen's heart ached. He held Qin Shuyue's shoulders and looked at her with a firm face. You're right, it's home. Tomorrow, I'll accompany you home. Looking at his sincere gaze, Qin Shuyu smiled and murmured, Yan Xiaochen, thank you. Yan Xiaochen also smiled. If the Qin family really came around, he didn't mind abandoning all previous grudges and giving the Qin family another chance. But if they were to continue to harm Qin Shuiyue, at the bottom of Yan Xiaochen's eyes, a deep chill flashed through. With him guarding Qin Shuiyue, in this world, no one can hurt her half again. Chapter 33, Your First Gift. Qin Shuiyue looked down, and on her face, there was also a touch of inferiority. What woman doesn't love beauty, but where else would she have the money? This white dress had been the best dress in her closet. Looking at her sad face, Yan Xiaochen looked at the time, laughed, and stood up. There should still be time. Go! Qin Shuiyue subconsciously asked, what for? Take you clothes shopping. By clothes, you have money? In her impression, Yan Xiaochen, but never went out to work to earn a penny. It's not a lot of money, but it's enough to buy a dress. Vientiane City, the top luxury shopping center in Qinzhou City. Anyone who can come here to spend money is either rich or expensive. Just coming in and out of here for a round is never going to get you down without 6 figures. Standing in front of a top-notch luxury women's clothing store within the Wanxiang city, Qin Shuiyue deeply swallowed her saliva. When you said you'd take me shopping for a dress, you didn't come here to buy it, did you? Yan Xiaochen, however, spread his hands very easily. What's the problem? Qin Shuiyue looked at the gorgeous and glittering dresses in the window. Her eyes clearly flashed with a flash of yearning, but then it flashed away, and she hurriedly pulled Yan Xiaochen to go outside. Don't be ridiculous, how can this be a place we can afford to spend our money? Yan Xiaochen, however, pulled her back, his eyes, with a hint of tenderness. Ever since we got married, I've been gone for 5 years, and I've never given you a single gift, so this time, just give me a chance to express my feelings, okay? Qin Shuyue's heart fluttered, and in her mind, a touch of warmth flooded her. Suddenly, a mocking sharp voice came. Yo! Look who's here, isn't this our former #1 beauty of Qinzhou, Miss Qin? In response to the sound, 2 heavily made-up women came in pairs and walked straight to Qin Shuyue's side. One of the red-haired women looked Qin Shuiyue up and down and gave a disdainful light snort, with a strong condescension on her face. Qin Shuiyue, why are you here? A woman with yellow hair next to her even revealed a disdainful sneer. Qin Shuiyue, you're not here to buy clothes, are you? Don't talk nonsense. Don't we know what the prices of the clothes here are? Is it something that she, a downtrodden young lady who was kicked out of her home, can afford? Yeah, why did I forget about this, Shuiyue? If you were still the former Miss Qin family, you might still be qualified to hang out here, but now, TSK, what status don't you know about yourself? Agu, how can you say so? After all, we also have to understand, this witch woman, and do not love beautiful clothes it. This after all look, and do not pay. But you are, for the sake of a classmate, I have to remind you this Wanxiang city is a high-end luxury place, no money just loitering, later, the security guards will come to drive people Ha ha. The two of them ridiculed recklessly, without the slightest concern for a trace of Qin Chuyue's face, while the latter's face instantly turned very ugly as she violently stomped her foot, sending her fire onto Yan Xiaochen. It's all your fault. I said I wasn't coming and you had to come. Are you satisfied to see me so humiliated? Yan Xiaochen pulled back Qin Chuyue, who wanted to leave, and his gaze faintly looked at the two women as he spoke. Did we say that we were just here to hang out? Chapter 34, Your First Gift. The laughter of the two women came to a halt, looked Yan Xiaochen up and down, the corner of her mouth raised a thick sneer. Are you really here to buy clothes? The red-haired woman pointed to the window in front of her. The cheapest clothes here all start at 5 figures. Look at you with your ground floor appearance. Is it something that people like you can afford to consume? While another person sneered, Lan, don't say that. Since Miss Qin said she's here to buy clothes, then why don't we, let's just help her to palm her eyes. After all, I'm afraid Miss Qing hasn't been to such an upscale place since she was kicked out of the Qin family, so she's not as experienced as we are. The corner of Yan Xiaochen's mouth lifted. Since the two of you are so intentional, let's take a look together. Yan Xiaochen. Qin Chuyue anxiously tugged at him and whispered, What the hell do you want? Don't you know yourself what we are? The two of them are my high school classmates, and when they went to school, they were especially jealous of me because their families weren't as well off as mine. And after that, I was kicked out of the Qin family, and they all married rich husbands, so how can we compare with them in our current situation? Yan Xiaochen grabbed her wrist back and softly said, Where, do you trust me? Don't worry, everything here, leave it to me. You are only responsible for turning yourself into the most beautiful goddess in this mall. Welcome. The shopper enthusiastically welcomed several people into the store, and two women were very enthusiastic and took the lead in opening their mouths. Shopper, this one in front of you is the #1 beauty of our Qingzhou. Look at her face and body. Why don't you bring out the most expensive clothes in your store? Yes. Another woman chimed in conspiratorially, remember, it must match our Miss Qin's temperament. The price, it's not a problem. The shopper's eyes lit up, and quickly said, Then you really come to coincidence, our store just came to the new models. Is our chief designer personally manipulate the design, the global limited edition, the current domestic, just this one, or you go to try? Good. Just try this one. The two women directly clapped for Qin Chuyue, fearing that she would back out, pushing and dragging her into the fitting room. After some cleanup, the moment he saw Qin Chuyue come out of the fitting room, Yan Xiaochen's breath, slightly stagnant. A long black dress outlined Qin Chuyue's already slender figure. On top of the long dress, it was embellished with 99 of the most luxurious and gorgeous diamonds from across the oceans, beautifully illuminated by the light. Coupled with a pair of silver crystal high heels, it is more like a noble princess who does not enter the mortal world. There is no girl who does not like beautiful clothes, but the helplessness of real life can only bury her beauty-loving heart deep in the bottom of the deep. But when the time and again the dream of luxury into reality, even Qin Chuyue himself, all dare to believe that the mirror so like a princess general woman, really is their own? Ah, Miss Qin, this dress really suits you. The mocking voice was tinged with undisguised jealousy. Qin Chuyue was already very beautiful, and under this dress, she was even more beautiful. The three women, including the shopper, were all filled with intense jealousy. Moon, you're beautiful. At this moment, Yan Xiaochen exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. Guide, what are you waiting for? Why don't you wrap it up for our Miss Qin? The yellow-haired woman couldn't wait to shout. This lady, you are really discerning. This dress with your temperament is simply prettier than a star. That's a total of $150,000, how do you see yourself paying for it? What? So expensive. The cold figures brought Qin Chuyue back to reality. 150,000 what concept, according to her current living expenses, 150,000, enough for her family to live for 3 years. And 3 years of living expenses for a dress. It's only $150,000, isn't that a small amount of money for Miss Qin? Yes, after all, how can someone who can afford to come to Wanxiang City not even be able to out 150? Just the dress, I'll take it. Yan Xiaochen's faint voice rang out, and then, casually pulling out a black card from his pocket and handing it over, he lightly said, Swipe the card. The shopper took the card, and when she got a good look at what it looked like, her pupils dilated violently and she blurted out. This is the supreme black card released by the World Bank? Chapter 35. This card is fake. When these words came out, the mockery on the two women's faces directly froze on their faces, filled with shock. The World Bank Alliance, at one time, had created an exclusive VIP card for those with the topmost power in this world. and there are only 100 available, for giveaway only. Only those with the most prestigious status in this world and recognized by the World Bank will have the privilege of obtaining one. The card body is made of the most advanced materials. The cost of this card, which is like an ordinary bank card, is worth no less than $1 million. There is no upper limit on the balance of the card. Holders of this card can enjoy the most exclusive VIP privilege services at major luxury stores, airports, 5-star hotels, etc. without any charge. The status of a person who possessed the World Black Card was tantamount to standing at the top of this world. The two women also came back to their senses from the shock at this moment. They had heard of the World Black Card, but they had never imagined that one day, the card owner of the World Black Card would be able to be so close to them. Because even in the whole country, the number of people who are eligible to have a World Black Card can be counted on one hand. Their men were also considered to be a small rich man with a good reputation in this Qinzhou, but compared to the owner of the World Black Card, they were nothing. Miss Qin. This outfit is so beautiful. I told you, with our Miss Qin's figure and appearance, everything she wears looks so good. Yes, our Miss Qin is the #1 beauty in Qinzhou, so she naturally looks good in everything. With this outfit, she's even more like a fairy. The two women, one on the left and one on the right, very enthusiastically surrounded Qin Shuiyue in the center, boasting about all sorts of things. The red-haired woman had an envious look on her face, and her afterglow glanced in Yan Xiaochen's direction with a hint of trepidation in her curiosity. Shuiyue, you're being unkind. As old classmates, how can you not inform us of something as big as a marriage? But then again, what does your husband do? Qin Shuiyue was also confused. What did Yan Xiaochen do? Isn't he just a pawn in the land of chaos? After 5 years of muddling through, accomplishing nothing, by a fluke, he saved his life and returned to Qinzhou. But such a person, how can I think of it, can't have any connection with something like the World Black Card. And at this time, the face of the shopper, immediately piled on a fawning smile, originally in Yan Xiaochen side by side of the body, also cannot help but bow down half body. Dear VIP, this is the world's most honorable black card owner. According to the agreement between our store and the World Bank, you can enjoy the supreme level VIP treatment in our store. Please take a seat first. Our store has top quality Dahanpo just picked from Woi, Fujian. I'll make a cup for you right away. Yan Xiaochen didn't refuse, took the teacup and gently blew on it. Swipe it. Okay, then I'll get your check right away. Dear VIP, you spent a total of 150,000 whole dollars. This is your. Suddenly, the shopper's brow furrowed, and the 4 big words "swipe abnormal" on the card machine made her freeze. She took the card out and carefully looked at it again, then her face turned very ugly. The voice, too, had become somewhat raw. Do you have another card, sir? Yan Xiaochen shook his head. When did he ever need to pay for his own meals when he traveled on weekdays? Just this card, or that what the president of the World Bank, crying and screaming must be stuffed to him, do not want to hate to jump off a building to commit suicide kind of. Snap. The shopper directly remained the card on the table and said indifferently, that I'm sorry, you'd better pay the bill in another way. Hey! How are you talking to our Miss Qin's husband? Just a small shopper, do you really think you're some kind of character? Dare to disrespect the owner of the World Black Card, believe it or not, I'll let you roll out immediately. The shopper snorted disdainfully, if he is really the card owner of the World Black Card, I wouldn't dare to be disrespectful even if you lend me 100 guts. But is he? Said the man, taking the card from the table in his hand. World Black Card, made of special materials, all black, no card number, only on the front with a special technique engraved with the name of the card owner, to show that one person, one card of unique honor. But look at this card, does this card have a name? What? The two of them hurriedly left Qin Shuiyue behind and came over, fixing their eyes on it. The face of the card was so smooth that there wasn't even a trace of it, let alone a name. This gentleman, what about counterfeiting next time? At least be a little more professional, don't even get such an obvious place wrong. The guide's tone was thick with mockery. And the tone of the two women changed at once. I told you so, how could a downtrodden young lady who was kicked out of her home have such a rich husband? Turns out, it's a counterfeiter. Tisk, Shuiyue, can't afford it, you can tell us at least we are classmates, we can still have mercy to give you 1 or 2 pieces of clothes you don't wear, why bother to fake it? To show off, of course. It's common for people of our status to buy a piece of clothing, but how can a bereaved dog who has been kicked out of his home, and who can't even necessarily satisfy his food and clothing, have the spare money to buy clothes? Qin Shuiyue, is the photo ready? If you're done, hurry up and take it off for others. If you get a little dirty, your living expenses for the past 6 months will go down the drain. Xin Chuyue's face was flushed with dryness, her head was lowered and she was about to run towards the fitting room when the shopper called out to her with a cold face. Wait! This dress is a global limited edition, the only one of its kind, not just anyone can try it on. Being worn once gives you depreciation damage, and since you can't afford it, you're going to have to shell out the $30,000 for the depreciation of trying it on. What? It costs $30,000 to put it on, are you guys robbing money? Xin Chuyue angrily exclaimed. Egu! Look at you, are you trying to renege on your debt? The shopper had a pinch of contempt on her face. No money here to play what big tail wolf, their own a few kilograms of heart is not clear. Anyone who wants to come and try on clothes and we give her a try, without looking in the mirror to see if she's worthy. I've seen a lot of people like you, so if you're poor, you can honestly go to the night market and pick up some groundlings. I can tell you, it's $30,000 now, but in a little while, it won't be that price. Ha! Suddenly, Yan Xiaochen's laughter came as he looked at the shopper. I've never heard of trying on clothes and having to pay for them. Is that your store's rule, or yours? My rules are the rules of the store. Either be honest and take the money, or you'll never get out of here today. Chapter 36 Apologies. As he spoke, the guide pressed a red button, followed by a loud siren, and a group of security guards poured into the store. The shopper was smug. I'll give you one last chance to honestly pay up, and I'll forget about what just happened. Otherwise, just based on what you just did, in the Public Security Bureau, it's enough to convict you of fraud. Egu, Chuyue, it looks like your husband is in trouble. The yellow-haired woman gloated as she looked at Xin Chuyue. Otherwise, you beg us, for the sake of our classmates, maybe we'll show some kindness and take pity on you. Yes, a swindler's husband, so does our Miss Qin still have the face to continue in Qingzhou? Xin Shuyu bit her lips deeply, although she hated the fact that Yan Xiaochen even used this way to please him and made her lose face. She couldn't watch Yan Xiaochen be taken away and convicted. With that thought in mind, she took a deep breath and walked over to the two women and took a deep breath. I begged. A pair of warm hands pulled her in at once. Yan Xiaochen's voice rang out, there's no need to beg them, with these people, they're not worthy of doing anything to me. It's that time of the year, and you're still here beating your face against the wall. The shopper's face was contemptuous. Security guard, teach him a lesson. Let him know, Wanxiang City. It's not a place for their bunch of poor trash to run wild. Looking at the security guards who gradually gathered around, Yan Xiaochen's eyes went cold. Seeing that it was about to come to blows, a voice rang out, what's the point of surrounding so many people? The crowd shied away as two figures in suits appeared in the doorway. The shopper took a look, and a smile piled up on her face, and she ran over in a trot. General Manager, what brings you here? Li Yimin frowned and looked at her with a condescending face. How many times have I told you, we are a luxury consumption place, the guests who come here are either rich or noble. What would it look like to surround so many security guards, if the guests see them? Yes. But I can't help it, there are always ungrateful guys that come to mess us up. Saying that, he gave the Yan Xiaochen duo a disdainful glance. Immediately after that, adding to the story of what had just happened. Then he pointed at Yan Xiaochen and the two of them, it's these two, they have no money and still come to the store to make trouble. If we don't give them a little lesson, in the future, all the poor people will come to our Wanxiang City, won't it be bad for our reputation? After hearing this, Li Yimin let out a cold snort, then bowed his head respectfully to the old man beside him. President, I'm sorry for the joke. I'll get right on it. Afterward, Li Yimin walked up to Yan Xiaochen, looked him up and down, and arrogantly said, Kid, there are honored guests today, I won't make things difficult for you. Pay up neatly and get the hell out of here, and remember, this kind of establishment is never a place where a lowlife like you can set foot. Yan Xiaochen laughed, what a domineering general manager. Those who know you're a mall manager, and those who don't, thinks a mountain bandit has come down from the mountain. Cut the ing crap. Li Yimin's eyes steeply condensed, Kid, I advise you to be sensible, the water of this Qingzhou can be very deep. Want money? You can. But on what basis? Yan Xiaochen's ghostly voice came. Just because I told you to pay, you have to pay even if you don't. Ha ha. Yan Xiaochen suddenly laughed, good. Very good. The words changed, and his eyes went cold, and what if I don't give it? Li Yimin swept a glance at Qin Shuiwe, who was not far away, and a flash of greed flashed in the bottom of his eyes as he laughed coldly. Then you can leave, but your girlfriend, she'll have to stay and pay her debt. A murderous intent quietly flashed across Yan Xiaochen's face, you seek death. Looking for death? Ha ha. As if he had heard some heavenly joke, Li Yimin picked up the world black card in his hand and shook it in the air. A poor bastard, who gave you the courage to say such things? Fish Liang? Or is it your fake card with lousy counterfeiting skills? Kid, my patience is limited, I'll give you one last minute, take the money or... That card, show it to me. Suddenly, a majestic voice rang out. At some point, the old man walked over with a grave expression on his face. Li Yimin suddenly froze and then had a fawning smile on his face. President, a little thing is just a little thing, it won't trouble you, I'll put him. Right away. Bring it to me. With a thunderous burst, Li Yimin shivered and hurriedly handed over the card in his hand. The old man took the card and carefully surveyed it, then delicately stroked the material of the card. After that particular texture entered his hands, the pupils in his eyes contracted deeply. Afterward, in full view of everyone, he handed the card to Yan Xiaochun with both hands, bowed 90 degrees, and respectfully said, I've surprised your guest. Chu Feng, president of Wanxiang City, on behalf of the 1,200 Wanxiang City stores around the world, would like to express our greatest apologies to your guests. Everyone, all of them froze. Chapter 37, I'm a good person. Li Yimin froze and watched this, the corner of his mouth, unconsciously pumped, stuttered and opened his mouth, Chu. Chu always, what is wrong with you? How to give a poor boy bao? Snap. Chu Feng coldly looked at Li Yimin, whose cheeks were rapidly swelling up, and said in a cold voice, Li Yimin. In the name of the executive president of Wanxiang City, I will officially dismiss you from your position as the head of the Qingzhou Wanxiang City store. From now on, everything you do is personal and has nothing to do with Wanxiang City. No. Mr. Chu, you can't do this to me. I've been working hard for the company for more than 10 years, and you're going to fire me for a poor boy? I'm not convinced. Poor boy? A flash of anger was evident on Chu Feng's face. Open your dog's eyes and take a good look. The person in front of you is the owner of the World Black Card authorized by the World Bank personally. He's the most honored guest of Vientiane City. This can't be. Mr. Chu, take a good look. Li Yimin pointed at the card. I've received a few World Black Cards, and all of them have the card owner's exclusive name engraved on them to show their honor. But what about this one? There's nothing on it. What kind of World Black Card is this? Li Yimin was offended. If there is something I did wrong, you can just say so. Why bother finding such a lame excuse? Chu Feng coldly glanced at him. You are hopeless. You only know that there are only a total of 100 World Black Cards, one for each person, but what you don't know is that there are 10 of these cards, which are specially customized, and the card owner's name will not appear on the top of the card. Because, according to the World Bank, the World Black Card is simply not worthy of carrying the honorable name of the card owner. Li Yimin's face turned pale as if it was unbelievable, but he was still making a final struggle. What? How is this possible? Humph. How could it not be? With this special material alone, no one can imitate the World Black Card. You fool, do you know how much trouble you've caused for Wanxiang City? Saying that, Chu Feng deeply glanced at Yan Xiaochun, who had a bland face, and in his eyes, a trace of undisguised fear appeared. With an ordinary World Black Card, although there is no upper limit to the card's balance, the amount spent has to be returned by the card owner on a regular basis. But the owner of this nameless black card, everything purchased, does not need to be consumed by himself at all. Everything, all of it, is paid for by the World Bank. Because it's an honor for the World Bank to pay for them. Hearing these words, everyone, all of them, froze. The gaze that looked toward Yan Xiaochen was filled with deep shock. No one was stupid and naturally understood the meaning of Chu Feng's words. The World Bank is what it is, the gathering place of the world's wealth. However, when a person, even the World Bank, will be proud of spending money for him to pay the bill, then the identity of this person, how honorable must it be? Li Yimin completely froze on the spot. As for the shopper, he had already shivered and was paralyzed on the ground. The corner of Yan Xiaochen's mouth gently lifted as he looked at Li Yimin and pointed at Qin Chuyue. This dress, can I wear it away? Li Yimin stiffly squeezed out a smile that was worse than crying. You can certainly wear it away. And do I still have to pay for the discount? When? Of course, no need. It's me who has the eyes to recognize and to tie. You mustn't take it to heart. Li Yimin at this moment really want to slap himself a few times. Even the World Bank have to bow to the figure. What are you, still dare to be high and mighty in front of others? When this kind of character made a move, getting himself killed would be easier than getting an ant killed. Just as he was feeling apprehensive in his heart, Yan Xiaochen smiled, and it was a very gentle smile. I, for one, have never been a very kind person. Chapter 38, Using People to Pay Off Debts. When these words came out, Lee Amin's heart was eased, but the next words made him fall into the ice valley in an instant. It's never been my style to buy something without paying for it. But I don't have any money on me except this card, so what should I do, you say? Lee Amin how can not understand Yan Xiaochen's meaning, streaming cold sweat dry smile, You look at the things here, is our good fortune, how can you still let you pay off? This dress, I'll pay for it, as an apology to you. Yan Xiaochen nodded with satisfaction, this businessman it's not easy to make some money, so this discount let's avoid it. Li Amin gritted his teeth and nodded his head, $150,000 to be able to avoid this calamity, it would be worth it. Originally thought that the matter was finished, but did not expect Yan Xiaochen's words turned to Chu Feng and spoke, Mr. Chu, today, my lover and I are going to participate in a very important party, so it is, this line of clothing, always cannot be less, right? Chu Feng instantly understood the meaning of Yan Xiaochen's words and bowed with a smile, it's our honor at Wanxiang City to do an exclusive bill for you. In a short while, the entire Wanxiang City and the most top luxury brands, in order to line up their stores and the most luxurious products out, like a large-scale talent show, with the highest-end designers, it did not take long to work, a pair of magnificent handsome men and women, presented in front of everyone. Especially Qin Shuiwei, 150,000 yuan on the dress, with LV 3 million diamond ring, Cartier 2 million pendant, more originally outstanding temperament, set off the ultimate. As for Yan Xiaochen, in addition to a special suit worth $300,000, the most valuable thing was this watch on his wrist worth $5 million. Yan Xiaochen nodded with satisfaction, then smiled at Li Amin, then thank you for General Manager Li's generosity. A sentence that instantly confused Li Amin. He stammered, what do you mean by that? It's not like you're going to let me pay for it all, is it? Yan Xiaochen nodded, otherwise, what do you think? Poof. Li Amin directly sat paralyzed on the ground. He could afford $150,000, but these added up to tens of millions of dollars, so even if he were sold, he couldn't afford it. By the way, don't forget what I said about discounted stuff, I don't want it. Li Amin knelt on the ground, his head kowtowing with a thud, just let me go, these things, even if I were sold, I can't afford them. Yan Xiaochen said indifferently, what does that have to do with me? Remember what you said before? If you can't afford it, you can use people to pay off your debts. Mr. Chu, it's okay to leave things to you, right? Chu Feng looked at Li Amin indifferently and respectfully said, please rest assured, your guest, before Li Amin pays back the tens of millions, we will do everything we can to create value in him. It was only when the two of them had almost reached the Qin family's ancestral mansion that Qin Shuiwei seemed to react. She suddenly asked, Yan Xiaochen. That world black card, what's going on? Yan Xiaochen looked indifferent, that card picked up Picked up? Qin Shuiwei's nose was almost crooked with anger, that's the world black card there are only 100 in the world, is it that you say pick up just pick up? Yan Xiaochen countered with a look of innocence, then I can't say that it was the president of the World Bank who gave it to me personally, can I? Qin Shuiwei opened her mouth, also, if the president of the World Bank could send him a black card, he wouldn't have come back so gray. Did you really pick it up? Egu. Look who's here, so it's our Miss Qin who's back. Right at this moment, a flirtatious laughter reached his ears as Qin Haosha walked over with a strong condescension on his face. Chapter 39, He's not worthy, but you are? Glancing up and down at the duo, he gave a disdainful cold snort, it seems like you guys have put in a lot of effort for this Qin family gathering. That's a nice outfit. Which stall did you buy it at? It cost a few $100s, right? Saying that, with a careless face, he was about to touch Qin Shuiwei's clothes. Yan Xiaochen stretched out his hand and stopped him, coldly saying, these clothes, you'd better not touch them, touching them dirty, I'm afraid you can't afford to pay for it. Cannot afford to lose? Ha ha. A piece of but a few dozen dollars of ground goods, how dare you say I can't afford to pay for it? That's it. Just this kind of shabby clothes, even the nanny of Qin Xiao's family doesn't care to wear it, but you treat it as a treasure. What a laugh. One of Qin Haosha's lapdogs couldn't help but sneer as well. He. I didn't realize that the Qin family's eldest miss, since she left our Qin family, this taste, had become so bad. A raggedy dress, all treated like a baby. The crowd's taunts rose and fell, looking at the duo with a gaze filled with contempt. At this time, a flash of hesitation flashed across the face of a member of the Qin family who was engaged in the clothing industry, looking at the dress on Qin Shuiwei's body with a face full of shock. This one, why does it look so much like that town treasure from Wanxiang City? If I remember correctly, it should be the latest work of the world's chief costume master, the whole country, only this time, the selling price, $150,000. What? 150,000? Everyone's laughter came to an abrupt halt as they looked towards Jin Shuiwe, their faces full of shock. What is the concept of $150,000? Those present are all people of the Qin family, but with their income, not to mention $150,000 of clothes, even if $50,000 of clothes, they have not worn. It can't be. It must be a fake. Look at the shiny stuff on the top of this skirt, it looks like plastic. How can a ruined girl who was expelled from her family and can't even put food on the table afford to wear $150,000 worth of clothes? A man's face was full of contempt, and he was unrelentingly sarcastic. Hearing his words, the shock on Qin Haosha's face also turned into disdain. $150,000? Qin Shuiwe, are you going to say next that this broken chain you're wearing around your neck is worth $1.5 million? Do you know what Wanxiang City is? Is it also worthy for trash like you to enter? Oh. If they don't deserve to go in, is it just a loser like you who deserves to go in? A majestic voice suddenly sounded from the rear. Upon seeing the visitor, the smile on Qin Haosha's face turned into dismay. At this time, an ungrateful junior immediately jumped out, unbridled. What are you, and how dare you speak to our young master Qin like that? Humph. I'm afraid the person who knows with a waist is also a waste. Snap. Qin Haosha backhanded him with a slap and shouted angrily, how dare you? Where is your place to speak here? After saying that, he greeted them with a fawning smile on his face. President Chu, what brings you here? It's really made our Qin family's presence shine. The president of Vientiane City, of course Qin Haosha knew him. However, for the Qin family, a second-rate family, Chu Feng, was clearly a big shot that could not be reached. Who knew that Chu Feng didn't even look at him? And then smiled politely at Yan Xiaochun, who was on the side. Mr. Yan, you left in too much of a hurry, and you forgot to take the invoice for the goods you purchased just now. I sent it here especially for you. According to the regulations, for any valued customer who spends more than $10 million at one time in Vientiane City, you are hereby presented with a Vientiane City Lifelong Supreme Membership Card. With this card, you can enjoy a 20% discount in any of the stores under Vientiane City. Here is your VIP card, please keep it. In an instant, the mouths of all the Qin family members who had spoken out in mockery were open enough to swallow an egg. Chapter 40, You really don't deserve it. Spending 10 million or more at one time? What a concept! The Qin family's net profit for a year, I'm afraid, is less than $10 million. Could it be that this dress on Qin Shuiwe's body was really worth $150,000? Yan Xiaochen mouth corner, a slight hook, casually took over that membership card, walked to the beginning of the speech of the Qin family people in front of, smiled, you just said a good point, this skirt on the shiny plastic, looking really a little bit of an eyesore, or else, there is the labor you to key down? The man's face immediately turned green. Are you kidding me? On top of a $150,000 suit, could those things be plastic? Now lend him 3 guts, he wouldn't dare to gouge ah. And Qin Haosha was even more shocked, stuttering, President Chu. Chu, you're not mistaken, right? How can this loser possibly afford to spend so much money? Chu Feng gave him a cold look, are you saying that I'm blind and recognized the wrong person? Qin Haosha instantly had a jolt, no. That's not what I meant. It's that I'm blind. I'm blind. You are indeed blind. Chu Feng said unflinchingly, a mere $1.5 million, and you want to purchase the pendant Miss Qin is wearing around her neck? That's Cartier's most extravagant product, worth a full $3 million. Afterward, Chu Feng left the Qin family after a few more casual conversations. And at this moment, the gazes of the Qin clan's people looking at Qin Shuiwe were filled with strong envy and jealousy. The value of her body alone is the amount of money that many people can't earn even if they spend their whole life. Yan Xiaochen let out a light laugh and smiled at Qin Shuiwe beside him, let's go in. Saying that, he no longer paid any attention to the others and stepped into the Qin family under the envious gazes of the crowd. Looking at their backs, Qin Haosha's eyes were filled with gloom, what's with the godliness? Immediately, I'll let you all know that waists are only worthy of being used as stepping stones for this young man. Stepping into the hall of the Qin family, Qin Shuiwe was suddenly in a bit of a trance, how familiar and how nostalgic this grass, trees, bricks, and tiles were. Ever since she was kicked out of the house, she had never set foot in the Qin family. Although all the people in the Qin family treated her coldly, this, after all, was her home. Moon, you're here. A cold voice rang out, and when Qin Shuiwe looked up, a majestic figure appeared in front of her. Qin Shuiwe subconsciously took a step back, lowered her head, and shouted in a small voice, "Grandpa." Qin Zhengxiong gave an icy hum, then seeing Yan Xiaochen beside her, his brows suddenly furrowed. "Why are you here as well?" "Grandpa, Yan Xiaochen came with me," Qin Shuiwe hurriedly explained. "Humph. What's an outsider doing here at my Qin family's gathering? Get out!" Qin Zhengxiong nonchalantly chided. "But Grandpa, Yan Xiaochen is my husband, your granddaughter-in-law, he's not an outsider." Unbridled. Qin Hai, who was on the side, voiced out, "Qin Shuiwe, is this the attitude you have when talking to Grandpa? What qualifications does a powerless waste have to be my Qin family's son-in-law?" Good. I'm going out." Suddenly, Yan Xiaochen spoke. "Yan Xiaochen, you." Qin Shuiwe looked at him in surprise, and the latter threw over a gentle look. "It's okay, as long as you can rejoin the Qin family, it doesn't matter what happens to me." After saying that, he looked deeply at Qin Zhengxiong and walked out of the Qin family hall. Qin Hai looked at his appearance and became even more certain that everything before was a coincidence, and that such a loser was a waste. Chapter 41. Never thought of myself as family. Afterwards, the Qin family members began to take their seats, and Qin Jingxiong briefly said something about some of the Qin family's developments this year and their future plans. Then, after a pause, he suddenly looked at Qin Shuiwe and spoke. "Shuiwe, after 5 years of suffering outside, from today onwards, return to the Qin family." Qin Shuiwe immediately stood up with some excitement and looked at Qin Jingxiong. "Really, Grandpa?" Qin Jingxiong nodded with a cold face. "Only, when you return to the Qin family, you have to contribute to the honor of the Qin family, understand?" Qin Shuiwe nodded with effort. "I understand, Grandpa." Shuiwe will definitely contribute her utmost strength to the Qin family. He. Don't need much trouble, as long as you serve the chairman of the Yinfeng group well, that's contributing the most to our Qin family. Qin Shuiwe froze, then glared angrily. "Qin Hey Eyes, what nonsense are you talking? Did I say something nonsense? What makes you think that you can return to the Qin family? To tell you the truth, Chairman Chang of the Yinfeng group has his eye on you. As long as you obediently agree to be his wife, then it's just around the corner for our Qin family to become a top-tier family in Qingzhou." "What?" Qin Shuiwe's face was thick with disbelief, and the last vestige of hope in her heart for kinship slowly ruptured. She looked at Qin Zhengxiong and asked, "Grandpa, is it true?" Qin Zhengxiong looked at her with a cold face. "As a daughter of the Qin family, you naturally have to be prepared to sacrifice everything for the Qin family. This matter, it's settled." Ruthless words completely disintegrated her last touch of longing, and on her face, a touch of misery flashed. "So, it was your own wishful thinking all along. The family that he endlessly hoped to return to has never had a single person who has ever treated him or her as family." Click. Just then, a sound of breaking marble clearly reached the ears of the crowd. The temperature of the summer, the whole hall, as if suddenly fell into the ice cellar, cold and piercing. Yan Xiaochen's face was gloomy as he walked in step by step. With each step, the marble beneath his feet left a chapped and crumbled trail. Walking over to Qin Shuiwe's side, looking at her pearly love, her gaze turned to Qin Jingxiong, her voice like a prison. "Old man, what did you just say?" After a short period of silence, an explosive cry resounded through the entire arena. "Yan Xiaochen! You are unbridled!" Qin Hai pointed at Yan Xiaochen and said with righteous indignation, "What are you, and you dare to talk to my father like that? Get on your knees and apologize." "Kneel down and apologize? This old guy deserves it too?" In Yan Xiaochen's eyes, a faint condescension flashed. Afterward, he took Qin Shuiwe's hand. Let's go." "Stop." Qin Zhengxiong's voice suddenly rang out. He looked at Qin Shuiwe with a gloomy face. "Qin Shuiwe, as long as you dare to step out of this house, from now on, you are not a member of the Qin family. Along with your father, you will be expelled from the Qin family from now on, never to be recorded back." Qin Shuiwe trembled and looked at Qin Jingxiong with a forlorn expression. "Grandpa, my father, is also your child." Qin Jingxiong had a cold face. "Family interests, above all else. What difference does it make whether or not we have him as a person if we can't create benefits for the family?" Qin Shuiwe closed her eyes in some despair. This was the home that she had longed for, a home that was so cold-blooded that it could sacrifice anyone. But how could she stand by and watch the day when her own father would return, and there wouldn't even be a home left? Looking at her miserable appearance, Qin Jingxiong's tone slowed down inside. Yinfeng Group is a listed company with a market value of several $100 million, with him, not only will my Qin family be able to rise higher, and you will be clothed and fed for the rest of your life, so why bother to live the days of suffering now? Grandpa did it for your own good. Chapter 42. One day, enough. Listening to Qin Jingxiong's tone of bitterness, Yan Xiaochun, however, snorted coldly. Who in the whole of Qingzhou doesn't know that the chairman of Yinfeng Group is a money-grubbing, sex-crazed old bastard? And Yuer is only in her 20s, you let him marry an old man in his 50s, Qin Jingxiong, you're really getting shameless as you get older. Yan Xiaochen. Qin Jingxiong burst out, considering the fact that the Qin family is indeed a bit sorry for you in this matter, I won't bother with you for the rudeness just now, but don't you give your face away. This is my Qin family's domestic affairs, and who are you to speak up here? Qualification? Just based on the fact that I'm Yuer's lawful husband, this qualification, is it enough? Joke. Yinfeng Group can bring over $100 million in contracts to my Qin family, and what can you, a punk, bring to the Qin family? One little contract and you're going to sacrifice your granddaughter? A small contract? You really have a big mouth. If you're capable, you bring the contract back to the old man. Yan Xiaochen, there was no sound. The entire room was quiet, and everyone's eyes, were cast on Yan Xiaochen's face. Pust. Suddenly, a sneer broke the quiet. Qin Hei eyes looked at him with contempt. What's the matter? Yan Xiaochun wimped out. You weren't quite bullish just now. Go on. Yan Xiaochen's mouth slightly hooked. The same are doing the pharmaceutical industry, you are now under, also has a pharmaceutical company, even if the negotiation, why should give you Qin family? Agu. Yan Xiaochen. You really dare to reach the sky even if I give you a step. What's the status of the Yinfeng Group? That's a big company that can be ranked in our Qingzhou. You're a Thai company that's just been set up with no one and no money, so what do you have to go on? Oh? Then do you dare to make a bet with me? What's the bet? If we can't talk it out, I'll immediately divorce you and disappear from the eyes of your Qin family from now on. Yan Xiaochen, you are crazy. Qin Shuyue, who was on the side, had an incredulous expression filling her face. With the strength of their newly established Chuyu company, how could a large contract of over $100 million be negotiated? Okay, it's a deal. Qin Haosha was afraid that Yan Xiaochen would back out and immediately agreed. And what if you lose? I lose? I'll lose? Ha ha. Qin Hei eyes laughed indulgently. If I lose, I'll kneel down and apologize to both of you and admit that I'm the one who's a loser. Who knew that? Yan Xiaochen gently shook his head. These, not enough. So what else do you want? Yan Xiaochen's gaze condensed. If I win, Shu Yu will rejoin the Qin family, and Shu will be given the position of general manager of Qin's medicine. What? This is not. Yes. I promise. Qin Jingxiong's words rang out. If you can really negotiate the cooperation of the Yinfeng Group with your own skills, the entire Qin family, I will hand over to Qin Shuyue's hands. However, if the negotiations don't work out, Qin Shuyue will have to obediently marry Chang Sai. It's a deal. No. I don't promise. Qin Shuyue immediately spoke out against it. She looked at Yan Xiaochun incredulously, a touch of bitterness flashing across her face. Even you're leaving me? Yan Xiaochun hurriedly held her hand and looked at her tenderly. Even if the whole world leaves you, I'll still stay by your side. Trust me, everything that was once lost, I will regain it for you. The Qin family is just the beginning. Looking at his face, the hint of hesitation in Qin Shuyue's eyes turned into determination as she softly said, Okay, I believe in you. Humph. What two little cuties, one really daring to talk, and the other is really daring to believe. Qin Hei eyes snorted a sneer and looked at the two of them with cold eyes. I'll give you a week's time, is that enough? The corner of Yan Xiaochen's mouth hooked slightly as he looked at everyone proudly. One day is enough. Chapter 43. Did you just bully my woman? Leaving the Qin family, Qin Shuyue was preoccupied. Yan Xiaochen looked at her appearance and just wanted to comfort her for a few moments, but who knew that a flash of determination flashed across her face all of a sudden. Yan Xiaochen, stop the car. Yan Xiaochen was surprised and asked, what's wrong? Send me to the Silver Fortune Group. Going to the Silver Fountain Group? I've at least been in the job market for a few years. I'm much more experienced than you are. I'll go and talk, and the success rate will be much higher than yours anyways. Yan Xiaochen was in tears. That old lecher is rushing you. You go alone, is not exactly a sheep into the tiger's mouth. However, looking at Qin Shuyue's such a firm attitude, he could only nod helplessly. This. Well. All the way to the entrance of Yinfeng Group. Getting out of the car, looking up at the towering Infeng mansion, Qin Shuiwei bit her lips deeply, and her small face, too, turned a little white. Would you like me to accompany you? Qin Shuiwei thought about it and shook her head. No. No need, I will go up by myself, just wait for me here. After saying that, a flash of determination flashed across his face and he walked into the Silver Fountain mansion. Yan Xiaochen sighed softly and leaned against the car door, waiting quietly. Not to half an hour, Qin Shuiwei's figure sped out from inside the gate. Yan Xiaochen immediately greeted the front, smiled and said, "Talk about how." Before he finished speaking, his gaze abruptly condensed, because he clearly saw that on Qin Shuiwei's face, there were two obvious tear tracks hanging. "Moon, are you being bullied?" Yan Xiaochen's voice, suddenly cold. Qin Shuiwei hastily skimmed her face. No. No. Yan Xiaochen. Let's go. A hostile aura, steeply and slowly overflowed from his body, slightly lifting his head, looking at the building in front of him, in his dark gaze, a flash of thick fury. Looks like you guys didn't have a very pleasant talk. How about, just let me try again? Qin Shuiwei subconsciously pulled him. Yan Xiaochen, don't be impulsive, people are big consortiums, we simply can't afford to mess with Don't worry. I'm a civilized person, I just want to reason with this Mr. Chang, properly. After saying that, he walked into the Silver Fortune building. At this moment, Chang Sai, who was sitting in his office, was in a bad mood. Because, he didn't expect that the duck in his mouth just flew away. But when he thought of Qin Shuiwei's handsome little face, a fire of lust within him slowly surged. What a woeful beauty. But there was no hurry, as long as the Qin family was held, sooner or later, she would be turned into a plaything for her crotch. Bang! Just as he was enjoying the future, there was a violent sound, and the solid wood door was kicked right through. A gloomy figure appeared in front of him. When his fantasy was interrupted, Chang Sai was very unhappy and roared, "Who are you? Who let you in casually? Get the hell out of here!" Yan Xiaochen didn't say anything and walked straight to him, looking at him condescendingly. "You just, bullied my woman? Your woman?" Chang Sai frowned slightly, thinking carefully, and looked at Yan Xiaochen, "You're Qin Shuiwei's husband?" Yan Xiaochen nodded. Seeing his affirmative answer, Chang Sai's brows stretched and a touch of disdain spread across his face. "I wonder who it is, turns out, it's you, the punk. Don't even look at what kind of a you are, a beauty of that level is worthy of a punk like you to get your hands on? One word of advice from my old man, get a good divorce and let me have that little. Otherwise, I'll make you suffer in Qingzhou." Chang Sai. Yan Xiaochen's tone was morose. "Before you speak, have you considered the consequences?" Chapter 44, The Mastery of Life, the Mastery of Wealth, and the Mastery of Power. Consequences, haha. Just you are worthy to talk to me about consequences? Chang Sai laughed wantonly, then stood up and looked at him with an overbearing look. "I know what you came for. Want a contract, fine. As long as you carry Qin Shuiwei to Laozi's bed. I can sign a contract for you right away. Or get the hell out of here." "Very well. Since you're looking for death yourself, there's no one else to blame." The corner of Yan Xiaochen's mouth hooked up a cruel arc. He then took out his phone and said in a cold voice, "Qingzhou Phone Group, Urban Temple. Make your move." Then, taking a deep breath, he pointed at him. "In 10 seconds, I want you, on your knees in front of me, begging for mercy." "Ha ha. Looks like you're not only a loser, but also a psychopath." After saying that, he sat on the boss chair and looked at Yan Xiaochen with a sneer on his face. "I'd like to see what qualifications you have to make me kneel down and beg for forgiveness." 10. Ignoring his bravado, Yan Xiaochen spoke coldly. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The mockery on Chang Sai's face grew thicker. "No need to be so troublesome. I'll shout for you. 10 seconds have passed and I'm still sitting here, but you, in a minute, are going to be on your knees begging for mercy." After saying that, he dialed a phone and said sternly, "Old 6, bring the brothers to my office and teach an ungrateful kid a lesson." As soon as the words fell, suddenly the door to the room was violently pushed open, and an executive burst in a panic. "Chairman, no. It's not good. Our group's stock was suppressed by several mysterious consortiums joining forces. Just for a moment, the loss has already exceeded $100 million. What?" Chang Sai had a shocked look on his face, then he looked at Yan Xiaochen, who had a bland face, and his gaze snapped. "The wind and clouds in the mall is a common thing. The district is just over $100 million, I can still afford to lose it. You don't think all this really has anything to do with you, a loser, do you? Ha ha. The surprise was far from over, however, and before the laughter was over, another man burst into the room. Chairman, something's wrong. Our company's network, it's all down. All the company's secrets, they all got out. And all the fixed stock, all were listed on the trading, to a minimum price for the crazy sale, just so a moment, your hands of the stock, has been acquired by others 80% off. Chang Sai's eyes snapped, sh. What do you mean? The visitor cried out with a sad face, it means that the current info group is no longer surnamed Chang. Poof. Chang Sai squatted on his butt on the ground, his face full of misery. After a long time, he shivered and raised his head, looking at Yan Xiaochen incredulously. All of this, you did this? Yan Xiaochen sat on a chair, crossing his legs, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked up an arc. Chairman Chang, what's with the expression, don't be anxious, the show has just begun. After a few seconds had passed, a person dressed in various uniforms walked in with an imposing face. Chang Sai, your info group is suspected of tax evasion, come with us. Chang Sai, info group is suspected of failing firefighting, and is restricted to immediately shut down and reorganize. Chang Sai, you're suspected of bribing the people concerned for shady dealings, we're now summoning you in accordance with the law. Chang Sai, you. Chang Sai looked at a face of wood, a majestic face, tax, fire, procuratorate, public security bureau, etc. Almost all of their own usually have to be respectful of the leadership of the real power of the department, at this moment all gathered in one hall. Since ancient times, money can get through to God, but power can overthrow the sky. The temple of the underworld, in charge of life, wealth, and also power. Chapter 45, you got your contract back? Poof. Chang Sai fell to his knees at once, snot and tears flowing in unison, big brother. No. Ancestor. I was wrong. It's because I have eyes that don't recognize him and Tai. I shouldn't have coveted your woman, I beg you to be generous and spare me this time. Aren't you going to make me kneel down and beg for forgiveness? Yan Xiaochen said in a cold voice. No, no, no. It's me. It's me who's on my knees begging you for mercy. With that, Chang Sai thumped his head. There was a crisp thud, and in no time at all, on the head, a large bloody bag swelled up. Yan Xiaochen's face turned cold. You should be glad that if it weren't for the fact that you're still useful, right now, you'd already be a corpse. When Yama is angry, blood will flow. Rules? That's just a prop to bind the weak. Yes, yes, yes. Whatever you request, I will absolutely do it. At this moment, Chang Sai, how dare he still have a half-disobedient heart? Based on this kind of heavenly means, not to mention his one info group, his 10 info group bundled together, is not enough to others a small finger weight. Just as Qin Shuiyue was waiting impatiently outside the door and couldn't help but want to go in, Yan Xiaochen walked out from inside. The former immediately stepped forward, somewhat worried. Yan Xiaochen, are you alright? Yan Xiaochen smiled with a beaming smile. What could I possibly have to do? Look, what's this? Qin Shuiyue took a look, and her breath snapped. This is the contract of Info Group? How did you do that? Of course I'm moving with him and reasoning with him. Then Chang Sai was all kinds of touched, and finally cried bitterly, saying that he shouldn't toad wanting to eat swan meat, and then in the case of incomparable remorse, he had to take this contract to make amends to you, which can't even be stopped. Looking at his exaggerated appearance, Qin Shuiyue blanked him. Bragging, how can someone who is the chairman of a listed company apologize to you for making amends? However, looking at the contract with a steel seal in her hand, the corner of Qin Shuiyue's mouth still couldn't help but raise an arc. In any case, with the contract in hand, not only would she not have to be forced to marry an old man, she would also be able to rejoin the Qin family. Dad. I'm going back to the Qin family soon. Don't worry, what once belonged to you, I will definitely take it all back again. And at this moment, the Qin family. What? Qin Jingxiong clapped his hands, his face unbelievable. Qin Shuiyue got the contract from the Info Group? It's only been less than an hour, how is that possible? Qin Hai also had a worried look on his face. After Qin Shuiyue left, I sent someone to follow them. They went straight to Info Group. Qin Shuiyue seemed to have suffered a defeat, but Yan Xiaochen went in and came out with something that looked like a contract not long after. Then both of them laughed very happily. And, right now, these two are on their way to the Qin family. Dad, this can't be true, can it? Qin Jingxiong's face was cloudy, then he picked up the phone and dialed a number. After saying no more than a few sentences, his face slightly slowed down, then revealed a cold smile. Humph. This punk, trying to trick me with a fake contract. What? You're saying the contract is fake? I just got off the phone with the general manager of the Infone Group, who is the main person in charge of this contract, and he just said himself that he wasn't notified at all. And it's simply impossible to bypass him with such a large partnership. So what is this contract, if not a fake? I told you, how could a loser take such a big contract so easily? It turns out that they already knew that it was hopeless to negotiate a cooperation, and specifically made a fake contract to cheat us. Shin Hai gritted his teeth. I'll immediately go poke the two of them. Slow down. Qin Jingxiong let out a cold smile. Gather everyone in the family back. Since they want to put on this show, we'll play along with them. I'll make them lose face in public. Chapter 46. I, Qin Shuiwe, am not that kind of person. Qin Haoze smiled grimly, in front of all the clansmen, exposing their ugly faces, letting Qin Shuiwe completely take control of our hands, and letting Yan Xiaochun, that waste of a man, have no face left. Grandpa, this is a really high move of yours. Humph. If you don't give them a bit of a bone-chilling lesson, do you really take me for an old fool? Go! Old me will personally go and greet our Qin family's meritocracy. Egu. How come you're back so soon? Could it be that you guys negotiated the contract for the Infone Group? As soon as Yan Xiaochen and his duo stepped into the Qin family, Qin Hao's conspiratorial voice rang out. Qin Shuiwe looked at him and raised the contract in her hand with a hint of divinity. I really let you be right, the contract of Infone Group, right here. What? The Qin family members who didn't know the inside story were shocked. How long did it take to negotiate a big contract of over $100 million? Snap. The sound of applause came, and a flirtatious smile appeared on Qin Hai's face. Then I still really have to congratulate you. Sure enough, when it comes to business, women and men are different. When the legs are open, the money comes. Qin Haoze. Qin Shuiwe glared angrily. Keep your mouth clean. I, Qin Shuiwe, am not that kind of person. Besides, this contract was negotiated by Yan Xiaochen. He's the biggest contributor. This punk talked it down? Ha ha. Qin Hai's even laughed unscrupulously. A waste who was greedy for life and afraid of death, who came back as a deserter, easily negotiated a big bill of over $100 million. Do you believe it? The members of the Qin family looked at each other in dismay. If they had heard these words before, they would have sarcastically criticized Yan Xiaochen without a care in the world. However, what Qin Shuiwe was holding in her hands was a contract in black and white. Can this be false? Qin Shuiwe, let me ask you, did you really sign the contract? Qin Zhengxiong's majestic voice faintly sounded. That's right. Grandpa, look, this is the contract that Infone Group signed with our Qin family. Qin Shuiwe hurriedly handed over the contract. Qin Jingxiong took it, glanced at it, and then cast his gaze on Yan Xiaochen. This contract, you signed it? Yan Xiaochen nodded lightly. That's right. Snap. Qin Jingxiong slapped the contract hard on the table. Yan Xiaochen. You really have a lot of guts. Do you know what the offense is, forging a business contract? What? The contract was forged? The crowd was taken aback again, and they all cast their eyes over. Perhaps sensing the questions of the crowd, Qin Haoze spoke triumphantly. Of course it's a forgery. Otherwise, how could a loser sign a contract of over $100 million in less than an hour? When the crowd thought about it, they suddenly realized it as well, and their gazes towards Yan Xiaochen and the others were filled with contempt. Yan Xiaochen, Yan Xiaochun, using such a lowly maneuver to try to muddle through, you treat us all like little cuties. Any more? With a despicable character like yours, expelling the Qin family is simply a wise move. One by one, the righteous indignation of the voice, Yan Xiaochen gaze coldly looked at Qin Jingxiong. On what grounds do you say that this contract of mine is fake? Just because you're a loser. Qin Jingxiong took the contract without mercy and said to him, although the steel seal and official seal on this looks seamless, there is a fatal loophole. Party B of this contract, signed by Shuiwe Corporation. My Qin family has been talking with Infone Group for more than 3 months, and only with great difficulty did we have the intention to cooperate with a newly registered company. On what grounds did you allow Infone Group to use less than an hour's time to hand over a contract of over $100 million to you so easily? Chapter 47, You're a forgery. Listening to Qin Jingxiong's words, Yan Xiaochun, however, snorted coldly. What, in the entire Qingzhou, only your Qin family can make this contract? Don't you know there's a word for rising star? You really don't see a coffin. Qin Jingxiong looked at Qin Shuiwe with a disappointed expression. Qin Shuiwe, for the sake of you being a descendant of my Qin family, I will give you one last chance. Honestly admit your mistakes, and I can pretend that nothing has happened, or else, the consequences are not something you can afford. Qin Chuyue's face immediately revealed a. At this time, the corner of Yan Xiaochen's mouth slightly raised. This official seal and steel seal, is it a forgery? He Guangzhou raised his head slightly and said in a low voice, the official seal and the steel seal, they're both real. What? Everyone, including Qin Jingxiong, was shocked. The official seal and the steel seal are real, so that means that the contract, too, is real? Who knows? He Guangzhou's gaze steepened and snapped to Yan Xiaochen, you really have a lot of guts. How dare you buy off the insiders of Infeng Group and privately stamp the official seal and steel seal of the group? Do you know that this behavior is legally liable? Yan Xiaochen froze, then his gaze narrowed slightly, shooting out a chill. What did you say? He Guangzhou looked at Yan Xiaochen proudly. Let me hit the nail on the head? I can only blame you guys for being too greedy. 80% of the profits of the entire contract goes to some Chuyue company. What a joke. Those who can cooperate with our Infeng Group, who can have 20% profit, have to serve us like an ancestor. What is this Chuyue company, also dare to ask for 80% profit? So, I dare to conclude that you must have bribed the internal staff of Infeng to privately stamp the official seal and forge the contract. Chapter 48, Chang Sai's personal arrival. As he Guangzhou spoke decisively, Qin Jingxiong on the side sucked in a mouthful of cool air and looked violently at Qin Chuyue, shouting angrily, asshole. Do you know what you've done? Afterwards, he hurriedly looked at He Guangzhou, Mr. He, I'm really sorry. All of this is their private behavior and has nothing to do with our Qin family. No matter how you wish to punish them, the Qin family has no problem with it. Qin Chuyue's heart viciously hurt. In the face of adversity, the Qin family pushed her out without a moment's hesitation. At this moment, the last glimmer of hope she held for her family was completely extinguished. He Guangzhou looked at the pale-faced Qin Chuyue and snapped, Miss Qin, if you had known this, why did you bother? Later on, you will be approached by my group's lawyer department to talk to you. You should think about it now, how to explain all this in court. He Guangzhou. You now immediately call Chang Sihai to make sure. Yan Xiaochen. Have you fooled around enough? Qin Chuyue suddenly growled and looked at him with a face full of disappointment. My father has told me since I was a child that one can be poor and incompetent, but one must be honorable and clean. Forgery of a business contract, do you know how big a crime that is? Yan Xiaochen, my Qin Chuyue's lifelong reputation has been ruined by you. Destroyed by you. Qin Chuyue lost her voice and cried bitterly. Yan Xiaochen's heart felt very bad. As for Qin Haoze, who was on the side, how could he give up this opportunity to drop a stone, and hurriedly said, Mr. E, I'm reporting that the contract was taken out by this punk's own hands. This is something that has nothing to do with him either. Oh? This matter has something to do with you too? He Guangzhou looked at him with a gloomy gaze. You're not a good thing at first glance. It just so happens that neither of the two can run away. Wait for the lawsuit together. Qin Haoze father and son immediately smiled grimly. This time, Qin Chuyue two families can be considered completely finished. A lawsuit? He Guangzhou, you really have a big mouth. This Silver Fortune Group, when is it your turn to be in charge? At this time, a voice filled with huff and puffing. Snap. Qin Jingxiong, who was on the side, slapped his backhand, directly blinding Qin Haoze. He stammered and spoke, Master. Grandpa, what are you hitting me for? Something with no eyes. Qin Jingxiong was furious. This is the chairman of Infeng Group, Chang Sai, Chairman Chang. Qin Hei's was directly dumbfounded. How could he not expect that Chang Sai would personally arrive here? Chang. Chang Chairman, I am sorry, it is my eyes have no pearls. Conflict you, please do not take offense. Who knew that Chang Sai simply didn't even look at him and directly bowed to Yan Xiaochen, who was on the side, with a hint of trepidation in his voice. Mr. Yan, I'm late, I've let you suffer, I'm sorry. Chapter 49, This contract belongs only to Ms. Qin. A sentence that caused the eyes of Qin Haoze, who was on the side, to almost stare out. What's going on? Chang Sai apologized to Yan Xiaochen, a punk? Yan Xiaochen, on the other hand, gave him a cold look. Take care of things here. I'll take care of it right away. Chang Sai snapped a jolt, then picked up the contract, stared at He Guangzhou in front of him, gritted his teeth and said, He Guangzhou. Are you blind? The official seal and steel seal you say are forged, but Laozi's handwritten signature, can't you see it too? He Guangzhou was already sweating profusely at this moment. Seeing Chang Sai's look of wanting to eat someone, he guessed that he was afraid that this contract was real. Stealing a glance at Qin Shuiwa next to him, he suddenly looked as if he suddenly realized, Dong. Chairman, right. Sorry, it's my mistake. I also didn't expect that you and Miss Qin Shuiwa could get to this point so quickly. Put your mother's ass on the line. Chang Sai's body shook with fat and kicked He Guangzhou out a long way. And the sweat that covered his face swished down. Stealing a glance at Yan Xiaochen's face, there wasn't anything wrong with the expression, and only then did he slowly let out a sigh of relief. He then walked over to He Guangzhou and kicked him hard without any mercy. How dare you say that in front of Yan Xiaochen? You think I won't die slow enough? He Guangzhou was kicked, wailing, but also a face of aggrieved, Chairman, where I said the wrong thing? You're a mistake with your mouth. Cheng Sai said as he kicked, what kind of character is Miss Qin, and what kind of person can I be worthy of? Even thinking about it is a great blasphemy to Miss Qin. This contract was given to Chuiwa Company purely because of my appreciation and admiration for Miss Qin's professionalism. How did it come to your mouth and become so dirty and unpleasant? As for Qin Jingxiong, who was on the side, he was already in a daze at this moment. These words, they came out of Cheng Sai's mouth? But in the beginning, he clearly didn't say that to himself. At this moment, Cheng Sai, even if he borrowed 10 guts, he wouldn't dare to have half a thought about Qin Shuiwa. Tired of fighting, Cheng Sai looked at Qin Jingxiong again and said in a cold voice, Qin Jingxiong, this contract, I'll leave it to Miss Qin. And it can only be done by her. Do you have any comments? No. No comment. Qin Jingxiong subconsciously replied. Just no comment. After saying that, he revealed a fawning smile to Qin Shuiwa, Miss Qin, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Before to your rude place, you must not put on the hard what need place, you just open the mouth, Silver Abundance Group, must fully support. Good. Good, Chung Dong slowly go. Qin Shuiwa subconsciously responded with a cry, until Chang Sai's figure disappeared in front of the Qin family's gate. Qin Shuiwa then reacted to the fact that it was all true. Then, looking towards Yan Xiaochen, his heart burst with guilt. Turns out, it's all true. But it was so wrong of him to have misunderstood him so indiscriminately. Yan Xiaochen, I'm sorry, I misjudged you. If you want a vent, just hit me twice to vent. Looking at her guilty little face, Yan Xiaochen laughed gently, silly girl, you're my wife, how could I be willing to hit you? Feeling this kind of doting tone, Qin Shuiwa's little face immediately blushed a little. Just as the two were enjoying the hard-won sweetness, a majestic voice suddenly rang out, everyone, disperse. Chapter 50 Fulfillment of Commitments. Scattered? Is it that easy? Hearing these words, Yan Xiaochen, his gaze chilled slightly, and the corner of his mouth flared up in an arc. Wait. All eyes, at once, cast over. Qin Zhengxiang's gaze steepened. Yan Xiaochen. This is the Qin family, there's no place for you to speak yet. It's true that there's no room for me to speak, but when Yuer becomes the general manager of Qin's medicine, there'll always be room for me to speak, right? Qin Zhengxiang's face, immediately gloomy. He is a person with an extremely strong sense of power, and if he were to let out all of his vast power, he would definitely be unwilling to do so. However, these words were spoken by himself in public. If he did not release them, how should he end up? For a time, the entire Qin family at this moment was silent. Qin Zhengxiang's face shifted in a cloudy expression, and in the end, he averted his gaze from Yan Xiaochen and looked at Qin Shuiwa. Suddenly, and pleasantly said, you're still young, Qin's medicine is at least a big enterprise, just hand it over to you, I'm afraid it won't be able to convince the public. Why don't we just let Grandpa help you polish it for a few years before handing it over to you? If Qin Jingxiong had spoken like this before, Qin Shuiwa might have agreed. However, having just experienced the warmth and coldness of affection, Qin Shuiwa shook her head at Qin Jingxiong and spoke firmly, Grandpa, I feel that I have the ability to be able to lead Qin's medicine to do better. Qin Jingxiong took a look at Qin Shuiwa's softness and hardness, and then his gaze snapped, humph. But a girl in her early 20s, even if I put Qin's medicine in your hands, what can I do? Do you think, with your ability, you can manage the people of Qin? That, I don't need you to worry about. Yan Xiaochen said indifferently, now, all you need to do is tell me if you admit to what you said before? If you're dead set against it, there's nothing we can do but take what you've said as fart. You. Qin Jingxiong was infuriated by the veins bulging on his forehead, the entire Qin family, in addition to Yan Xiaochen, who dared to speak to him like this. However, he couldn't do anything about Yan Xiaochen. At that moment, with a face full of anger, he nodded at him, good. I'll leave Qin's medicine to you. However, I'll say the ugly words up front: if you're not capable of leading the Qin clan, don't blame others if you're impeached down the road at that time. Qin Haoze looked at them with a jealous expression. The general manager of Qin's medicine is not that easy to be. Whether it's good or not I don't know, I only know that young Master Qin should fulfill his promise next. Qin Haoze's face suddenly stiffened as he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have said that if Yin Xiaochun could really sign this contract, he would apologize to them on his knees. However, who would have thought that Qin Jingxiong could not sign the contract? The two losers could do it so easily. Thinking of this, he walked towards Yin Xiaochun with a gloomy face. Stopped in his tracks when the two were but half a step away. Then he came to Yin Xiaochun's ear and whispered, "Yin Waste, I advise you not to get carried away. The Qin family, sooner or later, will be mine. If you behave yourself now, maybe when the time comes, I'll still be able to leave you a bowl of rice. Otherwise, in the whole of Qingzhou, I'll make you beg for food with nowhere to go." Chapter 51, Kneel and Apologize. Yin Xiaochun didn't care about his threat at all. Instead, his eyes looked straight at him. Whether or not he'll go begging for food I don't know, but what I do know right now is that you, Qin Haoze, are going to be in front of us, kneeling down and apologizing. What? Not ready to start yet? Could it be that the audience is not enough? Otherwise, I'll call a few more reporters for a live broadcast? You. Qin Haoze was so angry by Yin Xiaochun's mouth that he wanted to spit out blood, and became irritated. Even a waste like you is worthy of making me kneel? It's a dream. I wouldn't be a man if I knelt for you. Yin Xiaochun smiled and nodded his head, and suddenly, his gaze chilled as he slowly swept a circle of Qin family members and said in a cold voice, "As you all know, this contract was signed between Yinfeng Group and Shuiwei Company. But Juer is, after all, the general manager of Qin's medicine. For the sake of the family, Shuyu's company eats meat, and, in any case, leaves a little soup for Qin's medicine. But whether or not Qin can drink the soup depends on the performance of our young Master Qin. You can do the math, $100 million contract, 80% of the net profit. Even if you drink some soup, I'm afraid, it's still a lot of income, right?" It had to be said that Yin Xiaochun's words were very compelling, and as the crowd thought about it faintly, all of a sudden, each of their breaths became ragged, and the gazes they looked at Qin Haoze, each of them changed flavor. Looking at the unkind gazes of his own relatives, Qin Haoze's face suddenly changed. "What are you all looking at me for? Are you going to believe their nonsense? Haoze, this is after all, you had your words first, manly man. If you said it, you have to admit it." One person opened his mouth, and instantly everyone began to cater. "That's right, since you have the guts to make a bet, you have to have the guts to admit it. It's just a kneeling, what's the big deal? Qin Haoze, you are at least the young master of our Qin family, how can you be a man of your word?" With a single vocalization, Qin Haoze's face suddenly turned green. He turned his gaze to Qin Jingxiong for help, and Qin Jingxiong's face changed, finally thinking of the profits that contract could bring, and finally, looking at Qin Haoze, he sighed, "Fulfill your promise." Qin Haoze suddenly had a deadpan look on his face. Qin Haoze's heart ached for his son, so he hurriedly came forward and whispered, "Haoze, a great man can bend but not break. Right now this punk is encouraging all the people in the Qin family. If you don't kneel down, you'll cause the public's wrath." Qin Haoze felt that at this moment, his face, a hot and spicy piece of the crowd's eyes like knives, sweeping back and forth on him, so that Qin Haoze, who had always loved his face, his hatred for Yin Xiaochun had already reached the extreme. If there was a crack in the ground at the moment, he would not hesitate to drill down. However, what should come can never be avoided. Qin Haoze's eyes flashed with a flash of determination. Once he gritted his teeth, once he closed his eyes, with a plop, he knelt down in the direction of Qin Shuiwei, and 3 words popped out from between his teeth: "I'm sorry." Qin Shuiwei was startled and subconsciously dodged to the side, when a pair of warm hands held her shoulders, and a gentle voice sounded in her ears. Yin Xiaochun said indifferently, "Don't hide, this is what you deserve." He then looked at Qin Haoze and said in a deep voice, "Speak up, I didn't hear you." Qin Haoze clenched his hands miserably white, closed his eyes, tilted his head once, and exclaimed, "I'm sorry, I was wrong." Yin Xiaochun laughed, "Not bad, always a bit like a man. By the way, please notify, Qin's medicine's new general manager took office. All the company's executive-level employees, tomorrow morning, before 8 o'clock, unify to the conference room to hold an all-employee meeting." Chapter 52, General Meeting of the Company. Inside Qin Jingxiong's room. Looking at the furious Qin Haoze, Qin Jingxiong snorted coldly, "Are you feeling, now, humiliated?" Qin Haoze gritted his teeth in death, "No. No, I am willing to gamble to lose." "Bull!" Qin Jingxiong shouted coldly, "As the eldest son and grandson of the Qin family, yet you kneel down to a despised waste. Even I, for one, feel humiliated for you." One sentence caused Qin Haoze's emotions to completely explode. "Grandpa! I hate. I hate it. What right does he, a punk, have to override me? I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. If you lose face, then earn it back yourself. A chill flashed across Qin Zhengxian's eyes. Isn't that girl going to hold an all-staff meeting tomorrow? Then let them know that Qin's medicine is not something that a little girl and a loser can control. The next morning, looking at the mirror within a professional outfit, decent and competent self, Qin Shuiwei as if dreaming. Himself, did he really become the general manager of Qin's medicine? Dad, did you see that? Everything that once belonged to you is back in your daughter's hands. What's wrong? What's on your mind? Yan Xiaochen's words caused Qin Shuyu to retrieve her thoughts and shook her head. No. Nothing, just a little worried. Don't worry, I believe in you and will be a great manager. If you're really unsure, then I'll just go with you. You're coming with me? Qin Shuiwei lightly blanked him. What can you do if you go with me? Hey. Can't help much, but a miscellaneous errand is still no problem. Qin Shuiwei looked helplessly at his playful appearance and spoke. All right, let's go together then. You drive. All the way to Qin's medicine without stopping, 750 punctually pushed open the door of the conference room. Upon seeing the scene inside, Qin Shuiwei directly froze. Inside the large conference room, it was cold and quiet, only 3 or 5 people sitting there, some playing with their cell phones, some sleeping, in the face of their own walk-in, not even a single person to raise an eyelid. This scene, naturally, also fell into the eyes of Yan Xiaochen, who followed closely. In his eyes, steeply flashed a flash of condensed light. As expected, this is to give Qin Shuiwei a downward spiral And on Qin Shuiwei's face, a flash of anger flashed across her face as she quickly walked to the front, gazing down at the only few people below, forcibly suppressing the anger in her heart as she asked, "Where are the people?" One of them, a man in his 30s, played with his cell phone while not even raising his head and said perfunctorily, "People? Aren't we people? I mean, where are the others?" Qin Shuiwei's voice tone couldn't help but raise by 3 points. "Go ask the others then, what are you yelling at me for?" The man instantly disliked back with a disgruntled look on his face. "You? Is this how you speak to the GM? The general manager? Who? You?" The man suddenly snorted a laugh and looked her up and down, then said disdainfully, "A yellow-haired girl who can become a general manager just by making a few tricks? What a joke. Let me tell you, this is a workplace, not a house. You want us to obey you, who are you to do that?" Qin Shuiwei's chest was heaving with anger. At this time, a pair of big hands stroked her shoulder. Yan Xiaochen smiled warmly at her. Then, his gaze was cold as he looked at the man who had spoken. "I'll tell you on what basis." Chapter 53, You've gone too far. Just because she's now the general manager of Qin's medicine. Now, you're fired. Fire me? Ha ha. The man first froze, then laughed out loud. Do you know how much profit I can create for Qin's medicine in a year? Do you know how many big companies will be clamoring to hire me once I leave this gate? Firing me, with a punk like you making the call? The disdain that filled his eyes was especially evident. Forget it, I know you, the toad who ate the swan's meat, a waste of time. Arguing with you here is purely a waste of words. When he finished, he slapped the table. As soon as he was gone, 3 more left right behind him. In the large conference room, with the addition of Qin Shuiwei's 2 people, there were only 4 people left. Qin Shuiwei bit her lips deeply, a feeling of powerlessness that flooded her heart. With all the people gone, this meeting, is there any need to hold it? Chief. General Manager, I know where they are. At that moment, a young female, timid voice rang out. They were actually here a long time ago, and now, they're all in the executive lounge on the top floor. When Qin Shuiwei and Yan Xiaochen arrived at the entrance of the conference room, they heard a noisy clamor inside. A yellow-haired girl still wants to be a general manager. It really kills me with laughter. That's right, if I let someone like that lead me, then I might as well jump ship. TSK, you guys didn't see it, when I came out just now, that face clucked, huh, it was really wonderful. Squeak. The door was suddenly pushed open, and all sound came to a screeching halt. The crowd coincidentally turned their gazes to the furious Qin Shuiwei. You guys? You're just too much. General Manager. A man shaking a tall glass was the same man who had clashed with Qin Shuiwei in the conference room earlier. He spoke up. Is it hard to believe that we can't have a drink and a chat in the lounge when we've worked so hard for the company? Drinking and chatting? Don't you guys know that it's supposed to be work time? You should all be in the conference room right now, debriefing on what you've been working on during this time, not here drinking and chatting. What's the debriefing? An exquisite woman glanced at Qin Chuyu's exquisite face, the bottom of her eyes just like a flash of jealousy, and then mocked, "General Manager, with all due respect, we reported, can you understand? I heard that the GM's work experience over the past 5 years has consisted of scrubbing dishes or doing odd jobs, doing lowly, menial work. With that, where do you get off leading us? That's right, above them all, performance is king. When you are more capable than us, then come back to command us." Listening to the many executives degrading Qin Chuyue, Qin Haosha, who was in the corner, smiled grimly. At this time, he stood out and spoke, "Oh Qin Chuyue, the Qin family has given you the position of general manager, but whether or not you can hold on to it depends on your own skills. But right now, it's obvious that our Qin's employees are very dissatisfied with you, the new general manager." "Right. That's right, why should we let a yellow girl lead us?" "That's right, even though this is your Qin family's group, we are after all also a part of Qin's pharmaceuticals, and even if we have to change the general manager, for the younger generation, only Qin Haosha can take on this big responsibility." There was a gust of vocal criticism, and a flash of anger flashed in Qin Chuyue's eyes as she suddenly erupted. "Enough! You're just employees, aren't you afraid of being fired for acting so recklessly?" Chapter 54. As soon as these words came out, Yan Xiaochun, who was behind him, gave a dark cry in his heart, "Oh no!" As expected, after a few seconds of silence, the crowd boiled again. "Did I hear right? She's firing us? Ha ha! Fine, then fire us all, we leave. The real Qin's medicine immediately is a pile of paralyzed garbage. Ha ha! General Manager is so majestic, no need for you to dismiss us, we'll go on our own." Looking at the crowd, Qin Hao's eyes flashed a touch of cold, and then spoke, "Qin Chuyue, you can be a big trouble. These people are our Qin's medicine, rely on the backbone of not to mention I'll go, or go on, for our Qin's medicine loss, but also incalculable Qin's medicine's decades of hard work. If it's ruined in your hands today, then you're the sinner of the entire Qin family." When she said those words, Qin Chuyue also realized at the first moment that she had slipped up. But when she saw everyone's intense reaction, her small face, too, instantly turned white. She had to admit that Qin Haosha was right, those who could qualify to appear here were the backbone of Qin's medicine. These people, all of them, are Qin's indispensable talents. If this group of people left, the Qin family, in an instant, the walls would fall down and the house would collapse, and she would be the sinner of the entire Qin family. I didn't mean that, let me explain. In the face of Qin Chuyu's show of weakness, everyone instead became more energized. "Explain what? Does Miss Qin think we're fools who can't even understand the simplest literal meaning? That's right. Since the GM doesn't care for us here, it's good that we're leaving." When someone sings a red face, naturally someone sings a white face. At this time, someone stood out and said in a fake sympathetic manner, "All right. Miss Qin is still young and mouthy after all, everyone has served the Qin family for so long, they all have feelings, are they willing to leave? Humph. We don't want to give up, but we're not just going to be insulted. Saying the wrong thing and not even apologizing, do you really think we're that cheap?" Qin Chuyue took a deep breath and hid the anger deeply on her face. "Okay, I apologize, right? Slow down. To apologize just like that, the general manager obviously still looks down on us. So what do you want?" The person who spoke smiled grimly and spoke quietly. "Businessmen naturally have businessmen's method of apologizing. Here are the white wines used by the company to entertain their honored guests. Miss Qin only needs to bow respectfully for each of us, and then accompanied by a cup of apologizing wine, then this matter, even if it is over." "What? No way." Qin Chuyue snapped her head up. "The executives here, there are 40 or 50 of them, even if you drink from the smallest wine goblet, I am afraid that 50 of them will have to be 2 or 3 pounds. Moreover, each of them had to bow to accompany the wine, which was not an apology, it was simply an insult to her character." The corner of Qin Hei's mouth slowly hooked up a touch of arc. "All this by chance? Of course not, it was all just following his pre-arranged script again. These so-called executives, naturally, know clearly who their real proprietor is. It was far more cost-effective to curry favor with Qin Haosha, who had Qin Jingxiong standing behind him, than an unpopular Qin Chuyue. Qin Chuyue, I advise you to say yes, isn't it just bowing and accompanying the wine? Compared to the entire Qin family, what does this matter? Besides, this kind of thing, but still you lead out If it's really because you caused the Qin family to suffer great losses, and Grandpa expelled you from the Qin family in a fit of rage, I'm sure no one would have a problem with that, right?" Qin Chuyue's body shook slightly, a hint of bitterness appeared at the corner of her mouth. Did she have a choice? Good. Wait. At this time, Yan Xiaochen suddenly pushed the door in. Chapter 55, General Manager, I'm sorry. Just now, no one paid attention to when Yan Xiaochen, who had been following behind Qin Shuiwe, left. He reappeared, leaning against the doorframe, and in his hand, he raised a stack of papers on which he did not know what was written, and swept his gaze over the crowd. You guys, no more thinking? Qin's medicine, I'm afraid it's not so good to leave. Pust. We can't leave Qin? It's Qin who can't stay away from us, isn't it? What qualifications does a punk who rolled back from the outside have to open his mouth and speak here? What's the bother? Didn't he say we can't leave Qin? Then let's walk to show him. At that time, it won't be so simple to invite old me back again. That's right. If I don't leave, I'll be one of your dogs. The man who spoke had just finished when the phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and answered it, and in just a few seconds, his face suddenly changed drastically, and his original arrogant face instantly turned white. Are you telling the truth? In his voice, there was a gust of panic. I heard it. It's his voice, I'll do what you say, yes, yes, yes. That's right. Okay. I got it. In the midst of the crowd's confusion, the man hung up the phone, his face a shade of green and red. Afterward, he walked straight to Qin Shuiwe, and suddenly, made a fierce bow, General Manager, I'm sorry. As the crowd looked on in horror, the man bowed and apologized. It's all my fault. I take back what I said just now and still want to stay at Qin's to serve you. One word was spoken and the room was shocked. Even Qin Shuiwe was surprised. Of the people who taunted her just now, this one, however, is particularly hard-working. After a long time, a burst of shouting and cursing arose. Zhang Song, you're such a waste, where's your good fortune? It is. One woman has charmed you like this? Bah, what a bull elite. In the face of everyone shouting, Zhang Song was filled with bitterness. He didn't want this to happen, but what could he do? He clearly heard, on the other side of the phone, but the cries of his wife and child. If you know your mistakes, the general manager is magnanimous and will give you a chance to reform. Yan Xiaochen's voice rang out, since that's the case, what are you, now, staying here for? Zhang Song immediately understood, I will immediately go to the conference room and wait for the general manager's instructions. As he said that he was about to leave, Yan Xiaochen stretched out an arm and blocked his way. Wait. Did you forget what you just said yourself? The first rule of corporate culture, honesty and trustworthiness, do I still need to recite it to you? You. Zhang Song looked at Yan Xiaochen fiercely, who knew that Yan Xiaochen smiled without any concern. What? Not convinced, it's okay. Qin's door has always been open for you, allowed to go out, but not allowed to enter the O. Woof woof woof. In front of the crowd, Zhang Song barked a few times like a dog and then fled. The insults that Zhang Song had just inflicted on Qin Shuiwe were fresh in his mind. And on top of that, he's never been a, well, kind-hearted person. Gentleman's revenge, 10 years is not too late, but Yan Xiaochen revenge, a moment, also cannot wait. Chapter 56, Old Scores. What is this? This Song up to? Taking the wrong drugs? Forget it, a waste of a man who is willing to be a dog, what do we care about him? With one more of him, Zhang Song, can Qin turn over? Miss Qin, have you thought about it? Our time is precious, if we're not ready to apologize, we'll have to leave. As the words fell out, as if they were negotiated, the phones of everyone present, one after another, suddenly rang. Everyone who answered the phone, after just a few seconds, suddenly changed their faces drastically. Then under Qin Hei's dumbfounded gaze, everyone chose to act the same way as Zhao Song. Apologize, admit defeat, and immediately go to the conference room to wait for Qin Shuiwe's meeting. In less than 10 minutes, the entire lounge, empty. What's going on here? Why did you answer a phone call and turn into this? Qin Haosha died not being able to figure out what was on the phone. Why did it make all the executives who were originally on the same page with him instantly change? Not only could he not figure it out, even Qin Shuiwe could not figure it out. This sudden shift made her brain spin a bit. Of course, the one who understood all this the most was naturally Yan Xiaochen himself. He held a thick stack of white paper in his hand, but it was a copy of the personal data of all the executives that he had gotten the HR department to print out while no one was looking just now. Why waste useless words on something that can be solved with your hands? Our Lord Yen, on the other hand, merely passed on the information of all the executives to Zhang Yu, the judge of Tianji of the Underworld Palace. In less than 5 minutes, an assassin from the Underworld Temple appeared beside the immediate family members of all the executives. Of course, the call was simple: either stay with Qin or lose a loved one. Simple, brutal, yet most effective. What are you waiting for? They're waiting for your meeting. Yan Xiaoqian's gentle voice rang out. Qin Shuyu only then came back to her senses. The look of surprise had not yet disappeared from her face, and her tone was puzzled. How did they suddenly? Maybe they all have a clear conscience. Well, don't think too much, get to the meeting. Qin Shuyu nodded and walked out of the lounge. Yan Xiaoqian leaned on the doorframe, looking at Qin Hei's, and all of a sudden, his voice was ghostly. Qin Hei's, if I remember correctly, you should also be hanging on to a vice president position at Qin's, right? Won't, follow along and listen to the new general manager's instructions? You. Humph. Qin Haosha gave him a vicious look and whisked his sleeves away. Inside the conference room, Qin Shuyu listened carefully to the information reported by the major executives, recording them one by one. Without realizing it, the meeting had been going on for more than 3 hours. When the last person finished reporting, Qin Shuyu rubbed her temples with a bit of a headache, slightly fatigued, and opened her mouth to say, "The problems reflected by everyone, I have recorded. If there is nothing else, this meeting today will first be dispersed." Wait. Suddenly, a discordant voice rang out. Qin Hei stood up, the corner of his mouth raised a cold smile. "General Manager, right now we Qin's medicine, there is an urgent problem, need you to solve it." Qin Shuyu subconsciously asked, "What problem?" "We, Qin's medicine, have an old debt that we've never been able to get back. Since you're now the general manager of Qin's medicine, it's up to you to collect this debt." Chapter 57, Debt Collection. Subsequently, a loan note appeared in front of Qin Shuyu. When Qin Shuyu saw the name on the note, her face changed. The name on the note was no other than Tian Dao. In Xinzhou, Tian Dao wasn't a big shot of any consequence, but he was definitely a headache to deal with. He mixed in the society, there are 110 people under him, he is a brave man, and all of his men are all desperate guys. Crucially, it was rumored that he had an older brother who was an actual man in power. Therefore, many big names would be more or less courteous to Tian Dao, for the sake of his brother's face. Over time, it made Tian Dao's character more and more domineering and arrogant, with no one in sight. This $8 million account for the field knife has been overdue for almost a year. During that time we sent out multiple employees to collect and were stonewalled back. There was even an employee who was beaten and broke his leg, causing great damage to our Qin's medicine. General Manager, right now the group is at a time when funds are scarce, you are now honored as the head of Qin's medicine, naturally you are the one who deserves this to ask for the money. The corner of Qin Haosha's mouth raised a sinister smile as he tapped the note on the table. By the way, according to the time signed on the note, from the day the note came into effect, within 1 year, if the money owed is not in place, this debt, automatically purchased and cancelled. Let's see, it seems like today is the last day. General Manager, I'm afraid you're going to have to leave now. Qin Shuyu bit her lips deeply. The group had gone to so many people before and couldn't get it back. This time, letting her go as a girl, would she be able to get it back? This was obviously Qin Hei's deliberately making things difficult for himself. But what can one do? Having learnt a lesson from the past, I am afraid that other employees no longer dare to come to the door to ask for money. Then, as the general manager of Qin's medicine now, if he didn't even dare to go there, that would totally give Qin Jingxiong a reason to remove himself. A flash of determination flashed in her eyes at the thought, okay, it's just a bill. At this time, a lazy voice rang out. Yan Xiaoqian then walked over, took a look at the note, and smoothly shoved it into his pocket. This account, I'll go get it. You go? Qin Haosha glanced at Yan Xiaoqian in surprise, then a cold smile flashed in his eyes. I don't care who asks for it, as long as he can get it back, then he's a credit to the group. And, as Grandpa said before, whoever can get this money back will be given 10% as a commission fee. Egu, there's this good thing, all the more reason for me to be a part of it. Looking at Yan Xiaoqian's smiling face, Qin Haosha even smiled in his heart. Go on, this commission, I'm afraid you have a life to earn but no life to spend. Yan Xiaoqian, can you do it? Obviously, Qin Shuyu had also heard of Tian Dagger's infamy and looked at Yan Xiaoqian with a hint of worry. Yan Xiaoqian waved his hand with a big grin. Don't worry, debt repayment is a matter of course. I'm sure they'll give me the money if I tell them and reason with them. Though his mouth said so, in his heart, he snorted coldly, not giving? Good point, then fight until it is given. Chapter 58, The one who owes money is the master. The location of the field knife is very good to find, out of the city, not far to the south, a barren hill, far away, standing a few colorful tents, here, that is the field knife in his hand under the little brother often mixed with the base. And at this moment, beside Yin Xiaochun, there are also two more people, one black and one white, under the seat of the underworld palace, black and white. Before he could reach the top of the hill, a cacophonous clamor reached his ears. What followed was a group of bare-chested, tattooed hunks, in groups of 3 or 5, drinking beer and eating kebabs in a relaxed manner. What a life these guys have. Yin Xiaochun sneered, walked straight to the nearest tall man and spoke, "Is Tian Dao your boss?" The man froze, then raised his head, glanced at Yin Xiaochun, and frowned. "Who the are you to call my boss by his first name? You have 1 minute to get Tian Dao out to see me." For these guys, Yin Xiaochun didn't want to waste time. What kind of calf is this, pretending to be the boss here? The tall man cursed, then carried a bottle of wine, wobbly stood up, and rushed at Yin Xiaochun's head and smashed it down. Yin Xiaochun didn't move a muscle, and the black impermanence beside him suddenly swept out like a bolt of lightning. Then he only saw the tall big man, as if he was hit by a speeding truck, whoosh, flew backwards, sprayed out a mouthful of blood, and fell heavily on the ground. The sudden scene startled everyone. "I don't know who shouted," all of them immediately threw down the wine in their hands, holding knives and clubs, surging over with a fierce spirit, and surrounded Yin Xiaochun and the others in the center. "Where's the life-threatening brat that dares to come to our trouble? Hurt my brother, tell me, how do you want to die?" A group of people relied on the large number of people, and they were furious, as if they didn't put Yin Xiaochun's 3 people in their eyes. And in the face of so many people's threats, Yin Xiaochun was unafraid and looked at them coldly. "A bunch of social assholes who don't deserve to dirty my hands. Tell Fieldblade to get his ass out here and meet me." "Oomph. What a big mouth." A growl rang out, and then a muscular man as strong, a diamond, like a small mountain, walked out. "For those who dare to make old man pay his debts." Saying that, the corners of Tian Dao's mouth grinned out a touch of viciousness. "All of them have already been thrown into the sea and fed to the wangbangs by my old man." Ha ha. Everyone's little brother erupted into a burst of laughter, looking at Yin Xiaochun with a gaze that revealed a thick sneer. "Oh? Yeah?" In Yin Xiaochun's eyes, a faint light flashed as he looked at him and said, "Debt repayment, heaven and earth. Tian Dagger, this money, today, I'm going to take it." Chapter 59, What's the use of keeping knowledge if people have no face? Egu. It's really a ing rash man who isn't afraid to die. Tian Dagger was first stunned, then a disdainful flirtation flashed across his face. "So I just won't give it to you, what can you do to me?" Snap. A loud slap suddenly rang out. The original cacophony of voices was instantly silenced. All of the juniors looked at the clearly visible slap mark on the right side of Tian Dao's face, and all of them stared wide-eyed. On his face, an incredulous expression filled his face. You dare to hit me?" Tian Dagger felt the fire coming from the right side of his face as if he was dreaming. Yin Xiaochun looked at his right hand with a bemused expression and laughed. "There's a saying that a man needs his face and a tree needs its skin, but when a man doesn't even want his face, what's the point of keeping it? Tian Dagger, I'll give you one last chance, or else it won't be a slap, so simple. I'll pay you back." Tian Dagger growled, "Brothers, get this killed for me." A crowd of juniors raised their knives and clubs as if they had been beaten with chicken blood, and rushed up with a wail. At the bottom of Yin Xiaochun's eyes, a deep chill flashed. Just as he was about to make his move, a furious roar resounded through the mountains, "Stop it all!" Everyone stopped at the sound of their voices, and when Tian Dagger saw the visitor, he frowned deeply. "Wang Hushi, why are you here?" Wang Hushi walked over with an angry face and looked at Tian Dao, his anger flaring to the sky. "Tian Dao. What the do you want? What for? What do you think I want to do?" Facing this underground king of Qingzhou, Tian Dagger not only didn't have the slightest fear, but instead screamed, "I thought who was so desperate to come to me to claim my debt, but it turns out to be your Wang Hushi's men. Let me tell you, this slap on my Tian Dagger's face is not for nothing. Even if you, Wang Hushi, were here, it wouldn't work." The coldness in Wang Hushi's body was rising 3 times, looking at him, his voice was like a prison. "Then what do you want?" On Tian Dagger's face, a touch of pride appeared. "Don't say that I don't give face to you, the underground king of Qingzhou. He slapped my old man, so let's keep one of his hands, and also let him grow a long memory. It's not anyone that can be offended casually." "You want one of his hands?" Wang Hushi gave him an odd look with an odd expression on his face, then suddenly laughed up in the air. When he looked at Tian Dao again, he did not hide the monstrous killing intent on his body at all. Tian Dagger, do you want to die? Feeling the killing intent that seemed to solidify on Wang Hushi, Tian Dagger was also startled. But think of so many juniors looking at him in full view, he gritted his. As if he had a backer, he provocatively glanced at Wang Hushi and spoke, "Brother, did you hear everything he just said? You have to do it for me." Tianjin's gaze slightly condensed as he faintly said, "Don't worry, my Tianjin's younger brother is not some cat or dog that can be bullied just because he says so." Then, his gaze turned with a touch of condescension as he looked at Wang Hushi. "Wang Hushi. I, the Underworld Palace, recognize you as a retired veteran and support you to become the underground king of Qingzhou City. But I didn't expect that you would be so arrogant and domineering in just one city. If I let you take charge of a province, wouldn't that even put me out of the picture? Get on your knees." In Wang Hushi's eyes, a flash of strong scorn, subconsciously about to kneel down. However, when he saw Yan Xiaochun, whose face was becoming more and more gloomy behind him, he suddenly had a jolt, and his knees, which were already bent, straightened up again. Looking at Tian Jian, he snorted coldly, "Team leader Tian, there has to be a reason for making me kneel down, right?" "Reason?" Tian Jian snorted coldly, "If I tell you to kneel, you have to kneel for me. This does not need a reason." "What a great one that doesn't need a reason. Tian Jian, you really are a great bully." Yan Xiaochen's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Tian Jian turned around and frowned slightly. "And who are you, here, is there a place for you to speak?" "Brother, that's him. He's the one who slapped me." Field Blade immediately called out. Only then did Tian Jian notice that on the right side of Tian Dagger's face, a clear slap mark, and his face immediately became gloomy. "How dare you hit my brother? If you don't pay your debts, this face, isn't it for punching?" Yan Xiaochen responded lightly, his voice was not loud, but in his tone, there was a touch of rightful certainty. Tian Jian was first stunned, then suddenly laughed out loud, following which, he looked at Yan Xiaochen with incomparable ruthlessness in his gaze. "Kid, you've got balls. But you seem to be mistaken about one thing, and that is, it would be an honor for my brother to owe you money in this part of Qingzhou." Listening to his voice that reversed black and white, Yan Xiaochen laughed, the smile on his face became more and more prevalent, but the coldness in his eyes became more and more chilling. "It seems that you are just ready to be unreasonable?" A flash of strong disdain flashed in Tian Jian's eyes. "Reasoning? Fine. Then I'll reason with you, my reasoning. Since you're so good at causing trouble with these hands, stay and apologize to my brother." "Tian Jian." Wang Hushi burst out, "Do you know what you're saying again?" "Wang Hushi." A flash of coldness flashed through Tian Jian's eyes. "Who are you to call me by my name? In the name of the Underworld Palace, I now revoke your position as the Underworld King of Qingzhou, and from now on, you and the Underworld Palace have no relationship whatsoever." The Temple of the Underworld was hierarchical, and although Tian Jian was a small group leader in the 10 Temples of Equality, he also had absolute control over Wang Hushi, a veteran who had already retired from the military. "Ha!" A low chuckle rang out as Yan Xiaochen looked at Tian Jian, the corners of his mouth raising in a high arc. "Tian Jian, you're really a great official. I'm curious now, how did someone like you become the group leader of the Hall of Equality?" Tian Jian's gaze condensed slightly. "Oh? You actually know about the Underworld Hall?" "Not only do I know about the Underworld Palace, I know many of the people in it. For example, that loser Jiang Yu." Hearing this name, Tian Jian was first startled, then looked at him with a face of great horror. "Bold! How dare you insult our Lord Judge?" Chapter 61, My Attributes Pay Tribute to Lord Yin. Insults? A deep chill flashed through Yan Xiaochen's eyes. Just the fact that he was able to get you into the Underworld Hall is already its unforgivable sin. Boy! Tian Jian's eyes carried a deep shade of wu. "Although I don't know who you are, I know that just based on your words, you will definitely not be able to walk out of here alive today." "Oh?" The corner of Yan Xiaochen's mouth suddenly lifted slightly. "You really don't want to know who I am? Whoever you are, right now, you're going to be a dead man. Men! Get him for me, dead or alive. Yes. Jingle bells." Suddenly, a piercing cell phone ring suddenly rang. When Tian Jian saw the caller's number, his eyes glared and he shouted, "Slow." Afterwards, he gave Yan Xiaochen a shady look. "Kid, good luck, I'll let you live for 5 more minutes." Answering the phone, his tone immediately became fawning. "Lord Judge. What are your instructions?" On the other end of the phone, Jiang Yu's incomparably chilly voice rang out. "Tian Jian, what did I send you to Qingzhou for?" Tianjian's heart skipped a beat, but he still replied respectfully, Lord Yan is now in Qingzhou. You were afraid that Wang Hushi would not serve you well, so you sent me to meet him. So did you pick up the slack? This subordinate has just arrived in Qingzhou and has not yet sought out Yan. No search? That's not true, is it? Yama is right in front of you, how can you say you didn't find it? Lord Judge is joking, how can Yan Jun be in my eyes? The words have not finished, suddenly came to an abrupt end, the eye suddenly skimmed to the side of the fate-light smile. Yan Xiaochen, the corner of the eye, a vicious tremor. Poof! Wang Hushi, who was on the side, directly rushed towards Yan Xiaochen and knelt on one knee. My subordinate, Wang Hushi, pays homage to Lord Yan. Bang! The cell phone should fall, Tianjian face, instantly a white. The room was full, momentarily silent. The cell phone fell to the ground, and a deep inhaling sound could clearly be heard coming from Jiang Yu. The tone of his voice, all of a sudden, became incomparably respectful. My subordinate has used the wrong person, please punish Yan Jun. Yan Xiaochen snorted coldly, Jiang Yu, you've really let me down, get lost and find Song Ling to be punished, then review the entire underworld hall. If there is another case, you, this heavenly chance judge, won't have to do your job anymore. Your obedience. And when they heard the name Song Ling, others might not have had any concept of it, but Tianjian and Wang Hushi, their bodies trembled steeply, and a strong fear flowed out of their eyes. The three judges of the Temple of the Underworld. Tenji, Palm, and Hook. The Underworld Hall Judge Song Ling, in charge of the Underworld Hall 3 divisions and 4 halls, specializing in punishment, iron face, and ruthless. But whenever it falls into his hands, it represents a life worse than death. Inside the Underworld Palace, there was a saying circulating that it was better to provoke the anger of Yama for 3 times than to enter the palm torture with a cold glance. The meaning is simple, it means that you would rather piss Yan Xiaochun off 3 times, but never let Song Ling look at you. If you angered Yan Xiaochun, you wouldn't necessarily die, but as long as you got into the eyes of the palm judge, it would definitely be worse than death. The entire Underworld Hall, with the exception of Yan Xiaochen, there was no exception. Suddenly, Yan Xiaochen coughed lightly, pointed to the time on his cell phone, and looked at the stupefied Tianjian. The corner of his mouth raised a touch of playfulness. Didn't you say, let me live for 5? Looking at his usual high and mighty big brother, suddenly turning into this appearance, the Tian dagger on the side could not stand it at once, and hurriedly walked over to assist him. Big brother, are you mistaken? He's just an ordinary small employee of Qin's medicine, he's looking for me to ask for a debt, how can he be some kind of Yan Jun? Snap. Tianjian slapped him hard across the face. Asshole. Blind your dog's eyes. How many ing guts have you grown, you even dare to owe Yan Jun's account? Why don't you get the money out? Tian Dao's little brothers looked at the beaten and crying boss, and then looked at Yan Xiaochun, who had a bland face, and thinking of the disrespect they had just shown him, each one of them had a chill all over their bodies, and they couldn't stop shivering. Not a moment later, Tianjian took a bank card, hands respectfully handed to Yan Xiaochen in front of the face, a fawning face said, Yan Jun, this card has 12 million, of which 10 million is the principal, 2 million is the interest, please Yan Jun smile. Yan Xiaochen took the bank card and casually slipped it into his pocket. Then, with a cold face, Wang Hushi, I'll leave the matter here to you, as for what to do here, there's no need for the seed to teach you, right? Wang Hushi was first stunned, then knelt on the ground with a solemn face, my subordinate will surely live up to Yan Jun's trust. Yan Xiaochen gave a light didn't say a word, turned around and left. Looking at his departing back, Tianjian still wanted to struggle, Yan Jun. Please give me another chance, give me another chance. Suddenly, a strong shadow stood in his way. Wang Hushi lowered his head and revealed a sardonic smile. Tisk, TSK, Team Leader Tian, now, is there anything else you want to say? Wang Hushi, oh no, brother Shi, for the sake of our previous work together, spare me this time. Spare you? A coldness slowly flashed through Wang Hushi's eyes, I also want to spare you, but who made you so ungrateful that you had to go and offend the person you couldn't afford to mess with the most? A desperate scream rang out from this remote hilltop. No one knows what happened here, only know, once entrenched here a gang of hooligans, to this point, never appeared. Qin's Pharmaceuticals, conference room. Xin Haosha looked at the time, and on his face, there was a slight hint of gloom. General Manager, it's almost nighttime, do you really believe that loser will be able to collect the money he owes? Xin Shuyue looked at him coldly, Xin Haosha. Keep your mouth clean, I trust him. Trust him? Trust a good-for-nothing loser? The corner of Qin Hei's mouth lifted up in a sneer. Qin Shuiwa, this joke of yours is able to make me laugh for a month. Oh? What's the joke that's so funny? Why don't you tell it so I can hear it too? Just then, the door to the conference room was suddenly opened, and Yan Xiaochen walked in with a smile on his face. Chapter 63. Excuse me, is there a problem? Yan Xiaochen. You're back. Qin Shuiwa's spirit shook, then she walked over, a hint of concern in her tone. Are you alright? Yan Xiaochen smiled and shook his head. It's fine. Egu, you came back safe and sound? A flash of regret flashed across Qin Hei's eyes. You're really lucky that you happened to coincide with those guys not being around. However, the outstanding amount was not recovered. As the general manager of Qin's medicine, Qin Shuiwei, you have to pay the main responsibility. The loss of this arrearage should also be advanced by you. Qin Haosha spoke righteously. In his opinion, Yan Xiaochen was able to return unharmed. He must not have run into Tian Dao and the others. Since he hadn't touched it, it was natural that he hadn't recovered the money owed to him, so that gave him just the right reason to attack Qin Shuiwa. I've only just taken office, so why should I be held primarily responsible? Qin Shuiwa naturally said unwillingly. Humph. Do you think the general manager of Qin's medicine is that easy to be? I'm giving you two choices now. One is to pad this loss, the other is to take the blame and resign. You. That, with a slight interruption. Yan Xiaochen's voice suddenly rang out, only to see him leisurely looking at Qin Hei's and smiling. How do you know that I wouldn't have recovered the outstanding amount? Qin Hei suddenly froze, then laughed loudly. Yan Xiaochen, if you can collect the outstanding amount, I'll roll out of the conference room. He simply knew too well that if it was so easy to collect the debt, he would not have delayed until now. Tian Dao, but even the entire Qin family, could not afford to mess with the character Ah. Oh? Yeah? Yan Xiaochen threw out a bank card from his pocket and smiled with a flourish. Then look, what's this? Looking at the bank card on the conference table, a flash of disdain flashed in Qin Haosha's eyes. You think you can just steal a bank card and get away with it? With that, he took out a card swiper, picked up the card with one hand, and said to Yan Xiaochen with a flirtatious smile on his face, Yan Xiaochen, I'm going to give you one more chance. In this card, is there $10 million? Yan Xiaochen shook his head very honestly. No. Ha ha. Did you hear that? This punk immediately wimped out when he saw I was going to use the swipe machine to verify it. I'm going to expose your hypocritical face in front of everyone right now. Drops. The available balance on your bank card, $12 million. The room was filled with silence as a crisp sound came from inside the swipe machine. Qin Hao's more eyeballs almost protruded. Some dumbfounded look at Yan Xiaochen. You did not say that you do not have 10 million? Yan Xiaochen looked at him with an innocent face. It's not $10 million, but there's $12 million in here. $10 million principal, $2 million interest, please, what's the problem? Chapter 64, Qin Shaoxing is not sending me away. Yan Xiaochen, you're fantastic. Qin Shuiwa looked excited and cheered out. Then he raised his chin at the stupefied Qin Hei's. Qin Hei's, what else do you have to say? How is this possible? How is it possible for this loser to get the money back from Tian Dao? Qin Haosha clenched his silver teeth darkly, his face full of gloom. As much as he didn't want to believe it, the bank card was there like ironclad evidence, making him believe it even if he didn't. This punk is really lucky. I guess Tian Dao happens to want to pay off his debt as well, just so this punk picks up the slack. Damn! I should have known that I would have gone myself. This $10 million inside the light commission, a full million it. General Manager Qin, congratulations, on your first day in office you recovered such a large sum of money owed for the company. I hope that in the future, you will be so smooth. Everyone's had a hard day's work, let's all disperse. Hearing Qin Haosha say the words that should have been said by her, Qin Shuiwa bit her lips deeply and did not speak. After all, she didn't have the slightest root in Qin's medicine. Provocatively glancing at her, Qin Haosha was just about to leave when Yan Xiaochen's voice suddenly rang out. Young Master Qin, have you forgotten something? Said the man, walking up to him with a flirty grin on his face. Let me remind you that your way out of here should not be to walk, but to roll. What? Qin Haosha huffed, you dare to tell me to get out? Egu, young Master Qin, have you forgotten what you said yourself? You. Qin Hei snorted coldly, if I don't roll, what can you do to me? That's good. In Yan Xiaochen's eyes, a ghostly color flashed, and a hand rested on his shoulder. In order to prevent young Master Qin from becoming a villain who doesn't keep his promises, then I'll just have to suffer and help young Master Qin. Saying that, the hand pressing on Qin Hei's shoulder squeezed hard and his foot kicked violently. Yan Xiaochen, you. Bang. Ouch. In the midst of the crowd's magnificent gaze, Qin Haoze rolled down the stairs with a thud. Each floor roll brought up the sound-activated lights in the hallway. By the time his screams died down, the entire Qin's building was lit up. Walking downstairs, seeing Qin Haoze, who was lying on the ground and still moaning uncontrollably, Yan Xiaochen laughed. Thank you, young Master Qin, for lighting the way home for us, and let's see you tomorrow. Qin Xiao. Are you alright? It was only when both Yan Xiaochen's backs disappeared in front of his eyes that Qin Haoze's direct line arrived in a hurry and helped him up from the ground. You bunch of losers, why are you just coming over? Agu, it hurts me to death. The man's face quickly revealed a pleasing smile. I'm sorry, young Qin, it's all because of what happened just now that there was a bit of a delay. Hearing these words, Qin Hei's spirit was shaken. He couldn't even care about the pain in his body, and hurriedly grabbed his wrist, saying urgently, the things that were arranged for you, have they all been done? Hey. Qin Xiao, don't worry, it's all done. Duke Fang of the Dahua group, but he's been salivating over this little Qin Shuiyue for a long time. Ha ha. Good. Qin Hei's looked into the distance, a brilliant light flashing in his eyes. Qin Shuiyue, this time, I'll definitely make you lose your reputation. Chapter 65, The Regeneration of Right and Wrong. The next morning, when Yan Xiaochen got up, Qin Shuiyue had already gone to work. He gently shook his head. In order to prove herself, Qin Shuiyue was really working her ass off. After personally cooking a cozy breakfast for Qin Shuiyue, he came to Qin Shuiyue's office. Just as he was about to make a move to knock on the door, a discordant voice came from inside. Yue, how have you considered it? The life and death of Qin's medicine is at your mercy. A young man walked over to Qin Shuiyue's side, seemingly speaking with concern, but deep in the bottom of his eyes, he was dead set on Qin Shuiyue's concave and convex curves, flashing a touch of lechery. Mr. Feng, please return. If it's really a problem with Qin's medicine, I, Qin Shuiyue, on behalf of the entire Qin's medicine, will definitely not shirk my responsibility either. Humph. General Manager Qin, do you really want to do this? Qin's medicine's drug caused death. This gentleman has now suppressed it for you. If you are still so ungrateful, when the time comes, it won't just be a matter of Qin's medicine going bankrupt. You, Qin Shuiyue, as the general manager of Qin's medicine, will have to take the primary responsibility. Looking at Qin Shuiyue's such a firm attitude, Feng Hua's face changed, tearing through the surface gentleness and threatening with a gloomy face. Get out! Qin Shuiyue gave him a cold look and spat out a word disdainfully. Bitch, how dare you call me names? Feng Hua froze, then burst into a rage. Good. Very good. If I don't eat the soft stuff, I'll come with the hard stuff today. He. Lousy is going to taste here today, Xinzhou City's #1 beauty. What exactly is the flavor? As he spoke, Feng Hua directly hugged Qin Shuiyue. Qin Shuiyue was shocked and angry, and slapped her backhand. Snap. 5 bright red fingerprints were imprinted on Feng Hua's face, which instead enraged Feng Hua's animalistic nature even more. As soon as he shouldered Qin Shuiyue up, he slammed her onto the desk and frantically tore at her clothes. Bitch, how dare you hit me? I hope you'll still be this arrogant when you're in my crotch later. Ha ha. Bang. Just when Qin Shuiyue was about to despair, the office door was pushed open with a bang, and 2 black figures flew in first, falling heavily to the ground. A voice rang out immediately afterward, looks like I came at a bad time. Yan Xiaochen walked in slowly with his lunchbox in his hand. Although the voices relaxed, but the words diffused between the temperature in the office, steeply a cold. Moon, are you okay? Yan Xiaochen placed the lunchbox in his hands on the table, helped Qin Shuiyue up and asked with concern. Feng Hua glanced at the 2 bodyguards who were groaning on the ground, and when his eyes noticed the man who had spoken, he burst into a rage. Who let you in? Get the hell out of here! Feeling the gentleness in Yan Xiaochen's tone, Qin Shuiyue's eyes reddened as if the last touch of strength in her heart had been shattered. Yan Xiaochen. Feeling the tone with strong aggression, Yan Xiaochen's heart was also a pain, embraced her into his arms and softly said, It's okay, if my husband is here, no one can hurt my Yue. Just in the thick of it, an angry roar rang out from behind. He, Feng Hua, was the young master of the hallowed Feng family, but to be ignored by a wild boy who came out of nowhere, this feeling instantly made him burn with rage. Casually picking up a vase from the side, he ruthlessly smashed it towards Yan Xiaochen's head. Look out! Qin Shuyue's pupils contracted violently, and subconsciously she was about to pull Yan Xiaochen. Only to see the arc of Yan Xiaochen's mouth rise, and behind him, as if his eyes were open, he violently kicked back. Bang! The vase shattered in response. Manhwa's weight of over 160 pounds flew straight out, hitting the wall hard and letting out a muffled grunt. Yan Xiaochen turned his head back slightly, and in his eyes, he exuded a coldness that seemed to come from the underworld. Get lost. Chapter 66, Is it that coincidental? Seeing their master being beaten, the two bodyguards who had initially fallen to the ground hurriedly got up and helped Manhwa up. Manhwa covered his chest and stared dead at Yan Xiaochen. Kid, who are you? Have the guts to leave a name. Yan Xiaochen slowly turned around, looked at him, and leisurely said, Yan Xiaochen. Good. Very good. I'll remember you. Although Manhwa was arrogant, he wasn't stupid, and in this situation, he obviously couldn't take advantage. He then looked at Qin Shuyue. Qin Shuyue, you brought this on yourself. Qin's medicine can't be preserved, and you're waiting to go to jail as well. Two losers. Quickly help me to the hospital. Agu, it hurts like hell. Only when Manhwa left did Yan Xiaochen open his mouth and asked, what happened? Qin Shuyue stroked the temples of the broken hair. Look heavy. Yesterday when you go to the det, there is a department manager in the group submitted a new drug listing application to me. I looked at the new drug, all the tests are qualified and up to standard, so sign the consent. But never in a million years, just this morning, I got a video of someone who took our drug and died. Then, before I had time to investigate, Manhwa approached me, saying that he knew the person who died and could help me to suppress the matter, and when I didn't agree, he began to move against me, and fortunately you came in time, or else. Qin Shuyue bit her lip. It was only at this moment that she started to feel a little bit afraid, although she was very strong, but all in all, she was still a woman, a girl who needed to be protected. Yan Xiaochen's gaze also clouded over. They just started selling them yesterday, and then immediately afterward they ate someone to death? Would there be such a coincidence? Qin Shuyue also bit her lip and said, I checked all of that batch of medicines early this morning, and there were no problems whatsoever, and the pre-sale experiments before the sale never showed any side effects. And the identity of the person in the video I also investigated clearly through the group. It's a very powerful local small leader. The person who died is said to be one of his minions, so I suspect that this incident, I'm afraid that it's intentionally aimed at Qin's medicine. Yan Xiaochen didn't say anything, but his gaze became 3 times more gloomy. There was one thing he didn't say. This matter, I'm afraid, was not directed at Qin's medicine, but at her, Qin Shuyue. That guy just now, what was he again? The young master of the Dahua group, when before, pursued me, and after being rejected by me, I heard that he went out to a foreign country. And then, out of the blue, he showed up here today, saying he could put this whole thing to rest for me. Coincidence? Can there be such a coincidence in this world? Just as Yan Xiaochen was thinking, the office door was suddenly slammed open. A group of Qin's pharmaceutical shareholders rushed in at once, coming up with a furious bombardment. Qin Shuyue. What are you doing for food? A drug owned by a pharmaceutical company eats people to death. Do you know what that means? This represents the entire Qin's medicine, which will face extinction due to your foolish decision. Qin Shuyue. Of all the things that happened, you have to pay the main responsibility. Qin Shuyue, all the cost of causing everything, all of it will be your responsibility as the general manager. In the face of the crowd's vocal questions, Qin Shuyue's lips turned white and her face was bloodless. Just then, suddenly, a thunderous shout resounded through the entire arena. Shut up, all of you. Chapter 67 I believe in you. The crowd's voices came to an abrupt halt. Yan Xiaochen scanned over the crowd with a gloomy face and said coldly, all of you are shareholders of Qin's pharmaceuticals, and none of you want to see this kind of thing happen. But it's already happened, and even if we argue more, it doesn't make any sense. How can we minimize Qin's losses, is the most imperative thing right now. And Qin Hei's, who was in the middle of the crowd, his gloomy voice rang out, Yan Xiaochen, don't involve this matter with us. The contract for the new drug to be marketed and sold was signed by Qin Shuyue's own handwriting, and the consequences of all of this should be borne by herself. That's right, Qin Shuyue, making such a stupid decision, you don't deserve to be this general manager at all. Qin Shuyue, I'm telling you, not only the loss of Qin's medicine, but also the legal responsibility that needs to be paid for that man's life, all of it will be your responsibility alone. Listening to the generosity of the crowd, Qin Haosha, who was in the crowd, smiled grimly. Qin Shuyue, this time, I'll see what else you can do. Yes. Just as Qin Shuyue was in a state of confusion, Yan Xiaochen suddenly opened his mouth and looked at the crowd with a steady gaze. Gentlemen, can you listen to me? After a pause, he continued in a deep voice, on behalf of the general manager, I'll give you all a promise, give us a day's time, and I'll settle everything, all of it. Ensure that Sheen's medicine will not be affected in any way. You guarantee? A punk who only knows how to eat soft food, who are you to guarantee? Yeah, and what's your guarantee worth? His assurances are not enough, what about adding me to the mix? Suddenly, Sheen Chuyue's voice rang out, everyone must know that the Chuyue company under my name has a $5 million order from the Starfish company, as well as an order worth hundreds of millions of dollars from the Infone Group. If this matter can't be resolved, then I'll sell all of Chuyue's assets to compensate Sheen and everyone else for their losses, is that enough? Moon, you. Yan Xiaochen looked at Sheen Chuyue with some days, Chuyue company, that is all of Sheen Chuyue's everything ah. Sheen Chuyue looked at him, the corner of her mouth raising a smile, Yan Xiaochen, I believe in you. The 6 short words deeply touched Yan Xiaochen's heart. Sheen Chuyue was also biting her lips deeply as she looked at Yan Xiaochen, she didn't know when she started to fall in love with the feeling of trusting this man. When the storm comes, there is always that one broad shoulder in front of you to cover yourself. This feels, really, really good. Good. Since our general manager Sheen has taken a stand, why don't we all just give her another chance? Just as everyone was still hesitating, Sheen Haiyai suddenly opened his mouth, and then, feigning kindness, he said to Sheen Chuyue, cousin, we're always a family, cousin, and we can only help you up to here. Under Sheen Haosh's persuasion, the many shareholders who were furious left the office. In a corner with no one around, Sheen Haosha dialed a phone. Young Feng, everything is going according to plan. The people on your side can move now. He. You don't worry, after it's done, I only need Sheen's medicine, and that little Sheen Chuyue belongs to you. What? That punk Yan Xiaochen? Young Feng needn't worry, after this matter is over, I'll be sure to bundle this loser up before you and put him at your disposal. Hanging up the phone, Sheen Haosha smiled grimly. Sheen Chuyue, Yan Xiaochen, this is what you two losers get for going against me. Chapter 68, Door-to-Door Treatment. Inside the office, Sheen Chuyue had a sad face. Just then, the phone suddenly rang. She picked up the phone, and on her face, a look of sadness gradually flashed. After hanging up, Yan Xiaochen spoke, what's wrong? Sheen Chuyue took a deep breath, the other side has found it. Yan Xiaochen raised an eyebrow, that rather powerful leader? That's right. They said that if they don't want to make a big deal out of the whole thing and tarnish Sheen's medicine's reputation, this afternoon, they'll go to the west side of the city to negotiate with them. Yan Xiaochen's gaze sank, then let's talk, I'll go and talk in person. Sheen Chuyue glanced at him with a somewhat guilty gaze, Yan Xiaochen, this matter, I'm afraid we still need to use money in order to suppress it. I don't have any money on hand right now, and I'm afraid I can't move Sheen's money, the only thing I can use is the 1 million commission you gave you yesterday to recover the money owed to you. This money is considered to be borrowed from you first, and I'll return it to you when Chuyue's side of the company has returned the payment, okay? Yan Xiaochen smiled, silly girl, what borrowing or not, isn't my money your money? Yan Xiaochen, thank you. Sheen Chuyue looked at him with some emotion. Through the understanding of yesterday's day, the security department manager Lu Dahu is still relatively loyal and reliable, and also served as a soldier for a few years, the hands of a bit of kung fu. I've already notified down, the two of you go together, each other can also have a care. Okay. Guarantee to complete the task. Yan Xiaochen didn't refuse, waving his hand at Sheen Chuyue and turning to walk out of the room. Waiting for his figure to completely leave, looking at his departing figure, in Sheen Chuyue's eyes, a flash of deep worry appeared. Yan Xiaochen, you must be careful. Yan Xiaochen slipped away and walked downstairs to the company, when a big, burly man suddenly blocked his way. The big man was a good 2 meters tall, with tan skin and gnarled muscles that bulged his clothes. He looked Yan Xiaochen up and down and spoke, is your name Yan Xiaochen? Yan Xiaochen looked at him somewhat strangely, then nodded, I am, and which one are you? My name is Lu Dahu, manager of the security department. Just now the general manager called me and said that I should follow someone to negotiate. Is it you? Listening to his mouthful of authentic dialect and earthy flavor, matched with his big and thick appearance, Yan Xiaochen was a bit happy. So he nodded, yes, I'm the one who's going to follow you there. Kid. Don't you laugh. Lu Dahu looked at him very seriously, look at you, this body you're not 3 or 2 meat, I can remind you, this afternoon to go to the place is very dangerous, you honestly follow me. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that if you follow it, you'll be able to follow it back. Yan Xiaochen smiled, in this world, there really wasn't anything that could make his hallowed Yan Jun enter and not come out. Good, good, then we'll have to rely on brother Big Tiger to take care of us when the time comes. This big tiger brother, shouted Lu Dahu, was especially flattered. He squinted his eyes in satisfaction, his thick arm heavily patting on Yan Xiaochen's shoulder. Seeing that you kid knows so much, following me around, you'll definitely have a future. Yan Xiaochen was very talkative, and the two got acquainted along the way. Through his mouth, Yan Xiaochen realized that what they were going to was the territory of the Green Dragon Gang in the west of the city. That is, in Qin Shuyua's mouth, the one who made the appointment was none other than their boss, Xinglong. In front of a nightclub with locked doors, the two of them got out of the car, and Lu Dahu had a grave expression on his face. Brother Yan, the Green Dragon Gang is the largest gang in the western part of the city. When you go in, you mustn't talk too much and do everything under my watch. Yan Xiaochen nodded, I know. Chapter 69, The Lion's Bargain. Knock, knock. With a knock on the door to the nightclub opened from the inside. Two tattooed punks poked their heads out and looked at them. Who are you looking for? Lu Dahu piled up a smile on his face. We are from Qin's medicine, and we have an appointment with Brother Qinglong. The punk nodded and opened the door. Come in. The inside of the nightclub was very dim, and along the way, quite a few punks looked up at them. All the way to one of the innermost booths, the punk opened the door. Get in. This a very large private room, sofa, sitting men and women, 7 or 8 people, laughing and playing. The table on the ground are everywhere crooked bottles of wine. Seeing Lu Dahu and Yan Xiaochen come in, the one in the center, naked with a coiled green dragon tattooed all over his body, his copper bell eyes glared, and he opened his mouth in an voice, Are you the people from Qin's medicine? Lu Dahu's face was filled with smiles. Yes, 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 we are from Qin's medicine. A hint of disdain flashed through Qinglong's eyes. Where is that little Qin Shuyue? Why didn't she come in person? Is it hard to look down on our Green Dragon Gang? Ha, big brother, who is Qin Shuyue, but our Qingzhou's #1 beauty. If she dares to come to our place, I guarantee that she won't be able to leave our nightclub for 3 days. Ha ha. Unbridled laughter rang out, and a trace of suffocation flashed in Lu Dahu's eyes. He lifted a few deep breaths in his mind, his frozen smile tugging far-fetchedly. Brother Qinglong, our general manager has business to discuss, so he can't get away, so he specially asked me to bring a little meaning to the brothers, to console them. Saying that, Lu Dahu took out a check from his pocket and handed it over. Xinglong took the check and glanced at the amount on it, the corner of his mouth picking up a playful smile. $1 million? Qin's medicine is really rich and generous. A little something, no honor. No honor. Ha! Xinglong laughed and stood up, and suddenly, backhandedly picked up a wine bottle on the table and ruthlessly smashed it into Lu Dahu's head. There was a thud and the bottle cracked in all directions. The smile on Lu Dahu's face has not disappeared, only to feel a warmth on the head, reach out and touch, into the hand a touch of blood red. The green dragon was smiling, but in his eyes, a viciousness popped out. $1 million? What the are you doing hitting a beggar? I'm telling you, my brother died after eating your Qin's medicine's fake medicine. Without $5 million, I'll make that little Qin Shuyue pay in blood. $5 million. Lu Dahu didn't care about the injury on his head and stood up violently, his eyes round. Brother Qinglong, aren't you guys going too far? Egu, kid, I see you're really not afraid to die. Brothers, remove one of his arms for me and give it to that little Qin Shuyue, so she can personally bring $5 million to ransom him. You guys bully people too much. I'll fight you all. Anger also flashed across Lu Dahu's face as he grabbed 2 bottles of wine in his hand. The other minions swarmed over the boss when they heard him give the word. Although Lu Dahu was 5 big and thick, but a good tiger cannot stand up to a pack of wolves, and in a short while he was pressed on the table. With a scornful smile, Xinglong pulled out a long knife from his waist and gestured it in front of his eyes. Dare to make trouble in front of my Qinglong, boy, how much favor did Qin Shuyue give you to not even be afraid of death? Lu Dahu gasped, Qin's pharmaceuticals gave me a job and fed my whole family. I'm not going to let you bad guys mess up Qin's pharmaceuticals. Xinglong nodded, the long sword in his hand slowly raised, his face was smiling, his eyes flooded with cold. If you are so heartfelt, then I am very much looking forward to what kind of expression your general manager will have when he sees your arm in front of him. Chapter 70, You're the one to beat. As the words landed, in Xinglong's eyes, a flash of viciousness flashed steeply. Swish! A flash of snowy white flashed before his eyes, and Lu Dahu violently closed his eyes. But there was no waiting for the pain coming from his arm. He opened a slit slightly, and less than 3 centimeters away from his arm, the blade stopped in mid-air. At the hilt of the blade, another slender palm appeared on the green dragon's wrist. Yan Xiaochun rang out in a lazy tone, man, isn't this a bit much? Egu, another little brat who isn't afraid to die. As he spoke, Xinglong's other hand smoothly touched up a wine bottle from the table and smashed it fiercely towards Yan Xiaochun's head. Yan Xiaochun did not even lift his eyelids. Just when the bottle was about to fall on Yan Xiaochun's head, Xinglong suddenly felt a lightness in his hand. Where did the bottle go? Before he had time to think about this, there was a sudden thud, a subconscious swipe of the large bare head, and blood stained the palm of his hand. Yan Xiaochun looked at him with a smile and handed over the glass ballast in his hand. Are you looking for this? Brothers, cut him down for me. Green Dragon covered his head and roared. The juniors in the booth drew their weapons from under the table and howled as they rushed to slash at Yan Xiaochun. The corner of Yan Xiaochun's mouth gently raised in an arc, and a cold light flashed at first in the depths of his eyes. When the night comes, it is King's Landing. I have to say, the soundproofing in this booth is pretty good. In less than a minute, a piece of the private room fell across the room. 2 or 3 scantily clad escorts cowered in the corner of the sofa, shivering. As for Xinglong, he couldn't care less about the injury on his head, and he couldn't stop his hand holding the long sword from shaking. And the gaze that looked at Yan Xiaochun was filled with undisguised fear. What just happened? 4 or 5 of his men were put down by the scrawny-looking young man in front of him? It's not that fast to put down 4 or 5 pigs, is it? Yan Xiaochun helped Lu Dahu up. Are you alright? Lu Dahu's entire body was also in a state of confusion, and when he heard Yan Xiaochun snapping, he had a jolt and hastily shook his head. No. It's fine. You stay away. Xinglong trembled and subconsciously took a step back, pointing at Yan Xiaochun. Kid, let me tell you. There are still 40 to 50 of my brothers outside. If you dare to mess around, I guarantee you won't be able to walk out of here. 40 or 50? That much? Xinglong straightened his chest, remembering his brother, as if he had the strength to do so. He smiled grimly. So what if you can fight even better? You can beat 1 or 2, can you beat 10 or 20? Kid. Seeing as how you have so much guts, if you kneel down and kowtow to me a few times, I might consider letting you off the hook. Yan Xiaochun smiled faintly and extended his hand. Bring it. What? Xinglong froze and asked in confusion. The money, and the evidence that you've slandered Qin's medicine. Kid, are you stupid? Really think that if you have 2 tricks in your hand, you are so powerful that you don't know the heights of the sky? At this time, Lu Dahu also came over and whispered, Brother Yan Xiaochun, a good man will not be forced to do anything beforehand. We still have to leave here first, which is the most important. The corner of Yan Xiaochun's mouth gently picked up as he spread his palms towards the green dragon and made a gesture of invitation. Xinglong nodded. Good boy, you have guts. After saying that, he pushed the door and walked out of the private room. Then a stirring was heard at the door. Lu Dahu stomped his foot. Brother Yan Xiaochun, now is not the time to show off. Hey! But it's come to this, and there's no point in talking about it. Lu Dahu looked around, picked up 2 steel pipes from the ground that the punks had dropped, and handed one to Yan Xiaochun. We'll fight them. Brother, you're good at kung fu. If you make it out alive, tell the general manager that I, Lu Dahu, can't stand up to the company. Yan Xiaochun gave a sunny smile, a smirk flashing in his eyes. The sentence, it's better for you to say it to her in person. When he finished, he pushed open the door to the room. Chapter 71, Crushing. The knife in Xinglong's hand fell to the ground. He swallowed deeply and looked down at the wailing minions all over the ground, his palms shivering somewhat uncontrollably as he handed over the $1 million check. Yan Xiaochun took it and smiled with satisfaction. Then are you going to explain about your false accusations against Qin's medicine as well? Xinglong cried with a sad face, Big brother, this has nothing to do with me, it was Manhwa who gave me a sum of money to do this. And it was his idea, too. Manhwa. The light in Yan Xiaochun's eye flickered gently. Was that the man who had plotted? Both sides were great gods, he couldn't afford to mess with any of them. Oh, how hurtful to mention money, leaving an arm is only sincere enough. Xinglong body a jolt, this request, this scene, as if deja vu. I'm brother, she's brother, if you do this to me, brother, she will definitely not let you go. In Qingzhou, you will not be able to move an inch. The green dragon once opened soft cannot, immediately mouth face changed, vicious threat. Chapter 72, Mr. Yan, at your service. Hey, you mean, Wang Hushi? Yan Xiaochun's gaze narrowed slightly as he opened his mouth to ask. Of course. A flash of pride flashed across Xinglong's face, Qingzhou's well-deserved underground king, Wang Hushi, brother Shi. Kid, let me tell you. Although you're a good fighter, you're nothing in front of Hey. Be sensible and let me go right now, or else I'll make a call to Brother Shi and I'll make sure you don't walk out of here alive. Oh yeah? Yan Xiaochen spoke faintly, then you can fight. You. No need to fight. I'm coming. Just then, a thick voice rang out. Wang Hushi's rough figure pushed the door and walked straight towards the dumbfounded Qinglong, looking at him condescendingly. Did you just say that you're my brother? He, brother? Qinglong was directly dumbfounded. He didn't expect that Wang Hushi would actually appear here. Although he, the Green Dragon Gang, was a hegemon in the west of the city, but in the whole of Qingzhou, he was only a small player. A status like Wang Hushi's was never something he could invite. Wang Hushi came to the opposite side of Yan Xiaochen, and after he stood still, he lowered his head and slightly glanced at Qinglong. I think I just heard you say that you're one of mine? Brother Shi, I hang out with Brother Tai, so it's kind of like your people, Brother Shi. As Qinglong said this, he carefully gauged Wang Hushi's expression. After all, a person's name, a tree's shadow, facing a furious god like Wang Hushi, he had an instinctive sense of oppression. Tai is one of my men, so according to that, you're kind of my man too. Wang Hushi nodded, and Qinglong's heart had just been a little bit tuckered out when Wang Hushi's words came back. However, since they are my people, they naturally know the rules of my Wang Hushi mixing with the Jianghu, are you wrong? Wang Hushi's voice did not fluctuate, but hearing Qinglong's ears was like lightning striking in the air, and his face instantly turned white. He flung himself to his knees. Brother Shi, I was wrong. It was a moment of lard that blinded me and I did something wrong. Brother Shi, forgive me this time. Spare you? Wang Hushi sneered, then I can't say anything. At that moment, turning to Yan Xiaochen, who was on the side, he bowed slightly and respectfully said, Mr. Yan, what do you think? What should be done about it? Not only did Qinglong freeze, even Lu Daho, who was on the side, was filled with surprise. Although he didn't know Wang Hushi, the name of the underground king of Qingzhou was as good as thunder. This kind of character standing at the top of the pyramid in Qingzhou, even have to respectfully address Yan Xiaochen as Mr. Yan, then what kind of character should he be? Thinking of this, a flash of envy flashed in Lu Dahu's eyes. It's really worthy of being the GM's husband, it's really good enough. Yan Xiaochen, on the other hand, smiled gently, knowing one's mistakes and being able to change them is a good thing. One arm, that's enough. Do you hear me? Two people stood out beside Wang Hushi, directly erecting Qinglong's arm and dragging him out. After settling things here, Yan Xiaochen smiled at Lu Dahu who was at the side. Brother Dahu, would you wait for me outside the door for a while? Lu Dahu hurriedly nodded, okay. I'll wait for you outside the door. After Lu Dahu went out, Wang Hushi's face changed and he immediately knelt down. Yama, my subordinate has been negligent and has caused you to suffer, please punish me, Yama. Chapter 73 Dahua Group. Yan Xiaochen waved his hand, I don't blame you for this. Wang Hushi, let me ask you, for this Dahua Group, how much do you know? The Dahua Group covers a number of fields of commerce in Qingzhou, and its financial strength is quite strong, and in Qingzhou, it is barely considered to be the handful of people at the tip of the pyramid. Moreover, this Dahua Group, with our underworld palace, also has some relations. Yan Xiaochen was instantly interested. Speak clearly. Fang Qingzhou, the chairman of the Dahua Group, signed a big contract with the Qingzhou branch of the Kyushu Tongtong trade, which is controlled by Urban Temple. For the sake of this cooperation, the Dahua Group has almost invested more than half of its worth, and it has also taken out a considerable amount of bank loans. And Kyushu Tongtai is a little more uptight about this partnership. The chairman of the branch, Han Zhenyu, will personally sign a cooperation agreement with Dahua Group, as if it's today. Yan Xiaochen's eyes flashed with essence. That's still, what a coincidence. Leaving the nightclub, Yan Xiaochen sent Lu Daho back to report to Qin Chuiyue first, and instructed him not to reveal the relationship between himself and Wang Hushi. Lu Dahu, who was already devoted to Yan Xiaochen, agreed with his mouth full. As for Yan Xiaochen himself, he took a taxi and went straight to the Qingzhou branch of the Jiuzhou Tongtong trade. And at this moment, the headquarters of the Dahua Group. Fang Hua called several times and no one answered the phone. Angry, he flung his cell phone and said viciously, this Qinglong, a little thing has to be inked for so long, what the hell is he up to? Just then, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open. A middle-aged man who looked somewhat similar to him spoke with a dignified face, Fang Hua. Why are you still here? Don't you know that you'll have an honored guest today? Hurry up and change your clothes, and come with me to the door to greet your honored guests. Fang Hua then remembered that he was going to sign a big contract today. Immediately throwing everything out of his mind, he changed into a proper suit and scrambled downstairs. At the entrance of the Dahua Group, flowers and banners are all over the place. All the executives of Dahua Group, including Chairman Fang Chengzhou, were at the door to greet them. Fang Hua walked up to his father, and in his eyes, he couldn't help but flash a flash of excitement. Dad, after signing this contract today, our Dahua Group, isn't it going to go to the next level? It's more than just going to the next level, the future of our Dahua is just flat out great. Fang Qingzhou's eyes glistened. This is the second largest consortium in the country, the Kyushu Tongtong Trade. As long as we reach a strategic cooperation with them, then our Dahua Group will be able to make a lot of money in the coming years even with our eyes closed. Huar, you're not too young anymore, the Dahua Group, sooner or later, will be handed over to you. The one who came today is Mr. Han, the chairman of the Qingzhou branch of the Kyushu Tong Trade. I brought you along this time specifically so that you could make a good impression on him. As long as he recognizes you, then our Dahua's future is the richest man in the entire Qingzhou. Fang Hua clenched his fists in excitement. Dad, don't worry, I'll perform well. The bottom of his eyes, but raised a touch of gloom. Qin Shuiwei, you boast of being the #1 beauty in Qingzhou. When I sign this contract and become the richest man in Qingzhou, I'll let you, the titular #1 beauty in Qingzhou, become a plaything in my crotch. Coming. I don't know who shouted, and in response, 6 Rolls Royces came all the way up. One of them, a customized stretch model, was parked right in the middle of the Dahua Group's gate. Chapter 74, Meeting Again. Fang Chengzhou went up with a smile on his face and opened the car door, welcoming Han Zhenyu down from the car. Then he respectfully extended his hand. Mr. Han. Finally, I've brought you here. It's been a hard journey. The office has already prepared top-quality bilyuakun. Let's go and have some tea and take a rest first. Who knows, Han Zhenyu didn't even bother to shake his outstretched hand, instead looking at him with a smirk on his face. Mr. Fang, it's been hard waiting here for so long, hasn't it? Fang Chengzhou first froze, then smiled, and said, no hard work, no hard work. Mr. Han is our god of wealth, not to mention waiting for you here for a while, even if it's a day's wait, it's still worth it. The crowd responded in unison. Han Zhenyu smiled even more broadly and looked at Fang Chengzhou, but gently shook his head. Mr. Fang is really flattering Han with these words. However, there's one thing you're wrong about, today's god of fortune, it's really not me. Fang Chengzhou froze. Mr. Han, what do you mean by that? Han Zhenyu glanced at him with great meaning. This contract today, it's not for me to sign, but for another big shot to sign. One, a great man that even I have to respect. As soon as Fang Chengzhou heard this, he became excited. The big shot that even Han Zhenyu had to be respectful of, wouldn't that be the top brass from the headquarters of the Kyushu Tongtong Trade? What does this mean? It means that it is not a small branch, but the whole big consortium of Kyushu Tongtao, which wants to cooperate with Dahua Group. Between thoughts, one foot stepped out of the car door. Fang Chengzhou hurriedly held the car door as carefully as if he was serving his ancestors. Until the silhouette in the car completely got out of the car, Fang Chengzhou respectfully lowered half of his body with a fawning face. The leader came all the way here and traveled a long way, it's really hard work. On behalf of all the employees of Dahua Group, Mr. Fang welcomes the arrival of the leader. Mr. Fang doesn't have to be polite. Hearing this voice, Fang Chengzhou raised his head. When he saw the face of the visitor, there was another burst of horse's ass. I didn't expect the leader to be so young, it looks like he's young and talented. I don't know the leader's name? Yen. Good last name. Good last name. Huar, why don't you come over and meet Mr. Yen from the headquarters of the Kyushu Tong Trade? Fang Hua took a deep breath, a radiant smile on his face, and spoke respectfully. Fang Hua has met Yen Xian. But when he saw the face of the visitor, his eyes snapped open. That word raw stuck hard in his throat, and his face, in an instant, turned pale. The visitor looked at Fang Hua and spoke with a smile. Mr. Fang, what a coincidence. We meet again. How? How could it be you? Fang Hua's voice was a bit toned, killing him. He did not expect that the one who came down from the car was Yen Xiaochun, who had a conflict with him in Qin's medicine. But didn't Qin Hei's call to say that this guy went to meet with Qinglong? No wonder Qinglong's phone has not been working. Does it mean he failed? The more I thought about it, the more likely it was. After all, how could a character that Han Zhenyu had said he wanted to be treated respectfully be dealt with by a tiny green dragon? Mr. Fang, why don't you say something? Surprised to see me? After all, we, just a few hours ago, had a close encounter. Chapter 75 Cooperation turns into acquisition. Hearing Yan Xiaochen's words, Fang Hua's face was in a cold sweat as he listened to Yan Xiaochen's words, revealing an awkward smile. Mr. Yan. Yan, the matter in the morning is a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding ah. Fang Hua. What the hell is going on? Fang Chengzhou is not a little cutie. In 3 words, he heard that something was wrong. Especially when he saw his own son in this state, he thumped in his heart and couldn't help but speak out and question him. Fang Hua stammered and told what had happened in the morning. After hearing this, Fang Chengzhou was simply going to explode with anger, snapping his slap and huffing over, angrily cursing, "You ungrateful thing, what kind of people are you able to afford to offend? I'll beat you to death, you bastard." Seeing that Fang Chengzhou was about to make a move, while Yan Xiaochen laughed and stopped him. Mr. Fang does not need to be angry. In fact, it is not a big deal. I and Mr. Fang, but also do not fight to get acquainted with it. Don't worry, Mr. Fang, this small matter will not delay our cooperation. Hearing Yan Xiaochen's words, Fang Chengzhou's heart then let out a sigh of relief. After all, for the sake of this cooperation, Dahua Group had invested almost all of its stature. If there was a problem, then the entire Dahua Group could be completely finished. Asshole brat. Why don't you thank Mr. Yan for being magnanimous and forgiving your ignorant behavior? Fang Hua lowered his head, his face reddening from shame. However, under Fang Chengzhou's rebuke, he could only harden his head and lowered his head at Yan Xiaochen. Thank you, Mr. Yan, for being magnanimous. Fang Hua apologizes to Mr. Yan. Oh. It's okay. It's okay. Yan Xiaochen smiled and said, "Mr. Fang, let's go sign the contract." Right. Sign the contract. Sign the contract. Mr. Yan, this way please. Coming to the conference room, Yan Xiaochen took the contract handed over by Han Jinyu and signed his name very sharply. Then he handed it over with a smile. "Mr. Fang, it's your turn to sign." Seeing that Yan Xiaochen was very forthcoming and didn't make things difficult for himself at all, the worries in Fang Chengzhou's heart were immediately released. He took the contract and laughed. Mr. Yan deserves to be a young talent who can reach such heights at such a young age. Just based on this heart alone, we simply can't compare. After the contract is signed, I will definitely give Yan a good banquet. This contract. Fang Chengzhou patted Yan Xiaochen's ass while preparing to sign the contract. As he was about to sign it, he casually skimmed it, and suddenly, his eyes glazed over. And the words of praise were suddenly stuck in his throat. This contract, what's wrong with it? Yan Xiaochen looked at him with a smile. Swish. As if unbelievable, Fang Chengzhou read the contract again carefully. Upon reading it, cold sweat instantly covered his cheeks. Yan. Mr. Yan, this contract, you didn't get it wrong, right? Fang Chengzhou stammered and opened his mouth. Oh, Mr. Fang really knows how to joke. How can you get the contract wrong for such a big acquisition? Acquisition? That's not right. What we talked about before was clearly a partnership. Yan Xiaochen sighed and spoke in a very regretful tone. Originally, I also wanted to work well with your Dahua Group, but then again, your son's impression of me can be described as profound. So then, I made a small change of 2 words on top of the original contract. Could it be that, Mr. Fang? Do you have any comments? Chapter 76, 4. Secondly, accept the acquisition of Kyushu Tontao, but then, we're going to acquire a net worth Dahua Group. To put it in simpler terms, it means that before that, all the liabilities and loans of Dahua Group have to be deducted from the acquisition money. Mr. Fang, did I make myself clear enough? Fang Chengzhou's face had turned pale. He clutched the contract in his hand dead, looked at Yan Xiaochen, and asked shiveringly, Then we finally, how much money is left? I did some rough calculations, after deducting all the liabilities and then giving the remaining amount to the other shareholders according to their shares. Mr. Fang, congratulations, the cash that you father and son can have left in the end is a total of $118.50. Poof. Fang Chengzhou sat on his butt on the ground, his face full of death. Fang Hua, who was on the side, was in disbelief. The instant fall from a high-flying rich kid to the reality of having only $100 or so all over his body made him instantly insane. No. No way. I don't believe it. After saying that, he suddenly looked at Yan Xiaochen with a fierce face and rushed up like a madman. It's you. It's all you, isn't it? I'm the son of Dahua Group, the future richest man in Qingzhou. If you dare to mess with me, I'll kill you. Looking at his maniacal appearance, Yan Xiaochen let out a cold snort and lifted his foot, directly kicking him out. Then, with a cold face, he looked at him. Remember one word. If the sky is mad, there will be rain, and if people are mad, there will be trouble. My Yan Xiaochen's wife is not someone who can be bullied at will. You're to blame for all this. Along with the collapse of the Dahua group, the crisis of Qin's medicine was also solved. And Qin Haoze, who had lost repeatedly, hadn't moved for a while. And Qin Shuyue's management of Qin's medicine also gradually got the hang of it, and Shuyue's company complemented each other and grew with each other. Yan Xiaochen hangs a idle post in Qin's medicine, day by day is also leisurely. Everything, it seems, is going in the best direction. Until one day, when Yan Xiaochen stepped through the door of Qin's medicine, his ears were filled with a message. Chapter 77, Class Reunion. Have you heard? Prince Qin Yuhang of Guqin is coming to Qinzhou for a solo show. Of course I've heard. And I've also heard. He's not the only one coming, even his 3 senior brothers will be there in person to support Qin Yuhang. It's so tempting to go. But I heard that all the tickets have been snatched up by now. Tickets in the hands of scalpers, the last rows cost tens of thousands of dollars, so I really can't afford them. Looking at the wistful look on the face of each young girl, Yan Xiaochen could not help but ask in confusion, that Qin Yuyang, who is it? A girl gave him a gentle blank look. Even Qin Yuyu doesn't know, you're from Mars. Is that Qin Yuhang, famous? Shut up. Don't insult my man god. The girl had a florid look on her face, with endless longing in her eyes. Qin Yuhang is one of the 4 close disciples of the national master, old Mr. Kong, and his attainments on the Guqin, in particular, are unmatched. Not only is he super handsome, he plays the piano even better. If I could hear him play a song with my own ears, even if I died on the spot, it would be worth it. Looking at a crazy stargazer face, Yan Xiaochen shook his head with a bitter smile. Are all little girls nowadays crazy to this extent? He then came to Qin Shuyue's office and knocked on the door. Placing the freshly prepared lunchbox on the table, he smiled. Do you know? Now the whole company has gone crazy, everyone is talking about that what's his name Qin Yuan, this person, have you heard of him? Qin Shuyue raised her head slightly, an inexplicable bitter smile on her face. I've heard of it. You've heard that too? Yan Xiaochen was a bit surprised at once. In his impression, Qin Shuyue was a strong working woman, but he had never heard that she had a hobby of chasing after stars. Qin Shuyue took a deep breath, looked at Yan Xiaochen, opened her mouth, and spoke. Yan Xiaochen, tonight, I have a class reunion. Class reunion? Yan Xiaochen nodded and spoke indifferently. Then go, see you work so hard every day, it's about time, find a chance to relax. This party was specially organized by my high school class president, who returned from abroad. And his name is just Qin Yuhang. What? Your class president is this prince of some kodo? Yan Xiaochen almost dropped his jaw in shock, and he, who was originally indifferent, was instantly a bit wary. What do you mean, specially returned from abroad to organize it? Organized specifically for whom? It shouldn't be your own wife, should it? Think of the description of those little girls, people young particularly handsome, playing the piano is also a good thief. I heard that these engaged in the arts are particularly good at flirting with girls. Looking at Yan Xiaochen's uneasy and wary look, Qin Shuyu snorted out a laugh and slightly blanked him. Alright, even though Qin Yuhang once chased me, that was only in the past. This time, it's just a class reunion, look at you being so petty, or else just come with me. Being poked by Qin Shuyue on the spot, Yan Xiaochen scratched his head in some embarrassment. Look at you, my own daughter-in-law can't be worried about anything else. There was a pause, followed by a cautious, so, what time are we going tonight? Chapter 78 The Prince of the Guqin. At this moment, inside the luxurious box on the top floor of the largest 5-star hotel in Qingzhou, the Purple Bamboo Forest Hotel. The gang gathered early. Only, everyone's focus was on a white-robed man in the very center. Handsome face, dusty temperament, let women dazzle fascinated, let men respect. He is Qin Yuhang, who is renowned both at home and abroad and is known as the Prince of Guqin. Class President. After so many years, you're still as handsome as ever. When the first time I saw you on TV, I still can't believe that I am still the dang Prince of Guqin was once a classmate, it's simply too happy. Yes, Class President, at that time you were the school bully of our school, now that you have become a big star, won't you become the dream lover of women all over the world? Listening to the countless compliments in his ears, Qin Yuanyang didn't have the slightest expression on his face as he asked the person beside him, has you ever been notified? The man looked like a dog's leg, nodding his head repeatedly. Notified, she said she'll definitely be there in the evening. Upon hearing this news, a smile finally appeared on Qin Yuyan's face. Class president. You're still hung up on Qin Shuiwei. A female classmate who adored him, with a flash of jealousy on her face, said conspiratorially, but I heard that she is now, all married. A second-hand raggedy shoe is worth getting so hung up on? Snap. A loud slap resounded through the house and everyone froze. The female classmate who was beaten was even more incredulous. The gentle prince of Guggenheim on TV would hit someone? Keep your mouth shut. Qin Yuanyang's icy voice rang out, if it weren't for Yuer, none of you losers would be qualified to sit here. Remember everything that was explained to you. When it's done, naturally you won't be shortchanged. If it goes wrong, you know the consequences. Everyone trembled and all nodded coyly. Seeing this scene, Qin Yuanyang then smiled with satisfaction, and deep in the bottom of his eyes, a touch of crazy possessiveness appeared. When I, Qin Yuanyang, set my eyes on a woman, no one has ever been able to resist. Qin Shuiwei, you are no exception. Even if I don't get your heart, I'll still get your body. By the time Qin Shuiwei finished the work at hand, the sky already darkened. When Yan Xiaochen drove his car and arrived at the Purple Bamboo Forest Hotel, the large parking lot, at a glance, looked like a luxury car show. Being the most luxurious hotel in Qingzhou, it is also an excellent choice for the nightlife of Qingzhou's high society. Almost all of the vehicles parked here are in the $500,000 class or higher. On the contrary, Qin Shuiwei's shabby Volkswagen CC was a bit out of place. After searching around a couple times, I finally found a hidden parking space. With a grip on the steering wheel, he heatedly smiled at Qin Shuiwei, Yuer, hold on tight. Next, it's time to show off the skills, said the man, with a burst of traveling maneuvers. Just as he was about to back into this parking space, all of a sudden, with a glance, a red sports car rushed straight towards his side. And, without the slightest deceleration. Rip! He slammed his foot on the brakes and the red sports car leaped right up against it. If it wasn't for Yan Xiaochen's quick decision, the sports car would have absolutely crashed into his co-pilot. At this moment, Yan Xiaochen's face was terribly gloomy. Because where the co-pilot was, sitting there, was Qin Shuiwei. Chapter 79, Smashing Cars. Snap. The door of the sports car opened, and a non-mainstream young man with dyed red hair got down from the car and kicked the front end of the Volkswagen, arrogantly saying, "Get the hell down." Yan Xiaochen opened the car door. The man immediately growled, "Are you blind? Didn't you see my car coming? Still drive in, are you looking for death? Do you know what kind of car this is? Do you know it's a Ferrari? Do you know it's a sports car? If you scratch it a little, you can't even afford to sell your car." Qin Shuiwei also came down from the co-pilot. Once she heard this, she argued with reason, "This parking space is obviously the first to come over, why should we let with you? Even if you hit it, you're still fully responsible." Ouch. I didn't realize there was such a great beauty in this little wreck of a car. The man's eyes suddenly lit up, and with a hefty laugh, a flash of disdain flashed through his tone. "Don't even look at what kind of place this is, and what kind of Thai car like yours is qualified to come in. Beauty, seeing that you look good, riding in this kind of Thai car is simply a drop in the bucket. Brothers Ferrari's passenger side is still empty, why don't, I'll take you for a ride tonight." Saying that, he stretched out a dirty hand to touch towards Qin Shuiwei's pretty face, and before he could touch it, he was gripped by a pair of iron clamp-like hands on his wrist. The man yelled in pain, "Ouch, ouch, ouch. You let go." Yan Xiaochen fiercely flung his hand away and said in a cold voice, "I don't want to waste time on you, get lost." The man was hostile, turned around and took out a steel pipe from the car, walked straight to the Volkswagen, and struck it hard, knocking the windshield to smithereens. "My car!" Qin Shuiwei was so distressed that she wanted to rush over to stop it, but was pulled back by Yan Xiaochen. So watch the man event. Not a moment later, a good car was smashed into a half-scrapped state. The man threw the steel pipe to the ground, snorted coldly and provoked, "Kid, what did you just say? Let me get the hell out of here. Now, I smashed up your car and I'm still told to." Yan Xiaochen laughed, his eyes looking at him, "Can't you see that my car was smashed by him? Manager Wang looked like he was taking it for granted. You deserved it even if you smashed it. Who let you get in young Master Zhao's way? Is this place, too, for a piece of car like you to get into? Hurry up and move away. Otherwise, I'll throw you straight to the scrapyard." Ha ha. "Manager Wang, this young man likes your brash temper. Some other day when I see Brother Shi, I will definitely mention you in front of him and promote you to a few more positions." Manager Wang immediately had a fawning smile on his face. Yo, thank you young Master Zhao then. Hearing the word she, Yan Xiaochen's heart fluttered and he asked with an odd expression, the she you're talking about, it can't be Wang Hu she, right? Chapter 80, do you think it's fair? Bold. Manager Wang immediately chided, the great name of Qingzhou underground Wang Shi brother is also worthy of a punk like you? Be sensible and get the hell out of here. Otherwise, I'll make you look good. Oh, yeah. The corner of Yan Xiaochen's mouth lifted into a smile, I'd like to see how you're going to make me look good. With that, he picked up the phone and dialed a number. After picking up the phone, faintly said, I'm at the Purple Bamboo Forest Hotel, a security manager said he wants me to look good. When he finished, he simply hung up. Looking at his appearance, Manager Wang's face showed a touch of disdain, calling to shake people? Kid, I'd like to see, what kind of people can you call? And how many guts have you grown to dare to act wildly in brother Shi's territory? As soon as the words fell, a group of men in suits hurried over from outside. Seeing the appearance, Manager Wang asked curiously, General Manager? Store Manager? Why are you all here? The visitor didn't pay any attention to him at all, and with a glance, he saw Yan Xiaochun, who was happily at ease on the side, and immediately said respectfully, Excuse me, are you Mr. Yan? The expression on Manager Wang's face froze. Yan Xiaochun gently nodded his head as an acknowledgement of his identity. Then, with a playful look, Here, can't I be allowed to park? You are joking, you are our most honored guest, even if you want to park your car in our hotel lobby, we will take down the door as fast as we can to facilitate your parking. Overbearing rich second generation arrogantly grabbed the parking space, and the security manager of your hotel is even more arrogant to indiscriminately want to throw my car to the scrapyard. I cannot see, this honorable 2 words, where is it? The general manager's face suddenly changed, and he said in a cold voice, Manager Wang, if you have offended Mr. Yan, all your welfare benefits at the Purple Bamboo Grove Hotel will be deducted, and now, immediately pack up your things and get out. Young Master Zhao. I'm sorry, but from today onwards, all of the business properties under Hay's banner will be off limits to you. The faces of the duo were, well, white. Afterwards, the general manager respectfully said towards Yan Xiaochun, Look, are you still satisfied with this kind of handling result? Yan Xiaochun thought for a moment and suddenly picked his foot, the steel pipe entering his hand in response, and then walked over towards the Ferrari sports car. Bang! A stick went down and the front cover caved in. My car! Young Master Zhao exclaimed in shock and was about to step forward. The general manager waved his hand, and 2 men instantly blocked him. The former looked at him with an icy face, Mr. Zhao, I advise you not to be impulsive and let Mr. Yan finish venting properly. He's an honored guest that even our brother she has to treat with courtesy, if he's still half upset, even if your father arrives in person, he won't be able to protect you. In a short while, millions of sports cars directly into a pile of scrap metal. Yan Xiaochun walked straight towards Zhao Gongzi and laughed, You smashed my car, and I smashed yours, do you think that's fair? Zhao Gongzi's face was pale, and under the general manager's pair of threatening eyes, he nodded stiffly, Gong. Fair. If that's fair, then my car doesn't need to be compensated by you, and your car, doesn't it need to be compensated by me? Mr. Zhao almost cursed out, What kind of crap car you have, I can buy you 10 cars with 1 car, can this be the same? But did he dare to say no? He wouldn't dare. It's not needed. Yan Xiaochun nodded with satisfaction and took Qin Shuyu's wrist, Let's go, I'm sure your class are about to. You are, it's been a long time, you're really getting prettier and prettier. Yan Xiaochun, who came in immediately after Qin Shuyu, saw a man with open arms about to hug his daughter-in-law. I go, how can this be tolerated? When he was about to be hugged into his arms, Yan Xiaochun violently pulled Qin Shuyu, welcoming himself onto his body and hugging Qin Yuyu. Geez, don't be so enthusiastic, it's weirdly embarrassing. There was no warm scent in his arms as he had imagined, and when he looked again, he was hugging a large man and pushed violently, taking a few sharp steps back and frowning deeply. Who are you? This is our private party, please get out. Qin Shuyu stood out, thought for a moment, took a deep breath, and with a somewhat huffy face, she took Yan Xiaochun's arm and opened her mouth to introduce herself, He is my lover. The moment these words came out, Qin Yuanyang's face immediately became ugly. The gazes of some of the students looking at Qin Yunhua were suddenly filled with gloating. You didn't expect it, did you? Her husband followed, let's see how you can still play. And not a few female students were also sizing up Yan Xiaochun, although he was not bad looking, but the fact that the #1 goddess of Qingzhou had found a loser husband was a household name. Not only did he not have a job, but he also had to rely on Qin Shuiwei to support him, and a hint of sneering disdain flashed in his eyes. So what if she's the first goddess of Qinzhou, but now, she's still married to a waste of a husband that everyone looks down on? Qin Yuanyang hated to kick Yan Xiaochen out at the moment. According to Qin Shuiwei's condescension, on this kind of occasion, how could she possibly bring such an unattainable piece of trash to disgrace herself? And at this moment, Yan Xiaochen also ghostly surveyed everything inside the box. Especially noticing a flash of deep anger in the depths of Qin Yuhang's eyes, his heart gave a slight lurch. This Qin Yuhang, the reason for organizing this party, I'm afraid, is not just that simple, right? Squad leader? Qin Shuiwei looked at the frozen Qin Yuanyue and opened her mouth to shout. Qin Yuanyang instantly returned to his senses and rushed towards Yan Xiaochen to extend his hand in a very gentlemanly manner. Hello, my name is Qin Yuhang, I'm the class president of Yuer High School. Qin Yuhang bit the word Yuer very heavily. Yan Xiaochen's eyes faintly flashed with a ray of light underneath, and he also reached over his hand. Prince of Guqin, I've heard a lot about you. Hello, I'm Yu's husband, Yan Xiaochen. For a moment, an invisible smell of gunpowder erupted between the two men. Chapter 82, Drinking. Yan Xiaochen's sudden arrival had disrupted Qin Yuyue's plans, and he definitely couldn't sit by Qin Shuyue's side without being cheeky. A pout flashed across his face as he watched the two snuggling together, then he turned to the person beside him and gave a quiet wink. As Qin Yuhang's most loyal follower, Li Hong instantly understood and very enthusiastically ranked himself up and smiled. Brother Yan, what a good fortune! To be able to marry the school beauty of our school, I, Li Hong, admire you. Come on, here's a bottle to you. Said, very boldly Kai came a bottle of beer and put it in front. Afterwards, looking at Yan Xiaochen, kid, if you really don't want to drink it, it's fine, take this bottle of wine, find a corner, pour it from the head to the tail, not a single drop can be left, and then say out loud that I'm a waste of space, and I concede to this wine, won't let you drink it. Qin Shuiwei immediately changed her face. Li Hong, how can you go so overboard? Excessive? I'm just keeping an eye out for Qin's big beautiful girl. A man who can't even drink is worthy of being called a man? Ha ha. Brother Hong is wrong, if you are not a man, won't you leave our Qin beauty widowed? Tisk, tsk, but seeing that our Qin damsel is so rosy, in her normal life, she should have been moisturized no less. Can't it be that Brother Yan's home still has a prairie planted in it? Ha ha. The crowd roared with laughter as Yan Xiaochen looked at him with a flash of fury in the bottom of his eyes. Do you really want to drink? Li Hong snorted. What, you really dare to drink with me? Yan Xiaochen did not know, but his classmates, they knew that when Li Hong went to school, he was the king of the school's alcohol. 3.5 pounds of white wine, and beer poured freely. Then after being in society for so long, drinking was even more of a bottomless pit. Drinking with him is purely a matter of asking for trouble. The corner of Yan Xiaochen's mouth raised in an arc. Since we're going to drink, how can we enjoy ourselves with this little bit of wine? How about 10 bottles each of red, white and ocean, and we blow against each other? At the end of the sentence, the room was filled with silence. Kid, are you sure? Li Hong looked at him in shock. 30 bottles, that's 30 pounds. Let alone wine, or even 30 pounds of water in a row. I'm afraid the average person can't stand it, right? Hee, since Brother Yan is so interested, how can I let everyone down? Waiter, serve the wine. Serve the wine with the highest degree of alcohol. Today, I will make everyone happy. The corners of Qin Yuan's mouth hooked up with an evil smile. In his opinion, Yan Xiaochen must be bragging. Since this was the case, then let him properly disgrace himself in front of Qin Shuiwei. In no time at all, 60 bottles of wine were lined up. Li Hong picked open a bottle of foreign wine, with a provocative face. Kid, don't tough it out, or else, we don't have time to send you to the hospital. Qin Shuiwei also looked at him with a worried face. Yan Xiaochen calmly opened a bottle of wine and said lightly, it's been a long time since I've had a chance to drink freely. Today, let's just reluctantly gargle first. Chapter 83, Classmate, still drinking? As we speak, there is no hookup, a bottle of foreign wine, tilting our heads back. In just 3 seconds, he drank every drop. The sneer froze on his face, and everyone looked at him with amazement. It's booze, a bottle in 3 seconds. Did he just stab the bottle into his stomach and pour it? Do I still need to wait for you? A faint mockery rang out. Li Hong gritted his teeth, raised his head and blew, and the bottle took more than 10 seconds to barely get down. For a moment, even with the amount of alcohol he had, his stomach rolled a bit. On the other hand, Yan Xiaochen, one hand white wine, one hand red wine, at the same time open, gulp gulp gulp, like a whale swallowing a cow drink, another 3 seconds down. Afterward, there was some unfulfilled licking of the lips and muttering, "How come it's so undrinkable, even the lips aren't wet?" The crowd almost bit off their tongues. Is this still a human being? Is it possible that it's a wine barrel that has become a spirit? Li Hong's face, on the other hand, was already very ugly. Turned back to look at Qin Yuhang, was his fierce glare, frowned and frowned, clenched his teeth, followed the example of Yan Xiaochun, each open a bottle of red wine and white wine, at the same time open and drink, barely finished. At this time, Yan Xiaochun opened 2 more bottles of white wine, and pushed them toward him, laughing, "Awesome, I've opened the wine for you, please continue." The choking odor ran over, and Li Hong couldn't hold it back any longer and vomited with a wow. Then his head went numb and he fell to the ground, never to rise again. Yan Xiaochun took the bottle of wine and filled it like water, condescending to him, with one foot on his head, smilingly looking down at him. "Classmate, still drinking? If you still want to drink, I can drink from your full moon to your first 7 days." Qin Yuhang's face, at once, turned very ugly. Waving his hand, 2 men came out and dragged Li Hong aside like a dead dog. And Yan Xiaochun, who was on the side, with so much wine in his belly, acted as if he was fine. His face remained as it was, without the slightest hint of drunkenness. Seeing this scene, Qin Yuhang took a deep breath, knowing that tonight's intentions would probably go down the drain. The meal was then served, and between the students, they all gradually opened up. And Qin Shuiwei, a few female classmates who used to be on good terms with her, also gradually chatted freely. When the time was almost up, Qin Yuhang rushed a girl beside Qin Shuiwei and made a color. The girl immediately understood and subtly looked at Qin Yuhang. "Class president, I heard that you're going to hold a personal recital in Qingzhou tomorrow?" Qin Yuanyang smiled warmly. "Yes, after so many years outside, thanks to the teacher's teaching, a slight achievement, taking advantage of this free time, it is also considered to come back to repay the hometown." A word that instantly won the favor of the crowd. And Qin Shuiwei even cast her eyes on him and smiled. "Bandmaster, I'm so happy for you to be able to achieve what you've achieved today. I hope that you'll be able to go further and further down the road of music." "Thank you, Moon." "Bandmaster, I've heard that tickets for your recital are hard to come by. We're classmates at least, aren't you going to give us 2 tickets? The girl spoke again playfully. Qin Yuhang laughed. "That, of course, occurred to me," he said, pulling a ticket out of his bag and handing it over. "Here are my tickets for everyone, and I hope that tomorrow, you'll come and see my recital." Saying that, he suddenly got up and walked over to Qin Shuiwei, handing over the tickets in his hand, and said with a sincere face, you come tomorrow." Tisk, tsk, you say, a good man like the class president who is handsome and talented, and also has an atmosphere of much gold, is simply rare in the world. If I were as good looking as you, I would have married the class president without a second thought. Even as a mistress, I would have been willing. Moon, do you think I'm right? Then I'm really sorry, you're not as good looking as you are, so you don't even have the qualifications to be a mistress. Yan Xiaochun's words rang out leisurely. The girl raised her eyebrows and looked at him with an angry expression. "You. Excuse me." Yan Xiaochun spread his hands at her. "I'm a person, my heart is straight to say whatever there is, but there is no other meaning. Oh, you do not think too much. The exact same words were given back to her again in their original form. The group made some more small talk and the meal slowly came to an end. Outside the hotel, Qin Yuanyue stood next to Qin Shuiwei, looking at her with an affectionate expression. "Moon, tomorrow, don't be late." The two were speechless on the way home. After a long time, Qin Shuiwei suddenly raised her head and looked at Yan Xiaochun. "Yan Xiaochun, in fact, I am the class president, there is nothing at all." Although she didn't have to explain anything, Yan Xiaochun couldn't do anything to her. But in her subconscious, she was still afraid that Yan Xiaochun would misunderstand something. Instead, Yan Xiaochun smiled. "Silly girl, I told you, you're my wife. If I don't trust you, who else can I trust?" Qin Shuiwei's heart warmed slightly, and she softly hummed, "Then for tomorrow's recital, I won't go." "Why don't you go?" Yan Xiaochun suddenly interrupted her, laughter in his eyes. "A ticket is tens of thousands of dollars. If I don't go, won't I waste the class president's intention? Tomorrow, let's go together and listen to how amazing the Prince of Guqin's zither is." Chapter 85, Concerts. The matter of the Prince of Guqin organizing a recital became a popular event in the entire Qingzhou. Early in the morning, the stadium where the recital was held was packed. Of all the spectators, the largest number were women, each holding a glow stick and holding up Qin Yuyu's caption board. "Look at that flamboyant look, I really don't know whether it's to appreciate art or to find a husband." As for Qin Shuiwei and Yan Xiaochun, they also stepped into the venue when the recital was about to start. "Moon. Over here, we're here." That girl from yesterday, when she saw Qin Shuiyue, she waved frantically. The two men came to her side, and the girl instantly gave Yan Xiaochen an odd look. You're still really here? Yan Xiaochen shook the ticket in his hand. I have a ticket, why can't I come? The girl gave him a blank look, ignoring him, and then said enthusiastically to Qin Shuiyue, Where, did you see this? This is the best location for the entire recital. The class president still treats you the best, especially leaving the best place for you. Even I have followed you into the light. Qin Shuiyue gave Yan Xiaochen a cryptic glance and saw that there was no other expression on his face, so she let out a sigh of relief in her heart and said to the woman beside her, Ting Ting, what are you talking nonsense about? This might just be a coincidence. How can this be a coincidence? It's clearly. Shoo. Don't say a word. Look, the squad leader's coming out. Accompanied by a burst of white smoke curls, Qin Yuhang in a white Chinese dress, long hair lightly tied, scattered shoulders, with a bright-eyed and white teeth handsome face, beside stroking a guqin, that moment, as if the painting out of the gentleman. At once, it made countless young girls, their eyes instantly mesmerized. Ding! The index finger flicked and the strings rang out. An ethereal-like string sound resounded throughout the venue. The audience was filled with several thousand people, silent, almost all of them mesmerized by the sound of Qin Yuan's zither. The few old men sitting at the front of the room also nodded with a smile on their faces. This kid, Yukio's piano skills, are getting more and more refined. If we can hone it for a few more years, it's enough to catch up to the level of us old guys. Yes, there are talented people in the rivers and mountains, each leading the way for hundreds of years. Yuhang's qualifications are indeed rare to see in 100 years. It's very gratifying for old me to have such a descendant. Beside the old man, a middle-aged man also laughed. Senior brother is but still a young man. In front of you, the number one person in Chinese zither art, it can be considered a class act. However, if Elder Chu is willing to spare a few words of instruction, that would be more than fine. Chu Shengmin glanced at the man who had spoken and laughed. Don't worry, I'm already an old bone, and with all this skill, I always need to find someone to inherit it, and this kid, Yuhang, is still relatively good. Upon hearing this, the man was instantly overjoyed. On behalf of senior brother Yuhang, I'd like to thank Elder Chu for cultivating him first. And in the middle of the field, Qin Yuyang's tune suddenly changed, and the originally soothing music was suddenly filled with a hint of joy. The crowd felt the emotion in his zither, all the little girls in love, their faces suddenly contained spring, for a moment, red cheeks. After the song, the strings stop. Qin Yuhang suddenly stood up and took the microphone, his gaze, divine, looking toward the stage. Thank you all for coming out to enjoy my recital. Today, in fact, is a very important day. Because just today, I would like to use this song, in the presence of so many people, to confess my love to the love of my life that I have always loved, but have missed for 3 years. Chapter 86, Confession on the Spot. A sentence that filled the room with silence. 3 seconds passed, and suddenly the whole room erupted. The girls, full of jealousy and amazement, rang through the room. Countless gazes swept back and forth, searching for the figure that made them envious and jealous. And just as Qin Yuanyue uttered these words, a trace of uneasiness suddenly roiled in Qin Shuyue's heart. She stood up suddenly and said in a panic, I am going to the restroom. While Tina, who was on the sidelines, pulled her back. Wait a minute. Just wait just a little bit. Swish. The camera suddenly panned and a blinding white bloomed before her eyes. After Qin Shuyue's eyes regained their vision, the largest screen of the recital projected her stunningly beautiful face. He stood on the stage, looking down at Qin Shuyue below the stage with a deep look on his face, and suddenly kneeled down on one knee. I missed you for 3 years, but I don't want to miss you for the rest of my life. That one just now is a song I composed especially for you, representing my most sincere love. I will, so that you can hear the most beautiful piano every day, bathe in the happiest smiles every day, and leave the rest of your life's happiness in my care, can I? The deep and incomparable confession, paired with that handsome and elegant face, filled the room and instantly exploded. Promise him. Promise him. Countless voices resounded throughout the stadium. Countless women looked at Qin Shuyue with jealous and envious faces. Our hero, on the other hand, is at a loss for words. Tingting on the side was even more anxious than her, frantically tugging at her sleeves. What are you waiting for? Say yes to him. As long as you promise him, for the rest of your life, you won't have to worry about anything. From now on, you'll be able to live the life of a human being. What are you still hesitating for? Qin Shuyue seemed to be in a struggle. After a few seconds had passed, in the gazes of all expectations, in Qin Chuyue's eyes, a flash of determination suddenly flashed through, and she shook her head at Qin Yuanyue. I'm sorry. Qin Yuhang froze. It was as if he hadn't anticipated the possibility that he would be rejected. It was a bit too much to take in, and with an agitated face he questioned, why? This is why. As for Yen Xiaochun, who was on the side, the heart that had been lifted all this time was finally put down. At the corner of his mouth, a warm smile lifted. He slowly stood up, as if declaring his sovereignty, and embraced Qin Chuyue into his arms. Looking toward Qin Yuyan on the stage, he grinned, his leisurely voice, through the loudspeaker, spread throughout the entire venue. This little prince of Guggenheim, has not your mother told you that flowers with a lord should not be picked indiscriminately? It's you? An unbelievable gaze shot out from Qin Yuanyue's eyes before he looked at Qin Chuyue. Yue, could it be that you're rejecting me just because of this loser? Qin Yuhang. Qin Chuyue's face instantly pulled down. I thank you for your affection, and I am mindful of my previous schoolmates, but that is no reason why you can insult my husband. Yes, he's not as good as you, but it was my husband who stood by my side and covered for me when I was at my worst. It was also my husband who was unwavering in his support when I was at my most helpless. He may not be anything like you, but he loves me, and that's enough. No. I don't believe it. How can I be less than a loser? How is this possible? At this moment, he no longer had the same elegance as before, and his eyes were red as he looked at Yen Xiaochun. Yen Xiaochen. You know best what kind of person you are. Ask yourself, can you give Yue happiness? Stay with her and you'll only make her suffer. What qualifications does a punk like you, who only knows how to eat and wait for death, have to have a perfect goddess like Yue? Feeling the viciousness in Qin Yuanyue's words, Qin Chuyue's face was incomparably ugly as she apologetically glanced at Yen Xiaochen and pulled up his sleeves. Let's go. Who knows, Yen Xiaochen backhanded her and smiled at Qin Chuyu. Yue, thank you, everything that was said just now, every single word and phrase, I'll keep it in my heart. However, there is one thing that you are wrong about. That is, your lover is not inferior to him in anything. After the words were spoken, a powerful aura slowly rose up on Yen Xiaochen's body. Qin Chuyue slightly grew her mouth. The Yen Xiaochen at this moment gave her a feeling that was very different from the usual. Like a mountain with a hint of innate dignity. Yen Xiaochen turned his head to look at Qin Yuyao and said in a bland tone, Qin Yuyao, what makes you say that I can't give Yue happiness? Chapter 87. Qin Yuanyang froze, not expecting Yen Xiaochen to dare to talk back, and immediately sneered, mocking without mercy, Yen Xiaochen. Do you think I haven't inquired about you? After marrying Yue, he was gone for 5 years. I heard you went to the land of chaos, but what happened? Didn't you still run back like a lost dog? You're just a loser, what can you compare to me? Are you richer than me, or more handsome than me, or can you beat my zither skills? Money, enough is enough, looks ugly, each to his own, as for the piano. The corner of Yen Xiaochen's mouth suddenly hooked up an arc. I really do know a little bit about it. He was slightly stunned, and then burst into laughter. What did you just say? My ears didn't hear it wrong, did they? A loser who says he knows the piano? Ha ha. Not only him, but even the audience in the room, laughed along with him. Saying that he knows the Qin in front of the prince of the Hall of Guqin, this guy couldn't be sick in the head, purely looking for humiliation, right? Even Tingting, who was on the side, stomped her foot with a disdainful expression. Yue, I really don't know what's going on in your head. Look at this is the husband you found, not much skill, but a bull's eye. Just wait, after today, you two will definitely be the biggest laughingstock in the entire Qingzhou. Qin Chuyue bit her lips deeply, but her gaze was incomparably firm as she looked at Yen Xiaochen. I believe in him. Yen Xiaochen. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance, since you said you also know the zither. How about, let's take this opportunity to compete? Qin Yuhang's tone was filled with thick provocation. A match? Of course you can, only, I'm afraid that you'll lose too ugly, and when that happens, the name of the Prince of Guqin won't be kept, and that won't be good. I shucks. Qin Yuhang's nose almost crooked with anger as he looked at him angrily. Good. As long as you can beat me on the zither, not to mention the title of Prince of Guqin, I, Qin Yuyao, will break the strings and drop the zither on the spot, and from now on, I will never touch the zither again. Told you so, since you're looking for a reason to change your line, I'll do you this favor reluctantly. After saying that, he walked straight onto the stage and came to Qin Yuanyuan's side. Looking at his face distorted by anger, Yen Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, borrow your zither for a while?" Expecting him to be faking it, Qin Yuhang waved his hand. "Feel free to use it." Yan Xiaochen sat in front of the ancient zither, then plucked 2 strings, emitting 2 ear-piercing murmurs. The crowd, full of spectators, was bursting with sarcasm. "That punk, do you know anything about the guqin? If one of these strings were accidentally plucked, you wouldn't even be able to pay for it if you were sold." "Hey! My hero's piano, let such a hangman spoil it." "That guy, do you have any more toilet paper? Lend me some to plug my ears, I'm afraid I won't be able to stand listening to it and can't help but go down and beat him up." Yan Xiaochen turned a deaf ear to the mockery that filled the room, and after fiddling with the strings a few more times, he muttered, "It's been a long time since I've touched this thing, I don't know how many % of the level I had back then is still left now." As he spoke, his body's aura steeply changed, and a clanging string sound instantly resounded throughout the entire arena. Swish! The room was full of invective, and all of a sudden, there was no sound. And Chu Shangmin, who had thought that this was a farce, when he heard that sound of strings, his eyes, which were closed, opened abruptly. Chapter 88, shocking the whole audience. The clanging sound of the zither was like flowing clouds in water, resounding throughout the entire venue. In the sound of this zither, it was sometimes beautiful, sometimes miserable, sometimes sad, and sometimes soaring. Different emotions, among Yan Xiaochen's fingertips, switched perfectly, high and low, without a single flaw. The expressions on everyone's faces ranged from amazement, to admiration, to exclamation, to enthrallment. After the song was finished, there were even quite a few people who had 2 tear tracks running down their faces, but were unaware of it. Even those who do not know music anymore, also from this music, feel it belongs to the love of the passionate exuberance and the deep sincere lingering. As for Qin Chuyue, she was even frozen on the spot. I can't believe that in the center of the stage, the one who sits there quietly and composes this kind of magnificent and deep music is actually the Yan Xiaochen who was regarded as a waste in the eyes of outsiders. Looking southeast in style, a song of Phoenix. Yan Xiaochen stood up and looked at Qin Chuyu with a look of tenderness. I don't know any flowery language, this song, it represents my feelings for you." Qin Chuyu covered her mouth, her eyes, which had long since turned red. She understands all of it. Without any words of modification, from within this song, she could already feel all of Yan Xiaochen's love. What did I just hear? How can there be such a beautiful tune in this world? As much as I don't want to admit that he's better at the piano than my man god, I also have to say that this song, it's damn good. I thought it was a scrap metal, but it's a king. Compared to him, I'm just a piece of ing slime. The attitude of the audience below instantly made a 180-degree turn. As for Qin Yuhang on the side, his face was full of stagnation. "No way. How can you play this song? It can't be. I absolutely don't believe it." And at that moment, a figure darted onto the stage. If it wasn't for the sight of a head full of white hair, no one would have thought that an old man would be able to burst out with such speed. Xu Xingmin's face was filled with excitement as he came onto the stage, and in his cloudy eyes, he looked at Yan Xiaochen with endless longing. "This little friend, I dare to ask, what you have just played, is it the phoenix created by the famous artist Sima Shangru of the Han Dynasty?" Yan Xiaochen nodded. "That's right, it's really Phoenix." With one sentence, Xu Shengmin burst into tears with both eyes. "I didn't expect that Xu Shengmin, would still be able to hear this authentic Phoenix in my lifetime. It's truly heaven-seeing pity." "What? Xu Shengmin? Could that old man be Xu Shengmin, the #1 zither master in China, Elder Chu?" Some of the audience members who loved zither music were filled with shock. In the guqin business, the 3 words Xu Shengmin represented a well-deserved authority. The next thing that blew their minds even further was what happened. Only to see Xu Shengmin facing Yan Xiaochen, he suddenly bowed his hand heavily, and his words were filled with a strong sense of respect. "Little friend, I have an unforgiving request. The Phoenix is a famous song of my China, but 100 years ago, no one was able to play the most refined version of the Phoenix anymore, leading to the gradual loss of this divine song. Now that Phoenix is once again resounding through the land of my China, I implore my young friend to teach this song to my old friend, so that the civilization that belongs to our China can once again resonate through the world, with a far-reaching origin." Yan Xiaochen smiled gently. "How hard can it be?" The 4 simple words instantly caused Xu Shengmin to burst into tears, and towards Yan Xiaochen, he was about to kneel down. This action immediately startled Yan Xiaochen, and he hurriedly held him back. "Old sir, what are you doing?" Who knew that Xu Xingmin's face was firm? As the ancients say, a master is a master, and since little friend is willing to grant this piece of music to the old man, then he is the old man's master, and deserves to receive my obeisance. Chapter 89 Chess Fight. Yan Shaochen immediately let out a bitter smile. Old sir, this can never be allowed. You are so old, if you worship me, I will have to lose my life. There's a saying, you're right, what belongs to our nation should be far-reaching and long-lasting. In the end, it was only at Yan Shaochen's repeated insistence that Chu Shangmin did not perform the kneeling ritual. With 1,000 thanks, he took the sheet music written by Yan Shaochen and hurried down to study it. And Yan Shaochen turned his gaze to Qin Yuanyang, whose face had turned green, and laughed. Excuse me, Prince of the Guqin, but I only know a little bit about the Qin. These words, like an invisible slap, slapped him hard in the face. A perfect performance of a lost ancient song called Slight Knowledge? Let the master of the Chinese zither hate to kowtow to the master called a little knowledge? Now this sound of the Prince of the Guqin turned into incomparable sarcasm when he heard Qin Yuyang's ears. Little Prince of Guqin, this piece is all I've got, now, it's your turn to perform. A show? What's the show? Is the show getting hit in the face live? Qin Yuhang gritted his teeth and looked at him, although he very much did not want to admit it, but he also had to admit that in terms of zither attainment, he and Yan Shaochen were not even in the same class. What? Not ready to start yet? Yan Shaochen raised an eyebrow and looked at him with a smile. In that case, then fulfill your promise just now. Qin Yuhang clenched his fists deeply. The promise just now? Although he wasn't as good as Yan Shaochen, he was also a genius zither player that came along once in a century. The Guqin brought him wealth, honor, and everything. Is it possible that today, all of this is going to be taken away from you? This little brother, let's be forgiving, since you've already won, why should you be aggressive? At this time, a gloomy voice rang out. Then, 3 silhouettes appeared on the stage. Agu, is this hitting the little one and coming for the old one? Yan Shaochen looked at the 3 of them with interest. It's really standing around, I'm aggressive? But why didn't a few of you come forward when this little Prince of the Guqin confessed his love for my wife in front of everyone? Where were a few of you when you called me, Yan Shaochen, a piece of trash with a single cry in full view of everyone? And now you're coming out and accusing me from the moral high ground? Oh, 4 words for you. What the hell? You. The middle-aged man who had spoken with Chu Shengmin just now, his face suddenly became gloomy. Young man, as a human being, it's better not to be too arrogant. Though you are slightly accomplished in the art of the zither, you must realize that this world, it's a big one. Hey, it looks like you're not very good at grammar. Let me popularize it for you. It's called arrogance when you're not capable. Those who are capable, that's called showing off. If you're not convinced, you can also compete with me. Song Gue, a middle-aged man, flashed a disdainful sneer in his eyes. Being somewhat competent, you are really arrogant and domineering. However, I only know how to play chess, not Guqin. Play chess. Yan Shaochen arched his eyebrows. That's just right, go, I know a little bit about it too. Chapter 90, I just despise you. A flash of surprise passed through Song Gue's eyes. Then with a sudden disdainful cold snort, he looked Yan Shaochen up and down and sneered, young man, I admit that you're not as wasteful as you look, but one must be self-aware to be a human being. The art of Go is profound, and on the board, it encompasses everything and is about instantaneous changes. It's not like playing a dusty zither piece that's just going to be the same. Ouch. You're pretty confident, aren't you? In Yan Shaochen's eyes, a smirk flashed. A touch of pride appeared on Song Gue's face. I can't talk about self-confidence, but if you look around the country, there are only a handful of people who can beat me by half a point in Go. Oh? Yeah? Then I hope that later on, you'll still be able to talk to me with such confidence. Song Gue's eyes were cold. Young man, do you really want to make a fool of yourself? Whether or not you want to be humiliated, that's something you'll have to play to find out. Ha ha. Song Gue suddenly laughed, his eyes full of sarcasm. Since you don't know the heights of heaven, then I'll fulfill you. Set up chess. Soon a brand new Go board was carried up. All the cameras, all pointed at the 2. It was shown to thousands of people through a large, high-definition screen. Among the audience, another commotion faintly emanated. This kid, although that song talk just now was good, it's a bit too inflated, isn't it? Yes, Mr. Song is the 3rd disciple of old Mr. Kong, and has been practicing chess for more than 30 years, how can he be compared to a brat? That's right, I think he, simply doesn't know what's good for him. Everyone was talking, but almost none of them favored Yan Shaochen. And Tingting, who was frustrated, instantly came to life, immediately pulling Qin Shuiyue, splitting her head in a fit of ridicule. Look at what kind of man you found for a husband. Simply arrogant. Think you're invincible just because you got lucky and beat Yukio on the Guchin? Is something as profound as Go something he can play? I advise you to hurry up and make him apologize and get off the stage, or else, when he loses to a dog in front of so many people, it'll be a great shame. Who knew that Qin Shuiwei gave her a cold look? Ting, I always thought that we were good friends, but I didn't expect that you were this kind of person. Even if the whole world looks down on him, I will stand firmly by his side. Because, he's the love of my life. You. Ting glanced indignantly at Qin Shuiwei, a flash of malice in her eyes. How unbelievable. Don't blame me for not warning you when you disgrace yourself later. And in the middle of the field, Song Gue and Yan Xiaochun had already sat down on both sides. Yan Xiaochun casually crossed his legs, fiddled with the chess pieces in his hand, and spoke, seeing that you are older, I'll promote the principle of respecting the old and loving the young, so I'll let you play black first. Song Gue grunted in anger, although a short contact, but he found that Yan Xiaochun this mouth, really powerful. At that moment, he looked at him with a grim gaze. Young man, there is an old saying in the Go world that a first move wins half the battle, and this kind of hypocritical politeness of yours will only cause you to lose even more. Yan Xiaochun snorted out a laugh and looked at him with disdain. Where did you get the idea that I was being polite to you? That's a naked look down on you, get it? You. Well. I will make you pay dearly for your words and actions. Bang. The black disc falls on the board and the game begins. Chapter 91, Have a good time with you. Your turn. Yan Xiaochun casually skimmed the board and took out a white disc, casually tossing it towards the board. The white disc popped up a couple of times like a hit, and rested firmly on a chess square. This strike immediately caused everyone to be in an uproar. A burst of laughter followed. This dude, he's here for a laugh. How can you do that? Is it all by chance? Let's see, it's this guy who knows it's impossible to win, so he's just using this way and blindfolding down in a haphazard manner. So that when you lose, you can at least defend yourself a few times. Yan Xiaochun's shot made the audience, who still had a trace of hope for him, completely die. And Ting, who was on the side, even laughed out loud, looking at Qin Shuiwei with a face full of sarcasm, mocking without mercy. Do you still believe in him now? Qin Shuiwei clenched her fists vigorously, a flash of determination flashed in her eyes, and she said decisively, I believe in him. And in the middle of the scene, Song Gue even snorted out a laugh. Young man, is this the way you play chess? There are no regrets for falling, however, if you beg me, perhaps, I can consider giving you a chance to regret your move. Yan Xiaochun looked at him with a gaze like an idiot. Where did you see that I'm going to regret my move? You don't even understand that at such a great age? I am humiliating you. Naked humiliation. Translated in Mandarin, it means to look down on you, understand? Good. You're going to regret this. Song Gue felt like his lungs were going to explode if he kept talking like this, and the only way to get rid of the shame was to beat him quickly with the most blazing chess skills. Yan Xiaochun said to do, the first 3 suns, all are randomly thrown down, where to count. As the 4th sun began, his gaze condensed and his aura abruptly changed as he looked at Song Gue, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Next, it's time to have some fun with you. Song Gue looked at the clutter of white pieces on the board and let out a cold laugh. Play properly? Young man, you don't stand a chance anymore. Right away, you will lose in the most humiliating way possible. Oh? The corner of Yan Xiaochun's mouth slightly raised in an arc. Are you so sure I'll lose? Song Gue said with a proud face, if you can win this game, Song Gue, will never touch a single piece of Go again. Good. That's what you said. Yan Xiaochun wanted these words, and with the white disc in his hand, he landed the disc with a resounding thud. Go on then. The crowd also gradually stopped talking and watched the game wholeheartedly. Time passed bit by bit, and in the blink of an eye, more than half an hour passed. And most of the pieces on the board had already fallen. Ha ha. Song Gue landed a piece and laughed out loud, his face full of scorn. I thought you had much skill, but I didn't realize it was just a bluff. All your pieces have been eaten to death by me, and the big dragon is even broken into several pieces. Within 10 moves, you will definitely lose. Many people present, in their hearts, could not help but sigh. They usually knew a little bit about Go, so naturally they could see the situation on the board. Song Gue was right, Yan Xiaochun's pawns, all of them were eaten to death. Defeat, just a matter of time. As for Qin Yuhang, there was even more smug pleasure in his eyes. I don't know where you stole a song called Phoenix from, and you think you're invincible? A waste is a waste. In my opinion, you're not even as good as trash, you're just a piece of garbage. Song-gue lifted a sun in his hand, raised it high, and dropped it violently, full of contempt. If you had played with me properly in the beginning and not thrown those 3 pieces at random, perhaps, you could have stalemated with me for a little while longer. But it was your pride that caused you to lose even more. Now that the game is settled, aren't you ready to admit defeat? Yan Xiaochen smiled playfully. With your skill, if you don't let your 3 sons again, wouldn't it be too meaningless to play? You think you're going to win? Then open your eyes wide and watch me. Snap. When a piece fell on the board, the originally disorganized chess game, as if injected with a soul, instantly came to life. Chapter 92. Dare to compete with me in calligraphy? There was an old man on the stage, casually skimming the surface. What had been an uninterested gaze suddenly perked up. All over, he couldn't help but tremble. So it is. So that's how it is. Elderly, what's wrong? What happened? Someone recognized him. The old man was none other than Li Tong, the president of the Qingzhou Weiqi Association. Only Li Tong shivered and stood up, his 2 eyes incomparably excited. Too wonderful, simply too wonderful. The 3 sons that seemed to have been thrown down randomly at the beginning were actually a hidden hand that had been ambushed early on. Black's big dragon, it looks like it's all cut off by white, but I didn't realize that black has already become powerful in each. This crucial piece for black perfectly picks up exactly on the very first 3 pieces. The originally cluttered black pieces instantly coalesced into 9 large dragons. 9 dragons coiling heaven. This is the 9 dragons coiling heaven's great wind game. I didn't expect that I would be able to see this 9 dragons coiling the sky, which is known as one of the 9 strange situations, in my lifetime. Li Tong's words clearly reached everyone's ears. Countless people stood up in amazement, looking at this shocking reversal of the game. Afterward, many of them bowed slightly towards Yan Xiaochen with slightly ashamed faces and lowered their heads. They were apologizing for disrespecting and questioning Yan Xiaochen earlier. How is this possible? Song-gue was sweating profusely as he cupped the white pieces in his hand. Dumbfounded, he looked at the chess game in front of him with an expression of disbelief. Yan Xiaochen crossed his legs and leisurely nuzzled at him. What's the point of inking? I'm still waiting for you to beat me quickly. Snap. The white pieces landed on the ground, and Song-gue, with a dead look on his face, hung down his high and proud head. I lost. Yan Xiaochen laughed, glanced at Song-gue, then at Qin Yuyao next to him, and laughed. A broken Qin, an abandoned son, a famous master? Oh, nothing more than that. Young man. Don't be so arrogant just because you have some skills. You must know that there are people outside of this man, and there are people outside of the sky. The 2 remaining men, at once, glared angrily. Yan Xiaochen pulled out his ears. This sentence, how does it sound so familiar? You. Song-gue clenched his teeth in death, because just a short while ago, these words, he had just said to Yan Xiaochen. I just didn't expect the reality to hit me in the face and hit me so unexpectedly. The 4 of you are the 4 disciples under Kong Si-sun, known. The people only knew that he was a famous calligrapher, but they didn't know that, of all the fonts, he was the best at writing the traditional dragon character. Yes. Shortly afterward, the drawing board was brought out. Yang Xing waved his hand, and 2 disciple-like young men respectfully came over to lay paper for him to grind, with a master's demeanor. Yan Xiaochen, on the other hand, skimmed his mouth. Now the so-called master, the ability has not seen much, but the frame is not small. He casually studied the ink, then, picking up the brush and dabbing it, he spoke, then I'll begin. Yang Xing snorted coldly, holding his pen and dipping his ink, his face full of condescension. Right away, I want you to know what real calligraphy means. When he finished speaking, his gaze was fixed, and his pen moved, stroke by stroke, outlining on the paper. Yan Xiaochen, on the other hand, shook his head with a disdainful expression, spilling out his words as casually as an elementary school student practicing his handwriting. A dragon character is soon all written. When the cameras dropped the 2 on the big screen, the audience, full of people, was in an uproar. Because in their opinion, both characters, written in a Hamlet, were powerful and natural. Not to mention ordinary people, even those with some calligraphy skills can't tell who's good and who's bad. And when he saw Yan Xiaochen's copy of the dragon character, Yang Xing's pupils abruptly shrunk. It might be hard for others to tell the difference between good and bad, but he could tell at a glance that Yan Xiaochen's pair of characters was definitely slightly better than the ones he had written. Damn! How is that possible? What's this guy's deal? How is it that not only are you a great zither player and an extraordinary chess player, but even your calligraphy is so good? Yan Xiaochun, on the other hand, looked at Yang Xing with a faint glance and spoke, Master Yang, you are a master, so why don't you judge these two characters, who wins and who loses? Under Yang Xing's eyes, a deep gloom flashed. The two senior brothers had already lost, and if he were to lose, it would be a great shame in this public place. No way. Never admit defeat. Anyway, calligraphy this thing, there is no absolute standard of measurement, full of the scene and there is no calligraphy master, he as long as the death does not admit, no one can do anything to him. After making up his mind, Yang Xing's face resumed its proud look, and he looked at Yan Xiaochun's calligraphy with a fervent smile and nodded his head. I have to say, your calligraphy writing is also quite a bit of mood. It's enough to be considered a leader when placed amongst young people of your age. But, after all, calligraphy is not a quick fix, it takes years and years of accumulation to put pen to paper. If you work hard for a few more years, it will be enough to catch up to my level. Yan Xiaochun's gaze slightly condensed as he looked at him, and his voice couldn't help but turn cold. Are you saying that my character is not as good as yours? Facing his gaze, Yang Xing felt a pang of weakness. However, in full view of the public, still hardened his head and said, you're right, indeed, not as well as me. Ha ha. Yan Xiaochun suddenly laughed. I thought that you were just unskilled, but I didn't realize that you discarded even the most basic of morals. Virtue is not worthy of the position, Yang Xing, you have simply trampled on the word master. You. Yang Xing burst into a fit of pique and flung his sleeves, no matter what you say, this match, you have indeed lost. Come on, come on. Over there. Right at this moment, at the entrance of the venue, several hurried silhouettes suddenly appeared. The first person, with a full head of white hair, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and an expensive suit, was dressed as an aristocrat. Only when the old man looked around, he saw the two words in the center at a glance. Then the light in his eyes suddenly shone brightly, and he ran all the way over, ignoring the assistance of the people next to him. After coming straight to Yan Xiaochun's pair of characters, his eyes glowed. It was as if he was looking at some heirloom treasure, exclaiming as he looked at it, beautiful. It's so beautiful. One stroke. It's almost as if it's all in one piece. Seeing the appearance of the old man, Yang Xing was also suddenly confused and stammered, Master Dong. Dong, why are you here? Dong Guoliang, the industry's first master collector and first appraiser. There is a saying in the industry that any work that has been approved by Dong Guoliang is definitely a heavenly treasure. Coupled with his preference for collecting, as long as the works that catch his eye, there is nothing below the 10 million level. Oh, so it's Xiao Yang ah. Only then did Dong Guoliang see Yang Xing beside him and nodded flatly. Dong Guoliang was on par with Kong Sisun, and Yang Xing was not even in the same class compared to him. I was supposed to go to Lu province, but I happened to see this pair of characters from a live video, and it shocked me on the spot. I didn't expect that this tiny place would have such amazing calligraphy. So, I left all my travels behind and hoofed it here. Such a pair of absolute treasures, if the collection does not reach the old man's men, I can hardly rest in peace. A statement that directly stunned Yang Xing. His calligraphy works Dong Guoliang has also seen, the highest evaluation, is only good 2 words. And what about Yan Xiaochun's, which actually made a national treasure master like Dong Guoliang able to leave everything behind and go out of his way to personally come to his door to acquire it? The contrast, the winners and losers, have been clear. Dong Guoliang didn't care about the problems between them, his mind was straight on that pair of characters. Seeing how young Yan Xiaochun was on the side, a flash of surprise flashed through his eyes. Then with a warm smile on his face, he said, little brother, this pair of characters, was it made by you? Yan Xiaochun nodded. Dong Guoliang gave a thumbs up with a bright face. I really didn't expect it, such a stunning piece of work is actually from the hands of such a young little brother, it's true that heroes come out of the youth. Little brother, the old man wants to collect this piece of writing of yours, the price you just pay, I don't know, are you willing? The corner of Yan Xiaochun's mouth lifted slightly, not for sale. Chapter 94, Beating Face on the Spot. Dong Guoliang's expression froze, he didn't expect Yan Xiaochun to refuse so crisply. As if he was worried that he didn't hear clearly, he hastened to add another sentence, little brother, naturally, I won't take your words for nothing, if you're willing, I'm willing to offer $10 million to buy this pair of calligraphy and painting. With one sentence, the entire room erupted in an uproar. $10 million for a painting? What kind of concept is that? Most of the people in the room had worked hard for their entire lives, and I'm afraid that they weren't worth as much as these few seconds of Yan Xiaochen's time. And Ting Ting even grew her mouth, her gaze filled with incomparable shock. Deeply swallowed a mouthful of saliva, mechanically turned his head, in the tone, no longer before the mockery, but with a hint of flattery, Moon. Moon, you tell me the truth, your husband, in the end, what kind of person ah? Qin Shuyue's gaze was also filled with deep shock, but upon hearing Ting Ting's reply, her face, for the first time, revealed a proud smile, he is my husband. And after hearing the price quoted by Dong Guoliang, Yan Xiaochen still smiled and shook his head, not for sale. But if the old gentleman is particularly fond of calligraphy, then you can consider the work of this Master Yang beside me. After all, Master Yang has just finished his critique, and this piece of mine is far inferior to his. What? Master Yang? Dong Guoliang glanced at Yang Xing in surprise, then a flash of disdain flashed in his eyes. Don't you kid yourself, little brother? In front of you, how can Yang Xing be considered a master? At his level, a piece of calligraphy is only $100,000 or so. Compared to you, it's simply a difference. Yang Xing's face was full of dry redness. If there was a crack in the ground at this moment, he hated to immediately drill into it. Shame on you. It's just a disgrace to adults. However, there was nothing he could do yet. In terms of seniority, Dong Guoliang is a senior. In terms of status, 10 of him are no match for one Dong Guoliang. But who can blame them? If he hadn't been so vain, how would this humiliation have come about? And seeing a smile on Yan Xiaochen's face, Dong Guoliang thought that there was something in it, so he hastened to strike while the iron was hot. Is little brother not satisfied with the price? If not, we can still talk again. It's not necessary. Yan Xiaochen directly refused, I won't sell this piece of writing. When he finished speaking, he only saw Yan Xiaochen pick up the pair of characters, and in full view of everyone, they tore and cracked with a sound. This tearing, more than anything else, tore the hearts of countless people. That's $10 million. $10 million. It just ripped and it was all gone. What a loser. It's just so defeating. Although Dong Guoliang was overwhelmed with heartache, he quickly sorted out his emotions and took out a business card from his arms and handed it over. Little brother, since you're not willing to part with it, then I won't force myself. This is my name card. I will be staying here for a while in the near future, so when little brother is free and available, can I invite little brother to come to my door for a good talk? Dong Guoliang is also an old man, the word is gone, but as long as good relations with the person who writes, then there is still no worry about the words and paintings? Yan Xiaochen took the business card and smiled, good. If there's time, I'll be there. Hearing his response, Dong Guoliang smiled brightly, good. Then it's a deal. I'll be sure to welcome you with my couch and wait for you. Waiting for Dong Guoliang to pass by, Yan Xiaochen suddenly turned his gaze to the blank-faced Yang Xing and smiled, Master Yang. My character has been ruined, otherwise, can I count you as the winner of this game? Yan Xiaochen's words were like an invisible slap to his face, a fiery pain. At this time if he really agreed, it would be a bit of old face. No, just now, I misread it, this competition, I lost. The whispered admission sort of preserved the last bit of dignity for him. At this moment, the audience was all abuzz. Yan Xiaochen had already won 3 in a row, and all of them, coincidentally, cast their gazes on Feng Zizhong with deep excitement in their eyes. Yan Xiaochen, was he really able to win 4 games in a row with his own strength? As for Feng Zizhong at this moment, his face completely darkened. At this moment, he was under extreme pressure. If he won, he could still salvage a bit of dignity for the 4 brothers and sisters of his division. But Yan Xiaochen had already won 3 in a row, and even if he lost, he was still honored despite his defeat. But if he lost, then needless to say, today was definitely the most humiliating day for the 4 of them, ever. A flash of determination flashed in the bottom of Feng Zizhong's eyes as he looked toward Yan Xiaochen. For the last match, I'm going to compete with you in painting. Yan Xiaochen shrugged indifferently, no problem. You make the rules. Feng Zizhong didn't dare to be arrogant again, since Yan Xiaochen said he would let him set the rules. He wasn't the least bit humble and opened his mouth. You and I, we will each paint a picture, with no limit on the subject matter, and the time will be half an hour, and the audience in the whole arena will be the referee, and we will decide between the winners and the losers. All the spectators secretly nodded their heads in their hearts. This rule that Feng Zizhong said was fair. However, those who were familiar with Feng Zizhong secretly pinched a cold sweat for Yan Xiaochen in their hearts. Unlike the other 3, Feng Zizhong was the most gifted disciple of Kong Si-sun, and also the earliest disciple to follow him, and he had been taught by Kong Si-sun to the best of his ability. especially in painting, as early as a decade or so ago, with a reputation. Yan Xiaochun, can he really beat him? Only Yan Xiaochun's gaze flashed with a faint color of arrogance as he swept his eyes over the four of them, one by one, and arrogantly said, "Of course there's no problem. Today, I'll let the four of you, the zither breaks its strings, the chess seals its pieces, the book breaks its brush, and the painting scatters its ink." A word of pride, the whole room was silent. Chapter 95 Paintings. Soon 2 drawing boards were carried up. Fang Zizhong coldly glanced at Yan Xiaochun, did not say anything, and quietly began to make preparations. As for Yan Xiaochun, he still had that casual look. Not even the moon material was prepared, just a brush, held in the hand to play with. This kid this time, he's bound to lose. Xin Yuhang looked at Yan Xiaochun with a gloomy face and said viciously, "Eldest brother has practiced painting for decades and has represented our country in the national painting and calligraphy competition for many times. This time, I will make sure that he loses in a big way." Nice. Song Gui and Yang Xing also nodded, filled with immense confidence in Fang Zizhong. Soon, all the tools were ready, and Fang Zizhong looked at Yan Xiaochun and said in a deep voice, "Young man, if you admit defeat now, I can still let you leave with dignity." Yan Xiaochun snorted a laugh and looked at him with a playful expression. "This phrase, does it look familiar to you?" "In just a moment's time, and with you this time, I've heard it for the 4th time." Many of the spectators, who were watching, couldn't help but burst out in joy. Yan Xiaochun, this mouth can be really tricky. Do not spit dirty words, do not curse, but sentence poke people. You. Fang Zizhong's gaze chilled. Good. I gave you a chance and you didn't cherish it, then don't blame me for being impolite. Time, start. As the words landed, the aura on Fang Zizhong's body changed abruptly, and the look in his eyes became extremely serious. He stared dead at the blank drawing board in front of him, as if pondering something. All the spectators, on the other hand, watched everything in the arena with their eyes wide open, none of them making a single sound. Even the sound of breathing was deliberately suppressed. And Yan Xiaochun? What's he doing? Only Yan Xiaochun leaned against the drawing board and his gaze fell on Fang Zizhong, watching him with interest, without any intention of starting to draw. Instead, he seemed to want to see how Fang Zizhong put down his brush. The crowd was astonished. Half an hour could be considered a race against time, while Yan Xiaochun still had the leisure to watch his opponent. Could it be that he's going to admit defeat before the competition even begins? The more the crowd looked at it, the more likely it was. Because of Yan Xiaochun's appearance at the moment, there was no intention to move his pen at all, and at that moment, many people couldn't help but flash a flash of disappointment in their hearts. On the contrary, Fang Zizhong only saw that he suddenly opened his eyes, his divine light condensed, and his right hand quickly waved on the drawing paper. The speed of the downward strokes was so fast that one could barely even see his hand, and could only see a shaking shadow. At this moment, Fang Zizhong's expression was focused, his eyes did not slant, and he looked straight at the drawing board in front of him, completely oblivious to the attention of the crowd and the abnormality of Yan Xiaochun, as if he had entered a state of egolessness in which he had forgotten everything and only had the picture scroll in his eyes. In a short while, Fang Zizhong was already drenched in sweat, but he was still running his brush like a fly, constantly changing brushes and ink in between, but never making a single moment's mistake or pause. In no time, the blue sky, white sheen, mountains and rivers, one by one, jumped onto the paper. Yan Xiaochun, on the other hand, still didn't move his pen, just watched Fang Zizhong's movements, and in his eyes, he couldn't help but flash a flash of recognition. Great! Eldest brother is drawing his best landscape beauty picture. Yan Xiaochun, this punk, he's definitely going to lose this time. Xin Yuhang said with an excited face. Of course he's going to lose. A flash of sarcasm flashed in Song Gui's eyes, pointing a finger in Yan Xiaochun's direction. Can't you see that guy, already too scared to even move his pen? This time, I'll see how he continues to be arrogant. The crowd of onlookers, moreover, were unconsciously immersed in this beautiful landscape scenery. It was not until Fang Zizhong finally put up his brush and closed his ink that the crowd awoke as if from a dream. Looking at the masterpiece in front of them, they were all shocked. Master Fang deserves to be called a master. To complete such a masterpiece in such a short period of time is simply breathtaking. Countless voices of admiration came into his ears, and although Fang Zizhong's face was calm, his eyebrows still showed a bit of triumph. He did not have the slightest reservation in this work and went all out. Afterward, he turned his head once and looked at Yan Xiaochun, and in his tone, he couldn't help but bring a hint of condescending sneer with him. Now, young man, is there anything else to say? The gazes of the crowd coincidentally turned to Yan Xiaochun's body, pondering what kind of form he would take to admit defeat. Who knows? Yan Xiaochen walked over with a calm face, glanced at the landscape painting, and the corner of his mouth, slightly hooked. This painting, it's really good. When Fang Zizhong heard this, the smile at the corner of his mouth hadn't fully blossomed, when Yan Xiaochen's next sentence made his face, instantly, gloomy. But if that's the only level you have, then I can only say sorry. In Yan Xiaochen's eyes, a flash of light flashed, and he spoke proudly, because, this level, even the qualifications to compete with me, are not there. At the end of the sentence, the whole room was shocked. Chapter 96 Borrowing Wind. This arrogant to the extreme words came out, leaving the scene stunned and jaw-dropped. A moment later, the crowd's voices were once again confused. Sneers and sneers competed. The people who had a hint of goodwill towards Yan Xiaochen before, at this moment, all shook their heads with some disappointment. Who is someone who hasn't even moved a brush to judge another painting? In their opinion, Yan Xiaochen's words were nothing more than using arrogance and feigned disdain to preserve his last face of the moon. And at this time, a bearded man on the stage suddenly stood up and shouted at Yan Xiaochen, "This landscape painting in front of you, whether it's the mood or the style of the painting, it's enough to be called an astonishing piece of work, so what qualifications do you have to mock such a masterpiece here?" Yan Xiaochen glanced at the man and spoke indifferently, "If this painting is the so-called amazing work in your eyes, then it only means that you haven't seen a truly good painting. This painting can only be described in 2 words in my eyes, no matter the painting skill or the painting situation. Rubbish." These words were undoubtedly much more arrogant than just now, and even more unflinchingly satirized Fang Zizhong. Fang Zizhong's face turned green and he glared at him viciously. "What a cocky, arrogant brat. Since my paintings don't meet your eyes, please ask Mr. Yan to spare some instruction." Anyone could hear that Fang Zizhong's words were thick with mockery. Who knew that Yan Xiaochen nodded his head fussily. All right, since you're so sincere in asking for guidance, then I'll give you some pointers." The muscles on Fang Zizhong's face twitched, and the crowd all opened their eyes wide, wanting to see what Yan Xiaochen, in the end, could instruct. I only saw Yan Xiaochen walk up to the landscape painting and ask with squinted eyes, "Dare to ask Master Fang a question, the scenery in this painting, is it the actual scenery?" "Of course it's real." Without hesitation, Fang Zizhong said, "The view here is of a sacred place of beauty not far from Qingzhou, Wind Spirit Lake." Many viewers secretly nodded their heads. They were all locals of Qingzhou, and at a closer look, the beauty in the painting, and that Wind Spirit Lake, really had a few similarities. Then this painting depicts the scenery of Wind Spirit Lake during that season? Fall. Fang Zizhong had once made a trip to Wind Spirit Lake in the fall to collect green, so he remembered it very clearly. Really, what about? Autumn wind? Autumn wind? Fang Zizhong suddenly froze. Yan Xiaochen shook his head with some disappointment. "The scenery on your painting is not bad, but the whole painting looks dead and dull without the slightest sense of vividness. And the painting realm sucks even more. Be aware of the wind in the willow by the lake. A lake without wind is dead water, and a willow without wind is a dead willow. The most wonderful lakeside breeze is surprisingly absent from this painting. So it's just going to have to be a piece of crap that's too bad to be true." Fang Zizhong immediately looked at him angrily and rushed at Yan Xiaochen, saying with a sarcastic face, "You say it so lightly. Autumn wind is an invisible thing, not visible, not to mention inscrutable. How can you draw it? If you're capable, you can draw it for me." Yan Xiaochen smiled bashfully and said, "Since you've asked for advice in vain, I'll begrudgingly teach you a bit." Fang Zizhong's pressure root itched with anger. "From which sentence do you hear that I am vainly asking for advice?" Yan Xiaochen picked up the brush and lightly tapped the ink, tracing strips of leaning willow branches on top of the willow tree, and casually embellishing a piece of dancing willow leaves. This? With a few strokes, Fang Zizhong's gaze, a flash of shock appeared. Borrowing things in order to transform them, this is painting the wind with the willow. Although the wind itself is not visible, the wind blowing the willow is visible to everyone. The brush then turned, and a shallow ripple loomed above the water. This is a water painting wind, no wind and no waves. Borrowing the microwave can be a metaphor for the wind direction and wind power of the breeze. Master Fang, even such shallow common sense do not know? Fang Zizhong opened his mouth and froze, unable to utter a single word. His face, too, became incomparably ugly. Finally, Yan Xiaochen's brush landed on a woman in the painting. The point of the brush shifted lightly, tickling a few flying strands of hair, before stopping the brush and turning around. Hair is the same as willow, and both can be used as a clever metaphor for the breeze. Obviously there are so many metaphorical wind objects, but Master Fang has painted this painting so dead, it's really a bit of a misnomer. He shook his head gently, a sigh on his face. That attitude, like that of an elder who hates his juniors. the scene actually became completely quiet for a while. Because they have been shocked beyond words. The speed of Yan Xiaoqian's strokes was so fast that it was not at all below Fang Zizhong. And with just a few strokes and a dozen seconds of sketching, the mood of the painting changed dramatically in an instant. Looking at the painting at this time, they actually truly had the subtle feeling of being there. It was as if they saw willows brushing the wind and water rippling. He even felt a fresh breeze on his face, bringing up gusts of coolness. Shocked, beyond belief. Those few strokes had actually raised a painting that was a superb one in their eyes to an even higher level once again. And the bearded man who made the voice before, stayed at the painting for a long while, then with a face of shame, he rushed at Yan Xiaoqian and said shamefully, "Admirable. Admire. Master Fang, do you have anything else to say?" Yan Xiaoqian turned his gaze and looked at Fang Zizhong and said leisurely. Fang Zizhong gritted his teeth, although the strokes you added did bring a bit of mood to the painting, but without the support of its own heritage, these strokes of yours can't play any role at all. Hey! Yan Xiaoqian man inadequately inside, it seems that you still haven't realized how stupid and unpleasant your painting is. What did you say? Fang Zizhong's eyes were about to burst into flames. I will never allow you to insult my work of art. A work of art? Yan Xiaoqian gave a disdainful cold snort, then pointed his gaze straight at Fang Zizhong and spoke indifferently, since you're so confident in your own work, then why don't you answer me a question? Do you know what the pinnacle of painting skill is? Chapter 97 Don't be cheeky. The pinnacle of painting skill is naturally to be able to depict the object in the painting in a way that is indistinguishable from the real thing, not a hair's breadth apart. Fang Zizhong replied without hesitation. Oh? The corners of Yan Xiaoqian's mouth raised in a smile as he walked to the front of the painting and looked at it for a while before pointing his brush at a green insect on a willow branch. May I ask, then, if this little insect, does Master Fang feel that he can draw it satisfactorily? Fang Zizhong's eyes swept, and then a face of arrogance said, although Fang Mao is not talented, but in the painting skills on top of the qualification of arrogance, although this is only a green insect used to embellish, but Fang Mao consciously even if compared with the real thing is also no difference. Yes? Yan Xiaoqian smiled in disbelief, then dabbed some green ink with his brush, and with a movement of the brush tip, he had already drawn a green worm of the same size on another willow branch, and then let go of his body, with a smile at the corner of his mouth, without uttering a word. As the green worm is newly drawn, the ink is not dry, slightly reflecting in the sunlight, it looks like it is wriggling from afar. Just when the crowd was uncertain, suddenly a bird song rang out, the crowd looked up in response. The stadium where the recital was held was a roofless building, only to see a greenish-gray sparrow, chirping and coming, as if it saw some preferred prey, swoop down and landed directly on the top of the painting, the long pointed beak pecked down heavily on the top of the painting. That painting was directly pecked out a small hole, and that sparrow, because of how much force it exerted, swooped into the air, directly lost its center of gravity, and fell heavily to the ground. And at this moment, all the people have been dumbfounded. Under the high-definition camera, all the people all see clearly that the location of the small hole is just where Yan Xiaoqian drew the location of the green insect. Yan Xiaoqian attached himself and picked up the injured sparrow, stroking the feathers on its body as he did so. While doing so, he slowly said, if Master Fang's painting skills have reached a level that is comparable to the real thing, then what about this one of mine? Shock. It's so shocking. It was a long time before the crowd let out an outcry. This is unbelievable. God, I can't believe my eyes. It's incredible. Until today, I didn't know what it meant to have real drawing skills. To be able to make a bird completely as a real object, that's what I call real painting skills. All sorts of exclamations, all sorts of incredible shouts, at this time, were far more enthusiastic than the previous praises of Fan Zizhong. Such a painting skill was truly divine, not to mention seeing it, they had never even heard of it. Looking at the pecked-out hole, Fang Zizhong looked dead in the face. He knew that his proud painting skill was defeated. Yan Xiaoqian used only a few seconds to draw a small green worm with a few casual strokes, defeating the peak work that he had poured his best efforts into and used 10 seeds to make. His previous self-confidence and pride was crushed without a trace. And his earlier remark that he also had arrogant qualifications above his painting skills was more like an invisible slap at the moment, ruthlessly slapping himself in the face. I lost. At this moment, Fang Zizhong had all but lost his fighting spirit. All the spectators, moreover, erupted into an outcry of clamor. They were here today, witnessing the birth of a genius. Wait. Suddenly, Qin Yuhang's voice rang out, and Yan Xiaoqian turned his gaze to him, only to see him gritting his teeth and looking at Yan Xiaoqian with a face full of indignation. This match, it's you who lost. I lost? Of course you lost. Qin Yuhang categorically said. The content of this competition is that you and my senior brother will each make a painting to determine the winner, but where is your painting? How can you be considered a winner when you didn't even draw, and only added a few strokes to my senior brother's work? After a word, the stage is again in an uproar. Even some of the brainwashed fans of Qin Yuhang also shook his head with some disappointment. Some people even issued a hush, also boast what a great artist, so it's a coward who can't afford to lose. If you're not as skilled as others, then admit it painfully. What kind of word games are you playing here? Bah, I was really blind in the past, that I would like someone like you. A tirade of curses reached Qin Yuhang's ears. His face reddened at the moment. He clenched his teeth in death as he looked at Yen Xiaochen and hissed, "No matter what, you didn't finish the painting at all, and in this competition, you still lost." Oh? The corner of Yen Xiaochen's mouth lifted into a sneer. "How do you know that I didn't finish the painting?" Qin Yuhang glanced at the blank drawing board next to him and sneered. "The half hour agreed upon for the competition is less than 5 minutes away. Could it be that? Do you still want to finish a painting within 5 minutes? You got it." Yen Xiaochen picked up the pen in his hand, dabbed at the ink, and said in a faint voice, "However, I'll correct you again. 1 minute is enough to win you." Finished, the handbrush swing. Everyone, at this moment, all hold their breath, wide-eyed, looking at the field waving Yen Xiaochen. Sure enough, a minute time has just arrived. Yen Xiaochen hand stops, the pen stops, and then, he laughs softly, "Will be in the hands of the drawing board." Slowly turned to the camera, faint voice, "My painting, finished." But when the crowd looked at the painting on the board, there was no imagined exclamation of surprise. Instead, there was a silence. Because, it's as simple as can be ink drawing of a juxtaposed lotus flower. There is not a trace of color outlined, although at the bottom of the water is also painted a ripple, but does not reflect the beauty of that reflection, and the quality of the painting is also slightly rough. How to see, how does not look like a masterpiece? After a long time, a sneering laugh came out, only to see Qin Yuhang looking at him with a mocking face. "Yen Xiaochen, is this your work? Even I, who don't know anything about painting, can see that this is a load of crap. The level, I'm afraid, is not even as good as an elementary school student who has only been learning to draw for 3 days. How dare you say you're sure to win with this piece of crap painting? Humph. In my opinion, that green worm just now, there must be something odd about it too. Maybe you moved something, on purpose, to lure that sparrow." At this moment, the crowd was also a bit skeptical, because Qin Yuhang was right. This painting in front of them, no matter from any aspect, could not see any colorful place. Listening to Qin Yuhang's vocalization, Yen Xiaochen snorted coldly, "Finished? What? Do you have anything to say in your defense?" He looked at him with a sneer. "Don't tell me that there can be anything marvelous about this lousy painting." The corner of Yen Xiaochen's mouth hooked slightly as he looked at him with a smile. "Congratulations, you got it right." Chapter 98 Unbelievable. He then said to the staff, "Please get me a bottle of wine." The staff was dumbfounded, then looked at Qin Yuanyang. After all, he was the organizer of this recital today. "Take it to him. I'd like to see what tricks he can play." Soon, a bottle of wine was brought up. Yen Xiaochen tilted his head back and fiercely poured a full mouthful, then sprayed a mouthful at the painting. The water mist evenly sprinkled down, wetting the entire painting. He then tilted his head again, and refilled it again, the same 3 times before letting go of his body, and then, with a smile on his face, he displayed the entire painting, once again, in front of the crowd. His strange to the point of unbelievable behavior caused the crowd to be unsure, and they focused their attention on the painting. All of them then made an uncharacteristic gesture. The mouth was wide open and the eyes were dying to burst out of their sockets. One item that was originally held in the hand, also unknowingly, fell to the ground, oblivious. Above the picture, the original buds of the lotus flower slowly unfolded its petals, opening up like a miracle, and gradually revealing the buds wrapped in it. At the same time when they open, the reflection below also opens at the same time. The rhythm of the two opening is amazingly consistent, so that people subconsciously feel that is its reflection. Miraculous not only is the lotus flower, and the original rough water surface, the water surface of those light-colored green dots all spread out in the water trail, uniformly connected to a piece, drawing a perfect light green water surface, and because of the water trail in the sunlight under the light reflections, far away from a piece of water sparkling, completely and in the face of the real one Wang Qing Qi exactly the same. And even more amazing, because the water surface is later paved, in addition to the light reflection effect, but also shallow will be covered in the lotus reflection underwater, and the real reflection in the water is exactly the same. Reflection in the water has always been a difficult point in the painting world. It is difficult to do to their satisfaction, because its mood is really too difficult to grasp. And this painting at this time is really flawless. When the two parallel lilies fully opened and bloomed into two white and pink lotuses nestled against each other, the whole picture was also appropriately framed. It makes it feel like neither a minute earlier nor a minute later is so perfect. Is this really a painting? No, they preferred to believe that it was a real juxtaposition of lotus flowers, a real pool of water that had been reflected in a light green color. Before this, had any of them ever before witnessed a lotus flower opening in its entirety? No. But now they are truly seeing this incredible spectacle in a painting. Is this really a painting? Taking in their reactions, Yan Xiaochen lightly smiled. The reasoning behind the opening of the lotus flower and the spreading of the water is actually very simple, using the water to drive the diffusion of the ink, and using the evaporation of the alcohol to assist in the guidance can be achieved. Although the reasoning is simple, it is extremely difficult to achieve such a degree. Whether it's the amount of ink used in each place, the location of the dots, the evenness of the liquor, the timing, etc., a subtle error in any of these can be a serious failing. Afterward, he looked toward the four people who had long since been stunned by Qin Yuhang to the side, and faintly opened his mouth to ask, "Now this painting, how do a few of you feel about it?" The four men opened their mouths, they racked their brains, but realized that even if they were to be more disruptive, they couldn't think of any words to denigrate Yan Xiaochen. Any words, in front of this astonishing work, seemed so pale. "You four, you simply disappoint me." Suddenly, a hateful voice came, and the four of them turned around, their faces suddenly changed, and they hurriedly lowered their heads respectfully while shouting, "Teacher." The old man had a head of white hair, but his body carried a strong air of elegance, only to see him fiercely glaring at his four disciples, and then looking towards Yan Xiaochen, he let out a sigh, his body, bowing down slightly. These four incompetent disciples of the old man have made Mr. Yan look at the joke. When the four of them saw the scene, they even almost dropped their eyes in shock. A hallowed state scholar, a hallowed master in the whole country, surprisingly, would bow and curtsy at Yan Xiaochen? Moreover, between the words, his teacher and Yan Xiaochen seemed to know each other? Who knows? Yan Xiaochen smiled faintly and opened his mouth. "Old man Kong, these few disciples of yours, although the craftsmanship learned is not bad, but this doer, still almost fire." Completely a tone of elders educating their juniors, but Kong Sisun nodded his head repeatedly. "Mr. Yan's education is right. In the future, the old man will definitely be strict with their four unproductive things." "Oh, that's your family business, I don't care." "Well, it's getting late, so I'll be off." "Take care, Mr. Yan." From Yan Xiaochen walking off the stage, Kong Si-sun's body didn't even dare to straighten up. "Teacher, what are you doing? What qualifications does he have to make you treat him so respectfully?" Qin Yuhang immediately opened his mouth with some indignation. "Shut the up." Kong Si-sun scolded him fiercely, looking at Yan Xiaochen's departing back. In his tone, full of respect, he said softly, "You guys think that the master's attainments in zither, chess, calligraphy and painting are very impressive? That's for sure. You're a nationally recognized first." "The first person?" "Oh. A year ago, I had followed that person for 3 days and 3 nights, and only just learned a little bit of his skin." "What?" A word into the ear, 4 people as a lightning strike, standing straight on the spot, a long time did not move. On the other hand, it is not easy to get rid of the audience, pursued Yan Xiaochen, and Qin Shuyu hurriedly ducked into the car and raced the long way. On the road, Qin Shuyu, a face of suspicion, measured Yan Xiaochen, measured him a little hair, dry laugh, "Moon, you so look at me, why?" "Yan Xiaochen." Qin Shuyu's tone suddenly became solemn, "What exactly are you?" Yan Xiaochen replied with an innocent face, "We've lived together for 3 years, don't you know what kind of person I am? It's because of the 3 years we've lived together that I'm not sure when you got so good at this." "You said those." This is not weekdays at home. After cleaning up the sanitation, nothing to do, followed some masters on TV to learn a couple of hands, and over time, learn to be skillful. Actually, that's all I've got, so if I keep this up, then I'll be all exposed." "Really?" Qin Shuyu looked at him half-heartedly. Really? It's truer than gold." When Yan Xiaochen told a lie, he didn't even blink. "But hey, it occurs to me, isn't it time for Cher to be discharged from the hospital today?" Looking at Qin Shuyu's appearance of breaking the pot and asking questions to the end, Yan Xiaochen's eyes turned and hurriedly changed the subject. Qin Shuyu took out her cell phone and took a look at the time, then she slapped her head. "Oops. How did I forget such an important thing? Hurry! Let's hurry to the hospital." The duo rushed to the hospital in a dusty manner, and when they walked to the front desk, Qin Shuyu softly said, "Hello nurse, I would like to go through the discharge procedures for Qin Shuyu in ward 309. The nurse lowered her head to check, then raised her head with a puzzled expression. "Qin Shuyu? It was already discharged half an hour ago." "What?" Chapter 99: Cher's disappearance. When the pair arrived at the ward, it was empty. A messy bed, very disorganized, foreshadowing the owner of the hospital bed, who left in great haste. Where's Cher? Where did Cher go? Qin Shuyua's brain went blank and she looked at Yen Xiaochen with a panicked expression. Yen Xiaochen. Cher is gone. She's only just recovered from a serious illness, and she doesn't know anyone, so how could she be missing? Will. A wave of uneasiness instantly roamed her heart, her face changed vigorously. It must be the Qin family. It must be the Qin family that took Cher away. I'm going to the Qin family to find Cher. As the saying goes, concern is chaos. As she spoke, Qin Shuyu was about to rush out, and was pulled by Yen Xiaochen's arm. Calm down. How do you expect me to be calm? Qin Shuyu shook off Yen Xiaochen's arm and hissed. She looked at Yen Xiaochen coldly. Are you afraid? Cher is my sister, my only family. It's okay, if you're scared, then I'll go by myself. After saying that, he directly slammed the door, leaving Yen Xiaochen standing alone in the hospital room, his gaze gradually gloomy. Yen Xiaochen never expected that someone would make a move against Qin Shuyu. This is something that he was careless about. Hey! Yama, what are your orders? Take the hospital as the center, all the surveillance cameras within a 10-kilometer radius, call them up for me immediately. I'll give you 5 minutes to find out who, exactly, took Qin Shuyu captive. Yes, Yama. The phone hung up. Yen Xiaochen took a deep breath, then walked out of the hospital room and chased after Qin Shuyu in the direction she had left. It didn't take long before his cell phone suddenly shook, pulling it out to see a video that came into his eyes. In the video, a group of black-clothed people sneak out of the hospital, holding an unconscious woman from the back door into the car. Yen Xiaochen's gaze steeply shrunk, although they are hidden very secretive, but Yen Xiaochen recognized at once, that unconscious woman, it is Qin Shuyu. Yen Xiaochen's gaze shrunk slightly, then dialed the phone again, without any nonsense, directly opened his mouth and asked, the license plate number of the car in the video, can you find out? Yen, please wait. Subsequently, a crackling keyboard sounded over there, and after about half a minute, the caller said in a deep voice, Yen Jun, we've found it. The owner of this car is called Li Ming. And this Li Ming is a wanted fugitive human trafficker. Traffickers? Yen Xiaochen's gaze condensed slightly, carrying an eerie chill. Mobilize all the surveillance probes and lock down their location for me. I will make them unable to escape. Subsequently, he quickly caught up with Qin Shuyu, who at the moment was incredibly concerned about Qin Shuyu's safety, which had the time to take care of Yen Xiaochen, and very impatiently roared at him, what in the world do you want to do, Yen Xiaochen? Do you realize that for every minute of delay now, my sister might be in a little more danger? Moon, you calm down. Yen Xiaochen said in a gruff voice, Cher isn't in the Qin family. What? Qin Shuyu suddenly froze, her eyes looking straight at him. How did you know? Yen Xiaochen shook his cell phone and called up that video, then said, I have a friend who happens to be in the traffic police. I asked him to help me mobilize some of the surrounding surveillance, and it was only under inspection that I found that Cher was precisely taken captive by this group of people, and once I checked the license plate number, the owner of this license plate number was precisely a human trafficker. What? Traffickers? Then isn't Cheryl in more danger now? Don't worry, this friend of mine has already arranged for someone to intercept it. Cher won't be in danger. Let's hurry over there now too. Fine. Let's hurry. And at this moment, inside a van wrapped in such a way that you can't see anything inside, 4 or 5 big men, smoking cigarettes, not saying a word, a pair of green eyes, on a concave and convex body, sweeping back and forth. Qin Shuyu recovered from a serious illness. The body is still a little weak. By so many men this naked look, her delicate body, are slightly trembling. After a long time, as if she could not endure this kind of repression, she looked at the car crowd, timidly opened her mouth. You. What kind of people are you? Think. Want to take me where? The timid tone, coupled with that innocent face that was helpless because of fear, instantly aroused that beastly desire in the man. One of the big men with a big waist threw the cigarette butt in his hand fiercely, looking at Qin Shuyu's gaze, permeated with endless desire. Such a superb girl, let me look at it so dryly, I really can't stand it. Ming. At this time, a sharp-tongued man suddenly came forward and smiled grimly. The higher-ups just told us to bring this chick to them, but they didn't say that nothing can be done to her. Li Ming's mind snapped. You mean? He. Ming brother, such a superb chick, this life may meet the second, if just miss it, is not a pity? Brother Ming, after this village, it will be hard to meet such a superb chick again. Listening to his brother's persuasion one by one, and eventually his desire became greater than his reason, Li Ming heated a wolfish laugh, and suddenly grabbed Qin Shuyu, and in the midst of a cry of surprise, pulled her in his arms. What are you doing? Let go of me. Let go of me. The cry of weeping stirred up the fire of desire in Li Ming's body even more, and he pressed his head on Qin Shueyue's neck and took a deep sniff, his face carrying a burst of mesmerizing intoxication. It's so damn fragrant. Little girl, be good and obedient, brother let you know what is called a woman's pleasure, huh? Amidst the weeping and wolfish laughter, the clothes flew, and just as the last piece of clothing was about to leave her body in Qin Shueyu's despairing gaze, there was a sudden loud bang, and everyone was all startled. The Li Ming, who was in the middle of his excitement, was even more unsteady, and flew out directly, his forehead knocked hard on the car door, hitting a big bag. Mac, how the do you drive? Who knows, after a few moments, Mazia's fearful voice, shivering, came, big. Brother, it's not good. You. Look ahead. Chapter 100 Stopping the car. Li Ming looked up and saw that a commercial vehicle in front of him knocked his car to a halt, and then the door opened, and 5 or 6 figures stepped down from the car, walking straight in his direction. Li Ming's face suddenly changed. He did not have much other skills, but a pair of eyes is very venomous. The 4 or 5 figures coming down from the car, each with a big waist, at a glance is not an ordinary punk, and then clenched his teeth. Mazi. Reverse. Ming, we're letting him crash our car for nothing? Li Ming glared fiercely at the little brother beside him, ignoring him, and patted Mazi, who was still frothing. What are you still standing there for? Reverse the car. Mazi instantly reacted, should be a sound, hang down the reverse gear, a foot of throttle blasted down, only the car just started not a few meters, and heard a loud bang. From the rear view mirror inside a look, another sedan ruthlessly crashed into the back of the car. Instantly, their own van was sandwiched between the 2 cars. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fingers tapping on the glass rang out, and outside the car, a somber voice sounded quietly, get out of the car. MD. I'd like to see what kind of person is so cross. Li Ming sight of a little brother face a hostile, directly pull open the door to get out of the car, and then saw 4 or 5 people surrounded the front. Face not only did not have fear, but instead with a wave of arrogant provocation, looking at those people, Egu. Brothers, this is a few meanings? To wreck our car like this is something that, without tens of thousands of dollars, I'm afraid none of you can leave. Who knows, the man in the lead didn't even look at him and said in a cold voice, is this the car? The man in the back nodded, according to the license plate number information sent by the judge, it's exactly this car. Seeing that these people directly ignored him, that little brother was furious and pointed his finger at the leader's nose, snapping, I'm talking to you, hear me. I tell you, the car sitting, but the famous Ming, in the whole Qingzhou, who dares not give Ming 3 face. Sensible, take the money and get out, otherwise, I will. Words have not finished, only to hear a click crunch, followed by a scream suddenly resounded through the sky. However, the scream lasted less than 3 seconds, only to hear another muffled sound. In the car, Li Ming and others to see the real, that little brother, directly kicked out more than 5 meters away, heavily hit the roadstone, full of blood, life and death do not know. And the leading man who had done all this, had an indifferent face, as if he had done a trivial and insignificant thing in general. There was no need to say a word of nonsense about things that could be solved with his hands. Get off! Ice-cold voice, with a chilling effect that cannot be rejected. Li Ming's scalp a burst of numbness, a burst of hesitation, shivering open the door of the car, his face revealed a thick fawning smile. This big brother, you. What do you have to do? And at this time, Qin Shueyue, who suddenly saw hope, suddenly spoke excitedly, big brother, save me. I was kidnapped by them. Words have not finished, was quick-eyed Li Ming a hand to cover his mouth, and hastily laughed, big brother, this is my girlfriend, a bit of trouble, nonsense, you do not care. It's all our fault, we accidentally hit your car, how much do you want, we'll pay. He hoped that this was an accidental traffic accident, even if the other party was fully responsible, but he was willing to pay to get out of it in order to get out of it in a hurry, but it wasn't to be, only to see the leader smiling coldly at him and speaking, get out of the car. Hearing this, Li Ming's face changed again and again. Even if he was stupid, at this moment, he knew that the other party was rushing at him, or rather, rushing at Qin Shueyue inside the car. However, according to the information given by the employer, this Qin Shueyue is simply an ordinary person with no identity, no background, and no power. His eyes darted around several times, and Li Ming's face was gloomy. Brothers, let's not speak in the dark. We're all on this road to make a living, there's no need to hurt each other over this. This way, brother, I still have $30,000 here, take it to the brothers to drink tea, it's not in vain that the brothers ran for nothing today. As for this little girl, to tell you the truth, this is a woman that a big shot named, we can't afford to offend anyone. 3 points to please, 7 points to threaten. Li Ming was confident that if an ordinary person heard this, 9 times out of 10, he would agree. Who knows? After the leader heard this, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Suddenly, thunderstruck, a hand strangled Li Ming's neck. In his icy gaze, shot out deathly indifference. I'll give you 2 choices. Either shut up now, or shut up forever. Chapter 101 Morning. At this moment, Li Ming's eyes finally revealed an uncontrollable fear, because he truly saw killing intent in the leader's gaze. This man, he really dared to kill him. It wasn't long before an ear-splitting break sounded, followed by 2 figures sprinting over, and then an anxious choked sob rang out sharply, "Swear." Hearing this familiar voice, Qin Shuiyue's nose turned sour and her aggrieved voice came out at once, "Sister." The 2 figures hugged each other instantly. Qin Shuiyue looked Qin Shuiyue up and down for a second with concern in her eyes. "Swear, are you alright? Did you suffer any injuries?" Qin Shuiyue shook her head, "No. Sister, it's thanks to them, it was these big brothers who saved me." Hearing these words, Qin Shuiyue then saw the few people around her and immediately bowed down with a grateful face. "Thank you. Thank you for saving my sister." A few guys who were as cold as prison were startled to see Qin Shuiyue bowing to them. Everyone very consciously flickered to the side to avoid Qin Shuiyue, and the leader even had dense beads of sweat appearing on his forehead as he waved his hands. "No, no, 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 no. It's all Yen. Air. Is Mr. Yen, we are all friends of Mr. Yen, so it's just a show of hands, don't worry about it." "Yen Xiaochen, are these your friends?" Qin Shuiyue's face flashed with a touch of doubt. In her impression, Yen Xiaochen seldom even went out of the door. When had there been so many more unfamiliar friends? And Yen Xiaochen nodded his head, then immediately changed the topic. His eyes looked to Li Ming and the others who didn't dare to move a muscle, and deep in the bottom of his eyes flashed a touch of imperceptible killing intent. "It's these people who kidnapped Shuer." Upon hearing these words, Qin Shuiyue's gaze was also cast over, and her eyes immediately erupted with endless anger as she looked at them. "You bunch of hateful human traffickers. Doing all these unscrupulous things, aren't you afraid of retribution?" TV news that one by one the misery of trafficked girls crossed in the mind. The thought of it, Qin Shuiyue a burst of fear, and then, and gratefully glanced at Yen Xiaochen, for the misunderstanding of him just now, eyes full of chagrin. If Yen Xiaochen hadn't stopped himself, and he had gone to the Qin family to pounce and delayed precious time, then perhaps in his own life, he would never see his sister again. "Moon." Yen Xiaochen suddenly spoke up. "Shuer has recovered from a serious illness and has suffered a shock. She needs rest the most at this time of the year, as I see it. Why don't you take her home to recuperate first?" Qin Shuiyue nodded. "What about you?" Yen Xiaochen glanced at Li Ming and spoke. "I'm going to send these guys to the Public Security Bureau to make another statement or something, and I'm afraid it'll take quite a while, so you guys just go back first." Qin Shuiyue nodded. "Good. Then we'll go back first. You come back early even after you've taken care of things." A simple phrase, but filled with a light warmth. In order to be safe, Yen Xiaochen specifically sent 2 people to escort Qin Shuiyue's sister's home, and so on. After they left, Yen Xiaochen faced smile, gradually convergence, an invisible fury, in the air, faintly diffuse open. Only to see him slowly turn around, a pair of gazes without any emotion, staring at Li Ming and the others, and said in a hushed voice, "What do you think I should do to entertain a few of you?" Li Ming, however, snorted lightly and said disdainfully, "It's our bad luck to fall into your hands. You don't just want to send us to the police station? Come on, it just so happens that my brothers still kind of miss the food there." For into the Public Security Bureau, Li Ming that is emboldened, because he is clear, instructed himself to do the work of the big man. In the end, what heavenly ability, as long as the front foot into the bureau, after the foot of the big man a sentence, themselves and others can come out unharmed. Into the police station? In that case, wouldn't that be too cheap for you? Li Ming snorted lightly. "Then what else can you do? Is it hard to believe that you still want to kill us?" "Who knows?" The corner of Yen Xiaochen's mouth slightly raised a bloodthirsty cold smile. "This is a good suggestion of yours. This seat, adopted. Kill." Accompanied by a few oozing screams, the smell of blood, suddenly thick, filled in the air, looking at the previous also with their own laughing and joking a few little brother. At the moment all turned into a cold corpse. Li Ming brain instant blank, and then look at Yen Xiaochen's gaze, as looking at the devil. "How dare you? You kill someone?" Li Ming's face was filled with incredulity, and at this moment, endless fear filled his entire body. "Correct your wording," Yen Xiaochen said indifferently. "What I killed was not a person, but just a few heads. From the moment you took up human trafficking, you no longer deserve to be called human beings." Then, his gaze turned steeply cold. "Now, tell me. Who was it who ordered you to kidnap my sister?" Chapter 102 Giveaway. Poof. Li Ming sat on his but on the ground, he couldn't stop shivering. Then, a thick smell suddenly filled the air. Yin Xiaochen's eyebrows slightly wrinkled. He looked down. A stream of unknown liquid flowed out from Li Ming's crotch. Under extreme fear, Li Ming was actually directly scared to pee. Don't kill me. I'll say it. I'll say it all. At this time, as a landmark building in Qingzhou, the top floor of Dali Group's office building, the general manager's office, a young man stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, slightly looking down. His face, with an undisguised arrogance, will be a cup of red wine, a drink, and then faintly spoke, "Don't worry, after this matter is accomplished, the benefits promised to you absolutely cannot be reduced." He. Then thank you, Xiao Su. A fawning voice rang out, and if Yen Xiaochen was here, he would be able to recognize at a glance that the person speaking was none other than Qin Haoxia, who he hadn't seen in a long time. Only to see Qin Hei's carefully stood up and smiled respectfully at Su Chen. "Su Xiao, just rest assured, Qin Shuiwa loves this sister of hers the most, as long as you hold this handle, not to mention a small Yueshue company, even if you want Qin Shuiwa's body, that little, she will have to obediently undress to serve you." Su Chen suddenly turned around, looked at the fawning Qin Hei's, leisurely walked to him, and suddenly, stretched out his hand and patted his cheek, speaking with a leathery smile. "Do you know that the way you look right now, you're really like a dog that sells out?" The smile on Qin Haoxia's face froze. "But you are cheap and shameless enough, this young man likes it, haha." Su Chen suddenly let out a loud laugh, and Qin Haoxia followed suit, as if what Su Chen had just humiliated was not him. As long as young Master Su is willing, Qin Hei's is willing to be a most heartfelt dog by young Master Su's side. Qin Haoxia hastened to express his heartfelt, to know, vigorously group, but the entire Qingzhou was enough to rank on the top 3 giant plutocrats, and the Su family, but also the Qingzhou deep-rooted big family, and through the efforts of several generations, in the Qingzhou can be said to be the only hand of the sky, the power of the great. If he could climb onto the high branch of the Su family, it would be beneficial to Qin Hei's, and even the entire Qin family. Instead, a disdainful sneer flashed across Su Chen's face. "Being my dog? Oh, it's better to forget about it. Even my own cousin can be sold at the drop of a hat, so if I take you in, who knows when, you'll bite me back." Qin Hei's hurriedly lowered his head with a look of fear and trepidation. "Xiao Su, even if you gave me 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to show the slightest disrespect to you." Su Chen waved his hand impatiently. "All right. There's nothing more for you to do over here. All I want is that piece of land where the Moon Snow Company is located. As for anything else, this young man doesn't care. Get lost. Don't be an eyesore here." In the depths of Qin Hei's eyes, a deep chill flashed through, but it passed in an instant, and in the face of Su Chen's humiliation, he still bowed down. "Yes. Then I will leave first. If there's anything else you need from me, Xiao Su, feel free to order." After Qin Hei's left, the door to the room was opened, and Su Chen looked at his secretary and said in a deep voice, "Are things still not done?" The secretary lowered his head, hesitated slightly, and spoke. "Young Su, Li Ming, can't be contacted." Su Chen frowned. "What do you mean you can't be contacted?" Half an hour ago, Li Ming called and said that everything was taken care of, and was on his way to the group, but half an hour has passed, and according to the distance and time, he should have arrived long ago, but there was no movement, and when I contacted him again, I found that his cell phone was not working at all. Afterward, the secretary paused and spoke cautiously. "Young Su, you said, there shouldn't be any accidents, right?" "Humph. Bunch of losers." Su Chen grunted angrily. "You can't even handle this little thing, and you still claim to be the biggest human trafficker in the Qingzhou territory. What a strawman. What are you waiting for? Don't go looking for it yet. A big living person can't somehow evaporate?" "Yes." Su Chen didn't have any concern at all, because in his consciousness, in Qingzhou, anyone who dared to go against their Su family either hadn't been born yet, or had already become a dead man. And at this time, a figure, quietly, entered the power group. The receptionist looked at the unfamiliar shadow in front of her, a trace of doubt flashed in her eyes, but she still wore a professional smile and politely asked, "Hello. Sir, may I ask who you are looking for?" The visitor grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. "I'm here to find Su Chen." "Su Xiao?" The receptionist was secretly shocked, and once again measured the dress of the next person, a plain dress, without the slightest colorful place, all over the body, without any luxury decorations on behalf of the identity. Such a person will know the Su family's young master? A touch of imperceptible contempt flashed in his eyes, and his voice, too, cooled down a few points. "Sir, may I ask, do you have an appointment with our general manager, Su?" The visitor laughed and shook his head, and in the bottom of his eyes, a flash of ghostly fury flashed. "You tell Su Chen that I'm here to give him a gift." Chapter 103 Fighting Champions, only. When the receptionist lady heard this, her eyebrows directly wrinkled up and she looked Yan Xiaochen up and down, and then, her face turned completely cold. I'm sorry, if you don't have an appointment with our general manager then you can't go in. As the youngest master of the Su family, Su Chen's status was noble, and there were countless people who wanted to beg him to do things and send gifts every day. And for people like Yan Xiaochen, the receptionist didn't know how many she had to see in a day. Moreover, looking at Yan Xiaochen's ordinary outfit, he didn't look like a rich man at first glance. So, as she spoke, the disdain in the front desk lady's eyes grew stronger. This gift of mine, your general manager Su, will be very interested. The corner of Yan Xiaochen's mouth, ghostly raised an arc. The receptionist, on the other hand, was full of impatience. This gentleman, I've already told you, you can't go in without an appointment. Your gift, you might as well keep it for yourself. Then what if I say that this gift must be delivered to Su Chen? The front desk lady's face instantly pulled down. She looked at Yan Xiaochen, her gaze unkind. You're here to deliberately make trouble, aren't you? At this time, a voice in a jar rang out. Ling Ling, what's wrong? Looking over in response to the sound, a big, burly security guard was walking over at the moment. Brother Wang, you came just in time. There's a person here who wants to make trouble in our group. The security guard stood still, glancing at Yan Xiaochen, who was only up to his chin, a flash of disdain in his eyes as he walked up to him and looked at him condescendingly. Kid, don't even look at what kind of place this is, dare to pick a fight here? Yan Xiaochen gently shook his head. I'm not looking for a fight, I'm looking for Su Chen. How dare you? Our general manager's name is also yours to call. Hurry up and get the hell out of here. Otherwise, I'll be rude to you. The receptionist also snorted coldly. I advise you to be sensible and hurry up. This is the security manager of our vigorous group, Wang Gang, and he, the last combat champion of Qingzhou. It's just a wrestling champion, is that impressive? Yan Xiaochen shrugged indifferently. As soon as Wang Gang heard this, he instantly caught fire. This calmness of Yan Xiaochen was undoubtedly a naked provocation in his opinion. Tay pinched his fists, and a crackling sound rang out, looking at Yan Xiaochen with an unkind face, viciously saying, Kid, listening to you, do you think you're very capable of fighting? Yan Xiaochen smiled gently, average, but it's still easy to beat you, a grappling champion. Wang Gang's angry nose almost crooked, backed by the Dolly group. Wang Gang, this person is not a good person. His eyes immediately flashed a flash of hostility. Good boy. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you don't know what is called the height of the sky. After saying that, with a low gulp, his right fist swung out violently, carrying a cracking sound that tore through the air, and smashed fiercely at Yan Xiaochen. It had to be said that Wang Gang, as a combat champion, was still a bit of the real deal, and when he threw a punch, the air was rumbled, and even his fist brought up a strong wind that blew up the front desk lady's hair. A self-righteous thing. Do you really think that the power group is so casually capable of making trouble? What a way to seek your own death, no one else to blame. The receptionist shook her head and closed her eyes, and in her mind, she had already imagined Yan Xiaochen's miserable state under Wang Gang's punch with a bruised nose and a swollen face. But after a while, there was no imaginary screams appeared. She opened her eyes with some doubts, and a scene that shocked her appeared in front of her eyes. Wang Gang's fist stopped at Yan Xiaochen's face but a palm's worth of place. And look at Wang Gang at the moment clenched his teeth, even facial muscles are slightly distorted. It seems to be the use of the whole body strength, but in Yan Xiaochen's palm, but did not move at all. Only to see Yan Xiaochen holding Wang Gang's hand with a very relaxed demeanor, looking at him and gently shaking his head. The power is good, but the speed is too slow. Remember what I just said? A wrestling champion, in my eyes, is just that. When he finished speaking, a flash of coldness flashed steeply in his eyes, and his hands fiercely clenched. Ah! A miserable scream resounded throughout the hall. Chapter 104. A bunch of losers. Only heard a crisp sound. In the front desk lady's horrified gaze, Wang Gang's face reddened. Under Yan Xiaochen's little bit of force, his body could not help but bow into a prawn shape. He pumped his fist as hard as he could, but realized that his fist seemed as if it had grown on Yan Xiaochen's palm, not moving at all. Let go of my hand. Let go? Yes. Yan Xiaochen gently laughed, suddenly let go of his hand. Caught off guard, Wang Gang confiscated the strength, body stomped back several steps, planted a dog. The appearance is very lousy. Brother Wang. Actually lost? The receptionist lady's eyes were wide open, looking at Yan Xiaochen incredulously. Wang Gang, who was the champion of Qingzhou combat, couldn't even block Yan Xiaochen's punch? Now, can you let me in? Yan Xiaochen condescended and spoke faintly. This bland look made Wang Gang feel even more full of dryness and redness. His eyes flashed with vicious anger. kid, so what if you're very capable of fighting? This is the Dolly Group, the chassis of the Su family. Not a place for you, a poor boy, to be free to act as you please. Oh? Yan Xiaochen looked at him with a smiling face. Then what can you do to me if I prefer to go in now? MD. Shame on you. You can beat one person, can you beat 10 dozens? With that, he picked up the walkie-talkie in his hand. Brothers. Come out all of you. Someone's crashing the party. Then, a burst of noisy footsteps could be heard, and at once, a dozen of tall security guards rushed out, surrounding Yan Xiaochen in the center, eyeing him intently. Kid. Now you know you're scared. Wang Gang got up from the ground, moving his sore wrists with a gloomy face. Too bad it's too late. If I don't beat you to death today, I won't be able to swallow my anger. Brothers, gang up on him for me. Facing an unsuspecting security guard gradually gathering around, a hint of scorn flashed in Yan Xiaochen's eyes. Just a bunch of trash. That's right, as far as he was concerned, waste was waste, quantity didn't change quality, one in a bunch made no difference to him. What? You dare to call us trash? MD. This kid is simply too arrogant. I can't stand it anymore. Get him. A group of big men roared and rushed over. Yan Xiaochen sighed and shook his head slightly, only to see Yan Xiaochen's body move like a stump, rushing into the crowd. Then, a miserable scream rang out one after another, and after 10 seconds or so, there was no longer a single security guard who could stand up, and one by one, they fell to the ground, moaning uncontrollably. Now, can I come in? Yan Xiaochen looked to the front desk lady who had long been stunned, and opened his mouth slightly. You. The receptionist couldn't even speak properly, and nodded furiously at him with a face full of horror. Thanks. Yan Xiaochen smiled at her very politely and then stepped inside the group. And at this moment, inside the general manager's office, the secretary went and returned, speaking with a grave expression. Young Su, we found Li Ming's trail. He seems. Squeak. Suddenly, the closed door was pushed open, and two gazes forgot over at the same time, looking at the unfamiliar man who appeared in front of her. The secretary frowned deeply and said in dissatisfaction, Who are you? How did you appear here? Yan Xiaochen smiled leisurely, I've come to find Su Chen. Unbridled. The secretary was instantly furious. Is our young Su's name something you can just call? Get the hell out of here. Where's the security? What are they all doing? Someone broke into the general manager's office and didn't know? Saying that, he dialed the phone of the security room, and after a long time, the phone was belatedly connected, and a timid female voice came out, Hey, Secretary Zhao. Who are you? Where's Wang Gang, the manager of the security department? Secretary Zhao, I'm the front desk. Manager Wang and a dozen security guards from the security department were all knocked down by a strange man. That man broke in. What? All knocked out? That's right. On the phone, the receptionist said in a very positive tone, all knocked out. Not a single one left. Only then did Secretary Zhao raise his head with a shocked face and look at Yan Xiaochen. You alone knocked down a dozen people from the entire security department? Yan Xiaochen nonchalantly walked to the sofa and sat down on his eyes gleaming as he looked at Su Chen, who was less than 5 meters away from him, and spoke indifferently, Those pesky fellows blocked me from coming in, so I took care of it in passing. What's the problem? Secretary Zhao opened his mouth. What's the problem? Big problem. He himself knows best what level his own security guards are at. Even a dozen pigs would take a lot of effort to put there, let alone that it was a dozen people. This man, too, is too scary. Thinking of this, Secretary Zhao swallowed deeply, but still gritted his teeth and said, I don't care who you are, this is a private place, if you don't go out again, I'll call the police. Before the words were finished, Su Chen suddenly raised his head, then, looking at Yan Xiaochen with interest, he spoke, Do we know each other? Yan Xiaochen shook his head, I don't recognize it. Since you don't know each other, what is it that you came to see me about? Yan Xiaochen laughed, smiled brightly, and deep in the bottom of his eyes, a flash of essence flashed steeply, I'm here, to give you a gift. Chapter 105 As You Wish. A gift? Su Chen looked at him with some confusion, what kind of gift? Yan Xiaochen took out a cell phone from his pocket, pulled up a video, and after clicking play, a miserable scream immediately came out, causing the scalp to go numb. After seeing the person on top of the video, Su Chen's eyes steeply condensed, and then, raising his head, his eyes gleamed at Yan Xiaochen, and his voice, all of a sudden, also clouded over. Do you know that he's one of mine? The video shows none other than the tortured Li Ming. Yan Xiaochen arched his eyebrows and looked at him with a smile. It's precisely because I know that he's one of yours that I came to make the trip myself. The tone in that voice was as if Yan Xiaochen's personal arrival was giving Su Chen a great deal of face. Ha ha. Suddenly, Su Chen laughed out loud, then, looking towards Yan Xiaochen, very well. It's been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me in such a tone. You are qualified, let me know your name. Su Chen's face flashed with a strong condescension, while Yan Xiaochen responded faintly, Yan Xiaochen. Yan Xiaochen? Su Chen felt some familiarity with the name, and after a careful thought, he suddenly said, You're Qin Chuyua's trashy husband? Yan Xiaochen ignored his insults, raised his head, and continued, Young Master Su, as far as I only know, there is no grudge between your Su family and us, so should I need to be given a reasonable explanation for the kidnapping of my sister? Explanation? How can a loser ask me for an explanation? Su Chen's face instantly turned ugly. He had thought that Yan Xiaochen was some kind of character if he dared to come to the door single-handedly, but he never thought that it would be that door-to-door waste that had made a name for himself in the entire Qingzhou. The more you think about it, the more disgusting. Suddenly Su Chen shot up, pointing directly at Yan Xiaochen's head. Can talk to this young, which is not worth more than 100 million masters. What are you, also worthy of standing here to talk to this young? Injuring my security guards and forcibly breaking into my Dali Group office building, Yan Xiaochen, you punk, don't you want to live? Between the words, a murderous aura was present, letting a punk break into his office in such a grand manner. If it was spread out, it would simply be the laughingstock of the entire Qingzhou. Su Chen. Yan Xiaochen's gaze also clouded over as he looked at him coldly. Looks like you're not going to cherish the opportunity one gave you? Chance? Su Chen snorted a laugh and looked at him with a sneer. Yan Xiaochen, has your brain been caught in a door? Give this young man a chance. Who are you to do that? Just by virtue of the fact that I can make your so-called vigorous group fall apart in an instant. The air was slightly silent, then a burst of laughter erupted, and Su Chen looked at him with the same gaze as if he were a psychopath. Secretary Zhao, did you hear that? This punk said that he wants to make the vigorous group fall apart. Ha ha. Really laughed at this young man? And Secretary Zhao also looked at Yan Xiaochen with a sneer on his face. Xiao Su, I'm looking at this punk. Not only is he a loser, he's also a psychopath. I'll send someone to blow him out right away. Wait. Su Chen waved his hand, then looked at Yan Xiaochen in a teasing pet-like tone of teasing and said, Rubbish. You say you can bring down this young man's Dali Group? Fine. As long as you can do it, then this young man will tell you why he sent someone to kidnap your sister. Yan Xiaochen grinned. I can't believe someone would still make such a strange request, but I'll do as you wish. After that, he pulled out his phone and said just 2 words, do it. Then, quietly, he closed his eyes. Looking at him in a serious manner, Su Chen was filled with scorn, a punk who only knows how to eat and wait for death, and he's still pretending to be a god here. Having spoiled this young man's good deed, it would be good to get some interest from you first. Secretary Cho, give me. Before the words were finished, Secretary Zhao's phone suddenly rang, and after connecting it, his face, steeply, abruptly changed. Young Master. It's not good. Su Chen froze. What's wrong? Someone hacked into our finances, all of the group's stored funds, all of them have been looted. What? Su Chen's face suddenly changed. That's over $1 billion, and in just a few seconds, it's all gone? Secretary Zhao's face was pale and stammered, all gone. Swish. Su Chen's gaze instantly turned to the bland Yan Xiaochen, his eyes looking at him through deep incredulity, gritting his teeth. Is it you? Yan Xiaochen lightly glanced at him and gently smiled. Don't be anxious, the good part is still to come. Bang. Suddenly, the door to the room was slammed open and a middle-aged man in a suit barged right in. General Manager, it's not good. I don't know what happened to all of the group's shares, but all of them were sold off to the stock market at the lowest price, and were snapped up in a big way, and now, a dozen or so people outside have barged in, saying that they hold more than 50% of the shares of our vigorous group, and are demanding that the board of directors be convened and the chairman of the board be re-elected. Su Chen's face turned pale with a swish. What do you mean? The visitor had a crying look on his face, meaning, now vigorous group, is no longer surnamed Su. Chapter 106 Quan kills without seeing blood. Su Chen's face turned very ugly all of a sudden. The gaze that looked at Yan Xiaochen was permeated with deep incredulity. How is this possible? How can a punk have such means? Just as he was in a state of shock and disbelief, the phone suddenly rang, and Su Chen's eyes stared deeply when he saw the notes on the caller ID. Tianjin, in his open identity, is the mayor of Qingzhou City South District, but in his secret identity, he is a partner of the Dali Group. Vigorous Group can do so big, and Tianjin secretly support. There is an inseparable relationship. Since ancient times, government and business cooperation has been an open secret. Tianjin hold a lot of Vigorous Group of dark shares, so when Vigorous Group problems, there is a direct interest in his first cannot sit still. Hey, Mr. Field, I'm Su Chen. Without waiting for Su Chen to speak, a majestic and anxious voice came from over there. All of a sudden, I received intelligence on my side. A hacker hacked into the system of the Dali Group, not only transferring all the funds within the group, but also selling off the shares everywhere. What exactly happened? Su Chen suddenly came to a realization and glanced at Yan Xiaochen, revealing a look of understanding. So, it was all done by hackers. In this way, it explains it. It is estimated that Yan Xiaochen does not know where to know a hacker to do all this. He even thought that this waste is a big man of some heaven. Think about it. It is really laughable. If he is really a big man of some kind, how could he become a waste of the whole of the Qingzhou known to all people? Thinking of this, he added to what had just happened, and the voice on the other side of the room directly caught fire. What? How dare someone put their hands on me? I'm already downstairs. I'd like to see who it is that dares to touch my money. Hanging up the phone, Su Chen looked at Yan Xiaochen with a gloating face of pity. Tisk, Yan Xiaochen, congratulations, you hit the jackpot. Think you know a hacker and you've got the better of this young man? Pity, oh pity, you this time not only moved this young, but also touched the interests of that person. Since ancient times, the right to kill cannot see blood. As the words landed, the door of the office was pushed open, and a majestic middle-aged man walked in, standing there, but from the aura, one could tell that it was a figure who had been in a high position for a long time. Su Chen hurriedly walked over and smiled. District Governor Tian, you're here. Tianjin's gaze swept slightly, and a glance landed on Yan Xiaochen's body as he arrogantly said, is he the one? A chill flashed under Su Chen's eyes and he nodded, that's him. Tianjin walked over, condescendingly looked at Yan Xiaochen and spoke proudly, kid, you really have a lot of guts. Using hackers to attack a company, do you know how much of a crime you are committing? Yan Xiaochen raised his eyelids slightly, glanced at him, and said carelessly, what does it have to do with you? You. Listening to his nonchalant tone, Tianjin seemed to have been mocked, and instantly became furious. With his status, wherever he went, he was not surrounded by people, and was honored, which was ignored by people like this? And in the face of Yan Xiaochen's questioning, of course he could not say that it has something to do with him, this kind of secret operation of the heart, and how can you get to the surface to say so clearly? At that moment, his eyes narrowed slightly and he let out a cold laugh. Young man, you're very wild. Has no one ever taught you that if you are too wild, there will be trouble? Yan Xiaochen laughed, stood up, faced him, and spoke. Tianjin, the mayor of Qingzhou City's Chengnan district, as an official on one side, you don't ask about the causes and consequences of the matter, but you take the lead in asking for the crime against me. What's the matter? Touching your interests and getting anxious? You. Tianjin was his words in the heart. At the same time the eyes flashed with a glittering cold light. Kid, rice can be eaten indiscriminately, words cannot be said indiscriminately. Otherwise, give me a reasonable explanation from Mr. Tien, who has nothing to do with this matter, as to why you are the first to come? Who are you to ask me to explain things to you? Tianjin was furious. I order you to transfer all the property of the Dali Group, immediately return it as much as it is, and surrender to the police. Perhaps I can still be lenient, otherwise. Facing Tianjin's threatening intent that had already appeared on his face, Yan Xiaochen was not the least bit afraid and spoke faintly, otherwise, what are you going to do? Tianjin's eyes narrowed as he whispered grimly, otherwise, I'll let you know what it means to die a reasonable death. Ha ha! What a reasonable death! Mr. Tien. Why don't you explain to Lu what is meant by a reasonable death? A figure suddenly rang out from behind them, and in response, the crowd looked over, and a figure wearing a uniform, suddenly, appeared in the doorway. Seeing the person, Tianjin's face suddenly changed, blurted out, Lu Chang, how are you here? Chapter 107 Arrogant and Domineering. Tianjin's face turned very ugly, although the person who came, in terms of position, was one level lower than himself, his position, however, was very sensitive. Director of the Qingzhou Anti-Corruption Bureau, Lu Chang. With a righteous face, Lu Chang looked at Tianjin and spoke faintly, why, does District Governor Tian not welcome me? Tianjin's face was stunned, and he smiled sarcastically, Director Lu is joking, I'm just a little surprised to meet Director Lu here. I'm sure Director Lu has arrived in person, I'm afraid he has official business to attend to, so I won't bother you here. Said, Tianjin is going to leave. If let this iron-faced Baogong catch himself and vigorously group have a little relationship, I am afraid, he will also have a lot of trouble. Is this the time to leave, Mr. Tien? At this time, Yan Xiaochen suddenly spoke faintly. Have you forgotten something? For example, what was just described as a reasonable death? Tian Jinmin's gaze steeply condensed, looked at Yan Xiaochen dead on, and said in a low voice, "Young man, to be a human being, you have to know what it means to stop at the right time." Yan Xiaochen laughed, his eyes steeply flashed a flash of light. "Tian District Governor, just now you, not this face ah." The naked mockery made Tian Jinmin's face, who had always loved the face of the moon, suddenly as gloomy as water. He looked at Yan Xiaochen and laughed angrily. "Young man, even though I don't know what relationship you have with Lu Chang, if you think that you can be protected just by a Lu Chang, you're very wrong." Saying that, he stepped forward 2 steps, walked to Yan Xiaochen's ear, and said grimly in his side ear, "Today, I'll let you off the hook for now, but don't be in a hurry. As long as you're still in the south of Qingzhou City for 1 day, I've got all the time in the world, and I'll slowly accompany you to play with you. By the way, I heard that you're that trashy son-in-law of the Qin family who came to the door? Oh, your wife and sister-in-law, they're notorious big beauties. Hopefully, I'll have the chance to get to know them." The voice was light, but the flavor of threat in the tone was overflowing. "Tian Jinmin." Lu Chang said angrily, "Do you know what you're saying again?" Tian Jinmin looked at him innocently. "What did I say? Could it be that if I want to meet a new friend, does Director Lu have to care?" "Mr. Tien." Yan Xiaochen's voice was like a prison, and in the not-so-large room, the temperature seemed to have suddenly dropped several degrees, chilling. "It seems that you're really used to being a bully, but you've forgotten one thing. In this world, there has never been a person who covers the sky with one hand. At the very least, you, a small district chief, are not worthy." Qin Shui's sisters are Yan Xiaochen's scales. Touching the scales, in Yan Xiaochen's heart, has no difference with the dead. Whether I'm worthy or not, that's to be seen. Tian Jinmin's gaze snapped and he gave him a deep look. "Let's go." "Stop." Yan Xiaochen finally moved, taking a step out and standing in front of him, looking at him flatly but with a Tarzan-like vast abyss. "Did I let you go?" At this time, Lu Chang also spoke up in a hurry. "Yes, you can't leave." "Ha!" Tian Jinmin laughed. "Director Lu, although I'm the mayor of Nanchang District, but it's not working hours now. I'm just an ordinary citizen. I have nothing to do to see my friends. I didn't break any law. I didn't commit any crime. Why don't you let me go?" "You didn't break the law? And no crime?" Yan Xiaochen repeated his words, but in his tone, there was a deep mockery. "I'm afraid that if someone so arrogant and overbearing doesn't have a taint, he won't even believe his heels." Who knew that Tian Jinmin said in a serious manner, "If you say I'm guilty, then, please show me the evidence. Otherwise, with Director Lu here, I could totally sue you for slander." Lu Chang's face instantly turned a bit ugly as he walked over to Yan Xiaochen's side and said softly and respectfully, "Mr. Yan, we've been investigating Tian Jinmin for more than 3 months now, but he's hidden very well, and no matter which way he investigates, he can't find any evidence of him breaking the law or committing a crime. I think Tian Jinmin is also sure, more arrogant." Looking at Lu Chang, "Lu Director, if you think I were to violate the law and discipline, then Xian is always welcome to bring evidence. Come to my office to drink tea." Looking at his airy and arrogant appearance, Yan Xiaochen's mouth suddenly hooked slightly, revealing a touch of inexplicable smile. "Tian District Governor, drinking tea is not necessary, because the evidence you want, soon, will come." Chapter 108, Many Acts of Injustice Lead to Death. Looking at Yan Xiaochen's mysterious smile that suddenly appeared, Tian Jinmin's heart immediately flooded with a touch of uneasiness. Right at this moment, a person behind Lu Chang, holding a cell phone, suddenly exclaimed out, "Director! There it is! Got it!" Lu Chang frowned. "What has? Evidence?" The man looked at the phone, quickly read, "Dali Group to the District Mayor Tian Jinmin, bribe of 3 million, in cash, respectively, at the tea house, under the Tianmen Bridge and other 9 places, to 9 times to 5 people to face-to-face transactions. 5 people identity were Tian Hailing, Tian Shueshu, Tian. And so on, all are Tian Jinmin's own clan members. After 3 million in the form of a batch transfer, remitted to an overseas account, the account named Department Tian Jinmin Direct Cousin Uncle. In the name of environmental protection, Tianlong Real Estate bribed District Governor Tian Jinmin with 3 sets of properties too. And all of the above illegal transactions, more than half of them, belong to the power group or its subsidiaries." A piece of evidence laid out, an amount of shocking, Lu Chang a face of iron green, and Tian Jinmin, no longer arrogant, hands and feet cold. "Tian Jinmin. No wonder I investigated you for 3 months, but I couldn't find any trace of you. I didn't expect you to have such a deep heart." Each sum of money was at least reversed in batches for more than 10 times, but the net of the law is wide open, there is no leakage, and this time, you can't get away with it. Tian Jinmin quickly calmed down, ignoring the snarling Lu Chang, instead casting his gaze towards Yan Xiaochen, his regal gaze carrying a hint of fear. "It's you? It's not me, it's the people." Tianjinmin, you are corrupt and pervert the law. Because of your greed, you have caused countless people to either be aggrieved or suffer. The heavens have turned, and it's time to pay back. Repayment? Ha ha. Ridiculous. All this money has to do with my relatives, with me, and what does it matter? Some of the ones that can be traced to my head, but they're just small amounts of money, and even if they are sentenced, how many years can I be sentenced? I'll admit it this time. When I come out, we'll settle the score slowly. You still want to come out? Yan Xiaochen laughed. I'm afraid, you're overthinking things a bit. With this amount of money, do you want to lock me up? Dong Weishu, a husband and wife from Dadong village, were reported by Su Chen in the name of Tianjinmin for reporting the existence of shady dealings between the Dali Group and Tian Genoa. A debt of blood, 21 lives, with names. Striking. At this time, Tianjinmin's face finally changed. He shivered back to the head, full of unbelief. Looking at the side of the face has become incredibly ugly. Su Chen, unbelievable, this. These are you do? At this moment, Su Chen's face became very pale. How could he not expect that all these things he had done in the name of Tianjinmin had all been dug up? This. How is this possible? After all, the people who do these things are their most trusted cronies. Su Chen. Uing speak. Tianjinmin stared at him dead on, his eyes red. As things stood, in front of the ironclad evidence, Su Chen's eyes chilled and he let out a cold laugh. District Governor Tian. You don't need to be so surprised. After all, there are some things that are inconvenient for you to do, so I'm the only one who can do them for you. If you fall, it won't do us any good. Besides, do you think that, without doing anything, taking tens of millions of dollars in dividends from the Dali Group year after year is such a good thing? When Tianjinmin heard this, his hands and feet immediately went cold. Although Su Chen did not state it, the meaning of his words had already admitted that all of this was the truth. At this moment he, which still had the previous arrogance, the pace staggered to the side of Lu Chang, a face of supplication. Lu Director. You have heard, the matter of bribery, I fully admit, but this by murder, or Su Chen did and I have nothing to do with bribe again, at most the bottom of the jail, but 21 people's lives enough to make him beheaded in court Director Lu. Yan Xiaochen's words suddenly came to mind. This evidence, is it enough? Lu Chang was shocked. Is all this evidence you? Half of the words suddenly closed his mouth, remembered the identity of this person. The heart suddenly realized, yes, to Yan Jun's heavenly means, investigating this evidence, naturally, are a piece of cake. Looking at Lu Chang's respectful appearance, Tianjinmin suddenly seemed to react as if he had jumped to Yan Xiaochen's feet. You are generous, spare me. Spare me this time. Yan Xiaochen slowly leaned over and whispered softly in his side ear, you didn't have to die, but you should never, ever, take my dearest person as a threat. If you do more than one thing, you will be killed. If there is a next life, remember the words, don't be too crazy, there are mountains beyond the mountains, and there are people beyond the people. Chapter 109 Reproducing Yama's Post. Tianjinmin's body went limp, directly paralyzed on the ground, his eyes were lifeless and his face was dead. After getting the evidence of his evil deeds, Lu Chang looked excited, then, casting his eyes to Su Chen, who was looking gloomy, he said sternly, Su Chen. You are suspected of bribery, buying a murderer, and many other charges. Now, come with us. Su Chen ignored his words, instead keeping his gaze pinned on Yan Xiaochen. He spoke, who the hell are you? If at this time, he still thought that Yan Xiaochen was a waste of space who only knew how to eat soft food, then he really did have his head caught in a door. Yan Xiaochen smiled gently and responded, before I answer your question, you still haven't answered me as to why you kidnapped my wife and sister. Su Chen sneered, a touch of pride flashing across his face. If you want to blame, you can only blame your wife for being too insensitive. Moon Snow Company, it's an industry under your wife's name, right? Yan Xiaochen nodded. Humph. We, Vigorous Group, had our eyes on the piece of land where Moon Snow's address is located. Who knows that your wife simply doesn't know how to appreciate it, and is unwilling to sell it to us no matter how much we discuss it. In this part of Qingzhou, there is still nothing that my Dali Group wants to do but can't. So, kidnapping Qin Shueyue was merely to teach your wife a lesson. Listening to the rightful tone in his words, Yan Xiaochen's gaze directly clouded over. Don't you think that what you're doing is too overbearing? Bully? Su Chen smiled arrogantly. In this society, wastes only deserve to be bullied. What kind of thing is a small Moon Snow Company that dares to refuse our Dali Group's acquisition? Oh. Well said. Yan Xiaochen's gaze was filled with endless gloom. You're right, man is a knife and chopping board, I'm a fish and meat. In this society, only the strong have the right to speak. But young Master Su, according to the current situation, it seems, you've already become that fish meat on the board to be slaughtered. Me? Su Chen sneered and looked around with endless condescension. Yan Xiaochen. I admit that I looked away, although you have some skills, but in the eyes of this young man, just with a small Lu Chang, wanting to bring down this young man, you don't have that ability yet. Su Chen. Lu Chang looked at him with a stern gaze. Are you going to resist the law? Big Director Lu, don't put such a big hat on me. Speak, but with evidence. Lu Chang snorted coldly and pointed to Tianjinmin, who was limp on the ground not far away. Evidence? Isn't the evidence right here? For all the dirty dealings between you, Tianjinmin is the best witness. Director Lu. Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, carrying an endless morose chill. Have you ever heard of a saying called dead or alive? As the words landed, the door to the room was suddenly opened and a figure whooshed out, a chill that instantly covered the entire office. Only a bright light passed through the air, pointing straight at Tianjinmin. Bang! Only a sound of metal clashing was heard as a dagger grazed Tianjinmin's sideburns and flew past, plunging straight into the wall not far away, entering the wall 3 times. Yan Xiaochen casually threw away the broken water-based pen in his hand, looked at the black shadow with a gloomy gaze, and said in a cold voice, "How dare you hurt someone in front of me?" The dark shadow stood up, a young not-so-young man with a gloomy pale face and a ruthless hostility flashing in his eyes, looking at him. Kid. You seek death. Coyote. At this time, Su Chen said in a cold voice, "Killed him." Yes. Song Wolf smiled grimly, his hands wiped at his waist, 2 eerie daggers reappeared in his hands from nowhere, and then his body flickered, and with an unbelievable speed, he steeply appeared beside Yan Xiaochen, and with one left and one right, he fiercely stabbed towards his heart. Quick! It's too fast. So fast that the dagger was already close to his side, and Yan Xiaochen didn't even have the slightest reaction. Just when Song Wolf's face was about to raise a triumphant smile, suddenly, a sharp pain came from his abdomen, and his body whooshed, uncontrollably flew out horizontally, heavily hitting the wall with a heavy muffled sound. How is this possible? Song Wolf struggled to get up, ignoring the pain on his body, and looked with a horrified face at Yan Xiaochen, who was not far away with a light wind. You think you're fast? The corner of Yan Xiaochen's mouth raised in a disdainful sneer. A globally renowned assassin organization? Oh, the life-snatching 13 wolves, nothing more than that. Song Wolf's gaze steepened. He actually knew where he came from? Who the hell are you? Swish. Between Yan Xiaochen's 2 fingers, a black card suddenly appeared and was thrown towards him. Staring at the card spinning in mid-air, Song Wolf's pupils, violently dilated, miserable white, instantly covered the entire face. Black as the background, blood color as the characters, and another pitch-black gate with 100 ghosts circling around the pillar, with a ferocious aura. The card landed on the ground, and Song Wolf trembled. Yan Luo Post? You are the 10 temples of Hades? Chapter 110, The Price of Hubris. Since you've accepted the Yan Luo Post, your life, we will take it. At this time, the dark voice suddenly rang out, and with a sharp look up, a black and a white figure, at some point, appeared in the room, as if, out of thin air. Hooker, black and white? The Song Wolf's eyes were filled with deathly gray. Having mixed in the dark world, he naturally knew exactly what the appearance of the Yan Luo Post represented. It was an invitation to hell and a call to death. Coyote. What's wrong with you? Why don't you kill him for me? I didn't pay a lot of money to hire you to chat. The unknown Su Chen, looking at the Song Wolf unexpectedly not moving, somewhat disgruntledly chided. Shut the up. Song Wolf suddenly burst out, looking at Su Chen with a face full of killing intent. That bloodthirsty gaze, it was eager to eat him alive in general, causing Su Chen to tremble violently. What do you want? Su Chen looked at him with a bit of a stutter and said, I'm your employer. If you don't listen to me, you'll never get a dime. Money? Oh. Coyote laughed ruefully. Is money any use to me now? Afterwards, looking toward a bashful Yan Xiaochen in his eyes, revealing a supplicating gaze, Yan Jun, it's me who has eyes and doesn't recognize him. Natai, can you let me off the hook? Yan Xiaochen didn't say anything, and White Impermanence on the side smiled grimly. Since you've received the Yan Luo Post, your life no longer belongs to you. See post, see blood. Leave a post, leave a life. No. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Song Wolfface immediately flashed a touch of madness. Whoosh, a moment, towards the door fled. Black and White Impermanent followed closely, then came a muffled ringing in the ears. A few seconds later, the 2 people a face of indifference and walked back again, did not say a word, respectfully stood in the side of Yan Xiaochen, but the hands of that a touch of dripping crimson, but is particularly eye-catching. Yan Xiaochen's gaze slightly sidled towards Su Chen, who was already somewhat pale at the moment, and laughed. Young Master Su, with this piece of trash, you want me dead? At this moment, Su Chen's eyes finally showed fear. Rubbish? Is the coyote a loser? As a member of the world-renowned assassin organization 13 Wolves, the cost of hiring Song Wolf for one day was as high as 100,000. How could such a person be worth such a high price if he didn't have some skills? However, in front of Yan Xiaochen, it was surprising that he didn't even have the qualifications to resist. Moreover, he could clearly see the fear that came from the bottom of his heart when Song Wolf knew Yan Xiaochen's identity. What kind of person would make an assassin whose hands were stained with countless amounts of blood so fearful that he wouldn't even dare to think of resisting? What the hell are you? Shivering, Su Chen asked these words that he had already asked countless times. Yan Xiaochen had a cold face as he walked up to him, condescending. If you and I don't cross paths, I'm just a commoner. If you and I have a grudge. Yan Xiaochen's tone, steeply chilled. I, then, am the master of your life. When Yan Xiaochen walked out of the gate of the Vigorous Group, countless forces, immediately afterward, linked up, and all of them cast their gazes on the Vigorous Group, as well as the Su family. This behemoth that has been dominating Qingzhou for 3 generations has become inevitable to fall apart. Su Chen thought that his arrogance, with no one in sight, in the end, paid a terrible price. Back home, Qin Shui's sisters, 2 people are talking, looking at the state of Qin Shui, obviously a lot better. See Yan Xiaochen back. Qin Shui simply asked a few words. Yan Xiaochen smiled and said that all had been dealt with, and he did not vigorously group of things involved. After all, for them to come, this is a simple kidnapping case. Sister, brother-in-law. Qin Shui bit her lip and spoke. I want to go back to school. Qin Shui is still in her senior year of high school, and due to her illness and surgery, she has already missed more than a month of classes, and for her, who is facing graduation, academics is undoubtedly the most important. Great. Then after lunch, I'll take you back to school. Yan Xiaochen relaxed opening, who knows Qin Shui face a hint of difficulty, not so easy. Schwer's school regulations, long vacation cancellation, parents need to take the student to go forward to the grade director of teaching to cancel the vacation, get approval before the official resumption of school, and Schwer's director of teaching. It is said that this character and behavior. But the company has a big contract in the next 2 days, I'm afraid I can't schedule my time. Qin Shui spoke out to stop. Yan Xiaochen instantly understood and laughed. Since you don't have the time, then this matter of Schwer canceling her vacation will be left to me. Chapter 111 Cancellation of Vacation. Arriving at a rather opulent-looking neighborhood, Yan Xiaochen looked around and spoke. Are teachers' salary levels so high now? The head teacher of your school lives in such an upscale place? Hearing his words, Qin Shui's face flashed with an undisguised disgust. Humph. He's a notorious money grubber and womanizer in our school, but if you want him to do something without some favors, it's a no-go. So we can get things done with these? Yan Xiaochen looked at the 2 valuable gift boxes in his hands and frowned lightly. Qin Shui hesitated slightly and spoke. This is just pinning a vacation, there shouldn't be any problem. According to Qin Shui's guidance, came to the front of an independent 2-story villa. After ringing the doorbell, a nanny look-alike opened the door, saw Yan Xiaochen duo, frowned slightly. You are? Yan Xiaochen laughed. Hello. We're here to see Director Wang about something. Perhaps accustomed to seeing this kind of situation, the nanny scanned the 2 up and down, and when she saw that Yan Xiaochen and Qin Shui were nothing more than plainly dressed, deep in the bottom of her eyes, she flashed through a flash of undisguised contempt, and then coldly said, Wait. After saying that, without waiting for the 2 to react, he brought the door closed, shutting the 2 people out. The 2 of them glanced at each other, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of Yan Xiaochen's mouth. This director of instruction of your school, he really has a big faction. Those who know that he is just a director of teaching, those who don't know, still think that what lives in here is which big leader it is. Even a little nanny is so tough. After waiting for about 5 minutes, the door was opened again, and the nanny, still with the same icy cheeks, looked at the 2 of them with a snarky expression. Go in. Walk carefully, this is full of imported carpets. People of your status, if you step on a little bit of dirt, you can't even afford to pay for it if you're sold. You. Qin Shui raised her willow eyebrows and subconsciously was about to argue with her, while Yan Xiaochen stopped her and laughed. Good. We got it. Watching him concede, the disdain in the nanny's eyes was even 3 times more intense, and with a cold snort, she led the way in the front, and at the back, Qin Shui followed by Yan Xiaochen, whispering in a somewhat dissatisfied voice, Brother-in-law. This old woman insulted us so much, why don't you let me talk about her? Yan Xiaochen said indifferently, Schwer, haven't you heard of a saying? It's the dog's eye that sees the highs and lows. We're human beings, why, should we go and talk to a dog? Pust. Qin Shueyue laughed outright and gently blanked him, a wry smile appearing on her face. Brother-in-law, I've noticed that you've changed. Yan Xiaochen looked at her curiously. What changed? It gets worse. Under the nanny's leadership, straight to a study on the second floor, opened the door, a big-bellied fat man, sitting on a chair. The moment he saw Qin Shueyue had appeared, the fat man's eyes snapped, revealing a touch of greed-like gaze, but it was quickly covered up by him. But, still, it was keenly caught by Yan Xiaochen, his eyebrows, darkly wrinkled. Even if it was disgusting, the moment she saw Wang Chengkong, Qin Shueyue still obediently nodded her head at him, then spoke, Director Wang. Wasn't I sick and hospitalized a while ago? Now it's stabilized, so I want to get back on campus. Hearing this, Wang Chengkong laughed and joked, Shueyue, you can finally be cured. You don't know, less you this pure school flower, our school, can be less a beautiful scenery line. Hearing this, Yan Xiaochen's frown deepened. This kind of words, does it look like something that a highly respected director of instruction should say? And Wang Chengkong didn't even look at Yan Xiaochen squarely. Instead he walked over towards Qin Shueyue with a false care on his face. Shueyue, how is the body recovering? Although academics are important, the body, it comes first. Saying that, a pair of big hands full of grease touched towards Qin Shueyue. The latter immediately lost her color. At this time, Yan Xiaochen took a step out, blocked in front of him, stretched out his hand, and laughed. Hello, Director Wang, I'm Shueyue's brother-in-law, Yan Xiaochen. I've come here today, specially for her to come for the cancellation of her leave formalities. Wang Chengkong's face suddenly flashed a touch of gloom. Facing Yan Xiaochen's palm that was handed over to him, his eyes flashed a touch of thick contempt. Ignoring him for a moment, he suddenly turned back to his chair, crossed his legs and looked Yan Xiaochen up and down, suddenly raising a touch of sneer. Yan Xiaochen? I've heard of you. The soft rice king who was famous throughout Qingzhou. I've heard of your great name for a long time. Chapter 112. In his tone, there was a strong sense of mockery and disdain, and when Qin Shueyue, who was on the side, heard this, she all looked at Wang Chengkong with a furious expression on her face, and droned, Director Wang. Do you know what you're talking about? Wang Chengkong's eyes rolled back in his head and suddenly his words changed. Oh, sorry. I had a little drink at lunch, and I've got no sense of humor in this mouth. Mr. Yan, with a straight heart, I don't suppose you'd blame me, would you? Although his mouth said words of apology, his face did not have the slightest expression of apology, while Yan Xiaochen, with a slight smile, spoke, Of course not. Looking at him with a wimpy appearance, Wang Chengkong even more disdainfully snorted lightly, and then, opened his official voice, Shueyue, the matter of canceling the vacation is very simple. However, as it relates to the fact that you are in the graduating class, there are some things that I'm going to have to specifically instruct you on, as well as make it easier for you to assimilate into the class better and faster. In that case, just have your brother-in-law wait outside for a moment while I check you out of your vacation. Hearing this, Qin Shueyue's face revealed a happy smile. Really? Great. She then turned her gaze to Yan Xiaochen, who nodded at her. I'll wait for you outside. Said, walked out of the room. In the moment the door closed, Yan Xiaochen slightly turned back. From the soon-to-be-closed doorway, he clearly saw, in the bottom of Wang Chengkong's eyes, flashed a hint of conspiracy to succeed. Could I be wrong? At the nanny's insistence, Yan Xiaochen returned to the living room on the first floor, where the nanny poured a glass of water and very rudely put it in front of him, saying coldly, Wait here. I can warn you, this place is full of valuables, don't walk around and move around. In case you run into something valuable, you won't be able to afford to pay for it even if you're sold. Time passed little by little. After about 5 minutes, the more Yan Xiaochen thought about Wang Chengkong's last expression, the more wrong, sighed her listening to hear, and found that there is no sound at all upstairs. The silence is terrible. He looked up slightly and realized that the nanny, who was not far away, was secretly looking at him, and when he realized he was looking at her, he immediately put his head down and acted as if nothing had happened. Only, her Thai acting skills had instead aroused Yan Xiaochen's suspicions even more. After thinking about it, he suddenly stood up and walked towards the second floor. Hey! What are you doing? Realizing that he wanted to go upstairs, the nanny came over in a hurry and stopped him with her hands on her waist and a fierce look on her face. Didn't I tell you not to move around? Get back in your seat. Yan Xiaochen frowned slightly, and his tone, too, went ice cold. Get out of the way. Ouch. Kid. Isn't that for your face? Do you know where this is? Believe it or not, I'm. Snap. Ouch. Ignoring the nanny's nonsense, Yan Xiaochen directly slapped her heel, and then came straight to the study they had just entered, and before they could enter the door, they heard a rough gasp, and Yan Xiaochen's face chilled, and once he twisted the door of the room, he found that it had been unlocked from the inside. At that moment, the bottom of his eye steeply flashed with a fierce intent, and he very sharply raised his leg. Bang! The solid wood door was directly kicked open by him, And the scene that came into his eyes at that moment made the temperature in the entire room drop violently because of the fury that overflowed from his body. Qin Shueyu was half lying on the sofa, unconscious, not far from the ground, a cup of water that fell on the ground, soaked half of the wooden board, and Wang Chenkong, naked upper body. The moment Yan Xiaochen kicked the door in, he was standing in front of Qin Shueyu, his hands, unraveling his belt. How did you get in here? Wang Chenkong was startled at first, but when he saw that it was Yan Xiaochen now, a flash of arrogant impatience flashed across his face. Who let you in? Get the hell out of here! Yan Xiaochen ignored it and walked towards him step by step, and with every step, the fury on his body rose by 1 point. When he walked in front of Wang Chenkong, he turned his head slightly, and in his dark gaze, a deathly ghostly coldness was reflected. Wang Chenkong, on the other hand, as if he didn't know how to die, continued to clamor, "MD. Didn't you punk hear what I said? I told you to get out." This kind of coarse and vulgar language, coming from the mouth of a director of instruction, surprisingly did not feel the slightest sense of incongruity. You're looking for death, you know that? Although Yan Xiaochen's voice was light, it was thick with coldness. I seek death? Wang Chenkong suddenly laughed out loud, pointing at Yan Xiaochen's head in the air and said arrogantly, "What are you, worthy of clamoring in front of my old man? A punk who only knows how to eat soft food. I want to get rid of you. It's just like getting rid of a..." Click. Ah. Accompanied by a slight bone-breaking sound, Wang Chenkong suddenly issued a pig-like miserable scream. Yan Xiaochen looked at his face indifferently, that has become an irregular pattern of drooping fingers, coldly spoke, "Do not take the finger me. Otherwise, he'd really break." Chapter 113 Expulsion from School. How dare you? Break my fingers? Wang Chenkong looked at Yan Xiaochen incredulously, the level of shock in his heart far greater than the pain in his hand. He was the teaching director of the first key high school in Qingzhou, and he managed the most important graduating class, so he had a high position of power in this part of Qingzhou. Regardless of whether it was a high-ranking official or a rich man, as long as there was a child in the family, there was always a place where he could be useful, so even though he was just a teacher with a salary that wasn't too much, he could afford to live in such a luxurious place. Yan Xiaochen's eyes narrowed slightly as he said in a cold voice, "You should be glad that you didn't do anything of irreparable consequence to my sister. Otherwise, now, it would have been more than just a broken finger." The icy cold voice entered his ears. Wang Chenkong subconsciously shivered violently. He was a smart person. Seeing Yan Xiaochen's appearance at the moment, he very sensibly chose to keep his mouth shut. Yan Xiaochen walked to Qin Shueyu's side, leaned over and gently checked, and found that she was only slightly unconscious. It seems that it should be the cup of water just now, put in some kind of mesmerizing drug. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Wang Chenkong, his eyes full of hostility. The bestiality of a teacher who would use such underhanded tactics against a student who is still a minor is outrageous. Looking at his icy gaze, Wang Chenkong subconsciously shivered and hastily took 2 steps back, nervously saying, "What do you want? I tell you, now is a legal society. If you dare to do to me how, with my connections and road, certainly you cannot eat a pocket to go." Yan Xiaochen smiled grimly, "Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. I will make you personally pay the price you deserve for what you have done." After saying that, he intercepted and picked up Qin Shueyu, not paying any more attention to him, and walked straight out of the room. Only after Yan Xiaochen left did Wang Chenkong heave a sigh of relief, and then a fierce gaze flashed on his face. "I'll be damned, don't even look at what a thing you are. A punk, and worthy of making me pay? Dare to break my finger, I'll make you pay first." At this time, the nanny also stumbled in and carefully said, "Sir, are you okay? You're blind. Do I look like I'm fine? Why don't you call me 120? Yes, I'll hit it right away. Wait." Just as the nanny was about to make a call, Wang Chenkong suddenly spoke, "Give me the phone, I'll make a call first." Dialing a number, he spoke grimly, "Vice Principal Su, it's me, there's a matter that I need to trouble you to do." Leaving Wang Chenkong's house, the sunlight slightly shone. Qin Shueyu gently blinked her eyelids and slowly opened her eyes, in her gaze, with a gust of panic, "No. Don't." Yan Xiaochen hurriedly comforted, "Swear, it's me, it's okay. Only then did Qin Shueyu look clearly. What came into her eyes was Yan Xiaochen's gentle gaze, and at that moment, her face flushed, and then a wave of aggression suddenly roamed her heart, and her eyes instantly reddened. "Brother-in-law." Hearing her incomparably aggravated voice, the fury in Yan Xiaochen's heart became 3 times heavier, and he gently patted her back. It's all right. With brother-in-law here, everything is fine." After waiting for Qin Shueyu's emotions to calm down a bit, Yan Xiaochen asked, "This Wang Chenkong, has he always been this kind of person?" Qin Shueyue gently nodded. Everyone in the school knows that he is greedy for money and colorful, and many female classmates avoid him in normal times, but I didn't expect him to actually do this kind of thing. Does he realize that this is a crime? Yan Xiaoqin gaze slightly condensed up, said in a low voice, some people, boasts of a high position of power, do not put people without power in the eyes, but do not know, there are people outside the people, there is always, kick to the iron plate of the time off. What are you talking about, brother-in-law? Qin Shueyue raised her head in a daze. Suddenly, the phone rang. She picked up the phone, and after only a few words, her face suddenly changed. How could this happen? How could you do this? The person on the other end of the line obviously didn't explain too much to her, though, and just hung up. What's wrong? What happened? Qin Shueyue bit her lip deeply. The school called me and said that I'd been expelled from school because I missed too many days of school. But I'm not missing school. I obviously called in sick. The graduation exams are coming up soon. How am I going to take the college entrance exams if I'm expelled from school at this time? Besides, if this goes on my record, what school will dare to take me in the future? Oh, brother-in-law, what am I going to do? Yan Xiaoqian's dark gaze reflected a touch of ghostly cold. Wang Chenkong, you're looking for death. There was no need to think about it, all of this, except for Wang Chenkong, there was no one who was so capable, and had no reason, to do such a thing. Schwer, you go home first, I'll go to the school, this matter, leave it to brother-in-law. Chapter 114 Dog Eyes on People. Brother-in-law, what? Do you want? Yan Xiaoqian smiled gently, revealing his white teeth. Don't worry, brother-in-law just wants to go talk to them, and reason with them. After sending Qin Shueyue away, Yan Xiaoqian fumbled for his cell phone, dialed a phone number, and said a few words with an expressionless face. Then, hanging up the phone, he walked out of the neighborhood, came to the side of the road, stretched out his hand, and stopped a cab. The cab stopped, and a young man with a cigarette in his mouth stopped and asked in a drippy voice, where to? Northgate Street. Get in the car. Opening the backseat door, he suddenly froze, because in the back row, there was a stylishly dressed woman sitting. The driver, still waiting for him to ask, spoke up, you two are on the way, so you're pulling together. Getting on or not? I'll tell you what, it's not that great of a cab ride to be here at this hour. Yan Xiaoqian did not say anything, silently drilled into the car. The woman in the back row looked at Yan Xiaoqian, her eyebrows suddenly wrinkled, a face of disgust moved aside, and even couldn't stop fanning the tip of her nose with her hand, as if the odor on Yan Xiaoqian's body was some kind of poisonous gas in general. The driver's car skills are very dashing, shuttling back and forth between the traffic. Suddenly a sharp turn, Yan Xiaoqian grabbed the rear armrest, but the woman was unsteady, directly jumped on Yan Xiaoqian's body. Yan Xiaoqian subconsciously held her arm. The woman suddenly screamed, stinking rascal. What are you doing? Yan Xiaoqian's gaze condensed, pointing to a protruding screw on the guardrail in front of him, and said in a condensed voice, Miss, you should thank me, if I hadn't held you up, your face at this moment, I'm afraid it would be broken. Who knew that the woman would instead intensify the situation, and thank you? I think you're just a stinking hooligan. Look at your poor, sweaty, disgusting appearance. This girl tells you, I've seen a lot of people like you, living at the bottom of society, seeing a pretty girl and wanting to take advantage of her. I can tell you, this girl is not one to be messed with. Looking at her a look of overbearing, Yan Xiaoqian almost laughed out loud. Thick makeup and colorful cobbled together a fake face, and who gave you the confidence? Compared to the Qin Shueyue sisters, this appearance is simply the difference between Qin mud and clay. Taking advantage of you? What's wrong with me? Yan Xiaoqian disdained to pay attention to such a woman, who knew that the woman instead became even more energized. Humph. I poked you in the heart. No wonder the rule that cabs can only pull one person at a time is to prevent people like you. Nasty, nasty guys like you deserve to live at the bottom of the heap for the rest of your life. Yan Xiaoqian gave her a cold look. Miss, this is my first time taking a cab. The woman smiled condescendingly. Of course it's your first time to take a cab. How can someone like you have any money to take a cab? It's only worth squeezing a bus too. Yan Xiaoqian simply ignored her, and the woman cursed again for a while, perhaps feeling that it was too boring to talk alone, and then made a phone call. Xiaolia, you know what? I met a smelly hooligan today, he even took advantage of me in the cab, it's really disgusting. Yeah. Nowadays there are just too many of these people at the bottom of society and with dirty minds. By the way, what happened to that Mercedes-Benz driving guy you said you'd introduce me to? What? 50-something and old, ugly, and bald? It doesn't matter, as long as I get to sit in a Mercedes, even if I marry a mummy, I'll do it. I've had enough of being poor. Saying that, she glanced at Yan Xiaochen beside her and suddenly pulled up her tone. If I find a useless bottom-feeding loser who still takes advantage of people in cabs as a husband, then I might as well die. Hanging up the phone, he suddenly realized that Yan Xiaochen's gaze skimmed slightly towards his side, and immediately added sarcastically, "What are you looking at? I'm afraid a poor boy like you can't afford to ride a Mercedes-Benz for the rest of your life." The words landed, the speed of the cab suddenly slowed down. The woman asked curiously, "Master, why don't you go?" The driver also lost his previous flowing look and looked grave. "You can't see a row of Rolls-Royce in front of us, all with their doors open on the side of the road. This road is already narrow. If I accidentally scratch one of them, I can't afford to pay for it even if I sell it." The woman poked her head out, and sure enough, no less than 10 less lined up in a row. The golden standing man's small mark is exceptionally dazzling. A dozen big men in black suits stood by the roadside, as if waiting for someone's appearance. The woman looked on with envy. "Hey, it's good to be rich. I'd be willing to live 10 years less if I could ride in one of these." "Stop the car." Suddenly, Yan Xiaochen spoke faintly. "Stinking rascal. What are you doing?" The woman glanced at him, her tone was thick with sarcasm. "People are making such a big row, they must be waiting for some big shot. If you go on like this, aren't you afraid of clashing with them? A big shot at this level, if you offend someone, it won't be as simple as my mom scolding you." Yan Xiaochen directly ignored her and opened the car door. The waiting Han Jinyu's eyes lit up, and a dozen or so people walked up to Yan Xiaochen and bowed at the same time, neatly. "See you, Yan Jun. President Shang has already instructed, whatever your orders are, my subordinates will fully cooperate." The cab driver froze, while the woman who had just been sarcastic to Yan Xiaochen directly had her mouth so wide open that she could barely fit an egg in it. Yan Xiaochen slowly walked towards a Rolls-Royce. The president of the Qingzhou branch of the Zhouzhou Tongtrade Han Jinyu personally opened the door for him. The fleet of vehicles drove away, passing through the cab, suddenly stopped. The window slowly rolled down. Sitting in the car, Yan Xiaochen to the mouth has not yet been closed to the woman, suddenly smiled faintly. "You have a sentence that is very right. I really did not sit in the Mercedes-Benz. Because that class doesn't deserve my seat." The window rose. The woman was full of shame. "Hate to find a crack in the ground, thought she was superior. It turned out to be the most humble frog at the bottom of the well." In the car, Yan Xiaochen spoke faintly to Han Jinyu, who had a respectful face next to him. "Have you done all the things you were told?" Chapter 115. Hello again. Han Jinyu responded respectfully, "Your Majesty, according to your orders, everything has been done." At this moment, the entrance of the first secondary school in Qingzhou can be described as hot and heavy. All levels of school leaders who are difficult to see a weekday, now all gathered in front of the school, and even time as the life of senior high school students, along with the school students are listed in the 2 rows, dressed neatly, as if to welcome what an important person in general. And countless journalists who heard the news, but also early set up long guns and short cannons, quietly waiting. "Old Su, is this true or not? Why is it so sudden?" An ordinary Passat screeched to a halt in front of the school, and from inside the car, a chubby figure walked down quickly. It was the director of instruction for the senior class, Wang Chengkong. Su Pengfei, who was about the same size as Wang Chengkong, nodded solemnly at Wang Chengkong. "Of course it's true. Can't you see that even the reporters have come in such numbers? Hurry up and come over. Wait, there's a lot of leaders from the city coming over too." Wang Chengkong loosened his tie, took a deep breath, and said with a disgruntled face, "MD. This is too good at rushing, right? And it's at this juncture, how can this make me see people?" At this time, Su Pengfei noticed Wang Qingkong's fingers wrapped in thick gauze, and frowned. How did it happen? A flash of hostility flashed across Wang Qingkong's face. "Don't ing mention it. A parent of a student who doesn't know how to die messed it up. By the way, how are you doing with what I asked you to do?" Su Pengfei and Wang Chengkong is a raccoon of the same hill, heard his words, a slight frown, and then slowly nodded. "Do as done. But the old Wang this Qin Shuiwei in our school, not only is the school flower, extremely prestigious, and academic performance has always been out of the ordinary, which suddenly gave her a truancy to drop out of school in the name of the I'm afraid that once the rumor spreads, it is not easy to end up." While Wang Chengkong's face flashed with disdain, "What are you afraid of? Inside the entire school, who dares to go against the 2 of us? That bunch of students, scared and intimidated, not one of them dares to go out and say half a word. Isn't that punk brother-in-law of Qin Shuiyu as awesome? Then I'll withdraw her from school and make her brother-in-law kneel in front of me and beg for forgiveness. Plus." Suddenly, a lewd expression flashed across his face, and he came up to Su Pengfei, whispering, "This Qin Shuiyu is the school flower, don't you have a heartbeat? This time, with that reason as a threat, are you still afraid she won't behave? I heard that this Qin Shuiyu also has a twin sister, but also the length of the country. When the time comes, we brothers too to a sister flower, hey. That is not even more pleasurable? Hearing Wang Chenkong say this, Su Pengfei's lewd little eyes suddenly burst out with a flash of brilliance. The only flash of worry under the control of desire was also thrown out of his mind, nodding his head and echoing, "You're right, with our status, who dares to fight against us in the entire school?" Jie, I'm a little impatient now, want to taste this pure schoolgirl, in the end what is the flavor? Vice Principal Su, Director Wang. At this time, a voice rang out, and the duo turned around, their faces hurriedly revealing a touch of respect to Headmaster. The principal of the first middle school was an old man who was over 70 years old, with a curmudgeonly reading face, only to see him speak to the two of them. I'm sure the two of you have heard about it as well. KCI has made a large capital infusion to acquire our school, and this funding, for our school, is critical. As you all know, our school is only a key middle school in Qingzhou City right now. If we have this injection of funds, we will be able to purchase more teaching equipment and hire even better teaching resources, and by that time, it's entirely possible that we'll have the qualifications to hit the provincial key middle school. The ones coming this time are the executives of the Kyushu Tongtong Trade Group. I'm not good at socializing in this kind of social occasion, so when the VIPs come, I'll rely on you too. The two nodded excitedly. What the large amount of money into the bet represents that they can be more unscrupulous to enrich themselves and make a fortune. Don't worry, Principal, leave this matter to us, there will be no problem. The two swore their assurances. At this time, I do not know who shouted it came. The reporter's camera immediately transferred to the side of the road, looking at not far away from the slowly approaching dozens of Rolls-Royce. Su Pengfei and Wang Chenkong faces smiled into a flower. Look at the gesture, it seems to be not lack of money the lord of. They secretly made up their minds that they would definitely perform well later, as long as they could facilitate this cooperation, then they could definitely earn a lot of money. The vehicle slowly stopped at the school's entrance, the door opened, and the two took the lead in welcoming them with a smile on their faces. Welcome, welcome. On behalf of the whole school teachers and students, I welcome all the leaders of the same trade in Kyushu, come to visit and investigate. After 3 seconds of slight silence, a foot, the first to step out of the car door, then, looking at Wang Chenkong, whose smile was obviously frozen on his face, Yan Xiaochen smiled leisurely. Director Wang, let's meet again. Chapter 116, Paying the Price in Person. You. How are you? At this moment, the expression on Wang Chenkong's face looked like he had seen a ghost. How could he not have imagined that the so-called most honorable guest of honor would be Yan? Even if you want to make me lose my reputation, do you have proof? Don't forget, Jin Shueyue is still under my hand. If you want her to graduate peacefully, then you have to listen to me. Threatening plus intimidating tone, Yan Xiaochen gently nodded. What you said sounds reasonable. Hearing Yan Xiaochen's voice, Wang Chenkong thought that he had compromised, and immediately sneered. Yan Xiaochen, you're a smart person, you know how to make the right choice. Since you can represent the Kyushu Tong Trade to talk about cooperation, I think the position is not very low. You can rest assured that we are not fighting, as long as we reach a cooperation. Once this investment is in hand, I will definitely not treat you poorly. The smile on Yan Xiaochen's face grew even wider. Really? Then I really have to thank Director Wang. Wang Chenkong laughed and implicitly patted his shoulder, then said loudly, Mr. Yan, it's really been a long time. I didn't think that the partner this time would be you. It seems that it's really our destiny. The corner of Yan Xiaochen's mouth lifted into a cold smile. That's right, it's really fate. In that case, let's seize the time and discuss the specifics of our cooperation. Seeing Yan Xiaochen is so sensible, Wang Chenkong also smiled. We'll welcome him to the podium on the square above, has long been arranged for the signing ceremony, separate seats. Wang Chenkong can't wait to open his mouth. Mr. Yan, you see the contract has been prepared, we are not ready to sign? No wonder he was in a hurry. As soon as Yan Xiaochen signed this word, the payment of $50 million from the Kyushu Tongtong Trade would be credited to the school. 50 million. That's $50 million. As long as it went through his hands, he could, at the very least, skim off $10 million unnoticed. Who knows? Yan Xiaochen held the pen in his hand and rushed at him with a sudden smile. Director Wang, aren't you still almost something? Wang Chenkong froze, and Yan Xiaochen winked at him. After all, this $50 million invested in your school, always let us know that this money, where it's all spent, isn't it? Wang Chenkong slapped his head. Look at my memory, right. I'll show you right away. Said, took out a U-disc inserted into the computer. U-disc, it is on the school of the 50 million of a planning to utilize the demonstration video, with the front of the soothing music sounded, began to play a long time ago to produce good content. Just when the video was halfway through, all of a sudden, Yan Xiaochen looked at Wang Chenkong and smiled mysteriously at him. Director Wang, do you still remember what I said in the morning? Wang Chenkong was suddenly stunned by the question and subconsciously asked, what words? The corner of Yan Xiaochen's mouth raised a cold smile. As I said, everything you do, you personally have to pay the due price. The words landed, the video that was originally playing, suddenly the picture turned, instantly switching to a hidden room within a hidden room. The two people's conversation then rang out. Director Wang, I'd like to ask you to take more care of my child's matter. Oh, Boss Lee is polite, as long as the money is in place, everything is fine. Isn't it just the key class? This is the test paper for tomorrow's key class test. Remember, just let Li Gang answer a passing grade, don't answer a perfect score, otherwise, it'll be too easy to reveal the cloven foot. The image then shifted, and two figures clearly appeared in the picture. On the desk, a pile of thick banknotes, especially conspicuous, and received the money of a person. Hooray, it is for the teacher Wang Chenkong, Director Wang. Snap. The field was full of silence, the pen in Wang Chenkong's hand fell to the ground, and the playground of thousands of people was clearly audible. Chapter 117, The Doomed End. Seeing this scene, Wang Chenkong swished and stood up, his face full of cold sweat, holding the remote control in his hand and trying to close the screen, but no matter how he pressed it, the video didn't move, as if it wasn't under his control. In his anger, he slammed the remote control in his hand on the floor and rushed to the front of the screen, waving his arms and legs. Don't look. Don't even look. It's not real. Forgeries. These are forgeries. Originally thought it was just going through the motions of the major journalists. Seeing this scene, instantly as if playing chicken blood, one immediately came to the spirit. A long shot, a wild shot at the video behind it. The head teacher of a senior high school took a bribe and opened the back door for the candidates privately. A burst of white light flashed in front of Wang Chenkong's eyes, and after a few minutes of jumping around like a clown, he ended up powerlessly paralyzed on the ground, accepting reality. Did you do all this? Wang Chenkong mechanically threw his gaze at Yan Xiaochen. How could he not understand? When doing these things, it was clear that he had personally chosen the place. Why would he suffer from clandestine photography? And, moreover, it had fallen into Yan Xiaochen's hands. If you want people to not know, unless you don't do it. Director Wang, you should have thought that sooner or later, there would be such a day. Yan Xiaochen said indifferently. Wang Chenkong gritted his teeth and looked at him, saying angrily, "You're ruthless enough. Yan Xiaochen, do you know what you have done? You've ruined my fortune and my future." Wang Chenkong's eyes carried a thick killing intent. "I'm going to kill you." "Just you?" "Humph." Wang Chenkong snorted coldly. "I admit the matter of receiving black money, the big deal is that I won't do this teaching director." "So what?" "Yan Xiaochen, Wang Chenkong, haven't been mixing in Qingzhou for decades for nothing. Just you wait, for my fiercest revenge next." The corner of Yan Xiaochen's mouth gently raised an arc. "Revenge, I'm afraid, you don't have a chance." After saying that, the picture style in the video turned, and suddenly turned into a picture of Wang Chenkong molesting a girl. Although the girls' faces were specially treated, everyone could see that in this short video of less than 5 minutes, the female students that Wang Chenkong molested were definitely no less than 10 people. Once this video was played, everyone, all of them, were stunned. If accepting a bribe is still a thing that everyone can barely accept, then the scene shown in the video right now has undoubtedly touched the bottom line of countless people's hearts. That's one little princess who hasn't even reached adulthood yet and is treated like a treasure in everyone's family. However, under Wang Chenkong's silver might, each one of them shivered and allowed themselves to be bullied, and the pairs of eyes filled with fear and helplessness deeply shook everyone's heart. When he saw the scene, Wang Chenkong's face swished white, and his body couldn't stop trembling like a lightning strike. How did this happen? Wang Chenkong. At this time, Yan Xiaochen suddenly stood up, condescending and righteously pointing at him. "What else do you have to say now? These crimes you have committed are a waste of time to be a nurturer." Like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, it exploded steeply. And at this time, the silent playground, suddenly a female student stood out, although her face was full of tear stains, but incomparably firm. "I report, senior class teaching director Wang Chenkong, private illegal bullying against me." With the first to start, behind one after another, someone else stood out, looking at the no less than 10 girls who raised their hands, even those who have always been indifferent to the reporter, also all angry. One by one, the cameras, without stinting, all landed on Wang Chenkong's body. Exposure. Resolutely make this scum accept the condemnation of society. We're going to follow this to the end, and we will never let this beast escape the law. This kind of scum only deserves to lose his name. At this time, a police car drove into the school. A few police officers stepped out of the car, came to the front of the stage, took out cold handcuffs, put them on the hands of Wang Chenkong, who was already paralyzed, and said righteously, "Wang Chenkong, you're under arrest. Yan Xiaochen gently glanced at Su Pengfei, who was trembling on the side, and the corner of his mouth suddenly hooked slightly as he softly said, "Vice Principal Su, aren't you going to say anything?" Su Pengfei's body went limp and he closed his eyes in despair. I account for. He was in cahoots with Wang Chengkong, so he naturally knew that what was presented in the video, how secretive they had made it, but even so, it was still easily turned over, and that could only prove one thing. This man was too powerful, so powerful that he could, in an instant, leave himself with nothing. When Wang Chengkong walked past Yan Xiaochen looked down on him with a haughty posture. The moment Wang Chengkong laid his hands on Qin Shuiyu, in Yan Xiaochen's mind, he was already a dead man. But how is it more interesting to take his life directly than to make him lose his reputation and live a life worse than death in full view of the public like this? At the moment of offending Yan Xiaochen, Wang Chengkong has been doomed to this tragic end. Chapter 118 Brother-in-law invites you to a big meal. With such a big scandal, the entire education session in Qingzhou was shaken up fiercely. As for Qin Shuiyu, who returned home, after receiving a call from the principal to personally make amends and apologize, a pair of watery eyes looked at Yan Xiaochen, who had a smiling face on the side, and her face was filled with strong incredulity. "Brother-in-law, how did you do it?" Yan Xiaochen spread his hands in a very pretentious manner and made a gesture of indifference. "This little matter is easy for brother-in-law." "Aha! Sister-in-law! I love you so much. I can finally go to school again." Qin Shuiyue's face immediately showed a burst of excitement. Then when Yan Xiaochen was caught off guard, she jumped violently and directly jumped onto Yan Xiaochen's body. Soft fragrance into the arms, full of youthful vigor of the girl's breath. I have to say, Qin Shuiyue and her sister, born to be the beauty of the sunken fish and geese, 18 years old, delicate body, the skinny place thin, the fat place fat, especially filled in the mouth and nose between the young girl's aroma, but also Yan Xiaochen some men primitive impulses. Suddenly, the excited Qin Shuiyu blushed, then got down from Yan Xiaochen's body. A cheek, like a reddish apple, looked at Yan Xiaochen, between her eyebrows, with a touch of shy craftiness, and rushed to Yan Xiaochen, playfully hummed softly, "Brother-in-law, you're very dishonest, oh." Yan Xiaochen almost fell head over heels. "I'm not honest? I'm a normal man, too. It would be bad if I didn't react at all." However, Yan Xiaochen's heart can't help but flash through three black lines. Nowadays the odds are so open. His sister-in-law, such an innocent schoolgirl, would molest a man? Looking at Yan Xiaochen's embarrassed expression, Qin Shuiyu couldn't help but snort out a laugh, and was about to continue poking fun at him for a few more moments, when all of a sudden, the phone rang. "Hey, Cheryl." On the other end of the phone, a light-hearted girl rang out at once. "I heard that you recovered and were discharged from the hospital and that you're resuming classes tomorrow, so congratulations. On such a big day, it shouldn't be a problem to treat us old classmates who have been missing you to a meal to show our appreciation, right?" Qin Shuiyu opened her mouth. Before she could speak, the person on the other end of the phone quickly said again, "It's a deal. Tonight, let's set it at the Purple Bamboo Forest Hotel owned by Manhwa's uncle's family. I'll see you at 7. After saying that, without waiting for Qin Shuiyu to agree, she directly hung up the phone. Yan Xiaochen raised an eyebrow and spoke, "What's wrong? Your friend?" Qin Shuiyu stomped her foot, a flash of exasperation flashing across her face. "What friends? It's just a bunch of guys who love to take advantage of small advantages. I never saw a word of condolence from them when I was sick, and here I am just out of the hospital, and they all jump out and ask me to treat them. What kind of people are they? In that case, just ignore them." Qin Shuiyu instantly frowned. "It won't work. If I ignore them, when I go back to school, they will definitely wantonly tarnish my reputation. You don't know, all the things they say can be hard to hear. They can even make people cry. Then it's on the house, it's just a meal, just to shut their mouths." "You say that lightly." Qin Shuiyu raised her head and looked at Yan Xiaochen. "Do you know what class the Purple Bamboo Forest Hotel is? A casual meal there would cost over $1,000 per person, and if a dozen of them came, it would cost tens of thousands of dollars. Where would I get that much money?" Saying that, Qin Shuiyu's little face wrinkled up as she said very seriously, "Sister has already spent a lot of money in order to treat me, and even though the company is getting better and better now, and isn't really short of money, I can't spend money so indiscriminately. Forget it. Big deal, just let them be corrupted." Looking at Qin Shuiyu's face that was so well behaved and understanding, Yan Xiaochen gently nodded his head before suddenly speaking, "By the way, little Schwer was discharged from the hospital after a major illness, and brother-in-law hasn't shown anything yet. Why don't we take this opportunity today, brother-in-law, to give little Schwer a gift to celebrate your recovery from a serious illness, okay?" Girls may be born to like surprises. Hearing Yen Xiaochen say this, she was instantly attracted to him, staring with two big watery eyes, asking in a delicate voice, "Brother-in-law, what kind of gift?" Yen Xiaochen smiled mysteriously, "Brother-in-law treats you to a big meal." Chapter 119, Can't Go Away. As the sun set in the west, looking up at the signboard of the splendid purple bamboo forest hotel in front of her, Qin Shueiyue gently gulped and spoke, "Brother-in-law, the big meal you said you're going to treat me to, it's not going to be here, is it?" Yen Xiaochen spoke leisurely, "Why, doesn't little Schwer like it?" "Stop it, brother-in-law." Qin Shueiyue pulled Yen Xiaochen's arm and was about to walk out. "This kind of place is too expensive, we'd better eat somewhere else, that Lanzhao ramen next door is quite good, and there are free pickles to eat." "Just buy me ramen, brother-in-law." Yen Xiaochen pulled Qin Shueiyue and said with a teasing face, "What, are you afraid that brother-in-law can't afford to hire you and mortgage you?" "Who knows?" Qin Shueiyue actually nodded her head in a serious manner. "Brother-in-law, how do you know what's in my heart?" On Yen Xiaochen's face, 3 black lines immediately flashed, pointing at himself. "In your mind, is brother-in-law such a person?" "Who knows?" Qin Shueiyue looked straight at him. "Brother-in-law, do you have money?" Yen Xiaochen shook his head and said honestly, "No." "What are you going to buy me dinner with no money?" Qin Shueiyue said without a trace of anger. "I'm broke, but it's on the house." "Really?" Qin Shueiyue looked at Yen Xiaochen with skepticism. "Of course it's true, when have I ever lied to sweet little Cher?" "It's about time, wait a little longer, your gang of classmates, they're all coming." Hearing Yen Xiaochen such an affirmative answer, Qin Shueiyue's eyes suddenly released a flash of brilliance. She was a little girl after all, since she didn't have to spend her own money and could still eat and drink a lot, then why not? "Really? That's great. Today, I'm going to eat enough." The duo walked into the hall, men and women in suits, people coming and going. Although the spending here wasn't low, it was clear that there were rich people, more of them. Just as they were looking around, a discordant voice suddenly came to mind, "I'm sorry, you two, we're not hiring waiters here right now." Yen Xiaochen frowned slightly and looked up as a middle-aged man in a suit with a slightly impatient face said to them. Yen Xiaochen noticed that on the work tag on his chest, the words lobby manager were written. "We're here to eat, not apply for a waitress job." "Dinner?" The lobby manager looked around the two people from top to bottom. Although the girl was very pretty, the man looked like a poor man. Thinking of this, he smiled disdainfully and waved his hand. Get out, two poor people, don't make trouble here." "I repeat, we are here to eat. Please make a place for us." Yen Xiaochen's voice, unable to help it, had a bit of a chill to it. "Boy." The lobby manager glanced aside at Qin Shueiyue beside him with a hint of a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. Picking up a girl is enough of a downer. But here, it's not a place where you can play be. Do you know how much a meal here costs? Do you know how much a bottle of red wine here costs? Poor people like you can't afford to spend money in a place like this for the rest of your lives. Get out before I get mad." "Hey! How do you talk?" Qin Shueiyue immediately thrust her hands on her waist and looked at the manager. "Have you ever treated a guest like this?" Qin Shueiyue already belonged to the category of pure beauty. Plus she had lived on campus for a long time and hadn't gone through the pollution of society, so at the moment, she looked pure and incomparable. The lobby manager looked at her with a smirk. "Little girl, so pretty, why do you need to follow such a poor boy to suffer? I'll look at you as not yet out of school student girl, to society will know, school love, is not. Seeing as you're so cute looking, should uncle introduce you to some rich big bosses? Just for the fact that you look so well behaved and innocent, you don't have to do anything to ensure that your monthly pocket money is not less than tens of thousands of dollars. You." Listening to the filthy words in his mouth, Qin Shueiyue stomped her foot fiercely and pulled Yen Xiaochen. "Brother-in-law, let's go. Not eating here anymore." Yen Xiaochen didn't speak, slightly raising his head, and within his gaze, a ghostly chill flickered. Not far away, there happened to be an exquisite wine cabinet, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly as he walked straight over to it. "Hey, kid, what are you doing? Don't move, the wine in here is expensive." Yen Xiaochen's hand gently stroked over a bottle of exquisite red wine, and finally, stopped at a bottle in the center. Wine placed in the doorway display rack, absolutely extraordinary. As Yen Xiaochen hands holding this bottle, he gently shook, said softly, 1960s Romane Conti, the market price of $100,000 from the Burgundy production area of the village of Romane, each year, only 500 bottles of the years applicable to the handover to China, can be said to be the wine in the aristocrat. "Kid, what's the use of knowing a lot? A poor guy like you can't afford to drink this kind of red wine in your life, you put it down." Yen Xiaochen sighed softly in his heart. and suddenly raised his head, looking at the lobby manager with a hint of sarcasm, his lips and teeth opening and closing. Can't afford to drink it? 3 years ago, this kind of wine was only worthy of gargling for me. Snap. The wine bottle shattered in response to the sound. That lobby manager didn't even hear what Yin Xiaochen said. His heart, along with the wine bottle shattering with a click, also sank to the bottom. Watching the crimson wine juice flow unchecked, the lobby manager's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Snap. With the sound of clapping, several big and thick security guards immediately surrounded the lobby manager's icy voice resounded in his ears. Kid, this time, you want to go, but also cannot go. Chapter 120 Can't afford it. Qin Shueyue's face suddenly changed greatly. She pulled Yin Xiaochen's hand, her face a little pale. Sister. Brother-in-law, how did you break other people's wine? Looking at the scarlet red all over the floor, she said to the lobby manager with endless apologies on her face, I'm sorry, I accidentally broke your red wine. How much is it? We'll pay for it. Compensation? What are you two poor bastards going to pay for? The lobby manager's veins popped out on his forehead. This bottle of wine, even if you were sold, you wouldn't be able to pay for it. Lock them up and make their families pay for them. Yin Xiaochun, however, looked at him coldly. You still want to detain us? So what if I detain you? Do you know whose hotel this is? I'm telling you, if you don't pay up, I'm not only going to detain you, I'm going to beat you up. Brother-in-law, what do we do? Otherwise, let's call my sister. Qin Shueyue was ultimately a little girl, and at this moment, in the face of this situation, her delicate body was trembling slightly. No, later, someone will pay for us. Yin Xiaochen's voice was very calm, facing almost $1 million in compensation as if it had nothing to do with him. Count on your kids' good sense, tell your family to bring their real estate license and everything. How much money can a poor guy like you have? Oomph. Time passed bit by bit. Just when the lobby manager was getting impatient, bam, the door of the hotel was directly slammed open. A line of people rushed in. The head of a man, fat head, perhaps there is something important. The tie is not tied, half bald on the Mediterranean Sea, densely covered with sweat. Mr. Huan? What brings you here? Seeing the person coming, the lobby manager froze, and then replaced it with a doggy-like smile. The visitor was none other than the owner of this purple bamboo forest hotel, Huang Shangren. Huang Shangren deeply gasped a few mouthfuls of rough air. His eyes began to scan, then fixed on Yin Xiaochen and Qin Shueyu's body, pressing no attention to the lobby manager, cautiously came forward and asked, Dare I ask if you are Mr. Yin? Yin Xiaochen gently nodded. That's right. Mr. Yin. Why didn't you say hello in advance when you came here to eat? After determining his identity, Huang Shangren was immediately more enthusiastic than seeing his own father, patted his chest and said, Mr. Xiang, what do you want to eat today? You can order whatever you want, I'll count on me. A smirk appeared on Yin Xiaochen's face, pointing to the ground. Eat, don't get busy first, this lobby manager of yours is still waiting for me to sell my house to compensate for the wine money. Huang Shangren frowned and twisted his head, his face suddenly grimacing. What's going on? Lobby manager now completely panicked, legs and stomach cannot help but shiver. Do their line of work, the most adept at recognizing people, although he does not know what Yin Xiaochen's identity, but the identity of their own big boss, but it is clear. In the entire Qingzhou city, it is also considered to be a number of characters. Can he be an ordinary person who can make him come personally and nod his head like a grandson? It's over. It's over. It's completely over. Thinking about his attitude towards Yin Xiaochen now, the lobby manager instantly felt that the entire immediate future. Only then did Yin Xiaochen nod his head in satisfaction and said to Qin Shueyue, let's go, there's a treat in store for you, whatever you want to eat, just order. Jogging all the way to send the two to leave, Huang Shangren this is a deep sigh of relief, looking at the lobby manager still paralyzed on the ground. The gas is not a place to come, ruthlessly kicked a foot over, MD. This kick seemed to have kicked the lobby manager over the edge. His heart crossed, as if he was undeterred. He asked, Mr. Huang, I've offended someone I shouldn't have offended, I admit it. But can I be allowed to die knowing that this one? What kind of immortal is this one? Huang Shangren glanced meaningfully at the corridor where the duo had left and said quietly, which way is this immortal? I don't know which way's fairy this is either. Do you know why I suddenly appeared? Why? Because that is she and Mr. Han before and after not less than a minute at the same time call me a phone, not to mention a bottle of wine, or this is the one to tear down my hotel, I have to compensate for the smile to say good. After hearing this, the lobby manager was directly dumbfounded. He didn't know Yin Xiaochen's identity, but he knew what the two people Huang Shangren was talking about were. The underground king of Qingzhou, Wang Hushi. Qingzhou's newest richest man, chairman of the board of directors of Zhozhou Tongtrade, Han Zhenyu. Now, what he had kicked himself in the face was not just an iron plate, but a titanium wall. Wanting to dream to the most luxurious private room of the Purple Bamboo Forest Hotel, Qin Shuiyue only reacted and looked at Yen Xiaochun with some incredulity. Brother-in-law, that bottle of wine, wasn't it you who broke it? Who knew that Yen Xiaochun didn't even blink his eyes and said with a calm face, "No, you're looking at it wrong." But I clearly. Just when Qin Shuiyue still wanted to argue, the phone suddenly rang, and after connecting, a condescending voice sounded over there. "Schwer, we're here, have you booked a private room yet? By the way, don't tell us that tonight, you're going to miss your date." Chapter 121 Students of Reality. After all, she was a little girl. Hearing the other parties say this, Qin Shuiyue instantly responded with some reluctance, "How could I possibly break my appointment? I've already booked a box at the Peony Hall of the Purple Bamboo Forest Hotel, so you guys just come on in." Peony Hall? The voice over there sharpened, and in its tone, it was filled with endless mockery. "Schwera, we've been friends for so many years, what conditions of yours don't a few of us know? The Peony Hall is the highest specification box in the Purple Bamboo Grove Hotel. Usually even if you have the money, you can't get it. How dare you say that you will arrange for it to be in the Peony Room? What a joke." Qin Shuiyue instantly became a bit angry. "I'm not joking. You guys love to believe it or not. Humph. We're in the hotel lobby right now, so if you're really booked in the Peony Room, come down and get us up here yourself." "Good. I'll get you guys." Subsequently, Qin Shuiyue hung up the phone and jogged down, and not long after, the door to the room opened again, and behind Qin Shuiyue, followed by 3 girls, walked in. It looked like they were of a similar age to Qin Shuiyue, but each of them was dressed up in flowers and heavy makeup, not the slightest bit of a student's appearance, but rather a lot more of a windswept atmosphere. As soon as the 3 girls came in and looked at the Peony Hall's glorious dress, their eyes instantly lit up, their shocked tones carrying endless envy. "Wow! Schwer, you really booked Peony Hall? No way, no way. I'm going to take a picture and send it to my friends to show it off. Cher, booking this room, well, quite a lot of money, right? Where did you get so much money?" At this time, a girl suddenly opened her mouth and asked. Qin Shuiyue nudged her mouth towards Yen Xiaochen, with undisguised smugness in her eyes, and spoke, "Of course there's payment." The 3 girls' gazes coincidentally looked towards Yen Xiaochen, and their eyes immediately released a flash of light. Then, with the fastest speed possible, the 3 girls instantly gathered to Yen Xiaochen's side. "Brother, you're so handsome. Little brother, let's add a friend, okay? Little brother, I'm only 18 this year, do I look pretty to you? Do you have a girlfriend? Otherwise, I'll be your girlfriend." The bold and unrestrained teasing caused 3 black lines to flash across Yen Xiaochen's face all of a sudden. Are all students these days so spirited? These 3 girls, although they are still students, but often in and out of social places, but the vision is very poisonous. Although Yen Xiaochen is dressed very cheap, but can afford to book the Peony Hall, which is not rich and powerful? Besides, the rich people in the society nowadays, but they are very low profile. Maybe Yen Xiaochen is deliberately this plain dress? In the hearts of the 3 girls, they already regarded Yen Xiaochen as a diamond bachelor. Seeing this scene, Qin Shuiyue instantly became angry and shouted out, "Hey! What are you guys doing? Let go of my brother-in-law." Brother-in-law? Hearing this name, the 3 girls immediately froze and looked at Qin Shuiyue with some surprise. As far as they knew, Qin Shuiyue's brother-in-law, wasn't he a door-to-door son-in-law? How can a powerless door-to-door loser afford to book the Peony Hall? Schwer, you can't be saying that on purpose because you're afraid we'll steal it from you. One of the girls bristled. "Don't we know what kind of goods your brother-in-law is? And look at this handsome man, handsome and temperamental, simply my male idol, and also the kind of waist like your brother-in-law can be compared to?" That's right, little brother, I can tell you, don't look at Qin Shuiyue's pretty face, but she doesn't know anything, or else, I'll be your girlfriend, I know a lot. Just when one of them couldn't wait to bind themselves to Yen Xiaochen, the door of the room suddenly pushed open, and a young man's voice, surprised, rang out, "Xiaoyu, Mumu, why are you here?" Meng Hao? The man who came, who was also their classmate, was called Meng Hao, and this Purple Bamboo Forest Hotel was opened by Meng Hao's uncle. And as Meng Hao pushed his way in, his gaze fell directly on Yen Xiaochen, who was sitting in a chair, and his gaze sank. "Who are you? Who told you to sit here? Get up!" Meng Hao. "How do you talk?" The girl called Xiaoyu immediately said angrily, "This is the big shot who booked the Peony Hall, can you afford to offend him? Book the Peony Room?" Meng Hao snorted disdainfully, "Xiaoyu, don't be fooled. There are no reservations at all for the Peony Hall today. What? A couple of the girls were taken aback. As you all know, this is my uncle's hotel. I've been working in the hotel for a while now. When I'm not in school, the peony hall is the most expensive box in the Zizhu forest. Anyone who can eat here is a big shot, and if you want to eat here, you have to make a reservation ahead of time, and if you don't have enough gear, even if you have the money, you can still settle for the peony hall. But today, the front desk of the hotel didn't receive any notification of the reservation at all. That means there won't be any guests at all in the peony hall today. What? Upon hearing Meng Hao's categorical words, the three girls froze, while Meng Hao, his gaze fixed, looked toward Yin Xiaochun with deep contempt in his tone. Kid, you didn't, by any chance, sneak in, did you? Chapter 122 Contrast. Sneaking in? Seeing that Yin Xiaochun didn't react in the slightest, Meng Hao became even more certain of his suspicions. That's right, you must have snuck in. The peony hall doesn't even have waiters here on weekdays except to receive big shots. You knew there were no reservations at the peony room today, so you snuck in when no one was looking. After hearing this, the three girls, in an instant, left Yin Xiaochun more than 2 meters away, and the original fawning in the eyes of each one of them suddenly turned into endless disgust. You really can't be Qin Shuiyue's punk brother-in-law, right? I said, why do you look like a thief? You don't look like a good thing. That's it. A punk with no money and no power. What kind of big money is he pretending to be here? He doesn't even look at what he looks like. It's really disgusting. The sarcasm now, in contrast to the compliments earlier, was unmistakably realistic. Schwerer. If you don't have money, just tell us, we've been classmates for so many years, we won't laugh at you. Sneaking into someone's box and pretending to be a big spender, what's the difference between that and stealing? Yes, this is a thief. An unceremonious cry of condemnation caused Qin Shuiyue to instantly redden her eyes and exclaimed, we didn't steal it. This is the box we've booked. Going to keep the show going? One of the girls was nonchalantly sarcastic. Didn't you hear what someone else, Meng Hao, said? The rooms here are specially prepared for those big shots. Even if you have the money, you can't necessarily book one. What is your brother-in-law, not to mention booking a room? He doesn't even have the qualifications to enter this room. Meng Hao, on the other hand, looked at Yin Xiaochun with a condescending expression. Hey. Says you. Why don't you get the hell out of here? Finally, Yin Xiaochun had an expression on his face as he frowned slightly. Said enough? Say enough and you can go out. Don't you know that noise? It's very appetizing. What? Don't you dare say we're down on our appetites? Meng Hao instantly screamed and looked at Yin Xiaochun with an unkind gaze. You think you're really some kind of big shot just by sitting there? Let me tell you, poor trash like you will never know how high and mighty our kind of class is. Meng Hao. You've had enough. Unable to stand the insults in Meng Hao's words, Qin Shuiyue, who was on the side, rushed at Yin Xiaochun and spoke, brother-in-law, since we're not welcome here, we'll just leave. Just as she turned to leave, Meng Hao suddenly reached out and stopped her, looking at her petite body with a hint of greed flickering in his gaze. Schwer, trash just isn't welcome here, but if it were you, I'd still welcome it. With my face, treating you to a meal at the peony hall is still a piece of cake. Saying that, a trace of thick condescension flashed in his eyes. Who knows, Qin Shuiyue coldly glanced at him. There's no need. We're a small family, we can't afford to climb. Being rejected outright, Meng Hao's face, at once, became a bit untenable, and his face, too, pulled down. Qin Shuiyue, lousy invited you to eat here for the sake of looking good, don't give me the face to do so. You. Qin Shuiyue gave him an indignant look, then flung her sleeves. Brother-in-law, let's go. Leave? You can leave if you want to, but this punk has sullied the badlands of Peony Hall, so if you want to leave, I'll give you 2 choices. First, pay $50,000 in damages, and second, lick the place where you walked, step by step. What? Qin Shuiyue screamed out, $50,000, why don't you go and rob it? Meng Hao snorted coldly, $50,000, 1 penny less, and you're not going anywhere. And the 3 girls, also with gloating faces, helped out. That's right. If you ask me, $50,000 is going to be less. After all, if word gets out that such an honorable peony hall has been defiled by a loser, I don't know how much business will be affected. Hey! Of course, there's a third way. Meng Hao unabashedly cast his gaze on Qin Shuiyue's petite body. Schwer, as you know, I've liked you for a long time, so as long as you promise to accompany me for dinner at night, then you don't have to pay for this money. Snap! A ringing sound pulled everyone's eyes over, and Yin Xiaochun looked straight at Meng Hao, and although his face was smiling, a ghostly chill permeated the depths of his eyes. Little friend, you're playing with fire, you know that? Cut. Meng Hao didn't see his threat in his eyes in the slightest. but instead said smugly, "Waste, I'm afraid you don't know that yet. This hotel, it's none other than my uncle who owns it. Do you believe that with one phone call from me, I can get you out of here sideways?" As soon as the words fell, the door of the room was opened with a creak, and Huang Shangren walked in with 2 bottles of treasured Lafite with a smile. "Mr. Yen, I'm sorry, I'm late. I've brought you 2 bottles of good wine from my collection especially for you to taste." "Uncle!" Manhwa instantly screamed incredulously, "These 2 bottles couldn't be the Lafite you've treasured for more than 20 years, right? You wouldn't even give my father a sip if he wanted one, and now you're giving both bottles to a?" Chapter 123, Are You Worthy? Manhwa. Huang Shangren's face sank as he snapped, "Nonsense! Who allowed you to disrespect Mr. Yen like this? Apologize to me immediately." "Why should I apologize to a poor punk?" Manhwa even stood up directly, his face full of consternation. "Uncle, you're not mistaken, are you? This is just a piece of trash who only knows how to eat soft food. How dare you ask me to apologize to him? Did you drink too much today? Asshole." Huang Shangren raised his hand as a slap, looking at their own usually favored nephew, a face of hatred. He did not know Yan Xiaochen in the end is not Manhwa mouth said so bad, he only knew that in front of this person behind, standing, but he simply cannot offend the 2 gods. Han Zhenyu businessman origin, at least still take into account the face of the month, a little reason, but Wang Hushi, that is notorious for unreasonable. He couldn't forget until now, the tone in which Wang Hushi spoke to him on the phone. "If that person is the slightest bit upset, before dawn tomorrow, it will be the day that your Huang family will be exterminated." Huang Shangren believed that what Wang Hushi said, he would definitely do it, but what scared him even more was that he heard a touch of genuine deference in Wang Hushi's voice. What kind of person could make the underground king of the hallowed Qingzhou so respectful? The 3 girls, completely dumbfounded by Huang Shangren's slap, at this moment looked at Yan Xiaochen's gaze, no longer the previous frivolity, but full of fear. "Apologize to Mr. Yen at once. Otherwise, from now on, I, Huang Shangren, will disown you as my nephew." Huang Shangren, reacting from inside which slapped Manhwa directly on fire, waved his large hand, his eyes filled with hostility. "Are you crazy? How dare you hit me? You really think you're somebody just because you run a Thai hotel? I'm telling you. You're just a dog raised by my Meng family. If it weren't for my father, you wouldn't know where to beg for food." Listening to Manhwa's lawless words, Huang Shangren's body trembled with anger. His own nephew, he understood too well, relying on his family's money and power, always been unquestionably well behaved, but he never thought that Manhwa would be able to say such treasonous words to him. After all, he is his own uncle. You! How dare you scold uncle? I'll beat you to death, asshole." Saying that, he raised his hand and was about to make a move. Just at that moment, the door to the room was suddenly opened and a stern voice suddenly came over. "Huang Shangren! How dare you?" Looking over at the sound of the voice and seeing the face of the visitor, Manhwa's face was overjoyed, and he hurried to the visitor's side, shouting out with a smug look on his face, "Dad! You're here!" Meng Yuanchun looked at Huang Shangren with a gloomy face and spoke with anger. "Huang Shangren, what did you want just now?" "Brother-in-law! What brings you here?" After Huang Shangren was briefly surprised, he then spoke. "Brother-in-law! You are not aware that this little man is simply lawless, he just... Did he not, just now, say the right thing?" Meng Yuanchun directly interrupted him, snorting disdainfully. "If it wasn't for me, you, Huang Shangren, wouldn't even be as good as a dog right now. How dare you hit my son? You really don't know who is the master." Huang Shangren's face immediately became very ugly, opening his mouth, but he could not say anything. After all, Meng Yuanchun was right, he was able to get to where he was today thanks to Meng Yuanchun's support, and without him, he wouldn't be where he was today. Bang bang! Suddenly, a crisp sound of chopsticks and bowls rang out, and Yan Xiaochen stood up, frowning slightly as he spoke indifferently. "I'm not interested in your family matters. Now, I just want to eat in peace. You guys, you can get out." Meng Yuanchun frowned deeply as he looked at him and spoke. "Kid, what are you?" "Dad. Today, it's all because of this loser." As he spoke, Manhwa spiced up what had just happened, and when Meng Yuanchun heard it, a thick disdain flashed across his face. "Humph. I'm some kind of great guy, kid, a loser who dares to talk to my old man here? Are you worthy?" "You're right." Yan Xiaochen nodded and said in a serious manner, "Come to think of it, it's indeed a bit unworthy of me, as a human being, to talk to a dog that only barks." Chapter 124 Mr. Yen, I'm sorry. Asshole. Dare to talk to my dad like that, are you looking for death? Manhwa snapped at Yan Xiaochen, while Meng Yuanchuan's gaze clouded over. "Kid. It's been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me like that. Do you have any idea what kind of price you need to pay just for what you just said? Huang Shangren on the side opened his mouth, wanting to remind him of Yin Xiaochen's identity, but quite the way the father and son duo had treated themselves just now, the words that were about to be uttered were swallowed down again, coldly looking at all of this. At this time, Qin Shuiyue came next to Yin Xiaochen and whispered, "Brother-in-law, Meng Hao's father is the chairman of the Star River Group, and I've heard that he's quite powerful in Qingzhou, so I think we'd better go." Qin Shuiyue's words reached Meng Hao's ears, and he immediately raised the corners of his mouth condescendingly. "Leave? You didn't leave when I told you to just now, and now you can't leave even if you want to." "Oh?" Yin Xiaochen looked at him with a ghostly gaze and said, "Then what do you want?" Meng Hao laughed, took a stool, then crossed one foot over the stool, then pointed to his crotch and spoke proudly, "If you want to leave, then crawl underneath this old man." "Meng Hao! Don't you go too far," Qin Shuiyue said in anger. "Excessive?" Meng Yuanshan spoke indifferently, "Letting such a loser crawl over my son's crotch would be giving him face. Otherwise, I guarantee that this punk definitely won't be able to walk out of here vertically." "Ha!" Suddenly, Yin Xiaochen laughed as he stood up, walked over from his seat, and walked right up to Meng Hao, stood still, and spoke with a smirk, "Are you sure, and let me climb?" Meng Hao arrogantly said, "Nonsense. Since I told you to kneel, no one in the entire Qingzhou would dare say a word." "Humph. Young Master Meng, you really have a big mouth." A rough voice came out, and Meng Hao looked over in response, and a big, black man walked in, thinking nothing of it, and said with an open face, "And what are you? Do you have a right to talk here too? Get the hell out of here. You're telling me to get out?" On the big man's face, a flash of thick fury immediately flashed. "How?" At this time, Meng Yuanchen opened his mouth to stop Meng Hao, who was still trying to speak, and looked at the visitor with a lightly furrowed brow. "Boss Wang, what kind of wind is this, and how did it blow you here?" Wang Hushi hummed lightly and spoke, "I came here to eat, can't I?" With Boss Wang's status, he is naturally qualified to eat here, only. Meng Yuanchuan's words lapsed, casting his gaze on Yin Xiaochen, somewhat gloating, "Such an honorable one, Peony Hall, has been defiled by a boy who doesn't know how high and mighty he is. Boss Wang, how else can you enjoy this meal?" Meng Yuanshan knows that Wang Hushi, this person, the best face, this move of woe, enough to let Yin Xiaochen eat and go. "Who knows?" Wang Hushi snorted coldly, looked at Meng Yuanshan, and spoke, "You're right. Such an honorable box, coming in with a pair of bedbugs, and there's still a couple of masters, it's really disgusting." Once the words came out, Wang Hushi brought those big men, all of them laughed uncontrollably. Meng Yuanshuan's smile on his face also gradually disappeared, looked at Wang Hushi, and said in a condensed voice, "Boss Wang, what do you mean by this?" Wang Hushi simply ignored him, turning his head to look at Yin Xiaochen, and in his words, revealing a strong respect, "Mr. Yin, should we drive these two obnoxious bedbugs out?" Seeing this scene, Meng Yuanshuan's eyes suddenly glazed over. Is he blind? The underground king of Qingzhou was respectfully addressing a door-to-door son-in-law as Mr. Yin? Brain instantly flashed through countless years, the face also became more and more ugly. He is a businessman, the most know how to judge the situation, although he is also puzzled why Wang Hushi will be Yin Xiaochen such an attitude. But now want to make things difficult for Yin Xiaochen, I'm afraid it is not so easy. Thinking of this, he let out a cold snort, vaguely gouged out Yin Xiaochen, and rushed toward Meng Hao. "Son, let's go." "Wait." Suddenly, Yin Xiaochen's faint voice came out, "Did I let you go?" Meng Yuanshan turned back to him, looked at him with a bashful face, and snorted lightly, "Kid. What, think you can flaunt your power just because Wang Hushi is here? I'm telling you. I don't care what kind of relationship you have with Wang Hushi, you're just a loser who comes to the door to eat soft food. Your wife has a company called Moonsnow, right? Hey. Kid, I remember. We'll see." Yin Xiaochen's gaze steeply condensed, and his voice, too, was tinted with a three-quarter chill. "You're threatening me?" Hearing Yin Xiaochen's chilling voice, Wang Hushi, who was on the side, trembled, and his gaze snapped as he looked at Meng Yuanshan with a fierce killing intent, and said sternly, "Meng Yuanshan, do you want to seek death?" Who knows, Meng Yuanshan was not the least bit afraid of his threats. "Wang Hushi, I'll give you face and call you Boss Wang, but if I don't, you're just a gangster head. This identity of yours, it's okay to scare ordinary people. Meng Yuanshan is also famous in Qingzhou, hopefully a big entrepreneur. You a punk, and dare to put me how? Egu. It's really lively here." The door of the room was pushed open once again, and a middle-aged man in a suit walked in with a smiling face. Seeing the visitor, Meng Yuanshan first froze, then immediately changed into a fawning smile and walked over, bowing down slightly. "Egu. Hello, Mr. Han. Are you here for dinner as well? However, Han Zhenyu looked down without even glancing at him and walked straight towards Yen Xiaochun, slightly lowering his body. Mr. Yen, I'm sorry I'm late. Seeing this scene, the smile on Meng Yuanchuan's face directly froze on his face. Chapter 125 Han Zhenyu's Vastness. Although Wang Hushi is the underground king of Qingzhou, he is an entrepreneur and is not in the same path as him, so naturally he is not very afraid of him, but Han Zhenyu is different. Although Jojo Trade has just entered Qingzhou not long ago, but under the full support of the head office, it has become the largest leading enterprise in the whole Qingzhou, and the status of its chairman Han Zhenyu, naturally, has risen, and secretly has been hailed as the new richest man in Qingzhou. And it just so happens that several of the most important projects currently in the hands of Meng Yuanchuan's Star River Group are precisely linked to the Kyushu Tongtong trade. But seeing Han Zhenyu's attitude towards Yen Xiaochun, a hint of a bad thought roamed his heart. He secretly gritted his teeth, holding on to a remnant of hope, and with an awkward smile on his face, he said to Han Zhenyu, Mr. Han, this is? You mean him? Han Zhenyu glanced at Meng Yuanchun, then smiled broadly. He's a friend of mine, one whom I also respect greatly. With one sentence, Meng Yuanchuan's face directly turned white. Someone who could make Han Zhenyu personally admit that he was all very respectful could not be an ordinary door-to-door waste? Humph. Another one? Meng Hao suddenly snorted disdainfully. A waste is worthy of such respect? You're afraid you're not even worse than a waste, are you? Ha ha. Snap. Meng Yuanchuan's backhand was a slap, which came down hard and fast, and Meng Hao's cheeks rapidly swelled up at a rate visible to the naked eye. Dad! You're crazy! What are you hitting me for? You asshole kid! Meng Yuanchun was shivering with anger. How dare you disrespect Mr. Han? Hurry up and apologize to me. Apologize? Who am I to apologize? Meng Hao's neck stiffened, and he roared in defiance. You! Meng Yuanchun was shivering with anger. It was only now that he vaguely regretted that he had been too indulgent to this son on weekdays, so much so that he had allowed him to be so arrogant and domineering, not knowing the heights of heaven. Mr. Meng! This male son of yours has a really high-profile character. I'm sure that he must be one of a kind too, right? Hearing the mockery in Han Zhenyu's words, Meng Yuanchuan's face turned green and white, and he hurriedly fawned and laughed. You're joking, Mr. Han. It's all my fault for spoiling this rebellious son in my daily life. Please don't be offended by any disrespect to you. I'll apologize to you on his behalf. Apologize? Han Zhenyu looked at him with a leathery smile. If you want to apologize, you shouldn't be saying it to me either. Meng Qingchun suddenly reacted, looked to the side of Yen Xiaochun, immediately came to an attitude of 18 changes. Yen brother, look, really big water washed away the Dragon King temple. The family does not recognize the family. It was all a misunderstanding just now. A misunderstanding. I'm treating you today. Whatever you want to eat, I'll pay for all of it. Just consider it as me making amends to brother Yen. Amidst Meng Yuanchuan's blearily supplicating gaze, Yen Xiaochun glanced at him faintly before speaking. This Mr. Meng, does he have any business relationship with the Kyushu Tongtong trade? Han Zhenyu immediately said, several large-scale projects have just been launched under the banner of the Kyushu Tongtong trade with the intention of recruiting several partners, and several have already been negotiated, and Meng Qingchuan's Star River Group is precisely one of them. I see. Yen Xiaochen suddenly gave Meng Yuanchun a look of great significance, then said, then is there any other choice besides Star River Group? Of course there are, for example, the Runhai Group, which is also a good choice. In Hai? That name, I like it. Han Zhenyu suddenly understood and laughed. In that case, I'll notify down the road, and give these projects to Runhai Group to do well. No! Mr. Han! You can't do this. Meng Qingchun suddenly panicked, looking at Han Zhenyu with a pleading face. Mr. Han! For the sake of these projects, Star River has already invested a large amount of money, and has put off several other projects. If you suddenly break the contract, it will cause a devastating blow to Star River. Runhai Group, and Meng Qingchun where the Star River Group is the most direct competitor. If Runhai got these projects, will certainly use this to rise, then, for the Star River Group, is undoubtedly the most fatal blow. And what does that have to do with me? Han Zhenyu gave him a cold look. Mr. Meng, you have such a powerful son, what are these few tiny projects of my Kyushu Tongtong trade to you? Meng Yuanchuan's face turned pale, looking straight at him, revealing a frantic struggle. Mr. Han. You can't forget. Between us, we all have a contract. Han Zhenyu's gaze steeply chilled, an aura that enveloped Meng Yuanchuan's body. The voice, too, suddenly became somewhat cold. Are you threatening me? If you feel that the Kyushu Tongtao trade breach of contract, you can go to sue us, like this lawsuit, 3 years and 5 years, I completely accompany you to fight up. By the way, let me tell you, the legal department of the same trade in Kyushu, known as the first in the country, after hundreds of business disputes, without a single defeat. Meng Yuan-chun, if you want to play, I'll play with you. Let's see who can afford to play. The hegemon of Qingzhou, the first sign of greatness. Chapter 126, Sisterly Love. Swish. Meng Yuan-chun's head snapped up and he instantly sobered up. Cold sweat, all of a sudden, covered his forehead. What did he just do? How dare you mouth threats to Han Jinwoo? Is he crazy? No. Mr. Han, I don't mean that, listen to my explanation, Snap. A not so heavy and not so light sound of slapping the table rang out. Yan Xiaochen raised his head, frowned, and in his tone, he was quite dissatisfied. This meal, can we still eat and stop? Hearing this, Han Jinyu's gaze chilled. Mr. Meng, do you still want to continue embarrassing yourself here? If I were you, I'd grab the last moments and enjoy them while they last. After all, by the time tomorrow comes around, you'll be, well, nothing. By the way, this purple bamboo forest hotel is an industry you invested in, right? Han Jinyu suddenly looked at Huang Shangren and opened his mouth. Jojo Tongtong Trade has officially acquired Zizulin Hotel. Boss Huang, from now on, you change bosses. Once Huang Shangren heard this, he was overjoyed, and quickly swore to express his heartfelt, "Don't worry, Mr. Han, I will definitely promote the hotel's business even more under your leadership." After saying that, he looked at Meng Yuan-chun, who had a deathly pale face on the side, and spoke in a conspiratorial manner. Brother-in-law, you can be heartless, but I can't be unrighteous. Seeing as we are at least relatives for his sake, I still lack a security guard at the entrance of this hotel, and a handyman in the back kitchen, so after tomorrow, you and Meng Hao, come over to work. Meng Hao, who was on the side, even if he was stupid at the moment, sensed that something was wrong, and holding on to the last shred of disbelieving hope, he looked at Meng Yuan-chun. Dad, what's wrong with Dad? Go to. What the hell happened? Snap. Meng Yuan-chun, who had never hit his son once, used all his strength at the moment to slap Meng Hao across the face. It's over. It's all over. The family business that has worked so hard all my life has all been lost in the hands of this rebellious son of yours. Spoiled son like killing a son. Meng Yuan-chuan's spoiling, ultimately by Meng Hao, let him pay a terrible price. After all the dust had settled, an exquisite gourmet dish was brought up, and within the entire private room, only Qin Shuiyue and Yan Xiaochen remained. The former looked at Yan Xiaochen with eyes filled with fascinated little stars. Brother-in-law. You're awesome. I can't believe I even know Wang Hushi and Han Jinyu. Aha. I adore you so much. Yan Xiaochen looked at her excited appearance and smiled. Little girl, what's there to adore? But it's just a coincidence that I had a little contact with them. At best, I'm an ordinary friend. Qin Shuiyue gently pouted. No matter what, brother-in-law is the best in my mind. Yan Xiaochen looked at her with some favor and smiled. Alright, stop talking, the food is getting cold, eat quickly. The two of them had a feast, and after an hour had passed, Qin Shuiyue touched her somewhat bulbous little belly, half lying on a chair, her face full of unfulfilled reminiscence, and said contentedly, "It's so full. It's so delicious. No wonder this kind of place is so expensive and still has so many people coming to eat every day. The flavor of this meal, it's too delicious." Yan Xiaochen swept the table, then laughed. That's enough to eat? There's still half the dishes here, and you haven't even touched them. Even if you can't eat it, it's good to taste a couple bites. Who knows? As soon as she heard this, Qin Shuiyue opened her eyes and suddenly said in a serious manner, "Brother-in-law, it's been a long time since my sister has eaten something this delicious as well. I want to, pack up these untouched dishes and bring them back to my sister." Yan Xiaochen's heart, a sudden movement, for the depth of love of the two sisters touched at the same time, but also deeply some complained about some of their own ill-conceived. Yes, Qin Shuiyue for the family paid too much, he outsiders, she seems to be high above, is a rose with thorns, but only her closest people know, Qin Shuiyue this way, carrying too much, but also bear too much, in the need to be protected at the age of the family to carry the hope of survival of a. Thinking of this, Yan Xiaochen secretly sighed a mouthful. Hands, cannot help but tightly clenched fists, where, these years, you have worked hard, believe me, your future happiness, will be guarded by me for you. Brother-in-law? At this time, Qin Shuiyue let out a clear call, interrupting his deep thoughts. Looking back, she had already packed all the meals and said with a smile on her face, "Let's go." At this time, sister should be off work too. Good. Let's go. The duo made their way back home, but were surprised to find the home empty. Looking at the clock on the wall, Qin Shuiyu said somewhat strangely, strange, according to this time, sister should be off work ah? How come she hasn't come back yet? Said took out the phone, dialed several times, all are on the phone. Qin Shuiyu looked at Yen Xiaochun with some anxiety. Brother-in-law, so late, sister will not still work overtime ah? Yen Xiaochun looked at the darkness outside, then, suddenly looked at Qin Shuiyu and laughed. Schwer, let's go to the company, and bring food to my sister, okay? Chapter 127 The Arrogant Qin Hei's. All the way to the Qin group, and sure enough, from the outside, the towering office building on a dark, only the topmost floor of a room, brightly lit, in the dark night, especially eye-catching, and there, it is precisely Qin Shuyu's office. When he came to the door, he was just about to knock and enter when he heard an anxious voice from inside. Mr. Li, have you received notice of the welcome party to be held tomorrow afternoon? Yes? You received it, so look, can you take me? Hello? Mr. Li? The phone hung up, and a deep sigh, containing endless bitterness and helplessness, resounded heavily in the silent office. Squeak! The door of the room was suddenly pushed open. Qin Shuiwei raised her head with a sad face, the bloodshot eyes could not hide the fatigue on her face, and after seeing the people, she revealed a touch of deep amazement. How did you come? Qin Shuiwei placed all the large bags of dishes in her hands on the table, thoughtfully opened the packages, and spoke. Sister. Brother-in-law is taking me to eat delicious food. Knowing that you haven't eaten yet, these, all of them, were bought especially for you. You hurry up and eat it while it's hot. Smelling the tantalizing aroma, Qin Shuyu's face revealed a touch of annoyance, waved her hand and spoke impatiently. I'm not really hungry right now, I'll eat later. How can that be? At this time, Yen Xiaochen took over, with a touch of concern on his face. What time is it? You haven't eaten yet, right? If you stay up any longer, your body won't be able to take it. Qin Shuiwei glared at him distractedly. Eat. Just know how to eat. Yen Xiaochen. What else can you do besides eating? Feeling the fire in Qin Shuiwei's words, Yen Xiaochen not only didn't get angry, but instead asked with concern, You what's wrong? Have you encountered any difficulties? Otherwise, tell me about it? Qin Shuiwei's anger completely erupted as she slapped her hand on the table and glared at him. What use can it be to talk to you? 3 years, and what have you been able to do for me but wash and cook and do things that women do? With a spiteful sneer, the temperature in the office instantly lowered. Perhaps sensing that she had gotten a bit excited, Qin Shuiwei stroked the hair on her temples, slightly skimmed her head, and said, You guys go first, I'll go back when I'm done with the work at hand. Right at this moment, the door to the room was suddenly opened and a disgusting voice rang out, Yo! Qin Shuiwei, you haven't given up and left yet. What's the matter? Been a GM for a couple days and you still want to stick around? Seeing the visitor, Qin Shuiyu secretly gritted her teeth and looked at him coldly. Qin Haosha. What are you doing here? Qin Hei's crossed his arms in front of his chest and snorted coldly. Of course it's to see our general manager Qin in a sorry state. Ha ha. I goo. No, after today, you are no longer the general manager of Qin clan, Qin Shuiwei. I still have to thank you, I'll just laugh at all the efforts you made before. The sound of a wild laughter, distinctive to the side, Yen Xiaochen's gaze slightly condensed, coldly said, Qin Haosha. What do you mean by this? Ha? Why are you losers here too? Qin Hei's glanced at him in surprise, then a disdainful mockery spread across his face. Looks like you still don't know anything. Saying that, he pulled out a gilt invitation from his pocket and arrogantly waved it in front of Yen Xiaochun. Does Tianming Group know about this? This is the largest pharmaceutical group in the country. Tomorrow, Tianming's vice president will personally come to Qingzhou to screen partners. All the pharmaceutical production companies in the entire Qingzhou, and even the neighboring cities, are all sniffing around, and whoever can reach a partnership with Tianming Group will become the leading hegemon of the local pharmaceutical industry in one fell swoop. And this pedestrian of Tianming Group, one of the real power supervisors, is my old classmate for many years. This matter is heaven's will. So the invitation that should have been sent to the Qin Group was sent directly to me. And the Qin Shuiwei who was supposed to represent the Qin clan group at this welcome cooperation meeting, now, it can only be me. When this big deal is negotiated, those projects Qin Shuiwei did for Qin clan before don't even count as. And when the time comes, you'll have to roll out again like a dog how you got here. Listening to Qin Hei's incomparably arrogant words, Yen Xiaochen's gaze sank deeply. Qin Hei's. Do you really think that my family's Yuer cares about this broken Qin group of yours? Without the Qin clan, we still have Moon Snow Company, and we're just as capable of defeating your Qin clan. Ha ha. Yen Xiaochen. You punk shouldn't be crazy. Shin Hei-Eyes laughed openly. Don't say that this quota has already been internalized to this young man, even if it hasn't. Based on the crappy scale of your Moon Snow company, you don't even have the qualification to be sent an invitation, so what are you going to fight with me for? The corner of Yen Xiaochen's mouth, inadvertently revealing a touch of contemptuous arc. This invitation, is it hard to get? Shin Hei-Eyes snorted coldly. Only groups with a market capitalization of over $10 million can qualify for a C. Besides, the invitations have all been sent out. You don't stand a chance. Wait for me to take this cooperation, and you'll all wait to get the hell out of Qingzhou for me to beg for food. Oh? Yeah? Between Yen Xiaochen's brows, a meaningful smile flashed. Then I hope that when you see me tomorrow night at the welcome meeting, you'll still have the courage to repeat today's words again. Chapter 128 Party Invitation. What? Just you? Still want to attend the welcome party tomorrow? Ha ha. The unrestrained laughter came out of Shin Hei-Eyes' mouth with impunity, resounding throughout the entire office. Even Qin Shuiwe, at this moment, was looking at him with a disappointed face. If the invitation to the welcome meeting was so easy to get, she wouldn't need to be here with a sad face. Yen Xiaochen. The invitations are issued by the Tianming Group, and no one can get additional invitations other than those who have obtained their invitations. Don't worry, if I say I'll make you able to participate tomorrow, you'll definitely be able to participate in it. Listening to Yen Xiaochen's words with conviction, a flash of hope flashed in Qin Shuyu's eyes. Are you telling the truth? Yen Xiaochen nodded affirmatively. Of course it's true. Humph. Pretentious. Qin Hei-Eyes snorted and hummed. Then I'll see how you two jumped-up clowns can blend in when the time comes. When she returned home, Qin Shuiwe dove headfirst into her study. Looking at her hard-working appearance, Yen Xiaochen was a bit distressed. It's so late. Aren't you ready to rest? With blood in her eyes, Qin Shuiwe shook her head. Since I can attend the welcome party tomorrow, I'm going to fight for the cooperation of the Tianming Group. Now I'm going to organize the information. If I can secure 1 or 2 orders from the Tianming Group tomorrow, it will undoubtedly be the biggest help to Moon Snow at this stage. Knowing Qin Shuyue's workaholic attitude, Yen Xiaochen didn't say anything more, walked out of the room, quietly came to the door and dialed a phone. Yen Xiaochen's voice was slightly icy as he opened his mouth. Tianming Group, do you recognize it? That side paused and respectfully said, reporting to Yen, my subordinate and the president of Tianming Group, the relationship is quite good. Good. Tomorrow, Qingzhou will host a welcome party for the Tianming Group. I'll be there, and tomorrow, the Tianming Group's cooperation order can only be from Moon Snow. In an unrefusable commanding tone, the other side respectfully responded, yes, sir. Yen. On the second day, Qin Shuiwe and Yen Xiaochen, who had carefully prepared themselves, went to the hot spring hotel where the welcome meeting was held, which was a luxury hotel with specifications ranked in the top 3 in the entire Qingzhou, and it was also enough to see the importance attached to Tianming Group. Yen Xiaochen, the invitation, did you really get it? In the car, Qin Shuiwe was still a bit uneasy and asked. Don't worry. Yen Xiaochen responded confidently. Hearing his words, Qin Shuyue's lifted heart only slightly slowed down, and following the guidelines, she went all the way to the banquet hall on the top floor of the hotel, and just as she was queuing up in order to wait to enter, a discordant voice suddenly rang out, I'm not mistaken, am I, Qin Shuyue, it's actually you? Looking over in response to the sound, a heavily made-up woman with a man in his 40s or 50s in her satchel looked at Qin Shuyue with a surprised look on her face. Are you? Sweetie? Qin Shuiwe was also surprised, and then her face suddenly became ugly. The one in front of her was not someone else, it was the high school classmate who had been at odds with her for 3 years, Wei Sweetness. Wei Sweet looked at her a luxurious dress, eyes flashed a flash of envy like stunning, followed by a face of contempt, to not say this is born as good looking, even if they were kicked out of the family, and recruited a waste of a husband, living a humble life at the bottom, but casually address as always, there are people rare, Qin Shuiwe I can really envy you Wei Sweetness. What are you babbling about? Did I bull you? What kind of party is this today? The entire famous upper class of Qingzhou are here to welcome the top management of Tianming Group, and what are you, qualified to appear here? Oh, I know. Wei Sweet suddenly put on a look of sudden realization, no wonder you're dressed up so sultry today, it seems like you've had enough of the poor life and want to take advantage of this opportunity to seduce a rich man. However, as an old classmate, I also advise you, this social flower is not so good to do. The richer the man the more will play, want to please them happy, but not just a pretty face is enough. But at least you still have a pretty face. Do you want me to introduce you to a few rich old men? Don't worry, as long as your service is good, the tip, naturally, is not small. Ha ha. The man beside Wei Dangdang looked at Qin Shuiwa with a greedy face and spoke, Miss Qin originally did this then after the banquet, I have a few good partners, more good for this bite, but you can have an in-depth exchange with Miss Qin. Of course, the price, too, will definitely satisfy Miss Qin. Wei Sweetness. You spit blood. 3 years in high school, Su Yijiao's mouth was famous for its viciousness. Qin Shuiwa naturally couldn't say anything about her, especially with such obscene words. She was so angry that she trembled all over, her face reddened and said, I was formally invited, I have an invitation letter in my hand, it's not as nasty as you think. An invitation? You deserve it? Su Yijiao was filled with contempt. Yan Xiaochen. Take out the invitation and show it to her. Qin Shuiwa looked at Yan Xiaochen with a flushed face. Yan Xiaochen, on the other hand, spoke leisurely and calmly, I don't have an invitation. What did you say? With one sentence, Qin Shuiwa was struck by lightning, her face instantly turned white and she froze on the spot. Chapter 129 Personal Invitation. Ha ha. A piercing laughter came out of Wei's sweetheart's mouth without mercy, her face was thick with condescension as she looked at Qin Shuiwa with a mocking expression. Qin Shuiwa, so you don't even have an invitation. So what are you doing here? Waitressing? Ha ha. That's a lot of bullpoking, isn't it? An invitation? This is at least a dinner party for top celebrities, and a socialite with hundreds of beds comes with an invitation? Saying that, he took out an invitation from his bag and flaunted it in front of her. Look, this is what you call an invitation. Endless mockery, like spikes into Qin Shuiwa's heart. She was cold, full of anger, deep in her eyes, with thick disappointment, looking at Yan Xiaochen. Is it fun to play with me like this? Making me the laughingstock of everyone and being taunted, is that what you want? Good. Now you're satisfied. Yan Xiaochen. I hate you. I hate you. The last growl, like a roar of suppressed extreme anger, tears instantly flowed out of her eyes, and with endless shame and anger, she turned around and was about to leave, when Yan Xiaochen pulled her arm, and in his eyes, there was a trace of firm gentleness flashing. You wear what I promised you, I will absolutely do it. Afterward, his gaze turned to Wei Sweetness, and his icy voice rang out, it's only lowly wastrels like you who use invitations, while we don't even need any so-called invitations if we want to go in. There was a slight silence and a sudden burst of laughter. Wei Sweetheart even laughed her ass off, pointing at Yan Xiaochen and saying to Qin Shuiwa, the one you brought in wouldn't be a little cutie. Right? How dare you call us inferior? Do you know who my husband is? I'll scare you to death if I tell you. Sweetness proudly pointed at the middle-aged man beside her, chairman of the Great Dragon Group, a billionaire in. Han Zhenyu didn't look at the hand handed over by Zhangli, but instead took the initiative to extend his hand towards Yan Xiaochen and smiled. Mr. Yan, you've come to visit us, why don't you say something in advance, so that Han can meet us at the door in advance? Zhangli's smile froze on his face. Yan Xiaochen gave a sunny smile, there is no invitation letter, so I can only thank Chairman Han for personally welcoming him. Han Zhenyu hurriedly revealed a look of fear and trepidation. Mr. Yan is joking, the invitation letter is just to take into account the face of some ordinary people, you personally arrived here, which still need an invitation letter Upon hearing this, Wei Sweetness was not happy and pouted her lips. AI, how do you talk to this person? What do you mean by ordinary people? Are we ordinary people? Dress like a man touching a dog and being so enthusiastic with a redneck, you're not a waitress in there, are you? Snap. Zhangli swished a slap over and yelled, shut the hell up. Do you know who this is in front of you? This is Qingzhou's newest richest man, Chairman Han of Zhouzhou Tong Trade. Wei Sweet suddenly stayed on the spot, 9 states with trade, assets of more than 100 billion giant plutocrats their own proud husband, compared with others, but is the difference between the moon and the dust and ash. But how could such a high and mighty man be so enthusiastic about a country bumpkin that he even looked down on? Han Zhenyu's gaze, slowly sinking, looked at Tenshin, who was already in a cold sweat, and frowned, is this your woman? Chapter 130 worthy of entry? No. No. Zhangli hurriedly dodged Wei Tian and denied, I don't know her. Have nothing to do with her. Wei Sweetheart froze at once, this man who usually spoke sweetly with her, at this moment, the gaze she looked at herself was as if she was looking at a stranger, full of indifference. Han Zhenyu spoke faintly, what's with the security? What kind of cats and dogs can be let in? Men. Get this woman out of here. Wait. Yan Xiaochen opened his mouth and walked slowly to Wei Sweetness, looking at her miserable face, the corner of his mouth hooked slightly, I can't get in without an invitation? Wei Sweetness opened her mouth, dumbfounded. Who dares to ask for an invitation when Han Zhenyu himself invites them? You have an invitation and now you can get in? Wei Sweet face hot and painful, feel in the hands of taking the invitation that she regarded as an honor, at this moment is a piece of paper that fell into the toilet, disgusting to the extreme. With a flirtatious smile, he turned to leave, a wordless mockery, more than a sharp tongue. Just as Wei Sweetheart was lost in thought and wanted to leave, Yan Xiaoqian's voice rang out again. I remember, you just said that if we could get in, you'd have to crawl your way out of this door, right? Wei Sweet suddenly became flustered, in front of the former opponent, has lost all the face, thought that the high above is their own, but did not expect just a jumping clown. If in front of so many people to climb out, then she Wei Sweet and the whole Qingzhou upper circle will be completely reduced to a laughingstock. Yeah, I just heard that too. Han Zhenyu answered, but seeing as this young lady doesn't seem to have the intention to fulfill her promise, that you. Yes, that's you, Zhang something. How about, let's ask you to help this young lady and fulfill the following promise she just made. When Zhang Li heard this, he was overjoyed, and without the slightest hesitation, he directly scurried over, yanked Wei Dongtian's hair, kicked her to the ground, and said with a grimace, Are you deaf? Chairman Han told you to crawl out, didn't you hear? Crawl out obediently for me. Otherwise, I'll beat you to death. Looking at Wei Sweetheart, who had cried and spent her makeup, being dragged out by tension by her hair, like a dog on a leash, Yan Xiaoqian didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy. A reward has its own retribution, just based on Wei Sweet just so vicious words, these, is also her deserved punishment. Having been dragging Wei Sweets out of the hotel, tension ran over like a dog with a licking smile. Mr. Han, that has already been settled for me, do you still feel satisfied? Han Zhenyu didn't even look at him, waving an inviting hand at Yan Xiaoqian and smiling, Mr. Yan, inside please. Yan Xiaoqian held Qin Shuyu's hand and stepped in. Zhang Li did not have the slightest embarrassment on his face, raised his leg and just wanted to follow. Yan Xiaoqian's body lurched, turned back slightly, and said blandly, Mr. Han, can you come in too? For Wei Sweets, Yan Xiaoqian despised tension even more. In order to flatter Han Zhenyu, his own woman could be casually discarded like a doll, coupled with the previous insults to Qin Shuiwei, Yan Xiaoqian naturally would not let him off the hook. Han Zhenyu nodded with a calm face, Mr. Yan is right, of course you can't attend a human banquet. Someone, throw this out. By the way, that what's her name big dragon group, tomorrow, I don't want to see such a pandemonious name pop up in Qingzhou again. No. Mr. Han, you can't do this to me. You can't. Two big men held one arm on one side, and no matter how much he cried out miserably, they still threw him right out the door without mercy. At this moment in the banquet hall, there have been a lot of people. We are all famous Qingzhou celebrities, more or less familiar with each other. 3 or 2 get together, wine talk idle. Han Zhenyu rushed to Yan Xiaoqian, apologetic smile. Mr. Yan, I still have some things to deal with over there. You're on, please help yourself. Waiting for Han Zhenyu to leave, Qin Shuiwei's face suddenly burst into a blush. Her eyes with a somewhat guilty dodge, whispered, You have long been arranged? Yan Xiaoqian opened his mouth and laughed. Yes, there is also some business dealings between the Kyushu Tong Trade and Tianming Group. This welcome meeting is also organized by the Kyushu Tong Trade in its entirety, and since we can't get the Tianming Group's invitation, then let the host of this welcome meeting invite it. Why didn't you tell me it was the way in? Yan Xiaoqian looked at her somewhat innocently. You didn't ask me either. You. Qin Shuiwei instantly blanked him with some anger, and then lowered her head again. I'm sorry, just now, I shouldn't have treated you like that. Yan Xiaoqian looked at her with a smile. Fool, beating is kissing, scolding is loving. You love me so much, how could I blame you? Looking at how he was still so rogue in public, Qin Shuiwei's face instantly turned red and fiercely blanked him. Rascal, ignore you. After all, it is a little girl's face thin. Qin Shuiwei fled, looking at her shy appearance. Yan Xiaoqian eyebrows with a smile, turned around, just picked up a cup of wine on the table, was ready to drink a mouthful. Suddenly, a porcelain plate fell to the ground, the cracking sound accompanied by screaming. Yan Xiaoqian looked at the sound of the voice, the face of the instantly a cold. Chapter 131, Is it reasonable? A gorgeously dressed woman, high and mighty, was shouting there, while Qin Shuiwei, standing right next to her, couldn't stop herself from bowing, and on her right cheek, there was a slight flush of redness. You are walking without eyes, where are you bumping into? I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it. Not on purpose? I think you did it on purpose. Piss me off, how could a noble occasion like this one get mixed in with a useless thing like you? How can you talk like that? Tears were evident in Qin Shuiwei's gaze. I bumped into you, apologized to you, and you slapped me as well, isn't that enough? On what grounds did you insult my character? How dare the little talk back? Do you know who I am? And what are you? It's your honor to scold you. You're so unqualified. Egu, how dare you talk back? looking for a fight. The woman raised her hand, was about to hit, suddenly, her wrist was tight, before she had time to see clearly, only to hear a snap, the right side of her face hurt, as if unbelievably looking at the unfamiliar cheeks in front of her. You dare to hit me? Yan Xiaochun pulled Lu Qingqing behind him and looked at her coldly. If you can hit others, why can't I hit you? Just because you look like a human? Ah! A scream loud enough to raise the roof rang out. Do you know who I am? I'm a star. Do you believe that if I just send out a random tweet, you guys can be drowned by a mouthful of spittle from each of my fans? Yan Xiaochun gave him a disdainful look. I don't know if your fans can drown, but I do know that if you dare to croak one more time, the other half of your face, you won't be able to keep it. The woman subconsciously covered the other half of her face and opened her mouth, but froze, not daring to speak again. At this moment, not far away, a man coming out of the restroom frowned slightly, paced slowly, walked up to the woman, and whispered, "Baby, what's wrong?" "These two, they hit me." The man is about 30 years old. A top luxury goods proved its value is not expensive, between speech and behavior, through the high and proud aura, just like a nobleman's appearance. He looked at the redness on the woman's face, the noble scorn in his eyes, like an emperor judging all living beings, and spoke faintly, "You two, kneel down and apologize to my woman." Yan Xiaochun looked at him faintly, and in his eyes, there was no emotion. "Let's go." Yan Xiaochun directly ignored him and helped Lu Qingqing to go back. Swish. An arm, blocking them. "Did you not hear me?" The man's tone was bland, but there were a few more huffs and puffs than just a moment ago. "Does it matter to me what you say?" A pout was evident on the man's face as he looked at him coldly. "Do you know who I am? Are you worthy to let me know?" The tone was light, but it carried a strong sense of dominance. "You." The man's gaze steeply chilled as he coldly looked at Yan Xiaochun, all dressed in the cheapest of dirt products, adding up to no more than $200 all over. "I'm wondering how you managed to blend in here." "Does it matter to you?" "Good. It's none of my business how you came in, but your woman bumped into my woman, causing her to be in a miserable state in a gorgeous dress, and for that, you should always need to compensate." "I..." Qin Shuiwei was just about to say something when Yan Xiaochun waved his hand, then gently nodded at the man. "This request is quite reasonable. This dress is the latest model handmade by the world-class famous fashion master, Master Zendith, and is worth $1 million. However, Master Zendith's dresses are all handmade, and there's only one left in this world, so the value of this dress can't be measured by money alone." "So then you're asking us to pay you $1 million? Yan Xiaochun's brows also had a hint of a smile on them. "No, no, no. Money is infinite, but beauty, only one. So you need to pay me back for the exact same dress." Yan Xiaochun sighed softly, his right hand lightly rubbing between his eyebrows. "It's really a difficult thing to do. The woman on the side seemed to have found the backbone of the general, stunningly beautiful cheeks, all the display of malicious look, especially looking at Qin Shuiwei, between the words, is even more vicious 100 times. "If you cannot afford to pay, then let this cheap woman to the body of the clothes off, so that after their own get out of here." Yan Xiaochun raised his head and looked at the man with a playful smile on his face, his eyebrows gently spread. "Wait a moment, I'll make a call." Chapter 132 Supervisor Liang. The content of the phone call was very simple, but just a few minutes, and then, after hanging up the phone, Yan Xiaochun said to them, "It seems that it's impossible to do what you want." The man raised an eyebrow. At this time, the woman's phone suddenly rang, smoothly picked up. Not long after, the woman's face changed. After hanging up the phone, the gazes towards Long Xiao and the others were filled with incredulity. "What's wrong?" the man asked out of the blue. Just now my assistant called me and said that Master Zendith personally called the company to make another set of clothes specifically for the previous one, and at the latest, tonight, it will be shipped to me by air, and... Speaking of this, the woman's tone was just like a hint of crying. "Master Zendith also said that this will be the last time he customizes clothes for me, and the endorsement that has been agreed upon has also been cancelled." Supervisor Liang, how could this happen? As a second-line star, she did not know how much effort to climb to the present position, and as a global fashion master, Zandy's this year's new work, Let Her Walk the Runway, is undoubtedly a qualitative leap in their own fame. She can even imagine, after this endorsement, she can undoubtedly be among the ranks of the first-line stars, but suddenly, a dream, suddenly turned into nothingness. "Don't worry, surprise, there's more to come." Yan Xiaochun's voice just fell, the woman's phone and once again rang, but this time after listening, her face suddenly turned pale, body a shudder, cell phone, scratched down on the ground. An unbelievable shock filled the delicate face of the moon. How could this happen? How could this happen? Just now, she received a message from the company to terminate her employment. Not only that, all the previously negotiated endorsements as well as scripts, all cancelled, in an instant, all her everything, into thin air. Supervisor Liang, help me. Only you can help me. The man simply ignored the pleas of the woman beside him and looked squarely at Yen Xiaochun. Did you make this? Spoiled her dress, it makes sense that I'd pay her for an identical one. She slapped my lover, I slapped her back, it makes sense. But she insulted my lover, huh? We're not mad dogs who don't care to swear, so it makes sense to return the favor. Supervisor Liang. The woman looked at the man pitifully. Liang Kuei looked at him deeply, his eyes flashed with a stunned uncertainty. A phone call can make a female star instantly nothing, this kind of energy with his identity, although he can also do it, but because of a playwright and start a conflict with the unknown Yen Xiaochun, just like it is not cost effective. But if he just left in disgrace, he would undoubtedly lose face in public. Just when he was in a dilemma, suddenly, a voice came, Supervisor Liang, why are you here, what happened? A figure squeezed into the crowd and suddenly saw Yen Xiaochen and Qin Chuyu, and immediately let out a surprised voice, Yen Xiaochun? Qin Chuyu? You two losers actually came here? Liang Kuei froze and spoke, Hose, you know them? Recognize. Of course I do. With a thick gloom in his eyes, Qin Haoze added the identity of the two men, and then affirmed, Supervisor Liang, these two guys, they must have sneaked and mixed in. For such an important occasion today, how can we allow such two lowly fellows to ruin the class of the entire welcome party? After hearing Qin Hai's words, Liang Kuei's previous suspicion in his heart instantly disappeared, his eyes revealing a strong disdain. So it's a waste that only knows how to eat soft rice. Trespassing uninvited at a private party like this, do you know what you're going to have to pay? How do you know that we were trespassing? Qin Hai's, on the other hand, looked at them with a sneer, since you're not trespassing, then take out your invitation for us to inspect. And what qualifications do you have to check my invitation? I'm not qualified, but he is. Qin Hai's pointed at Liang Kuei and spoke with a condescending face, I'm afraid you guys don't know yet, this is one of the heads of Tianming Group, and my old classmate, Liang Kuei, Supervisor Liang. And this time, Tianming Group's partner has already been internalized to our Qin family, Yen Xiaochun, Qin Chuyu. Even if you guys can come here, so what? You're destined to just come to disgrace yourselves. As for Qin Chuyu, when she heard Liang Kuei's identity, her face was also pale. Originally there was still a ray of hope, but she never thought that this time she would offend the head of Tianming Group, so how could she still compete with the Qin family? Yen Xiaochen, let us go. Qin Chuyu was instantly a bit disheartened. Humph. What kind of place do you think this is, coming and going as you please? Oh. So what do you want? Liang Kuei had a gloomy face, if you want to leave, you can, crawl out like a dog for me. Chapter 133 Welcome, Mr. Yen. Yen Xiaochen's gaze steeply chilled, what did you say? Qin Hai's grinned, full of disdain, since you sneaked in like rats, what's wrong with letting you crawl out like dogs? Yen Xiaochen. Shouldn't you two losers pay a price for letting such a noble place be defiled? I'll say it again. We didn't sneak in, we were invited in. Invited in? Ha ha. Qin Haoze let out a loud laugh, Yen Xiaochun, aren't you treating yourself too much like a thing? Who do you think you are? Being invited? Are you worthy? The surrounding people also gathered more and more. Many people recognized Yen Xiaochen, the famous door-to-door son-in-law of Qingzhou, and each of them whispered, their faces full of expressions of watching jokes. Qin Chuyu was a bit groundless at the moment. Enough. Yen Xiaochen. Since they don't welcome us, let's just go. Go? It's not that simple. Liang Kuei snorted coldly, security. Throw these two troublemakers out of here. Wait. Yen Xiaochen suddenly opened his mouth, looked at Liang Kuei, and said with a straight gaze, ask Lu Songqing and say that I, Yen Xiaochen, am qualified to stay here or not. Bold. Qin Hai said angrily, is the name of the vice president of Tianming Group something you can shout just because you want to? And Liang Kuei laughed angrily, good. Since you want to embarrass yourself, I'll satisfy you. After saying that, directly dialed a phone, originally complacent expression, after saying 2 or 3 sentences, swish, directly become pale, forehead, covered with dense cold sweat. It's me. I got it. Liang Kuei's voice, when he spoke, became a bit unsteady. Hanging up the phone, Qin Hai's looked at Liang Kuei with a smug look on his face, Supervisor Liang, did President Lu ask us to kick these two jumping clowns out? Snap. Liang Kuei's backhand was a slap, directly sending the unawares Qin Hai's flying out a long way. Liang. Liang's supervisor, what are you doing? Qin Haosha was directly blindsided by the slap. And Liang Kuei was shivering, as if he still had some unresolved hatred, his fists and feet greeted towards Qin Hei's body without mercy. What are you doing? I'll kill you, asshole. Mr. Yen and Miss Qin are specially invited VIPs, not only do you not know how to respect them, but you also slander them and disrupt the order of this welcoming party. It's simply a heinous crime. After playing for a while, Liang Kuei loosened his tie, and immediately changed into a fawning face, saying to Yen Xiaochen, Mr. Yen, just now is all a misunderstanding. I am very welcome, Mr. Yen, such a VIP, to be able to personally to this welcome meeting. The audience, who had been thinking of watching the fun, were suddenly filled with astonishment, looking at the sudden reversal of the scene, and looking at Yen Xiaochen and Qin Chuyu's gazes, each of them filled with astonishment. Hose. Right at this moment, a cry of alarm rang out as Qin Hai walked over quickly, hurriedly picking up the beaten Qin Haosha, who was suddenly looking at Yen Xiaochen with a face of anger. Good. You two losers, how dare you hit someone in public? Seeing Yen Xiaochen here, Qin Hai naturally landed the name of the murderer on him. And then, a few people also walked over. One of them was none other than the head of the Qin family, Qin Jingxiong. Only to see him glance at Yen Xiaochen with a gloomy face, then, looking at a middle-aged man beside him, he suddenly said with an apologetic face, President Liu, I'm really sorry, the family is unfortunate. You give me some time, I'll immediately take care of the matter at hand, and will definitely not delay the matters of cooperation between us. Just as his face was drawn and he was about to raise an accusation towards Qin Chuyue, Lu Songqing beside him suddenly overflowed with a bright smile and took the lead to walk over, extending his palm. Aya, Mr. Yen, welcome. I'm sorry to have missed you, but please don't be offended, don't be offended. The sudden scene caused the expressions of everyone in the Qin family to suddenly all freeze on their faces, as wonderful as they could be. Chapter 134. This collaboration, it's me. Yen Xiaochen didn't take his hand, instead, he took a step back, letting Qin Chuyue in front of him, and opened his mouth. Vice President Liu, for your introduction. This is my lover, Qin Chuyue. Lu Songqing didn't have the slightest bit of dissatisfaction because of Yen Xiaochen's impoliteness. The smile on his face was 3 times thicker as he smiled at Qin Chuyue. So it's General Manager Qin. As soon as I came to Qingzhou, I could hear that General Manager Qin is a big-name elite in the field of medicine. Qin Chuyue was instantly somewhat flattered and quickly said, Vice President Liu is too kind. In front of a senior like you, Qingyue still has a lot to learn. Oh. General Manager Qin is so modest. Lu Songqing nodded with satisfaction and laughed. It seems that I was not disappointed during this trip to Qingzhou. For the Tianming group, a most suitable partner has been found. Upon hearing these words, Qin Chuyue's heart, all of a sudden, beat fiercely, and even the others, all gathered together, looking at Qin Chuyue with gazes filled with envy and jealousy. Once the cooperation with Tianming group was reached, then Qin Chuyue's Qin clan group was undoubtedly buddied up to a big tree, and the Qin family's rise from a second-rate family to a first-rate family was already just around the corner. Qin Jingxiong's face immediately smiled into a chrysanthemum. He just talked with Lu Songqing for a long time, did not get the other side of the affirmative answer, but did not expect. Qin Chuyue appeared, this cooperation, so easy to take down, and the surrounding people one by one also to Qin Jingxiong revealed a complimentary gaze. Qin family master, congratulations, with the Tianming group to reach a cooperation, your Qin family to become a first-class family, the day when your Qin family becomes a first-class family is just around the corner, right? Qin family master, we're an old partnership. When the time comes, don't forget to mention my little brother. A sound of compliments, so that Qin Jingxiong is full of red face, laughing, a face of proud look around the circle, with a faint arrogance. Good to say. The day the Qin family soars to great heights, we will certainly not forget all of you here. That. Just when Qin Jingxiong was in a state of high spirits, a discordant voice rang out. Yen Xiaochen looked at him with a strange expression on his face, blinked his eyes, and opened his mouth. Qin family master, the cooperation with Tianming group, with your Qin family, what does it have to do with you? One sentence caused Qin Jingxiong's smile to freeze directly on his face. Yen Xiaochen. Qin Hai suddenly jumped out. What do you mean by that? Qin Chuyue is not only a member of my Qin family, but she is also the general manager of the Qin group. What she represents is naturally our Qin family. Cooperation with Tianming group is cooperation with my Qin group. But how do I remember, the Qin family has just exempted Yuer Qin's general manager position. One sentence caused Qin Jingxiong's face to become very ugly. They had thought that Qin Hei's had drawn on the line of Liang Kuei, there would not be any problems, and with a leaning, they could not wait to remove Qin Chuyue from her position. However, he did not expect that the vice president of Tianming Group, the real family member of this cooperation, would actually know Yan Xiaochen. This punk, how could he have befriended a character of this caliber? And as Lu Songsheng looked at them, he also spoke. Tianming Group's partner this time can only, and will only, be Miss Qin Shuiwe. Upon hearing these words, Qin Jingxiong hurriedly opened his mouth to Qin Shuiwe. You quickly agree to it. As long as you agree to cooperate, Grandpa guarantees that unless you want to, the general manager of the Qin Group will never be replaced. Moreover, Grandpa is also willing to let the two of you sisters return to the Qin family. Looking at Qin Jingxiong's snobbish face, Qin Shuiwe bit her lips deeply, and within her eyes, a deep complexity flashed through. When you need her, you will be accommodating, but when you don't need her, you will kick her away mercilessly like a ball, and the so-called affection is nothing more than a tool that can be utilized on your own. At this time, a pair of warm hands supported on her shoulders. Qin Shuiwe raised her head, just in time to meet Yan Xiaochen's pair of gentle but firm eyes. No matter what choice you make, I will stand by your side and support you as always. A stream of warmth flowed through Qin Shuiwe's heart as she looked towards Yan Xiaochen and softly said, Yan Xiaochen, thank you. Yan Xiaochen smiled warmly. Silly girl, between the two of us, do we still need to thank each other? Qin Shuiwe smiled at him with a moon show. The beauty of that moment dazzled the entire banquet hall, enough to pour the city. Qin Shuiwe took a deep breath, then smiled at Lu Songsheng. Vice President Lu, thank you for Tianming Group's trust in me. I'm sure your company won't be disappointed when they choose me. Ha ha. Truly deserves to be my granddaughter. Qin Jingxiong laughed cheerfully, then smiled at Lu Songsheng and said, Mr. Lu, since my granddaughter has agreed, let's now go sign the contract. I'm sorry, Grandpa. Suddenly, Qin Shuiwe spoke faintly. This time, it's me, not the Qin family, who is carrying out the cooperation with the Tianming Group. Chapter 135 Expulsion from the Qin family. The expression on Qin Jingxiong's face instantly froze. He looked at Qin Shuiwe somewhat incredulously. What did you say? Facing the furious Qin Jingxiong, Qin Shuiwe's body instinctively trembled a little. However, he didn't dodge at the moment, his body slightly trembling, but firmly said, Grandpa, this cooperation, it's up to me. Unbridled. Qin Jingxiong suddenly let out an explosive cry, raised his palm, and slapped it violently down towards Qin Shuiwe. Bang! There was no imagined crunching sound. Just as the slap was about to approach Qin Shuiwe's cheek, a pair of large hands directly clamped down on him. Yan Xiaochen's eyes were chilled, and he said in a cold voice, Qin Jingxiong, in front of my face, you dare to touch my woman too? Although the voice is light, but domineering, listening to the presence of many women, one by one, the eyes in the glowing, are looking at the woman who was guarded by his side, full of envy. At this moment, Yan Xiaochen, like a big tree in the sky, firmly guarding the woman beside him, even letting the people present forget that the man in front of them is just a soft-eating son-in-law on the doorstep. And at Qin Jingxiong's wrist, as Yan Xiaochen exerted a little bit of force, a sharp pain that drilled through his heart came, and his face suddenly turned red. Yan Xiaochen. What do you want to do? Let go of me. Yan Xiaochen let out a cold snort as he threw him off his feet and said emotionlessly, Qin Jingxiong. The last time I saw you, you were Yuer's grandfather. But don't you dare challenge me again and again. You. Qin Hai saw his father being bullied, and was about to go forward, when Yan Xiaochen's gaze suddenly glanced away, and it was as if his eyes contained sharp blades. Qin Hai subconsciously shivered, opened his mouth, and froze, but did not dare to say a word. Qin Jingxiong looked at Lu Songsheng with an unwilling face. Mr. Lu. This belongs to the cooperation between the two group companies. What qualifications does she have to cooperate with Tianming Group as a little girl? Grandpa. I'm not alone. I have a company too. Since she had made up her mind, Qin Shuiwe no longer hesitated, gathered her courage and said to Lu Songsheng, Mr. Lu. I'm the general manager of Moon Snow Company. Although Moon Snow is a small company that has just been established, please rest assured, Mr. Lu, that we will never lose out to anyone in the field of pharmaceutical expertise. Lu Songsheng laughed. I naturally believe in Miss Qin's skills. I hope that our cooperation will be very pleasant. Qin Shuiwe. Qin Jingxiong let out a low growl and looked at her with a face full of anger. Do you know what you're doing? I'll give you one last chance. Take back what you just said and cede this cooperation to the Qin family. Otherwise, I will expel both of you sisters, along with your father who doesn't know how to die, from the Qin family. Qin Shuiwe's body shivered violently as she looked at Qin Jingxiong, and in her eyes, there was a strong sense of disappointment. Grandpa. My father, too, is your son. Have you ever thought of looking for him since he disappeared? The two of us, sisters, are your granddaughters, and have you ever cared for us? Why is it that no matter how hard I try, I can't even compare to Qin Haosh's 1 iota. Is it fair to me that everything I've worked so hard for has ended up as someone else's dowry? What's not fair? Qin Jingxiong waved his hand. You're just a girl. And Hao Zhe is the first son and grandson of the Qin family. Qin Shuiwei, with your looks, you are perfectly capable of marrying a rich second generation and providing great help to my Qin family. But that bastard, your father, even found you a loser. Not only did he not bring any benefits to my Qin family, but he also made the Qin family a joke in the entire Qingzhou. What's the use of me wanting you? After hearing these remarks, Qin Shuiwei smiled bitterly, and in her eyes, tears of despair finally flowed. So, in your eyes, whether it's me or my father, it's just a tool that can create value for you, right? Qin Jingxiong looked at her coldly. I raised you all well, and since you can't create value for the family, what's the point of raising you? The words of despair were like a giant hammer that smashed deeply into Qin Shuiwei's heart. She looked at Qin Jingxiong with a somewhat complicated expression, and finally, a flash of determination flashed through her eyes. Good. It is your right to expel me from the Qin family, Grandpa. However, Qin Shuiwei always has the bloodline of the Qin family flowing in her body, and I can come back at any time when you need me. After saying that, his gaze turned to Lu Zongsheng. Mr. Lu, sorry to make you look at the joke. Lunar Snow, ready to sign with you at any time. Ha ha. Well, Miss Qin, then let's now go sign the contract. As the dust settled, the original group of people who had flattered Qin Jingxiong instantly all gathered together. Miss Qin, I'm the general manager of Yiming Company. Your later transportation work can be handed over to our company. Miss Qin, this is. People leave tea cold, looking at the star-studded Qin Shuiwei, and then look at his own side of the people leave tea cold. Qin Jingxiong, angry body trembling, angry voice, resounded throughout the conference hall. Qin Shuiwei. From now on, the two of you sisters are expelled from the Qin family, never to be recorded back. Chapter 136 Charity Auction. If Miss Qin has nothing to do later, you can attend with Mr. Qin, and when the time comes, I'll introduce you to some partners. Repeated surprises so that Qin Shuiwei almost fainted. She looked at Lu Zongsheng somewhat unbelievably. Mr. Lu, how can this be good? Is it appropriate for me to go to a dinner of this caliber? Oh. Of course it's appropriate. If Miss Qin is not qualified to participate, then others, even more so. In Qin Shuiwei's ears, these words were taken as a polite remark, but no one noticed that when saying these words, Lu Zongsheng implicitly glanced at Yan Shaoqin beside her, and in the depths of his eyes, a flash of deep respect flashed through. Miss Qin, the contract has been signed, so I'll take my first step, and later on, I hope to see you again on the cruise ship. Qin Shuiwei nodded, and then spoke with some hesitation, but the dinner here, you don't see it anymore? A flash of disdain flashed across Lu Zongsheng's face. If it wasn't for the sake of signing a contract with Miss Qin, this dinner tonight wouldn't have qualified me to come at all. It seems that those families with assets of over $10 million think that they can participate in this top party in Qingzhou and take pride in it, but in Lu Zongsheng's eyes, this kind of level of partying is simply not worth looking at. Holding the flashy invitation in her hand, Qin Shuiwei was excited and apprehensive, and couldn't help but look at Yan Shaoqin. Yan Shaoqin, are we going? Why don't you go? Yan Shaoqin guffawed. Lu Zongsheng kindly invited us. Besides, this is more than just a gathering of the top circles in Qingzhou. Having Lu Zongsheng in front to introduce you will do us all the good but no harm. We're no longer part of the Qin family now. If you want to one day be able to honorably rejoin the gates of the Qin family, then you must become strong as soon as possible. The last sentence, as if it struck Qin Shuiwei's heart, she nodded heavily. You're right. It's getting late, and I have to go back and pack and dress up, so let's go now. All the way back home without stopping, Yan Shaoqin did not enter the house, but instead leaned against the side of the car, looking at the exquisitely dressed silhouette in front of the window, his eyes ghostly as he fumbled for the phone. Yan. Over the phone, Han Zhenyu's respectful voice came. What's going on with this charity auction tonight? Yan Shaoqin didn't think that there was anyone in the entire Qingzhou who could be so capable of organizing such a cruise auction. Reporting to Yan, the owner of this auction tonight is Master Long San. Yan Shaoqian's eyes, steeply condensed, the largest force in the 5 northern provinces of Zhejiang, the head of the Black Dragon Hall of the 5 Dragons Hall, the oldest of the Long family? Chapter 137 Attending the Auction. The 5 Dragons Palace is the largest force in the 5 northern provinces of Zhejiang, spanning the black and white, with heavenly strength. 5 Dragons Hall, divided into 5 halls, the 5 brothers of the Long family, 1 person to execute a hall town a province, and the Black Dragon Hall, where the oldest 3 of the Long family is located, under the jurisdiction of, that is, Qingzhou City is located in the East Mountain Province. What is Long Laosan trying to do? In Yan Xiaochen's gaze, a dark, refined light flashed. Reporting to Lord Yan, according to my subordinate's investigation, this charity auction, a lot of the things being auctioned are unseen, but each lot is exceptionally precious. That's why it's attracted countless people. Although the cruise ship where the auction is taking place is parked in the harbor of Qingzhou, there are only a handful of people in the entire Qingzhou who are qualified to participate in this auction, which is enough to prove the value of this auction. Yan Xiaochen secretly nodded his head. The Five Dragons Palace was originally involved in quite a lot of unseen business. Long Lao San realizing those treasures that couldn't be sold in the open in this way was also reasonable. If that was the case, then this auction was not of much consequence to Qin Shuiwei. Good. I got it. Later, I'll come over. You're coming too, Yan? Han Zhengyu let out a surprised cry and hurriedly said respectfully, Wang Hushi and I have also been invited, and if you're here, Yan Jun, the two of us are also at your disposal at any time. Yan Xiaochen. I've packed up. Let's get going quickly. At this time, Qin Shuiwei's voice suddenly sounded in the distance, and Yan Xiaochen hurriedly whispered, Got it, I'll contact you when the time comes. After saying that, he hung up the phone directly, and the two of them followed the location stated on the invitation all the way to the harbor. The night is already deep. A huge cruise ship, quietly docked at the edge of the harbor, brightly lit, while the harbor should be brilliantly lit, at the moment is empty. It can be seen that the owner of the cruise ship's powerful, for an auction, so that the entire port, are letting go for him. Angel is a cruise ship, the upper and lower 3 floors, luxurious, and the entrance to the auction, also divided into two, an ordinary entrance, a VIP entrance. Look at the appearance of the invitation in the hand, VIP 3 letters, clearly reflected in the eyes. Feeling the slightly nervous Qin Shuyu, Yan Xiaochen suddenly held her hand and smiled warmly. What's wrong? Nervous? Qin Shuyu nodded. It's the first time I've come to such a high-class establishment, so of course I'll be a bit nervous. Huh? Why aren't you nervous? Even at the ball of a country's royal family, Yan Xiaochen wouldn't be half nervous, let alone this small auction. Of course, he naturally wouldn't tell Qin Shuiwei that, and smiled at her. If you're here, then you're safe. It's getting late, let's go in. Looking at the regular entrances lined up in order, while the VIP pass was empty. Until the duo walked over, a butler-like young man bowed with a respectful face and said, Esteemed guest, you are our specially invited VIP guest, and we are happy to serve you personally. Yan Xiaochen laughed. Thank you, let's go. VIP, please wait a moment. An apology flashed across the butler's face. Tonight's auction will be followed by a grand ball, so any female companions who are present will be required to attend in gowns. Qin Shuiwei suddenly spoke up. Yeah, I don't know, I didn't wear a dress, what should I do? Don't be in a hurry, you are our most honored VIP. The cruise ship has already prepared the latest dresses of the world's major luxury brands for you to choose from. Next we have to trouble you to wait here for a moment. I will lead you to change into a good dress, and then I will personally lead you into the venue. Yan Xiaochen smiled and nodded. Of course there's no problem. It wasn't long before the butler led Qin Shuiwei to change her clothes and left, and just as Yan Xiaochen stood in place, bored, a condescending voice suddenly rang out. Waiter, what are you looking at blindly? Can't you see that there's an honored guest coming? Chapter 138 I'm a waitress? At the sound of the voice, 2 women stood before him. The woman who spoke had a face that was completely covered in thick makeup with a strong condescension. What are you looking at? Talking about you. The woman impatiently shook the invitation in her hand towards Yan Xiaochen, a thick sneer on her face. Yan Xiaochen didn't pay too much attention to her irrationality, and patiently took the invitation, glanced at it, and then laughed. This young lady, this is the VIP channel, and this is an ordinary invitation for you, and the entrance is on the other side. What? The woman's eyes widened and she pinched her waist with both hands. You mean to say that my mother is not a VIP? That's not what I meant, except that, according to the level of the invitation, you do have to go through another channel. What kind of a thing are you, a stinking waitress, to tell me what to do? I'm telling you, today, I'm going in through this passage. Lead the way for me in front of the numbnuts, or I'll make you look good. That's it. A thick sneer also appeared on the face of the other woman next to her. Do you know who our Miss Wu is? What are you, a tiny waitress, who dares to obstruct here? Yan Xiaochen looked up and down, the corner of his mouth raised an arc. Forget it, this is not an auction organized by himself, it's not necessary to entangle with 2 middle-aged women, and then sidestepped, then do as you wish. Now, the woman was unhappy in turn. I told you to take us in, didn't you hear me? Don't you know what you're supposed to be doing as a lowly waitress? You want me to take you in? Yan Xiaochen's voice, too, went cold. The woman said smugly, that's right, it's your honor to personally take this lady in. Humph. With all due respect, you're not worthy. Yan Xiaochen responded coldly. What did you say? The woman gave a sharp cry, then raised her palm and slapped it down hard towards Yan Xiaochen's face. Snap. Yan Xiaochen held her wrist as his eyes narrowed, his voice cold. Although I don't like hitting women, I don't mind hitting women, especially shrews. Throwing her wrist fiercely, the woman stumbled and a look of malice appeared in her eyes. How dare you make a move on me? With that, he dialed a phone. Brother, I'd been beaten up, right at the cruise ship's entrance, yeah. You get over here. Putting down the phone, she looked at Yan Xiaochen with a sinister face. You wait for me, right away, my lady will make you look good. It wasn't long before a man in a sable rushed over with a group of minions in an aggressive manner. As soon as the woman saw it, a touch of smugness appeared on her face, followed by an aggrieved face. Brother, it's this lowly waiter who bullied me, you quickly help me teach him a lesson. The man looked Yan Xiaochen up and down and realized that he had a very raw face, then, arrogantly asked, Kid, you're the temporary worker who was now caught tonight, right? Yan Xiaochen responded indifferently, so what if it is, so what if it isn't? Pretending to be a big-tailed wolf in front of me, what are you? A little waitress. If I want to kill you, it's as simple as killing an ant. I'm telling you, better pray that my sister is still in a good mood. If she's even halfway upset, I'll throw you in the sea and feed you to the fish in a minute. Then, speaking to the woman, he said, Sister, say, how do you want this kid to make amends to you? The woman had a smug look on her face and looked down at her boots. Brother, my shoes are a bit dirty. If I go to the auction and people see them, they will laugh at me. Ha ha. This one's easy. The man pointed a finger at Yan Xiaochen and used a commanding tone, kneel down and lick my sister's shoes clean. Ha! Yan Xiaochen laughed, and at the bottom of his eyes, a deep chill flashed. What if I say no? Ha ha! How dare he say no? A group of minions laughed, and the sable man laughed 3 times, then said viciously, Then I'll personally pull out your tongue and make it into a foot wipe. Wu Lu, whose tongue are you going to pull out to make a foot wipe? An ice-cold voice rang out. In response to the sound of the look, Yan Xiaochen's eyes lit up. A woman who looks like a heavenly fairy, a lavender dress, will itself on the dusty temperament set off as if the fairy general, this woman, it is Qin Shuiyu. And the man who spoke was the butler who, before, had brought Qin Shuiyu to change her clothes. And seeing the butler, Wu Lu's pupils shrunk violently, followed by a fawning expression on his face. Egu, isn't this brother Xiaoma? Why are you here? Xiaoma ignored Wu Lu and walked straight to Yan Xiaochen's body, respectfully lowering his body. Distinguished guest, for allowing you to be inconveniently harassed, on behalf of Master Long San, I sincerely apologize to you. Chapter 139. Do you have money to bet? Hearing his words, Wu Lu's eyes almost stared out, looking at the bowing and apologizing pony, stuttering, Little Brother Pony, what do you mean by this? Isn't he a temporary janitorial attendant? Asshole. This is a guest with a VIP invitation. Wu Lu, you're also considered half of Black Dragon Hall. What does a VIP invitation represent? Aren't you clear about that? A guest who makes even my little horse welcome him personally at the door, you say, his identity, and to what extent must he be honorable? Poof. Wu Lu's legs went limp and he instantly paralyzed on the ground, while the woman who had been screaming before was even more trembling and full of fear at this moment. Yan Xiaochen looked at the woman, the corner of his mouth lifting. Do you still need me to personally guide you? No. It's not necessary. At this moment, the woman, which still had half of her arrogance from earlier. And do you still need me to lick your shoes clean? The woman was even more flustered and shook her head vigorously. Yan Xiaochen slightly bowed his head. But, my shoes are also a bit dirty, what should I do? The pony's eyes went cold and he pointed a finger at the woman. You, on your knees. Lick the VIP's shoes clean. The woman looked at the sable man with a pleading face, who knew that the man's backhand was a slap. You're ing deaf. Brother Xiaoma told you to kneel down and lick your shoes. If you lick the slightest bit unclean, I'll strip you naked and feed you to the fish in the river. The woman's face was desperate, trembling, put her face together, was about to lick the shoes. Yan Xiaochen suddenly moved the shoes away, said with a bashful face, or forget it, at least it's a pair of shoes bought for $200. I'm afraid that it's not even worth $20 if you lick it like this. Let's go. The pony with a respectful face brought Yan Xiaochen and his duo into the cruise wheel. Once inside, it opened up as if it was a different heaven and earth, the gold and blue splendor, just like a palace in general luxury. 2 honored guests, the auction will begin in an hour. Before that, you can stroll around at your leisure, and if you need anything, you can always order our service staff. I'll leave you 2 alone. Have a nice day, today. Yan Xiaochen looked around and saw a few dignified figures from Qingzhou City, as well as quite a few unfamiliar faces. There is a thin body, a Confucian, but comes with a high official gas. there is a face full of flesh, eyes fierce, a body of a regal fury, life in all its forms, bulls, ghosts, snakes and gods, as much as possible in front of the eyes. Hee hee, this auction, it seems a bit interesting. Just then, a whiny voice rang in his ears, hubby, look at that necklace, it's so pretty. I want it. Then a young man, with a woman on his arm, approached. The man glanced at Qin Shuiwe, the bottom of his eyes flashed a faint flash of amazement, and then glanced at Yen Xiaochen, swept up and down a circle, hung a thick condescension, and casually pointed to Qin Shuiwe, this string of necklaces, my girlfriend is looking at it, open a price. What Qin Shuiwe wore around her neck was exactly what she had purchased at the beginning in Wanxiang City, the necklace that was literally millions of dollars. Yen Xiaochen gave him a cold look and spoke, sorry, we're not for sale. Saying that, he brought Qin Shuiwe and was about to leave, when an arm crossed in front of Yen Xiaochen's eyes, an evil smile hung on the man's face, kid, no one has ever dared to refuse my Hian's request. Now, I'll give you two choices. Either sell me the necklace or... The corner of his mouth lifted, take your woman and the necklace and pack them up for me, one piece at a time. Yen Xiaochen's gaze chilled as he stared coldly at him, like a cold hunter staring at his prey that was about to become a corpse. Yen was pleasantly unafraid and sneered, look at this look in your eyes, are you not convinced? Humph. Don't say that this young master is bullying you, this is the Black Dragon Hall's venue after all, I'll give third master long some face. Then he pointed to the gambling table not far away, this young man will give you a chance to gamble, if this young man wins, this woman and the necklace will all belong to this young master. Nothing but. Yen playfully looked Yen Xiaochen up and down, especially when he saw that he was dressed in a poor outfit, he gave a disdainful light snort, full of sarcasm, do you have money to bet with this young master? Chapter 140 Betting. Qin Shuiwe, who was on the side, saw how arrogant Yen was, pulled Yen Xiaochen's arm and whispered, Yen Xiaochen, we're not familiar with this place, don't cause more trouble, let's go. Yen Xiaochen said indifferently, do you think that if we want to leave, he will let us leave easily? Hey. That's right. Yen hemmed and hawed and looked at Qin Shuiwe, beauty, seeing as you're so pretty, why don't you consider following this young master? Yen Xiaochen's gaze chilled, speak. How do you want to bet? You really dare to bet with me? Ha ha. Have the guts. In Yan's eyes, a flash of divine light was suddenly released. Let's just keep it simple, Civ. But... Yen looked up and down, a flash of disdain in his eyes, kid, before betting, isn't it necessary to prove to this young man that you have the qualifications to bet with this young man? If I can get here, will I be without money? Ha ha. Good. Later, don't lose your pants. Wait. What? Want to back out? Since it's a bet, there has to be a parley, your parley has been shouted out, so what should you do if I win? You want to win too? A deep sneer flashed across the man's face, fine, then tell me, what do you want? It's simple. I win, you take off your clothes and run around here, naked. Good. It's decided. The man agreed without thinking, because he was confident that he, himself, could never lose. The coy woman beside her also couldn't help but snort lightly, arrogantly saying, kid, I advise you to admit defeat obediently, our young master He, but the grandson of the Australian gambling king, the He family over the past 100 years, the most talented descendant. Yen Xiaochen suddenly realized, no wonder the man is so arrogant, Aching He family, to gambling hair, 100 years of inheritance, accumulated more than trillions of wealth, and Aching is a special area, in other words, He family's status in Aching, even slightly higher than the official. The onlookers, who had long been attracted by the duo's argument, all sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard Yan's identity, and then looked at him with a gaze full of respect. And countless whispers reached Yen Xiaochen's ears. Comparing gambling skills with the grandson of the king of gamblers, this person can't be crazy, right? If it were me, I would have offered my woman at the first opportunity, there are plenty of women, but this is the only chance to climb into a relationship with Mr. E. Exactly. If he dares to compete with Prince He in gambling, let's see how he loses without even his pants left. Yen Xiaochen didn't care about these comments at all, his brows lightly converging as he spoke, good. Then it's a deal. Walking to the gambling table, the lotter who had been waiting for a long time already put down 3 sieve cups in front of each other, and in front of each sieve cup, put down 6 sieves. Boy! Yen then picked up 6 sieves and played them skillfully in his hands, 3 times in total, $50 million in bets each time, 2 wins in 3 games, do you have any comments? The crowd exclaimed, although those who could come and get here were all worth a lot of money, but a $50 million bet was an astronomical price for most of the people present. Yes. Yen Xiaochen. Xin Shuiwei on the side suddenly widened her eyes. Where do we have $50 million? Yan Xiaochen took out the contract in his arms that had just been signed not long ago, slapped it on the table, and gruffly said, "This contract, how many $50 million can it cover?" Yan Xiaochen. You're crazy. Xin Shuiwei saw him even take out the contract as a bet, immediately to go to grab, but she was fast, he yen faster, a wave of the hand, a few little brother instantly snatched the contract to the hand, after reading, in the yen ear muttered a few words, he yen nodded, looked at Yan Xiaochen, boy, I did not think that you have some things in hand well. Don't say that this young man bullies on, the value of this contract, just count 100 million for you. Yan Xiaochen. Xin Shuiwei instantly looked at him with a face full of disappointment, biting her lip deeply, do you know what you're doing? It's all my hopes you're taking out to gamble. Moon. Yan Xiaochen looked at her with a relieved gaze, trust me, you won't lose. Won't lose? Where did you get the confidence that you won't lose? That's the grandson of the king of gamblers. Between Yan Xiaochen's eyebrows, a touch of arrogance flashed, even if the king of gamblers himself arrives, I don't want to lose, and no one can make me lose. Humph. What arrogance? He Yan looked at him with a gloomy face, then this young man will come to see how capable you really are. After the words, Yan Xiaochen stopped talking nonsense, and without the slightest expression on his face, he put the 6 sieves into the sieve cup, casually shook it a few times, and then put it down. Finished? He Yan was surprised. Yan Xiaochen asked curiously in return, shaking the sieve, is there that much more to it? Ha ha. He Yan let out a loud laugh, it seems that this young man is lucky today, to have met a money-giving boy, in that case, this young man will not be polite. Said a handful of 6 sieves poured into the sieve cup with a fancy maneuver, with a charming handsomeness, and then landed on the ground, and the crowd fixed their eyes on it with an exclamation of amazement. 6 sixes, heck! He Yan raised an eyebrow, where are your points? Yan Xiaochen casually lifted it off, and when the crowd looked at it, they let out a roar of laughter. Chapter 141 Gambling. 1, 3, 3, 5, 5, 6. It doesn't add up to a low number of points, but at a glance it's a completely haphazard shakedown of points without an ounce of skill. Can this guy gamble? I can shake it casually and it's higher than the number of points he shakes out. AI, what a pity, how come I didn't let my old man run into such a money-giving boy? Xin Shuiwei, who was on the side, immediately became anxious and tugged on Yan Xiaochen, is this what you call foolproof? $50 million. $50 million. It's gone. Yan Xiaochen. Consider me begging you not to continue, okay? In Yan Xiaochen's gaze, a dark, refined light flashed, don't worry, this one is just bad luck, I believe that the next one, luck will definitely be on my side. These words were like the excuses said by a gambler who had already lost his red eyes, and Qin Shuyu, who had a miserable look on her face, closed her eyes as a look of despair surfaced on her face. And Yan Xiaochen's words reached He Yan's ears, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud, you even believe in luck? Really laugh me to death, then this young master will tell you, when you meet me, your luck is considered all used up. That's not necessarily true. Yan Xiaochen smiled mysteriously, picked up the second sieve cup, and again, as it were, casually shook it a few times, let go of the table, and opened the sieve cup. This handful of points, not quite as good as the last, added up to a total of only 17. Kid. You're going to lose. He Yan looked at him with disdain, and on his face, a triumphant smile had condensed. Yan Xiaochen was pleased with himself, grabbed a melon seed on the table, leaned on the back of the chair, crossed his legs and knocked it up dashingly, that's not necessarily true, young master he, it's your turn. Humph. If you don't shed a tear until you see the coffin, then this young man will let you die completely. Said began to shake his second sieve cup, just when the crowd will gaze at him, Yan Xiaochen eyes suddenly a cold, a melon seed kernel in a swift momentum, like a discharged bullet, whoosh a fly out. Just when He Yan wanted to buckle the cup, suddenly his elbow was numb, the action in his hand lurched, the rapidly rotating sieve under the action of inertia, whoosh flew off 3, and the action of the buckle cup was also under the action of gravity, it was too late to withdraw, and the heavy buckle on the table. For a while, the faces of the crowd were, well, wonderful. He Yan's expression, which was about to overflow, froze on his face. The rules of the table, no regrets when you drop the cup. He Yan face gloomy, open the sieve cup, just now a fall, will be their sieve cup has long been predetermined trajectory flung mess, was still 6 points, flew 3 sieve, the remaining 3 sieve is more chaotic, add up the number of points is still not 10, this game, there is no doubt, of course, is the victory of Xiang Xiaolong. He Xiao. What's wrong with you? The woman beside him opened her mouth in surprise and asked. There was a sudden numbness in my arm just now, and then the force was out of control. And at this time, Qin Chuiwet, who had already despaired, slowly opened her eyes and looked at Yan's face that seemed to be dripping with gloom, and then looked at Yan Xiaochun with some surprise. Did we win? Ha! Yan Xiaochun laughed softly. Of course, as I said earlier, this hand, luck should be on my side. Don't flatter yourself. Just now, it only allowed you to pick up a bargain and win a game by fluke. Do you really think that, with your so-called luck, it can help you win the third game? Yan Xiaochun's gaze slightly condensed. Since Yi Xiao was so confident, how about, we play something big? He Yan looked at him. Play something big? How? A bet of $50 million is no fun, one way or the other. It's the same as none of us making any profit or losing any money. So for the last hand, why don't we stimulate it and increase the stakes a bit? Saying that, with his hands holding the betting table, his body leaned forward and his gaze slightly condensed. The last game, the bet is $500 million. Mr. He, do you dare to take it? The crowd was in an uproar at the end of the sentence. 500 million. This can really be regarded as a big gamble. The crowd present many people all the value of the sum. I'm afraid that there is not 500 million. But these people, although surprised Yan Xiaochun looks ordinary a kid, actually can come up with 500 million of capital, but does not prevent them from Yan Xiaochun scoffing. I think this kid is really crazy. Just now it was clearly a careless mistake by Dookie. This kid shouldn't really think that the heavens are helping him. I'm so sad for this kid's dad. What's wrong with raising such a big loser? I kinda can't wait to see this kid's face after he loses 500 million ha. As for Qin Chuiwei, her eyes widened. You're crazy. Where did we get $500 million? Besides, even if we had, the second one was already a stroke of luck. Do you really think we can still win the third game? Yan Xiaochun smiled faintly. Trust me, since luck has come, this moment, it will definitely not go away. He Tianlong's eyes also clouded over. Kid, since you're in such a hurry to send me your fortune, if I don't accept it, it would be too much to say. Good. 500 million. I'll take it. Chapter 142 Jedi Reversal. He Yan looked at Yan Xiaochun with a gloomy face. However, this contract on your hand is worth at most $100 million, and 400 million, where is it? As the words landed, a thick voice rang out. There's another 400 million, here it is. Looking over in response to the sound, Han Zhenyu walked over with his head held high, pulled out his checkbook from his pocket, still on the gambling table, looked at Yan, and laughed. I'm quite interested in this bet. I'll pay for this gentleman's 400 million for him. With one word, the crowd was in an uproar. That's not $400. That's $400 million. Who was this person that he was able to come up with $400 million, and what was Yan Xiaochun's status that warranted someone else shelling out $400 million for him? There is a saying widely spread among the marketplace that being able to have $100 million in savings is not necessarily awesome, but if you can have $100 million in debt and still live a life of ease, that's really awesome. And Yan Xiaochun had undoubtedly been categorized to the latter in the minds of the crowd. Seeing that he was cut across, He Yan's gaze chilled. Who are you? Han Zhenyu said in a proud voice. The Kyushu Tongtong trade, Han Zhenyu. Self-registered number. The crowd only realized, no wonder between the shot so bold, originally, is the richest man in Qingzhou personally The crowd secretly remembered Yan Xiaochun's appearance. Could the one who could make the richest man in Qingzhou so favorable to help be an ordinary person? And at this moment, Yan Xiaochun tapped the checkbook on the table and spoke with a smile. My 500 million is here, young master He, what's yours? He Tianlong face suddenly flooded a difficult color, thought it was just a simple auction, did not bring so much money, the whole body belongings add up to only 200 million. Look carefully, this is the land on the golden waterfront that this young master just bought from Master Long San. It cost a whole $400 million, now as a $300 million bet, isn't that enough? Yan Xiaochun's heart was stirred. The golden waterfront, that's a good place. If we can take it down, even if we resell it, we can sell it for a good price. Definitely a solid deal. Yes. Bet. He Yan sneered, picked up the sieve cup, focusing all the energy, shaking the cup, dropped the cup, raised the cup in one fell swoop, 6-6 lined up in order, the eye-catching. Young master He is awesome. Worthy of being the grandson of the king of gamblers, it's just awesome. He. I'm really looking forward to seeing that kid's face ha. Facing 6-6s, Yan Xiaochun remained unperturbed, loaded up the sieve, gently shook it 3 times, and placed it on the table. Kid, that's admitting defeat? He Yan looked at him smugly, but this young master isn't that kind and won't let you off just because you admit defeat. Moreover, this young master will soon be spending your money and sleeping with your woman. Thinking about it, I really can't wait, huh? You think you're going to win? A faintly sarcastic voice sounded. Humph. Even if you're unlucky and shake out 6 sixes as well, but according to the rules of the gambling table, first to open wins. Unless you have an extra sieve inside your sieve cup. Young master, he is really smart, but I have more than one sieve in this sieve cup. Slowly start the cup. The crowd stared wide-eyed when to see the points in the sieve cup. Everyone sucked a mouthful of cold air. The expression on the face are all a shock. Chapter 143. A pair of pants left for you. The original 6 sieves, half and half cracked, 6 6, 6 1, 6 into a column, 1 into a vertical. The crack is neat and tidy, as if cut by a knife. 12 and a half sieves, adding up the points, 42. Winning. We won? Shin Shuyu, who had been nervously following the betting game on the side, had incredulity filling her face when she saw the number of points inside the sieve cup. Yan Xiaochen smiled confidently. As I said, good luck, will definitely be on my side. $200 million in cash and $400 million in land deeds. I'm so grateful to young master he, knowing that we're short of money, he's so kind to come and deliver it for us. Looks like tonight's auction is reaping a full harvest. Bang! The sieve cup fell to the ground in response. He Yan's eyes were lifeless, paralyzed in the chair. How could this happen? Young master he, thank you very much. Yan Xiaochen laughed softly and took the land deed on the table. He Yan slammed the table and gritted his teeth. This time, I admit it, but there are some things that look good, but are not good to take. The land deed stays, the previous transgression, a write-off, he family, make you a friend. When he spoke, He Yan's tone was faintly condescending, as if Yan Xiaochen had dipped into a great honor. Yan Xiaochen, however, smiled faintly. That's still embarrassing. For me, the He family is not really worthy of being my friend. Do you realize what you're saying? He Yan's eyes were suddenly cold. Egu, is young master he threatening me? Or are you saying that you want to back out in public? He Yan's bottom rises up a shade of woo. He family to gambling start, for gambling especially valued. If he really dares to back out, the loss of more than this deed, but the He family several generations of people over the past 100 years to accumulate credibility. But this land deed is too important for him. This is not just a matter of money, but also involves an important layout of the He family in the future. If this is done wrong, you can imagine what kind of punishment He Yan will be punished by the family. Good. In that case, this young master has nothing to say. But I'll give you one last piece of advice. Taking something you shouldn't be taking is like a hot potato. Be careful, burn yourself. He Yan ruthlessly put down a sentence, turned around and was about to leave, while Yan Xiaochen's faint voice rang out. Mr. He, wait. Aren't you, and you're forgetting one more thing. The corner of Yan Xiaochen's mouth raised in an arc. This money is what I should have won at the gambling table, but the bet we just made, you, it seems, haven't honored it yet. The crowd then realized that the bet just now was that if He Yan lost, he would have to strip naked and run around naked. Kid. Don't you give an inch. He Yan's eyes were red as he looked at Yan Xiaochen dead on, as if he wanted to eat him alive. By the looks of it, young master he is trying to back out? Yan Xiaochen's voice, too, went cold. Cut the crap, I'm just backing out, what can you do to me? He Yan neck across, to this is a naked run around, that He Yan's face, but lost all the face, and do not return to what the Australian city, directly jumped into the sea to kill himself. Humph. That's out of your hands. After the words, Yan Xiaochen's figure steep moment, then He Yan feel clothes a tight, in the crowd have not reacted, only to see the rags flying, but in the blink of an eye, He Yan only feel a cold body, followed by a woman's scream. He suddenly a shiver, looked down, and inexpensive clothes, at the moment all turned into rags, all over, only a pair of pants left. Yan Xiaochen smiled with his eyebrows, looking at his aqua green SpongeBob SquarePants, and spoke, young master he has this taste. TSK, I have to say, it's very sexy. Low laughter rang out, and then like a fuse, it slowly erupted, and in the end, the hall was full of laughter, even through the cabin, it spread out a long way. He Yan's face turned red with shame, and he couldn't even say a harsh word as he fled. Yan Xiaochen laughed and said to Qin Shuyue, how is it, relieved? Qin Shuyue's face was red with shame, hammered him and snapped, then you can't strip him like that. Who let him have his way with you, leaving him the last piece of cover has been merciful. Qin Shuyue gave him a blank look, but the sweetness behind the domineering words made her heart slightly sweet and she no longer pursued anything. By the way. Suddenly, as if she remembered something, she looked to the side at Han Zhenyu and whispered, you and Mr. Han, do you know each other? Yan Xiaochen nodded, remember Shang Jojo? He and Han Zhenyu are in a master-subordinate relationship. After all, I have some friendship with Shang Jojo, and he has explained to Han Zhenyu that he will help me out when I'm in trouble. Qin Shuiwei nodded her head and wanted to ask more, when a bright laughter came, and Han Zhenyu's voice rang in her ears. It seems that Mr. Han didn't press the wrong treasure. Congratulations, Mr. Yen, for the great harvest. Yan Xiaochen also laughed. Without your 400 million, I'm afraid, I wouldn't be able to win so much. Han Zhenyu implicitly glanced at Qin Shuiwei on the side, and suddenly his eyes flashed. This, I believe, is our Qingzhou's rookie star, Miss Qin of the Moon Snow Company, right? Miss Qin, this land deed of the Golden Waterfront, it's a good thing. Look, are you interested to cooperate? Chapter 144 Bidding begins. Qin Shuiwei looked at Han Zhenyu in surprise, but a look of worry still flashed across her face. Cooperation? But this land deed. Han Zhenyu could see what Qin Shuiwei was worried about at a glance, so he spoke confidently. Don't worry, Miss Qin, this land deed is real and valid, and He Yen lost it to you in full view of everyone. Even if he wants to backtrack. Han Zhenyu's eyes flashed with a touch of arrogant coldness. That also depends on whether I'm willing or not. The richest man in Qingzhou, with the backing of the Kyushu Tongtong trade, does have the qualifications to say such things. Qin Shuiwei was also a bit moved. After all, the real estate industry can be described as profiteering. If she could really get involved in it, it would undoubtedly do her more good than harm. Just when she was still a bit hesitant, there was the sound of a bell ringing, and Han Zhenyu smiled as he handed over a business card. This is Han's contact information, so if Miss Qin has considered it, she can come to the Kyushu Tongtong trade to contact Han at any time. The auction is about to begin. There are still quite a few good things. I hope that Miss Qin will be able to return home with a full load. After Han Zhenyu left, Qin Shuiwei was still dreaming. Tonight, not only obtained the cooperation agreement of Tianming Group, and even got a land deed worth more than $100 million out of thin air, and the Kyushu Tongtong trade took up the relationship. All of this, before this, she did not dare to think about it, but all the real happened in their own bodies, let her feel very dreamy. Yan Xiaochen, I really can't believe it more and more, all of this, it's also too smooth. Yan Xiaochen smiled gently. What's not to believe? Perhaps, you are the reward for your many years of hard work. Finally, keep the Qin Kai see the moonlight. After hearing Yan Xiaochen's words, Qin Shuyu tightly clenched her fists, and above her small face, a touch of determination flashed. Well, since God has given me this opportunity, I must grasp it well. Yan Xiaochen smiled, just for the divine light of hope that had never appeared on her face before. This was worth all of this. All right. Let's hurry up and go. It's said that there are quite a few good things in this auction. After saying that, he waved his hand in a bold manner. With the more than $200 million that the wealth-giving boy just sent, if there's anything you like, just buy it. Hey, let's experience the life of a tycoon too. The angel was large, and under the cabin was a whole piece, large enough to hold 400 or 500 people, and the auction, which was to be held here. In addition to the lobby on the first floor, above the second floor, there is a small independent private room. With the VIP's invitation in Yan Xiaochen's hand, he was naturally assigned a private room. At the exact moment, the auction officially started with a wonderful opening speech by a beautiful woman. As the saying goes, the chaotic world of gold and the world of antiques, for these so-called tycoons, money has long become a number, but also only these rare old objects, perhaps to let them in their respective circles, once again have some bragging capital. Yan Xiaochen. Look at that plate, it's even more broken than the plate we eat on at home. Why does it cost $500,000? That's a Yuan dynasty plate. Look at that vase, it's losing its color, and someone spends $1 million on it. Isn't that silly? That's a unique glaze drop technique, not color drop. Hey, look at that terracotta warrior, it looks like the real thing. That can be auctioned here and shouted to 5 million sky price, should be the real. Not long after, under Qin Chuyua's continuous bombardment, Yan Xiaochen's forehead was already covered in cold sweat. Each lot have caused countless people hot. Not long, more than 10 lots have already had the owner, and in a short period of time, has also created an addition to the amount of more than $100 million. Although each lot was precious, none of them could enter Yan Xiaochen's eyes, and just when he lacked interest, suddenly, his gaze condensed. This is? Only to see the auctioneer take out an ancient jade tablet. The jade plate as a whole is white, under the light, vaguely translucent green light. Look at the appearance, quite some thoughts. At this time, the voice of the beautiful host resounded. The ring dragon jade plaque, which was unearthed in the tomb of a prince in the Han dynasty, was carved using the finest Hantian jade, and at that time, only a party of vassals and princes were eligible to wear the carved dragon jade plaque, which was the most honored status symbol. As far as is known to this day, a jade plate with a similar ring dragon to it fetched $15 million on the Frankish auction block 5 years ago and was put on exhibition in the country's museums, and this one, so far, is the second to be found. Bidding reserve price, $8 million. Each increase is not less than $500,000. And now, the bidding begins. Words landed, a layer of the hall, a slight silence. At this time, for a long time did not see a sound of the second floor, came a pale voice, 8.5 million. 9 million. A flailing voice followed. $10 million. $11 million. $20 million. In less than 3 voices, the price was directly raised by a whole half, and the crowd let out an exclamation of surprise, after which the curtain of the second floor box was pulled open, revealing a young figure. Only to see him. A flash of smugness flashed across Xiang Yiming's face, then he sat down and spoke arrogantly, "Auctioneer, is the hammer still not set? Do you think that anyone else will bid higher than this young master?" The auctioneer had an ugly look on his face. This ring dragon jade plaque, they expected the auction value to be at least not less than 25 million, but because of Xiang Yiming's appearance, no one dared to compete with him, causing the auctioneer to lose a lot as well. $20 million a time. 20 million 2 times. $20 million 3 times. This ring dragon jade medallion is awarded to young Master Xiang. 21 million. Just as the hammer fell, a faint voice came, the entire auction, for a silence, all eyes, coincidentally cast to the direction of the speaking voice. Yan Xiaochen. What are you doing? Xin Shuyue's anxious voice rang out, that young man named Xiang Yiming looks like he has a lot to offer, with so many antiques, do you have to grab them from him? Yan Xiaochen smiled mysteriously, hey, aren't we short of money now? All the things here combined are not as valuable as this ring dragon jade plaque in front of us. Xiang Yiming's face, on the other hand, gradually became gloomy. He didn't expect that after revealing his identity, there would still be someone who dared to bid against him. Kid, you don't know who I am? Anyone could hear the faint hint of threat in the tone. Yan Xiaochen responded lightly, oh? Should I know who you are? You. Hee, very good, it's been a long time since anyone dared to call out to this gongzi like that. Xiang Yiming smiled grimly, $25 million. $30 million. Yan Xiaochen faintly shouted, the base price of the increase, also directly popped up to 5 million each time. $40 million. $50 million. $60 million. $80 million. When Yan Xiaochen's voice of $80 million was faintly shouted out, everyone gulped deeply and looked at the curtains of the second floor box, murmuring. Who is sitting in here? How can you be so generous? I don't know, but if you look at Qingzhou City, the only one who can be so generous is the new richest man in Qingzhou, Mr. Han Zhenyu. However, to dare to compete with young Master Xiang, doesn't he know how much weight the Xiang family represents in Dongshan province? Humph. It's probably a rich thug who offended young Master Xiang, so we'll have a good show later. While the crowd was talking, Xiang Yiming at this moment, his fists were deeply clenched as he looked at Yan Xiaochen's box, his eyes filled with coldness. Afterward, he suddenly relaxed his eyebrows with a deep mockery, you're stupid and have a lot of money, this young master is not going to follow you and be a jerk. This jade tablet, let you just have it. The auctioneer was overjoyed, and in order to prevent Yan Xiaochen from backing out, he hurriedly dropped the hammer, $80 million, congratulations to this gentleman. Auction rules, no regrets on the hammer. Then, Xiang Yiming suddenly burst out in a sneer, these days, little cuties with eyes without pearls, there are really quite a few of them. This ring dragon jade plaque is not bad, but the price of $30 million is already extreme, you spent $80 million, outside, it is enough to buy 3 pieces exactly the same, TSK, people say, this is not a little cute. Ha ha. The crowd also laughed, which, naturally, knows not a few, of course, know that Xiang Yiming said the truth, have spoken out to ridicule. And inside the box, Xin Shuyue glared fiercely at Yan Xiaochen, you don't know anything and you follow what to grab. Spending all that money for nothing, do you realize how much could have been done with that money? Yan Xiaochen, however, had a smile on his brow and a faint voice, which came out from within the box, since this ring dragon jade plaque was auctioned off by me, can I make a request to please ask the auctioneer to bring a high-powered hairdryer? The crowd ton looked at him suspiciously, what was he doing with a hairdryer? The auctioneer didn't dare to slow down, and soon, the hairdryer was brought over. Turn on maximum power and blow into the jade tablet where the dragon's head is for 10 seconds. The crowd was even more puzzled, although the power of the hairdryer was not small, but this was after all a jade tablet, it was hard not to want to blow the jade tablet into melt. Even if it blows up, it has been bought by him, and the loss, too, is his own. For Yan Xiaochen's request, the auctioneer did as he was told, in the hairdryer high-powered blowing, some of the tiny jade chips on the jade plate suddenly flying constantly, in the eyes of the crowd staring at, about 10 seconds later, the hairdryer stops, the jade plate is still the same jade, and even the moonlight, there is no half a point of difference. Xiang Yiming snorted disdainfully, what do you mean by that? pretending to be high and mighty to cover up your little cutie pie. General insight? The words just fell. Suddenly, an old man stood up trembling, in his gaze, with a deep shock. This jade tablet at the head of the dragon seems to have eyes. What? At the end of a sentence, many people even stood up in surprise. Chapter 146, Have Eyes but Not Eyes. Yan Xiaoqian's eyebrows contained a smile, slightly raised a touch of arc. Others did not see it, but he saw at a glance. This is not at all the jade plate worn by the prince, but the son of heaven, only qualified to wear the jade plate. The jade plaque is engraved with dragons on both sides, representing the honor of royalty. However, the ring dragon jade plaque worn by ordinary members of the royal family, above the dragon's head, double eyes without eyes, only the son of heaven jade plaque, can double dragon eyes, representing the supreme. And this piece in front of me is the eye-dotting jade medal, the price of which is much higher than the ring dragon jade medal worn by the king. Perhaps the jade medallion had been buried in the ground for too long, causing the dragon's eye to be covered in jade shavings and connected over time. While jade fears fire, the high heat blown out by a high-powered hairdryer can soften the jade, so after about 10 seconds of blowing with the hairdryer, the jade shavings that covered the dragon's eyes came off, revealing the dragon's eyes. At this moment, Xiang Yiming, on the other hand, was puzzled and looked at the old man who got up to speak. Old man, what's wrong with having eyes? The old man took a deep breath and said slowly, the dragon head dotting the eyes is the son of heaven's pay, the world's only one. It is said that this dotting of the ring of dragons in the jade plaque, on behalf of the then the most pinnacle of the carving of the jade craft, but the size of a grain of rice in the eyes of the dragon, can be reflected in the golden palace, the 100 officials to worship the picture. Just as the eyes of the emperor personally look down on the 100 officials of the world. The value of this piece of the Son of Heaven jade plaque is much higher than that of an ordinary ring dragon jade plaque, and up to this point there hasn't been a single one, but scholars in the archaeological world once determined that if the Son of Heaven jade plaque really appeared, then the value of it would never be less than $500 million. There was a gasp from the crowd, and their gazes towards Yan Xiaoqian suddenly became somewhat envious. I thought people had lost money, but who knew that in the blink of an eye, they had made a whole 5 times as much. However, for the old man's statement, everyone was convinced, because the person who spoke was the president of the Qingzhou City Antique Association, and when looking at Dongshan Province, he was also a famous expert. Xiang Yiming's face immediately became ugly. He lacked this 500 million? Although quite a lot, but for the Xiang family, but the skin, but he just mocked Yan Xiaoqian. People's stupid money, have eyes without pearls, instantly be hit in the face. The feelings of the people have long been discerning eyes, on the contrary, is their own, the real treasure in front of their own instead of missing, in the end, who did not have insights, at a glance. And Qin Shuiwei, who rebuked him, also grew her mouth at the moment, looking at Yan Xiaoqian with an unbelievable face. You saw it a long time ago? Yan Xiaoqian laughed. I just thought that this jade tablet would be worth a lot of money, but I didn't expect it to be this valuable. Luck! Qin Shuiwei looked at the side of his face, but in her eyes, a different kind of light flashed. He realized that she understood this man less and less. She had thought he was just an ordinary person, but time and time again coincidences refreshed her understanding, and even sometimes she wondered if the so-called coincidences in his mouth were really coincidences. Find out for me who the hell is in that box. At this moment, Xiang Yiming ordered to his subordinate, pointing at Yan Xiaoqian's box with a gloomy face, his eyes flowing, a deep cold color flashing under his eyes. His Xiang Yiming's face is not something that can be folded by anyone who wants to. The auction continued, but there was no longer any treasure worthy of Yan Xiaoqian's eyes, and in the blink of an eye, another hour or so passed. The last lot is a piece of jade pendant from the heyday of the Great Tang Dynasty. This piece of jade pendant, although it is not particularly precious, but according to wild history, there are 9 pieces of jade pendant. If you can collect all 9 pieces of jade pendant, you will be able to unearth a heavenly secret. As to whether it is true or not, that is for you all to test yet. The starting price of the jade pendant is $100,000, and each time the price is raised, it shall not be less than $10,000. Although it was the last lot, but everyone was a look of lack of interest. 100,000, although not very expensive, but the jade pendant is simply not worth the price. For a vain legend, it is not worth the investment. Suddenly, Yan Xiaoqian's eyes flashed with a flash of brilliance as he looked at the jade pendant, and on his face, he suddenly picked up an inexplicable arc. 1,100,000. $110,000, any more bids? The crowd saw that it was Yan Xiaoqian who shouted the price. Originally they were all going to leave the field, and then sat back, with the previous experience. Could it be that this piece of jade pendant, and what is the hidden treasure? Chapter 147, Trick You. 200,000. A familiar voice rang out. Yan Xiaoqian's gaze sunk slightly. He didn't need to look to hear that the voice of the speaker was none other than Xiang Yiming. His face changed instantly. He had just put Xiang Yiming on the spot. According to his arrogant character, he would definitely want to compete with himself to the end as well. This was not a good sign. Suddenly, he had a flash of light, and the corners of his mouth slowly curved up in an arc. 2 million. What? Yan Xiaoqian's sudden shouting of the price made the crowd fall over their heads, directly raising the price by a full 10 times on top of Xiang Yiming's original base. Xiang Yiming's eyes lit up and he smiled grimly. It's really a good thing, kid. This time, don't try to snatch it from this young man's hand again. 3 million. Yan Xiaoqian's disdainful voice came out. The young master of the Xiang family is so petty when he makes a move? $30 million. Young Master Xiang, if you're shy in your pocket, it's better to advise you not to continue shouting the price so as not to lose face. What did you say? Xiang Yiming's veins popped on his forehead in anger. You dare to say that this young master has no money? $50 million. This young man tells you, this jade pendant, I'll take it. The corner of Yan Xiaoqian's mouth revealed a hint of a triumphant smile, and suddenly his words changed. In that case, a gentleman does not take away a person's favor, so this jade pendant belongs to young Master Xiang. The sudden letting go of his hand blinded the crowd, and Xiang Yiming also froze, and instinctively, a trace of bad premonition roamed his heart. At this time, rushing to the president of the Antique Association who had spoken out before, he opened his mouth. Old man, quickly help this young man to see what is so special about this jade pendant. Although he was dissatisfied with Xiang Yiming's address, he couldn't afford to offend the Xiang family, so he could only observe carefully, then shook his head. Forgive me for being blind. This jade pendant, with its rough workmanship and average texture, has no redeeming qualities, except for being a contraption of the ancient Tang. Xiang Yiming froze dumbfounded. Bang! When the hammer was set, Yan Xiaoqian's teasing voice suddenly rang out. Young Master Xiang, I forgot to tell you one thing. This piece of jade pendant, there is really nothing special about it, only that I looked good, so I wanted to buy it to play with it. But still, young Master Xiang's family is very big and powerful, and $50 million to buy a toy that is less than $200,000, so I am admiring it. I'm impressed. The voice spread throughout the hall. At first the crowd is still low laughter, to later, really cannot help it. Sneering little voice suddenly spread throughout the auction hall. Through the thick curtain, Xiang Yiming can feel the crowd sneering eyes fell on his face, like looking at the landlord's family's too little cute. General. He hammered a heavy circle on the table, and in the bottom of his eyes, a flash of morose killing intent. Bastard. Don't let me find out who you are. Dare to tease this young master, I will make your life worse than death. And at this time, what Yan Xiaoqian didn't know was that in a certain hidden place, his own figure was presented in perfect clarity in the surveillance. That's him? A slightly obese figure, nestled in a sofa, a cigar in his hand, smoking thickly. Yes, that's him. A gnashing voice rang out, and if Yan Xiaoqian was here, he would be able to recognize at a glance that this person was the young master of the Yi family, He Yan, who he had stripped down to just a pair of pants. He first offended the young master of the Yi family in Oching, and then provoked the eldest son of the Xiang family in Jeju City. This young man, what is his origin? Little brother Ma on the side responded respectfully, reporting back to Master Fifth. This person came with an invitation from the Tianning group, and he has received help from Han Zhenyu, the newly emerged richest man in Qingzhou, in the betting match with young Master He. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Master Long San deeply exhaled a mouthful of smoke rings, the bottom of his eyes, up past a wisp of essence. Third Master. He Yan took a deep breath. What are you going to do? Master Long San raised an eyebrow. What does young Master He say about that? Is the third master prepared to stand by and watch? This teenager, it seems like he hasn't offended me either. Master Long San. He Yan's gaze suddenly darkened. Under the loss of a little money is small, but the gold waterfront that place, but the relationship is significant. The third master will sell him to the Yi family. That's because you know that this piece of land in the hands of the Yi family is safe, but if it falls into the hands of other forces, once that secret is discovered, Master Long San, there's no need for me to say more about what the consequences will be, right? Whoosh. An icy coldness shot onto Yi Yan like a blade. Are you threatening me? Being enveloped by his gaze, He Yan felt as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. Suddenly his body was chilled, and he clenched his teeth darkly as he continued to forcefully say, Third Master Long, the Yi family came here with sincerity, and I hope that the third master will also treat us with sincerity. Phew. As the chill withdrew, Third Master Long's faint voice rang out, Scar, accompany young Master He for a walk. In the darkness, an icy voice faintly sounded, Yes. Chapter 148 You shall atone for your sins by dying. Tonight's Yan Xiaoqian and Qin Shuyu had undoubtedly become celebrities on the entire cruise ship, and Lu Zongxing appeared just in time to introduce Qin Chuyu to quite a number of seniors who were engaged in the pharmaceutical industry as well. Tonight was certainly a rewarding night for the duo. Until late at night, the auction gradually dispersed. The moon is dark and windy tonight, and it's late fall, so it's more or less cool. Strolling through the moonlit, ghostly, deserted streets carries a deep stillness. Qin Shueyu's face hung with excitement that hadn't receded for a long time, and her eyes contained a deep smile. Yan Xiaochen, I. Before the words were finished, all of a sudden, Yan Xiaochen's footsteps stopped, his eyes looking at the darkness on both sides in front of him. He suddenly gathered Qin Chuyu behind himself, and said in a deep voice, "It's hard to wait on such a cold day, isn't it? Now that you're here. Then come out." As the words landed, a cacophony of noises came from both sides of the path, and in a short while, a dozen or so large men armed with swords and clubs aggressively stood in front of them. Looking at the leader of the group, Yan Xiaochen's mouth lifted up with a touch of amusement. "Yo, he Dishao is done running around naked so soon? I don't know how many beautiful women you've attracted with your sexy little pants. Cut the crap." The moment he came up, He Yan was infuriated and pointed at him. "Kid. This young man warned you on the ship, leave a thread of truth in everything and we'll see each other in the future, but unfortunately, you're too arrogant. Arrogant, you have to pay the price of arrogance. With you mongrels?" Yan Xiaochen hummed disdainfully. "Then have you ever heard the saying that one waste is a waste, and 100 wastes are still wastes? More quantity doesn't change the fact of quality." "Humph. What an arrogant brat. I wonder if you have the capital to be arrogant." A cold voice came. In the darkness, a shadow slowly approached, a smooth pace, a hidden killing intent. Yan Xiaochen's mouth corner smile remained unchanged, but the bottom of his eyes flashed a touch of gravity. The visitor, a master. Standing on his feet, Scar took 5 steps away from Yan Xiaochen, looked up and down, and then fatally opened his mouth. "Waste your arm, hand over the land deed, and spare your life." "Ha!" Yan Xiaochen laughed. "With you? Kid. I forgot to introduce you." He Yan came forward with a smug smile. "This one, but the only one in the underground boxing ring who has won 100 victories. All the enemies who fought against him were either dead or crippled, none of them were intact. 2 years ago, it was even at the border with his bare hands that he evaded a team of heavily armed soldiers and killed 4 of them in return. No less than a handful of lives have been in his hands, and he is the #1 war general under Master Long San, Scar." After listening to Yi Yan's introduction, Yan Xiaochen's eyes steeply chilled, like a sharp arrow, shooting fiercely at him. "You've killed soldiers? A mouth with a cold blade, like a ghost or a prison." He Yan smiled smugly. "Not only have you killed, but you're also a soldier of the famous Special Force Tiger Hunt. Kid, you know you're scared. Deal with you. Scar can crush you to death with one hand." Yan Xiaochen took a deep breath and looked straight at Scar. "In my life, I only respect 3 kinds of people. Teachers to educate, doctors to save, soldiers to protect. Especially the soldiers of the Protectorate, who left their families behind just to guard our stable lives. If they die in battle, it is an honor to die, but if they die at the hands of the smallest of the small, it is a death that is not willing, and the soul also has a grudge." Suddenly, raising his hand, he pointed at Scar, and in his gaze, he exuded a touch of morose killing intent. "The heavenly Tao is cyclical. You shall atone for your sins by dying." The moment he was pointed at, Scar's body was frozen. In an instant, he felt as if he was being stared at by the god of death. His body was ice cold. That ice coldness disappeared in an instant. He looked at Yan Xiaochen in front of him, and he couldn't help but flash a scornful smile. Scar had been in the jungle for more than 10 years and had countless blood on his hands, so how could he be intimidated by an ordinary person? "It's a joke. Kid. I appreciate your passion, but you'll soon learn that in front of absolute strength, your so-called passion is bull." Said, the corner of his mouth revealed a touch of cruelty. "Now, I decided that I will personally break the bones in your body, one by one so that the so-called hot blood in your body will be licked by the wild dogs little by little. This is the price you pay for being arrogant with me." As he spoke, Scar walked towards Yan Xiaochen step by step, and Tianlong even had a cruel sneer on his face, as if Yan Xiaochen's miserable end was just around the corner. Just as Yan Xiaochen's body began to condense his battle intent, all of a sudden, his ears twitched, his battle intent dispersed, and he smiled blandly. "It seems that you're going to be disappointed today." Scar's pace was unabated and carried a deep killing intent. "Kid, don't bluff. Today, even if the Heavenly King came, he wouldn't be able to protect you." "Oh? Yeah?" An arrogant voice came from behind Yan Xiaochen, and then a group of people gradually revealed their figures, with the leader of the group condescending. "Then I'd like to see if Mr. Han can protect him today." Seeing the appearance of the person who came, Scar's footsteps, raw stop, before the words, as if the air a slap in the face, flashed a deep embarrassment. Chapter 149 A Hongmen Banquet. Wealth is a means of communicating with the gods and enslaving the demons. Scar was no longer able to fight. He was ultimately a man, and facing the richest man in Qingzhou, especially Han Zhenyu, who had his back to the Kyushu Tongtong trade. Not to mention him, even his master was deeply afraid. Han Zhenyu gave a cryptic nod towards Yan Xiaochen, then stepped forward and looked at Scar, a touch of disdain flashing across his face. A little brat who can't see the light of day deserves to be blabbering about it here? There's no need for a heavenly king. I, Han Zhenyu, am right here. Let me see what you can do to move him. The elegant domineering intent made Scar's face difficult to see. But he didn't dare to talk back. A Han Zhenyu might not be scary, but if you add the one behind him, the Kyushu Tongtong trade, which was known as the nation's second plutocrat, not to mention himself, even his own master didn't dare to easily mess with him. At this time, He Yan suddenly walked over and spoke. Mr. Han, right? For the sake of such a small person in the district, how is it worth picking up a fight with Third Master Long? In the following Australian city He family He Yan, but also please Mr. Han to give me a face, this person to our disposal, He family, very willing to hand down Mr. Song this friend. And who the hell are you to be friends with me? Han Zhenyu responded with unflinching dominance. Even if your grandfather, Ao Chung Poison King He Qianqiu, sees me, he's still my equal, so a milquetoast brat is worthy of blabbering here? The taunt in Han Zhenyu's eyes was undisguised. The Yi family is really not as good as the next generation. You? What you? I'm telling you, one more word of nonsense and I won't mind teaching his descendants a lesson for He Qianqiu. Even if I cripple you, believe it or not, He Qianqiu will have to smile and say good fight to me. He Yan's face instantly became ugly, although he wanted to retort, but he also knew that Han Zhenyu was right. Han Zhenyu's status in the same trade in Kyushu was extremely high, considered to be on the same level as his own grandfather, and his own He family's young master's status in front of him was not a fart. Looking at He Yan like a frosted eggplant, Han Zhenyu turned his gaze back to Scar and proudly said, "Tell Long San that I've taken the man, and if you still want to find any trouble, come to me, Han Zhenyu, as soon as possible." Scar's face recovered as before, and he took out a phone, and on the phone, Long Sanjuan's cheerful voice came out. "I said when did such a young talent appear in Qingzhou City, so, it's Mr. Han's man." Han Zhenyu smiled without smiling. "I have an important business to discuss with this Mr. Yin, so, people, I'll take them away first. Master Long San, you shouldn't have any comments." Ha ha. Mr. Han opened his mouth. What else can I say? All of this, it seems, is a misunderstanding. Scar, take the people and retreat. A flash of light flashed under Han Zhenyu's eyes and he waved his hand. Let's go too. Wait. Suddenly, the voice of Master Long San on the phone came again, and Han Zhenyu stopped in his tracks. What else does Master Long San have to teach us? Tonight, since we had a bit of a disagreement with young Master He in my territory, tomorrow night, at the Sky's End restaurant, I'll personally host a banquet for Mr. Han and this little brother. How about it? Han Zhenyu turned his gaze to Yan Xiaochen. Yan Xiaochen sneered, "This meal, it's not necessary. After all, the ways are different." Just as he was about to turn around and leave, Master Long San's voice resounded once again. "Little brother, my Long San's rice is not something that anyone who wants to refuse can just decide to do so. Your lover is very beautiful. By the way, I heard you also have a wife and sister in the first high school in the graduating class, right?" Yan Xiaochen's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. The threat in his words was overflowing. "Tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, we won't see you at the Tianya restaurant." The words landed and the phone hung up. Scar gave Yan Xiaochen a deep look, then turned to leave. A group of people came and went quickly, looking at Scar's fading back. Yan Xiaochen's eyes flashed with hidden killing intent. Yan Xiaochen, they. Or had Qin Shuiwa seen this kind of battle? At this moment, her scared little face became a little white. "Don't worry, I've got everything." Yan Xiaochen gave her a relieved look, while Han Zhenyu, who was on the side, spoke with a grave expression. "Humph. What a young master of the Yi family. When did the Yi family get involved with the Five Dragons Palace?" Yan Xiaochen's gaze was ghostly as he said, "I'm afraid, it's not because of the Yi family, but, rather, something else." What does that say? Long Lao San is hosting a banquet tomorrow, ostensibly to resolve the misunderstanding between He Yan and I. But in my opinion, I'm afraid that this young master of the Yi family in Ao Chang doesn't have such a big face. You mean? For this deed? Han Zhenyu isn't a cutie either. A little goes a long way. Yan Xiaochen closed his eyes slightly. No matter what his purpose is, tomorrow, I must go, and... His eyes suddenly opened and flashed a hint of killing intent. Dare to threaten my family, be prepared to pay the price of blood. Chapter 150 The Gates of the Hell Out of the Temple. Time, soon to be tomorrow night. Outside the door, Qin Shuiwei had a worried look on her face as she looked at Yin Xiaochen and spoke. Yin Xiaochen. That third Master Long, we can't afford to mess with him, or else, just give them back that land deed. Yin Xiaochen understood Qin Shuyu's thoughts, however, she thought too simply, since the grudge had been taken over, was this something that could be understood by returning it? Furthermore, when Long San dared to threaten him with his loved ones, it was destined that this matter could not be settled. Don't worry, I know in my heart. Besides, isn't there still Mr. Han accompanying my going? Hearing Han Zhenyu's name, Qin Shuyu's heart let out a slight sigh of relief, but she still instructed, if you follow Mr. Han, don't say anything, just do whatever Mr. Han tells you to do. Little people like us just have to follow honestly. Got it? Got it. Listening to Qin Shuyu's somewhat rambling appearance, Yin Xiaochen smiled helplessly, close the doors and windows at home and wait for me to come back. After saying this, he walked into the elevator, and the moment he stepped out from the elevator door, his original disheveled aura changed abruptly, and a desolate aura of solemnity slowly overflowed from his body. Outside the door, a customized Rolls-Royce opened, and Han Zhenyu stood at the door with a respectful face. Yin Jun. Yin Xiaochen's face was expressionless as he spoke faintly. Have all the people arrived? In the gloom, a black figure quietly appeared, lowered his head, and his hoarse voice respectfully responded, reporting to Yama, in order to deploy the 30 gunmen of the Chujian Temple, hidden around the entire district, to ensure that the lady is absolutely foolproof. The 50 assassins of the Taishan Temple have been deployed to ensure that absolutely no threats will appear on second Mrs. way home from school. After hearing these words, Yin Xiaochen's gaze steeply dispersed a dark chill, and his voice, cold as ice, depart. Tianya Restaurant, a private club, here, is the private property of the third master of the dragon, usually long ago guests full of restaurants, today, but the door can be sparrows, although the lights are brightly lit, but it is vaguely permeated with a murderous atmosphere. A luxurious Rolls-Royce pulled up at the door and a total of 3 people got down. Han Zhenyu, Yin Xiaochen, and a figure shrouded in black. Yama's close guards, the 10 temples of hell, one of the 4 killers, Black Impermanence. At the entrance, the one in charge of leading the way was still an old acquaintance, Xiao Ma. Please. Han Zhenyu Yin Xiaochen did not show any timidity. The two of them were side by side in front, along with Xiao Ma into the restaurant. Inside the luxurious box, large round table enough to do 20 people, only 4 chairs were set up, one was empty, and the remaining 3, respectively, sat Long Sanjie, He Yan, and an unknown guy. Master Long San still had the same calm demeanor, the corner of his mouth raised in a meaningful arc, and he reached out his hand in their direction. Please. There was only one chair, but Han Zhenyu and Yin Xiaochen, there were 2 of them. He Yan and that unknown fellow looked at the 2 of them with a teasing expression on their faces. Han Zhenyu's face did not change, he directly sat on the chair opposite Master Long San. Everyone did not react. With Han Zhenyu's status and position, sitting in that position, he was qualified. As for Yin Xiaochen, Han Zhenyu simply ignored it. With Yin Jun's ability, this little thing, it was not difficult for him. Sure enough, I only saw Yin Xiaochen smilingly walk up to the unknown guy and spoke with a smile. Sorry, this position, I've got my eye on it. Snap. The man was also a hot-tempered man, and immediately slammed the table. TMD. What kind of a thing are you that you deserve to talk to me like that? He Yin added fuel to the fire. Mr. Do, you're new here, maybe you don't understand, this Mr. Yin, but he's something else. A flash of deep disdain flashed in Do Ming's eyes, bowing his exploded to exaggerated arm and scornfully saying, how much better? Can it hold up to my punch? He Yan gloated and looked at Yin Xiaochen, provoking, let me introduce this, but the international boxing champion, Mr. Do Ming, just came to Qingzhou City today, came to visit Master Long San. You see, this was originally a seat prepared for you, but Mr. Do Ming is a guest, so you can't turn away the door. Do Ming snorted contemptuously, a meal of this level is not something that any punk is qualified to sit down. Yin Xiaochen nodded blandly, that's right, waste, not worthy of sitting. As the words landed, Black Impermanence suddenly took a step out, like a small mountain, and steeply appeared in front of Do Ming. Chapter 151 Come to 6 plates of sugar. Do Ming frowned, snorted coldly, and slammed his fist mercilessly. Where's the sickly consumptive, blocking this master's light? Get the hell out of here. Snap. Black Impermanence grabbed his wrist, not see the slightest expression on his face, steeply flashed a smear of murderous intent, and then twisted with force. A scalp-numbing scream resounded at once. Thick wrist, like a twist in an irregular form, cohesion, seeping blood, the entire arm is dyed red. Subsequently, Black Impermanence's dry and thin palm, with a fierce force, as if lifting a small chicken to lift Do Ming, like garbage generally flung out, his head heavily knocked on the hard wall, thumped loudly, fainted and died. Third Master Long's smile remained the same, but his gaze toward Yan Xiaochen was vaguely tinged with a hint of gravity. Black impermanence seems to have done an insignificant little thing, wiped the chair aside, though respectfully made a pleased gesture to Yan Xiaochen. Yan Xiaochen sat down, looked to the side of the ugly face of He Yan, smiled and asked, "Young Master Yi, you just said that this guy, what is the champion to come?" He Yan's face was as disgusting as if he had eaten a fly. He had just bragged about being the international boxing champion, and he was punched by Yan Xiaochen's subordinate, which hit his face, and snapped. "Ha!" Master Longsan suddenly smiled and beckoned, "Since everyone is here, let's order first." The lobby manager walked in shivering, holding the menu to Master Longsan, and carefully said, "Master San, what do you think we should eat today?" Master Longsan smilingly pushed his hand, "The visitor is a guest, let the guests eat first." The lobby manager handed the menu to Han Zhenyu, but Han Zhenyu closed his eyes slightly and didn't even look at it, and laughed. "Mr. Yan, Tianya restaurant is a good place, the cooks are authentic, and it's not easy for Master Longsan to get his blood back, so don't be polite if you want to eat anything." Yan Xiaochen took the menu with a smile, flipping through it as he said, "Then thank you for your hospitality, Third Master. I wonder, Third Master, if there are any contraindications?" The Third Master of the Dragon is still as good as the old man generally smilingly said, "People are old, cannot eat too sweet things. Yan brother first acquaintance, what you want to eat feel free to point, do not have to be concerned about the old man." "That can't be. It's still the body that's important. Come on, order. Sweet and sour carp. Sweet and sour pork. Sweet and sour grape skins." As the words landed, even on Master Longsan's all-conquering face, the smile froze slightly. The people under him, Yan Xiaochen is even more furious, only Han Zhenyu, light laughter out, "You take that what bull boxing champion disgust me, I immediately after the return of the past, you are not allowed to eat sugar? Then order all dishes with sugar." Lobby manager felt the atmosphere of the depressing to the extreme, legs straight shivering, trembling asked, You want to order something else?" Yan Xiaochen closed the menu, "No, these are enough." So do you have any contraindications?" "Yes." Yan Xiaochen smiled wryly, "Avoid carp, tenderloin, and grape skins." Snap. Scar behind Third Master Long finally couldn't help himself and took a step out, opening his mouth to curse, "Are you deliberately provoking? Why don't we just serve you 3 plates of candy?" "Nope. On 6 plates. Sampan, I'm afraid I can't send Master Longsan away." Whoosh. The men couldn't hold back any longer and sheathed their cold light, and for a while, inside the box, the shadow of the knife flashed and the killing intent was overwhelming. Ha! Suddenly, Third Master Long's laughter rang out as he cast his gaze slightly toward Yan Xiaochen and spoke, "Little brother, it seems that you are quite hostile toward Mr. Long, ah." Yan Xiaochen leaned toward the back of the chair, picked up the tea on the table and drank it all in one go, and let out a light laugh. "Otherwise, I wouldn't have remembered, in Qingzhou, there is still such a friend as you are. The food has not been served, the wine has not been opened, the smell of this smoke has become more and more dense." Chapter 152 Trial. The atmosphere in the entire box was horribly depressing, and after a long time, Master Longsan waved his hand, "Serve according to the usual tastes." The lobby manager was relieved and quickly retreated, otherwise, borrowing his 3 guts, he would not dare to serve 6 plates of sugar. Soon, the mountains of delicacies filled the table. The rest of the 3 people on the table moved untouched. The only one, Yan Xiaochen, gorged himself. As He Yan watched him wolf down his food, a flash of disdain flashed in his eyes and he muttered, "Unseen country bumpkin." Swish. Words just fell, a crab lay straight down on the table in front of him, from his own right hand, but a finger's distance, hard mahogany round table, hard into the wood, the force of the great, if a little bit off, enough to their palms, live through. Yan Xiaochen delicately finished the crab meat in his hand and faintly said, "Quack." He Yan's face instantly turned green, looking at the king crab legs that were still slightly trembling. At this moment, Yan Xiaochen, completely like a towering king, he didn't have the slightest doubt that if he spoke one more word of nonsense, the next crab leg that would go through would be his own head. Third Master Long's face finally had a change, his smile gradually converged, looking at Yan Xiaochen, his gaze ghostly, "Little brother, the old man gave you face, but you folded my face again and again, a bit too much." Yan Xiaochen slowly raised his head and looked at him with a gaze that was as cold as death. "Third Master Long, aren't you going to eat some? Eat and drink, and then we'll settle the score, or else I'm afraid you won't have a chance to eat again after we've settled the score." Ha! Third Master Long smiled, "If I remember correctly, it should be the first time I've met with little brother, right? In that case, what accounts do we have to settle? Yan Xiaochen wiped his mouth and smiled as well. He smiled brightly, but the temperature in the room, along with his smile, steeply chilled. Third Master Long, do you know what insurmountable bottom line I have as a person? Master Long San snorted coldly, playing with the antique walnut in his hand, and spoke, oh? Then why don't you tell us about it? What I honor most in my life is the army of the protectorate, and what I hate most in my life is threats to my family. Unfortunately, Master Long San, of these two, you have all of them. I thought you asked me what I had to account for. Then listen. Let's first settle the account of the 35 lives you took 5 years ago in order to demolish and forcibly acquire land for the Dong family village. Third Master Long's face abruptly condensed. Yan Xiaochen's eyes were like vast black holes, staring at him without any emotion, and continued to speak. Do you know that Dongjia village is a village of men and half a village of soldiers, with many women and children in every household, all because their men, all of them, are defending the realm of the sands and serving the country? Do you know that those 35 lives are all 35 military dependents? You bully them women, children, sick and disabled, but do not know that they are here to guard the home, the men outside to guard the country. Let's do the math again. 3 years ago you were transporting 1 drugs on the border. In order to prevent being inspected, you were ruthless. 15 soldiers at the Seven Slopes Mountain border post, the oldest of whom was 25 and the youngest 18, were brutally murdered by you in a single fire. With this fire you have burned the father of 3 children, the husband of 7 women, the children of 15 parents, the patron saint of 14 billion nations. Like a flood of bells, the sound routs the ears. Every time Yan Xiaochen said a sentence, the temperature in the arena was 1 point lower, and Master Long San's face was 1 point darker. Long San. Yan Xiaochen suddenly shot up. The most stupid decision you made was that you shouldn't have messed with me. From the moment you uttered the words that threatened my wife and sister on the phone yesterday, your life, it's no longer yours. Ha ha. After a slight silence, Master Long San suddenly laughed out loud, and a pair of slightly cloudy eyes suddenly exploded with a touch of viciousness. Kid, I appreciate that you're a talented person, and have the intention of pulling you in, but I didn't think that you'd be so ungrateful. It is said that the newborn calf is not afraid of the tiger, but you have to understand, not afraid of the fear, but the calf is always a calf, in front of the tiger, it is food to be slaughtered. Ha! Looking at the openness on Master Long San's face, Yan Xiaochen laughed. I'll correct a sentence for you. This seed is not a calf, and you don't deserve to be a tiger. Yes? Master Long San's eyes narrowed slightly. I hope that later on, you'll still be able to say these words with such confidence. Scar, bring the men up to me. Scar behind him nodded once, felt out the phone, dialed a number, rang a few times, but no one answered. His face changed slightly, and then dialed a few numbers, but without exception, all of them were unanswered. When the originally frank and composed Third Master Long saw this scene, his face changed slightly and he said grimly, "What's going on?" Before Scar could speak, Yan Xiaochen suddenly let out a light laugh. Are you calling those 13 people who live downstairs in my neighborhood, or are you calling those 9 people who ambushed my wife and sister on their way from school? If so, then I can regretfully tell you that the Yellow Springs underworld, there is no signal O. The openness on Third Master Long's face was completely gloomy, a pair of eyes staring dead at Yan Xiaochen, and after a long time, he slowly opened his mouth. Who the hell are you? Chapter 153 A Gift from Yama's Post. The corner of Yan Xiaochen's mouth raised a cold and arrogant arc, like a towering king, condescending. I'm the one who will judge your end. Yan Xiaochen's voice was incredibly cold. Ha ha. Joke. I long san vertical across the East Mountain province for decades, suppressing a province. The 5 dragon temple forces are across 5 provinces, the land of northern Zhejiang. No one dares to compete with my dragon family, even those party officials. See me also have to respectfully call a third master. Black and white, who dares not give my long family 3 points of moon face? You, a little doll, what are you, and you dare to talk about judging me? Yan Xiaochen's eyes narrowed slightly. That's just right, besides you, it's also counted as this seat removing harm from the people. Humph. Third Master Long leaned towards the back of his chair and said proudly, Kid, you're asking for death yourself. Scar. When the words landed, the eyes of Scar behind Master Long San flashed. His figure was like a ghost, in the blink of an eye, bullying his way in, his waist swaying, his cold blade with a mane. The black impermanence behind Yan Xiaochen let out a low roar and was just about to strike when Yan Xiaochen pressed him down, the corner of his mouth raised in a condescending sneer as he suddenly struck out. What? Scar's face suddenly changed, his wrist flicked, he was fast. Yan Xiaochen was even faster. A pair of iron arms were like vipers, with an extremely tricky arc. A hand clasped Scar's shoulder. Then violently unloaded, only to hear a click, bone crunching. Scar stifled a grunt. Bean-sized beads of sweat immediately flowed down, endured the pain of the broken arm, backhand cold blade attack. Yan Xiaochen, not the slightest bit of fear, the two fingers into a sword, towards the armpit of the Scar, a fierce blow. Ah! The cold blade in his hand fell in response, and Scar screamed out in pain as Yan Xiaochen pinched his throat and said in a cold voice, "The heavens have a way, and reincarnation is in order. Scar, it's time for you to pay your debt." Click. Without any hesitation, he directly snapped Scar's neck. Quick! It's too fast. So fast that it was no more than a blink of an eye, the number one tough guy under Scar, dead. Inside the box, silence fell once again. Poof! A discordant voice, breaking the calm. Yan directly slid down from the chair, but squatting on the ground. At this moment, how can he still have the arrogance of the He family's young master, looking at Yan Xiaochen's gaze, filled with infinite horror. I've walked the Jianghu all my life, and for the first time I've looked away. Kid, you are very powerful. But today, even if you're a god, you won't be able to get out alive. Master Long San grimaced and suddenly shattered the wine glass in his hand on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The doors of the box, the windows were all open, and a dozen blackened gun muzzles were pointing into the box. Luckily, Old Me had prepared for this. Do you know why the restaurant is empty today? It was specially prepared for you. Long Lao San. Han Zhenyu shot up. Do you want to leave me here as well? A flash of gloomy mockery flashed across Third Master Long's face. Han Zhenyu, do you think that you, the richest man in Qingzhou, are anything in the eyes of Lao Fu? I'll give you face and call you Mr. Han. If I don't give you face, you're nothing in front of me. Long San was very proud of himself, but facing a dozen or so guns pointed at him, Han Zhenyu also suddenly laughed. Long San, you're right, I, Han Zhenyu, am a small man, but you've offended a truly big man. Big man? Third Master Long's eyes looked toward Yan Xiaochen and suddenly laughed out loud. You mean him? Ha ha. A brat who hasn't even faded his fetal hair, how dare he talk about some big shot? Han Zhenyu, the Kyushu Tongtong trade is very powerful, but I don't believe that for the sake of you, a tiny Han Zhenyu, the Kyushu Tongtong trade, will still be able to tear my 5 dragons palace apart. I, Han Zhenyu, naturally don't deserve to have the 9 states trade with the 5 dragons hall become an enemy, but this person in front of you, he does. Subsequently, in Han Zhenyu's eyes, a trace of fervent reverence flickered, then he looked at Third Master Long, and in his words, he was arrogant and morose. Formally, I'll introduce you. The same trade in the 9 states belongs to the jurisdiction of the 10 temples of Yama Metropolitan Temple, and the one in front of you is the supreme honored lord of the 10 temples of Yama. Yen. After hearing these words, the smile on Master Long San's face directly froze on his face, and his original expression of planning and strategizing finally appeared to change drastically. His pupils, dead contraction, looking at Yan Xiaochen in front of him with a bland expression, his body slightly trembled and stood up, full of incredulity. You. What did you say? He's Yama? With the power of the 5 dragons palace, naturally, he had heard of the name of the 10 temples of hell, a name that made the whole world taboo, and that supreme monarch, even more so, made the world but chilled. He. Long Third Master. It's not polite to come without honor. Since you invited me to dinner, how can I, then, come empty-handed? The black impermanence behind him suddenly struck out with a black and white card, accompanied by an extremely cold sound. A black and white card fell straight in front of him. One post from Hades, please smile. Chapter 154. Keep your eyes open. Master Long San looked at the card that landed in front of him, and his pupils shrunk to the extreme. There was a silence throughout the room. After a long time, Third Master Long raised his head, stared dead on at the bland Yan Xiaochen, and spoke, so it's Lord Yen who's come to visit. What a loss of respect. Previously, I didn't know Yen Jun's true identity, that's why I made some misunderstandings, and I also asked Yen Jun to be able to see the face of the 5 dragons palace and open his net. Long Third Master's posture at this moment, undoubtedly put to the lowest, but Yan Xiaochen gently smiled, looked at him, and quietly opened his mouth. Since the Yen King post is sent out, there is absolutely no reason to take it back. Master Long San's gaze steeply narrowed, then he stood up, his body leaning forward, his hands bent over the table, a touch of coldness quietly flashing in the depths of his eyes. So, there's no room for negotiation? Discussion? Yan Xiaochen's face flickered with a thick wave of disdain. Just by virtue of you, you're worthy of discussing with this seat? Yan Xiaochen. Master Long San suddenly burst out, I'll give you 3 points of moon face, I don't want to make it too ugly. But you are also too ungrateful. This is Qingzhou, the Tianya restaurant, not your Hades. And you show me clearly. Are you qualified, now, to speak to the old man like this? Suddenly, the corner of Yan Xiaochen's mouth raised an inexplicable smile. Long Lao San, do you think these can protect you? Humph. Though your name of Yama is powerful, you are after all flesh and blood and a human being, you will die too. At my command, you'll be a hornet's nest in no time. The hostility on Master Long San's face is getting heavier and heavier, don't worry. The people who came here today were all specially arranged by me, and I definitely won't let anyone find out that the death of the famous Yen Jun would have something to do with me. At that time, I'll go abroad to hide for a few more months, and when I come back, I'll still be a towering lord, while you, on the other hand, will be a cold corpse. Oh? Yen Xiaoqian's gaze suddenly turned, and the corner of his mouth lifted up in a smile. You mean, besides you, no one knows that we're here? That's right. A smug smile rose on Master Long San's face. What? Regretting it now? It's just a pity that it's too late. No. Yen Xiaoqian suddenly laughed and shook his head. This seat just wants to say, then if you die here, the Five Dragons Palace won't know that it was this seat that did it? As he spoke, in Yen Xiaoqian's eyes, he steeply condensed a flash of deep killing intent. I think you're really crazy. Just the three of you? You still want my life? How ridiculous. In addition to these gunmen, throughout the Tianya restaurant, there are no less than 100 good men I've ambushed. All of them have been bloodied. Master Long San laughed openly and wildly. These are the elites of my Black Dragon Hall, and each of them is a good fighter capable of defeating 10 with 1. Yen Xiaoqian, today, even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms, you will definitely die. Yen Xiaoqian's gaze was bland. Is that so? Since they're all together, let's go to hell. Then you'll see with your eyes wide open, which of us, in the end, goes to hell first. Shoot. Long Lao San almost growled in order. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire, without the imagined scene of blood flowing all over the sky. Long Lao San incredibly looked at the unharmed Yen Xiaoqian in front of him. That dense sound of bullets is enough to beat Yen Xiaoqian into a beehive coal, but why is he not the slightest thing? Did all those bullets miss? Knock knock. As if in response to Master Long San's question, a figure fell to the ground with a poof, and those gunmen in front of the doors and windows, who still maintained the action of holding their guns, fell straight to the ground, and on the back of each person's head, blood bubbled from tears and tears. 12 shots, 12 bullets, 12 lives. A raspy growl suddenly sounded. Enlightenment Yen. Sniper Group successfully completed the task. Order, my department of people, clean up the Tianya restaurant task. Shot 15 people, captured 91 people. Tianya restaurant, have all been my department full takeover. Chujiang Hall, 300 hall members, waiting for Yama's command. What? Long Lao San stumbled, his face filled with stiffness, and the corner of Yen Xiaoqian's mouth lifted slightly, drawing out an arc. He took one step towards Long Lao San, and each step was like a giant hammer that struck his heart. 2 steps apart, stopping in his tracks, the exact same words were returned to him. Open your eyes and see, who will go to hell first? Poof. Master Long San, who had been strategizing, finally changed his face. Chapter 155. The dust settles. Yen Xiaoqian stood tall, looking at the fat-filled third Master Long, with a deathly stare in his eyes. I told you, today, whoever is going to keep you alive. Wait. Long Lao San's face turned white as he breathed heavily. Yen Jun. Yen Jun, I was wrong. Please, spare my old life. Yen Xiaoqian's gaze narrowed slightly. The King of Hell wants you to die on the 3rd night. Who dares to keep someone until the 5th night? Long Lao San. After accepting the Yen Luo post, then your life no longer belongs to you. No. You can't kill me. My 5 Dragons Hall is not a soft persimmon either. If you dare to kill me, my 5 Dragons Hall will definitely. Words have not finished. Yen Xiaoqian eyes a cold, one hand grabbed the table knife, a cold light across. Long Lao San opened his mouth, but found that nothing can be said. Eyes, instantly become blurred, face filled with incredible look, slowly fell to the ground, completely no sound. Yen Xiaoqian coldly looked at his corpse, the corner of his mouth, revealing a cold smile, borrowing the words you just said. Who, again, knows that I killed you? It was a pity that Long Lao San could no longer hear it. Yen Xiaoqian slowly turned his head, and he Yen, who was stared at by him, wailed and rolled around in fear, and finally retreated, trembling. You can't kill me. But the young master of the He family. Yen Xiaoqian leaned down and stared. What is your status as the young master of the He family to me? He Yen suddenly woke up. Yes, this is a person who even said that he would kill the lord of the Hall of 5 Dragons Hall of 1 Hall. His own identity as the young master of the He family, to him, counts for nothing. If you have no value in living, then, you can only go down to accompany Long Lao San as a companion. Looking at Yen Xiaoqian's increasingly cold eyes, He Yen shivered and hurriedly said, Don't kill me. I can give you a lot of money. I can also give you secrecy. Definitely won't talk nonsense. Yan Xiaochen sneered, money? I don't lack it. As for secrecy. There's nothing that's easier to keep secret than a dead person. I. He Yan racked his brain and suddenly exclaimed, right, that land. Golden waterfront. That piece of land has a secret. Although I don't know what the secret is, my grandfather instructed me to get that piece of land at all costs, because this piece of land, it seems to have a great relationship with the entire Five Dragons Palace. That's all I know. Please. Let me go. Let me go. He Yin couldn't stop kowtowing, at this moment, which still has the appearance of the high and mighty young master of the Yi family, completely as a groveling lackey in order to live. Humph. Yan Xiaochen snorted coldly, the hilt of the table knife in his hand was facing forward and suddenly flew out, striking Yi Yan's temple, who fainted with a muffled grunt. Yan, are you really not going to kill him? The black impermanence on the side spoke fatally, the strength of the Five Dragons Palace should not be underestimated. If this kid passes this matter out, if the Five Dragons Palace really pursues it, it will be a tricky trouble. Yan Xiaochen spoke faintly, this Yi family's youngest master is not a cutie. Although Long Lao San was killed by me, technically speaking, it's also inextricably linked to Yi Yan. If he really dares to go to the Five Dragons Palace to inform on us, then the first one to suffer bad luck will be him. It was late at night, and the sky, too, was becoming overcast. Inside the parking lot of the large Tianya restaurant, the real Gunchujiang Temple congregation pressed the 91 captured fighters alive, kneeling on the ground. Yan Xiaochen looked at them with an icy gaze, and the cold wind blew the corners of his clothes, billowing in the wind like a king. Yan. What to do with these guys? Kill. No one knows what happened last night, when the dawn once again shines on this city. Once the attention of the Tianya restaurant was 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside sealed up, and then countless people under strict orders, here, into a piece of forbidden land that cannot be stepped into. Really, it's that easy to just let us have a piece of property that valuable? Qin Shuiyue looked at Yan Xiaochen with some suspicion. The latter, however, nodded his head in a serious manner, that's for sure, with Mr. Han's presence, then young master he can't deny it even if he wants to. And when I came here, Mr. Han said that we will provide the land, and they will provide the money and technology to develop that part of the Golden Waterfront together, and also said that you should find a free time to go and sign the contract. Really? Qin Shuyue's eyes immediately brightened, that's one of the best lots in the entire Qingzhou, and, on the brand power of the Zhouzhou Tongtong trade, that absolutely does not worry about the sales. When the time comes, even if it is divided into half of us, no, even if it's 30%, it's enough to be the sky high. What else is there? Luxury cars and houses? Yeah. Yan Xiaochun's eyes suddenly lit up. They are now living, or a small 2 rooms in an old neighborhood. What Qin Shuiyue went home on vacation, he had to go to sleep on the sofa. Moreover, Qin Shuyue's business was getting better and better now, and it was time, too, to give her a decent home. Brother-in-law? Are you listening, brother-in-law? Well, I know, don't worry, when the time comes, I'll definitely give your sister a surprise. Hanging up the phone, he said he would do it, put on his clothes and walked in the direction of the sales office. Passing through a park, my eyes flicked casually, but I was unconsciously drawn to it. A black and a white 2 old men is playing chess next to the pavilion. The game is in full swing, full screen chessboard to fall half of the pieces. Black did not move, white hesitation, apparently, is in trouble. Yan Xiaochen couldn't help but walk over and see the form of the game. He couldn't help but secretly sigh a bit. What a subtle game of 3 tigers surrounding the dragon. Black is the tiger becomes 3, although white is the dragon, but the 3 tigers surrounded, impermeable, white big dragon in jeopardy. Weiqi profound, up through the yin and yang, under the evolution of the subtle, the degree of subtlety, no less than the art of war strategy, but unfortunately, with the development of the times, like Weiqi young people, is less and less, such as in front of this wonderful duel, but also rare to see. Yan Xiaochen just stood still. After 10 minutes, the old man with the white disc sighed softly, 3 tigers surrounding the dragon, the momentum has gone. Brother Wang, your chess skills, you've refined quite a bit again. The old man with the black sun laughed. It's also Brother Chu's admission that he was lucky to win another game. Ha! Suddenly, a light laugh reached the ears of the 2 old men. Turning back to look, Yan Xiaochen looked down at the chess game, on his face, with a hint of pity. The old white man was instantly a bit curious. Young man, what are you laughing at? Yan Xiaochen spoke up. To put a dead body in danger, a submerged dragon ascending to the abyss is to soar to the heavens, but it's a pity, it's a pity. The old man with the black sun was a bit displeased. A small age, what a big mouth, my 3 tigers have become a trend, the big dragon wants to ascend to heaven, how easy is it? Bai Zilao smiled warmly, little brother, look at you, this appearance also slightly understands some chess, how about, you come to see this next step, how to move? Yan Xiaochun, however, shook his head, a true gentleman who observes chess without saying anything, this is your two old men's game, I am not at liberty to interject. A few words that made the old man with the black sun instantly have some good feelings, the solemnity on his face slightly slowed down, and the old man with the white sun laughed, in this game, the old man has already conceded defeat, so even if you open your mouth, it has nothing to do with the game of chess anymore. Yan Xiaochen nodded, before picking up the white pieces and casually dropping them. The two old men's eyes widened, and as his pieces landed, the pupils of the two shrunk violently. A son of the disc, the big dragon cut into two, a dragon inside the tiger outside a dragon, two dragons inside and outside, the three tigers of the situation immediately collapsed, two dragons fighting three tigers, black no longer have the power to return to heaven. Ha ha! Wonderful! It's wonderful! After a long time, the old man with the white sun suddenly clapped his hands and laughed. A flash of shame flashed across the old black man's face, then he stood straight up and suddenly bowed at Yan Xiaochun. The old man's eyes are clumsy, so I apologize to little brother for my arrogance just now. The old man's courteous behavior immediately gained Yan Xiaochun's goodwill, and he hastened to hold him up, you're too kind, old sir. It's just a fluke of a son that won over the gentleman, please don't be offended, old sir. Ha ha! The man is a teacher, and is brother Wang such a petty person? The white old man looked at Yan Xiaochen, eyes flashed over the praise cannot stop, watch chess as watch people, this son is not humble, calm and generous, vision is even more venomous exception, the younger generation, can have such a heart of the child, is not rare. The heart of the mind, suddenly up the love of talent, Susu stood up, just about to open his mouth to speak, suddenly, a strangling pain in the heart, the eyes suddenly black, the body unconsciously collapsed. On the side, Yan Xiaochen was quick on his feet and grabbed the old man with the white sun, old sir. Old sir. When the old man with the black sun took a look at this appearance, he immediately said in alarm, not good. I'm afraid this old friend of mine is having an old problem again. Quickly, go to the hospital. The words landed, a luxury Bentley drove directly into the park. Yan Xiaochen did not have time to think about it, directly picked up the old man, rushed into the car, immediately rushed out towards the outside. Chapter 157 I Can Heal. Qingzhou Noble Hospital, a semi-private hospital open only to the gentry class, possessing the most powerful and authoritative medical equipment and medical resources in the entire Dongshan province. At this moment, a group of attending doctors, surrounded in front of the operating room, sweating profusely. One of the top 10 families in Dongshan province, the old master of the Chu family suffered a heart attack, and his condition, severe beyond imagination. The sense of news just spread out, not only the entire Qingzhou shook, 17 cities in East Mountain Province, countless luxury cars surging, have flocked towards Qingzhou. Yan Xiaochen stood not far from the operating room, looking at the anxious appearance of the physicians. He knew that the old man's situation was not optimistic, his heart sank slightly and he walked up. Let me go in and take a look, perhaps, I have a way to cure it. What? The moment these words came out, the eyes of many people at the scene looking at Yan Xiaochen were instantly filled with strangeness. Joke. A middle-aged man at the head of the group let out a cold laugh and looked at Yan Xiaochen with disdainful contempt. What a big talker, kid, have you grown your hair? That's right, a milquetoast brat, how dare he blabber on here? Director Wang didn't even open his mouth, what are you? The group of people looked at Yan Xiaochen with a gaze filled with contemptuous disdain. It should be known that the man who had just spoken, named Wang Zhe, was the cardiologist of Qingzhou City, even the entire Dongshan province, the director-level physician of the Noble Hospital, and in addition to that, he was the favored disciple of one of the four great divine doctors, Tang Dingshan, who was renowned throughout the country. Wang Zhe has been immersed in heart research for more than 30 years, and can be considered a titanic figure, while Yan Xiaochen, at a glance, is a young man in his early 20s. Such a person, even if he learns medicine from his mother's womb, how much can he achieve? At this moment, the one who was resuscitating Elder Master Chu in the operating room was Wang Zhe's master, Divine Dr. Tang Dingshan, and even Wang Zhe was not qualified to go up and intervene, let alone a brat. I can really heal. Yan Xiaochen emphasized again. Although he didn't know the true identity of old Master Chu, from the aura of the two playing chess and the majesty that naturally carried the superior, these two old men must have an extraordinary identity. Of course, Yan Xiaochen does not care about these. After all, even if it is more honorable, can it be more honorable than his status as Yan Jun? It was only that although it was the first time they had met, Yan Xiaochen had quite a good feeling about the old man, and his willingness to make a move was just a simple matter of not wanting to see an old man, who had made him feel good about himself, have an accident to his life. Seeing Yin Xiaochen still insisting, Wang Zhe impatiently asked, "Kid, you said you can see patients, so do you have a license to practice medicine?" "No." Yin Xiaochen answered truthfully. He didn't rely on his medical skills for a living. How could he have that? Upon hearing this, Wang Zhe snorted, "You don't even have a license to practice medicine, and you still dare to presume that you know how to practice medicine? I think this kid is just clowning around here. Director Wang, why don't you just ask the security guards to throw him out? Don't be an eyesore here." "That's right. Master Tang is practicing the art of acupuncture. He must not be disturbed. If anything goes wrong, who can be held responsible?" A group of people looked at Yin Xiaochen's gaze filled with ill will. Inside that, but one of the top 10 families in Dongshan province, the old master of the Chu family, if in their hands with any one of the flashbacks, even with their status position, I'm afraid that they can't resist the Chu family's monstrous fury. Suddenly, someone snorted, "Kid, I just saw that you were the one who sent Elder Chu to the hospital. You keep insisting. You don't want some favor, do you?" The crowd suddenly realized, looking at his gaze as full of contempt, to the status of the Chu family, the fingers in the gap at random a little reward, are enough to Yen Xiaochen a lifetime of food and clothing. It turns out that this kid has been relying on not to go, hold is this mind ah. Wang Zhe frowned, a touch of disgust flashed across his face, impatiently pulling out $1,000 from his bag and flinging it directly at his feet. "Kid, I paid your hard-earned money on behalf of Elder Chu, now get lost immediately. If you make a racket here again, don't blame me for being impolite to you. I really do know how to heal." That old gentleman in there had a sudden heart attack. It was so serious that any slip-up could have killed him. Yen Xiaochen didn't even look at the money on the ground and still insisted. "And then at any time may cross the darkness of life and death. No doctor, no medicine. Once injured, that oneself is the best doctor." They were a group of killers who harvested human lives in the darkness, and naturally, while harvesting others, they, themselves, would become the objects to be harvested at any time. So having a strong medical skill is undoubtedly giving yourself more of a life. And Yin Xiaochen is to use the influence of the 10 temples of hell in the world, a wide search for a variety of ancient prescriptions, study, especially the art of acupuncture, but also perfect. After all, in the darkness at any time may be across the life and death, silver needles, but the most convenient to carry the life-saving tool. After listening to this, everyone laughed coldly. This is a heart attack, known as one of the world's 3 major complications. Any heart disease may cause death. This kind of medical common sense, but also use Yin Xiaochen here nonsense well. "Kid, if you don't get out of here, I'll have security throw you out." Wang Zhe had run out of patience. What happened? Just then, a graceful and honorable middle-aged man with a powerful aura appeared in front of the crowd. Chapter 158 Help. Middle-aged man facing elegant, but with a superior power, a slight sweep of the gaze, everyone present, except Yin Xiaochen, all face respect. The person who came was no other than old Master Chu's son, the current head of the Chu family, Chu Longqin. Getting the news of his father's sudden heart attack, Chu Longqin even rushed over without stopping, just in time to see the scene in front of him. Seeing the visitor, Wang Zhe stepped forward with a fawning face. "Mr. Chu, it's like this." Adding oil and vinegar to the story, after listening to it, Chu Longqin's face became a little ugly. His eyes looked at Yen Xiaochen, towering over him. "Speak up, how much money do you want?" Yen Xiaochen frowned slightly and shook his head. "I don't want money." "So what do you want?" Yen Xiaochen calmly said, "I don't want to see your father die." "What did you say?" Chu Longqin's face suddenly looked like a cold December winter, incomparably cold. He was the head of the family. Even before the mayor of a city was in front of him, he had to treat him with courtesy, and no one had ever dared to speak in front of him with such impudence. "Mr. Chu, don't get angry. He doesn't even have a license to practice medicine. There's no way he's capable of healing your father." Wang Zhe hurriedly doggedly stepped forward to curry favor. "In my opinion, it's better to let the security guards kick him out, so as not to spoil your mood." Chu Longqin snorted coldly and didn't say anything. When Wang Zhe saw him in this state, his face flushed and he said to Yen Xiaochen, "Mr. Chu is angry, are you still going to stick around and not leave?" Seeing that they didn't believe him, Yen Xiaochen's face turned cold. "You'll this." Wang Zhongshuan somewhat froze. Although chess depends on character, the first acquaintance, Wang Zhongshuan dared to say that Yen Xiaochen character is not a big problem, but he simply do not know, this young man, in the end, will not be able to medical skills off. Even if he could, the one inside is his longtime friend, the old master of the Chu family, and with life and death at stake, he wouldn't dare to make a judgment. Yen Xiaochen looked at him solemnly. "Old sir, you please believe me." Wang Zhongshuan sighed, "Little brother, it's not that I don't believe you, it's just that the matter is so important that I can't easily interfere." Wang Zhe immediately let out a cold laugh. "Kid, do you hear me? No one here will believe you, get lost." "Okay." Yan Shaoqian shook his head. Life and death had their destiny, and he had done his best. Just as he was about to leave, all of a sudden, the door to the operating room slammed open and the nurse inside rushed out at the top of her lungs. Quick! Prepare water and oxygen. Master Tang won't be able to hold on much longer. The crowd looked at the voice, only to see the divine Dr. Tang Dingshan, drenched in sweat, holding a silver needle hand, shivering non-stop. The body is also gently swaying, eyes are a little disoriented, stagnant look at the patient on the bed. And Elder Chu's chest was heaving in an arc at the moment, obviously weakening. If it continued like this, it would really be too late to return. Yan Shaoqian swept his eyes, his gaze steepened, and immediately stepped forward, yelling, 2 inches to the left of the divine court, 3 points into the needle. Hearing this voice, the sluggish old man suddenly had a jolt, as if he had discovered a new continent. His eyes were filled with excitement, his hands didn't shake anymore, and according to Yan Shaoqian, he immediately entered the needle, not missing a beat. 1.5 inches below the right side of the wind pool, 5 points into the needle. Yan Shaoqian immediately continued again. The old man's eyes suddenly erupted with a flash of radiance, and his movements into the needle became more and more skillful. Seeing Yan Shaoqian suddenly barging into the operating room and babbling nonsense, Wang Zai's eyes fluttered wildly and he immediately roared, Quickly! Quickly throw that bastard out for me! He's talking about the names of death points. Entering the needle means death. He's trying to kill Elder Chu. Upon hearing these words, Chu Longqin took the lead, his face slightly distorted due to his anger. Asshole! If anything happens to my father, I'll definitely take you to the ground. When a group of people heard Chu Longqin's words, they rushed into the operating room in a fierce manner, wishing to dismantle Yan Shaoqian. Chapter 159 Divine Needle Takes Life. The crowd was so excited that Yan Shaoqian was instantly drowned in the sea of favors, and just when he was about to be carried out by the crowd, Tang Dingshan, who had been waiting for Yan Shaoqian to continue his tips, didn't hear the follow-up, and turned around anxiously and violently, and when he saw the scene, he almost turned his nose out of joint. Unbridled. Wang Zai was triumphant. That's right, dare to be reckless in front of my teacher, really don't know how much weight you have. Tang Dingshan stepped out with an arrow step, at the age of over 80, and kicked Wang Zai out a long way, cursing in anger, asshole. It's you I'm scolding. What happened to me? Me? Wang Zai was dumbfounded, and even the crowd that was carrying Yan Shaoqian with 7 hands and 8 feet stopped in unison. Put the man down now. Tang Dingshan rushed over, looking at Yan Shaoqian with a fiery face. What's next? What's next? Say ah. You quickly say it. Bilateral in the center of the human body, 2 stitches together. Yan Shaoqian said in a deep voice. Right. Right. Why didn't I think of that? Tang Dingshan is crazy, trembling, and then turned to follow Yan Shaoqian's statement to apply the needle. When the third needle fell the moment, the instrument table on the old Master Chu's data obviously drastically improved, originally about to stop breathing, but also slowly became smooth. The sweaty Tang Dingshan finally heaved a sigh of relief. So close, old Master Chu would be completely hopeless. Chu Longqin immediately rushed over and anxiously asked, Master Tang, how is my father? Tang Dingshan wiped the sweat from his forehead and waved his hand. It's no longer a problem. Really? Great. The group, now, heaved a sigh of relief. What? Thank you so much, Master Tang, you are my Chu family's savior. Chu Longqin said with a grateful face. And at this time, Wang Zai also stood out and proudly said, my teacher personally took action, so Elder Master Chu is naturally unharmed, only that this kid just spoke out to cause trouble, and was also full of nonsense, and is basically trying to plot against Elder Master Chu's life. In my opinion, he must be sent to the police station for severe punishment. That's right. If it weren't for Master Tang's calm mind, he would have been influenced by this brat. He is simply a straw man, he must not be spared. At this moment, everyone's gazes toward Yan Shaoqian were furious, itching to eat him alive. It doesn't matter that you're talking nonsense, if Elder Chu dies because of you, everyone will be in bad luck with you. Asshole. Suddenly, Tang Dingshan bellowed. Other people are not clear, but he is very clear. If it is not Yan Shaoqian guiding himself to apply the needle, Chu old master at this moment has long turned into a cold corpse. Afterwards, he immediately said to Chu Longqin, Mr. Chu, if you want to thank him, you should also thank this gentleman. If it wasn't for his words of reminder just now, at this moment, I'm afraid that Elder Master Chu already has no hope of returning to heaven. What? Everyone's face changed at these words. Wang Zai pulled out his ears, thinking he was hallucinating. Teacher, you're not mistaken, this kid doesn't even have a license to practice medicine, how could he possibly warn you? I know you have a good heart, but you can't be soft on a guy who's full of, can you? Yes, Master Tang, such a person doesn't deserve sympathy. Everyone thought that Tang Dingshan had deliberately said this because he couldn't bear the thought of Yin Xiaochen being punished. What? You dare question my authority? Tang Dingshan glared at him fiercely. As soon as Wang Zhe saw that his teacher had moved to real fire, he shrunk his neck. Disciple. Disciple dare not. Humph. Then do you know what kind of needle technique was performed just now? Wang Zhe shook his head. Disciple doesn't know. Of course you don't. That's the legendary Ghost Gate 9 needles. 3 needles to raise the dead, 6 needles to bring back life, and 9 needles to take life from the heavens. Such an exquisite needle technique, if not according to this little brother's words, applying the first 3 stitches of the 9 needles of Ghost Gate, do you think Elder Master Chu could be unharmed right now? There is a sequence of hearings, and there are specialties. Although Tang Dingshan was a big name, but in front of Yin Xiaochen, he still revealed the attitude of a learner, slightly arching his hand towards him. This gentleman really taught. If you don't mind, afterward can you leave an address? Tang Ma will surely pay a visit to the door to learn a thing or two from the gentleman. A sentence that caused the crowd to suck in a breath of cold air. And Wang Zhe's gaze towards Yin Xiaochen became somewhat dull. The 9 needles of the Ghost Gate. That was a legendary existence. How could such a young kid master it? Moreover, to have one's own teacher, Tang Dingshan, one of the 4 great divine physicians of China, personally bowing down and saying that he would pay a visit to his home, how much moonshine would be needed? Chapter 160. To buy you have to buy the best. This gentleman. I apologize for my rudeness just now. Chu Longqin also looked guilty and said in a loud voice, thank you for saving my father. In the future, if there is any place that can be used by the Chu family, please feel free to open your mouth. Mr. Chu will definitely help out. Ha ha. Young man, I didn't expect that. The chess skill is excellent, and the medical skill is also this extraordinary. It's really a surprise for old me. On the side of the Wang Zhongshuan also smiled and opened his mouth. In the future, nothing. Welcome to the old man's home as a guest, and then cut a few games of chess. After all, today's game, you slightly beat the old man a son, the old man, but also some of the heart is not willing to do it. Heh. The expression on the faces of the crowd was numb. Who is Wang Zhongshuan? The sage of Chinese Go, the last coach of the national Go team, after retirement, served as the honorary chairman of Dongshan Province Go. Listening to his words, he could beat Wang Zhongshuan by a single piece. Then the attainment of Go, how out of the ordinary. The crowd's gaze towards Yin Xiaochen at this moment could no longer be described as shocked. No matter who he was before, now he, in a short period of time, had gained the friendship of the Chu family, one of the top 10 families in Dongshan Province, the Chinese chess saint, Wang Lao, as well as the divine physician, Tang Dingshan, and just for these relationships, at this moment, he had already stood at the top of the pyramid in Dongshan Province. Tang Dingshan glared fiercely at Wang Zhe. Asshole, what are you still standing there for? Get your ass over here and apologize to little mister. At this moment, Wang Zhe, who still had his previous arrogance, walked over with his head hanging down, without the slightest bit of temper. I'm sorry, I was wrong. For Wang Zhe's apology, Yin Xiaochen simply ignored it. I'll look at the time. Bad, if you don't go to buy a house, people will soon be off. Casually said hello and directly left the hospital, jogging all the way to the most luxurious high-end villa residence in Qingzhou City, the sales center of Hot Spring 1. Hot Spring 1, the highest-end villa complex in Qingzhou. With the mountains and the water, oversized green parks, beautiful environment, good location position, and 5-star VIP-style properties, all of them show its dignity. Those who resided here were the topmost celebrities of Tianhai City, and it was no exaggeration to say that all of these people combined were enough to top half of the sky of Qingzhou. Into the hot springs a product sales office, real estate property consultants, but are a nonchalant attitude. Such a high-grade villa group can afford to buy a house here, either rich or expensive, so even with the real estate sales staff also feel superior. Moreover, as the sales manager of Hot Spring 1, they were all oriented to the dignitaries and rich and famous businessmen, so the information of all the rich and famous people in the whole Qingzhou was in their hands. And a qualified sales manager, eyesight is naturally the most important. In front of the Yin Xiaochen, altogether but $200, but also not even a piece of jewelry or not wearing, the waist also has no trace of the car keys, coupled with his face and not in their own collection of the rich and famous, so when he entered the door the moment, will directly ignore him. Yin Xiaochen was not flustered. This kind of situation he had also become accustomed to, and spoke faintly. Excuse me, is anyone entertaining? Yin Xiaochen spoke warmly. Please take a seat, sir, and wait a moment while we serve you. A real estate consultant, with a smile on his face, entertained Yin Xiaochen to sit down. No loss of politeness, no lack of enthusiasm, but Yin Xiaochen could see that this was nothing more than a gentle perfidy from the sales consultant. The sales office there is not very busy, after all, there are only a few people who can afford to buy a house here. These few sales consultants also completely coped with it, and the reason why they did not immediately entertain Yan Xiaochun, of course, was because they were worried that they would miss the new customers coming in as a result. In their eyes, the likelihood of Yan Xiaochun buying a house here was slim to none. Just then, a young man walked through the door with his arm around a heavily made-up beauty. The man waved his hand in a very nice manner. "Baby, which building do you like? Just pick it." Immediately after that, all the sales consultants were seen, swarming around. Like seeing a money tree, each one of them smiled. "Xian Xiao, I'm Xiao Lu, you're finally here, Villa 8, and it's still reserved for you." "Xian Xiao, it's me, I Xiao Ma, last night we chat, I think the 7th villa is better, why don't we choose the 7th? "Don't argue, I think only Villa 9 can match the identity of Mr. Qian, the 9 to 5. Xian Xiaoming, Qingzhou's famous second-generation rich, the family, a few hundred million assets, for such a person, is the most eye-catching target of these real estate consultants. Chapter 161 Fully funded mansion with over $100 million in payments. Enjoying the feeling of being blown away by the crowd, Xian Xiaoming was quite happy. He smoothed his hairline and said, "Villa 9 is good, the symbolism is awesome, how much is this set? We're not short on money." Back to Qian Xiao, the 9th villa is the king of the building. From the balcony directly can see the Sky Lake and Fengqin mountain view. It is the best place for viewing, and whether it is light or feng shui, that is the best set of villas in this period. The price is a little more expensive than the others. I believe that Qian Xiao can understand it right. A sales consultant grabbed and said, "Don't talk nonsense, just say how much. Old man is not poor." Xian Xiaoming impatiently waved his hand, displaying the posture that a playboy rich second generation should have. "Young money, number 9 is priced at $175 million. Oh, like this?" Xian Xiaoming smiled a little awkwardly after hearing this price. In his opinion, although his family was very rich, the price of nearly $200 million was enough to account for half of his own family's income, so these assets to buy a house to please a woman, if his father knew about it, wouldn't he break his legs for him? Besides, even if he was willing, actually coming up with $175 million in cash is simply out of the question for him. "Young money, if you want it, we can sign the purchase contract now and move in this afternoon." "9 won't do, I'm not interested in sightseeing, I want number 8, how auspicious is number 8, Qian Xiaoming, like auspicious numbers." "Okay Qian Xiao, we'll do it for you right away, the villa number 8 is priced at $125 million. It is surprising that the 8th villa is also over 100 million, why are the houses here so expensive?" Xian Xiaoming's face immediately appeared a trace of embarrassment. The woman in his arms immediately snuggled in his embrace and pampered. "Baby, you promised me to marry me in the house here, I don't care, I want to buy the house here." Good. Buy. 8 is still a bit too vulgar, 6 is good, it's going to be 6, do it as soon as possible, we're not short of money. Xian Xiaoming is obviously swollen face, but still put on a "I have money, I do not care" look. Those sales consultants, seeing that the 9th villa could not be sold again today, were inevitably a little disappointed. After all, the price of the king of the 9 to 5 buildings was too high. Even the crown prince of the Qin group couldn't take it, and I'm afraid that the king of this phase of the development won't be able to sell in the near future. But it's nice to be able to sell a 6. So, they all scrambled to sign the purchase contract with Xian Xiaoming. Right at this moment, Yan Xiaochun, who was watching coldly from the side, walked towards the sales consultant. "Villa 9, I'll take it." The voice was not loud, but it was neutral. This statement directly triggered the scene to be agitated. Villa 9 is taken. Is someone finally going to make a move on this king of the building, which is claimed to be the most expensive in phase 2? Fake, right, how come I haven't seen this guy before? $175 million for the king of the building, the young man has a big mouth. The king of the building who can't even be taken by Lord Qian, he can do it? Who is he? There was a large chorus of skepticism. Looking at the woman in her arms looking at Yan Xiaochun with a look of envy and admiration, she immediately looked at him with some annoyance and snorted coldly, "Humph. Still really bragging without tax, dare to say anything. Kid, pretending, also requires strength." Xian Xiaoming didn't know Yan Xiaochun, so he was sure that Yan Xiaochun wasn't in the second generation circle, and even more so, he didn't believe that even he couldn't afford Villa 9, this strange young man in front of him could afford it. Yan Xiaochun looked at him faintly. "Does it have anything to do with you?" The indifferent tone instantly angered Xian Xiaoming. He let out an angry snort and walked towards Yan Xiaochun. After looking him up and down, he said condescendingly, "Of course there's a relationship. Because this young master is most displeased with you pretentious social underclasses. Yan Xiaochen sneered, how do you know I can't afford it? Ha ha. Just your whole body added up is not as expensive as a button on my pants of the bottom of the society, also deserve to buy a house here? If you want to rub the air conditioner, go to the department store market, and don't look at what kind of place this is. Does someone like you deserve to be in here? Ha ha. The crowd roared with laughter, and many people looked at Yan Xiaochen with a strong sneer. Yan Xiaochen really didn't want to talk more nonsense with this kind of brain-dead, looking around, where to pay? Still really pretending, kid, if you can really afford a villa here, I'll crawl out backwards. Qian Xiaoming scoffed. Facing Yan Xiaochen's inquiry, a group of salesmen, too, hesitated. The fact that the name was unknown and not among the profiles of the rich made them deeply suspicious that this was a hoax. Only one new salesman, in his haste to make a mark, made an attempt. It's kind of like beating a dead horse. You don't know until you try it. Swipe your card and pay in full successfully. Chapter 162 Trenchless. 175 million. This new salesman, happy, almost fainted, just the commission, can be over $1 million. Jesus Christ, picking up money. It's so easy to make money. The sales office, it's blowing up. If Qian Xiaoming had taken Villa 9, everyone would not have been so shocked. In everyone's eyes, they didn't even recognize who Yan Xiaochen was, but they never expected that just one person would be able to spend over $100 million and buy the king of the house villa. The eyed salesmen are regretting the decision they just made. In the blink of an eye, more than $1 million in commission just flew away. As for Qian Xiaoming, he even grew his mouth, incredulously looking at the small ticket swiped out of the card machine, his face full of shock. Can he really afford over $100 million? And at that moment, Yan Xiaochen dropped another heavy bomb. 7 and 8, no one's bought them yet, right? As soon as the words left their mouths, some thoughts flashed quickly through the brains of the sales consultants. 2 sets? Is this he's going to buy 2 villas? This is obviously interested in taking the other villa. This time, no one is going to steal it from me. Whoosh! The sales consultants all swarmed around like little wailing puppies. First of all, which set did you fall in love with? Dear sir, let me be your sales consultant. Big boss, I think Villa 8 is very good, the lighting conditions are exceptionally good, and the numbers are auspicious. Loved ones, by single not double, according to the Joey, double numbers are prone to change, the number 7 is very suitable for you. Surrounded like stars, Yan Xiaochen was calm and relaxed, speaking lightly, why would I do such a childish multiple choice question? Just take them all, that's all. Boom! The sales floor was instantly abuzz. All the sales consultants were blown away by this statement. It's trenchant. Even Qian Xiaoming, the son of the Qian clan group, had only bought Villa 6 after grinding his way through it, while this ordinary guy in front of him who couldn't even be ordinary anymore had taken 3 villas in one breath. Number 7, number 8 and number 9, which is equivalent to a row of 3 villas facing the lake on the south side, all of which were taken. This is a big deal, unprecedented and unprecedented. Qian Xiaoming's face was already numb. The price of people buying 3 sets of villas in a row was enough to match the entire value of the Qian family, and he himself had just acted like a little cutie. He had just acted like a little cutie pie in front of others, it was really ridiculous. Just when he wanted to sneak away, suddenly, a figure blocked in front of him. Yan Xiaochen looked at him with some playfulness. Are you leaving now? Don't you want to stay and rub the air conditioning with me for a while? Qian Xiaoming's face squeezed out a smile worse than crying. Big brother, it's all my fault, it's my dog's eye view of others, like you the status people, which need to rub air conditioning. You just say you want to cool down, specialize in building an air conditioning plant, I also believe nah. The corner of Yan Xiaochen's mouth slightly raised, this Qian Xiaoming, quite a sense of humor. When he had nothing else to do and wanted to tease him for a while, suddenly, the phone rang and picked it up, it was Qin Chuyue calling. Yan Xiaochen. Qin Chuyue's voice was somewhat grave. Tonight, Qin Tingting is going to treat us to dinner at the Purple Bamboo Forest Hotel. Qin Tingting? Yan Xiaochen was a bit greatly surprised, that distant relative of the Qin family? Why would she suddenly want to come up and invite us for dinner? Qin Tingting said that it was to congratulate her brother on his high promotion, and to liaise with us in the meantime. After all, I still have to call her a cousin if we go by bloodline. But... Qin Chuyue paused. We just broke away from the Qin family in the front foot, and then Qin Tingting suddenly and inexplicably wanted to invite us to dinner in the back foot. Will this be possible? Yan Xiaochen spoke. Since someone wants to invite us to dinner, why don't we go? If you're here, you're here. In the evening, prepare for the feast. Chapter 163 Humiliation. Purple Bamboo Grove Hotel, as a long-established restaurant in Qingzhou, one is hard to find, and the people who can feast here are all of a certain status and position. Cousin, why are you alone? Where's your husband? The last time I saw him, I think it was when you guys got married? At that time, my brother was still studying abroad, so he didn't get to see it at all. Qin Tingting's conspiratorial voice rang out as she looked at Qin Shuiyue, a touch of smug arrogance flashing in the bottom of her eyes. Qin Shuiyue said softly, he'll be here later. Yeah? Shouldn't be too embarrassed to come? You tell him it's okay, we know he's nothing right now, dang it, and he still needs to rely on you, cousin, to support him, but we won't look down on. Egu, cousin-in-law, making us wait here for so long, what big project is this going to talk about? When these words came out, anyone could hear the mockery in Qin Tingting's tone, while Yan Xiaochen's expression was very calm as he nodded his head, looking at a set of houses. I accidentally delayed a bit. Looking at houses? Qin Tingting was startled, but Qin Xiao laughed and spoke, so that's how it is, after all, the slums of Qingzhou are outside the 10th Ring Road, so it's understandable to be delayed for such a long period of time when rushing over from there. Well, since everyone is here, let's serve the food. Not long after, a rich dish was served on the table. Qin Tingting looked at the couple and proudly said, Cousin, the wine and food of the Purple Bamboo Forest is known far and wide. Today, you're blessed. You must eat more later, otherwise, I don't know when you can have such an expensive meal next time. Hearing this, Yan Xiaochen's mouth, however, revealed an odd arc. If he did not remember wrongly, the Purple Bamboo Grove Hotel should have been acquired by the Kyushu Tongtong trade, right? That is to say, the expensive meal in Qin Tingting's mouth, in fact, for Yan Xiaochen, it was just a home-cooked meal, when he wanted to eat. Tina. How to talk. Qin Xiao pretended to blame, then we can eat less later, let cousin will pack away the leftovers, frozen in the refrigerator, when you want to eat, you can take out some vegetable soup to relieve your hunger. Ha ha. Brother is right, it's me who was ill-considered, I ordered a lot of food today, cousin, if you save a little bit of food, this leftover food should be no problem to eat for more than half a month. Qin Shuyue's face had turned red, the hand that held the chopsticks was also trembling uncontrollably. The purpose of the Qin siblings' banquet for her tonight had already been made clear, and that was to humiliate them nakedly. I'm sorry. I've got a few things to do, so I'm afraid I'm going to have to go first. At this time, a pair of large, warm and soft hands gently patted themselves. What's the hurry, since cousin's sister has so enthusiastically invited us as a couple, how can we dismiss their face? Chapter 164 Blow Up. Oh, cousin brother-in-law is right, by the way, I wonder cousin brother-in-law now, where is the high position ah? Yan Xiaochun wiped his mouth and said frankly, jobless. A big man, really good enough to live off a woman? Qin Tingting was full of contempt. Cousin ah, I really sympathize with you, look at my brother, as the general manager of the Fonglong Group, young and talented, extremely valued, and even our first-class family in Qingzhou, the Zhang family head, are interested in betrothing their daughters to my brother, like him such a young talent, only worthy of being called a man. The Fonglong Group was none other than the first-class family of Qingzhou, the Zhang family's industry. The corner of Qin Zhao's mouth twitched slightly. He is the general manager of Fonglong Group, but just 3 days after taking office, even the face of the president has not seen. Where is the attention? Not to mention that people want to marry their daughters to themselves, even more nonsense. However, in the face of his sister's bragging, he naturally couldn't punch himself in the face and nodded with a smile. A man, if he doesn't even have this much skill, then he might as well change his name to Waste. Ha ha. A few people all laughed, Qin Tingting faces with a smug extreme ridicule. Brother, this is finally also their own people, you are now a little successful, how about, just help cousin's husband, introduce a job well. Qin Xiao nodded, let's see, our group is still hiring janitors to clean the toilets, but it's a bit inappropriate for you, a big man, to go and grab a job with an uncle and an aunt, isn't it? Well, I still know a few contractors, and there's a shortage of people to move bricks on the construction site right now, but... Qin Xiao scrutinized Yan Xiaochen for a moment, then shook his head. I guess you're afraid you can't do it with this skinny little body. Hey! By the way, I still know a friend who works on a farm, why don't, I'll introduce you to feeding pigs. Pust. Qin Tingting directly burst out laughing. Snap. Qin Shuiyue couldn't hold back any longer and said angrily, Qin Xiao, aren't you going a little too far? Being called by his name, Qin Zhao's face was a bit unhappy. Cousin, I'm doing this for your own good. Nowadays, feeding pigs also earns $3,000 or $4,000 a month, and for this position, if it weren't for the fact that we're both surnamed Qin, it wouldn't be worthwhile for someone like your husband to do it. Xin Tingting exclaimed exaggeratedly, oops. Not even worthy of feeding the pigs, so what else can you go and do? Or else it's just right to take a bowl from here and go out to beg for food. Xin Shuiwei was so furious that she was trembling all over, almost unable to suppress it. Just at this moment, the door of the room creaked enchanted and pushed open. A middle-aged man with an extraordinary aura glanced at the crowd with a black line on his face, and then chillingly said, "Who told you to be here? You have 1 minute to get the hell out of here." What? Seeing that the visitor was so arrogant, Xin Tingting was instantly on fire. They had come to condescend and humiliate Xin Shuiwei and her husband and wife. How could they be so easily interrupted by others? Isn't your excellency talking a bit too wildly? This is our box, it's you who should get out. Xin Xiao said with a gloomy face. That's right, who the hell are you to yell in front of us? Xin Tingting shouted even more arrogantly. Yes? The black-faced man's eyes were full of disdain, and then, a rush of footsteps sounded, and the hotel's manager came into the room in a flurry of fire. Mr. Zhang, I'm really sorry, because of our work errors, the room reserved for you was arranged wrongly. The black-faced man snapped, cut the crap and clean it up for me in a minute. Today, I'm inviting a guest of honor. If I'm delayed, I'll take off the signboard of your Thai store in a minute. Yes. The lobby manager couldn't breathe in front of the man. Afterward, he immediately looked at Qin Xiao and the others and said urgently, I won't ask you for money for this meal. You guys hurry up and get out. Qin Tingting's face immediately became ugly. Today was originally authorized by Qin Hei's, specifically to humiliate Qin Chuyue's two families, but if so driven out, regardless of their own face of the month, Qin Hei's side, but also can't deliver a Humph. Who are you to tell us to move? Do you know who my brother is? Qin Tingting condescendingly pointed at Qin Xiao. He is the general manager of Fenglong Group, but he is a young talent personally appointed by the head of the first-class family, the Zhang family. Can you afford to offend him? He's the general manager personally appointed by Master Zhang? The lobby manager's face suddenly became a bit odd. Do you know who that gentleman was who just went out? He's the Zhang family's family member, Chanhu, but I don't see that he's very familiar with you guys, either. What? When these words came out, the faces of the two men immediately changed their appearance. Especially Qin Xiao, he never expected that blowing a bullpen would bring the protagonist to the scene. Chapter 165, he is a friend of my Chu family. He had just joined the company not long ago, and he had not even seen Zhang Qinghu's face, let alone being entrusted with important responsibilities. Yan Xiaochen slowly put down his chopsticks, looked at Qin Xiao, and spoke, Cousin aren't you the young talent that the Zhang family master is most pleased with? Since that's the case, why don't you hurry up and go talk to Family Master Zhang? This. Qin Xiao was immediately in trouble. Yan Xiaochen smiled with his eyebrows and suddenly got up. If it's inconvenient for you, why don't I go and say something for you? Qin Xiao hurriedly got up. No need. Just kidding, if I let Yan Xiaochen do the talking, wouldn't everything I just said be a lie? So, he could only harden his head, came to Zhang Qinghu, said with a fawning smile, President Zhang, how are you? My name is Qin Xiao, I'm the newly appointed general manager of Fenglong Group. Today it's my family who invited their friends. Can you give a face to change a box? Zhang Qinghu looked Qin Xiao up and down and said disdainfully, giving you face? What are you? Seeing that Zhang Qinghu did not give the slightest bit of face, Qin Xiao's face suddenly turned white. At this time, Yan Xiaochen suddenly got up and said, Cousin, you're the talent that the Zhang family master relies on the most, and you're going to be the Zhang family master's son-in-law soon, so you must talk to the Zhang family master about it. The moment these words came out, Qin Xiao almost went limp and paralyzed on the ground. Yan Xiaochen. You're killing me. What? There's such a thing? Who said that? Zhang Chenghu's face, immediately gloomy. Yan Xiaochen pointed at Qin Xiao very sharply. Here, he said it. Zhang Qinghu's face darkened with anger. General manager, right? Go pack up and get the hell out of here tomorrow. Qin Xiao's face was pale. He knew that he was finished, a great future, all buried by Yan Xiaochen. Cousin, what's going on? This future father-in-law of yours, so not giving you face? Yan Xiaochen had a smile in the bottom of his eyes, but his face pretended to be an expression of incomparable difference. You shut up. Qin Xiao stormed out, itching to strangle the Yan Xiaochen in front of him alive. When Zhang Qinghu heard this, he became even more furious and waved his hand. Come on, blow this group of people out. The lobby manager didn't dare to be offended, and with a wave of his hand, the security guards immediately surged up, blast them all out. Yan Xiaochen was instantly a bit dissatisfied, but, I haven't eaten enough yet? Zhang Chenghu pointed at him with a gloomy face. Didn't get enough to eat? If you don't get out of here, I'll make you go to the trash can and eat your fill. Yan Xiaochen looked at him seriously. But if I don't have enough to eat, I'll be very upset. Qin Zhao's siblings immediately cursed Yan Xiaochen in their hearts. Hey, don't look at what the situation is now. What can you do if you are not happy? In front of the high and mighty first-class family head, does it matter if you're happy or not? Zhang Chenghu was even more angry and laughed. Unhappy is it? Come on people, throw him into the trash can for me to let him eat. A group of people were being carried out by the security guards, and when they had just reached the door, a surprised voice suddenly rang out. "Ha, isn't this Mr. Yen?" Chu Longqin, the head of the Chu family of the 10 great families, stomped over. Chu Longqin, who was the head of a worldly family, could tell at a glance that something was wrong with the scene, and his face sank. "Mr. Zhang, what's going on?" Seeing that Chu Longqin knew Yan Xiaochen, Zhang Chenghu's face immediately changed. The important guest invited tonight was Chu Longqin. If Chu Longqin knew Yan Xiaochen and there was a misunderstanding, the consequences would be unimaginable. It seemed like a first-class family was high above the rest, and was even the goal that Qin Chuyua's grandfather Qin Jingshon had pursued for his entire life, but in front of the worldly families, the so-called first-class families were simply incomparable. Today, it also coincided with Chu Longqin's arrival in Qingzhou, and Zhang Chenghu had no trouble begging for the opportunity to invite Chu Longqin for a meal. "Mr. Chu, you know this little brother?" Zhang Chenghu's address, at once, also became polite. "That's for sure. Mr. Yan Xiaochen is the most honored guest of my Chu family, a close friend of my Chu Longqin. Mr. Zhang, where do you want to get my friend of the Chu family so furious?" Zhang Chenghu was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that Yan Xiaochen's origin was so big. He quickly asked the security guard to let go, then with a smile on his face, he shook Yan Xiaochen's hand and politely said, "Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." Brother Yan, Zhang Mao had a momentary blink of an eye. The water washed over the Dragon King's temple, and the family disowned the family. It's all the fault of being a brother, you mustn't take it to heart. The Qin siblings almost dropped their jaws in shock, suspecting that they had blurred their eyes. The head of the Zhang family, a first-class family, was apologizing to Yan Xiaochen, an unemployed hobo? Chapter 166. As for Qin Chuyue, her eyes widened even more. She naturally knew Zhang Chenghu's identity, which could be said to be in the entire Qingzhou, is a stomping, trembling half of the city's characters. Yan Xiaochen blinked and laughed. "As I said just now, I'll be very unhappy if I don't get enough to eat, but as long as I'm allowed to eat, then everything is trivial." Zhang Chenghu was instantly favorably impressed and laughed loudly. Brother Yan is also a man of nature. "Manager, hurry up and pack out a box for this brother of mine, and bring me up the most expensive supreme set meal from your purple bamboo forest. Also, send the 2 bottles of $800,000 of Lafite that I deposited with you last time to my brother as well. From now on, if my brother Yin comes to eat at your purple bamboo forest, it's equivalent to me coming in person, and all the expenses will go on my account." A few words, the Qin family siblings suddenly dumbfounded. 1 second also mocked the people cannot afford to eat the purple bamboo forest meal, the next second directly into the top VIP. There is the Zhang family head of the guarantee. The purple bamboo forest is their own kitchen every day to eat is not a problem. However, if they knew that the purple bamboo forest itself was Yan Xiaochen's family's kitchen, I wonder what kind of expression they would have. "Thank you, Family Master Zhang, let's go, back to dinner." At this time, Zhang Chenghu immediately pointed at Qin Xiao. "You are the general manager of Fenglong Group, right? Starting tomorrow, go to the personnel department to go through the formalities and be promoted to vice president." In Zhang Chenghu's view, Can and Yan Xiaochen at a table dinner, certainly relationship is not bad. In order to flatter Yan Xiaochen, a vice president is nothing? Having just experienced great sorrow, this great joy smashed into his head again. Qin Xiao felt his breath catching a little, and bowed furiously with an agitated expression. "Many thanks, Zhang Family Master." "Thank you, Family Master Zhang." At this time, Yan Xiaochen suddenly turned around, looked at Zhang Chenghu, and laughed. "Zhang Family Master, in my opinion, with my cousin's ability, a mere vice president is too condescending. Why don't you just give him a president directly?" Zhang Chenghu wasn't stupid and heard something in Yan Xiaochen's words, so he quickly asked, "Brother Yan, is this your relative?" Yan Xiaochen laughed. "A relative? Of course. Cousin just now, but he's taken it upon himself to get a job feeding pigs just for me." "What?" Zhang Chenghu's face changed wildly, looking at Qin Xiao, gritting his teeth. "Mr. Qin is really a great talent. Even my Zhang's brother is only worthy of raising pigs. This small temple of Fenglong Group really can't accommodate this big Buddha of yours." Qin Zhao's face changed drastically. "Zhang Family Master. No. It's not like that. Yan Xiaochen. No. Cousin-in-law. Speak up for me. Yan Xiaochen spread his hands. How would I be qualified to speak for my cousin when I'm an invalid who doesn't even deserve to carry bricks? At this time, Chu Longqin also walked over with a gloomy face, making my Chu family's honored guest to raise pigs. What a big mouth. Zhang family master, notify down in my name, pull this person's information into the blacklist of all businesses in Dongshan province. Any business that dares to hire him is working against my Chu family. Xin Tingting's face was unsightly. She couldn't help but question, with my brother's ability, not in your Fenglong group, there are more than enough big enterprises to hire him with high salary. Who do you think you are? And you can order all the enterprises in the whole Dongshan province. Zhang Qinghu looked at him with an idiotic face. He's the head of the Chu family, one of the top 10 families in Dongshan province. As long as he gives a word, not to mention that no business dares to take you, even if you go to the side of the road to beg for food, no one would dare to give you a penny in charity. What? The three men were thunderstruck. Is he even the head of a worldly family? And the trash they had just looked down on was the honored guest of the head of a worldly family that was unattainable even to them? Zhang Qinghu sneered and glanced at Qin Xiao, who was not good to offend, but to offend the Chu family's honored guests. The Chu family sent word, Dongshan province has no place for you, that feed the pigs, or leave you to yourself. Poof. Qin Xiao's face turned white and he collapsed to the ground. He knew that his future, it was all over. Looking at his paralyzed appearance, the corner of Yan Xiaochen's mouth lifted slightly as he spoke faintly. So, can you tell me now, who it was that sent you here? Chapter 167 Request. It's Qin Haoze. Xin Tingting no longer had the arrogant look she had before at this moment, and muttered an opening with a face of frustration. Is he? Yan Xiaochen's gaze was slightly chilled. It seems that they really are still thieves. I've already been expelled from the Qin family, what else do they want? Qin Shuiwei was also very angry when she heard this. Qin Haoze said that he wanted me to invite you guys out for dinner, and then what? And then humiliate you all. Cousin. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I really didn't know that my cousin-in-law turned out to be so powerful. Please, let my cousin-in-law talk to the Zhang family lord. It really wasn't easy for my brother to find such a job. In the face of Qin Tingting's bitter plea, Yan Xiaochen was unmoved and looked at her coldly. I can't do anything to help in this matter. After all, the Zhang family master and we've only just met. But go back and tell Qin Haoze. Yan Xiaochen's gaze narrowed slightly. We've already left the Qin family. There is no longer any relationship with the Qin clan either. From today onwards, I'll walk my sunny path, he'll walk his one-tree bridge, don't mess with me again or else. Consequences. Although Yan Xiaochen's tone of voice was not as harsh as it should have been, hearing the ears of the Qin family siblings, it was like a thunderbolt exploding in their ears. Their faces suddenly turned white and their bodies trembled. You error, let's go. On the way home, Qin Shuiwei suddenly looked at him, her face full of suspicion. Yan Xiaochen, how did you come to know the Chu family's family head? Yan Xiaochen told the story of his chance encounter with Elder Chu's heart attack, only hiding the part where he came to his rescue. After hearing this, Qin Shuiwei came to a realization and nodded her head. No wonder, how could the head of a hallowed family be so polite to you? Our company is now in a time of vigorous development, although we have the strategic cooperation of Tianming Group, but if we can get on the local snake, the Chu family, then it will help us, too much. Hey! What nonsense, what is the status of the Chu family, how could they possibly pay attention to a small person like me? The speaker had no heart, but the listener had the intention. Yan Xiaochen didn't say anything, but kept what she had said in his heart. The next day, Qin Shuiwei went to work early, but Yan Xiaochen took the phone out. After leaving from the hospital that day, Wang Zhongshuan left him a number, and when he was about to make a call, the phone was the first to ring, and when he fixed his eyes on it, it was Wang Zhongshuan who called. Yan Xiaochen picked up the phone and laughed. Elder Wang, what a coincidence, I was just about to. Xianwen Chess Club, precisely the chess club founded by Wang Zhongshuan, chained all over the country, its level can be said to represent the highest level of folk Go. What happened? With Wang Zhongshuan's steadiness, speaking in such an impatient tone, I'm afraid, something important has happened. Wang Zhongshuan's tone paused, then sighed, it's a shame to say. Xianwen Chess Club is the old man's hand to create, the original intention for the World Hobby Go friends to provide a place, but did not expect to do more and more big, a lot of people of the same way, but also will be called the first Chinese Weiqi Community Chess Club, and the old man Hoiwei, but also be added a chess saint's name. Perhaps expected Yan Xiaochen's thoughts at the moment. Wang Zhongshuan smiled bitterly. I've never been a person who values fame and fortune. If it is really beaten by the average person, I would be incredibly pleased, proving that my Chinese Weiqi, there are successors, but His tone suddenly became a bit gloomy. Beat the old man. But the foreign barbarians, chess has no national boundaries, but this group of Japanese islanders, but also spoke out of turn, said that my Chinese national chess win me this Chinese chess saint, deceiving my country no one, insulting my compatriots of the Yenhuang Huang, and even none of its opponents, such a big speech, arrogant and domineering, is really hateful. Brother Xiang, I don't want to be a saint of Go, I don't even want to lose my life, but I just want you, Yen, to fight against the Japanese barbarians in the name of Chinese Weiqi, and revitalize the reputation of Yen Huang. The old man is here to pay his respects. The last sentence speaks of an old man, of this land, of deep love. Chapter 168. Don't forget who is the ancestor. Yan Xiaoqian's gaze instantly became grave. If it was a private challenge, he might not bother, but now that it had risen to the height of the nation, he would definitely not sit back and watch. Although he is a king walking in the darkness, but for this land, this country, also has the love branded in the bones. Wang Zhongshuan is right in saying that Weiqi originated in our country, has a long history, and has been carried forward, and that it is reasonable competition for our own people to compete any more than they do. But what are you, a mere Japanese island, worthy of making a big deal out of it here? As time goes by, I am afraid that even they themselves have forgotten that all those so-called civilizations of theirs were begged back, step by step, on their knees, at the Great Tang Dynasty, when all the nations came to court. Elder Wang, don't worry, in front of the national honor, I, Yan Xiaoqian, am obliged to wait for me. I'll be right there. At this moment, Xianwen Chess Club, people jumping around, excited, a lot of wind from the Go enthusiasts, half to this, the most center of the chess table, 3 short men with a proud face, disdainful sweeping circle, one of the short man with that 8-beard manipulation of the broken Mandarin, a big city of Qingzhou, even a rival has not been, it is really a spoilsport. Yamamoto Koen is an extraordinary chess player, even the sage of chess lost to you, not to mention the rest of the mongrels. Listening to the compliments of the people around him, Yamamoto Gichi looked arrogant. They say that Go is your national game, 5,000 years of inheritance, but it's nothing more than that, old man, in my opinion, you'd better take off the chess club's license, and go home to your old age. Ha ha. Several people mocked up recklessly. Wang Zhongshuan was shivering with anger. Just then, a loud banter suddenly spread throughout the chess club. Want to take off the chess club sign? With all due respect, can the 3 of you, stacked on top of each other, reach the edge of the sign? Ha ha. The crowd, which had been suppressed for a long time, burst into laughter, and the 3 of them looked over at once, and a flash of anger flashed through Yamamoto Gue's eyes. You drop, what kind of person are you? Yan Xiaoqian walked slowly and said in a deep voice, let you all know that an ancestor, after all, is an ancestor. Well said. That's right, let these Japanese island dwarfs know who their ancestors are. Challenging us with a civilization that begged away from us on its knees, not really knowing who was the grandson and who was the ancestor. The crowd of onlookers in the chess club applauded. In their minds, Wang Zhongshuan represented the highest level of Chinese Weiqi, but now, he was defeated by a few Japanese island barbarians in the most skillful Weiqi, which made all of them feel disgraced, and this time Yan Xiaoqian suddenly came out, and in 3 words, made the other party unable to say anything, which really made them raise their breath. Humph. You people with lowly blood in your bones, you don't have much ability, and you'll always only be able to show off your power of speech. A young man stepped forward with the most authentic Mandarin on his lips. Yan Xiaoqian's eyes stared, dug his ears, looked at Wang Zhongshuan, and queried, Elder Wang, this Go club of ours is too undisciplined, to the extent that even dogs can be let in. Wouldn't we be trampling on such a sacred place? Wang Zhongshuan looked coldly at the person who spoke. Yan Xiaoyu also said, always how can a person have general knowledge? Asshole. Who are you calling? The young man naturally heard the mockery in their words and shivered with anger. Yan Xiaoqian's chin lifted, looking straight at him, that's you, what's up? Do I need to put a sign around your neck that says Bonobo Island Dog in big letters? You. Yamamoto Gichi's gaze darkened as he spoke, Grandmaster Wang, chess clubs, they are all sacred drops. And not for quarreling like the streets of the city. That's right. The young man looked at Yan Xiaoqian provocatively, kid, have the balls to win against Mr. Yamamoto at Go. Otherwise, you're a bunch of useless losers. However, the hallowed chess sage was defeated. I think it's better not to make a fool of yourself. Yan Xiaoqian laughed, a grim laugh, and looked at him, then what will you say if I were to win him? Humph. Do you know who is in front of you? The king of Japanese chess, the world champion of Go, undefeated in 3,000 games. If you can win against him, I'll kneel down and call you my ancestor. You don't call me an ancestor, little master, I am a human being, can't be born to worship foreign. You. So what do you say? It's simple, if I win, you just show up as a prototype. Present prototype? What do you mean? The corner of Yan Xiaoqian's mouth lifted, like a dog, crawl out for little master. Chapter 169 Blind Chess. Damn it. Good. I promise you. Later, let's see how you get beaten up by Mr. Ryusei. Yen Xiaochen snorted coldly, then mounted the chess stage, looked at Yamamoto Gichi, and smiled coldly. Just now you were the one who said, "There is no one in my China?" And you want to take off the signboard of my chess club? Taking a look up and down, looking at how young he looked, Yamamoto Gichi smiled contemptuously. A defeated general, what moon face do you have left to hang your sign? Moreover, I've traveled around quite a few cities in your country, and not one of you in your entire country is my opponent. Even your chess saint was defeated under me, so what can you be if not losers? One word, and the group is excited. Too arrogant. I really want to kill him. MD. If I had been more serious in my chess lessons, I would have played this to death today. The corner of Yen Xiaochen's mouth raised in a gloomy arc. I hope that later on, you'll still be able to speak to me so arrogantly. Set up chess. The waiter of the chess club quickly set up the board, Yen Xiaochen playing white, and Yamamoto Guichi playing black. Yen Xiaochen, very casual one, crossing his legs, arrogantly said, "Although you are quite not a thing, but my great dynasty has always been a state of etiquette, so let you execute the black current." Yamamoto Gichi grunted in anger. After a short contact, he realized that the young man in front of him was really eloquent, cursing without spitting out dirty words. He looked at Yen Xiaochen coldly. "Young man, there is a proverb in your country's go, called first move wins half the game. This kind of hypocritical politeness of yours will only make you lose even more miserably." Cut the crap. Yen Xiaochen said impatiently, "Are you stupid? Where do you see that I'm being polite to you? That's outright looking down on me, get it? You. Good. I'll make you pay for what you said and did, for sure." The black disc falls and the game opens. Your turn. The corner of Yen Xiaochen's mouth suddenly raised an arc, and then, with a tearing sound, he tore off a section from his clothes and blindfolded himself in everyone's astonished gazes. Then, touching out the pieces, he casually played them onto the board. This strike immediately caused everyone to be in an uproar. That dude, what's up? Although the few words he just used to pretend to be more than he is, sounds very relieving, but that shorty is the world champion after all. Even if he wants to pretend to be more than he is, he can't pretend this way. It's over and done with. I have a feeling we're going to be humiliated even more later. Returning Yamamoto snorted out a laugh. What are you doing? Playing blind chess with me? You think Go is chess? Just a few pieces that count? Hearing the mockery in his words, Yen Xiaochen snorted disdainfully. Where did all this nonsense come from? I just ate my fill this morning. I'm afraid I'll retch and throw up again when I see your face. You. Good. You're going to regret this. Returning Yamamoto felt like his lungs were going to explode if he kept talking like that, and the only way to wipe out the humiliation was to beat him quickly with the most blazing chess moves. Yen Xiaochen really didn't do anything false, blindfolded the whole time, although every piece was accurately placed where it should be, but it was played in a haphazard manner, one in the east and one in the west. It was not possible to see that there was any skill to speak of. The crowd also gradually by sound, wholeheartedly look up the chess game. Time passes little by little, in the blink of an eye, 1.5 hours have passed, and the chess pieces on the board has also fallen most of the time. Old Wang, how is the situation? Next to Wang Zhongshuan, an old voice. Chui Min sighed, even Xiaoyan is not a rival. Is it possible that my great China tens of thousands of people are going to be defeated by the hands of a Japanese? Wang Zhongshuan gritted his teeth, a flash of determination in his eyes. If I really can't, I'll go and fight him for a few more rounds. Chui Min was alarmed. Old Wang, you can't go down anymore, your body, it can't hold up. I'd rather die in a game of chess, but I definitely can't let the Japanese island barbarians look down on us. Chapter 170 Winning You, it's so simple. Ha ha. Yamamoto Gichi landed a piece and laughed out loud, his face full of contempt. I thought you had much skill, but I didn't realize it was just a bluff. All your pieces have been eaten to death by me, and the big dragon is even broken into several pieces. Within 10 moves, you will definitely lose. Everyone present suddenly lamented. They are all Go enthusiasts, naturally can see the situation on the board. Yamamoto returned to the right. Yen Xiaochen's pieces, all were eaten to death. Defeat, just a matter of time. Originally thought that there will be a young talent will be for my Chinese Weiqi head, did not expect, is to come to a pretentious goods. I knew that, might as well eye on it. That's right, just now that pussy was pretending to be a great pleasure, and now this face slapping is also a slap in the face. It's really a big disgrace. And the dogged young man, his eyes were even more pleased with the pleasure. I thought you were a waste, but I didn't expect that. Even worse than a waste, in my opinion, it's just a piece of trash. Yamamoto-gue lifted a piece with one hand, raised it high, and dropped it violently, full of contempt. If you had played with me properly at the beginning, with your standard, perhaps, you could still stand with me for a while, but it is precisely because of your pride that you lost even more miserably, and now, the game has been decided, aren't you still ready to admit your defeat? Yan Xiaochen smiled playfully. On your scale, if I open my eyes again to follow you down properly, wouldn't it be too bullying? You think you're going to win? Remember what I said at the very beginning, an ancestor is always an ancestor. After saying that, he tore off the mask over his eyes as he casually glanced at the game, then laughed. It's really trash, hey. Surprisingly, it's exactly the same as what I thought. Can't you even be a bit flexible? Kid. Watch this. I'll teach you what it means to play chess. When a piece fell on the board, the originally disorganized chess game, as if injected with a soul, instantly came to life. This is. Wang Zhongshuan's originally dull gaze suddenly became excited, and all over his body, he couldn't help but tremble. So it is. So that's how it is. I originally thought that little friend Yen was high-minded and proud, and deliberately played blind chess, but I didn't realize that his attainments in Go had already reached such a high level. Although we are playing blind chess, each piece is leading Yamamoto's pieces, that is to say, every move Yamamoto made was planned by Yen Xiaoyu a long time ago. Yamamoto Gichi has been following the path that little friend Yen has set for him in advance. And seemingly good chess game, in fact, our Yen Xiaoyu set up the game on this Aki piece so that Yamamoto returned to one all the advantages, all into nothing, but for Yen Xiaoyu, out of thin air to add a good situation Yamamoto returning one, personally paving the way for Yen Jr. friend to win Ha ha. It's a win. We've won. Wang Zhongshuan's words clearly reached everyone's ears. Countless people stood up in surprise, looking at this shocking reversal of the game, after which, many people with slightly ashamed faces bowed slightly towards Yan Xiaochen and lowered their heads, as they were apologizing for the disrespect and questioning they had done to Yan Xiaochen earlier. Looking at the sweaty Yamamoto Gichi, Yan Xiaochen nudged his mouth. My wife is still waiting for me to go home and cook, why don't you beat me quickly? Snap. Yamamoto Gichi fiercely slammed the chess piece on the ground, his face full of anger. Glaring at Yan Xiaochen, that gaze, it was as if he wanted to eat him up. Yan Xiaochen, however, didn't care, glared for a long time, and viciously spat out a sentence, let's go. Wait. A ghostly voice rang out as Yan Xiaochen stood up, just want to leave? Returning Yamamoto snorted coldly, then what else do you want? Apologize. Apologize to Elder Wang. Apologize to the Go Club. To Chinese Go, apologize. Right. Apologize. What kind of bullmaster, but you're still being won over by a random lad of ours who's pissing his pants. Hurry up and admit your weakness and apologize. The group was in an uproar, but returning Yamamoto didn't care at all and looked at him condescendingly, make me apologize? Dream on. Hee hee, then it seems that you won't be able to walk out of here for a while. Indiscretion. Do you know who Mr. Yamamoto is? An attendant beside him spoke grimly, he is the heir of the Yamamoto family, if you dare to disrespect Mr. Yamamoto, our country's embassy will be able to make you suffer. Quack. Yan Xiaochen looked at him with some annoyance, and then walked straight up, without any words, got up with 2 kicks, 2 attendants, were directly kicked out, and then, in Yamamoto Gichi's stagnant gaze, Yan Xiaochen's finger pointed at his head, and proudly said, now, I've changed my mind. Kneel down and apologize, or else, from now on, your legs, you won't have to stand up. Chapter 171 here, I am the rule. You dare to hit my people? After a short period of shock, Yamamoto Gichi's face suddenly turned livid, you will regret this. The people from our country's embassy will not let you go. Stubborn. With a steep chill in his eyes, he flew up and kicked him to the ground, then lifted his foot and stepped on the joint of Yamamoto Gichi's right foot, and his voice, like the 9 specters, was as cold as a chilling prison, kneel, or break your leg. At that moment, a burst of tight brakes sounded outside the door, and then a group of heavily armed men rushed in at once, led by a man who spoke in broken Mandarin, let go of our citizens at once, or else we will treat you with impoliteness. Ha ha! The embassy people are here. Yamamoto Gichi was full of arrogance, I'll sue you until you're in jail for this kick. Yes? The corners of Yan Xiaochen's mouth lifted slightly as his feet slammed down. Click. A miserable scream that resounded throughout the room. My leg. My leg. Yamamoto Guichi tried to go for a leg hold, but Yan Xiaochen stomped on him to death and could only twitch and howl all over the place. How dare you step on Mr. Yamamoto's leg? The embassy's envoy shivered and looked at Yan Xiaochun incredulously before roaring angrily, "You're in big trouble. You'll have to pay the price for what you've done. Men, cuff him." "Wait." Chu Min walked over with a gloomy face. "I'm Chu Min from the Chu family of Dongshan province. This person, you can't take him away." "Right. You can't take it away. Who are you to take away our meritocracy? We do not agree." The envoy snorted coldly. "Chu Min, I know you, the head of the Dongshan province family, but do you know what kind of person he's stepping on? It's the only son of the second plutocrat of our country, and he's going to pay dearly for everything he's done, and no matter who it is today, they won't be able to protect him. If anyone dares to stand in the way." A flash of lofty arrogance flashed in the envoy's eyes. "Whoever is guilty of provoking diplomacy." As things rose to this height, the entire room was silent, and even Chu Min, his face was cloudy. "Humph. Cuff him to me. But if you dare to resist, you are permitted to use violence to subdue him." "Ha ha." Yamamoto Gichi let out a wild laugh. "You're finished. You're finished. Falling into my hands, I will definitely make your life worse than death. Old Chu. Do something." Chu Min's face was grave. He was right just now. The embassy is a state institution. They all have armed forces in their hands. If we are too aggressive, they can completely use the threat to their own security as a reason to take violent measures against us, and they won't take any responsibility for it, so I'll have more to lose than to gain. I'll go back immediately and mobilize all of the Chu family's connections. Don't worry, Xia Yan is not only a meritorious servant, he's also my savior. I definitely won't let him be persecuted at all." Facing the gawking armed men, Yan Xiaochun was unperturbed, glanced at them and said indifferently, "Don't point your gun at me, or else, suffer the consequences." "Ha ha. Now this situation you still dare to talk big, how about pointing a gun at you? Even if we kill you, it's still self-defense, but if you dare to touch us for a single millimeter, then you're a sinner for disturbing the diplomatic relations between the two countries, so do you dare to touch us?" Yan Xiaochun's gaze narrowed slightly, and he suddenly sighed. "AI, there are always some people who are ignorant and like to play dead." As the words landed, the door was opened with a bang, and a gang of black-clothed men full of fury suddenly surged up. The situation instantly flipped, and every person in the embassy was instantly pointed at by more than 3 guns. "Drop the gun or die." A black silhouette at the head of the group said with a chilling gaze. The ambassador panicked. "Who are you?" "We're from the embassy, you're out of order." "Rules?" The corner of Yan Xiaochun's mouth lifted, his domineering aura flared. "Here, I am the rule." Chapter 172 Hegemonic Punishment. Put their guns down, who dares to resist? Eyes flashed, killing intent collapsed. Shoot to kill. Yes. Orders are forbidden, for the king in his heart, the 10 temples of hell. This group of unruly killers has always been thunder and lightning. The original arrogant and incomparable embassy, instantly reduced to a prisoner. Yan Xiaochun, condescending, looking at the ambassador officer who was pressed to the ground half kneeling, said faintly, "Just you guys are worthy of letting me become a sinner? Are you worthy?" The envoy hissed, "How dare you lowly people treat the high and mighty like this? I will make you." Bang! The muzzle of the gun gently smoking white smoke, looking at a face of panic, but there is no sound of the ambassador officer. Yan Xiaochun face icy cold. Now, it is no longer the Qing dynasty. Then, as if he had done something trivial, he came back to Yamamoto Gichi and whispered, "Follow up on the choice you just made, kneel, or break your leg?" "Devil! You're a devil!" At this moment, Yamamoto Gichi's face was full of panic, completely ignoring the pain in his legs. "It seems that you have given your choice." Snap! There was a crunching sound, and the knee of the other leg, too, was stomped hard. Yamamoto Guichi, with his eyes rolled back, directly fainted. A black and white card then landed on Yamamoto Gichi. "Throw them back to the embassy, go back and tell your officers that the men, I shot them, and if you have any problems, take this card and come to me." How could the crowd dare to resist, being escorted out one by one in a well-behaved manner? Yan Xiaochun's gaze turned, and instantly settled on that dog's leg. A sudden jolt, without saying a word, immediately lying on the ground. Wang Wang barked twice, all 4 limbs on the ground, spread legs and run. That speed, then the real dog, is not much better. "Elder Wang, I'm sorry for dirtying your place. Later, I'll have to trouble you to pay for someone to clean it up." Looking at Yan Xiaochun, whose face was still smiling in front of him, Wang Zhongshuan reacted from his shock and let out a bitter smile. "Little friend Yan, you really are a real person." Sparing Chu Min's identity, his eyes were quite shocked when he looked at those murderous black-robed men. "Xia Yan, what exactly are you?" "Ha, I'm just an ordinary person who enjoys watching the 2 old masters play chess." "Elder Wang, it's almost noon, I've done you such a big favor, aren't you going to treat me to lunch? The two old men glanced at each other, and then laughed. Yes, who cares what Yin Xiaochen is, the two of them, they just simply want to make Yin Xiaochen a friend. Good. Noon is on me, today, I must accompany Xia Yan to have a good drink. Old Wang, then how about I brazen it out and dilly-dally for a meal? Good. Good. A meal, the three people talked to each other very happily, the friendship of forgotten years, more close a lot. Shu old master is even drink face red, pulling Yin Xiaochun, said vaguely, Xia Yan my granddaughter will soon be engaged, this time, you must come back to Jeju City with me. Yin Xiaochen gave him a strange look, is this old man drunk? What does your granddaughter's marriage have to do with me? I'm not your granddaughter-in-law. At the engagement party, I'd like you to be a witness. Yin Xiaochen was startled, don't scare me, Chu Lao, how can I be a witness to such a big matter? What is the identity of the Chu family, the top of the East Mountain province, even in the national view, is also the existence of a number of Chu Yimin's granddaughter engagement, must be the stars of the Qin set. What is the identity of his Yin Xiaochun, what makes him able to stand out in front of so many rich and powerful people, to be a witness? Chu Yimin smiled and shook his head, did he say drunken words again? Of course not. Shu Yimin is what people, don't look older, but shrewd hair is empty, with a body even the god Dr. Tang Dingshan or worshipped medical skills, with even the chess saint Wang Zhongshuan is inferior to the chess, plus just appeared a team of black-clothed people. Shu Yimin a glance will be able to see that these are hands stained with blood masters, with a bloodthirsty fury, and dare to face the face of the country's embassy in the face of so many people paying under the killer, if there is no point to rely on, who can do this kind of thing? Just for this, who dares to say Yin Xiaochen is an ordinary person? Xia Yan you don't know, this granddaughter of mine, just got back from the army, I think, you two will definitely have something in common, this witness, there is no more suitable than you. Let's make a deal. What a mess it is to say. What's wrong with your granddaughter being a soldier? Why do I have a vague feeling that this old man is a bit messy? Thinking of this, he immediately spoke, Elder Chu, I thank you for your kindness, but my wife is in Qingzhou, for a while, I can't get away. Chu Yimin suddenly smiled mysteriously, Moon Snow Company, it's your lover, right? Yin Xiaochen suddenly raised a hint of a bad premonition. Chapter 173 Acceptance of Commission. As expected, the phone suddenly rang, connecting to see that it was Qin Chuiwe who called. Yin Xiaochen, there's something that needs your help. What is it? Qin Chuiwe said excitedly, do you still remember that you told me yesterday that you unintentionally saved the Chu family's old master? I received a call just today, a subsidiary company under the Chu family, which happens to have docking business with Lunar Snow. They said that in order to thank you, they're willing to give this contract to us to do. Yin Xiaochen, the other party named you to go to Jeju City to sign the contract. This contract is of great significance to the development of our Lunar Snow Company, it's in your hands. It's a deal. The sooner you pack up and leave, the better, and if you don't sign back in, I'll never forgive you. The phone hung up, and Yin Xiaochen was dumbfounded. Then looking at Chu Yimin's look of triumphant plotting, he hated his teeth, old Chu, this is all arranged by you, right? Hey! You saved my life, I haven't had a chance to thank you yet, Xia Yan I promise, this trip, absolutely let you not vain. After having enough wine and food and sending Wang Zhongshuan away, Yin Xiaochen looked at Chu Yimin with a strange face and said with a big grin, old Chu too, aren't you ready to tell the truth even at this time? Chu Yimin hemmed and hawed, what you're saying, how come the old man can't understand a bit of it? Load. Load again. Yin Xiaochen looked at him with contempt, you went to great lengths, even going so far as to drag my wife into it, and had to ask me to make a trip to Jeju City, it can't be as simple as simply going to be a witness for your granddaughter, can it? Say, what's the matter with the little lord to help? Hey! Really can't hide anything from you. Said Chu Yimin, the drunkenness on his face instantly disappeared, his face was solemn and he pulled out two photos. The first is a girl's photo, not very old, tied a black ponytail, overflowing with youthfulness, bright smile, vaguely also a valiant heroism. The second one was a man, about the same age as Yin Xiaochen, with a pair of gold-rimmed eyes, looking very elegant. This is my granddaughter Chu Xiaoyi and her fiancé, the heir to one of the top 10 families in Lu province, the Su family, Su Jia. What's wrong with a door-to-door, a man and a woman? Looking at the photo, Yin Xiaochen was a bit puzzled. Chu Yimin gently shook his head, everyone who sees them at first glance thinks this way, but I know that Xiaoyi doesn't like Su Jia at all, and all of this was advocated by her father. As a lineage family, the marriage of the offspring can seldom be decided on their own, and many times the happiness of the child is even sacrificed for the sake of so-called benefits. the Chu Longqin at the time, was also like that, so I would have had no month to interfere with his decision. However, I always felt that Su Jie's purpose of approaching the Chu family was impure, and it wasn't as simple as wanting to work together through a marriage, so I would like to ask you to go and help me, and investigate Su Jie. For the sake of the Chu family and for the happiness of my granddaughter. Yan Xiaochen raised the corner of his mouth playfully. Why me? Because you're strange enough and strong enough? Xu Yimin spoke bluntly, his eyes flashing with brilliance, looking straight at him. You old man, you don't think of yourself as an outsider. Yan Xiaochen was instantly a bit speechless. Xu Yimin looked like he had succeeded in his plot. Hey! Xiaoyan, you help old man this time, I can still treat you poorly not? There are many industries under the Chu family, and there are also many pharmaceutical companies. You have to help me get things done, and all the projects of all the pharmaceutical companies under the Chu family will be given to your lover's Moonsnow company. How about that? Yan Xiaochen's eyes lit up. This was a good idea. In this way, the Moonsnow company business is getting better and better. Then Qin Shuiwei will certainly be more and more happy, for the time to rejoin the Qin family will also greatly enhance, so think about it, it is not a loss. Good. I promise. Xu Yimin's eyes lit up, and then he pulled out a rather ancient business card, made of wood grain, with a large Chu character tattooed on the front in gold thread. This is my Chu family's business card, the entire Chu family, there are only 5 of them. Holding this business card represents that the Chu family head travels, and any industry under the Chu family can be mobilized at will. Little Yan I'll be right here in Jeju City, waiting for you. Yan Xiaochen played with the business card in his hand, the corner of his mouth raised a smile. It seems that the next days, I'm afraid it will be much more interesting. Chapter 174, Picking Up a Little Beauty. As night slowly falls, Jeju City, the capital of Dongshan Province, is as economically prosperous as Qingzhou City, which is famous for its economy. CK Bar, Jeju City, one of the more famous bars, looking at a paper-drunk men and women in and out, Yan Xiaochen sighed darkly. A good youth, should be struggling age, but so many people are willing to degrade themselves, sad. Regardless of the sighing, he came here, not to be sad and compassionate, into the bar, a burst of loud DJ music, filling the eardrums, gulping white smoke, so that the whole bar within the pandemonium. Yan Xiaochen frowned, his gaze slowly scanning. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and an elegant man in a suit suddenly came into view. This was the target of his visit here tonight, the eldest son of the Su family, Su Jie. He was seen with a few of his fox friends, pushing the cups and sitting next to 4 or 5 beautiful women, flirting with their heads, while he didn't look at all like he was about to get engaged, and didn't shy away from it. Still a real scumbag, hey. Yan Xiaochen stroked his chin and muttered. Just at this moment, Su Jie answered a phone call. His originally happy face suddenly became gloomy, stood up and walked towards a secluded place. Yan Xiaochen's gaze was condensed, his intuition told him that this phone call should have a little bit of content, so he quietly followed. Yan Xiaochen's hearing is different from normal people, but the bar is too noisy, vaguely can only hear the Chu family, assured, got it in some other words. Just when he wanted to follow closer to hear more carefully, suddenly, the front of the Su Jie fierce turned back. Yan Xiaochen, heart-shocked, next to a door, do not even want to think about it, immediately pushed the door and enter. Phew! Passing a deep breath, Yan Xiaochen's eyes flashed with a flash of light as he muttered, this guy's counter-surveillance ability is so strong? Oh, it's getting more and more interesting. Looks like old Chu Tu was right, this Su Jie, I'm afraid there really is something wrong with him. Huh? Why are you in the ladies' room? Suddenly, a drunken voice came. Yan Xiaochen's face stiffened, his heart immediately rose a touch of uneasiness, slightly embarrassed to turn his head. As expected, a closed cubicle, there is not a commode. In an instant, his head exploded. Ilu go. In the heat of the moment, even broke into the women's restroom. The big man, if this is spread out, the hall of the North Major, late at night alone into the women's restroom, then he this world of fame, all finished. The girl in front of her, her body staggering, her drunken eyes hazy, pointed at Yan Xiaochen, hanging a silly smile. Why are you in the women's restroom? Oh, I see, you're a rogue and wanna come snooping around. Come on people, catch the flow. I'll go. Missy, don't scream. Yan Xiaochen took a step forward and covered her mouth. Good boy, if she were to let her shout out, she wouldn't be able to wash herself even if she jumped into the Yellow River. Whoa! This cover the mouth does not matter. The girl's stomach suddenly rolled, while vomited, and then, limp paralyzed in Yan Xiaochen body, suddenly drunk unconscious. Hey, Missy, we don't blackmail people like this. Yan Xiaochen burst into a bit of tears and laughter as he helped her up, and upon taking such a close look, he froze. This woman, why does she look so familiar? It seems like the granddaughter of the old curmudgeon? Take out the photo and compare. Oops, it's true. It's quite a small world, Missy, it's lucky you met me, otherwise, you'd properly be picking up corpses tonight. Yan Xiaochen helplessly muttered a sentence. Forget it, I guess I have no success today. Look at her appearance, it is better to send home first. Afterwards, carrying Chu Xiaoyi, he just opened the door of the toilet, for smiling faces, whooshed over, immediately startled Yan Xiaochen. Holy! What the hell is this? For not so young teenagers with 90s killjoy haircuts looking particularly too penny. One of the red-haired killjoys looked up and down and hummed softly, brother, it's not generous. Brothers have been staring at the girl all night, just let you pick up the cheap, inappropriate right. That's it. A purple-haired killjoy picked up, although we admire your courage to enter the ladies' restroom, you can't take this chick with you. Right. The yellow-haired killer horseman immediately and arrogantly picked up, dare to rob the chicks of our South City's 4 young men, believe it or not, I'll break your third leg. Looking at the 4 spiritual youngsters who had obviously not yet faded their childishness, Yan Xiaochen laughed darkly in his heart and spoke, what do you want to do then? Hand this chick over. Yan Xiaochen immediately feigned a difficult look, now that I have the person in my hands, handing over the person based on your words, where would I put my face? Big brother, he's got a point. The last of the green hairs looked to the red hair at once and nodded. Red hair also nodded his head fussily, you're right, although we saw this chick first, after all, it was you who hooked up with her first, so let's do it this way, according to the rules of the Jianghu, whoever wins, can have the right to own this chick. Chapter 175 Racing. Yan Xiaochen glanced at them without any good humor, I don't have the time to compete with you guys about the rules of the Jianghu, get out of the way. When the 4 heard this, they blocked in front of him in unison. Are you still a man, you coward? If you don't compete today, you can't leave. No one has yet dared to disregard our 4 young men of South City. If you leave, I'll tell the whole story about you going into the ladies' room. The last sentence hit the nail on the head. Yan Xiaochen instantly wimped out, gritting his teeth and looking at the 4 of them. You guys win, fine, let's compare. Jidong suburb, a deserted mountain highway, but at the moment is filled with a large number of locomotives' roaring sound. Dozens of men and women dressed the same as the 4 young people in the South City, shaking the wild body, let out a ghostly howl of venting. The redhead looked at him arrogantly, kid, according to our rules, whoever can outrun this road, whoever, will have the right to own this chick. Yan Xiaochen's face woodenly glanced at the car behind the 4, 2 Ferraris, an Aston Martin, a McLaren, and at a glance are also exquisitely modified, the price of each one, are not less than 10 million. Yan Xiaochen spread his hands, as much as I'd like to agree to your race, I don't even have a car, so what am I going to compete with you? Big brother, he's right. Greenhorn said seriously. Redhead skimmed him, I'm not blind, of course I saw he didn't have a car. Kid, don't say we're bullying you, you can choose any one of all the cars present. Really no bullying, in addition to the 4 of you, the rest of the car is good, but no matter from the brand or the price, it is completely hanged. Yan Xiaochen looked around the circle, finally, fixed on a Volkswagen Golf, the corner of his mouth, well, it's it. Everyone froze at once, looking at him like a little cutie. Looking at him as if he were a cutie. Kid, are you kidding me, you're going to compare golf to us? Big brother, I suspect he's looking down on us. Yan Xiaochen spoke disdainfully, against you, a golf is enough. Ha ha. A crowd of riders burst into sarcastic laughter. Whoa, this kid is too crazy, I'm afraid he hasn't seen our 4 young men from South City galloping on the field. Humph. I strongly suspect that he chose a golf solely because he was afraid that if he got inside the sports car, he wouldn't even be able to find the button to start the car. I'll bet a dime that in 5 seconds tops, he won't even be able to see 4 juniors' taillights. Listening to their whimpering scummy voices, Yan Xiaochen became impatient. Cut the crap. Are you still competing? If not, I'm going home to sleep. What arrogance! Let's see how I'll abuse you to death. Soon, 5 cars crossed the road. Yan Xiaochen very much helped Chu Xiaoyi on the co-pilot, and thoughtfully fastened the seatbelt for her, and just then, Chu Xiaoyi, who had been drunk all night, woke up leisurely. Ouch, my head hurts. Ha! Where is this? The words landed with a thud, and Yan Xiaochen gave her a very kind smile. It doesn't matter who I am, what's important is that next, please grab the armrests, the crazy ride is about to begin. Buzz. Release the clutch, step on the gas, and ride away with a scream that resonates through the mountains. Chu Xiaoyi's death grip on the handrail, the churning in her stomach was also replaced by the fear of the moment, and with every drifting flutter of the tail, her heart, which was scared, jumped out of her chest. Who the hell are you? Why am I here? Police uncle, help! Glancing at the pale Chu Xiaoyi, Yan Xiaochen said disdainfully, with your guts, how did you become a soldier? What a disgrace! I was in the military as a communicator too, eh? No, how did you know I was in the military? Yan Xiaochen said without any good humor. Not only do I know that you've been a soldier, I also know that if it weren't for me today, you would, right now, I'm afraid that you'd already be in the bed of one of the four of them mental boys. A vague memory used up her brain. Zhu Xiaoyi shook her head, suddenly her eyes glazed over and she suddenly realized, I remember, you're the hooligan who went into the women's restroom. Chapter 176. Hey, the technology has regressed. Yan Xiaochen stumbled and almost didn't mistake the brake for the gas. A flash of embarrassment flashed across his face. Misunderstanding. That was a misunderstanding, I just accidentally took a wrong turn. Zhu Xiaoyi grunted twice. Wrong way? Who believes that? Looking at your Zhang's appearance, you look like a repeat offender. I'll go. Can that be seen on the face too? Yan Xiaochen gritted his teeth. You little girl, don't be illiterate. If it wasn't for me saving you tonight, you still don't know what would have happened. I don't believe you. I think you're the one who's trying to plot against me. Get out of the car. Let me out of the car. At that moment, an open-mouthed laugh came from the car's communicator. Kid. Can't even see our taillights? Immediately afterward, another voice rang out. We are the record holders of this mountain road. If a random person with a broken car can beat us, then why don't we just buy a piece of tofu and crash to death? Dare to race us, I'll make him eat his exhaust and sing his conquest. Listening to the incomparably arrogant provocation of the four young people of the South City, Yan Xiaochen's mouth corner, slightly raised. Hey. Give you guys a little sunshine is still really splendid. I haven't touched the car for a long time, and I'm almost familiar with it now, so since you guys want to play, I'll have a good time with you. Chick, shut up and hold onto the handrail or you will not be held responsible for being thrown out of the car. Zhu Xiaoyi subconsciously tightened her body, looking at his serious appearance, a flash of fear in her eyes. What? Do you want? Yan Xiaochen hemmed and hawed, and suddenly, let out a roar that resounded through the heavens and earth. Let them see what real technology means. Whoosh! The white golf is like an arrow off the string, violently darting out. One side is a mountain wall, one side is a cliff. Every rugged curve also did not see the slightest deceleration, but increased the throttle, the rear wheels hanging in the air, relying on inertia to force the car to throw out of the curve. Every turn needed to be precise, or any small mistake would be enough to cause the car to be destroyed. Before long, the distance between the Golf and the four top sports cars was getting closer and closer. Big brother, he's catching up. Oh my god, is this still a human being who doesn't even slow down at the curves? Through the rearview mirror looking at the gradually pressing Golf, red hair eyes flashed a touch of hostility. Brothers, there is still the last curve. We have four cars side by side. Is road blocked? Otherwise, if we lose to a Golf, then it will be a big loss of shame. Listen to Big Brother. The four sports cars, which quickly formed a line across the road, completely blocked Yan Xiaochen's path forward. A touch of playfulness flashed in Yan Xiaochen's eyes. Trying to block my path? He, haven't you guys heard the saying that all roads lead to Rome? Zhu Xiaoyi on the side instinctively rose a touch of bad premonition. What? Do you want? Hey, take you to experience for free, what is called roller coaster. After the words, Yan Xiaochen's gaze, with a long-lost seriousness, the last curve ahead, Yan Xiaochen gaze condensed, looking at the side of the road, a stone is still smooth, and violently hit the steering wheel. High-speed car, instantly borrowed the angle of the stone, scuttled up the steep mountain wall. Yan Xiaochen precisely controlled the car, relying on the huge inertia generated by the speed, accurately maneuvering each tire to smash the rugged mountain wall to have a stable landing spot. Just like that, the car was like a giant gecko, whistling past the mountain wall, perfectly overtaking the four young men of the South City as they blocked the way. Big brother, I didn't just blink, did I? I so wanted to see a big white gecko that swished past me. Big brother, that Golf, how did it get in front of us? It can't be, he's that big gecko. Swish. Straight avenues, throttled down and passed the finish line without incident. The crowd that perfectly witnessed Yan Xiaochen's traveling process was silent. Snap. Co-pilot door was opened violently. Zhu Xiaoyi did not say a word, scurrying to the side of the wow straight vomit. Yan Xiaochen also walked down, looked at the late arrival of the four sports cars, put on an inscrutable look. Hey, a long time did not touch the car, the technology has regressed. Chapter 177. Brother Yan, why are you here? Car God. Car God. Car God. Don't know who shouted a sentence, instantly detonated the whole field. All the people suddenly rushed to Yan Xiaochen exclaimed, that one of the eyes emerged in the eyes of the god, like the ashes of the fans to see their idols gaze. This side of the four car doors instantly opened, for spiritual guys topped with a head of flowers and green. The ghost cried and howled like a wolf rushed to Yan Xiaochen's feet. Great god, please take us as disciples. Yeah. You'll be our master. We, the 4 young men of the South City, will absolutely be under your honorable leadership and loyalty from now on, please take us. Just as Yan Xiaochen's head was spinning for a while, Xu Shaoyi walked over with a crooked, angry face. You, come with me. Now, the 4 young men of the South City were not happy at once. Beauty, I know our master is handsome out of his bounds, but the long night is long, you don't have to be in such a hurry. Right, you wait for us to finish worshipping, Lao Si to drive, Lao San to get a room, Lao Er to buy a condom. I'll personally watch the door for you guys, and everything, absolutely, will be arranged for you in a clear way. What are you talking about? Xu Shaoyi was full of anger. In a set of magnificent military boxing, Yan Xiaochen looked somewhat helplessly at the 4 young people who were beaten to a ghostly cry, and sighed a mouthful of sighs, the poor child, the communication soldier, but also the soldier ah. The Chu family, as a family in Lu province, lived in a huge villa with an area of more than 2,000 square meters in the busiest area of Jeju City. Seeing his own young miss dragging a strange man back home in the middle of the night, the Chu family's housekeeper was immediately surprised. Young miss, what's wrong with you? Xu Shaoyi ignored him and fiercely said to Yan Xiaochun, you sit here for me honestly, and don't go anywhere until I come back. With that, he turned and went to his room to change. Yan Xiaochen skimmed his mouth indifferently and crossed his legs, surveying the halls of the Chu family. Put your legs down. Suddenly, a cold shout exploded in his ears, and Yan Xiaochen turned around to find the butler looking at him with a majestic face. Don't even look at what kind of a place this is, crossing your legs in an unseemly manner, what's the fashion? Yan Xiaochen let out a light laugh. Aren't you minding too much? How I want to sit is my business, what does it have to do with you? Unbridled. This is the Chu family. If you come here, you have to follow the rules of the Chu family. The butler looked at him majestically, and I, for one, represent the rules of the Chu family. Yan Xiaochen's gaze turned cold. Haven't you heard the saying that the visitor is a guest? With you, you're also worthy of being a guest of our Chu family? The housekeeper looked at Yan Xiaochen in a cheap clothes, even everywhere is still stains, eyes flashed a thick disgust. This a poor look, see you make me sick, I tell you, our missy heart is kind, would a cat or a dog look at the poor, are willing to bring it to the home, but the most cannot see you poor garbage appeared in front of me. Looking at your beggar-like appearance, appearing here is completely polluting my eyes. In the butler's tone, there was a strong condescension of a superior. Now, I'll give you 2 choices, either get out by yourself, or I'll find someone to throw you out. Yan Xiaochen's gaze, completely gloomy, what a mighty housekeeper ah, didn't you hear your master say just now, let me stay here? Master? A flash of disdain flashed in the housekeeper's eyes. What kind of master is an uninitiated stinky girl? When I say for you to get lost, she, a little girl, wouldn't dare to say half a word of no. Humph. Insulting the master behind his back, aren't you afraid I'll tell Xu Shaoyi? Ha ha. Deep disgust flashed in the butler's eyes, not to mention that you won't have the chance to see her again, even if you do, will she believe what a beggar like you says? Cut the crap, someone, throw this stinking beggar out. What's all the noise in the middle of the night? At this moment, a majestic voice rang out, and then a middle-aged man with a solemn face appeared in the hall. The butler immediately changed into a doggy-like smile. Family master, why are you up? Missy doesn't know where she picked up a beggar from, I'm afraid of disturbing your rest, I was about to give some money to send it away. Xu Longqin slightly twisted his head, and when he saw Yan Xiaochen sitting on a chair, looking at him with a smirk, he grew his mouth in surprise, and then laughed and greeted him with a smile. Brother Yan, why are you here? Chapter 178, A Dog's Eye View of People. He said, ignoring the dirty mess he was in, and went up for a big hug. Seeing this scene, the butler immediately turned pale and froze on the spot. The corners of Yan Xiaochen's mouth gently lifted as he retreated a step back, avoiding Xu Longqin. Xu family master should stay away from me, I'm a beggar, how can I be worthy of embracing with the hallowed Xu family master? Upon hearing this, Xu Longqin frowned, instantly understanding, and backhanded a resounding slap. Asshole! You've got a pair of eyes up your ass. Even my Chu family's honored guest dares to be neglected, are you tired of living? The butler fell to his knees with a plop and kowtowed repeatedly, family master, I was wrong. It was me who had the eyes to recognize him to tie. You spare me this time. Humph. It's fine to be arrogant and domineering in the day, but now you even dare to offend my Chu family's honored guests, you really think you're something. Men, throw him out, expel him from the Chu family and never use him again. Stinking rascal, I. Just as Xu Longqin and Yan Xiaochen were chatting, Xu Shaoyi, who had changed into a cute outfit, came bouncing out, and before she could say anything, she saw Xu Longqin, and her face suddenly stiffened as she snapped, Dad, why are you here? Although she had taken a bath, She still couldn't suppress the smell of alcohol all over her body. Xu Longqin snorted coldly. A girl's family, going out to drink in the middle of the night, what's it like? Noble guests come to the door, and there's no rules at all. Come over and meet your Uncle Yan. Looking at Yin Xiaochun, who was about the same age as herself, Zhu Xiaoyi's eyes glazed over and she blurted out, "What? You're asking me to call this smelly rascal uncle?" Yin Xiaochen's face immediately crossed three black lines. Who is a hooligan? How did I stream you? Xu Longqin immediately looked puzzled. This Yen brother, you know each other? Yen Xiaochen naturally will not say that Chu Yimin invited him to come, only said instead of Qin Chuyue to sign a contract with the Chu family, inadvertently ran into Chu Xiaoyi in the bar, and simply called the matter of the passage of time. Of course, they into the ladies' restroom that part, but not a word. Oh brother Yen, you are truly a blessing to my Chu family. Xu Longqin held Yen Xiaochen's hand and said excitedly, not only did he save my father, but he also saved my daughter today. This girl, since she was a child, she has never let me worry about her, and this betrothal is imminent. If something happens again, the face of my Chu family will be all disgraced by her. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoyi instantly said back, I don't want to be engaged. That what's her name Su Jia, I don't like him at all. Why should I marry him? Unbridled. Xu Longqin's eyes glared. You and Su Jia grew up together, it's not like you don't know him? Besides, I'm your father, can I still harm you? Xu Xiaoyi suddenly reddened her eyes. You have never been able to respect my wishes. 3 years ago, I ran away from home and sneaked off to become a soldier for 3 years. Don't you know why? After saying that, with a wipe of her eyes, she twisted her head and ran out. A flash of apology flashed through Chu Longqin's eyes as he looked at Yin Xiaochun. Brother Yin, let you see the joke. This girl, since she was a child, she's never been careful. I know about the contract. Tomorrow morning I will arrange for someone to sign the contract for you. After that, be sure to stay for more days. Also let me do my landlord's honor. Yin Xiaochen went with the flow and nodded with a smile. Then I'll be bothering family Master Chu. Ha ha. Brother Yen is too much of a stranger. Come on people, arrange for one of the best guest rooms to receive my Chu family's honored guests. Early the next morning, after breakfast, one of the servants of the Chu family respectfully came over. Mr. Yen, the family head ordered when he left. He has already explained with the president of Tianhe Pharmaceuticals, you can go over directly to sign the contract. He still has some things to do, so he won't accompany you. Sky Harvest Pharmaceuticals, the very company that the Chu family wholly owns. Yen Xiaochen nodded. After all, the ostensible purpose of his visit this time was to sign the contract, and since it had all been arranged, it might as well be a good idea to understand the matter first. The car is ready for you. When do you think you're ready to leave? No need. It's a nice day, so I'll just walk and enjoy the scenery of Jeju City on the way. Jidong City is very busy, traffic is busy, 20 kilometers is not short, but for Yen Xiaochen, it is just a warm-up. Green light, Yen Xiaochen got up to cross the street. In the middle of the road when he walked to the road, suddenly a piercing siren, a sharp turn back, a BMW just like a brake cannot look like, straight toward him crashed over. Yen Xiaochen eyes and hands fast, a hand propped up on the front cover of the car, the force and up, a beautiful aerial flip, stable fall on one side. And the BMW, in a hurry, jerked the direction, hit the side of the pole, the front of the car, dented down a large piece. The car door opened, a man and a woman walked down from the car. The man first looked at his own car, then angrily walked towards Yen Xiaochun, loudly cursed, UTM long no long eyes up. Do not see the old man's car over? Chapter 179 Meeting the Spirit Boy Again. Yen Xiaochun looked at him with cold eyes. Sir, just now, it was a pedestrian green light. If I hadn't dodged fast, I would have already been hit by you under the car. Your cheap life is worth less than one of my headlights, so what's the point of running you over? The female came up with a shrill voice, sweeping up and down with a strong sense of condescension. Do you know what kind of car we have here? This is a BMW. Look at you, you're so poor, you're still walking in the cold, you're a poor hanger-on who doesn't have a car. Yen Xiaochen said angrily, how can you talk like that? It was clearly you who ran the red light first. Cut the ing crap. The man said disdainfully, what running a red light, this road is the old man's home, drive how you want. Pay me back, or I'll waste you. Looking at the two men's bold appearance, Yen Xiaochen smiled, fine, I'll see how you can waste me. MD. A poor bastard is still pretending to be a big head here, I'll beat you to death. When the man was about to make a move, the woman suddenly pulled him back. Hubby, what's the point of fighting with a poor bastard like you? Hit him with your hand, it's all dirtying our hands. Look at him. He looks like a loser with little money. Saying that, she condescendingly raised her head at Yen Xiaochun. Rubbish, don't say that I won't give you a chance. Now go in front of our car, kneel respectfully and kowtow 3 times, say you're sorry, and this money, you won't be allowed to pay. Oh. A broken car is worthy of making me kneel and kowtow? You're really giving it away. A broken car? Have you ever seen what a luxury car looks like? Look at your poor ass, you can't even afford a wagon wheel. Just at this time, a few brakes suddenly remembered, followed by Zhang Yang's bossy shout resounded in the ears. What is the noise, blocking the road in the morning? There is no point of public morality. That's right, not just a broken BMW crashed into a pole. What can be noisy? Nimbly get out of the way, or I'll smash the car for you. The woman looked at the car behind the talking few, and envied. Hubby, the car they drive is so nice. It's not a sports car, is it? The man immediately shrank his neck. Nonsense. Of course it's a sports car, that's a Ferrari, that's a McLaren, each one of them is not less than tens of millions of dollars. Afterwards, a fawning smile flashed across his face. Several brothers, it's all because of this ungrateful trash, otherwise, we wouldn't be able to block the path of several brothers. As soon as a few people turned around, their eyes suddenly glazed over. Master, it's actually you? My God, Master, why are you old here? Seeing this head of flowery hair, Yan Xiaochen's face flashed with 3 black lines. How come he could run into these mental boys everywhere he went? Looking at a few teenagers driving sports cars calling each mouthful of master with incomparable affection, the two families were directly confused. Apprentices are driving tens of millions of sports cars, so the master, what kind of car should he have to drive? Their own a broken BMW still with others to pretend, do not know, this two-legged, is the big brother. Master, this kid seemed to call you a punk just now? MD. Dare to insult my master, do you want me to kill him? A broken BMW dares to mouth off to my master. Brothers, smash his car. The man almost knelt down. Big brother. Several big brothers. Never smash my car. Said, pitifully looked to Yan Xiaochen. Brother, it is my carelessness, is my blindness, did not look at the traffic lights. You see where you are not comfortable, I compensate for the money, compensation for how much can be. Just at this time, another brake sound, 2 Rolls-Royce, gorgeous stop on the road, see the license plate, a few spirit of the boy's neck shrink, Chu family license plate, good boy, how do you mean, it will not be for these two to come out, right? Seeing the license plate, the man was overjoyed, changed his attitude, and suddenly became arrogant again. Know who my father is? The butler of the Chu family, I'll see who dares to smash my car in front of our Chu family. The car door opened and a middle-aged man got out and came over at a trot. Seeing the visitor, the man respectfully said, Uncle Wang, why you, my dad didn't go to work today? The middle-aged man frowned slightly. You are Zhang Son's son? Yes, Uncle Wang. You came just in time, this punk walks without eyes, causing me to crash my car like this. I said that I am from the Chu family, and they still said that the Chu family is nothing, and they want to smash my car, you have to do it for me. The man saw the backer coming and added fuel to the fire. Uncle Wang pointed at Yan Xiaochen with an odd expression on his face. Is he the trash you're talking about? That's him, not worth $200 all over. What's not a piece of trash? Snap. Uncle Wang raised his hand and slapped the man, directly jerking him out a long way. Chapter 180, the sky is crazy, there will be rain, and people are crazy, there will be trouble. Afterwards, with a respectful face, he said to Yan Xiaochen, Mr. Yan, when the family head learned that you walked to the company, he scolded us severely. With your status, how can you walk? This will show that our Chu family treats their guests poorly, so please also take a special car to Tianhe Pharmaceuticals. As for the unhappiness I just brought you, I sincerely apologize on behalf of the Chu family, and if you leave the next matter to me, I will make sure you are satisfied. When he finished, he turned his head with a grim look on his face. Smash the car. The group of people did not hesitate, banging for a while. The BMW was immediately turned into a piece of scrap metal. Uncle Wang walked into the terrified man and said indifferently, smashing your car is rightly regarded as an atonement for your conflict with Mr. Yan. You should be thankful that Mr. Xiang didn't suffer a single injury, or else it would have been more than just smashing one of your broken cars. By the way, your father is no longer the housekeeper of the Chu family, it's because he clashed with Mr. Yan last night and has been expelled from the Chu family. In the future, if you dare to use the name of the Chu family to run roughshod over the family, you'll suffer the consequences. After saying that, he respectfully pulled open the car door and bowed in respect in the envious gazes of many onlookers. Mr. Yan, please. A smooth road, directly to the Tianhe Pharmaceuticals downstairs parking lot. Uncle Wang respectfully opened the car door for Yan Xiaochen. Mr. Yan, the family head has already explained that Feng Wei, the chairman of Tianhe Pharmaceuticals, is already waiting for you in his office. Do you need me to accompany you up? Yan Xiaochen waved his hand. Since it's all arranged, there's no need to go through all that trouble, I can just go up myself. Okay. I'll wait here for your return then. Yan Xiaochen did not excuse himself, and went all the way up to the top floor, the president's office, and directly pushed open the door of the room. Ah! A sharp female voice, a spacious office chair, a professionally dressed woman sitting on a man, disheveled. Yan Xiaochen suddenly came in, startled her. Feng Xiaoqin, who was in the middle of his excitement, had a sudden grimace on his face, slammed the table, and cursed, "Who let you in? Get out of here!" Yan Xiaochen's gaze slightly condensed as he stood there, calm and collected. "Although it seems like I'm interrupting your good deed, I think it's important to get down to business first." Feng Xiaoqin snorted, "Business? What do you do?" "Come to sign the contract." "You're the guy my dad said was going to sign the contract today? If there isn't a second one, it would be me." Feng Xiaoqin looked him up and down, then waved his hand. The woman hastily straightened her clothes and escaped from the office with a blush on her face. Feng Xiaoqin put his leg on the desk with a strong condescension. "Then let's get right to the point. How much can you give me?" Yan Xiaochen frowned. "How much to give? Wasn't he here to sign the contract? Was there anything else to give?" Looking at his puzzled appearance, Feng Xiaoqin knocked on the table and said impatiently, "What are you frozen for? This young master is asking you." "I didn't get your point." Yan Xiaochen shook his head and said softly. Snap. Feng Xiaoqin heavily slammed the table. "You give me the old man to pretend to understand, right? I really don't know what your company does for a living, sending a loser who doesn't know anything. I'll give you a straight answer, signing the contract is fine, but I want $5 million. Yan Xiaochen's gaze condensed. He finally understood. Feelings Feng Xiaoqin's meaning is to eat kickbacks. He slowly walked over and sat straight across from Feng Xiaoqin, looking at him. "But when I came here, no one told me that I still needed to pay out money." "Hey! What are you, a little salesman, who gave you the qualification to sit across from this young master? Stand up for me." Feng Xiaoqin arrogantly pointed at him. "I really doubt. What do you do for a living? Without money, why should I sign a contract with you? This is a cooperation personally appointed by the Chu family's head. How dare you make a private decision?" Feng Xiaoqin snorted. "Chu family head? Kid, you really know how to brag. What kind of character is the Chu family head? A small contract would still be personally assigned? Kid, are you taking yourself too seriously? I tell you, this is a big order worth $50 million. Many companies are scrambling to cooperate with us, Ruea. If you don't show some sincerity, why should I choose you?" Yan Xiaochen's gaze clouded over. "Call Feng Wei to come and talk to me personally." "You who?" Feng Xiaoqin directly laughed and looked at him like he was a psychopath. "Did I go out today without reading the yellow calendar, and I even met a crazy person? Kid, you need to get one thing straight, right now, you're the one begging me. If I'm happy, the contract might be signed with you. If I'm not, it's useless to call me an ancestor. I've been upset from the moment you walked in. Now kneel down for me, and perhaps, I'll give you a chance to continue the conversation." "Ha!" Yan Xiaochen looked at him meaningfully. "Young man, is there a saying you've heard before? If the sky is mad, there will be rain, and if people are mad, there will be trouble." Chapter 181, My last name is whatever you say it is. Ha ha. I really met a brainwashed person. You show me clearly, this is heavenly harvest. Here, this young master is the sky. He clapped his hands together with a deep swagger and a face full of contempt. "I told you, if you want to sign the contract, then get down on your knees and beg me." Bang! The door to the room was suddenly opened and an angry roar came out. "Asshole, what are you doing? Dad! What are you doing back?" Feng Xiaoqin was first stunned, then flashed a flash of disdain. "What kind of cooperation company are you looking for, to send a brainwashed person to talk to us about cooperation? If I don't let him kneel and sing conquests to me even today, I won't be surnamed Feng." Feng Wei swish, cold sweat, do not care to scold Feng Xiaoqin, 3 steps and 2 steps, came to Yan Xiaochen body, bowed 90 degrees, Yan. "Yan, Mr. Yan, I'm sorry, it's because I'm not good at teaching my son, please bear with me." Feng Xiaoqin was directly confused. "Dad, are you drunk? Why are you bowing to a tiny salesman?" Snap. Feng Wei backhanded him with a slap, showing no mercy and directly slapping him out. "Asshole. Do you know you're in big trouble?" Feng Xiaoqin, who had been held in the palm of his hand since he was a child, where had he ever received such a heavy beating, and instantly yelled in defiance, "Are you crazy? Isn't he just a salesman who counts on our sky harvest for food? If he can't sign back the contract, he'll lose his job and go eat. This punk is demanding us now. What do you think you are, that you're worthy of having Mr. Yin beg you?" The door to the room was opened again, and Uncle Wang walked in with an angry face. "Wang. Wang butler, it's all because I taught my son poorly, I'll let him get out right away." Feng Wei this Haida, Xu Cheng personally call instructions, he naturally understands the importance of Yin Xiaochen. In his view, Xu Longqin personally, is to sign a contract is no longer a simple thing. This son of his own uneducated, he intended to take this opportunity to let Feng Xiaoqin show his face in front of the Chu family to support him, but did not think that such a simple thing, but let him do this way, and now Feng Wei he couldn't wait to slap this bastard back into his mother's stomach. Feng Xiaoqin naturally recognized the Chu family's big housekeeper, although he was a playboy, but he was not stupid. He immediately understood that things were not right, his face turned white, and he snapped and was about to go out. Wait. Yan Xiaochen, who hadn't said anything, looked at him and nudged his mouth toward Uncle Wang. Not 5 million? Go ask him for it. Feng Xiaoqin was so scared that he almost fell to his knees, asking the Chu family's senior steward for money? Is he out of his mind? $5 million? What 5 million? Uncle Wang asked with a gloomy face. This young Master Feng said he wanted to sign a contract that would give him a kickback of $5 million, and wanted me to sign it on my knees. As for me, I have no money, and my knees are rather hard, but as for the contract, I must sign it back. Butler Wang, what should I do, you say? Uncle Wang's face was so gloomy that water was about to drip out of it as he looked at Feng Xiaoqin and gritted his teeth. Young Master Feng, isn't 5 million too little? Do you want me to kneel down and come up with $10 million for you? Feng Wei immediately shivered and kicked Feng Xiaoqin to his knees. Asshole. Did you drink too much Sanlu when you were a kid? How dare you say such mindless words? Kneel down and apologize. If Mr. Yen doesn't forgive you, I'll immediately waste you. Feng Xiaoqin at this moment, which still has the arrogance before, shivering, Yen. Mr. Yen, it is me who has eyes but no pearls. I will sign the contract for you right away. Yan Xiaochen leaned down to look at him. This gentleman, what's your name? I will take whatever last name you say as long as it pleases you. Feng Xiaoqin opened his mouth, remembering his arrogant words just now. He couldn't wait to slap himself. I'll kneel and sing you conquests, please, give me another chance. You're not qualified. Uncle Wang coldly said, Feng Wei, from now on, suspend your position as the president of Tianhe Pharmaceuticals. The Chu family's investigation team will be stationed immediately if it is found out that your father and son duo have any act of using public office for personal gain. His eyes narrowed slightly. You guys, then, wait for the Chu family's lawsuit. Father and son were paralyzed, their faces were as if they were dead. Feng Wei knew that his future was all ruined by this loser. Chapter 182 being handled. Without paying any more attention to them, Uncle Wang respectfully said, Mr. Yen, I'm really sorry, I've already arranged for the contract to be printed by a special person, and will send a special person directly to the Qingzhou Yueshue company later to show our sincerity. But now. A slight flash of embarrassment crossed his face. You will, I'm afraid, have to make a trip back to the Chu family with me first. Yan Xiaochen asked suspiciously, what's wrong? Missy just called and said she wants to see you by name. 1 hour later, the Chu family mansion. Xu Xiaoyi was dressed in a casual outfit today, looking very innocent and cute, with a pair of big watery eyes, looking at him without blinking. Look at the side face, look as if, and a little bit of small handsome ah. What are you staring at uncle so much for? Yan Xiaochen looked at her with a smile, especially when he saw her round little face, he couldn't help but want to tease her. He glared at him fiercely, and his heart was suddenly deflated. Xu Xiaoyi, a hooligan who steals into the women's restroom. You even think he's a bit handsome. Did you drink too much plain water in the morning? Afterward, he blankly glanced at him without a good mood. Stinking rascal. You less take advantage of me. Your father calls me brother, so shouldn't you be calling me uncle? You. The little face bulged, suddenly, a flash of cunning in his eyes. Then should I publicize the glorious deed of uncle entering the women's restroom for you? Yan Xiaochen's eyes collapsed. Missy, I was wrong. With the color of a victor hanging in her eyes, Xu Xiaoyi grunted, in order to make up for the trauma you caused to my heart last night, this young lady has decided to give you a chance to make up for it. At noon, Jeju City, the only one of the 7-star hotel, but from the doorway to look past, a brilliant, the doorway parked car, no one under $1 million, from these seem, here consumption, absolutely not lower than where to go. Yan Xiaochen spoke somewhat sardonically, wouldn't it be nice to go eat a bowl of Lanzhao ramen? There are also free pickles to eat. Xu Xiaoyi glared at him fiercely and pulled him inside. Cut the crap. Eat here today, and it's still your treat. Walking into the lobby, men and women in suits, people coming and going, although the spending here is not low, but it is clear that there are rich people, more. Just as they were looking around, a voice suddenly came to mind. 2 of you, what is it? Arrange a box for us. Lobby manager frowned slightly. Although Chu Xiaoyi is very pure and beautiful, but the man beside her, all the cheapest ground goods, how can this look like a rich man's appearance? At that moment, the tone was also slightly cold. Sorry, you two, it's the lunch rush hour, there are no more boxes. Then. That's fine to arrange a card seat for us. I'm sorry, the card table isn't available either. Chu Xiaoyi turned her head, pointed at a row of seats that were not occupied at all, and spoke, aren't those all empty seats? Those seats, they're all booked out. The manageress said with an expressionless face. Well. Chu Xiaoyi's face showed a touch of disappointment as she grunted twice at Yin Xiaochun. You're really lucky, this time, I'll let you off the hook first. Waiter! Find me a seat by the window. At this time, an arrogant voice suddenly rang out, and a man with a fat head and a 1-pound gold chain around his neck walked in with an arm around a demonic woman with thick makeup and a condescending face. The welcoming lady hurriedly greeted her. Hello sir, may I ask if you have a reservation? The man's face crossed. I come here to eat, do I still need a reservation? The lobby manager took a look, his face suddenly changed, piled up with smiles, leaving aside Yin Xiaochen and the two of them, and hurriedly greeted them. Egu. Isn't this brother Zhao? What kind of wind blew you here? The new welcome girl does not know what to do. You come still need what reservation? You see this row of window card seat, you like to sit which position, just sit which position. Zhao suddenly laughed twice and oiled his face. It's still manager Han who knows what he's doing. Come on, baby, pick your favorite spot. Just as the lobby manager was about to lead them, Chu Xiaoyi's disgruntled voice suddenly rang out from behind. Wait a minute, didn't you say that all the seats here have been booked out? Chapter 183. Mr. Yin, I've given you a fright. Manager Han turned around and a hint of disdain appeared on his face. Both of you, I advise you not to puff up your faces. In a place like ours, a random plate of shredded potatoes costs $500. With that kind of money, wouldn't it be better to go to a roadside stall and have some barbecue? What do you mean by that? Chu Xiaoyi raised her eyebrows. Are you saying we can't afford to eat? The lobby manager snorted lightly, with a faint disdain on his face. Can you afford to eat or not? Aren't you clear in your own hearts? You. Ouch. Suddenly, a flirtatious voice rang out as Zhao looked at Chu Xiaoyi with a colorful face. What a handsome little sister. Want to eat here? No problem, as long as you come over and put your arm around brother. Whatever you want to eat, brother will treat you. When had the eldest miss of the Chu family ever been molested like this? She was furious on the spot. What did you say? He. I said that as long as you follow your brother will treat you to delicious food and spicy drinks every day. Snap. A crisp slap sound suddenly resounded throughout the hotel lobby. Chu Xiaoyi looked at the obvious slap mark on Zhao's chubby face and angrily said, this slap, to give you a memory. Not just anyone can be molested. MD. Stinky cousin, how dare you hit me? After 2 seconds passed, Zhao reacted and burst into a rage. Taking 3 steps forward, towards Chu Xiaoyi, he raised his hand and landed hard. Bang! An arm crossed in front of him, blocking his slap. Yin Xiaochun looked at him coldly and said in a faint voice, a big man, bullying such a little girl, is it appropriate? Damn! Who left their pants unbolted and let this thing out of you? Yin Xiaochun's gaze turned steeply cold. Keep your mouth clean. What the are you? You're worthy of letting my old man. Bang! Words have not finished. Yin Xiaochun lifted his leg as a foot, more than 200 pounds of big fat man, directly by Yin Xiaochun kicked out more than 3 meters away, will be the doorway of a one-person high vase, directly hit a smash. After doing all this, Yin Xiaochun acted like he was nothing and said faintly, your spewing mouth is really annoying, so it's better to shut it. Good boy. Zhao climbed out of the pile of vases, his face covered in scratched-out blood, and looked at Yin Xiaochun with a hostile face. You TM have guts. Today's matter, if I can let you walk out of here from 2 legs, I'm TM that you raised me. Yin Xiaochun hummed lightly. I'm sorry, I can't raise a like you. You. What's going on? What happened? At this time, a majestic voice rang out, followed by 7 or 8 big men flanking a person walked over. Seeing the person, Zhao's body's aura also gave a slight lurch, and opened his mouth to say, Mr. Su, this kind of thing happened in your hotel, aren't you going to give me a statement? The lobby manager hurriedly stepped forward, pointing at Yin Xiaochun, adding to what had just happened, after which, Sui's face sank as he walked towards Yin Xiaochun, and after looking him up and down, he spoke indifferently with a condescending arrogance, apologize to General Manager Zhao on your knees, and then compensate for General Manager Zhao's medical expenses. Spoken in a tone of voice with an air of entitlement. Hearing him say that, Yin Xiaochun burst out laughing as he touched his nose and spoke, Who are you? I'm the owner of this hotel. Upon hearing this, the people watching around them, a flash of respect flashed in their eyes, as the only 7-star hotel in Jeju City, his boss, was not a simple character. And those in the know even better. Suwa may not be scary, what's scary is the one standing behind Suwa. Oh. You don't ask the cause and effect, let me kneel down and apologize? I don't need to know the cause and effect. Sui's face sank as he looked at him with a chilling gaze. Junior, I advise you to honestly do as I say, or else, you'll realize that the consequences are something you can't afford by a long shot. Oh? Is that so? I'd like to see what consequences I can't afford. Hey. Now this young man, really bold. Mr. Su, it seems, to borrow you this place, see some red. After saying that, he clapped his hands. More than 10 tattooed big men rushed in from outside the door at once, and surrounded all the two Yan Xiaochen, and even the waist of each person, the bulging protrusions could be seen. Seeing this scene, Yan Xiaochen naturally knew what the protrusion under the clothes was, then turned his gaze to Sui and spoke, in your hotel, something like this happens, as the boss, don't you care? Sui froze, then a touch of playfulness raised on his face, I've already given you a chance just now, you didn't listen, so who can you blame? After hearing this, Zhao smiled with a sinister face, kid. Arrogance, there is a price to pay. Brothers, I want to see the last 3 pounds of red, give me. Wait. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out, and if you listen carefully, you can still hear that voice with a hint of fear. Zhao turned around and saw that the one who spoke was none other than Sui. Mr. Su, what's wrong? Sui didn't pay any attention to him at all, pushed aside the crowd, walked up to Yan Xiaochen, swallowed deeply, and asked cautiously, dare I ask this gentleman, is he surnamed Yen? Looking at his sudden reversal of attitude, Yan Xiaochen raised his eyebrows slightly, that's right, my surname is Yen. Sui's face changed vigorously, where there was still a trace of arrogance just now, immediately bowed 90 degrees and respectfully said, Mr. Yen, I'm sorry for letting you be frightened. Chapter 184 Attitude Shift. The instant change in attitude made Zhao a bit confused. He looked at Suhi with a surprised face, Mr. Su, what's wrong with you? A poor boy, are you as good as that? Who knows? Sui's face suddenly turned gloomy, looked at brother Zhao, and spoke, old Zhao. Apologize to Mr. Yen immediately. Suha, you're ing crazy, aren't you? Old Zhao burst into a rage. Sui came to his ear and faintly said a few words. With each of his words, Zhao's face changed by 1 point, and after he finished, his originally arrogant face instantly turned pale. Are you telling the truth? Spoken with a hint of trembling. The one is sitting up there, is it true? Do you want to go and ask for confirmation yourself? Zhao immediately shivered, no need. Then he came to Yan Xiaochen, with a fawning smile, I'm sorry. It was me who was wrong. I'll roll right away. After saying that, without stopping for a moment, he hoofed it and fled with all his minions. Sui coldly looked at the dumbfounded lobby manager on the side and said in a cold voice, not even a little bit of eyesight, still worthy of being a lobby manager here? You're fired. Pack your things and get out of here right now. Afterwards, a smile appeared on his face as he politely said, Mr. Yen, I'm really sorry for giving you a fright. I'll immediately arrange the best private room for you, and everything you spend today is on me. Subsequently, under Sui's arrangement, a table of top-notch delicious food was quickly served. Yan Xiaochen held his chopsticks and said with a smile, didn't you ask me to treat you to dinner? The dishes are all served, why are you still staring at me? Are you hiding something from me? Xu Xiaoyi suspiciously looked Yan Xiaochen up and down, feeling more and more mysterious about him. No. So you know the man behind this place? Don't recognize it. Then why are people suddenly being so respectful to you? Perhaps, a case of mistaken identity. Xu Xiaoyi almost fell on her head, she recognized the wrong person? How blind does one have to be to recognize the wrong person like this? Nope, I always thought. What's wrong with it? Eat it or it'll get cold later. Oops. Xiaoyi, it's really you. Come on, I told you I was right, it's really Xiaoyi. Just when Xu Xiaoyi was still ready to pester her, the door of the private room was suddenly opened, followed by 3 figures of similar age to Xu Xiaoyi, but each dressed as exquisitely beautiful as a princess, squeezed in, and unceremoniously sat down on the chairs. Xu Xiaoyi seemed to be familiar with a few people in general, excitedly chattering away without listening, and after a long time, a girl named Guan Yuma suddenly turned around and looked Yan Xiaochen up and down, then said disdainfully, Xiaoyi, is your family treating its subordinates so well now? Drivers are allowed to eat at the table? A trace of embarrassment appeared on Chu Xiui's face as she hurriedly said, "Umo, he's not a driver, he's a friend of mine." Friends? The three people looked at Yen Xiaochen at the same time. Although he was quite good looking, he was dressed in a cheap outfit, and at a glance, he wasn't a high society figure. Xiaoyi. It's not that I'm talking about you. I heard that you've been in the army for 3 years, so keep your eyes open. It's not like you can make friends with any cats or dogs. That's it. Another girl touched the 10-carat diamond ring on her hand and said proudly, "What kind of circle are we? Can we squeeze in if it's not personal? Wouldn't that bring down our grade?" The last girl looked at Yen Xiaochen's victorious cheeks and calloused hands and snorted, "Hey, which construction site did you move bricks at? Look at your calloused hands, I'm afraid you've been doing this for quite a few years." Ha ha. The three of them laughed and fluttered, and Chu Xiaoyi instantly glared, "That's enough. Umo, Xingqing, and Meal, how can you talk about my friends like that? You're crazy. And you really consider this hick a friend?" Su Yuma's eyes widened as she screamed, "Don't forget, right away, you're going to become the Su family's youngest grandma. It's thanks to us seeing this. If young Master Su sees you with a strange man, what will he think?" "It's none of my business what he thinks. It's my freedom to be with whoever I want. It's nobody's business." You. Looking at Chu Xiaoyi's look of oil and salt, Su Yuma glanced at him and suddenly looked at Yen Xiaochen, who was calm and relaxed, and suddenly snorted coldly, "Kid, I don't care what you are, it's best to put away your purpose of approaching Xiaoyi. A level like ours, it's not something that a hangdog like you can climb up to." "That's right." Xingqing looked contemptuous. "I'm afraid you haven't seen this table of delicacies before in all your life, right? Relying on a woman to eat, you're simply not a man." "Xingqing. When did you become so mean in your speech?" Chu Xiaoyi looked at her bosom friend whom she hadn't seen in 3 years with some incredulity and a look of disappointment. "You guys used to, you weren't like this moreover, this table, it's Yen Xiaochen who invited me." Chapter 185. He invited? Xiaoyi, don't speak up for this poor man, look at his poor look, does he look like someone who can afford to invite? I'm afraid that if he invites you to eat a bowl of $100 noodles, he'll have to tighten his pants and starve for 3 days. If you're sensible, leave quickly, or else, if you offend the Su family in Jeju City, the consequences are still very serious. Enough. Chu Xiaoyi looked at the three of them with disappointment. You've changed, become different from before. Now, please get out, I want to eat. Xiaoyi. How dare you kick us out for a wild man? I think you're the one who's changed. Afterwards, Su Yuma looked at Yen Xiaochen with a furious expression. What kind of bewitching soup did you pour into Xiaoyi to make her speak for you like this? Xingqing had a gloomy face. We can't watch Xiaoyi make a mistake in such a depraved manner. I'll immediately call Su Xiao. Yen Xiaochen looked at the chattering three and finally spoke. Said enough? Say enough and please get out. Don't you know that noise can be very appetizing? What? Don't you dare call us appetizing? Su Yuma screamed, followed by a look of indignation. Do you think you can be unscrupulous with us just because you climbed up to Xiaoyi? I tell you, poor trash like you will never know how high up our class is. And let us out, it's you who should be out. Afterwards, looking at him smugly, I'm afraid you still don't know, the owner of this hotel is my uncle. As long as I make a call, the security guards will immediately tell you to get out of here. The words just fell, the door of the room was opened with a creak, and Sui walked in with 2 bottles of treasured Lafite smilingly. Mr. Yen, I don't know if the meal is still to your liking? I've brought you 2 bottles of good wine from my collection especially for you to taste. Uncle! Su Yuma instantly screamed incredulously, you're giving wine to a loser? No way! Yuma? After being surprised, his face suddenly sank. Nonsense! Who allowed you to disrespect Mr. Yen like this? Apologize to me immediately. Why should I apologize to a poor punk? Su Yuma even stood up directly, her face full of consternation. Don't say that Xiaoyi was deceived by him, even if he is really the dragon son-in-law of the Chu family. With the strength of our Su family, we wouldn't have to grovel so much. Asshole. Suhi raised his hand as a slap, looking at their own this usually favored niece, a face of hatred. Yes, Su family, although the strength is not as good as the Chu family, but there is no need to fear the Chu family much. But Yen Xiaochen behind the stand, not the Chu family, but that make the 10 great families, our incomparable fear of the person. The real boss behind this hotel is the underground king of the entire Jeju city, the uncrowned king with tens of thousands of bloodsuckers in his hands, the Wolf King, Hezhouwa. After all, the Chu family is a family, at least they still take into account the face of the moon and reason a little bit, but this underground king, but not the slightest bit of reasoning. He couldn't forget even now the tone in which the Wolf King had just spoken to him on the phone. If that person is the slightest bit unhappy, before dawn tomorrow, it will be the day your Su family is exterminated. So he believed that the Wolf King would definitely do what he said, but what scared him even more was that he heard a touch of genuine deference in the Wolf King's voice. What kind of person could make even the Wolf King, who didn't even have the 10 great families in his sights, be so respectful? The three girls, completely dumbfounded by Sui's slap, at this moment, the gazes they looked at Yan Xiaochen no longer had the frivolity they had before. Instead, they were filled with fear. Apologize to Mr. Yan at once. Otherwise, from now on, I, Su-hee, will not recognize you as my niece. Boss Su. To disown even your own niece for an outsider, isn't that a bit too much? The door of the room was suddenly pushed open. An elegant man with gold-rimmed glasses slowly walked in, lightly sweeping a glance, his eyes fixed on Yan Xiaochen, in his tone, with a trace of innate nobility. Besides, Yumo's words, there is no mistake, my woman is not some waste, are worthy of thinking about. Chapter 186 The Wolf King appears. Su Xiao. Sui's face immediately became ugly. The Su family's youngest master was also a character he couldn't afford to offend. Your woman? Yan Xiaochen slowly raised his head. Did you ask Xiao Yi's opinion before saying this? Or have you become so arrogant that you can turn the eldest daughter of the Chu family into a personal possession that you can control at will? Su Jiai's bottom of the essence of light flashed. Yan Xiaochen, this sentence cannot be described as not sinister. If he said no, that is undoubtedly contradictory to what he just said. If he said yes, that is even more will be Chu Xiaoyi, and even the Chu family will be offended. Oh, interesting. Introduce myself, I'm Xiao Yi's fiancé, the Su family, Su Jie. Yan Xiaochen sat in his chair, unmoving, his eyebrows slightly converging. Yan Xiaochen. Kid, daring to steal a woman from my brother Jie in Jeju City, you're bold enough. Behind Su Jie, an arrogant to the extreme voice rang out, and after seeing the speaker's face, Yan Xiaochen smiled. A famous poet once said that this world is like a book, so there are no coincidences. Young Master Xiang, long time no see. Xiang Yiming frowned and looked at the unfamiliar cheeks. Don't try to get close to this young man here. Do I know you? Hey. This voice, why does it sound somewhat familiar? Suddenly, his face changed. MD. It's you. Su Jie turned his head slightly. Yiming, you know him? Xiang Yiming gritted his teeth. Brother Jie, remember when I told you that I was set up by a kid in Qingzhou City? That's the boy. Ha. Su Jie's delicate glasses reflected a touch of light as he looked at Yan Xiaochen. I'm really getting curious about you now. The top 10 families in Dongshan province, you've offended 2 of them, but you're still able to sit here so unharmed. So, your reliance, what is it? No matter what he relies on. When he comes to Jeju, even if his father is the Jade Emperor, he can't protect his life. Xiang Yiming was short-tempered, and without saying a word, he swung up the chair and smashed it fiercely towards Yan Xiaochen's head. That vicious wind-breaking whistling sound, so that the 4 girls present let out a scream. No doubt, solid wood chairs also with metal edges, this time if smashed solid, less than a brain crash scene. Yan Xiaochen's gaze condensed, and he was just about to strike, when suddenly, the door of the room was violently shattered by a kick, followed by a roar that sounded like the roar of a wild beast accompanied by a blistering wind-like figure. Xiang Yiming. You seek death. Bang. Xiang Yiming's weight of no less than 200 pounds, along with the chair in his hand, instantly flew out, heavily hitting the wall, emitting a loud muffled sound. The person who came is not tall, black brilliant face, but a face of coldness and ruthlessness. Walking, if you look closely, the right foot is slightly inconvenient, but it does not affect his thunder and lightning in the slightest. When looking at the moment when the man appeared, even if it was Su Jie, who had a breezy face, on his face, a trace of gravity hung. The aura on Yan Xiaochen's body slowly fell, looking at the man, on his face, without the slightest surprise, the corner of his mouth, revealing a shallow smile. I was wondering, in Jeju City, who else could have such a big face? Come to think of it, it's only you. Oh. Long time no see. The man similarly looked at Yan Xiaochen, his cold eyes, vaguely excited. Yes. It's been a long time. Knowing that it's you who's here, I can't wait to fly over to see you right away. Ha ha. Yan Xiaochen was dumbfounded. Your nature is still as impatient as before. No wonder this kid dares to be so reckless, not even putting Xiang Yiming an eye in his eyes. So, the person standing behind him, is you. Su Jie's face intensified as he looked at the man and slowly spoke. Your Excellency, Wolf King, are you still well? Chapter 187 He Zhou. The Wolf King's eyes flashed with a deep murderous intent as he looked at him and arrogantly said, this person, you cannot afford to offend. Nor does he deserve to be offended. Get out of here. Wow. Xiang Yiming struggled to stand up, looked at the Wolf King and cursed, "You stinking cripple, how dare you hit me? Do you think that the current you is still the same Wolf King that once dominated Jeju?" The Wolf King's eyes were cold, dead staring at him. "The last time, you Xiang family also have a share. Don't be anxious, this a one-by-one account, I have remembered it." "So what if you remember?" Xiang Yiming arrogantly nudged him. "Don't you know what situation you're in? Let me tell you. We, the Su and Xiang families, if we can get you once, we can get you twice. I'll show you who's the king of Jeju City. And you." With that, he fiercely pointed at Yin Xiaochun. "You think the Wolf King can protect you? He's here now to protect you. I can't beat him, but he can protect you for a while, but not for a lifetime. As long as you have the day to fall alone, I'll knock off both legs of you trash alive." Swish. As the words landed, a figure instantly flashed by. Xiang Yiming felt his neck tighten, and then met the Wolf King's pair of bloodthirsty eyes. "You can insult me as I am indeed not as skilled as others, but you, however, can't insult him." Feeling the Wolf King's thick killing intent enveloping him, Xiang Yiming's face turned white, but with so many people looking at him, his strong pride didn't allow him to bow his head and admit his weakness. Forcing the fear in his heart, he shouted, "What's wrong with me insulting him? A waste, the old man insulting him is to look down on him. It's hard to believe that you still really think that a punk is going to do anything to this young." "Ah!" Before the words were finished, there was a sudden shocking scream, and 2 daggers were ruthlessly inserted into Xiang Yiming's 2 kneecaps. "Legs! My leg!" Xiang Yiming loudly screamed miserably. Su Jia, with an unbelievable face, pointed at the Wolf King with some trembling. You dared to hurt Xiang Yiming? Wolf King! Are you going to go on and on with the Xiang family?" The Wolf King's tone was bland. "I'm not as skilled as a human being, so I can settle for less under your 2 great families in order to survive, but as I said, you shouldn't insult him." After a pause, a flash of bone-deep killing intent flashed across his face. "Otherwise, even if I put everything together, I will make him pay." You're crazy." Su Jie gave him a wrathful look, because he knew that with the Wolf King here, I'm afraid that today, there was nothing that could be done to Yen Xiaochun. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take Xiang Xiao to the hospital." Only then did the 3 girls react, and hurriedly set up Xiang Yiming to leave the private room. There is still a strong smell of blood in the room. Chu Xiaoi's lips were white, and mechanically glanced at Yen Xiaochun, who opened his mouth. "You wait for me outside first, I'm going to talk to my old friend, to catch up on old times." Chu Xiaoi nodded and fled the private room. With his front foot just gone, the Wolf King suddenly plopped down and knelt down with a deep respect on his face. 10 halls of Yama Taishan Hall, the previous hallmaster, Hizhou, pay homage to the king of Yama. Yen Xiaochun took a step forward, holding him who was about to kneel, and said indifferently, "You've already left the 10 temples of hell, so you don't need to worship me." The Wolf King stubbornly shook his head and knelt down with great force. "In my heart, Yen Jun will always be Yen Jun, and I, too, will always be one of the 10 temples of Yama." Looking at his right foot, Yen Xiaochun was silent for a long time, then faintly said, "It's me who's sorry. To block the sword for you, not to mention a leg, even if it's a life, my subordinate would not mind. But you were supposed to have a great future." Looking at this straightforward man, Yen Xiaochun was overwhelmed with emotion. The 10 halls of Yen Luo Taishan Hall, the main attack, good charge. Every time there was a great battle, the Taishan Hall was always at the forefront, the sturdiest shield for all the 10 temples of Yen Luo congregations. 2 years ago, Africa, an offensive battle, Yen Xiaochun was besieged. Hizhou led people thousands of miles to help. The pile of dead people, hard to snatch back Yen Xiaochun alive, and himself, but injured his right leg, fell into the crippled, had no choice but to resign the position of Taishan Temple Master, tearfully left the 10 halls of hell. Thoughts flew by. Yen Xiaochun sighed and held him up. "Get up and talk." Pang Xiao got up. Suddenly, his eyebrows deeply frowned, his body steeply crooked, and his lips, at a speed visible to the naked eye, turned purple. Yen Xiaochun's quick eyes and hands, a hand to hold him, backhand on his pulse, a careful listen, his face suddenly changed. "You're poisoned?" Chapter 188. The first time I heard of the ghost market. The pain came and went quickly. Hizhou shook his head. "A small injury, Yen Jun need not be concerned." "What the hell is going on? I order you, tell me everything." A flash of hesitation flashed across Hizhou's face before he slowly spoke under the compulsion of Yen Xiaochun's majestic gaze. Jeju City, as the capital of Dongshan Province, had always been the world of the 10 great families, and since Hizhou had left the 10 temples of hell 2 years ago, he had come here. With his own strength and ruthlessness, he quickly unified the underground forces in Jeju City, and as time progressed, when the 10 great families turned their backs on him and wanted to suppress him, they sadly discovered that Hizhou's power was so strong that he could casually overpower any one of them. Jeju City is such a big place, and Hizhou's sudden appearance moved a lot of people's cakes. And it is the two Su Xiang families that are the most important. The lineages, which had always been separate, had their first union because of He Zhou. Su Xiang two families out of the main force, the rest of some families also more or less contribute money and effort. They surprise attacked He Zhou under the multiple forces. He Zhou more powerful, but also cannot be the 10 families under the joint hands of the opponent, failed miserably. More so, under a conspiracy, fed him a unique drug to facilitate the control of him. During this period of time, the once affiliated forces were divided by the 10 great family agitation, especially Su Xiang two families, but also ate most of the region of He Zhou's forces, and once laughed proud of the whole of the Jeju Wolf King, the scope of influence, a shrinking again and again. After listening to his account, Yan Xiaochen frowned slightly. So because of this, even the second generation of a family like Xiang Yiming Su Jie dares to speak to you in such a condescending manner? A bitter smile of a hero at the end of his days flashed across He Zhou's face. I'm under constraints, and the forces under me are gradually centrifuged, so it's only normal that I'm being oppressed when I don't have any pride left. But a thin dead camel is bigger than a horse, and the Su Xiang and Xiang families only dare to control me, not dare to kill me, and I can submit under them in order to survive, but I also have a bottom line that cannot be touched. Saying that, he gazed at Yan Xiaochen. That would be you. You are the only faith in my heart. If anyone dares to insult you one iota, I, He Zhou, even if I give up my life, will defend your dignity. I'm sure that as long as it's anyone in the 10 temples of hell, this is their only option. He Zhou didn't lie. In the 10 temples of hell, Yan Xiaochen was not only their highest leader, but also their only faith. They were all a group of bloodthirsty and life-thirsty lunatics, and the only person who could make them willingly give their lives was only one person under the sky. Yan Jun, Yan Xiaochen. Take your top off. Yan Xiaochen spoke faintly. He Zhou, who knew that Yan Xiaochen's medical skills were extraordinary, did not have any hesitation, took off his shirt, and the silver needle entered his body. After a long time, his eyes flashed through a touch of killing intent. This is not a controlled drug, but a chronic poison. Fortunately today you and I meet, or else after today, the poison gas seeped into the internal organs. I'm afraid that we will have to spend a lifetime under their control. Immediately go and grab these medicines, and I'll cure you of the poison. Subsequently, Yan Xiaochen even said a few flavors of medicine. After listening to it, He Zhou's face wrinkled. Yan, the rest of these flavors are good to talk about, but only this last 100-year-old purple lingji. If we have to find it today, I'm afraid there's only one place for it. Jeju City's Ghost Market. Ghost Market? Yan Xiaochen's eyes flashed with a flash of light. As long as there is a need, there will be trading, but there are many trades that are not legal, not reasonable, and even more unseen. So, it breeds the existence of the ghost market. They hide in the darkest corners, buying and selling the world's taboo transactions, where, as long as you have the money, you can buy anything you want, arms, DU goods, and even human life. Yan Xiaochen didn't say anything, quietly waiting for He Zhou's following. If it was just something that could be fixed with money, then He Zhou definitely wouldn't have this kind of expression. As expected, He Zhou let out a bitter smile, and the ghost market in Dongshan province is controlled by the 10 great families, and everyone who enters the ghost market needs a license issued by the 10 great families before they can enter. And there's more than one ghost market that changes all the time, so even I don't know where I can go to find one. Yan Xiaochen secretly instructed for a while, then said, this matter, leave it to me, just wait for my news. Said, is about to walk out. Suddenly, He Zhou pulled Yan Xiaochen, eyes worried. Yan Jun, you offended Su Xiang two families, and the ghost city is their territory, single-handedly. I'm afraid you. There's nothing to be afraid of. Yan Xiaochen turned back to him, his eyes gleaming. I won't watch my brother, for the second time in front of me, suffer any harm. He then opened the door and walked straight towards Chu Shaoi, directly opening the door. I'm going to the ghost market. Chapter 189 No Invitation. Chu Shaoi froze. What? How do you know about the ghost market? Yan Xiaochen didn't have any extra explanation. His eyes looked straight at him. Shaoi, I need your help. Looking at his serious demeanor, Chu Shaoi bit her lip as if she had gone through a very intense thought struggle, then nodded. Wait for me. She then went to the corner and made a call. Yan Xiaochen didn't follow. After a while, Chu Shaoi came over. I can take you to the ghost market, but we can't get in without a pass. All you have to do is take me there, and if you can't get in. In Yan Xiaochen's eyes, a touch of domineering intent flashed, then fight your way in. Outside the city of Jeju, a small remote village, from the outside, a peaceful, cannot see any difference, into the village, under the leadership of Chu Shaoi, to an ordinary home, the big iron door, triple two like knocking sound, then the door was opened, a seemingly rural uncle of the middle-aged man with a face of mute opened the door, glanced at them, did not say a word, turned to leave. Chu Shaoi and Yan Xiaochen followed behind, and as soon as they walked to the location of the pig pen, they drove away a few pigs that were eating slop, and gave a pull on the dirty ground, followed by a tunnel, which appeared in front of the two of them. The man signaled for the two to go down. Zhu Xiaoyi hit the head, and after a short period of darkness, the scene in front of them opened up. Here, it was like a small bazaar, brightly lit, with a lot of hidden shouting and selling. Yan Xiaochen slightly sighed. Who would have thought that such a place would hide such a large market? I'm afraid that the 10 great families have invested a lot of capital here. Zhu Xiaoyi bit her lip and slowly opened her mouth. The black market brings a lot of profits for the 10 great families every year, and the interests involved are even more complicated, so apart from the direct lineage of the 10 great families, if there is no acquaintance to lead the way, almost no one can find it. Looking at the somewhat apprehensive gaze she was looking at herself with, Yan Xiaochen gently smiled. Don't worry about it, where there's a need, there'll be a trade. Something like the black market is just like the dark web abroad, although it's full of blood, it can't be eliminated. Since that's the case, even if your Chu family is kind-hearted, you won't be able to watch the other 9 families grow slowly by taking it all for yourselves. After hearing Yan Xiaochen's words, Zhu Xiaoyi secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but her heart suddenly froze. Why would she be afraid that Yan Xiaochen would misunderstand? We're here, why don't you let me in? Suddenly, there was a loud noise not far away, which immediately drew them over. As he approached, a man and a woman, richly dressed, were arguing with the guards guarding the gate. If someone hadn't told me, could I TM from the pigsty to this hellhole? I'm telling you, I'm the crown prince of the Daxing group, hurry up and let me in. The leader of the group, strong as a human-natured tyrannical bear, looked at him coldly. If you want to enter the black market, you must have an invitation, if not, then please return. How many times have I told you? I accidentally left the invitation at home. I came all the way here and you want me to go back for it. The guard was as cold as a machine. Without an invitation, you are not allowed to enter. I'm so convinced. Shang Xing stomped his foot fiercely, his face full of hostility, and when he turned his head, he suddenly saw Yan Xiaochen looking at him with a smirking look, and immediately fire came from his heart. What are you looking at? What the hell are you? You're also worthy of laughing at my old man? Zhu Xiaoyi suddenly became angry and pinched her waist. Why are you like a dog that bites everyone it sees? Yan Xiaochen pulled her back. You said he's a dog bites a man, can we still bite him? Who the are you calling a dog? Shang Xing, which has suffered this kind of aggression, to go forward to move, Yan Xiaochen violently turned back, eyes with a natural killing intent and hostility, like hell to the messenger of the soul. Shang Xing a jolt. He is an arrogant playboy rich second generation. When have you seen such a scary eyes? Suddenly stood frozen on the spot, in or out, or not? Invitation. The storm bear man silently glanced at them and spoke in a cold voice. We don't have an invitation. As soon as the words fell, the arrogant words from Chang Xing's side suddenly rose. MD. Even the invitation letter is not here to pretend. What a big shot. Look at you all poor and shabby, you couldn't have sneaked in here, could you? Kid, I'll be right here waiting for you, as long as you go out, just for the words you just cursed me with, I'll teach you to be a human being in minutes. Chang Xing had an open face, as if he was eating him up. Storm Bear frowned slightly. I don't care what way you come in, without an invitation, you can't go in. And this, too, can't it? Yan Xiaochen took out a piece of ancient business card, on which a large Chu character sewn from gold thread was especially obvious. Chapter 190, Grievance. How did you get this card? Zhu Xiaoyi's eyes widened. As a member of the Chu family, she naturally knew what the person who owned this business card meant to the Chu family. Ha ha. Shouldn't be a crazy person. Trying to enter the ghost market with a broken business card you picked up from who knows where? If you can get in here, I'll crawl right back out and go a pig. You can go in. Storm Bear's faint words caused Chang Xing's smile, which had yet to dissipate, to freeze on his face. Thanks a lot. Yan Xiaochen nodded, then turned back to look at Chang Xing and said with a smile on his face, when you are day pigging, pay attention to good contraceptive measures, there is really no condom, use a plastic bag to make do. It was only when the two of them walked into the distance that Chang Xing asked unconvincingly, what do you mean by that? You can get in with a broken business card? Then why can't I get in? Storm Bear looked at him lightly. Ghost Market is a place jointly organized by the 10 great families. The only ones who can come and go as they please without taking an invitation are the family heads of the 10 great families. And what he's holding in his hand is the Chu family's unique business card, which serves, well, only one purpose. The one who holds the name card shall be as if the head of the Chu family is here in person. What? Chang Xing directly froze on the spot, although he was a playboy, but in this place of Jeju City, he still understood that the Chu family head represented something. You should now pray that the man just now should have a good temper, otherwise, just for those words you just said, Stormy Bear looked at him, with a hint of pity still on his face, you should now think about how to face the Chu family's anger. Poof. Cheng Xing's face turned pale, his feet went limp, and he directly sat down on the ground, not coming back to his senses for a long time. The first time he came to the ghost market, Xu Xiaoyi was full of surprise. Looking around, time is short. Yan Xiaochen naturally did not have the leisure to wander around blindly. By virtue of this faint odor, he quickly came to the area where Chinese herbs were sold. The ghost market deserved to be a ghost market. The rarity of the herbs sold here could not be sought in the outside world at all. Perhaps the god of luck favored them, and soon, in front of a stall, they found what they needed. 100 years of purple lingji. The stall owner a price, 2 million, Yan Xiaochen did not counteroffer. Hezhou dominated the underground world of Jeju City for 2 years, a mere 2 million for him, but a drop in the bucket. Just as the deal was about to be struck, suddenly, an arrogant voice rang out, "Wait!" Looking back, in Yan Xiaochen's eyes, a flash of killing intent immediately flashed. It's still a real enemy of the enemy. Xiang Yiming was sitting in a wheelchair, being pushed by a few underlings, looking at him with a grimace. Yan Xiaochen, Yan Xiaochen. I was thinking about how to find you to settle the score, but I didn't expect you to come to my door so quickly. Now that you're here, don't even think about leaving. Xiang Yiming. What do you want? Xu Xiaoyi suddenly stepped forward and shouted angrily, "This is a ghost market. Have you even forgotten the rules of the ghost market?" Xu Xiaoyi. Xiang Yiming gritted his teeth, "You're about to become Su Jie's woman, why are you defending a nothing loser at every turn? You have to think clearly. If you dare to bring a cuckold to Su Jie, not only will the Su family not be able to spare you, your Chu family will not let you off easily either. You're full of..." Xu Xiaoyi's face was red, and she even subconsciously glanced at Yan Xiaochen. "I've never liked Su Jie, and I've never said I want to marry him, so don't tie him to me." "No?" Xiang Yiming let out a disdainful light laugh. "Now who in the entire Jeju City doesn't know that your engagement day with the Su family's youngest master is just 3 days away? Is this kind of family union something you can decide?" Xu Xiaoyi's eyes flashed with a touch of sadness. Xiang Yiming was right. Even if she was unwilling, this kind of family marriage, how could it be decided by a girl like her? "Get out of my way now. I can pretend I didn't see what you two were doing together. Otherwise, if it gets out, just based on Xu Longqin's style, you'll end up knowing best." Xu Xiaoyi's eyes flashed with a touch of fear, then she glanced at Yan Xiaochen, and then turned into a look of determination, standing firmly in front of Yan Xiaochen. "Impossible. If you dare to touch a hair on Yan Xiaochen's head, you are breaking the rules of the ghost market. Here, it's not your Xiang family that is dominant. And you know best the consequences of breaking the rules." Chapter 191. You. A flash of hesitation flashed in Xiang Yiming's eyes. Although the ghost market was a big investment, but with the financial strength of the 10 great families, it was not that they could not afford to invest in it. So why did the 10 families have to join hands to invest in it? It is only because the ghost market involves too much. Each family do not want to let the other families to take more advantage, so only 10 families will join hands. But again, if you want to divide up more of the benefits, the best way to do it is to turn 10 into 9, or even less. So each one is keeping an eye on the remaining ones, and any slightest mistake is enough to weed them out. One of the biggest ironclad orders of the ghost market is that within the ghost market, no matter who, no one is allowed to make a move. With Xiang Yiming's status, if he was the only one, no matter what he did, naturally no one would rat on him. But with Xu Xiaoyi here, she dares to say anything. And Xiang Yiming can't do anything to her. If he really does it to Yan Xiaochen, then the Xiang family is breaking the rules in the first place. If he is caught by the people who have the heart, it is very likely that he will be kicked out of the ghost city. This price, he can't afford it. However, if he were to watch Yan Xiaochen slip away from his eyes, it would be even more unacceptable to him. Between his hesitations, he suddenly glanced at the purple lingji in the hands of the vendor's boss, and suddenly, a plan came to him. "Give me what you have in your hand." The vendor boss naturally didn't dare to offend Xiang Yiming, and with a shiver, he hurriedly said, "Yes, yes. Young Master Xiang, I'll pack it for you right away." Just then, Yan Xiaochen reached out and grabbed the boss's wrist. "First come, first served, this thing, I saw it first." The boss immediately looked pleading. "This gentleman, please let go, young Master Xiang, I can't afford to offend him." Yan Xiaochen's gaze sank. "What if I have to?" The boss immediately turned into a bitter face. Then I'd rather destroy it and not sell it to anyone." Xiang Yiming laughed, a smug smile suddenly flashing across his face. "Yan Xiaochen, you want this purple lingji very much? Simple, I'll give you a chance. Say." Xiang Yiming smiled grimly, the corner of his mouth raised with a murderous intent. "It's very simple. There's another fun place in Ghost City called the Underground Boxing Ring. As long as you can win 10 matches in a row in the ring, not only will I let you have this purple Ganoderma, but the money, I'll give it out to you as well." Does Yan Xiaochen have a choice? No. If there is any further delay, He-Jo's poison will not be completely detoxified. Poor Xiang Yiming still didn't know that this purple Lingji was for He-Jo to cure the poison, otherwise, no matter what the cost, he would definitely not let Yin Xiaochen take the purple Lingji away. I promise. At this time, Zhu Xiaoyi anxiously said, Yin Xiaochen, how can you agree to this request of his? Do you have any idea how scary the underground ring is? You will die. Underground boxing ring, similar to the modern combat ring, however, with the ordinary combat ring is different. In the middle of the ring, there is no restriction, the two sides, you can take any means, the only requirement for victory is to make the other side completely lose the ability to fight, or disabled, or dead. Countless guests entered the arena by buying tickets to watch the bloody fights between people and bet on who would win and who would lose. And the boxing ring, the contestants, some are trafficked people abducted, some are for money and voluntarily join the fight, are no matter how, once in the ring, life and death, will not belong to their own. Xiang Yiming glared fiercely at Zhu Xiaoyi, fearing that Yin Xiaochen would back out in general, and hurriedly said, good. Since you promise, then 1 hour later, the time for the performance in the boxing ring will come, this young man will look forward to your performance. A performance? Yin Xiaochen laughed, later you will know, my Yin Xiaochen's performance, not what people are worthy of watching. Yin Xiaochen, how sure are you? Seeing that Yin Xiaochen had already made up his mind, Zhu Xiaoyi knew that there was no use in persuading him any further and could only ask with some worry. Although she didn't know how strong Yin Xiaochen was, since he dared to answer the competition, he was naturally not a cutie who was going to die. But with 10 battles in a row, and 10 outlaws at that, she had to be a little worried. Yin Xiaochen smiled disdainfully in return, unable to hide his domineering confidence, dirt chicken and dog, not worth mentioning. Chapter 192, A Different Kind of Wager. Tonight was certainly a packed house for Lucha Underground. The moment Yin Xiaochen agreed, Xiang Yiming sent someone to spread the news, and instantly the entire ghost city was all abuzz. With one man fighting 10 matches in a row, and it's a no contest, it's been years since there's been such a hotly contested event in the underground ring. How can they not get their blood pumping when they're used to watching ordinary boxing matches? Even though the price of the tickets for the ring had been raised twice, they were all sold out in just 1 hour. Before the bout had even started, the entire ring was already filled to capacity. Everyone's eyes flashed with a frantic look in anticipation of an exciting battle. Are the people all set? In the VIP room on the second floor, Xiang Yiming had a sinister smile on his face, and the person in charge of the boxing ring was respectfully by his side. Enlightened young master, according to your orders, it's all been arranged. Huang Tao smiled with satisfaction. Zhu Xiaoyi didn't know, and Yin Xiaochen wouldn't even know that the underground boxing ring in the ghost city actually belonged to his Xiang family's property. Deep in the bottom of Xiang Yiming's eyes, a hint of haze flashed. Yin Xiaochen. Although I don't know what you dare to fight, today this fight, no matter whether you win or lose, is destined to make you face the moon. The price of these 2 legs, this young master will let you slowly pay back. This is just the beginning. And as time passed bit by bit, finally, waiting for the time for the competition to begin, in the waiting room, Yin Xiaochen, who had been resting his eyes with his eyes closed all along, abruptly opened his eyes, his refined light flickered, and a powerful aura, gradually spreading on his body. Yin Xiaochen, you must be careful. In Zhu Xiaoyi's gaze, she was filled with worry, and as things stood, she could only pray silently in her heart. Yin Xiaochen gave her a gentle nod with an expressionless face, and then walked towards the ring, when the discussion of a few people not far away suddenly reached Zhu Xiaoyi's ears. How many years has it been since there was a 110 tournament? I really can't help but want to see what kind of powerhouse dares to present such a formidable challenge. I'm not really interested in who loses and who wins, but it's the way the bets are placed today that seems different from before. What's different? In the past, the bets of the boxing ring were all based on the victory or defeat of the 2 parties in the fight, but the reason for today's bet is a little too strange. The boxing ring is a bookmaker, and the bet is not that the guy to be challenged can win a few matches, but rather, with a limit of 3 hours, it's a bet on whether or not that guy can defeat all of his opponents within 3 hours. Zhu Xiaoyi hurriedly called out to Yin Xiaochen and told him what she had just heard. Yin Xiaochen frowned slightly and raised his head, just in time to meet Xiang Yiming's gaze on the second floor, a meaningful evil smile hanging at the corner of his mouth as he looked deeply at Yin Xiaochen. Yin Xiaochen, I suspect there's something wrong here, otherwise, let's think of something else. It was not a boxing ring in the traditional sense, but something similar to the ancient Rome Lake Colosseum, surrounded by hard walls, and in the center, there was about a 200-square-foot circular dirt flat ground, and the audience, just like the stadium's seating, was stacked one on top of the other. Yin Xiaochen stood in the middle of the field, looking at Xiang Yiming's gaze with a slight smile. Wouldn't this become more and more interesting? After the words were spoken, a host appeared on an empty stage to the side, facing the fiery crowd with enthusiasm. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you've heard that tonight, we have a special challenger in the underground ring. He's going to create a challenge that no one in our underground ring has ever succeeded in the last 3 years, to win 10 challengers in a row with one man. Roar! A heartbreaking roar came from below, and everyone, their faces were filled with endless frenzy. Whether he's a sham or his strength is extraordinary. Next, let's bring out tonight's warrior, Yan Xiaochen. Chapter 193, The First Challenger. In the midst of the crowd's enthusiastic anticipation, Yan Xiaochen slowly walked up to the ring. The moment the crowd saw him, there was a slight silence, then a hush erupted. Is there any mistake? With this look you still want to fight 10 in 1? Looking like he doesn't have 2 tails of flesh on his body, he's here to seek death, isn't he? The ring is trying to treat us like cuties. Is that what it is? You want us to bet on this look? Disgruntled voices resonated throughout the room, and the host, as if he had anticipated this situation, shouted, "Quiet, everyone, please. I believe that everyone, seeing this warrior for the first time, will surely have doubts for his strength, and our ring, naturally, also takes into account everyone's doubts, so, this time, the rules of betting, there is a slight change. Our rule for winning or losing this time is to bet on whether the warrior in front of us can defeat all of his opponents within 3 hours, and the time to place the bet is after the 5th battle. That means that everyone has 5 games to determine how strong this warrior is, and thus, can gauge the outcome of their bets." The crowd's eyes lit up when they heard it so. Everyone is not a little cute. Naturally understand the meaning of this sentence. If you bet directly, do not know how Yan Xiaochen's strength, rashly bet, if he hangs out in the first match, the gambler cannot earn money, the ring cannot earn money, naturally not much fun. If one was able to watch 5 of his matches, one would have a rough idea of Yan Xiaochen's strength, and naturally, everyone would be able to gauge in their minds whether or not Yan Xiaochen had the caliber of being able to defeat 10 people in a row in 3 hours. When the time comes, they will dare to bet big with impunity. And the gamblers are not worried that the boxing ring will play any tricks. If they deliberately let the water to let Yan Xiaochen win, the boxing ring, so many people are not little cute. The Xiang family is no longer powerful, but it can't support the anger of so many people. Moreover, most of the challengers who come here are looking for money, and surprisingly, they are looking for money, so they definitely won't be looking for death, and they should know that when they get into the underground boxing ring, the next thing they will do is either die or be maimed. Yan Xiaochen didn't say anything, his gaze bland, like an undefeated god of war, defying everything. So, all of you in the audience, our match officially begins. With the sound of a gong, the game officially began. And the first contestant, amidst the roar of the crowd, slowly walked out. This was a man in rags. However, his body was quite strong, he held a large sword in his hand, and his originally deathly grey gaze suddenly revealed a strong killing intent after seeing Yan Xiaochen. Throat violently rolled a few times, then accompanied by a dull low roar, feet suddenly accelerated, arms especially infused with the force of 1,000 pounds, thick large sword raised high, clamped force-splitting Huashan momentum, ruthlessly split down. There are no rules in the ring, except no hot weapons, all cold weapons, and you can pick anyone you want. Yan Xiaochen, on the other hand, just stood in place, without any weapon, without opening his mouth to demand any weapon, without moving a muscle. Just at the moment when the blade was about to fall on his head, he raised his right hand and flicked his 2 fingers, only to hear a buzzing soft sound. The man's hand holding the blade shook violently, and the long blade came out of his hand. Yan Xiaochen's right foot at first exerted force, only to hear a bang. The man instantly flew out, and all of this, all but happened between lightning and flames. Yes. Above the stands, I don't know who took the lead in shouting out. At once, the whole stands boiled up. That man was ragged but strong. Even if an ordinary Hanyu, it was impossible to beat him so easily. However, outsiders look at the scene and insiders look at the doorway. If a person practicing martial arts were to see it here, they would definitely be shocked. With regard to Yan Xiaochen's flick and leg just now, with this amount of power, without a few decades of hard work, it would be impossible to reach this level. Chapter 194, You Deserve to Die. Yan Xiaochen walked to the man's side, looked at the man who was struggling to get up, and said in a cold voice, "Admit defeat, you're not my opponent." The man struggled a bit, but in the end he collapsed helplessly to the ground. He had a deathly look on his face and slowly closed his eyes. "I'll only be more miserable than dead if I leave here alive. Please, give me a break, kill me." Looking at the man's lifeless expression, Yan Xiaochen's gaze flashed with a touch of coldness. The underground ring has matches every day, which means people die here every day. Even if there were those outlaws who fought for their lives for money, that wouldn't be able to support such a large amount of deaths, so the ring took different people captive from various sources and forced them to fight, and anyway, in the eyes of those in control of the ring, the life of such a person is even more than the money of a cigar in one's hand. Damn such disregard for life. Yan Xiaochen's heart was slightly touched, and the killing intent in his heart was even greater, but when he saw the man's gaze that was bent on death, he sighed slightly, and instantly understood the meaning of his words. It must be that they should have received an order from someone to either defeat him or die in the ring, and that the end of leaving alive would only be even more miserable than death. Yan Xiaochen slightly sighed, foot a little, a long knife flying up in the air, fell straight into the back of the man's heart. The man snapped his eyes wide open, and his eyes even showed a trace of relief like a gaze, used the last ounce of strength, pulling the corners of his mouth. Thank you. Looking at this cruel scene, the stands above erupted into a warm cheer, but Chu Xiaoyi revealed a trace of intolerance. Honorable life, at this moment, but has become so unbearable. Human life is like grass, at this moment, is the most true portrayal. Immediately after that, the second contestant came out, and although this person was slightly stronger than the first one, he naturally lost in a single move in Yan Xiaochen's hands. Just as the crowd was getting disillusioned, feeling that it was the ring that was perfunctory, the appearance of the third contestant made their breath suddenly catch. Yes, people are not mistaken. The host's voice rang out at just the right time. The third challenger is an old familiar friend, the king of keeping the ring at 9 wins and 9 kills, the one-eyed butcher. The audience immediately cheered. Because many old spectators knew that the strength of the one-eyed butcher, they had witnessed it for all to see, and those who competed under him had never, ever left the ring alive. Kid. Now you're dead. Look at this kid with some kung fu background, but when he meets the one-eyed butcher, he's dead. The one-eyed butcher's 2-meter-tall body, bald and horizontal, especially a scar in his hollow left eye, carried a regal killing intent. His weapon, a pair of steel gloves, clashed with a pair of fists, sputtering with a hint of Pumba's sparks. The one-eyed butcher was like looking at a prey waiting to die. The corner of his mouth raised a touch of bloodthirsty disdain. Kid, it's your honor to die under my one-eyed butcher. Be a good boy and stick your head out. I'll give you a hard time, and if you follow a kid who's being stubborn, hey. Do you know how I got him killed? A flash of bloodthirsty memories flashed across the one-eyed butcher's face. I remember, it was a retired soldier who had to come to the ring for his sick sister. He only needed one more win to get the $1 million prize, but unfortunately, he met me. That humble ant even left blood marks on the great butcher, so, with the gloves in my hand, I smashed all the bones in his body with one punch, and smashed him into a meat cake, and even humbly called out his sister's name, and in the end, when I was tired of him being too noisy, I threw a punch, and smashed his brains out. That feeling, do you want to try it? Looking at the one-eyed butcher with endless reminiscences on his face, Yan Xiaochen's eyes, for the first time, revealed endless killing intent. Damn you! His voice was light, but only those who were familiar with him knew that when Yan Xiaochen had this expression, it meant only one thing. Death comes. Chapter 195, Crushing Strength. Arrogant brat. I've decided that, to give you the same treatment, I'm going to break your bones punch by punch, and then, pull out your damn tongue and tear it into several pieces, one by one. The one-eyed butcher's words, likewise, reached the audience's ears, and no one felt cruelty, but rather, it stirred their madness even more. Guess how many punches this kid can last in the hands of the one-eyed butcher? I bet $300,000 that one punch from the one-eyed butcher is enough to beat this punk to a pulp. Listening to the audience's boasting and the one-eyed butcher's open-hearted laughter, a trace of impatience flashed across Yan Xiaochen's face. The door to death has been opened, so if you don't come to claim your death, what are you waiting for? You seek death. The one-eyed butcher was instantly enraged, and his casserole-sized iron fist violently smashed towards Yan Xiaochen's head. And Yan Xiaochen was like being scared silly, not moving at all, seeing that the fist was about to hit his head, and he was about to see the scene of his brain collapsing. The crowd's frenzied shouts had reached their throats, and when they were about to shout out, it was as if all of them had been stuck by a mouthful of thick phlegm at the same time, and in an instant, all of them stared in disbelief. How can it be? Holy, am I blind? Yan Xiaochen's palm, which was a circle smaller than that, gripped the one-eyed butcher's fist so gently that no matter how much force he used, it was difficult to move it by half. Yan Xiaochen raised his head slightly, endless indifference hanging in his eyes as he looked at the one-eyed butcher. The army of the protectorate must not be humiliated. A debt of blood shall be paid in blood. Roar! Yan Xiaochen vigorously gripped steel gloves, even appeared five-finger depression. One-eyed butcher pain roared. Yan Xiaochen did not have the slightest sympathy. The body is like a shadow, instantly flashed to his back, lifting the fist, punching, bone-crushing. Under 10 punches, one-eyed butcher, the bones of the whole body, inch by inch broken, as he had abused the soldiers in general, once proud of the strong body, now, but turned into a soft and flabby skin. Yan Xiaochen stood tall and looked down on him. Let me go. At this moment, the one-eyed butcher, which still had the arrogance from before, spitting blood foam from his mouth, looking at Yan Xiaochen with a gaze like a devil. I spared you, but have you ever spared the soldiers you abused? Have you ever thought that he sacrificed the opportunity to take care of his family in order to protect his country, and that he could live or die without fear for his sister? He, who is not ashamed of his country, is not ashamed of his family. Go and repent deeply to him on the way to the Yellow Springs. Click. One punch, one-eyed butcher, dead. There was a slight silence, and then the audience stage erupted into a shout that was even louder than before. My God, the one-eyed butcher died at his hands? It's unbelievable. I have a feeling that he didn't use his full strength at all. Maybe he will really create a miracle and become the first battle god to win 10 matches in a row. The host roared, my friends, you have all witnessed the strength of our new warrior, and if there is still any doubt, then let's bring out our fourth challenger, the warrior of the great European kingdom known as the Lion, Simantu. Another familiar ring veteran, in the hands of Yan Xiaoqian, did not last 3 punches and retired with a broken arm. Fifth challenger, Ghost Axe Archie. Giant Axe Tiger, under 5 punches, mouth spitting blood, 8 broken ribs, eyes a bit, fainted. That's awesome. When do the bets start? I'm going to buy him for $1 million. 1 million is nothing. I'll take 5 million. Looking at the casino's frantic crowd, the surprised Xiang Yiming had a wry smile on his face. This young man never expected that you would be so capable of fighting. But the more you can fight, the happier this young man will be. Yan Xiaoqian, this young man would like to thank you for amassing so much wealth for this young man, but alas, after offending this young man, you are, in the end, still dead. I'm sure you've all seen what the new warrior is capable of, so let the betting begin. Chapter 196 Crazy Strength. With the host's cry, countless people began to shout madly. Almost more than half of the people are under Yan Xiaoqian can win 10 games in a row. Just a moment, the bet has accumulated to 10 billion. And Yan Xiaoqian's odds is 1 to 10, that is to say, if Yan Xiaoqian wins 10 games in a row, the proprietor of the boxing ring will have to come up with $10 billion to compensate everyone. Can you do me a favor? Chu Xiaoyi's heart snapped as she looked at Yan Xiaoqian and asked with a concerned expression, what kind of favor? Yan Xiaoqian walked to her side and attached his ear to whisper a few words, then Chu Xiaoyi's eyes snapped open, are you telling the truth? Yan Xiaoqian smiled and nodded, do I look like I'm joking to you? Chu Xiaoyi bit her lip and nodded, good. On the betting table, it was about to reach the cutoff time, when suddenly, a slender figure appeared in front of her, and a bank card was slapped on the table, I want to place a bet. Will you take it or not? The croupier looked up with a hint of disdain on his face, this young lady is really joking, we are the ones who take the bets, why don't we? That $1 billion, will you take it? How much more? That person almost bit his tongue. After all, the entire casino people, under the only just cans and 1 billion, and Chu Xiaoyi a little girl, a person out of this number. Then, his face flashed a trace of hesitation. You wait a moment, I'll go to ask for instructions. No need to ask for instructions. Why don't you answer it, Miss Chu's guarantee? Xiang Yiming's voice sounded from behind, turned around and was pushed by an underling in a wheelchair, smilingly came over. Xiang Yiming? Why are you here? Chu Xiaoyi frowned slightly. Oh, I forgot to tell Miss Chu, this underground boxing ring, surnamed Xiang. What? Chu Xiaoyi blurted out. Xiang Yiming, however, shrugged, could it be that with my Xiang family's guarantee, Miss Chu is still afraid that I won't be able to pay the bet? Thinking of Yan Xiaoqian's explanation, she crossed her heart, good. I'll bet on Yan Xiaoqian to win. Xiang Yiming's gaze smiled even more, oh, Miss Chu, have you thought about it? That's for sure. Chu Xiaoyi raised her chin, I believe him. Alright, register it for Miss Chu, $1 billion bet, I'll take it for the Xiang family. Looking at the back of Chu Xiaoyi's departure, Xiang Yiming, who was on top of the stands, with a frivolous smile on his face, looked at the crowd full of cheering people, sighed, and said in a pitiful tone, hey, laugh to your heart's content, right away, you'll all know what it means to be happy and sad. Number 6, the 9th-ranked assassin in the world, the Shadow, the Remnant. Number 7, the undefeated Muay Thai grandmaster who swept through Southeast Asia, died. Easily defeated 2 well-known experts in a row, the audience under the stage was no longer enough to describe it as madness. One by one, they stood up maniacally and shouted, War God! God of War! In every man's mind, he sees a tenfold return, already beckoning to him. The 8th contestant was slow to show up, and at this time, the spectators above the stands were somewhat unable to sit still. What the hell? Where are the people? Come out quickly. Are you stalling on purpose? Hey, what's the hurry? With the skill of the God of War, who can be his opponent? Even if we let them have an hour, what's the harm? Ha ha. Yes, this money is too easy to earn, I really regret not putting my entire worth on it. Roar! Suddenly, a low roar rang out, the bashful Yan Xiaochen's gaze steeply condensed, staring deathly at the opposite passage. A dull breathing sound reached his ears. Immediately afterward, a huge behemoth slowly appeared in front of the crowd, and the moment he was seen, the entire grandstand was silent. Chu Xiaoyi subconsciously covered her mouth, her eyes filled with horror. Snap! A short silence followed, and above the stands, a voice suddenly erupted. TM, you're cheating. Chapter 197 Fighting the Tiger. In a flash, the boiling sound rose. Get out and give me a reasonable explanation. Refund. I want my money back. At this time, Xiang Yiming's figure suddenly appeared on the second floor. He looked down at the audience and spoke, "Be quiet." With one sentence, he silenced the voices that filled the room. Gentlemen, I am the head of the underground boxing ring. I believe quite a few of you should recognize me. That's right, I'm the eldest young master of the Xiang family, one of the 10 great families, Xiang Yiming. And this underground boxing ring also belongs to the Xiang family's property. Before opening the betting, the ringbot said clearly, Yan Xiaochen need to face a total of 10 challengers, but did not state that the identity of these 10 challengers must be human. Moreover, since we dare you all to watch Yan Xiaochen's 5 matches, apart from the fact that you will have a measure of his strength, we, the boxing ring, will naturally measure it as well. After all, since we dared to offer one-sided odds of 1 to 10, is it hard for you all to think that this money is so easy to take? In one sentence, the crowd was dumbfounded. Yeah, the ring is cutesy. Is it? How can you possibly offer those kind of odds if you're not over 90% sure? You know, once Yan Xiaochen completed a 1 to 10 victory, 10 times the compensation, but all of it was paid by the side of the ring. However, this so-called 9th challenger in front of us is really... That's right, what appeared in front of Yan Xiaochen was not a person, but a model tiger. Moreover, this tiger's belly was deflated, and its gaze was looking towards Yan Xiaochen with a prey-like aura, and its mouth was wide open, and on its sharp fangs, it was hanging with birth fluids. He didn't know how honorable this person across from him was. All he knew was that he had been starving for 3 days, and he needed to fill his belly by tearing the man standing in front of him, alive. The battle between man and tiger is imminent. In time, the situation in the ring changed again. Fighting with people, they believed with unshakable conviction that Yan Xiaochen was invincible. However, facing a tiger, and still a hungry tiger all the time, even if Yan Xiaochen was able to fight again, they couldn't help but raise their hearts. However, they were not worried that Yan Xiaochen would be eaten by the tiger. What they were worried about was whether Yan Xiaochen would be able to kill the tiger or not in the limited time available. You know, this is only the 9th challenger, so the 10th, what could it be? Yan Xiaochen recovered from his surprise to normal in an instant. To be honest, when he first saw this tiger, he was also slightly disoriented. However, it was an instantaneous adjustment. In the face of the tiger's unkind gaze, Yan Xiaochen also slightly formalized, "Not bad, this is a bit of fun, however, if you use this as your backhand, I am afraid that, to let you down." One person and one tiger confronted each other for a long time. Perhaps it was because of hunger. The tiger let out a low roar, its body slumped slightly, and its 2 rear paws suddenly exerted force, violently pouncing towards Yan Xiaochen. Yan Xiaochen's gaze condensed, not seeing any panic at all, his toes fiercely pointing the ground, his body drifting away backwards. Just as he had left the spot with his front feet, the tiger's huge body pounced and stood where he had just been. Only to see the tiger roar angrily, as if annoyed that this food in front of him had escaped from his grasp, and then without the slightest stop, pounced again. And Yan Xiaochen didn't fight him hard and kept dodging with his light skills. In this way, a tiger chased fiercely, a person dodged, you and I, dozens of strokes later, when the tiger once again pounced on an empty space, and did not immediately chase after it. Yan Xiaochen's figure lurched and didn't continue to dodge, instead, he bullied his way up. After being chased for so long, it was time to fight back. Yan Xiaochen's sudden turn back caused the tiger to be stunned. However, his ferocious nature instantly made him furious. This tiny food even dared to resist. This was undoubtedly a huge provocation to the head of the king of the 100 beasts. The tiger once again stored strength, jumped up, above the 2 claws, flashing sharp, all the audience held their breath. In midair, Yan Xiaochen's stern gaze steeply condensed as his right leg violently spun out, violently kicking the tiger's claw towards his head when it was still a finger's distance away from his own head. With a bang, the sharp edge of the tiger's claw grazed the mask on Yan Xiaochen's face, and his body fell heavily to the ground. Yan Xiaochen lands a powerful head kick that jolts mighty tiger's head backwards. However, it also completely aroused the wildness in his bones, and with his head raised, he bowed and let out a roar even louder than before. When he was about to look for his target, he suddenly rushed to his body, followed by another strong wind coming from above his head. Chapter 198 No. I can't lose. Bang! The tiger's head sank vigorously. Yan Xiaochen's face was cold and emotionless. He rode on the tiger's back, his left hand grasped the tiger's skin on the tiger's neck, and his right hand became a fist, and he swung down vigorously. Bang! Another heavy punch. The punch, however, woke the tiger up, and it was only then that he realized that the food that had provoked him had ridden on his back. A roar was accompanied by dodging, but Yan Xiaochen was as if he had grown on his back, and no matter how much the tiger jumped, he was unable to throw it out. And Yan Xiaochen was always expressionless above his face, repeating the same action all the time. Raise your hand, make a fist, and swing it down hard. One punch, two punches, as if they were tireless. Finally, in the midst of strikes after strikes, the tiger's movements were getting slower and slower, but Yan Xiaochen's fists were getting heavier and heavier. The arena was silent, not a single person spoke, and the audience closest to him could even hear the gusts of air-breaking sounds driven by the wind of Yan Xiaochen's fist as he swung his fist. Finally, not knowing how many punches had been swung, the tiger let out a wail and prostrated itself on the ground, no longer having the might it had just had. Only then did Yan Xiaochen stop his fists and get off of the manticore's body, stepping in front of him and looking down on him in a victorious position. And the tiger also raised its head slightly, no longer having the ferocity in its eyes that it had before, whimpering and actually showing a picture of begging for mercy. Yan Xiaochen looked at him coldly, not moving in the slightest, the depths of his gaze, like the gaze of a god of death, and in the pitiful eyes of the mighty tiger, he raised his right leg high, and violently made a downward chop. Only a faint, inaudible thud was heard, and the manticore's eyes instantly became dull. With that, the head lolled and died completely. Under the full force of Yan Xiaochen's kick, he had actually shattered the hardest skullcap of the tiger alive, and the force of the kick was as terrifying as it was. The god of war is invincible. The god of war is invincible. Time seemed to suddenly stand still again at this moment, and then, the next moment, a mountainous roar suddenly erupted, and countless people stood up, shouting frantically, looking at Yan Xiaochen's figure in the arena, and in their eyes were filled with fervent admiration. At this moment, Yan Xiaochen was not a plaything for their enjoyment in their eyes, but a hero who had kicked a tiger to death alive. Yan Xiaochen slightly sidestepped his head, and the position that his gaze was directed to was right above the stands where Xiang Yiming was. His icy gaze, in Xiang Yiming's eyes, appeared to be a great sneer. And at this moment, Xiang Yiming did not have the smile from before. His face, instead, was grave. From his previous performance, he knew that Yan Xiaochen was strong, however, he didn't expect him to be this strong. With his bare hands, he actually killed a tiger flower alive. Though a hungry tiger, it was ultimately the king of all beasts, and at the moment, the third hour had only just begun. Is it going to lose? This thought had just passed through Xiang Yiming's mind before he frantically vetoed it. No. How could I possibly lose? According to his thoughts, the first 5 enemies were nothing more than appetizers given to Yan Xiaochen to let the unknown audience know that Yan Xiaochen was extremely capable of reaching a 1 to 10 challenge. Thus achieving his purpose of convergence of gambling money. This step, he did, and do very perfect, this time, a full convergence of 2 billion, enough to catch up with the income of the ring for 3 months. Then after that, in his thoughts, even if Yan Xiaochen was able to fight and beat people, could he still beat a tiger? But he didn't expect that he really killed a tiger with his bare hands, which was simply unimaginable to him. Moreover, Xiang Yiming cannot afford to lose 2 billion beta. According to the current odds, once Yan Xiaochen in the specified time to win, Xiang Yiming will have to come up with 20 billion compensation. This number, even with the entire Wei family's financial strength, I am afraid that it will also be a big injury. No! I can't lose. Xiang Yiming's eyes became red at this moment, and he also completely ignored the injury on his feet, and looked at Yan Xiaochen in the arena. There's still the last hour of time. Yan Xiaochen absolutely can't possibly kill the last challenger who appeared on the arena. Competition, continue. Chapter 199, The Invincible Enemy. Buzz. It was a dull thud, and the voices of the boisterous crowd came to an abrupt halt. Everyone shared Yan Xiaochen's gaze, staring dead on at the dark passageway. The last challenger, Xiang Yiming, has prepared some unexpected surprises for the crowd? Dang! 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 Yan Xiaochen's eyes stared up deeply, a muffled sound that pounded everyone's heart. Yan Xiaochen keenly noticed that some of the small broken gravel in the field was even slightly trembling. Soon, the answer was revealed in front of the crowd, and the moment they saw him come out, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Yan Xiaochen, who had always been unperturbed by events, had a flash of shock in his eyes. This behemoth in front of him was even a few times bigger than the fierce tiger's physique just now, with 2 huge tusks and a chilling light. What appeared in front of Yan Xiaochen was actually a wild elephant. All the spectators were suddenly ashen. The moment they saw the wild elephant, they knew that the bet was lost. There is still a whole hour of time. However, elephants are notorious for their thick skin and flesh, and their size is so huge, Yan Xiaochen can kill a tiger, but definitely not an elephant. But according to the rules of the bet, Yan Xiaochen needed to defeat 10 challengers within 3 hours, and there was only one way to make an inhuman wild elephant concede defeat, by knocking it down, or rather, killing it. How is this possible? Xu Xiaoy's eyes were filled with unbelief. This is a wild elephant. This is a state-protected animal. How can it possibly appear here? Xu Xiaoyi's heart was also in her throat. With her intelligence, she instantly understood Xiang Yiming's scheme. Why did the stipulation of the bet become 3 hours to defeat all enemies? First, use the betting rules loophole, let everyone bet on Yan Xiaochen's body, but all of it was calculated by him. In fact, the first 8 challengers are not Xiang Yiming's purpose, only the 9th place tiger and the 10th place wild elephant is Xiang Yiming's real killer mace. Only 1 hour, Yan Xiaochen cannot kill the wild elephant. His bet with Xiang Yiming, natural failure. Xiang Yiming used him to earn a large sum of money, but he did not get anything. If not careful, there is the possibility of a tragic death on the spot, to avenge his broken leg. 4 birds with 1 stone. High indeed. Wild elephant roared, trunk high, toward Yan Xiaochen, rampage over, that the momentum, ferocious. Yan Xiaochen did not dare to be careless, immediately light to escape, even if his martial arts again high, but also an individual, and this behemoth hard, even if he is also a self-inflicted death. The wild elephant was huge, charging up very powerful, but the huge size was also his weakness, that is, slow reaction, extremely low flexibility. Between dodging and dodging, Yan Xiaochen cast a few attacks. But the seemingly heavy and fierce force of the blow, but as if scratching an itch, fell on the body of the wild elephant. Not only did not cause him a little harm, but on the contrary, more provoked his ferocity. Time passes little by little. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours of competition time is left, only less than half an hour, and the situation on the battlefield. Yan Xiaochen all have no advantage. The crowd has all been disheartened, not to mention that this is a violent character of the wild elephant. Even if he is allowed to stand here and not move, let Yan Xiaochen hands, I'm afraid that half a column of incense time to kill a thick-skinned elephant, but also is not a simple thing. Looking at the situation in the field, Xiang Yiming let out a long breath of relief, and in his eyes, there was a flash of wisdom that had never existed before. The big picture is set. Chapter 200 Yan Xiaochen, Victory. As for Yan Xiaochen in the field at the moment, although there was no expression on his face, his heart was secretly anxious. Time was already half over. If he couldn't win, he would die. His own brother had once broken a leg and a promising career for his own sake, so how could he stand by and watch him live under someone else's control for another lifetime? No. Absolutely cannot just give up. I, Yan Xiaochen, have gone back and forth in the ghost cave for I don't know how many times. How will I fall in front of ahead of you? Yan Xiaochen's gaze suddenly cleared, the anxiety in his heart also secretly calmed down. Between dodging and dodging, he suddenly noticed that the 8 challengers who had died before in the field, although their bodies had been disposed of, but the weapons, they were all left in the field. At first, he didn't pay attention at all. Even when facing that fierce tiger, he didn't bother to use weapons, but facing this wild elephant with thick skin and flesh, these sharp weapons, isn't it just the biggest chance for him to turn defeat into victory? At this thought, Yan Xiaochen's footsteps lurched, his figure suddenly changed direction. A long knife that fell not far from him was picked up by his hand, the veins in his hand burst, and he fiercely struck out, and the long knife was suddenly like an arrow off the string, and it swished across with a sound. Rip! The long knife grazed the wild elephant's spine and landed on the ground. Yan Xiaochen stared at it dead on, and above the black and gray skin, a faint touch of crimson suddenly appeared, and then, the red color slowly spread, and a remarkable line of blood appeared on the wild elephant's spine. Already disheartened viewers instantly noticed this phenomenon. The blood on the back of the wild elephant once again stimulated everyone's eyes, and at that moment, it was as if they saw a ray of hope again. And steadily sitting in a fishing boat to Yiming face of the smile abruptly frozen, that a splash of bright red in his eyes, but extraordinarily eye-piercing, smart as he, instantly thought of Yan Xiaochen's tactics, did not expect the small negligence, but was found by Yan Xiaochen, and may even be turned into a victory. He jerked his head, the hourglass of timing, the last half hour left. Xiang Yiming's heart secretly prayed, hold on. You must hold on. I spent a lot of money to get you here. Even if you die, you have to die for me after the time is over. Seeing that the attack was effective, Yan Xiaochen didn't hesitate. Once again, he rolled. The 2 long swords flew up and stabbed straight over. This time, it directly pierced into the wild elephant's thigh, even missing a small half of the sword. The wild elephant let out a sad howl. However, Yan Xiaochen had no intention of sympathizing with him at the moment. Take advantage of your illness. The power in his body worked crazily, and a weapon became infinitely powerful in his hands, under the augmentation of his terrifying force. Bang! A giant gilt hammer smashed down on his head, the giant elephant let out a wail, his forepaws curled, and he fell to his knees. At this moment, although the wild elephant had lost its fighting strength, it was not dead yet, while the hourglass responsible for timekeeping was only left with a. It is a daughter's heart that loves a hero alone. At this moment, Chu Shaoyi looked at Yan Xiaochen in the center of the field, her eyes flashing with a strange luster. With one hand behind his back, his gaze was bland and heavenly, like a born king who scorned all beings. She hurriedly jogged over, her eyes full of concern, not even realizing it herself, with a hint of faint adoration in the bottom of her eyes, and spoke, "Yan Xiaochen, are you all right?" Yan Xiaochen shook his head, then, slowly raising his head, just in time to meet Xiang Yiming, whose face was pale on the second floor, the corner of his mouth hooked up into a smile. "Let's go, it's time for us to collect the debt." Along with the surge of his steps, on the stands, at some point, a person suddenly stood up and bowed slightly in his direction. Subsequently, like a chain reaction in general, all people, coincidentally stand up. A time, originally noisy and unpleasant boxing ring, suddenly became incredibly quiet. Countless people, whether it is a side of the giant or the boss of the underground world, unified towards Yan Xiaochen, bowed down. Not only does beauty love heroes, but men are heroes who cherish heroes. Yan Xiaochen's absolute strength earned their respect. Young Master, we lost, how? What to do? The person in charge of the ring, shivering, said to Xiang Yiming. Xiang Yiming clenched his fist so hard that he was oblivious even as his nails sank deep into his flesh. Some punters have already started asking to exchange their bets, so are we exchanging them? Change. Xiang Yiming's voice roared lowly, like a beast on the verge of breaking out, his eyes red. Although these people are all minor figures compared to the Xiang family, but united, even if it's our Xiang family, it's not a good idea to be easily offended, and the reputation that the Xiang family has accumulated over the decades can't definitely be affected by this matter. This time, it was my mistake. He took a deep breath and slightly closed his eyes, his heart, like a knife cutting his flesh. Exchange. 10 times the bet, change it to them in 1 point. But we don't have that much money on the books. I will mobilize the liquidity of several companies under the Xiang family as fast as possible, and strive to transfer $8 billion, coupled with the current flow of funds from the ring. It should be enough to plug the hole. Tell the remaining gamblers, in the name of our Xiang family, to give them an IOU. The funds owed, within 3 days, will definitely be returned. This bit of face from my Xiang family, I believe they still have to give it. This is something that must never be known to my dad, got it? Speaking of this, Xiang Yiming's eyes suddenly chilled, and the person in charge shivered violently, nodding his head repeatedly. As a great family, the Xiang family, naturally, could not have just one descendant, Xiang Yiming, only that, among the many descendants of the Wei family, Xiang Yiming was the most outstanding. Although he was short-tempered and arrogant, it must not be denied that he could become the heir of the Xiang family. His mind and means, naturally, had merit. Just like today's plan, once it succeeded, he would bring the Xiang family a huge income without capital. But 1,000 calculations, this will Yan Xiaochen this variable counted in, but never thought that this variable, surprisingly powerful beyond his imagination. The good thing is that he has begun to slowly take over the Xiang family's business, so for some of the call of funds, he still has some rights. He wants to God unknowingly first add this loophole, because once you let your own brothers and sisters know that they made such a big mistake, I'm afraid, their position will be greatly shaken. Chapter 202, Debt Collection. But what we need to pay, isn't it $20 billion? The man in charge asked suspiciously. On Chu Shaoyi's side, I'll personally find a way. It's better to owe her money to one person than 1,000. Speak of the devil. Tap. 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 Crisp footsteps in his ears, tapping Xiang Yiming's heart one by one. He knew who was coming, but he didn't want to turn around, let alone acknowledge it. However, the footsteps stopped and the man was already approaching his body, but he had to face this cruel fact. Slowly, he would pass through, and at the first glance, he would see Yan Xiaochen beside Chu Shaoyi. A flash of deep fear lurked in the angry eyes. This man, surprisingly scary as hell. That could be a wild elephant. Regardless of how the place is the king of the general existence, but also died in his hands. Ridiculous that he even wanted to teach him a lesson. Even he is now somewhat grateful to the Wolf King. If not, he will stop himself. To Yan Xiaochen's brutal performance in the ring, himself now, I'm afraid that more than just break 2 legs so simple. Young Master Xiang, you should be clear about the purpose of my coming to you, right? Chu Shaoyi clasped her hands on her chest and raised her chin once, and on her face, there was a faint mockery. Although he was unwilling to do so, but now the situation was so strong that he had to bow down. He forced a smile on his face. Xiaoyi, I know, but I'm running a little tight on funds at hand. Look, can you slow me down for a while? Ouch. Xu Xiaoyi slanted a glance at him, the Grand Master of the Xiang family, who in Jeju City doesn't know that he's a master who throws money away, but he's also a little strapped for cash? Xiang Yiming's eyes bottom surfaced a touch of sullen anger. He took 2 deep breaths. Dead suppress this anger. Xu Xiaoyi, he can't move, also can't move. Xiaoyi, you and I, and Su Jia, we all grew up together. For the sake of seeing me as a child, just allow me some time, okay? If you really can't trust me enough, I can give you an IOU myself. Bye. Please. Bratty as Xiang Yiming, he also had to turn towards Xu Xiaoyi and lowered his head. TCH, as much as I'd like to, you seem to be mistaken about one thing, your debtor is not me. Swish. Xiang Yiming snapped his head up and stared at Xu Xiaoyi dead in the face. What was the meaning of these words? If it's not Xu Xiaoyi, who else could it be? His gaze slightly glanced to the side of Yin Xiaochen, who still had a bland face. Could it be him? The thought flashed through his mind. Impossible. The reason why he dared to propose this match, it was because after leaving the hotel today, he used his huge network of connections to start investigating. Yin Xiaochen has a certain amount of strength, but is penniless, and even needs to rely on his wife to support him. Such a person, how could he possibly take a breath to get $1 billion to place a bet? Little Art, this joke is not funny. Who's kidding you? Xu Xiaoyi spread her hands indifferently. Do I look like I can take out $1 billion? On the list of bettors you recorded, I wrote Yin Xiaochen's name, and the bank card that scratched the card is also Yin Xiaochen's bank card. If you don't believe me, you can go to the bank and check to see who the owner of that card is. Won't it be clear at a glance? Xiang Yiming's pupils contracted deeply. Xu Xiaoyi had spoken to such an extent, even if he didn't believe it anymore, he had to believe it. Yin Xiaochen. Everyone underestimated him. At this time, Yin Xiaochen slowly stepped out, looked at Xiang Yiming, and suddenly laughed softly. Young Master Xiang arranging this competition, I like it very much. It's been a long time since I've had a chance to move my muscles like this, and today, thanks to the opportunity given by Young Master Xiang, I've been able to have a hard time. Some other day when I'm free, I'll definitely invite Young Master Xiang for dinner. But a fine light flashed in his eyes. Before we eat, should Young Master Xiang settle the bill he owes me, for me? Chapter 203 Thousands of thousands of thousands of thousands of thousands of dollars. Xiang Yiming's face was filled with bitterness. Face Yin Xiaochen bowed down? This loser that he once despised beyond measure? He can't do it. But, to this day, what can he do? Can you owe a few days? Xiang Yiming's voice, every word that popped out of his throat, was unbearably tortured. Yin Xiaochen smiled and shook his head. I can't. But I don't really have that much money on hand, right now. That's up to you, Young Master Xiang. The rules of betting in the ring, the match is over and the winnings are settled. If Young Master Xiang doesn't have the money, then I'll have to go to the Xiang family head to ask for it. Anyway, with the receipt vouchers from your boxing ring, the whole family Xiang family can't deny it, can they? No. You can't go. Xiang Yiming subconsciously objected that if he really went, it was all over. Then, gritting his teeth, say it, as long as you can allow me to slow down for a few days, no matter what the conditions are, I'll promise you. Promise anything? The corner of Yin Xiaochen's mouth hung up a trace of arc, looking around for a moment, faintly said, this underground boxing ring looks pretty good to me, why don't you just take it against your debt? What? Xiang Yiming's eyes almost protruded. You hit it? Yin Xiaochen laughed and asked rhetorically, what, no? No? Of course not. Ghost City industry is numerous, but profiteering is so a few things, are firmly controlled by several big families in their own hands, and underground boxing is one of the profiteering, is to the family control in the hands. If the ring was given away, the Xiang family's position in the ghost market would undoubtedly take a straight turn for the worse, and this loss would not only be in terms of money, but in the course of time, it was likely that the Xiang family would be kicked out by the other lineages under the influence of this and the other. The 10 great families, although on the surface they were happy, and also had marriages with each other, but in anyone's heart, they all understood that once they had the opportunity, they would definitely not show any mercy. Xiang Yiming clenched his steel teeth. Impossible. Oops. You're still not happy? Yin Xiaochen bristled. Look at your place, although it's not a small area, the decoration is shabby, it's all green bricks and tiles, not even a piece of marble, or is it? 10. Chapter 204 Planning and Moving. Ong Yiming eyes flashed endless struggle. If the boxing ring to Yin Xiaochen, in a short period of time, as long as they conceal good, will not let the Xiang family know, during this period of time, can completely use their own relationship, find a way to retake back from Yan Xiaochen, but if Yan Xiaochen debt collection to the Xiang family, then everything cannot be concealed. Good. I'll give it to you. Soon, the land deed and the agreement to bring. Yan Xiaochen read the above transfer agreement in Xiang Yiming's handwritten signature, satisfied nodded. According to the previous agreement, the debt between us, it is written off. Xiang Yiming looked at him with a sneer. This place is a treasure pot. I hope you can guard him. Let's go. Young Master Xiang, wait. What? What else? Has young Master Xiang forgotten something? The corner of Yan Xiaochen's mouth lifted up a smile. I remember that young Master Xiang said that if I win, then the purple lingji, young Master Xiang will give it to me, so I'll take the purple lingji, and don't forget to pay for the $1 million. Pust. Xiang Yiming simply wanted to spit out blood, his heart twisted for a while, looking at Yan Xiaochen's departing back, his eyes full of killing intent. Yan Xiaochen, you wait for me. No one has ever been able to make me, Xiang Yiming, suffer such a big loss and still live in peace. Jeju City, a luxurious villa, the strong smell of medicine filled the entire room. Yan Xiaochen slowly pulled the last silver needle from Izhou's body, and opened his mouth. The toxicity has been lifted, and then according to the prescription I gave you to drink for a month, the toxins in the body will be completely dissipated. Izhou knelt down on one knee. Subordinate thanks Yan for saving my life. There. Yan Xiaochen helped him up, then took out the agreement in his arms and handed it to him. It's for you. Izhou took a look, his eyes were suddenly stunned, followed by a look of excitement. Yan Jun, this agreement of yours, it's simply too timely to come. With it, I'll be able to completely rise again in a short period of time, and by then, I won't have to be in such a sorry state under the oppression of the two Su Xiang families. Yan Xiaochen smiled. With your heritage in Jeju City, I'm sure you'll be able to run an underground boxing ring well, but... Yan Xiaochen's gaze suddenly condensed. Some of the ethos in the ring is also something that needs to be purged by you personally. Izhou naturally understood that Yan Xiaochen was referring to the Xiang family's disregard for human life and earning money, and immediately said, Yan Jun, don't worry, my subordinate guarantees with my life that I will definitely not do anything that goes against the morals and ethics of human beings, and moreover, 60% of the revenue generated by the underground boxing ring will be sent by me to the Metropolitan Temple as the funds for the activities of the brothers. At this time, the Su family. Snap. Xiang Yiming slammed his fist hard on the table, his face full of hostility. Yan Xiaochen. I must kill this bastard. Su Jie's gaze was also gloomy as he said, Xiang Yiming, Yan Xiaochen must die, but now is not the time. I can't wait. Xiang Yiming turned back violently, his eyes filled with blood. Do you know how much I lost out this time? 10 billion. A full 10 billion. On top of that, there's the underground boxing ring. You know clearly what the underground boxing ring means to the Xiang family. If I don't patch up this hole in a short time, once the family finds out my position as heir, I won't be able to keep it. Do you understand? Su Jie's Mua light also clouded over. All of this is your own fault, and who can you blame? Yan Xiaochen is now being protected by the Chu family. Once we move him, all of our previous schemes will be forfeit. I couldn't care less. Xiang Yiming was in a state of madness. The day after tomorrow is the day you and Chu Xiaoyi get engaged, and it's also the best time for us to make our move. Chapter 205 Last Chance. You're crazy. Su Jie suddenly stood up. Although we can do it the day after tomorrow, it's definitely not the best time to do it. Xiang Yiming suddenly raised the corner of his mouth. Brother Jie, rich and powerful, how long do you think you can hide your matter? Su Jie suddenly froze. What do you? You mean? I'm afraid the money on your Su family's books has long been squandered by you, right? If Uncle Su knew that the Su family, which is one of the top 10 families, can't even come up with $100 million in cash right now, what do you think he would do? Su Jie's gaze sank. You threatened me? No. Yeah, we're on the same page now, I'm just reminding you. If you're late, you're late. The plan is still the same, only move it up from your wedding day to an engagement. All of it, we've already prepared. When the time comes, as long as you control Chu Longqin and Chu Yimin, you'll have the capital to blackmail Chu Xiaoyi, and how will she, a little girl, be able to play with you? At that time, won't the Chu family's huge fortune be yours? Coupled with the status of the Chu family's son-in-law, who else but you could be the Su family's heir? At that time, you're famous and rich. And I, too, can use this opportunity to plug all these holes. Everything, still the same as it was. By then, the two of us brothers join hands, the whole of Jeju, no. Should be the entire Dongshan province, is you and I brothers two world. Yeah, the opportunity, but it's fleeting. A flash of struggle flashed in Su Jie's eyes for a long time. Jia Su. Looking at his hesitant appearance, Xiang Yiming's face, pull down. If I can't hide my business, you don't want to stay out of it, even if it's bad luck, I have to pull a companion. Don't forget, in addition to that money from your Su family, those loan sharks you borrowed outside, I'm afraid, should also be due, right? At that time, when a bunch of debtors pile up to your Su family mansion, one by one, looking for Uncle Su to ask for money, TSK, you should, and you don't want to see this kind of picture appear, right? A murderous intent flashed deeply under Su Jie's eyes, then he nodded his head without showing any trace. Good. Let's do it as you said. Time quickly came to 3 days later. On the top floor of the 7-star hotel, the celebrities of Jeju City gathered because today, it was the big day of the engagement of 2 of the 10 great families, the young master of the Su family, Su Jie, and the eldest miss of the Chu family, Chu Xiaoyi. Inside the dressing room, Chu Xiaoyi threw the cosmetics out a long way, her eyes reddening. I'm not engaged. I'm not getting engaged. I won't get engaged even if I die. Nonsense. Xu Longqin came in just in time to see this scene, his face grimaced. All the guests have already arrived. At this time you say you don't want to get engaged. Do you want to make my Chu family's old face lose all its face? Chu Xiaoyi burst into tears. You only care about your Chu family but never care about my feelings. You don't deserve to be my father. You. Xu Longqin's gaze was furious, his palm was raised high and he was about to swing it down when a hand suddenly stopped him. Looking back, it was Yan Xiaochun. Family Master Chu, this is your daughter, are you willing to go down on her as well? Brother Yan, I made you laugh. Xu Longqin smiled apologetically. It's fine, if Family Master Chu believes me, why don't you, let me persuade Miss Chu, shall we? This. Xu Longqin thought about it and nodded, then I'll trouble Brother Yan. After Xu Longqin left, Chu Xiaoyi suddenly raised her head with tearful eyes. Do you want me to get engaged too? In the bottom of her eyes, a flash of deeply hidden hope flashed. Yan Xiaochun smiled gently, his lips and teeth opening and closing, and after hearing what he said, Chu Xiaoyi grew her mouth. You're telling the truth? Yan Xiaochun smiled confidently. Whether it's true or not, later, you'll know. Chapter 206, Engagement in Progress. Tonight is destined to be a starry night. Not only did the 10 great family heads gather, countless dignitaries, also invited to come, everyone here, or the power of a party's superior, or the family wealth of the giant, this handful of people, controlling more than 80% of the resources of the city of Jeju. Brother Chu, after today, you and my 2 families, can be in-laws. A middle-aged man whose appearance was slightly similar to Su Jie's, holding a wineglass with a smile on his face, was none other than the Su family's family head, Su Wenjun. I'd also like to thank Brother Ask Jun for raising such a good son. The 2 big men of the world's families bragged about each other. The more they said, the more satisfied they were. After all, a strong combination, representing more than just a simple stacking of assets. Su Wenjun smiled and said, when Xiaoyi enters the family, I will definitely treat her like my own daughter. If Xia Jia has any dares to bully Xiaoyi, I won't need Brother Chu to do it, I'll be the first one to spare him. Oh, Jia has been gentle since he was a child, I'm sure that he wouldn't be able to do such a thing. On the contrary, Xiaoyi. Hey, I only have this one daughter. Suddenly, there is still some reluctance to give up. When a man is old enough to get married, when a woman is old enough to get married, Brother Chu's mood, I can understand, but our 2 families are not far from each other. When they get married, diligently let the young couple come back to see is it. Brother Chu, you look at this time as about time, Xiaoyi Shi. Yo! I've forgotten all about it. Someone, go see if Missy is well? Not much later, the room suddenly darkened, and then a large spotlight suddenly focused on a figure, Su Jie in a white suit, gold-rimmed glasses, but from the face, it does look like a gentle gentleman. Then, another spotlight came on, and not far away, a woman in a white wedding dress, came in style. The moment you see her, many guests, also cannot help but sigh of approval. Chu Xiaoyi vegetarian moon when it is a kind of pure aesthetic, now put on light makeup, more will be its pure face moon set off the extreme. Even in Su Jie's eyes, a flash of deep amazement flashed through, but in a slight instant, it passed away quietly. With a smile on his face and flowers in his hand, he slowly walked towards Chu Xiaoyi, then, kneeling on one knee, he handed out the flowers with a warm smile on his face. Chu Xiaoyi's eyes flashed through a deep struggle. After thinking of what Yan Xiaochun said to her, her heart crossed and took the flowers. The smile on Su Jie's face smiled even more prevalent, holding Chu Xiaoyi's hand, and came into the middle of the stage. Both sides of the parents, side by side on both sides, the program is very simple. Su Jie and Chu Xiaoyi respectively for both parents to toast tea, and then exchange the ring, the engagement ceremony, even if it is done. Grandpa Chu, have some tea. Chu Yimin looked deeply at Su Jie, then with an expressionless face, he took the tea and drank it. Su Jie's face flashed a trace of embarrassment. Shu Longqin naturally knew that his father was not very agreeable to this marriage, and immediately took the tea in Su Jie's hand and drank it, then smilingly said, Xiao Jie, my precious daughter in the future, can be handed over to you. If you dare to bully her, I cannot spare you. Su Jie laughed, Uncle Chu, don't worry, I put in the heart of my hand, love is still too late, how dare you bully ah. At the same time, Su Wenjun also smilingly drank the tea honored by Chu Xiaoyi, looking at the 3 empty teacups, the corners of Su Jie's mouth, inadvertently raised slightly. Young Master Su, what is it that you are so happy about? Look at the corners of your mouth lifting so high that you could hang a teapot. Why don't you tell us, so that we can all be happy together? Suddenly, a discordant voice rang out, followed by Yan Xiaochen, who had not appeared, slowly walking towards the stage. Chapter 207, Tea. Suddenly interrupted, Su Wenjun's face sank and he took the lead. Who are you? This is not the place for you to speak, please go down. Shu Longqin's face also flashed with a touch of displeasure, but he still patiently said, Brother Yan, it's my daughter's engagement ceremony now, do you think there's anything that can be said after the ceremony? Yan Xiaochen didn't pay attention to the duo, instead, he directly stepped onto the stage and looked at Su Jie, seemingly smiling. Young Master Su, what, is my question not easy to answer? Su Jie's face grimaced, although he wanted to ruthlessly slap the face in front of him, right now, he still needed to maintain that gentle and elegant image. At that moment, he smiled gently and said, Mr. Yan? Today is the day that Xiao Yi and I are engaged to be married, shouldn't I be happy to marry the girl of my choice? Oh, so that's it. Yan Xiaochen pretended to have a sudden realization, then casually picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea from one of the cups, then played with it in his hands, then faintly opened his mouth. But young Master Su didn't even smile so brightly when he met Xiaoyi, only after the 3 of them drank their tea did his smile suddenly raise, like he couldn't stop being pleased after his plot had succeeded. Young Master Su, you're happy, it can't be this cup of tea, right? Su Jie's face suddenly changed, the corners of his eyes involuntarily trembled as he forced himself to hold back the throbbing in his heart, a slight hint of anger on his face. Mr. Yan, what do you mean by this? Although we may have had some unpleasantness before, but on this occasion, if you slander me like this, are you putting my Su and Chu families in your eyes? Brother Chu, this person, you recognize? Su Wenjun's face, also a little unsightly, asked. Shu Longqin's voice, too, was gloomy. Mr. Yan, I'm afraid that you don't have any misunderstanding? The tea was specially prepared by the hotel, with layers of checks and balances, there will definitely not be any problems. The auspicious time is about to pass, and they still have to exchange rings, so you can go down first. At this time, the tone of voice was obviously much colder than before. Who knows that Yan Xiaochen turned a deaf ear, and then passed the teacup under Su Jie's mouth and laughed. Young Master Su, there were indeed quite a few misunderstandings before, how about, on this occasion today, I'll toast to you, and I'll settle our grudges once and for all, shall we? Su Jie's face, at once, changed. Enough! Shu Longqin's face, completely unable to hang on, his gaze was gloomy, and he said in a deep voice, Come on, Mr. Yan is a bit drunk, bring him back to the Chu family to rest. Wait! Shu Yimin's voice suddenly rang out, Mr. Yan is my Chu family's benefactor. Longqin, is this how you treat your benefactor? It's not true that he's a benefactor of my Chu family, but that's no reason for him to disrupt the wedding. Men, take him away. I'll see who dares. Shu Yimin, the old man who single-handedly created the Chu family, although old, but a natural heavenly hegemony, full of guests, none of them dared to say a word, all eyes uncertainly looking at the changes on the field. Yan Xiaochen passed the teacup further forward. What? Young Master Su doesn't give face? Jai. Shu Yimin's voice faintly sounded, Mr. Yan is an honored guest of my Chu family, and since there's a misunderstanding between you two and Mr. Yan is so sincere in wanting to reconcile, now, isn't it a good time? Although Chu Yimin didn't know why Yan Xiaochen questioned letting Su Jie drink this cup of tea, he believed that Yan Xiaochen would definitely have his reasons for doing so. Chapter 208 A strange change has occurred. Su Jie's eyes, suddenly cloudy and uncertain, if you look closely you will find that his forehead, densely covered with sweat. When Yan Xiaochen asked him to drink, he could have 100 reasons not to drink, but when Chu Yimin asked him to drink, he had to drink. Young Master Su, are you hot? Look, even sweat is coming out. The crowd responded and took a look, but no, the sweat on Su Jie's forehead was very conspicuous under the spotlight. But how can you sweat when the venue is on full blast and even slightly cool? Young Master Su, if you don't drink, the tea will get cold. Jai. Shu Longqin's voice also sank. When did you become so small-minded? Su Wenjun's face also pulled down. Xiao Jie, it's just a cup of tea, drink it quickly, the auspicious time is about to pass, we can't delay any longer. Several parties urged. Su Jie's forehead sweat more and more, panicked eyes, suddenly flashed a flash of ruthlessness, a big hand wave, a handful Yan Xiaochen hands of teacups overturned, then a flash of cold light. With a cry of surprise, the crowd fixed eyes. Su Jie wrapped his arms around Chu Xiaoyi's neck, a chilly light flashing dagger, racked on her jade neck. The crowd let out a gasp of surprise as the sudden shift caught everyone off guard. Asshole! What are you doing? Chu Longqin said in shock and anger. Little. You're crazy. Put the knife down now. Su Wenjun was even more filled with color. Su Jie grimly laughed. At this moment, which still has the appearance of the previous gentle and elegant, face hung with a somewhat maniacal smile, killing intent will appear. Want to let her go? Can. Afterward, he fiercely pointed at Yan Xiaochen, then kill him for me first. Brother Su. I need an explanation. A reasonable explanation. Chu Longqin's gaze was gloomy as he fiercely looked at Su Wenjun. But Su Changjuan was also confused and looked at Su Jie in anger. Su Jie. What the hell are you trying to do? I'm ordering you, put the knife down. You shut up. Su Jie roared loudly, facing his own father, no longer in that tame demeanor, but more like a madman, full of madness. Old undead thing, if you dare to waste another word, I'll be the first to waste you. Su Wenjun was stunned, his body couldn't stop stumbling a step. How could he not imagine that the person who spoke in front of him would be his own son, who was usually the most filial and also the most relied on? Jia Su. Chu Yimin took a step forward. What the hell do you want? Su Jie ignored him and instead looked straight at Yan Xiaochen. How did you know all this? Yan Xiaochen didn't hide anything and spoke. You do everything very secretly, but you don't know that in this world. For all things, if you want people to not know, you can't do it unless you do it yourself. According to my meddling with you, you loved a woman before, and loved her to death, to the point of talking about marriage at one point. But, all of a sudden, the woman disappeared, or, more appropriately, was called vaporized. Immediately after that, less than 3 months later, you suddenly told your father that you wanted to marry Chu Xiaoyi, but before here, the last time the two of you saw each other was when you were 10 years old. What is it that can make a man, in an instant, be able to abandon the woman he has loved for 5 years, and subsequently, by name, want to marry another woman he doesn't know very well at all? Yan Xiaochen looked at Su Jie's increasingly ugly face, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked, and continued, to be able to marry with the Chu family, your father naturally gladly agreed, because he is also clear that the third generation of the Chu family, there is only one girl, Chu Xiaoyi, and whoever marries her, the huge Chu family, is her dowry. Su Wenjun's face slightly changed. What Yan Xiaochen said was not at all different from what he thought at that time. But what he doesn't realize is that your purpose, in fact, is the same as your father's. Only, you're even more ruthless than him. He's thinking about the Chu family's future fortune, while you're thinking about the present. The crowd was shocked, their eyes threw themselves at Su Jie in surprise. There was nothing wrong with the Chu family being a behemoth, but did Su Jie lack money? There's certainly no shortage. As the son that Su Wenjun relies on the most, the power of the Su family, Su Wenjun released it to his own son long ago, so it can be said that most of the current Su family, Su Jie is in charge. So, before your temperament changed drastically, I went through my means and inquired about one thing. You had a period of time where you frequently went in and out of foreign countries, and the place you often went to happened to be the world-famous gambling city, young Master Su. Do you think there could be some kind of correlation between these? Chapter 209. The plot is finally revealed. Su Wenjun carefully pondered, his face suddenly changed greatly. He is not a little cute. Yan Xiaochen's words, he instantly understood, and hastily took out the phone, dialed a few numbers, and the return call from there made his face become more and more miserable, and finally, a stumble, almost fell to the ground, violently slammed the phone down, and tremblingly pointed at Su Jie. Brat. What have you done? I trusted you so much and put the entire Su family in your hands, but you even went behind my back and lost all the money on the Su family's books. Even the shares of Su clan, you sell out a large portion of them. You are simply an asshole. What a racket. Su Jie looked impatient and looked at him with a gloomy gaze. Trust me? It's not because you think I'm capable and can bring a better future for the Su family that you've delegated authority to me? A little money is just a little money. With the Chu family's assets, I can win back whatever I exported. On the contrary, you're really getting noisy, but since you're dying, I'll just put up with you for a little while. Especially the 3 people who drank the tea, their faces were all blue. Letting Elder Chu and the Chu family head drink the tea was your way of blackmailing Chu Xiaoyi for the sake of subjugation, because the 2 of them can't move, and Chu Xiaoyi is the only person who can speak for the Chu family, and after transferring all of the Chu family's possessions to you, I'm afraid that, too, is the day that the 2 of them will be lifeless. As for the poison on the Su family master. After all, their own control of the power, can be much stronger than having an old man above them to press. You are such an asshole. Shu Longqin was shivering with anger, but he still couldn't hide the fear in the bottom of his eyes. I order you now, hand over the antidote to me. Order me? Uncle Chu, are you confused about the current situation? Who are you to order me around now? Humph. Su Jie. You think you'll be able to get the Chu family's fortune this way? Let me tell you, you thought wrong. The old man immediately wrote a will, and even if I donate all of the Chu family's property, I won't give you a single cent. Gramps. I don't think you will. Su Jie smiled grimly. Do you think that I don't have any backhanders? If you dare to do that, all the guests present, besides your precious granddaughter, will suffer because of you. These, however, are all guests invited by your Chu clan, you say. If something happens to them, this account, who will it be on? If you want your granddaughter and the others to walk out of here peacefully, immediately transfer all of the Chu family's assets to me. Of course, I've written all the transfer letters, so all you have to do is sign them. Then Su Jie threw out a pile of densely packed paper, and then looked at Yin Xiaochun with an open face. Yin Xiaochun, you are indeed very powerful, but in the end to win, or me. Ha ha. Yin Xiaochun looked at the laughing Su Jie like an idiot and suddenly spoke. I say, why are you so happy? Which one of your eyes saw that you're going to win? It's really not seeing the coffin. In that case, I'll let you die in peace. Chapter 210. All plans come to nothing. Afterward, he took out the phone, deliberately dialed the amplification button, and when he connected, he said triumphantly, Old 5, bring all your men in. After a slight silence, a cheerful laugh resounded from the other end of the phone. Young Master Su, I'm afraid, I can't do what you want. Su Jie's eyes snapped open. Wolf King? I've never been merciful to traitors who betray me. If young Master Su wants to see him, I'm afraid, he can only do so on the way to the Yellow Springs. Yin Xiaochun laughed softly. Young Master Su, is this your tactic? Don't you get cocky. I have more than this one backhand. Xiang Yiming. The Chu family's people have all been controlled by me. Now join forces and eat the Chu family. On the other end of the phone, came Wei Lai's desperate voice. Eat? What to eat? Now we're all on our own. Su Jie froze slightly. What do you mean? A mysterious predator has made a move to block all the industries under my Xiang family. My previous loss of $10 billion and the underground boxing ring has been known by the family, and now it's just like a lost dog. Everyone is looking for me again. Nothing. Everything is gone. After saying that, only heard a poof sound, like the sound of what object fell into the water. After that, the phone, there is no sound. How? How did this happen? Su Jie's eyes were lifeless. Not bad, that guy Shang Jojo's speed, it's getting faster and faster. Yin Xiaochun let out a light laugh and looked at Su Jie. By the way, I forgot to tell you, that ancient formula you call that has no antidote, if I'm not wrong, it should be called the heart-destroying powder, and I'm really sorry, it's probably not really good to look for an antidote elsewhere, but unluckily I've got it right here. So, do you have any other means now? Ha ha. Ha ha. Yin Xiaochen. You don't want me to live, then I'll let everyone die with me. Outside the door, there are 30 mercenaries I've hired at great expense, and as long as I give the order, all the people here will be buried with me. All of this, you forced me to do. All of you, if you want to hate him. After saying that, he took out a remote control-like thing from his pocket and pressed it violently. Half a minute passed, 3 minutes passed again, and the sardonic smile on Su Jie's face completely froze. Subsequently, a group of black-clothed men full of fury entered the room, and the leader of the group, who even had most of his face stained with warm blood, said in a loud voice, reporting to Yama, a total of 30 enemies from outside the country have all been annihilated, and the mission has been successfully accomplished. Bam! Su Jie's dagger should fall to the ground, eyes godless, paralyzed on the ground. You. Who the hell are you? The corner of Yin Xiaochen's mouth slightly hooked up in a different arc. Young Master Su, it's really God's way of killing you. Who do you think you're hiring but mercenaries? Yin Xiaochen bent down slightly, his eyebrows arched, and in his words, he carried a supreme overbearing intent. Don't you know that all the mercenaries in this world, when they see me, they all have to walk around me? Su Jie failed, a farce, over. Shu Longqin looked ashamed and held Yin Xiaochen's hand. Yin brother, I don't know how to say it, you saved my whole family, and I even misunderstood you just now, I'm really something. Yin Xiaochen slowly smiled and was just about to speak when suddenly, the phone rang, and when he picked it up, it was Han Zhenyu. He frowned slightly and picked up the phone. Hello? Yen. Han Zhenyu's tone, became incomparably grave, and if he listened carefully, he would still find a faint hint of fear. There's something that I have to report to you, but, after you hear it, you must be calm. 3 hours ago, Madam suffered an inexplicable attack, seriously injured and unconscious. Now. Live or die. Chapter 211 Yama's Wrath. Swish. June days, October cold. In the entire banquet hall, the temperature was violently cold, and everyone could not help but shiver. I have immediately notified the president of Shang. Judge Jiang Yu has mobilized people at the fastest speed. Yan Jun, you must be calm. Ah. Snap. The phone, hard as it was, he pinched and popped. A god-killing voice that echoed throughout the venue. 10 temples, rise up. Qinzhou Municipal Hospital. Inside the independent ward, looking at the unconscious Qin Shuyu on the hospital bed, Yan Xiaochen's face was as gloomy as if it could drip water. Under the suppression of the baleful aura that seemed to be visible to the naked eye, Han Zhenyu and Wang Hushi hung their heads, and at this moment, their bodies were actually vaguely trembling a little bit, as they were usually so high and mighty. Yan Jun. It's all my fault. It's me who didn't send someone to protect the lady. Subordinate should be punished. Yan Xiaochen ignored him, and his eyes were like a sea of stars, deep and distant. How's it going with Cheryl? Rising Yama, according to your orders, no news of Madam's injury was passed on to Second Miss, and Lord Black Impermanence personally led 5 ghosts into the school to ensure that Second Miss would have absolutely no accidents. Go! Today's Qinzhou city, it is the ordinary people feel, depressed and solemn. Countless people they hadn't seen before entered Tianhai City from airports, train stations, bus stations, and other sources, and although each of them was in different forms, on them, they all carried an identical aura. The austere atmosphere. The entrance to the gate of the same trade in Kyushu, the surrounding road, long ago by Han Jinyu spent a huge amount of money, all closed, wide road, stood full of a man with his head held high. Everyone's gazes, all crystal clear, excitedly looked ahead. There was their only faith, Yan Jun, Yan Xiaochen. Reporting to Yama, eagle-eyed Gun King Feng Qi has arrived with 1,000 people from Chujiang Hall, waiting for your order. Reporting to the young marshal, the Titan King's army has arrived at the rate of 1,000 temple congregations of the Taishan Temple, waiting for the king's order. Reporting to the young marshal, Ghost Hanzhou Bao has arrived at the rate of 1,000 temple men from the Temple of the 5 officials, waiting for the order of the king. A roar, a reverberation, high up in the world dark underground list of the king, 10 halls of Hades in the temple master, it is enough to come to 3, there are more 3,000 bloodthirsty mercenaries, for the city, stained with a curtain of blood. Yan Xiaochen cupped a piece of paper in his hand, which was very simple. Yan Jun, this gift, is it still satisfactory? Want revenge? Wait for my call. Is that the only clue left? Yan Xiaochen opened his mouth slightly, his voice cold and unfeeling. Han Zhenyu's face was also very ugly as he nodded. That's right, this piece of paper was found on the seat of the car where Madame was attacked. By the time we arrived, the lady was unconscious, and after checking all the clues around, we only found this note. Yan, I blame my subordinates for being incompetent, if I could. You're not to blame for this. Yan Xiaochen coldly interrupted him, knowing this seat's name and still daring to touch my beloved, you must have been plotting for a long time as well. However, it's best to pray that Yuer is safe and sound, or else, I'll break him into pieces even if I have to go to the Yellow Springs. Just then, suddenly the sirens sounded loudly, and countless police cars suddenly appeared from both sides, surrounding all of them, in the middle of the road. A fat man with a big belly came out from the police car, looked at the same people who couldn't look at the head, his face was cold, took out the horn. Who are you people? Who gave you permission to congregate here? Who's in charge? Come out here. Chapter 212 Do you have as many guns as I do? Han Zhenyu's face chilled. Fatty Jiang? The person who came was none other than the deputy director of the Qinzhou Public Security Bureau, Zhang Jiwei. Did anyone hear that? The person in charge come out, or I'll take you all back to the Public Security Bureau. Deputy Director Jiang, you're so powerful. So many people brought back to the Public Security Bureau, your little place, is it enough? Zhang Jiwei's small eyes narrowed as he looked at the visitor and let out a cold laugh. Who did I say it was? Turns out, it's our Qinzhou's famous richest man, Mr. Han. Han Zhenyu smiled without smiling, looking around him at the police cars waiting in tight formation. Director Jiang, what do you mean by this? Mr. Han, I should be the one to ask you that, right? Zhang Jiwei pointed behind him. What do you mean by that? At this glance, I'm afraid there are thousands of people, right? Oh, these are all employees of our company, what's the problem? It's understandable that Mr. Han has a large family and many employees. However, this director has received a report that there are quite a few outlaws, in disguise, mixing into Qingzhou City with the intention of misbehaving actions, so for the sake of the safety of all the citizens, I, as the Deputy Director of the Public Security Bureau, dare not slack off by half. Han Zhenyu could not help but snicker. The whole of Qingzhou who do not know Jiang Jiwei is a well-known treacherous, to say scraping the ground, he is more serious than anyone else, but if you really do the right thing, but more than anyone who slipped fast. Thinking of this, Han Zhenyu didn't have any nonsense, pulling out a check from his pocket, writing a number on it, and handing it over. Director Jiang has worked hard, this money, it's considered my hard-earned money for my brothers, taking everyone somewhere to drink tea and eat. Who knows, Jiang Jiwei's face changed. Mr. Han, what do you mean by this? Bribing me in public? Han Zhenyu's gaze condensed. Does Director Jiang think it's too little? Humph. Han Zhenyu. Don't think you can be reckless just because you're the richest man in Qingzhou. I, Jiang Jiwei, am fair and honest, and will never accept the slightest bribe from you. You say this is your employee, who can prove it? Have everyone crouch with their heads in their hands, I want to check their IDs. Then, yelling, everyone, get ready to move, anyone with a suspicious identity, cuff them immediately. Who dares? A voice that was cold to the core came from Yan Xiaochen as he slowly walked from the crowd, his eyes looking grimly at Jiang Jiwei as he coldly spat out a single word, get lost. What the did you say? Jiang Jiwei furious, in the deputy director of this position for so many years, the whole of Qingzhou, who do not give him three thin face, such as Han Zhenyu such as business bigwigs, even if the back of the same trade in Kyushu, he also have to be polite, who dared to insult him like this? Kid, do you believe that just for that one word you just said, I can make you spend the rest of your life in the slammer? Get lost, or, die. Ha ha. Laughing maniacally 3 times, he fiercely pulled out his gun and pressed it against Yan Xiaochen's forehead, and said sternly, just based on your words just now, I now have good reason to suspect that you're a terrorist. Immediately crouch down with your head in your hands, or else I have the right to shoot you dead on the spot. Jiang Yiwei. Drop the gun if you still want to die. Han Zhenyu roared in shock and anger. Han Zhenyu. Don't threaten me. You're a richest man if I give you face, but you're nothing if I don't. I tell you, on the single charge of organizing an illegal gathering, I can put you, the richest man, in jail. Yan Xiaochen's gaze was cold, like a death stare. You really want to seek death yourself? Still so wild at this hour. Jiang Jiwei pointed at Yan Xiaochen's brain openly. Show me clearly, the one who's having a gun pointed at his brain right now, is you. Just one pull of the trigger from me, and I'll send you to heaven in no time. The corner of Yan Xiaochen's mouth suddenly gently raised an arc. Whoever has a gun, who is the boss? Jiang Jiwei arrogantly said, that's right, whoever has a gun is the boss. Well, look at it this way, do you have as many guns as I do? The words landed, behind them, resounded a neatly harmonized thunder. 3,000 people, swish the coat on the body pulled open, under the black coat, 3,000 charge, 3,000 gun holes, 3,000 icy cold eyes. Chapter 213 Old Friends. Swish. Cold sweat directly covered Jiang Jiwei's forehead. Open laughter instantly turned into a face of misery, looking at that a cold figure, as if by 3,000 death stared at the general, trembling. The hand holding the gun also shivered uncontrollably. Yan Xiaochen suddenly snorted, Deputy Director Jiang, look again, now, who is the boss? Just at this moment, behind, a small police officer shivering and holding a cell phone, a face of panic came over, trembling, Deputy Director, the Director's phone. Jiang Jiwei woodenly took the phone, and over there, an ear-shattering roar immediately came. Jiang Jiwei. You're tired of living. Who let you private police? Do you know what kind of person that is? You want to die yourself, don't drag the entire Qingzhou police to bury you with you. Finished, the voice on the other end of the phone, obviously with a trace of thick fear, just now. No less than 10 even I and the high climbing officer personally called to tell me, if the person in front of me has the slightest dissatisfaction, the entire Qingzhou public security, all one investigation to the end. Including you and me, for the rest of our lives, prepare to spend it in the big jail. And, I'm telling you very clearly, everyone who calls me, in a, well, choppy, commanding tone. Do you know what this represents? It means that you've messed with a big shot who can casually crush us with a single move of his hand. You stupid pig. Now, immediately take your men and get your ass back here. Snap. The phone dropped, more than 200 pounds of fat, directly paralyzed on the ground. The corners of the mouth cannot stop twitching, full of death, muttered, has. Already late. Yan Xiaochen stepped forward, condescending, his gaze like a torch. Who was it that sent you here? Jiang Jue a shiver. Before he spoke, his own phone rang again, glanced at the number above, after connecting, trembling handed to Yan Xiaochen, looking. For you. Yan Xiaochen's gaze condensed as he took the phone, and inside, a gloomy voice came, It's been a long time, Lord Yan. Yan Xiaochen's pupils shrunk violently, It's you? Oh, it's been a long time since I've seen an old friend, but I've missed it. Are you happy with that gift for you? Yan Xiaochen's cold voice was like a prison. Did you do all this? Of course I did. I didn't expect that the Lord of the Ten Temples, who has caused the entire world to tremble with fear, has married a petite wife and is living the life of an ordinary person. If this were to be rumored, do you think it would make all those old friends of ours laugh their asses off? Yan Xiaochen's gaze steepened. What do you want? Hey. Old friends haven't seen each other for a long time, so of course we're catching up. By the way, just to remind you, your little petite wife has been poisoned by me, a poison that only I can undo. If you don't want her to perish like that, come to Daming Mountain and find me. By the way, just to remind you, you only have, 2 hours to do so. Oh. Phone hang up. Yan Xiaochen body's coldness, climbing, click, cell phone, directly by his hard pinch a pile of scrap metal, mouth, slowly spit out a sentence, Black Tiger, you really have not died. Chapter 214 Siege of the Mountain. Daming Mountain, located in the southern outskirts of Qingzhou, stretched for 100 miles with steep terrain, belonging to an unopened barren mountain. Few people have ventured beyond a handful of adventure enthusiasts. And today, the citizens living in the neighborhood suddenly found that the Daming Mountain, which has always been unmanaged, a mile away, a long cordon was pulled up, and the entire Daming Mountain was completely controlled, not allowing anyone to enter or leave. At the foot of the mountain, 3,000 heavily armed men in black, divided into 4 directions, stepwise began to advance, sweeping the mountain inch by inch, suddenly startling birds and beasts. Yan Xiaochen stood at the foot of the mountain, his gaze chilling, and the 3 kings who had been running across the dark world all bowed their heads and hung their hands by his side, and even their breathing became very careful. Yan Jun. You can rest assured that the brothers have been arranged down, and the Judge Lord has issued an order to mobilize the 10 halls of soldiers and horses to return quickly, if necessary, will be the fastest speed to swing Qingzhou, absolutely let the Black Tiger, wings cannot escape. Yan Xiaochen's eyes showed a touch of gravity. 3 years ago, because of a mission, I met with the Black Tiger Mercenary Corps led by Black Tiger in Oceania. I personally led the team, 800 elites, and in the end there were less than 100 people, but I never expected to fall off a 10,000-foot cliff, and Black Tiger was not even dead yet. This time, I'm afraid that the visitor is not good. The 3 of them had a chill in their hearts. The battle 3 years ago was still fresh in their minds. It was also Yan, who had always been invincible, who had a handful of battles that could be called tough. The Black Tiger Mercenary Corps, which was internationally renowned, and its leader, Black Tiger, was as terrifying as a tiger. That battle has always been invincible 10 halls of Yan, but also out of the 10 halls of countless elites, to 800 hard to fight 1,000, only to win. Even Yan Xiaochen is also from the Ghost Gate hard to snatch back alive. And the Black Tiger is also in full view of the public, by Yan Xiaochen knocked down the cliff, but I did not expect that the person who must die to come back from the dead, unattached Dark King, the revenge brought, I am afraid, to be terrible to the extreme awe. At this moment, in an inconspicuous depression in Daming Mountain, a 2-story hut, a dozen big men covered in blood, fierce guarding various places, inside the house, a young man violently kicked over the table, pulling his hair, his face full of panic. I can't take it anymore. Do you know what you're doing? That's thousands of heavily armed troops. 1 bullet for each of us, and we won't even be left with scraps. What the hell do you want? If Yan Xiaochen was here, he would be able to recognize at a glance that the terrified man was no one else but the eldest young master of the Yi family in Ao Chang, He Yan. Hey! An eerie to the extreme laughter came from the opposite side. A man whose entire body was shrouded in black, even his face, was surrounded by a black mask, leaving only a pair of eyes like the god of death. He looked at He Yan without any emotion, and opened his mouth. Young master He, have you forgotten that our mission this time is what it is? I didn't forget. Grandpa invited you here in order to take back the land deed of the Golden Waterfront, and poison Qin Chuiwei in order to threaten Yan Xiaochen to hand over the land deed, but how the hell did I know that the one called Yan Xiaochen was so powerful? Did you see it clearly? Those guys going up the hill one by one are holding ING guns in their hands. They are coming towards us step by step. Once they wrap up the circle, no one will ING survive. No way. It must not go on like this. I order you. Take out all your weapons and surrender. Surrender? Ha! Ha ha! The laughter went from low to high, and finally became openly laughing, even a little crazy. He Yan subconsciously backed up 2 steps. What are you laughing at? The man looked at him with a gloomy gaze, handing over the antidote so easily. Then what do you want me to entertain my old friend with? In the beginning, my Black Tiger mercenary corps thousands of blood debts, I have never forgotten. Chapter 215 Explosions. Yen is not a little cutie, suddenly stared wide-eyed. What do you mean by that? Could it be that you had a grudge against Yin Xiaochen before? The Black Tiger's eyes narrowed slightly. Although the price offered by your He family is good, if it wasn't for the sake of meeting an old friend, how could you possibly invite me to come out? Yen was instantly furious, grabbing Black Tiger's collar and roaring, "Bastard! How dare you use my He family as a gun?" There was a sudden chill in the Black Tiger's eyes, followed by a pain in Yan's abdomen, and his body flew out directly, hitting the wall heavily. Young Master He, you need to understand your status. Although you are an employer, you are only an employer. When I, a Black Tiger, was running the international scene, I didn't do much to kill my employer. You. Shoo. Listen, surprise, it's coming soon. Not long after the words fell, only to hear a bang, a huge explosion came, thick smoke rolled, startled birds and beasts. This is... Yan's face turned white as he shivered and looked at Black Tiger. Brilliant fireworks, with the splattering of blood and flesh, TSK, 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 think of it, what a beautiful picture. Although he couldn't see Black Tiger's face, he could imagine that the corners of his mouth, shrouded in black cloth, must have raised a cruel smile. Crazy. You're a madman. It's over. Now, no one will survive. At the foot of the mountain, the moment the explosion sounded, the three Hall Masters instantly protected Yin Xiaochen in the center. Smoke filled the air, and Wang Jun, the Taishan Hall Master, burst out. What happened? A man with a face full of black ash staggered over, the man of steel who had never blinked in the face of death. At this moment, surprisingly, his eyes shouted tears. Temple. Master. The brothers searching on our side were ambushed and exploded. The explosion was too sudden, at least dozens of brothers, gone. Gone. Wang Jun was stunned. The 10 temples of Hell Tarzan Hall, also known as the Hall of Dare to Die, with Tarzan as their name, the rule of charging, their responsibility, is to sacrifice themselves to protect the brothers around them. Since the moment they joined the Taishan Temple, they knew that they could easily die, but they were not afraid of death. They died on the way to the charge, they died in front of their own brothers, although they had no regrets in death, but to die under the plotting and scheming of the villain, for them, it was a great humiliation. Wang Jun's eyes turned red as he looked up to the sky. Black Tiger. All your ancestors. Loss of voice ensued. This killing god who claimed to be invincible in defense and had made a titanic and ferocious name for himself in the dark world was, at this moment, crying like a child. The people in the direction of the explosion are all his brothers from the Taishan Temple. They are all brothers that he brought up with his own hands and watched grow one by one. Yen. Wang Jun's face wore a deep hatred. Titan, please. I organize my own daredevil team. Do not pull out the Black Tiger in the 9 springs. I Titan is difficult to be ashamed of my unjustly dead brothers. Yin Xiaochen's face, even colder, slightly silent, opened his mouth and said, pull all the brothers, down. Yama. No need to say more. Yin Xiaochen looked at the black smoke that hadn't dissipated yet. Everyone knows exactly what a serious consequence it is to use explosives on this land. No matter how powerful a person is, he can't be a match for a country. I underestimated Black Tiger, and this time, he was determined to die. Either I die or he dies. My brother will not die in vain, Black Tiger. This time, I'll make even your soul go up in smoke. Chapter 216 Killing you is like butchering a dog. Inside the wooden hut, a big man suddenly came in and respectfully said, Chief, the troops that swept the mountain have begun to retreat in an orderly manner. TCH, pulling out so soon? No fun. Black Tiger took Yan's phone. It's time to talk to an old friend. Soon, the phone rang, and over there rang Yin Xiaochen's figure. Are you satisfied with this gift, old friend? Yin Xiaochen's voice was as cold as a prison. Take one more look at the sun. This is your life, your last day of light. Ha ha. Worthy of being the world-famous Lord Yen, he still speaks as domineeringly as ever. Cut the crap and give me the antidote. I'll let you die comfortably. Tisk, TSK, the antidote, I put it very well, only, whether you can get it or not depends on your performance. However, as an old friend, I kindly remind you that the antidote can be one and only. What do you want? At the address I sent you, in half an hour. If I don't see you, then no guarantees. What will happen? By the way, come alone. Yen Jun. You absolutely cannot go alone, it's too dangerous. That's right, Yan Jun, it's better for me to form a death squad. I guarantee with my life that I'll bring all of them out safely for you. Enough. Yan Xiaochen said indifferently, pass on my order, everyone stay put. In his eyes, an infinite depth was reflected, and he muttered a cold and murderous statement, I haven't seen you for 3 years, and today, all the accounts, let's settle them all together. Pushing aside the last of the obtrusive weeds, a small cabin came into view. Swish. In an instant, a dozen gun muzzles were raised high, and the cold eyes of the guns were aimed at all parts of Yan Xiaochen's body, and as long as an order was given, the flesh and blood would be instantly torn into pieces. Yan Xiaochen didn't have the slightest bit of fear and looked at them coldly, where's Black Tiger? A 2-meter-tall black man sneered and walked over with his gun at his muzzle, condescending, and finally gave a disdainful smile, speaking in broken Mandarin, you're the Yan Jun who made Black Tiger forget about you? Isn't it just a skinny yellow monkey? Ha ha. His words drew a chorus of laughter. Yan Xiaochen raised his eyebrows slightly, although he didn't say anything, but the wild and reckless dominance in his eyes, with the arrogance of looking down on everyone, as if the black man in front of him was as insignificant as a mole cricket. The look in his eyes made the black man uncomfortable, and putting the gun in his hand behind his back, he scornfully said, yellow-skinned monkey, if it weren't for the Black Tiger naming you, I could crush your head with one hand right now. Saying that, he also provocatively compared them the most taboo bushel-sized palms, now, hold your hands wide open, I want to see if you're carrying anything that you shouldn't. After saying ha, without waiting for Yan Xiaochen to respond, he reached out his hand and touched towards his body, and before he could touch Yan Xiaochen's body, the latter's gaze turned cold and thundered out. Ah! The black man let out a miserable scream. Yan Xiaochen's 2 fingers were like pincers, pinching his tiger's mouth, and said in a cold voice, don't touch me with your dirty hands, or else, the consequences will be serious. Yellow-skinned monkey. You let go. Instead, the big man was enraged by Yan Xiaochen, his other hand I palm into a fist, and smashed it fiercely towards Yan Xiaochen's head. Yan Xiaochen's eyes flashed with a deep killing intent, 2 fingers together, like a viper, with A in its tricky angle, violently pointing out, only to hear a clicking sound, the black man's arm, directly removed by him. Too late to scream, Yan Xiaochen withdrew his feet, reversed a whip leg, the big man was caught off guard, his legs plopped down on his knees, then his right leg looped around his neck and violently pressed down. The black man's face suddenly turned red, the veins on his forehead bulged, and his breathing suddenly became rapid. Let go. The rest of them hurriedly set up their guns to aim at Yan Xiaochen when they saw their teammate being restrained. One of them, who seemed to be the leader, bellowed, I order you to let go of him at once. The black man dead broke Yan Xiaochen's leg, still arrogantly clamoring, Yellow-skinned monkey. Do you dare to kill me? Do you dare? Yan Xiaochen's brows were not restrained as he said in a faint voice, killing you is like butchering a dog. Chapter 217 Ruthlessness. After the words were spoken, a fierce force was exerted, and only a click was heard, and the maniacal smile on the black man's face had not even been collected before it was fixed at that moment, no more sound was heard. Damn! Didn't you hear my order? The chief growled and rushed all the way over with his gun pointed at Yan Xiaochen. Yan Xiaochen's eyes violently flashed a flash of essence, in his immediate approach to their own time, suddenly shot, a hand grabbed the muzzle of the gun, as a long-experienced mercenary, the chief's reaction is also very fast, immediately pulled a trigger, but he is fast, Yan Xiaochen faster, violently support the gun barrel, the bullet Yangtian and up, not yet wait for him to have the opportunity to open a second shot, Yan Xiaochen 5 fingers into a claw, and fiercely hold his wrist. With a gun, the chief of the pain, the gun should soundly fall to the ground, and then backhand a buckle, Yan Xiaochen around to the back of the body, the other hand, a hold his neck, said grimly, do not move, or I don't mind, a hold his neck. The gun fell to the ground in response to the pain, and then with a backhanded snap, Yan Xiaochen circled around behind his body, and with his other hand, he clasped his neck, and said grimly, don't move, or else I don't mind letting you go be a companion to that waste of space just now. Quick! It's too fast. So fast that not a single person reacted, all of this, but in the blink of an eye, their own leader, was subjected to the hands of Yan Xiaochen. Snap! Suddenly, the sound of applause rang out, the Black Tiger did not know when, appeared outside the house, looking at Yan Xiaochen, hoarse voice with appreciation, I thought that, after marrying a petite wife, Lord Yan Jun was ready to start living the life of an ordinary person, but I did not expect that, compared to 3 years ago, your stance, has been refined by quite a bit. Black Tiger. Although he couldn't see his face, Yan Xiaochen could be incomparably certain that this person was the Black Tiger who had survived the great disaster. His life, in exchange for the antidote. Your enemy is me, and since I'm here, what do you want? I'll accompany you. Lord Yan, do you take me for a little cutie? This is your world, the antidote is my talisman, if I give you the talisman, won't I be at your mercy? Yan Xiaochen's gaze stared, then you don't want this guy's life? As he spoke, his hands violently exerted force, and the chief's neck, a bloodstain appeared at once, and he immediately roared in fright, no. Black Tiger. Promise him. I don't want to die. Who knows, Black Tiger smiled disdainfully, what does it matter to me if he dies or not? Upon hearing this, the chief's eyes widened, Black Tiger. What do you mean by that? Aren't we friends? Don't forget, if I hadn't taken you in back then, I'm afraid you'd be dead by now. Black Tiger snorted, friends? Are you kidding me? Would you have been kind enough to save me in the first place if I hadn't traded all my possessions for it? Johns, haven't you counted how much you've gotten from me over the years? Johns clenched his teeth, Black Tiger. You have to realize. These are all my men. If anything happens to me, I don't need them to do anything, just these men of mine are enough to tear you to pieces. After the words were spoken, the dozen or so big men instantly turned their guns and aimed them at Black Tiger. The corner of Yan Xiaochen's mouth lifted into a smile, looks like you're in a bit of trouble. Black Tiger, however, spread his hands indifferently, trouble? No. It's just a bunch of trash, it's no trouble at all. Black Tiger. Johns growled, you think I'm really afraid to make a move on you? Quack. Black Tiger pulled out his ears, and suddenly a handful of palm mines fell into his hands, and he raised his hand to fire a shot. Bang! Johns looked incredulously at the tearful bloody hole in his chest and reached out, You. Then his head lolled and he died. He killed the chief. Kill him to avenge the chief. More than 10 people roared in anger and were about to open fire, who knew that Black Tiger did not have the slightest bit of cowardice and smiled grimly, since you love your chief so much, let's go down together to accompany him. In Black Tiger's hand, a remote control appeared at some point, and he slightly pressed it. Chapter 218, a showdown of highly skilled artists. Bang, bang, bang. Like a bright firework, it exploded from within each person, blood and flesh flying and crumbling, exploding into a flower of blood. Looking at the limbs and broken arms everywhere, the coldness in Yan Xiaochen's gaze grew more and more prevalent. Even your own people are not spared? One of our own? No. They don't deserve it. They're just chattel to be dominated by me, and their only value is for me to see you, that's all. After saying that, a deep killing intent surged out of his body. Yan Xiaochen, I've been thinking about you for 3 years, looking forward to you for 3 years, and whenever I see this face of mine, I can't wait to cut you into 1,000 pieces. After saying that, he violently lifted the black veil on his face. What kind of face is this? Scars were strewn across the face like gullies, and the countless outwardly turned skin outlined the entire face as horrifying as the devil. 3 years ago, I was lucky not to die, but all over my body, I was cut by the sharp grapple, all because of you. Black Tiger's eyes were red, the blood debt of thousands of my brothers, this disfigured face of mine, the supposedly brilliant future of my Black Tiger mercenary corps. Afterwards, he fiercely pointed at Yan Xiaochen, and his body, like a ghost, suddenly swept down with a hellish summons, all of this has been ruined by you. Today, either you die or I die. Facing the Black Tiger coming to attack, Yan Xiaochen was surging with battle spirit, his feet crushed, just like a cheetah that was ready to go, catapulted out, and the two of them instantly collided with each other. A roar resounded through Qin Shao. War. The two formidable figures instantly collided together. Yan Xiaochen, who knew the strength of the Black Tiger well, did not hold back in the slightest, and in an instant, his body transformed into a residual shadow and impacted towards the Black Tiger. The Black Tiger whistled, rushed, the body violently lurched, the left leg must be, to its center, taut right leg hard round, with a strong wind crazy attack to Yan Xiaochen cheeks. Whether it was the angle or the strength, the pinch was just right. Even Yan Xiaochen, who suffered the attack, could not help but drink slightly in his heart. Yan Xiaochen's body rushed forward and gave a hard start, his hand swung up sharply and crossed in front of him, intercepting it. He took the defense. Bang! Yan Xiaochen hard to take a hit, and so a powerful leg hit hard to be knocked away. However, just when the Black Tiger has been a hit, ready to ride the wave of victory, Yan Xiaochen in midair, the body in a strange arc, forced a turn of the shape, facing the Black Tiger has raised his right leg, palm into a fist, and fiercely swung the past. What? Black Tiger was shocked, swung up the foot hard to change the trajectory straight into the ground, forcibly stabilized his body, the right hand, the whole right arm rode a micro-invisible circle to stop to that sudden attack of a fist. Bang! A palm and a fist boomed together, the Black Tiger's gaze condensed, just wanting to clench the fist in his hand. Yan Xiaochen's current figure was still in midair, without a point of focus, he only needed to use a little bit of force, it would be enough to throw him out. At that time, losing control of him, he would still be at his mercy. But before he could put what he had in mind into action, Yan Xiaochen's fist that was held by the black tiger suddenly opened violently, suddenly clasping the black tiger's palm to death. What? Black Tiger was shocked, too late to close his hand, only to hear a click of a discreet bone-cracking sound. Black Tiger's entire right hand completely twisted and deformed. While you're sick, wanna kill you. Know the truth of this. Yan Xiaochen violently tonguing the twisted palm onto the side of the body to a pull, swung up a foot with a swift and thundering degree of suddenly kicked in the Black Tiger legs. At the same time, the left hand violently buckled to the Black Tiger's right shoulder. Click. 5 fingers like eagle claws went straight into the flesh and blood, crushing the shoulder blades. Even without waiting for the Black Tiger to scream, respectively, the hands of the right shoulder of the right hand of the Black Tiger were clasped with a fierce force to press down sharply. Just retracted the right leg at this time with unrivaled momentum, curved knee top. The entire movement was extremely swift like lightning, almost suddenly completed in the blink of an eye. Click. Ah-ha. A mournful scream, accompanied by a stream of blood arrows rising up to the sky and a small arm held in the hands of Yan Xiaochen. Half of his body was dyed red with blood. At this moment Yan Xiaochen, like a Shura from the netherworld, horrifying and terrifying. When masters face off, they win or lose, but it's all in the blink of an eye. Chapter 219, Jade Blades. Black Tiger. You want to seek revenge on me, is that all you've got? Ha ha. The Black Tiger laughed up to the sky, as if the one who had broken an arm was not himself. Yan Xiaochen. I originally picked up this life 3 years ago, and I don't lose anything at all by dying at your hands today. It's worth it to me to have your wife with me in the Yellow Springs. Saying that, he suddenly pulled out a pill from his pocket, and then stuffed it into his mouth with a swift movement. Yan Xiaochen's eyes instantly turned red, his body was like a ghostly shadow, instantly arriving at Black Tiger's side and clamping down on his neck. Spit it out for me. Ha ha. Blood spilled from the corners of Black Tiger's mouth as he looked at him with a frantic expression. Yan Xiaochen. The antidote is gone. Your wife is dead. Ha ha. Kill me. Kill me, let me, and your wife, a piece of the Yellow Springs road to make a companion. Ah, ha. You seek death. Yan Xiaochen roared. There is no longer the slightest hesitation, right hand into a palm, drawing a nearly perfect arc, palm tipped forward, with a thunderous momentum, straight to the Black Tiger's neck. The speed of the fast again is to make everyone's heart a hard convulsion. The silent mountain forest can even be heard on the right palm cutting through the air, brought about by the piercing chirping sound. Pust. Click. The Black Tiger let out a muffled grunt as Yan Xiaochen's right palm directly shattered his throat bone and broke the back of the Black Tiger's neck spine. The once proud international kingpin of the generation is completely dead. Yan Jun. Are you alright? Immediately afterward, a burst of noisy footsteps sounded. Wang Jun and the others, leading a large force, rushed over. Give me. Search. Yan Xiaochen's voice was cold, chilling. In the cabin where Black Tiger and the others had temporarily hid themselves, Yan Xiaochen sat on a chair like a statue, not saying a word. After half an hour had passed, the searchers reported back one by one. From their mouths came only one result. Not searched. That antidote, that's the only antidote. Swish. Suddenly, his gaze chilled and he slowly turned his head to look at a shivering figure in the corner. He, who had been closing his eyes and silently chanting can't see me, suddenly had a chill down his body, slightly opened his eye slits, and suddenly shivered fiercely in fear. Yan Xiaochen, who was covered in a sky-high killing intent, was walking towards himself step by step. Ah! He roared in fear and pulled his legs out to run, but how could Yan Xiaochen let him escape so easily, and kicked out, directly sending him flying far away. Yin throat sweet, a mouthful of blood from the corner of the mouth overflowed, he rolled back and forth on the ground, Yan Xiaochen vigorously under the foot, he felt that his internal organs are shifted in general. At this time, an extremely gloomy voice rang in his ears, young master we meet again. Can you tell me what role you, in this case, played? Facing the questioning of the god of death, Yen didn't dare to hide anything and told everything as it was. After saying that, not caring about the pain on his body, he hugged Yan Xiaochen's thigh and cried with a handful of snot and tears, Mr. Yen. All this really has nothing to do with me. We just want to come to get back the land deed of the golden waterfront. I really don't know that black tiger that has a feud with you before. If I had known, I wouldn't have brought him to you to death. Suddenly, the corner of Yan Xiaochen's mouth raised a bloodthirsty smile. So, my wife, you found her with the black tiger? Chapter 220 The Dust Settles. Yen was violently stunned, but when he saw the increasingly prevalent killing intent at the corner of Yen Xiaochen's mouth, he hastily begged for forgiveness. No. It's not. It's my grandfather. It was my grandfather who found it. I only followed his orders to carry out. In front of life and death, all affection becomes dust. In order to live, Yen did not hesitate to betray his grandfather. Australian city he family, king of gamblers he Hong, since you're looking for death, it's no one's fault. Afterward, his gaze lowered, looking at Yen who was bitterly begging for mercy. His killing intent crumbled down. The He family belongs to, so let's collect some interest from you first. Yen was jolted, looking at Yen Xiaochen's slowly raised right hand. He suddenly said loudly, No. No. Mr. Yen. Mr. Yen, you spare my life. I am useful. I'm useful to you. I know. I know who can save your lady. Qin Shi. Medical immortal Qin Shi. I know where Qin Shi is. Yen Xiaochen's hand stopped in mid-air, his eyes looking at him morosely. What did you say? The poison that Qin Shuiwei was suffering from was very rare, and even Yen Xiaochen, who prided himself on his extraordinary medical skills, did not dare to say that he would be able to save her. However, under the heavens, if one were to say that someone could have the ability to cure Qin Shuiwei's poison, then medical fairy Qin Shi was definitely one of them. You know the whereabouts of the healing fairy? Yan's eyes violently released a flash of hope. I know. As long as you let me go, I'll tell you right away. Do you know what happens when you lie to me? Yan nodded furiously. How dare I lie to you? My grandfather is 99 years old, and in a few days he will be 100 years old. He has stayed in earthly prosperity, and every year he renews his life at an astronomical cost. Just a short while ago, in order to celebrate his 100th birthday in style, he specially invited the medical immortal Qin Shi to heal him. I had just finished treating my grandfather when I left AUS City, and I overheard him say that he had never been to AUS City before, and that this time he would take the opportunity to enjoy the scenery of AUS City. So, Qin Shi must still be in AO City. Mr. Yen. You must believe me. Yen Xiaochen nodded. I believe you. A smile appeared on Yan's face. Really? Then I. Before he could finish his words, suddenly his neck tightened, and a pair of large hands, gripping his neck, slowly lifted him up. Yan's face turned red, his eyes shot out a strong desire to survive, struggling. Mr. Yen. Yen, didn't you say you would spare me? The corner of Yen Xiaochen's mouth hooked slightly. I only asked you to tell me the whereabouts of Qin Shi. When did I say that I must spare you? The only price for messing with me is death to atone for my sins. No one is exempt. Auspicious city he family, you are just the beginning, but definitely not the end. After the words, with a click, he directly broke Yan's neck. Ding bell, the phone suddenly rang. Yen Xiaochen connected the phone. Over there came a deep voice. Yen Jun, TSK, 1,000 people around the mountain, you this battle, but some big If I hadn't tried my best to suppress it for you, up here, there's no telling what I'd do to you. Yen Xiaochen sneered. You politicians really can't afford to suffer a little loss. You don't have to worry, if you guys squash this time for this seat, then this seat will not go back on what it promised you. Ha ha. Yen Jun has a word for everything, so I'll wish Yen Jun, in advance, a triumphant return. Hanging up the phone, he slowly turned around, his dark eyes, like a piece of stars. Wang Junfeng Qizhou Bao. The three of them sniffed and knelt down on one knee. Subordinate is here. The southern region is being invaded by the enemy, and the troops are in urgent need of help. You three will each lead the men and horses of this temple and immediately head south to stop the enemy beyond the border. Eyes condensed, with a senile killing intent, use the blood of the enemy to tell them that my great dynasty, inch by inch, is not so good to trample on. Subordinate obeys. Black impermanence. Subordinate. This place is entrusted to you, the two Yuer sisters. If there is the slightest misstep, bring your heads. Subordinate obeys. White vagabond. Subordinate. Inform Jiangyu to mobilize the Bianqing Palace's subordinates to curb the imports and exports to and from Ao Chang. I want the entire Ao Chang to be under my control. Yes, sir. His gaze lifted slightly, looking in the direction of AUS City, shooting out endless chills. The gambling king's 100th birthday, the seat, and how can I not go and send some congratulatory gifts? Chapter 221 Going to the door to celebrate birthday. Located in the South Bay of the motherland, Macau City, though isolated, is exceptionally prosperous, especially outstanding in the gaming industry, attracting countless guests from all over the world to the city. And as the king of gamblers, Ho Hung's position in Australia City is exceptionally honored. If the lord of Australia City is the bright side of the ruler, then Ho Hung is the absolute king of the underground. Today, it is his 100th birthday, held in his own private estate covering more than 10 hectares, the entire Australian city, from the top to the ruling officials, down to a party of power and nobility, basically all present. However, just as the entire Australian city was gushing over the king of gamblers' 100th birthday banquet, the airport welcomed a special guest. Yen Jun, if you have anything to do, just give a direct order. My subordinates will definitely arrange it properly for you, so why bother coming in person? A middle-aged looking man, all dressed in a suit, all over, filled with the dignity of a superior, but in front of Yen Xiaochun, he still bowed down, looking particularly respectful. If an onlooker saw him groveling so much, they would definitely be shocked, because the man was no one else but the famous tycoon of AUS City, Tang Xiu. I've come to deliver the gift myself, you, instead? Tang Xiu's body shivered violently, and his head lowered even deeper, not daring to say half a word. All set? Yen Xiaochun's tone was calm, but within that calmness, it always gave off an invisible pressure. It was a majestic aura that had been exchanged for countless amounts of blood, and a single look was enough to make the usual person tremble. It's all ready as you ordered. Please move, Yama. From beginning to end, Tang Xiu had never dared to get up, slightly sidestepping his body and posing a gesture of invitation. Yen Xiaochun stood up, his eyes containing sharpness, the corner of his mouth, slightly curved, horse face. Bring this marshal's personally selected gifts to congratulate He Hong on his birthday. A tall, thin young man slowly appeared behind Yen Xiaochun. Yama's close servant and the master of the 4 deadly guards. Black and white, the uncanny, the souls and the lives. Ox head and horse face, the suppressor of prisons and the torturer. If black and white is the shadow in the dark night, then bullhead and horseface is the killing god in the sunlight. Not long ago, the car slowly came to the entrance of the He family manor. A glance, luxury cars everywhere, even the world's top car show, is not as much as the number of luxury cars here, and these usually rare to see the Australian city giants, or personally come to celebrate the birthday of He Hong. It is enough to see that, the status of the He family in the city of Australia, how transcendent supremacy. And Yen Xiaochun was riding in a car so compared to how out of place it seemed. Stop. The security guard at the gate, also with a supercilious sense of superiority, waved his hand and impatiently shouted at Yen Xiaochun's car, "This is not the place for you to park, get out of the way." Horseface, who was driving the car, stared blankly and spoke faintly, "Could it be that today is not the king of gamblers' 100th birthday?" The security guard froze and gave him a somewhat disbelieving look. "Are you also here to celebrate my master's birthday? So do you have an invitation?" Mamian took out an invitation from his pocket and handed it over. The security guard took it and opened it with suspicion, and then he had a jolt, a pleasing smile on his face. "So you're Mr. Tang. Please step out of the car and I'll park it for you." Tang Xiu's stature, although not as high as He Hong's, was far from a small security guard that could be offended. Walking into the manor, the brand new carpet was spread all the way out of sight, and the butler who was responsible for welcoming the guests suddenly frowned when he saw Yen Xiaochun and Horseface walking one after the other. How come I don't remember these two unfamiliar faces among the powerful people of AO City? Chapter 222 Giveaway. As the two approached, the butler politely said, "The two of you came with Chairman Tang's invitation, so I wonder who you are?" Horseface spoke coldly. Mr. Tang had something temporary that prevented him from arriving, so he asked the two of us to come in his place to congratulate the king of gamblers on his birthday. When the butler heard this, a flash of hesitation flashed in his eyes, but after a slight thought, he didn't stop him. After all, with Tang Xiu's status, it was naturally impossible for the invitation to fall into the hands of an unrelated person, and besides, today was the birthday of the king of gamblers, so who dared to make trouble here? That's really the old man hanging himself, too long to live. All comers are guests, all come for birthday congratulations, so naturally they cannot be turned away. So that's how it is, gentlemen, inside you go. Through the archway, the inside opens up. The lavish arrangement and spacious halls all emphasize the wealth of the He family. Soothing music, great food, a suit, a tall glass and a laugh. In the very center, an old man in a Tang suit, though in a wheelchair, was refreshed and smiling as he greeted the congratulatory guests. This old man is today's birthday boy, the king of gamblers, Ho Hung. According to the time counting, Little Rock should be back too. Beside He Hong, there was also a woman following, none other than He Hong's most beloved granddaughter, He Sicho. She said unconcernedly, "He's a wild one, he'll go out and not come back until he's happy. But it's your 100th birthday today, Grandpa, and it's too much to not be home right now. I'll make a call and ask where he's gotten to." He Hong nodded. Between the flow of his eyes, he suddenly saw the Yan Xiaochen duo standing straight. He couldn't help but frown. He who had seen a lot of wind and waves, naturally he could see at a glance that there was a difference in the two of them. Especially Yan Xiaochen, although he was not very old, but the majesty of a person in power, even stronger than the feeling brought to him by the Ao City Lord, as well as that if there was a fatal intent coming from his body, this young man, not simple. Shui, push me over. Hisicho glanced at Yan Xiaochen with some surprise. Grandpa, what kind of person is still worthy of you personally going over to greet them? Those two young men, they look new, but they're not simple. He Hong said meaningfully. Hisicho was even more surprised. Can let their grandfather said not simple people, the whole of Australia, a handful of people, cannot help but look up and down Yan Xiaochen two eyes, but then how to look at it, is also an ordinary young man and even the clothes worn by the body, and even the housekeeper of their family are not as good, such a person, which has what is outstanding? But for He Hong's command, Hisicho naturally didn't dare to be slow and pushed He Hong over. Old me is getting old, my memory is a bit not so good, I can't recognize you too. Walking up to Yan Xiaochen, He Hong said smilingly. It doesn't matter if you don't recognize it, my master has come here just to deliver a gift. Horseface, who was on the sidelines, spoke up. He Hong's face sank slightly. Ma Mian's tone made him dislike it. How many years had it been? No one dared to talk to himself like this in Ao Chang. However, he was not in a hurry to make a statement. After all, a hand is not stretched out, not to mention that people are still here to give gifts. The corner of Yan Xiaochen's mouth, slightly raised an arc. Gift, it's right outside the door, have someone move it in. Moving? Today is He Hong's 100th birthday, he is naturally the focus of everyone's attention. Yan Xiaochen did not deliberately avoid the voice. Many people will be surprised to cast their eyes over, looking at him with interest. After all the gifts of the upper class are delicate and small, can be used to move the gift, and what is so rare? He Hong said smilingly, Xiao Qiu, call a few people, move the gifts in, and see what kind of treasure this gentleman gave to the old man. Chapter 223 Send the clock? Sending off the dead? Just now, Hisicho whispered to him that Yan Xiaochen was the guest who came with Tang Shou's invitation, and even though the two were very unfamiliar, Tang Shou's identity was there, so how low could the two go? Since you two are friends of Mr. Tang, I wonder where you work. Can you tell me your names? He Hong climbed up the intention of friendship. Who knows? Yan Xiaochen mouth corner raised a sneer arc. My name, you do not need to know, but I talk about a person, you certainly know. Oh? Go ahead, sir. He Hong asked with some curiosity. He Yan. He Hong's gaze was suddenly stunned. Wasn't this the name of his grandson? Is it possible that the gentleman is acquainted with my ill-fated grandson? On behalf of He Yan, I present you with a gift for your 100th birthday. As he spoke, the large object wrapped in red cloth had already been placed in the middle of the birthday banquet. More and more people gathered around in curiosity. What on earth could this behemoth, which was more than a man tall and about 2 meters wide, be? Open up. Yan Xiaochen said in a deep voice. Horseface a pull red cloth, when to see what is wrapped, everyone cannot help but suck a mouthful of cool air. Bell. A large bronze bell. These two, are they crazy? The king of gamblers of Australasia, Ho Hong, ran to deliver the bell on his 100th birthday? He Hong's face, swish, gloomy to the extreme in the gaze, no longer before the kind, looking at Yan Xiaochen, gloomy, where is he Yan? Yan Xiaochen smiled faintly, and in his tone, there was a sinister killing intent. Where he is, you'll soon find out, because you'll soon be reunited as a family. Who the hell are you guys? Hisicho's face was grim, and she just wanted to go forward, but just as she moved her feet, someone was a step ahead of her and blocked her. He was one of Hisicho's suitors, his name was Yang Feng, and he was considered to be a small and famous family in Oching. Do you know who is before you? Yang Feng, close to 2 meters tall and with a big waist, looked down at Yan Xiaochen with contempt. This is the king of gamblers of Australasia. Although Tang Shou has a bit of money, he's not a piece of an Aussie city. One word from the king of gamblers, even if Tang Shou himself arrives in person, he wouldn't dare not give face. And who the hell are you to be blabbering about it? With that, he stretched out his finger and pointed it at Yan Xiaochen's head. Listen to me carefully, this is not a place for you to be wild. I don't care who you are, now kneel down, kowtow and apologize, then take your trash and get the hell out of the Yi family compound. In Yang Feng's eyes, there was a flash of smugness. He could already imagine the scene where Hisicho would look at himself differently after Yan Xiaochen's S rolled away. Spill the beans? Yan Xiaochen laughed. This really wasn't the place for him to be wild, because the small Yi family compound didn't even have the qualifications to let him be wild. I don't like it when someone points a finger at me. Yan Xiaochen said indifferently. Yang Feng was happy and nudged him fiercely twice more. I'll just point at you, so what? As soon as the words fell, Horseface, who was on the sidelines, fiercely struck out, gripped his fingers, and fiercely clenched them. Click. A shocking scream followed. Yang Feng's fingers, bent in an irregular pattern, Lai Long, expressionless, yanked over his arm and threw it violently, directly throwing him more than 2 meters away, his head hitting the table and fainting. This scene shook the people present as they watched. A physique of no less than 200 pounds, an arm that could be thrown more than 2 meters in the air. Was this kind of force, was it something a human could exert? Just now, there were still people secretly mocking Yan Xiaochen and his duo for not knowing how to die, but now none of them dared to utter a single word. Even the sneer in his eyes was quietly hidden for fear of drawing fire. Who the hell are you? Hisicho is not a yen that dude. At this moment, even if she is stupid again, she also understands that Yan Xiaochen where to send gifts It's obviously here to make trouble. However, she couldn't figure out even if she thought about it, who else had so much guts in AO City nowadays that he dared to come to the Yi family to cause trouble? Is he not afraid of death? Thinking of this, Hisicho's gaze chilled slightly, and with a haughty demeanor, he said in an old-fashioned manner, I'm warning you, young people can be exuberant, but if you dare to make trouble at my grandfather's 100th birthday, be careful that you won't even be able to walk out of the door of the Yi family. Ha! The arc of Yan Xiaochen's mouth deepened. He then pulled over a chair and sat on it very casually, crossing his legs like a master, and smiled deeply. In this world, there is no door that I, Yan Xiaochen, can't walk out of. Chapter 224 Swords at War. The moment this name came out, He Hong and Hisicho's gazes stared deeply. Yan Xiaochen? He is Yan Xiaochen. The rest of the guests were confused when they heard the name. Is there a family with the surname Yan among the new rising gentry in Ao Chang? What about my grandson? He Hong's gaze condensed as he asked in a deep voice, if Yan Xiaochen appeared here, then where was He Yan, who had been sent to Qingzhou by him? A bad thought roamed his mind. You mean him? Yan Xiaochen laughed. Didn't I just say, don't be in a hurry, your family, you'll be reunited soon. Snap. He Hong heavily patted the wheelchair, although he was over 100 years old, but he had been a king for half a lifetime, and that majesty on his body had long been engraved into his bones. He looked at Yan Xiaochen grimly. I didn't expect that you would have the guts to show up in Ao City. Tell me where He Yan is, or else the old man will surely split you into 5 horses and regret being a human being. Just you deserve it? Yan Xiaochen laughed in the sun, and on his face, there was still a teasing smile. Snap. Hisicho clapped his hands with a sullen face, and then a dozen black-clothed hulks barged in and surrounded Yan Xiaochen in a group. The atmosphere instantly lowered to freezing point. Everyone looked at Yan Xiaochen with a pitiful face. Master, he moved for real. Even if he can fight again, what can he do? How can one person beat a dozen people? This is the Australian city. He hung a word. He will absolutely live to walk out of here half a step. Junior, I'll give you one last chance. Tell me where He Yan is. I have a question for you too. Yan Xiaochen looked at him with a ghostly gaze. Do you know what happens when you hurt my loved ones? On. No need to hold back. Seeing this, He Hong stopped talking nonsense, waved his hand, and 10 big men almost simultaneously attacked and pounced towards Yan Xiaochen, with a ferocious stance that was itching to tear him in half. Yan Xiaochen was pleasantly unafraid, not even the slightest movement in his expression as he slowly said, there's no need to keep your hand. From the beginning to the end, the face does not have the slightest surface of the horse face, quietly, revealing a touch of sardonic smile, and then the figure moved, only to hear the miserable screams. A moment later, a dozen or so people lying on the ground, no more sound. Hiss. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air, and the gazes that many people looked at them were no longer surprise, but fear. Yama's close servant, Horseface, is number 1 in melee combat. Asshole. Since you're sincerely looking for death, the old immortal will fulfill you. He Hong was completely enraged. On his own 100th birthday, being so nakedly slapped in the face by Yan Xiaochen, coupled with the fact that his grandson's life and death were unknown, made He Hong no longer able to suppress his anger. Today, it's all or nothing. And Yan Xiaochen, with a smile on his brow, looked at He Hong. The question I just asked you, you haven't answered it yet, or is it that you're so old and dim-eyed, that even your ears are going deaf? Unbridled. In the crowd aside, an old man with half 100 hair suddenly stood out, sternly accusing, Kid, don't think that you can do whatever you want by virtue of a powerful fighter. You have to understand that in this world, there are some people that, if you offend them, you're just going to die. The person who was speaking was a major powerhouse in Ao City, Zhao Ocean, the head of the Zhao family, who had a close relationship with the Yi family. Yan Xiaochen pulled out his ears and looked at him, snorting, What are you? Zhao Ocean's face instantly turned iron blue. Ignorant junior, speaking out of turn. I am Zhao Ocean of the Zhao family. The Chou family? Never heard of it. Looking at the contemptuous to the extreme gaze in Yan Xiaochen's eyes, Zhao Haiyang's face instantly turned into the color of pig's liver. You're simply looking for death. Today it's not even necessary for the Yi family to make a move. If I can let you walk out of here alive, I won't be surnamed Zhao. Then you can go to hell. Words are an understatement. Ma Mian, who was on the side, fiercely struck out and pinched Zhao Haiyang's neck, and before anyone could react, with a click, he directly pinched the throat and died. A human life that passed quietly without making a single wave. Chapter 225. Kneel down and apologize. You actually killed the Zhao family master? Even Yi Hong, who had seen great storms, was pointing at Yan Xiaochun with some trembling at the moment, his eyes filled with incredulity. It's a big, living, breathing person. Just like this, in full view of the public, killed by Yan Xiaochun. Could it be he has been lawless to such a point? Ah! Dad! Beside Zhao Ocean, a middle-aged man with red eyes roared and pounced on him. Ma Mian didn't even look at him and flew up and kicked him far away. At the same time, a large number of black-clothed men flooded outside the auditorium in an instant, each with a knife and stick, lunging towards Yan Xiaochun. However, Horseface alone was like a steel wall, with his fists whistling and his moves deadly. In front of his pair of iron fists, these people were as brittle and unreachable as ants. Looking at the miserable screams all over the ground, Yi Hong stood up from his wheelchair trembling, and in his gaze, endless anger shot out. You bastard! Today, even if I pour out the entire He family, I will definitely not let you leave peacefully. He family secret guards. Come out! Then, a burst of heavy footsteps sounded, and then, outside the entire auditorium, there were heavy black shadows, and even vague flashes of gunshots, blocking off the entire auditorium. And Yan Xiaochun was oblivious, calmly sitting on a chair, picking up a fruit knife, picking up an apple in his hand and slowly peeling it. Don't worry, I don't even want to leave. Today, I'm here to give a gift, and secondly, to collect a debt. The crowd a clamor. Look at this appearance, Yan Xiaochen and Yi Hong. I'm afraid it is going to die in the end. At this time, the middle-aged man from the Zhao family who was kicked off by Ma Mian struggled to stand up and looked at him with a hateful face. Don't be too complacent. I've already called the family. You killed my father. The Zhao family has already gathered 500 of their best fighters. They will definitely make sure that you die without a burial place. Yan Xiaochen gently bit into an apple and snorted. Griffins are still griffins. Even if they come in greater numbers, they will only have the fate of being slapped to death. You don't be too wild. When my Zhao family was rampaging through Ao City, you didn't even know you were playing house there. The people present, all of a sudden, looked at Yan Xiaochen with the eyes of a dead man. The middle-aged man was right. The Zhao family's landlubber origins, the so-called good hands, are all god-stained blood bandits. Far from these bodyguards of the Yi family can be compared. After killing the Zhao family head, how could he possibly spare the Yan Xiaochen duo? They could all imagine the scene of these two people being chopped to pieces by the chaotic swords once the Zhao family arrived. Yan Xiaochen ignored him and turned his gaze back to Yi Hong. What, still not ready for the question I asked? Yi Hong's gaze was gloomy. You robbed me of the land deed first, so what if I deal with your relatives? Besides, I just want you to hand over the deed. It's not like I'm hurting them. Didn't hurt them? Ha ha. Inviting the famous international mercenary corps to deal with an unarmed woman, old piker, how much more harm do you want? Yan Xiaochen's words carried endless anger. Yi Hong face condensed, listening to Yan Xiaochen this tone. I'm afraid that those mercenaries has been completely wiped out. Thinking of this, the heart cursed. What bull mercenary corps? At first opened his mouth to ask for a heavenly price, but also blew himself how powerful. The result is not. So what do you want? Yi Hong said in a deep voice. Yan Xiaochen pointed to the north, which was the direction of Qingzhou, and said indifferently, kneel down and apologize. Chapter 226. Questioning. What? Yi Hong's eyes widened, then he laughed loudly. Junior. I've lived my whole life, from starting from nothing to creating this huge family business. I've never bowed my head and conceded with anyone, let alone kneeling. It's okay, if you don't want to, I'll help you want to. Yi Hong snorted coldly. Big talk. Once those 500 good men from the Zhao family arrive, you'd better worry about yourself first. As soon as the words fell, the butler suddenly ran in a panic. Master. Master is not well. The housekeeper swallowed a mouthful of saliva, with deep trepidation in his eyes. Just received the news, the Zhao family's 500 reinforcements, halfway, the whole army was wiped out. What? Like a muffled thunder, exploding in the ears of the crowd, everyone, swish, coincidentally looked at Yan Xiaochun, who had a light smile on his face, full of shock. How is this possible? The middle-aged man of the Zhao family who had previously clamored was suddenly pale. That was 500 people, not 500 ants. How could it be possible that the entire army had been wiped out in such a short period of time? He hung at this moment, eyes also flashed a touch of deep scorn. If he showed before, is still only personal ability, then after this incident, enough to prove, Yan Xiaoqin behind, there is also an extraordinary power. Junior, do you really want to insist on making an enemy of my He family? I never wanted to be your enemy, but you have bullied me too much. Yan Xiaoqin slowly shook his head. By the way, I'll correct you on one more speech defect. He gave He Hong a scornful look. An enemy? You're not worthy yet. Whoever injures my next of kin will die 1,000 deaths. Today is the time to atone for the transgressions you have committed. Yan Xiaoqian's voice was as cold and morose as the October wind. Thinking of Qin Chuyu's unconscious appearance, a volcano, under the calm face, suddenly erupted. You don't go too far. He Siqiu suddenly stood out and pointed at Yan Xiaoqian, saying with righteous indignation. Excessive? Have you ever thought about excess when you take by force and hurt the innocent? Did you ever think twice when you hired murderers and bullied women and children? If Yan Xiaoqin is just an ordinary person, then my husband and wife, now has long been buried in the mountains. No one can know all of this, and you thought of it? 3 interrogations, 3 put-downs. He Siqiu's face suddenly turned white as she looked at He Hong with some incredulity. Grandpa, what does he mean by that? We didn't do it right? He Hong's face was gloomy. This matter, no one in the He family knew about it except for a few people. He ignored his granddaughter's questioning and shouted coldly, Junior, I know you have some skills. But to think that you can eat my He family with these, delusional. I'll let you know that I, He Hong, have been in Ao Chung Feng Qin for decades, not for nothing. Yan Xiaoqian gave a sunny smile. It's not that I'm looking down on you, just by virtue of you, in front of me, you're a piece of trash. You. Then let you see the power of my He family. Pass the word down to all. The words were not yet finished, only to see the butler running in again, his face even more ugly than before, and even his voice was vaguely trembling. Master. It's not good. A lot of people have come outside and surrounded us. What? The earth was shaking violently. It was as if there were 1,000 armies, shouting and killing, rushing straight to Qin Shao. Hundreds. Thousands. 10,000 people. The uncountable vocal clamor, with its steel-like aura, went straight to the heart. These men who danced on the tip of the sword, their blood rushed to the sky, and the guests present, who only lived in grace and splendor, all trembled, and one by one, their legs went weak and nearly fell to their knees. The original black shadows outside the door, one by one, were collapsing, instantly replaced by an even colder figure. Then, a figure, one horse ahead of the other, stomped in. Chapter 227 Returning to Heaven. Officer Yuan? How could it be you? What came into view was a middle-aged man carrying 2 flowers and a star on his shoulder, the supreme commander of the Australian city guard, Yuan Longting. Only Yuan Longting gave him a faint glance with a cold face, and then rushed to Yan Xiaoqun, who was on the side, and performed a standard military salute, bowing and saying, Lord Yan. Our department has been instructed by our superiors to express our full cooperation with all of your actions in Auschwitz. The 50,000 generals of the Australian City Guard are at your disposal at any time. Yuan Longting. What do you mean by that? After a slight surprise, He Hong instantly reacted and angrily shouted, Your garrison only has the qualification of guarding the security of Ao City. Who allowed you to privately send out your troops and enter the interior of Ao City? I'm going to call the Aussie City Lord. Charge you with the crime of abusing your power. No need to fight. Yuan Longting sneered, the Ao City Lord has been removed from his position for accepting your bribe, and is now under the guard of the garrison. Today the highest administrator in the whole of Australasia. With that, he respectfully bowed slightly towards Yan Xiaoqun, that's him, Lord Yan. Yan. The chief commander of the garrison, Yuan Longting, led my men and women to 2,000, all armed and at your disposal. He Hong froze, in his eyes, there was no longer the sharpness that he had before, and he sat paralyzed in his wheelchair, his gaze somewhat dull. The He family was powerful, but no matter how powerful they were, they couldn't possibly be a match for a heavily armed army. Yama? Yan? He chewed on the name carefully, and suddenly, as if something rang a bell, his neck stiffened a little as he turned his head slightly to look at the young face. He had heard that in that dark world, which ordinary people could not even touch, there was a name that the whole world had to fear. He commanded the 10 temples and was so powerful that even the head of a country had to look up to him. His name, which no one knew, was enough to make death tremble. Yama. Once upon a time, a great man that even he had to look up to had once mentioned the name of Yen Jun, and with his status, his face showed a touch of fearful respect. And the words that the great man had unintentionally said in the first place were suddenly, like a flood of bells, suddenly awakening in the ears. Yama wants you to die on the 3rd night, who dares to keep a man until the 5th night? So it is. So that's how it is. After learning the real identity of Yin Xiaochun, He Hong suddenly laughed ruefully, the light in his eyes, completely dimmed. It had come to this, and he knew there was nothing he could do about it. Even if he's great, he's still just a businessman. Yen Xiaochun stood up, condescending, looking down on this once unrivaled gambling king, and said indifferently, "That piece of land, what exactly is the secret that is so important to you?" He Hong let out a bitter smile. "That piece of land is related to a big secret. Even if you are honorable and powerful, if you touch it too much, you will set yourself on fire. Because that secret is not only related to the 5 Dragons Temple that spans the 5 provinces of northern Zhejiang, but it also involves a big shot with a big hand in the imperial capital. If I tell you, can you let my Yi family live?" Yen Xiaochun shook his head. "Without you, I'll find out just the same." "Then what will you do to spare my Yi family?" "One for all, they, all of them, are innocent. Face north and kneel. Apologize to my wife," Yen Xiaochun said in a cold voice. He Hong's face turned white, and all of a sudden, he grabbed the fruit knife that Yen Xiaochun had placed on the table just now, and stabbed himself in the heart when everyone didn't react. Chapter 228 He Family Extinction. Pust. Fresh blood suddenly gushed out. Hisichio let out a cry of horror, and quickly held him, instantly crying into a tearful person, "Grandpa. Grandpa, you don't scare me, ah." He Hong waved his hand and looked straight at Yen Xiaochun. "In my entire life, I, He Hong, have never knelt down to beg. If you messed with someone you shouldn't have messed with, you deserve to be punished. I would like to offer half of the Yi family's assets, plus my life, to beg you to spare the innocent people of my Yi family, okay?" Yen Xiaochun's eyes suddenly looked at him with some complexity, and after 3 seconds of silence, a young man in a white suit, walked down from the car. Then a silhouette came over and respectfully said, "Fifth Master, we have used all the channels, but we still cannot find out the trace of the 3rd Master. Do you think that the 3rd Master will not?" The young man's gaze steeply chilled, with a deep killing intent, falling on the body of the person who spoke, and on a hot summer day, that person instantly felt like falling into an ice cellar, his body chilled. "My 3rd brother has always been cautious, and besides, Dongshan province is his Black Dragon Hall territory, so who could be a threat to him? But what I'm most concerned about right now is what's going on with that land, right now." The person who spoke bowed even lower, reporting to the 5th Master, that piece of land had previously been docked between the 3rd Master and the Gambling King family, the Yi family, and now that the 3rd Master has disappeared, that piece of land should be in the hands of the Yi family. Humph. Go! A group of people walked into the Yi family, looking at the hall full of elegiac couplets, the young man's eyebrows, a deep frown. "Are a few of you here to offer your condolences?" Hisichio, who was dressed in plain clothes, asked with red and swollen eyes. The young man spoke faintly, "We're here to collect a debt." Hisichio froze. "Debt? What debt?" "A deed." "Are you also here for the deed?" Hearing this sensitive word, Hisichio instantly lost her composure. "What do you mean? Speak clearly." The young man caught the word in her words, "Come looking for them too?" Did she mean that others had come before her? "I'm sorry. Grandpa just passed away. I'm not in the mood to explain anything to you guys, so please go back." Hisichio looked at her coldly. The corner of the young man's mouth suddenly raised a touch of indifference. A wave of the hand, behind a few people, suddenly took out a gun. Kneeling in the spirit hall of the people, mercilessly spraying the tongue of fire. A few seconds later, is the corpse all over the ground. "Ms. He, you now have no choice. Tell me the whole truth, or die." Hisichio trembled, looking at the corpses all over the ground, fearful eyes, falling on the man's body, shooting to kill at the drop of a hat. This young man, in the end, is it a madman who has no scruples, or is it so strong that he can ignore it all? I said. Under the fear of death, there would no longer be any concealment, and after saying all this, the young man's gaze narrowed slightly. Yen Xiaochun? 9 states same trade? Moon Snow Company? A bald man wearing a black suit with a large gold chain, a face of horizontal meat, looking at the gathering of villagers, took over the loudspeaker, climbed up a lift excavator, hostile, said, "The villagers of Xiaoshang village all give me to listen. I'll give you one last hour. Move out immediately. Otherwise, I'll directly order the excavator to bulldoze your village, and if anyone dares to block it, this iron guy of mine. I don't recognize anyone. This is the place where our ancestors have lived for generations. You will never be allowed to trample on it at will. That's right. We agree with the development, but we definitely don't agree with unscrupulous and crooked businessmen victimizing us. Trying to trade the price of barren land for my homestead. We absolutely do not agree. The bald big man's eyes flashed a flash of ruthless fury. No more nonsense. Jumped off the excavator. A man wearing a blue helmet on his head came over. Second brother, what to do? Look at this situation. These unruly people are not easy to deal with. The bald big man took a hard drag on his cigarette. His eyes glazed over. Didn't I just say, give them another hour? After an hour, I don't care if it's a house or a person under the wheels. But aren't we killing people? Murder? A bunch of country bumpkins who dare to go against us, Shigeta land, die in vain. Now, just pinch your watch and wait, and when the time is up, push it straight through for me. The atmosphere at the entrance of the village is getting more and more intense, and not far from the entrance of the village in a countryside health room, simple environment, an old man with white hair and beard, wearing a white coat that is about to be washed and rubbed transparent, is applying needles to a patient who has a piece of tumor in his neck. And behind him, one after another, there were 7 or 8 other people in line, each of whose necks, to a greater or lesser extent, was riddled with tumors of varying degrees. Dr. Chin. Thank you. Thank you. The old woman who was being healed was thankful. I don't know when people in our village started to get this big neck disease one after another. We went to the hospital and they said we ate something unclean and it would take hundreds of thousands of dollars to cure it. But farmers in small mountain villages like ours, where can we get so much money? We can only endure it hard, and when the pain is too much to bear, we take 2 painkillers. Luckily I met you. The villagers who were healed by you before, they all said that the tumor on their necks began to subside and it didn't hurt anymore. You are really a miracle doctor. The aged old man was none other than Chinshi, only to see him smile kindly. Healers are kind, these are what the old man should do. I've finished giving you needles, return home and pay attention to do more rest. A week's time, this hyperthyroidism should be good. Behind Chinshi, a youthful and pretty little girl stood there playfully, took a towel and handed it to Chinshi, saying with concern, Grandpa, you should have seen 5 patients in a row, take a rest. Chinshi shook his head. The people of this village should have quoted some unclean water to cause this kind of group hyperthyroidism, heal them a little bit earlier so they can suffer less, let the next patient come over. The next patient lay down. Chinshi was just about to apply the needle, suddenly rumbled, the hand that applied the needle shook, almost under the wrong place. His brows furrowed deeply as he looked in the direction of the sound and muttered, outside, it's just too noisy. At this time, a silhouette sitting in meditation not far away stood up and slowly walked over, bowing slightly to Chinshi and politely said, Great Mr. Chin, I'll go see what's going on. Elderly people are teachers and can be honored as Mr. Teachers have names and should be called Mr. Big. This sound of Mr. Big, Chinshi deserved it. Chapter 230 Healer's Heart. Chinshi lifted her head and gave him a deep look. Yan Xiaochen had already been here for more than 2 hours. And Chinshi was treating a patient for 2 hours, he just sat there quietly and didn't utter a word to disturb. Although Chinshi had noticed his presence a long time ago, but in his eyes, the patient was the big one, until Yan Xiaochen spoke up and opened his mouth. 2 hours, the two did not have any communication. Qin Shanxian old has noticed him, slightly thin body, not humble, although can feel that he carries a different kind of majesty, but polite, so that Qin Shanxian cannot help but look at him one more time. After hearing Yan Xiaochen's words, Qinshi smiled, as if he was an old friend who knew each other, and spoke, then I'll trouble you. The old man is old, the noise is too loud, and it also somewhat affects the application of the needle. It doesn't matter to me, but in case I make a mistake with the needle, that would be a great sin. Yan Xiaochen smiled and said, I admire the kindness of the great gentleman healer. But please don't worry, I'll be right back. So, can I come with you? Suddenly, Qin Shanxian opened her mouth, her eyes blinking with a hint of hope. Qin nodded, go. A group of 3 left the health room. Ma Mian was like a loyal subordinate, following behind Yan Xiaochun, while Qin Shanxian was side by side with Yan Xiaochun, a pair of watery eyes, unable to stop sizing up Yan Xiaochun. Do I have flowers on my face? Suddenly, Yan Xiaochun opened his mouth. Qin Shanxian, instantly a blush, hastily cast her peeping eyes aside, and then, as if summoning up courage, she opened her mouth. Are you here to see Grandpa too? Yan Xiaochen nodded. Then why don't you tell Grandpa? My patients, they are patients, but those townspeople in line, they are patients just the same. For Mr. Chin, all are treated equally, so naturally, I, too, must follow the reasoning of first come, first served. He. Look at your age, but you are quite good at talking sense. Open the box, Chin Shanshan words also more up, you can rest assured, my grandfather people can be good, we came to play in Oching, inadvertently found this small village, learned that the villagers cannot afford to see the disease, grandpa will be free to give them treatment, but also my grandfather's medical skills can be awesome, no matter what disease your patients have, as long as he is shot, will certainly be medicine to the disease. Looking at this young girl, who was only in her early 20s, Yan Xiaochen also smiled, yes, I also believe that with Mr. Qinshi's hand, everything will be fine. Turning a corner, the roaring excavator suddenly appeared in front of her. Qin Shanshan frowned, these damn Zhou pickpockets, why are they here again? It's really annoying. What are they? Yan Xiaochen opened his mouth and asked. Qin Shanshan replied, they, are a group of developers, wanting to expropriate the land of Xiuha village, which would have been a good thing, but the compensation price they gave, even less than a tenth of the normal price, which is expropriation. It's simply robbery. When the villagers are not happy, they come over and over again to harass them, it's outrageous. Yan Xiaochen didn't say anything, and his gaze sank slightly, flashing a touch of coldness. Miss Qianxian? Why are you here? Hurry back, it's too dangerous here. The villagers guarding the entrance of the village, I don't know who shouted, we naturally recognize that this is the granddaughter of the benefactor of their own village, and immediately said anxiously, yes, Miss Qianxian, this group of unscrupulous developers said that they want to use bulldozers to move the level of our village, you quickly take Dr. Qin to leave, the farther you go the better. Upon hearing this, Qin Qianxian's eyes glared, what? What right do they have to do that? The little girl, also in a fervor, pushed aside the crowd and stepped forward, hands on her hips, which one of you is in charge, come out to me. Chapter 231 Push Through. Old boss heard this, just wanted to open curses, suddenly saw such a pure and beautiful a little girl, suddenly bright, smilingly jumped down from the excavator, with an aggressive gaze, looking at Qin Shanshan exquisite delicate body, silver smile, yo. This is whose little girl, looks so watery ah. Qin Shanshan glared at him, you're the one in charge of them? Who gave you the right to set up a roadblock and flatten the village? Do you know that forced demolition is against the law? Breaking the law? Ha ha. The bald man burst out laughing openly, a small broken village, I can tear it down if I want to, who can control me? I tell you, in this land, we, heavy field landing, are the law. You. Qin Shanshan's little face was red with anger, believe it or not, I can go find a lawyer to sue you. Yeah. The bald boss licked his lips, when you sue me, you can add another crime of hooliganism to the list. Ha ha. Saying that, he stretched out his hand to touch Qin Shanshan's pretty face, she immediately lost her face in fear, just when the bald boss's salty piggy hand was about to touch her, a wrist stretched out and blocked his next action. Kid, who are you? There's nothing for you here, get out of the way if you don't want to die. Yan Xiaochen spoke faintly, stop all the machines and get out of here, I can pretend that nothing has happened. Whose pants are untied and let you out of this pretentious contraption? How dare you threaten me? You're really looking for death. As he said that, a flash of ruthlessness flashed across his face as he swung a fist towards Yan Xiaochen's head. Yan Xiaochen did not move, behind him suddenly flew up a foot, bald big man more than 200 pounds of physique, suddenly like a sandbag, whoosh flew out, heavily hit the excavator. Boss! Boss, are you alright? The crowd helped the bald boss up with 7 hands and 8 feet, and the latter struggled to stand up and covered his heart, pointing at them, TM. It's true that poor mountains produce unruly people. Even I dare to hit, get in the car, bulldoze the whole village, no matter what's in the way, move it all for me. Dozens of excavators at the same time to start the machine, the sound of the sky roar, the villagers how to see this kind of situation, one by one, pale, shivering, but they cannot retreat, behind is their own home, if they retreat, the home will be gone. The bald boss boarded a bulldozer and looked at Yan Xiaochen, who was standing at the forefront, with a fierce face, kid, I'll give you one last chance. Now get out of the way and I'll still save your life. Otherwise, anything under this machine under my feet will be left without even a crumb. Oh? Anything? The corner of Yan Xiaochen's mouth gently lifted, what about you look at them? The bald boss turned back with disdain, sensei whatsoever, in front of lousy, it is all rubbish. Before the words were finished, when he saw what was behind him, his eyes suddenly glazed over, and the rest of his words, hardened, stuck in his throat. A rolling thunder muffled, behind the dozen or so excavators, 5 huge armored tanks, lined up, dark barrels, aimed right in front, as if the death stare, eerie fear. Hearing the sound of 2 more wing rotations, he looked up to see 2 Kape combat helicopters flying overhead at some point, their onboard Gatling machine guns slowly sliding down from the undercarriage of the aircraft, aimed at none other than the group of people on the excavator. Gulp! Everyone unanimously gulped, and in their eyes, there was a deep shock, as well as endless fear. At this time, Yan Xiaochen stepped forward and looked at the bald boss, who was as if he was petrified, and spoke, "Didn't you say that anything can be bulldozed? Then why don't you show me how you're going to bulldoze these iron guys for this seat?" Chapter 232 Instantaneous Conceding of Resistance. Swish! Cold sweat instantly dripped from the bald boss's forehead. "It's a ING tank. I didn't go to school, but I know my way around a gun barrel. Pressing over a tank? I'm afraid that his excavator would be blown to pieces by a shell before he could even drive in front of it." Realizing that he had messed with an unimaginable big shot, the bald boss yelled, "Turn the machines off for me." After saying that, jumped out of the car. A trot to Yan Xiaochen in front of the face of the ferocious god suddenly turned into a fawning smile, took out the 9 to 5 cigarettes, politely handing over a "Big brother, my little brother has eyes not recognize him tie. I do not know that you this real Buddha guard here, the conflict place, but also please bear with you to bear with me." Looking at the bald head just now was like a tiger and leopard, at this moment meek like a little sheep. The sight of Qin Shanshan suddenly grunted and raised his chin. "You push ah. You push ah." Just now was not screaming the most call. How could the bald boss dare to make a scene? He was all smiles. "Yes, yes, yes, sister-in-law is right, I grew up as a dog, I like to bark blindly." Being called sister-in-law by him like this, Qin Shanshan's face instantly turned half red. Sneaking a glance at Yan Xiaochen, realizing that he didn't have any reaction, she lightly coughed twice and didn't deny it, raising the corner of her mouth. "Then you know how to do it, don't you?" "No, no, no. Demolition subsidies for Little River Village? All according to the uniform standard of Aussie City, no. A 20% increase on top of the flat rate. And absolutely will do a good job of each villager's ideological work. There will never be any forced demolition. If I dare to be reckless, you pull my head down as a ball kick." Qin Shanshan gave him a blank look. "Who cares about your fat head, it's so scary." Afterwards, he said to the villager on the side, "Uncle Ernia, you've heard it all, demolition is a good thing, and we have to support the work, so you can talk to him about the subsequent compensation." The village chief of Shioha village shook Qin Shanshan's hand and said excitedly, "Child, thank you so much. Dr. Qin didn't want money to cure so many people in our Shioha village, and you've solved such a big problem for us, you masters and grandchildren, you're really the benefactors of our Shioha village." The rest of the villagers, with smiles on their faces, spoke up, "Yes, yes. Shanshan girl is so good, looking for a boyfriend is also powerful, even tanks can be found. I grew up so big, I have not seen a real tank." "That's right, Shanshan girl, when the time comes to get married you must tell uncle, go back and let your aunt sew you 2 nice big red quilts." Qin Shanshan was enthusiastic villagers said from the blush to the neck. Pulling Yan Xiaochen fled general scampered out of the village entrance, back to the health room on the way. She has been lowered, do not know what to say, but instead has not been talking. Yan Xiaochen, eyes glanced slightly, opened his mouth, "Is it funny?" Horseface in the back had an odd face, wanting to laugh but not daring to, his neck suffocated with veins popping up. Qin Shanshan gave him a blank look. "You even want to control people's laughter, it's so fascist." Afterward, he said to Horseface, "Laugh if you want to, it's not good for your health to hold it in." "No, I don't want to laugh at all." Mami unfinished immediately drummed up his mouth. God, if he really dared to laugh out, Yan Xiaochen would dare to let him immediately come to 100 kilometers of weight-bearing cross-country. But think about Qin Shanshan, a little girl who was obviously still an uninitiated student, standing together with her own Yan Jun, that picture, Mama, hold back. Must hold back. Horseface pinched his thighs as hard as he could, couldn't help it, he'd be crippled. Chapter 233 Disease Exploration. Back in the health room, Qin was still administering needles to the remaining patients, and Qin Shanshan jumped over cheerfully, "Grandpa, we." "Shoo." Qin rushed her a slight finger. Qin Shanshan closed her mouth resentfully. Yan Xiaochen did not say anything, still due back to his stool. Another 2 hours later, send away the last patient. Qin long output a breath of air. Qin Shanshan immediately handed over hot water, and then the mouth is like a loaded machine gun, the things that just happened to gabble out. Qin smiled and nodded her head to listen. After finishing, Qin Shanshan was still a bit unfulfilled, with endless yearning in her eyes. "That's a combat helicopter, hey, I really want to take a ride." Qin's gaze, looking towards Yan Xiaochen, walked over. Yan Xiaochen hurriedly stood up. Qin's identity deserved the respectful treatment even from his hallowed Yan Jun. "Young man, is there anything you need from the old man?" Qin naturally heard from Qin Shanshan's mouth that Yan Xiaochen's identity was extraordinary, but he didn't have any change in his tone towards Yen Xiaochen because of this, and just like an ordinary person, he asked lightly. Yen Xiaochen spoke of Qin Shiyu's illness, and after stating the symptoms of the poison that Qin Shiyu embodied, Qin Shi's gaze sank deeply. This sickness you speak of, which I have seen before, is indeed a strange poison that cannot be cured without the Ghost Gate 9 needles. She's unconscious now, but there are still vital signs, which can only mean that the cycle is still short, but as time goes on, when the poison gets into her lungs, I'm afraid there's no way back. Yen Xiaochen was instantly anxious, and hurriedly said, Mr. Qin, then please move quickly and save my beloved, no matter what price you want, I can meet it. When she heard that Yen Xiaochen had a lover, no one noticed that a touch of undetectable loss flashed through the depths of Qin Shanshan's gaze. Don't worry, no matter if it's a dignitary or a commoner, they are all patients to the old immortal. I will take a step ahead and stabilize your ladyship's condition, however, to completely heal him, only the 9 needles of the Ghost Gate is still far from enough. Anything else you need, I'll find it for you. Produced from the top of Tianshan Mountain, the 9-petaled snow lotus. Complemented by the snow lotus into the medicine, together with the Ghost Gate 9 needles, the old man guaranteed that the root of the cure, there is absolutely no possibility of recurrence. Yen Xiaochen's face slightly sank. Tianshan snow lotus itself, even if it is a heavenly treasure, the number is rare, and the 9-petal snow lotus, it can be said that it is the nobility in the snow lotus, and it is even hard to find one of them in a lifetime. However, for the sake of Qin Shuiwe, no matter what kind of price he pays, he has to get it. You only have half a month. If you can't find the 9-petal snow lotus in half a month, although your ladyship will also be able to awaken, but the old immortal doesn't dare to guarantee that the toxin in her body can be completely removed. Don't worry, no matter what method I use, I will definitely find the 9-petal snow lotus within half a month's time. Good, I will let Shanshan be with you. She has lived with me since childhood and is also familiar with pharmacological knowledge. The 9 petals of the snow lotus is too precious, there will surely be many counterfeit goods. With her, she can also help you distinguish the real from the fake. Then I would like to thank Miss Qin Xian. Yen Xiaochen nodded his head towards Qin Shanshan. So next, isn't it time to talk about the consultation fee? Grandpa. Qin Shanshan surprised to look at Qin Shi a glance, their grandfather's nature she naturally clear, all for the poor good people, see the doctor is never a penny, and Yen Xiaochen just helped the villagers of Shoushang village to solve such a big problem, but also indirectly saved the life of a village of people. It can be said that as a great good people, how would the grandfather suddenly bring up the clinic money to come it? But Yen Xiaochen is a solemn nod, the doctor is also a person, but also to survive, treating the sick to save people, pay people the consultation fee, natural and natural. How much consultation money Mr. Qin needs, just ask. Qin Shi, however, smiled and shook her head, I don't want money, I need you to do one thing for me. Chapter 234 The Unlucky Horseface. Yen Xiaochen was first stunned, then spoke with a slightly puzzled voice, you said. In Qin Shi's gaze, a deep concern was immediately revealed. The villagers of Shouha village, drinking contaminated water is what triggered the group hyperthyroidism outbreak. They usually use well water, which means that there must be a source, and then a steady stream of heavy pollution. I'd like to ask you to help find this source, otherwise, as more and more water is contaminated, the amount of infiltration will increase, and by then, those ordinary people will suffer. Yen Xiaochen thought for a moment, and then turned towards Qin Shi, bowing deeply, great doctor with virtue, wonderful hands and kind heart, although Mr. Great is hidden in the mountains, but enough to be the unparalleled scholar of the country. Yen Xiaochen a worship, celebrate my great dynasty, there is this good doctor, when the country's fortunate. Subsequently, Qin Shi, under Yen Xiaochen's special arrangement, embarked on a plane to Qingzhou on the same day, while Qin Shanshan followed behind Yen Xiaochen with a drooping face and an unhappy look. Yen Xiaochen sat on the chair, eyes fake sleep. Qin Shanshan kicked her toes in boredom, looked at Yen Xiaochen, suddenly stomped her feet, opened the door and left, just wanted to go, suddenly saw the horseface standing in the doorway standing straight, her eyes rolled, the corners of her mouth hung up a trace of a quirky smile, and opened her mouth, you're the bodyguard of Yan's big brother, aren't you? In the face of Qin Shanshan's question, Mamian naturally would not reveal his true identity and nodded along with her words. Then have you met brother Yan's lover? How old is she? Is she pretty? How many years have they been married? The continuous beat bombardment of inquiries, Mamian suddenly a little dizzy, but Mamian also straight, nodded, of course I have seen, our Yen. Forehead. Our gentleman's wife, of course, beautiful as heavenly fairies. Qin Shanshan slightly beamed, that has me beautiful? Mamian may not have seen a woman for too long, a little silly, seriously looked at Qin Shanshan for more than 10 seconds, and finally said solemnly, a little prettier than you. You. Humph. Qin Shanshan stomped fiercely towards the surface of his foot, turned around and walked away. Ma Mian bared his teeth in pain, looked at the back of the little girl storming away, and did not dare to go up and ask, but only rubbed the surface of his foot, muttering to himself, now this little girl, how come all the tempers are so grumpy? It's fortunate that Yen didn't find such a one as his wife, otherwise, he would have been eaten to death. Oh? Does your Yen Jun look like he's so afraid of his wife? You don't say, it's kind of like that, I'm telling you. A twist of the head, the words have not finished, when seeing Yen Xiaochun's seemingly smiling face, Ma Mian the rest of the words, heart stuck back in the throat. Horseface. Here. 30 kilograms of weight, 20 kilometers, 3 hours, immediately. Yes. Horseface had a bitter look on his face, that damn mouth. Hey, what should come, how did not escape a? 4 hours later, Yen Xiaochun, Qin Shanshan and Horseface once again came to a mountain forest not far from Shelha village. Here, it is he sent people to find out the source of pollution. Brother Yen, are you sure this is the right place? The forest path was relatively steep. Qin Shanshan was careful and asked as she walked. Yen Xiaochun sniffed his nose and nodded, that should be right, the smell in the air has changed a bit. Qin Shanshan also sniffed, then nodded, these crooked merchants are really bad, in order to earn money they simply disregard the people's lives. After walking through a few more rugged paths, the pungent odor was getting worse and worse, and when the last clump of weeds was plucked away, the scene in front of them completely shocked the few people in front of them. God, what the hell have they done to this place? Chapter 235 Black Heart. 5 huge pipes, constantly discharging greenish sewage towards the inside of the creek, the pungent odor, even the surrounding weeds, withered and died. I've heard the villagers of Shilha village say that the water they usually use basically comes from this river, and there are no fewer than 10 villages that also use this river as drinking water, so if they are allowed to continue polluting like this, how many people will suffer? Qin Shanshan's eyes flashed with flames of anger. Hey, you guys! What's going on? Suddenly, a few people emerged from a small wooden hut not far away and shouted at Qin Shanshan and the others. The head of a person, suits, the remaining several obviously the appearance of workers, hands, but also really wrench pliers and other tools for work. There's nothing to see here. Go go go. A few people came over and unceremoniously began to drive away the 3 Yen Xiaochun. Yen Xiaochun's eyes glanced slightly, and from the half-open wooden door, he saw a pipeline that hadn't been constructed yet. They are, surprisingly, still discharging with impunity. What are you doing? Qin Shanshan angrily said, do you know that discharging toxic sewage privately is a violation of the law, and this water of yours is the drinking water of countless villagers? Do you have any idea what a problem it could lead to if they drink this faulty water? The leader in the suit, called Tong Gue, is the general manager of Nine Suns Chemical, only to see his eyes chilling, coldly saying, what toxic sewage? Which one of your eyes saw us discharging toxic sewage? These are purified. Don't meddle here if you don't know what you're talking about, get the hell out of here. You are simply shameless. The pungent odor, the greenish moonlight, the ironic evidence highlighting the water quality. Egu. Young lady, don't be shameless at such a young age. Tom Gue's face suddenly chilled, to tell you the truth, this is the territory of Nine Suns Chemical, it's not for a little girl like you to mess with. Get the hell out of here, or I don't mind throwing you in here for a bath. I must expose you, said Qin Shanshan and took out her cell phone ready to take pictures. Tong Gue took a look, his face changed, brothers, snatch her phone for me. Several people pounced over with ferocity, and Yen Xiaochun spoke faintly, horseface. Raw 20 kilometers of Ma Mian early held a stomach of fire, the hands did not have the slightest bit of mercy, a few screams, a few people suddenly bruised and swollen. Qin Shanshan proudly raised her chin and clicked a few pictures. I've already called the Water Quality Inspection Bureau, once they arrive, you'll be finished. The Water Quality Inspection Bureau of Auschwitz, though a private organization, possesses the most authoritative appraisal qualifications, and their appraisal results represent absolute evidence. After about half an hour, there are 3 people walking not slow, but also a mouthful of muttering, what people call to report, but also come here in this bird place, really eaten up nothing to do. That's right, I'm having a good time playing cards, and I'm calling it this time of the day, what a bummer. Seeing the person who came, Tong Gue's eyes lit up, and he jogged over, how supervisor, why are you here personally? Hao Chang responded, so it's manager Tong. I don't know that the person who has nothing better to do than to call and report that someone is discharging toxic sewage privately, the bureau happens to be strained for personnel, so I can only come in person. Me. I'm the one who reported it. Qin Shanshan walked over and pointed at the sewage that was still tired and flowing, look, this is the evidence. Chapter 236. Please drink water. Hao Cheng looked at it, then said as if nothing had happened, "Little girl, words don't talk nonsense. Whether it's toxic sewage or not, it's not up to you to say. It has to be professionally tested before it can be finalized." "Does this even need to be tested? Can't you smell this odor?" "Forget it, formalism is a pain in the ass, so you guys hurry up with the testing." 3 people took some water samples, enough to have a large cup, and then after a burst of drumming, finally, Hao Cheng said to Qin Shanshan, "We have tested, this water has no problem, fully compliant with the normal discharge standards. Little girl, in the future do not understand things, do not blindly report, know how busy we are day after day." "What?" Qin Shanshan's eyes widened. "This kind of water is qualified? Do you know how to test it or not?" Hao Cheng was instantly a bit unhappy. "Are you doubting our professionalism? In that case, it's up to you. Anyway, in my case, the water here is qualified." "I told you, how could we possibly do anything illegal?" Tong Gui lightly grunted, and then looked at Hao Cheng, cheerfully said, "How supervisor, really trouble you to run a trip. I still have 2 bottles of good Mao Tai when you go piggyback." Hao Cheng's eyes lit up. "Huh, how can that be a good idea, letting manager Tong break the bank again? You're working in tandem." Even if Qin Shanshan was stupid, she could hear that the relationship between the 2 people was definitely not that simple. "Lycanthropy? So what?" Hao Cheng smiled disdainfully. "What does it have to do with you? Today I will put words here for you. This water, as long as I Hao Cheng said qualified, that is qualified. What can you do? In the field of water quality testing, my word is holy writ." "Oh? Supervisor Hao, you've got a lot of official authority." An unfamiliar voice rang out, followed by several silhouettes, with chilling faces, walking out from the dense forest. At this time, Yan Shaochen looked at Hao Cheng, whose face gradually changed color, and laughed. "Found a few friends. How supervisor, why don't, I'll introduce you to them. Director Cho of the Anti-Corruption Bureau, in charge of graft and corruption. Director Wang of the Public Security Bureau, in charge of criminal investigation and arrest. Director Zhang of the Procuratorate, in charge of sentencing and judgment. Guess, a couple of them, what they're here for." How supervisor faced the net sewage are green, legs cannot help shivering, Anti-Corruption Bureau removed, the Public Security Bureau arrested, the Procuratorate sentenced. This TM is simply a one-stop service. Supervisor How? Yan Shaochen walked up to him, looked at the sewage and the measuring cup in his hand with a smile, and said, "You just said that this water is tested and qualified, right?" Hao Cheng gritted his teeth and nodded vigorously. What else could he say at this juncture? Took black money from Tong Gui and deliberately made a fake test report? If he really dared to say that, the 3 of them in front of him had a one-stop service that he could use immediately. No. That's right. After my inspection, I can assure you on my honor that it is absolutely compliant with the emission standards. Oh. Supervisor How doesn't have to use character assurances because we absolutely believe in your professionalism, and since the test was passed, any effluent that meets the discharge standards is required to be potable according to the regulations for discharging effluent. Supervisor How, after talking for so long, you must be thirsty too. Since you've served yourself the water, please. Chapter 237. Visiting Ishui. Hao Cheng's face at the moment was literally greener than flowing sewage. Looking at the still bubbling glass of water, he smiled awkwardly. "I am not thirsty." "No. I think you're thirsty." Yan Shaochen looked at him slyly. "What, do you still need me to do it myself?" Procuratorate Director Zhang snorted coldly. "Supervisor Hao, you don't dare to drink the water quality that you have tested and passed. I'm afraid that's not saying much." Director Wang of the Public Security Bureau also picked up. "It doesn't matter if he doesn't drink. When he follows me to the Public Security Bureau, there are ways to make him drink." Snap. The measuring cup in his hand should fall to the ground, and Hao Cheng's face was dead. "I admit that I'm guilty. The water quality here is unqualified. It is I received black money from Joyoung Chemical, forged the certificate of conformity. I report, all of this as Tong Gui led the head. I am also a moment of confusion. Now Tong Gui was anxious and cursed. "Surname Hao. You've turned your face away from people. You didn't take a damn thing when you first collected the money. Bite back at this time, I tell you, every sum of money I send to you is recorded. I'm not well off, and you can't run away either, damn it." Hao Cheng's feet were soft, paralyzed on the ground. He knew that his future prospects is completely finished. Subsequent things, it is very simple. How Chang was taken away. Joyoung Chemical was thoroughly investigated, under the supervision of Yen Xiaochen. All the personnel involved in the case was a jerk in the end. The account of the Qinshi, Yen Xiaochen, is considered to be handed over a satisfactory answer. And under Yen Xiaochen's relentlessly powerful network of connections, the trail of the 9-petal snow lotus quickly went off the trail. Yen Jun. The mission you arranged has been checked. Yen Xiaochen's eyes lit up. Even with his heart nature, he was slightly agitated. Speak. In the hands of the country's premier medicinal herb supplier, the Wu clan, there may be a 9-petal snow lotus. Yen Xiaochen's gaze stared slightly. Possibly? The visitor's face was immediately covered with sweat. The body bowed even lower, reporting to Yen. 9 petals of snow lotus has been extinct for many years in the medicinal world, but also was worshipped as a sacred medicine, rare and difficult to find, and even more will not be easily shown to others. According to the rumors, the patriarch of the Wu clan, Elder Wu Kurson, used to collect a plant many years ago, but the information is not certain. My subordinates can only inquire about this information. Please forgive me, Yen. Yen Xiaochen mused slightly. No matter what, if there's any hint of possibility, we can't let it go. Pass the order to depart for the Wu family in Ishui City. Yes, sir. Ishui City, located in a remote area with many mountain ranges and hills, is not economically developed, but because of the Wu clan, Ishui City's name resonates throughout China and abroad. Nearly half of the domestic herbal medicines come from the Wu family, and the barren mountains have been transformed into medicinal fields, so it can be said that the Wu family has driven the economy of the whole Ishui City with the strength of one family. A special plane slowly landed in Ishui City, and the large airport, early was one of the empty. When Yen Xiaochen's figure slowly down from the special plane, the top of the scorching sun here waiting for 3 hours of the crowd, immediately greeted up. At the head of a balding middle-aged man, jogging all the way, respectfully lowering his body, with a fawning smile on his face, Ishui City Mayor Li Shui led the large and small officials of this ministry to welcome Yen Jun. Xin Shanshan, who was following behind Yen Xiaochen, had a strange color in her eyes. This young man, who was not older than him by a few years, in the end, what kind of charm did he have that deserved the respect of so many people? Yen Xiaochen waved his hand lightly. Mayor Li, I'm sure you already know the purpose of this seat's visit, right? Li Shui nodded repeatedly. I know. Only. Yen Xiaochen's gaze turned, but what? Li Shui gritted his teeth. Wu family today, I'm afraid there is some trouble. I suggest that Yen Jun first rest in the city for a few days. I will entertain Yen Jun properly, until the Wu family's trouble passes. My subordinate will then personally let the Wu family's head, Wu Kurson, personally come to visit Yen Jun. A break? He could afford to wait, but Qin Shuiwei couldn't. The Wu family can be a powerful family in Yurishui. With this status, what kind of trouble can there be? Chapter 238. A visit to the door. This. Li Shui hesitated slightly, then spoke. I wouldn't dare to hide it from Yan. Not long ago, there was a big shots from the imperial capital who had his eye on a piece of the Wu family's medicinal field and wanted to fund the purchase. But that piece of medicinal field is the Wu family's starting place, but also where the Wu family's ancestral tomb is located. Naturally it is impossible to sell, but that big man for some reason is interested in that piece of medicinal field. The two sides have been arguing. Today, that big man personally came to the door. The entire Wu family is waiting. If Yen Jun this time to come to the door, I'm afraid that they will be slow to Yen Jun. Yen Xiaochen's mind moved. He was supposed to come to the door to ask for medicine. If he could help the Wu family to solve this trouble, wouldn't the chances of success be a bit greater? As for the bigwigs of the imperial capital? Now the 10 temples of Hades cannot be any unseen forces, and even a lot of hands and eyes of the powers that be have to ask for him, to his current status, can be required to fear what the big man? And at this moment, within the Wu family mansion, the direct lineage of clansmen gathered and stood by, and on each and every one of their faces, there was a grave expression. Master Wu. As Chang Qiong, the head of the Chang family, who also started out in traditional Chinese medicine, sat condescendingly in his chair, crossed his legs, and looked at Wu Kurson, the head of the Wu family, who was in the first seat, and said smugly, Elder Wu, have you thought about it yet? We're all Ishui people, I'm speaking from my heart here, but if we wait for that big shot to personally come to our door, it won't be as easy for me to talk to him. Humph. Chang Qiong, you are Sima Zhoujiao's heart, and everyone knows it. A middle-aged man who bore some resemblance to Wu Kurson accused sternly, if it wasn't for you pulling the strings in the middle, how could my Wu family have gotten into such trouble? He. Young Master Wu, don't be unkind, how much should your piece of broken medicine field be worth? The one in the imperial capital is bidding a whole $100 million. That's not just a medicinal field, but the ancestral tomb of my Wu family. No matter how much it costs, we will never sell it. Chang Xiong's gaze was also gloomy. Young Master Wu, I have already said what I should say, wait until that big shot arrives in person. At that time, whether to sell or not, it's not for you to make the decision. You. Pingle. Wu Kerson's voice came faintly. He glanced at Chang Xiong and said in a deep voice, since ancient times, there are often in buying and selling, no matter how big your hand and I are, they are all too big for the word reason. I would like to see how this great man you speak of can take this medicinal field from my Wu family. Chang Xiong's face grimaced, then don't regret it. Report. As the words landed, an underling walked in. Master, there is someone visiting outside the door. Chang Xiong's face was delighted, and he was suddenly triumphant. Huh, Mr. Zhu is here. Subsequently, Yan Xiaochen's figure stepped into the Wu family's gate. Seeing the appearance of the visitor, Chang Xiong's fawning smile slightly condensed, frowning. Who are you guys? Yan Xiaochen didn't pay any attention to him, and his gaze was fixed on Wu Kerson, who was at the top. Behind him, Ma Mian took out an exquisite invitation to pay his respects and handed it over. Wu Kerson opened it and looked at it. A smile appeared on his face. So it's the guest that Mayor Li introduced here. I'm really sorry, I should have swept the couch to welcome you, but there are some inconveniences in the house today, so I'd like to ask the guest to be more accommodating. Yan Xiaochen instantly had some good feelings towards Wu Kerson, plus he had a request, so he politely said, Elder Wu doesn't need to be polite, I've heard a thing or two about your family's troubles, and I've come here this time, firstly, to ask for medicines on the doorstep, and secondly, to solve the troubles for the Wu family. Yo! Where did the brat come from? He's not very old, but his breath is not small. Chang Xiong snorted disdainfully, young man, use your brain before you speak, or else, beware of incurring undeserved disaster. Yan Xiaochen didn't even look at him and said to Wu Kerson, and this is? Wu Kerson said faintly, uninvited guest. Yan Xiaochen's eyebrows slightly drooped, and he faintly spoke, the Wu mansion is a clean place, how can it tolerate uninvited guests? Chapter 239 Imperial Capital, Mr. Zhu. Horseface. Ma Mian took a step out, probed and grabbed Chang Xiong's neck. Hey. What are you doing? I can tell you, I'm Zhu. I.O. How would Ma Mian pay any attention to his nonsense? With a force in his hand, he directly threw him out, only to hear a thud, heavily hitting the doorframe, falling on his nose and face. Serves you right. None of the Wu family members clapped their hands and applauded. For Chang Xiong, they had long been itching to teach him a hard lesson. You. How dare you hit me? Chang Xiong covered his face and grimaced, when Mr. Zhu comes, he'll definitely make you look good. Wu Kerson gave him a glance with great meaning. With his vision, he naturally saw that although Yan Xiaochen was young, the arrogant aura on his body was something that couldn't be faked, as if he was a king in the sky, with an abysmal arrogance. This is supposed to be a family matter of the Wu family, Mr. shouldn't have stepped in. Yan Xiaochen, however, said without a care in the world, Master Wu can rest assured that this matter has nothing to do with the Wu family, and that so-called big shot, Xiang Mao has yet to put it in his eyes. Big talk. Chang Xiong struggled to stand up with viciousness in his eyes, a bunch of frogs at the bottom of the well. What kind of status is Mr. Zhu? Even if the powerful and noble people of the entire Ishui city were tied together, they wouldn't be able to get into one eye of Mr. Zhu. Yan Xiaochen glanced slightly, looks like the lesson given to you just now wasn't enough. Horseface. Subordinate. Looking at the man tall horseface, Chang Xiong subconsciously a shiver, turn around to escape, just out the door, bang mounted on a silhouette, just want to open curses, look up, face suddenly showed a surprised smile, Zhu Gongzi, you can finally come up. Zhu Bin looked at the bruised and swollen Chang Xiong, his brows furrowed, and he said in a deep voice, what's gotten into you? Mr. Zhu, you have to do it for me. The backer came. Chang Xiong immediately straightened up his waist, a snot and a tear of what just happened to add oil and vinegar said once, and then viciously pointing at Yan Xiaochen, it's this kid, it doesn't matter if I get beaten up, but he hit which is me hit but you Zhu Gongzi's face The nature of a dog's lapdog showed Chang Xiong to the fullest. Zhu Bin turned his gaze to Yan Xiaochen, but he was only 30 years old, but all over his body, he was permeated with a lofty grace, are you a member of the Wu family? Yan Xiaochen calmly said, no. Then you know he's one of mine? No. Interest came to Zhu Bin's face, knowing that it's my people still dares to make a move? The corner of Yan Xiaochen's mouth lifted, it's precisely because I know, that's why I did it. Unbridled. Behind Zhu Bin, a black figure with a furious face roared and suddenly struck out at Yan Xiaochen. Yan Xiaochen stood in place, not moving, and behind him, the figure of Horseface came out in an instant. Bang! Fists and palms met like a muffled thunderbolt exploding in place, the black shadow retreated 5 steps, and the Horseface did not move. You! The Black Shadow was furious, and wanted to go forward, but Zhubin slightly waved his hand, and gave Yin Xiaochun a glance with great meaning. How strong his own personal bodyguard was, he naturally knew. Even the so-called martial arts champions, in his hands, couldn't last more than 3 rounds. And Horseface is obviously honoring Yin Xiaochun, can be equipped with such an expert as a subordinate. Yin Xiaochun's identity, I'm afraid it's not simple. As one of the most outstanding descendants of the imperial capital Zhou family in this generation, Zhu Bin was not an arrogant and brainless person, and it was simply not worth it to feud with an unknown enemy because of a small Chang Qiong. Chapter 240: A Botched Setup. Seeing that Zhu Bin had no intention of making another move, Chang Qiong was anxious. Mr. Zhu, this kid is too arrogant, go teach him a lesson. Zhu Bin immediately revealed a hint of displeasure. Do I still need you to teach me what this Gonzi is going to do? Kuroyama, throw this eyesore out. Hearing his own master give the word, Montenegro grabbed Chang Qiong's clothes and lifted his leg, a magnificent parabola, directly kicking him out of the Wu family's gate. Afterward, Zhu Bin removed his gaze from Yin Xiaochun and looked at Wu Kursun, who met his gaze with his and was the first to speak. This, I believe, is the big shot Chang Qiong was talking about, the Shu Gongzi from the imperial capital. Wu Guangxi, who was short-tempered and impatient, spoke immediately afterward. No matter who you are, that piece of medicinal field of our Wu family will never be sold, you'd better please go back. Zhu Bin smiled faintly. Today's visit to the door, not about business. I've heard for a long time that Master Wu is fond of Chinese paintings. My lord obtained a pair of Master Qi Guangling's authentic fierce tiger whistling at the mountain not a few days ago, and I brought it here to enjoy it with Master Wu. Wu Kursun slightly moved. Painting Saint Qi Guangling can be described as a national painting. Everyone, according to the old man, learned that has been closed for 20 years, heirloom paintings, but only a few paintings, each of which can be said to be of great value. He. It seems that Wu family master really knows how to paint. Black Mountain, take out the painting and ask Wu family master to appreciate it. A simple and ancient scroll slowly spread out, modeled tiger, sound whistling mountains, although it is in the painting, but the crowd is a cold body, as if there is really a king of all beasts, right in front of their eyes. Wu Kursun carefully observed it, then nodded. Not bad. It is indeed the authentic work of Qi painting sage, a single brushstroke, all natural. It is a fine masterpiece. Only, why is there a faint stain underneath this tiger's paw? With Qi painting sage's level of rigor, how could such a lowly blunder occur? Sitting on the chair, Zhu Bin sipped his tea, his eyes flashed, his body leaned forward, and he spoke. Master Wu, when this mail brought it, on top of this, there is no stain as you said. Wu Kursun's face stared. Looking at Zhu Bin's smiling face, he smiled bitterly in his heart. He finally knew, what was Zhu Bin's idea? How could he not expect that Zhu Bin would use this way to set up his Wu family? Wu Kursun's face immediately sank. Wu Guangxi is even more angry, body trembling, pointing at Zhu Bin. You are at least a big man, how can you make this kind of despicable means? Father, he's clearly setting us up. Zhu Bin's face suddenly changed. How dare you? You guys are nothing. Are you also worthy of being framed by this Gonzi? Montenegro. Slap me. Slow. With a lift of his hand, Wu Kursun took a deep breath and looked at Zhu Bin, the vicissitudes of life reflected in his gaze. Is this a setup? Is. And it's a poorly conceived setup that couldn't be more poorly conceived. But what could he do? Going out and telling people that the son of the imperial Zhu family came to frame him? And who would believe it, and who would dare to believe it? I'm afraid that if he said that on the front foot, the Zhu family would uproot the entire Wu family on the name of slandering the Zhu family's honor on the back foot. Although the Wu clan was huge, it was still a mole in the eyes of the true nobles of the imperial capital. Young Master Zhu, name a number, this painting, I'll pay for it. You pay? Zhu Bin laughed. Do I look like someone who lacks money to you? The surviving works of the painting Saint Qi Guangling, there are only 11 pairs of them in the world, each one is unique. For this young man, the value of this fierce tiger whistling at the mountains can't be measured by money at all. Then what does Mr. Zhu want to do about it? Wu Kuxian said in a deep voice. Oh, well. This young master was kind enough to bring the painting saint's masterpiece for the Wu family master's appreciation, but I didn't expect it to be ruined by your hands. However, things have already come to this. Even if this young master cherishes it, he can't salvage the beloved painting. Since that's the case, just take the Wu family's piece of medicinal field and use it as compensation for this Gongzi. Chapter 241. You're a fake painting. Everyone, their faces steeply sank. After a turn, Zhu Bin still revealed the fox's tail. Wu Kursun's face was grave. What if the old immortal says no? On Zhu Bin's face, a cold smile appeared. I, Zhu Bin, am a reasonable person. You destroyed my painting. Either compensate me for a pair of exactly the same, or take what this young master is interested in. But it's obviously you who destroyed my things, and you still want to negotiate with this young man, huh, Wu family master, do you think you're worthy? Wu Kursen's face turned white. Yes, what qualifications did he have to negotiate with this Yu family? Thinking of this, his eyes flashed a touch of sadness. If he is the only one, even if his life cannot be, but also to protect their own ancestral tombs, but the Wu family up and down, in addition to him, there are hundreds of people, he can imagine, once he refused, that in the Zhu family retaliation, Wu family up and down the hundreds of people, I'm afraid that, are going to meet with great difficulties. Father. Can't promise him. That's our ancestral tomb. Yeah. Patriarch. You can't promise him that. Destroy one of your paintings, big deal, I'll pay for your life. Shubin snorted and looked at the person who spoke, scornfully saying, one of your lives? In my lord's opinion, this cheap life of yours is not even worth as much as the framing of this painting of mine. You. Enough. Wu Kursen majestically drank, and then, as if he had instantly aged a dozen years, he lamented, okay, I answer. Master Wu, this painting, let me have a look at it, shall I? Suddenly, Yan Xiaochen spoke. Wu Kursen glanced at him in surprise, then let out a bitter smile. This matter is none of Mr.'s business, so why should Mr. interfere in it? Yan Xiaochen, however, smiled at him and walked straight to the painting, casually glancing at it, then with a sunny smile, he held the scroll with both hands and tore it with a sound. The whole painting, at once, cracked into two halves. The sudden move stunned everyone, and Shubin even froze as he looked at the painting that was broken in half, for a moment, dumbfounded in place. It was only after a long time that he reacted and burst out, how dare you destroy my painting? Although this Gongzi doesn't want to make enemies at will, it's not like he can bully anyone who wants to. I don't care who you are, but in front of the Zhu family, you are still an insignificant ant. Don't think that just because the painting has been torn up that my lord can't do anything about you. The painting is not in your Wu family, you have to give an explanation to this gentleman. Yan Xiaochen snorted, lazily glanced at Zhu Bin, and spoke with a faint mockery, Mr. Zhu, you claim to want an explanation. What explanation do you need to be given for taking a fake painting? Zhu Bin instantly laughed in anger. You mean that this Gongzi has blackmailed people with fake paintings? Yan Xiaochen nodded, I think so. Ha ha. Zhu Bin laughed up to the sky. I, the son of the Zhu family, would blackmail someone with a fake painting because of a medicinal field? You're not insulting me. Rather, you're insulting the noble bloodline of my Zhu family. What proof do you have that this is a fake painting of mine? Yan Xiaochen smiled and said, of course there is. If there's no evidence, how would I talk nonsense? Yes. Shubin gritted his teeth, if you can prove that this is a fake painting, this young master will personally eat it in front of everyone. If you can't prove it. Thick killing intent appeared in Zhu Bin's eyes, this Gongzi wants you dead. Yan Xiaochen nodded, then it's a deal. Sir may not. Wu Kursen was shocked, quickly stopped Yan Xiaochen, attached to his ear eagerly said, Mr. cannot play with him this bet. I have been immersed in Chinese painting for dozens of years, that painting is indeed the authentic work of the painting Saint Qiguanling. Yan Xiaochen gave him a reassuring look, don't worry, Wu family master, when I say it's fake, it's fake. Zhu Bin sneered, on what basis are you? Just the real thing, here in the old man. Chapter 242, in person to make a painting. As the words landed, an old voice came from outside the door, and in response to the sound, a figure with a dragon's stride stepped into the Wu family. The visitor was similar in age to Wu Kursen, but did not look old at all. Zhu Bin frowned slightly, and who are you? The old man didn't pay any attention to him at all. Instead, he turned to Wu Kursen and said, Wu family master, I'll lend you the 4 treasures of the scholar's house for a while. Seeing that the old man directly ignored Zhu Bin, Montenegro's face flushed with anger and was about to strike, but Zhu Bin stopped him and sank his face. I'd like to see what kind of tricks he can pull off. Soon, the 4 treasures are ready, the old man grinding down the pen, a hook, like a line sheen flowing water, Wu Kursen on the sidelines to watch the old man painting, in a while to see the infatuation, the time flies, with the crowd as if the heart of the ringing of a whistling in the air, a shock of a shock, only to come back to his senses, and then look at it, a tiger down the mountain figure, vivid, leaping into the paper. The corner of Yan Xiaochen's mouth hooked as he looked at the dumbfounded Zhu Bin and spoke, do you know now, why yours is fake? Zhu Bin looked at him like he was looking at an idiot, are you treating this male as a cutie? Painting a picture of a fierce tiger whistling at the mountain on the spot, even if the painting is more like it, can it be compared to the real painting of the painting saint? It doesn't compare, so what about when you add this? The old man grunted softly, from the pocket took out a jade seal, covered in the blank place, the seal to stay red, the crowd looked over, red seal place, here ran 3 big words, Qi Guangling. Xu Bin's head buzzed for a moment, incredulously looking at the old man who sensed that he had just made a painting, and his first reaction was that it was absolutely impossible. Qi Guangling had already closed his brush for 20 years, his own grandfather once wanted to beg for a masterpiece to hang in his study, but was rejected by him. How could he possibly show up here and create a painting himself? That's right. This is indeed the true work of the sage of painting. Wu Kersen on the side looked mesmerized and looked at Qi Guangling with an excited face. I didn't expect that in my lifetime I would be able to see the saint of painting himself painting. This life, it's not in vain. Xu Bin's face gradually turned white. No wonder he dared to be so sure that the painting saint himself painted by his own handwriting. This is not the real handwriting, and what is it? Yan Shaochen looked at him with a smirk. Mr. Zhu, the real fierce tiger whistling mountain diagram is right here. What is your copy if not a fake? But we're not as cheap as you, tearing up one of your fake paintings, but I'll pay you for a real one. If you don't believe in the authenticity of this painting, feel free to find an appraiser to appraise it. Only, when looking for someone else to appraise it, don't intentionally taint the words again, otherwise, no one will be so kind as to compensate you for another pair like me. The words of mockery Zhu Binhao would not understand, but at this moment, in addition to secretly gritting his teeth, but there is no other way to see Qi Guangling's seal of the moment. He has believed that the old man painting, I am afraid that it is Qi Guangling himself. Damn! What was this young man's origin that he could make the painting saint, who had sealed his brush for 20 years, strike again? Kid! I'll remember you. Xu Bin gave him a vicious look, whisked his sleeve and said, let's go. Wait. Yan Shaochen's faint voice came out, Mr. Zhu, aren't you forgetting something else? Xu Bin stopped his steps, his face stiffened with anger, and in his tone, with a threatening flavor, you still really want this male to eat the painting? Yan Shaochen nodded. A man is a man of his word, and the words were spoken by your Zhu Gongzi himself. If he refuses to fulfill them, wouldn't that prove that your words are as good as farts?